Awakening from a drunken stupor, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the entire world had been ensnared in a game known as road survival. Alone with but a vehicle, he embarked on a treacherous quest along an endless highway in search of resources to sustain his life. In this perilous realm, dangers lurked at every turn, and many perished in their pursuit of supplies. It was not until Zhang Tuohai realized he had awakened a hint system that hope emerged. Chapter 1. The Road Survival Game. Welcome to the Road Survival Game. To endure, one must heed the rules of the game. Each player is provided with a second-hand automobile as their means of travel. All other supplies must be acquired through personal endeavor. 2 scattered along the roadway are resource boxes. Endeavor to collect them, for they are vital to survival. 3 within these boxes lie not only supplies but also unknown perils. Approach each one with caution, for any form of death within the game equates to true demise. 5. Be wary of other players. They may either be your allies or covet your resources. 6. Strive to upgrade your vehicle. Enhanced equipment will fortify you against greater disasters, for it is your sole means of reaching the destination. 7. Traveling by night presents increased hazards. Choose your moments wisely. 8. A catastrophe will occur every 7 days. Prepare accordingly, for this week's disaster is the dual-day ascension. 9. Close your eyes and silently recite the game interface to receive further insights. 10. Elderly individuals, children, and others deemed unfit shall not participate in this game. Notice, temporary slowness is inconsequential. Only those who survive to reach the end shall be the ultimate victors. Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brows as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a 4-lane asphalt road, flanked by an endless expanse of desert. The scorching winds whipped up sand that stung his face, a painful reminder of the harsh environment. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its relentless rays rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open, while beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. With his hand resting on the steering wheel, he gazed out at the apocalyptic scenery and sighed. A survival game, is it? He had merely indulged in a night of revelry, only to awaken in this peculiar game. At that moment, he found himself seated in a dilapidated second-hand vehicle. The sun visor dangled precariously above, the dashboard screen lay shattered, and the seat cover had torn, rendering the entire vehicle a sight of disrepair. Zhang Tuohai's gaze fell upon the fuel gauge, revealing a message. Remaining fuel, 200 units, consuming 1 unit per kilometer. Turning his head, he noticed a crowbar resting on the passenger seat. A rugged crowbar, a valuable companion for prying open resource boxes, of course. It can also be employed for other purposes, such as a teammate's skull. Aside from the crowbar, the vehicle contained nothing else. It appears I must rely solely on my own resourcefulness, he mused. The immediate priority was to comprehend the game's mechanics before strategizing for survival. Zhang Tuohai closed his eyes and silently recited the game interface. A soft blue panel materialized before him, displaying World Channel, Regional Channel, Trading Zone, Crafting, Private Messages. Zhang Tuohai first entered the World Channel. Can someone assist me? Where am I? The highway is flanked by endless yellow sand. How do I escape? Is there only a crowbar near you? Do you possess anything else? Is there water? I am parched. I could trade the crowbar. I am on the brink of starvation. Could anyone spare some food? Messages streamed by, mostly complaints, lacking substantial information. Zhang Tuohai noticed a mark beside the send button. Daily speaking limit. 1. System prompt. World Channel. 1 message per day. Each disaster endured grants an additional speaking opportunity. For more extensive discussions, please transition to the regional channel. Is this a constraint on players exchanging information? Zhang Tuohai pondered. Judging by the sentiments expressed, everyone shared a similar plight. Each with but a single vehicle, it appeared survival rested solely on his own shoulders. He shifted his gaze to the regional channel. The interface resembled a group chat, comprising 5,000 members. Each avatar was a real photograph, and names were genuine. Zhang Tuohai quietly observed the screen. The messages bore similarity to those in the World Channel, consisting predominantly of trivialities. Thus far, no one had set out to explore. He had initially intended to discover what others had uncovered. After all, the initial game rules had stated that while resource boxes contained supplies, they also harbored dangers. It would be prudent for someone to venture forth. However, it seemed no one had yet embarked on such a quest. Shaking his head, Zhang Tuohai continued to scrutinize the game interface. The trading area served as a platform for resource exchange among players, with no service fees imposed by the platform. Yet, it was currently barren, devoid of any items. The manufacturing area allowed for the creation of items, but lacked any recipes players needed to provide manufacturing blueprints, obtainable solely from resource boxes. Direct messaging functioned like a typical mailbox found in various games and social platforms, enabling unknown communication. After thoroughly exploring all functionalities, Zhang Tuohai exited the game interface. He now faced two choices: to remain here, awaiting others to uncover information and selflessly share it in the channel, or to embark on a personal journey in search of supplies. Opting for the first choice was undeniably safer, requiring no risk. However, it would place his fate in the hands of others. The second choice entailed embracing some risk. Zhang Tuohai preferred to seize control of his destiny. Moreover, he was recovering from a hangover, his stomach empty, inherently placing him at a disadvantage. He could not afford to wait. Furthermore, a disaster loomed 7 days hence, coinciding with a double solar eclipse. Failing to prepare beforehand would lead to a similar demise. Time is of the essence, Zhang Tuohai muttered as he twisted the key and pressed the accelerator. The used car surged into the unknown. Though the road was void of vehicles and cameras ready to capture the moment, Zhang Tuohai maintained a speed of 30 miles per hour, his eyes darting across the pavement in search of resource boxes. The scenery along the road remained monotonous, an unending expanse of yellow sand, seemingly stretching to the world's edge. Waves of heat, laden with sand, assailed Zhang Tuohai, leaving him parched and dry. Zhang Tuohai raised the car window, intending to turn on the air conditioning to cool himself down, only to be taken aback by the realization that this dilapidated vehicle lacked even such a basic amenity. He muttered curses against the organizer under his breath. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a white box not far away. A wooden box, measuring approximately 1 foot on each side and painted white, was positioned in the center of the road. Is this the supply box? Zhang Tuohai gradually brought the vehicle to a halt, grasped the crowbar from the passenger seat, and cautiously exited the car, approaching the supply box. He focused his gaze on the white wooden box, and instantly, a line of text materialized before him. Level 1 supply box, the most basic type of supply box, which may contain resources or pose certain dangers. This was a note from the game. Indeed, opportunity and peril coexist. Is it time to test my luck? Zhang Tuohai pondered silently. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ear. Binding of the prompt system successful. The box ahead contains a bottle of mineral water and a slice of whole grain bread. Posing no danger, feel free to open it. Chapter 2. Level 1 Water Collector System. Zhang Tuohai was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly transformed into one of delight. The existence of a system would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. System, are you there? He inquired tentatively. Yet, the system remained ominously silent. He continued to mentally probe for a response, but the system offered no sign of life, leaving him to ponder whether communication was indeed possible. However, the pressing concern at hand was to open the supply box and verify the system's accuracy. Approaching the white supply box, Zhang inserted the flat end of a crowbar into the seam of the lid and forcefully pried it open. With a creaking sound, the cover yielded, and the supply box flickered before vanishing, revealing its contents. Bottles of mineral water and a package of nitrogen-sealed, whole wheat bread tumbled to the ground. Zhang hastily collected the mineral water and bread. The label on the mineral water bore only the words mineral water, devoid of any production details or expiration date. Similarly, the bread packaging merely stated whole wheat bread, lacking any further information. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang would have wholeheartedly avoided such unbranded products. Yet, with his stomach empty and the acidic churn within him causing considerable discomfort, he could not afford to be choosy. He tore open the packaging and stuffed the bread into his mouth. The aroma of the whole wheat bread enveloped his senses. Reminiscent of fresh bread just retrieved from the oven, sweet and soft. In a few swift bites, he consumed the entire loaf, finding considerable relief from the pangs of hunger. Next, he unscrewed the cap of the mineral water and gulped down half the bottle in one go, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Although still somewhat parched, he glanced at the remaining half bottle of water and prudently tightened the cap, storing it away carefully. The prospect of finding another supply box remained uncertain, compelling him to ration his resources. Having successfully located the first supply box, Zhang felt a renewed sense of determination as he resumed driving, his eyes scanning the road intently. After approximately 40 minutes, he spotted another supply box, and this time, there were two. The two white supply boxes were positioned side by side in the center of the road. Could it be that both contained food and water? Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The previous loaf had barely satisfied him. With his appetite, he could easily devour 4 such loaves. Seizing the crowbar, Zhang leapt from the vehicle. Before he could take action, the electronic synthesized voice resonated once more. The left supply box contains a rat infected with bacteria, bites from which carry a certain probability of contracting the Black Death. The right box contains a Level 1 equipment manufacturing blueprint. A large rat. The mere mention of those words instinctively caused Zhang to take a few steps back. He was well aware of the infamous legacy of the Black Death, which had claimed the lives of a third of Europe's population during the medieval period. In an environment devoid of adequate medical facilities, where resources were solely reliant on personal collection, becoming ill or injured could very well spell death. Moreover, the nearly lethal Black Death loomed ominously. Adhering to a principle of caution, Zhang Tuohai chose to steer clear of the box on the left. He gingerly approached the box on the right and pried open its lid with a crowbar. As the supply box disappeared, a piece of parchment was revealed. Zhang Tuohai picked up the parchment. Level 1 water collector, the most basic water collector, capable of gathering 12 liters of water daily. Output may vary depending on environmental conditions. Resources required for construction: for units of metal scraps, 2 units of metal parts, 2 units of glass shards. Upon reading the description of the blueprint, Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. According to scientific research, the average daily water intake for a person is approximately 2 liters. If health considerations are set aside, this can be reduced to 1 liter or even less, merely to sustain life. This implies that once Zhang Tuohai constructs the water collector, he will essentially fulfill his own water supply needs. Should he minimize his consumption further, he might even have some to spare for trade, exchanging it for resources he requires. As a core player of simulation management games, Zhang Tuohai understood the importance of establishing a first-mover advantage. By laying down a solid foundation from the outset, resources would accumulate around him like a snowball, accelerating his development and allowing him to exploit others' weaknesses through his resource and technological superiority. At this juncture, the only challenge was how to acquire resources to construct the water collector. Zhang Tuohai's gaze lingered on the half-empty bottle of mineral water he had left. He returned to the car, closed his eyes to concentrate, and entered the game interface. At that moment, the chat channel was still abuzz with complaints about being selected for the road survival game. A handful of pioneers were venting their frustrations about the meager contents of the supply boxes. I just opened a supply box and got 2 units of glass shards. What use are these? Another lamented. I found a broken metal piece and was bitten by a huge rat. Does anyone have a tetanus shot? Sobbed another. I managed to secure 10 units of gasoline. Does anyone have water to trade? I'm parched. After eavesdropping in the chat channel for 5 minutes, Zhang Tuohai noted that no one had mentioned the manufacturing blueprints or the hint system. It seemed he was fortunate. Had it not been for the hint system, he might have been the one lying in the car, calling for rescue, feeling a sense of relief. He then opened the trading channel and listed his half bottle of mineral water. For sale, 300 milliliters of mineral water. Exchange, 8 units of metal scraps, 8 units of metal parts, 8 units of glass shards. Note: if there are other valuable items, please message privately. Zhang Tuohai's seemingly exorbitant asking price was primarily to allow room for negotiation. Otherwise, if the other party offered other critical resources to offset the price difference, he might not be able to construct the water collector promptly. After listing the trade information, Zhang Tuohai prepared to continue driving in search of supplies. However, just as he was poised to launch his plan, his gaze fell once more upon the resource box containing a mouse. What if I were to remove this box? Could it serve as a clever ruse against others at a critical moment? This thought suddenly emerged in Zhang Tuohai's mind. With a spirit of experimentation, he dismounted his vehicle and approached the resource box, attempting to lift it. To his surprise, the box was quite light, and he effortlessly hoisted it up. Indeed, it was feasible. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully placed the resource box onto the back seat of his car. If no one provoked me, all would be well. However, should someone lack awareness? He cast a sidelong glance at the white resource box resting on the back seat, a cold smile gracing his lips. After driving for approximately half an hour, Zhang Tuohai stumbled upon another white resource box. Inside, he discovered a roll of bandages and a sausage. There were no dangers present. He could open it without concern, the prompt system assured him. He pried open the resource box and retrieved a sealed roll of bandages along with a sausage, roughly the diameter of a meatball, devoid of any brand markings. Suppressing the urge to consume it immediately, Zhang Tuohai stowed the sausage away. His supplies were still limited, and he needed to preserve the sausage as a reserve food source, avoiding any unnecessary waste. Simultaneously, he began to gain a preliminary understanding of the game. After driving for about 2 hours, he had encountered 4 resource boxes in total. Aside from one containing a plague-ridden rat, the remaining 3 housed various supplies. This indicated that as long as one dared to venture forth in their vehicle, there would be some rewards to reap. Coupled with the ability to trade resources in the communication channel, acquiring the essentials for survival seemed quite plausible, unless one remained stationary. Hoping for assistance from others, most individuals could endure the initial trials. Chapter 3. Intelligence and construction of the water collector after securely storing the third batch of supplies. Zhang Tuohai returned to his vehicle. This time, he refrained from embarking on the road immediately. Having driven for 2 consecutive hours, coupled with the demands of scavenging for resources, had drained his mental energy. He now required a moment of respite. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Tuohai closed his eyes and opened the game interface, intending to check on the status of the half bottle of mineral water he had listed for sale. Upon summoning the game interface, Zhang Tuohai was taken aback by the sheer volume of inquiries flooding in. The number of private messages had already reached a staggering 99. Master, where did you procure the mineral water? I am on the verge of dehydration. Could you spare me a bottle? I can be both sweet and salty. Hand over the water, and I will reward you with 1,000,000. Zhang Tuohai skimmed through the messages, discovering that the majority consisted of such trivial and worthless requests, which he promptly deleted. A small fraction of individuals had managed to acquire some resources and were seeking to negotiate a lower price with Zhang Tuohai. However, the resources they possessed were far too meager, failing to meet Zhang Tuohai's psychological price point. Fortunately, he remained unconcerned about the sale of his water in this desert-encased roadway. Water was the most precious commodity, and no one would ever consider having an excess of it. If necessary, he could wait until nightfall. Eventually, someone would gather enough resources. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to close the game interface and resume his quest for supplies, a new private message arrived. Hello, I possess relevant resources, although the quantity is somewhat lacking. However, I have alternative items that can be used to bridge the gap. Shall we discuss this further? Curious, Zhang Tuohai responded. What relevant resources do you have? 5 units of crushed glass, 6 units of metal scraps, and a mere 3 units of metal parts, came the swift reply. Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief. This was sufficient to construct the water collector. With this fundamental goal achieved, he was resolute in his decision to finalize the transaction. The only question remaining was how much the other party was willing to contribute to cover the deficit. What do you intend to offer to make up the difference? Zhang Tuohai inquired, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The other party sent a screenshot. Lightweight tire manufacturing blueprint. Level 1 tire manufacturing. Requirements: 20 units of low-grade rubber, 20 units of metal scraps, 16 units of metal parts. Effect: reduces fuel consumption by 30. Upon viewing the blueprint, Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with interest. Although lightweight tires did not appear to be a survival resource and seemed of little use in their current predicament, in the long run, they represented a remarkable asset. It was important to note that initially, each individual possessed only 200 units of gasoline. How long would this fuel last? Calculating at a cruising speed of 30 miles per hour, it would last for nearly 7 hours. If they failed to acquire additional gasoline within that time frame, their vehicle would become immobile. In such an environment, immobility equated to a slow demise. Reducing fuel consumption by 30 is equivalent to gaining more than 2 additional hours of exploration time. The significance of a single supply crate can determine life or death. Therefore, 2 hours is invaluable. The earlier one utilizes such resources, the greater the benefits reaped. It is, without a doubt, a foolproof transaction. Suppressing his elation, Zhang Tuohai responded to the message. You must recognize the worth of this blueprint. Had it not been for my sister's injury, I would never have considered parting with it. You must include a supply of medical resources for treating external wounds, or I cannot agree to this transaction. A lengthy string of messages soon followed from the other party. Upon reading the reply, Zhang Tuohai gently tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, weighing the pros and cons of the trade. He possessed the necessary medical resources for treating external injuries, and with the assistance of the hint system, he could easily evade risks, minimizing the likelihood of harm. Thus, the bandage he held was likely to gather dust. It was indeed a lucrative item for trade. However, one particular message piqued his interest. You mentioned your sister earlier. How did you come into contact with her? Are you together in the same vehicle or in separate ones? How was she injured? If you could share these details, I would be willing to negotiate. To bolster his persuasive power, Zhang Tuohai took a photograph of the hemostatic bandage and sent it. Hemostatic bandage, used for dressing wounds. Coated with medication that can reduce inflammation, kill bacteria, and promote healing. After sending the message, silence ensued from the other side. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai remained unperturbed about any potential impact on the transaction. Medical resources, aside from food and water, are the third most vital resources. Beyond himself, who could circumvent risks with the hint system, no one could guarantee they would remain unscathed. A single medical resource serves as a talisman, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. Zhang Tuohai was convinced that, at least for the present, no one would be willing to part with such resources. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the name of the person who had messaged him, a girl named Sumo, appearing quite youthful. As anticipated, just 3 minutes later, a reply arrived. In truth, there is nothing to be overly concerned about. My sister and I were both selected for the game simultaneously. Fortunately, we were not far apart and successfully reunited. The supplies we gathered were a combined effort. My sister was injured by explosives while opening a supply crate. The design blueprint for this lightweight tire came from that very crate. Explosives? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback by Su Mu's explanation. He had initially assumed the dangers within the supply crates were merely rabid dogs or large rats, never anticipating the presence of explosives. What if one were to be careless? It could easily cost a life. At that moment, Zhang Tuohai profoundly felt his own fortune, had he not been equipped with the hint system. He might have fallen victim before the crate containing the large rat. May I inquire about the color of the crate? Zhang Tuohai pressed for further details. The level 2 supply crate, adorned in blue, was acknowledged by Su Mu. Is it true that the higher the level of the supply crate, the greater the peril it conceals? Zhang Tuohai noted this conjecture, and subsequently engaged in a trade with Su Mu. In exchange for half a bottle of water and a roll of bandages, he acquired the resources necessary to craft a water collection device and the blueprint for a lightweight tire. Upon the completion of the transaction, Zhang Tuohai promptly navigated to the manufacturing page. Blueprint detected. Level 1 water collector, lightweight tire. Resources for level 1 water collector are complete. Shall I proceed with manufacturing? Manufacture. With a resonant hum, the blueprint and resources coalesced into a shimmering liquid, vanishing in an instant. Moments later, an object resembling a water bottle materialized in Zhang Tuohai's hand. Level 1 water collector, capable of gathering 12 liters of pure water every 24 hours. Subject to fluctuations based on external conditions. Must be placed within a vehicle to activate. Upgradable. Upgrade requirements. 1 blueprint for level 2 water collector. 8 units of metal ingots, 4 units of metal parts, and 4 units of glass. Chapter 4. The Wilderness, a brave challenge at last. It has been created. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed as he beheld the water collector in his hands. At that moment, tiny droplets of water had begun to condense on the walls of the collector, appearing readily available for use without the need for a 24-hour collection cycle. Carefully placing the water collector in the passenger seat, Zhang Tuohai continued driving along the road, searching for supplies. However, after more than an hour of travel along the highway, he had yet to encounter a single supply crate. This realization stirred a sense of urgency within him. According to previous patterns, one could expect to find a supply crate approximately every 10 to 20 kilometers. Yet, having traveled 40 kilometers without collecting anything was decidedly illogical. Moreover, after 3 hours on the road, he had consumed half of his fuel. Should he fail to locate more gasoline, he might find himself in peril. Was it possible that the difficulty had increased after acquiring 2 schematics? Zhang Tuohai pondered this possibility. After much contemplation, he resolved to delve into the chat channel to gather information. Closing his eyes and focusing his thoughts, Zhang Tuohai opened the game interface. In the regional channel, aside from those lying in wait for rescue, most players were engaged in discussions about the scarcity of supplies. Where have all the supply crates gone? I haven't spotted one in over an hour. If I don't find water soon, I shall perish from thirst. Indeed. It was frustrating to have been comfortably ensconced in an air-conditioned room, teasing the newly hired secretary, only to be unceremoniously cast into this ordeal. They promised there would be supply crates on the highway, yet after searching for over an hour, not a single one has been found. Yes. At first, we were told there would be supply crates on the highway, but now we can't find any. Are they planning to let us die of thirst and hunger here? Nearly 300 have already succumbed. Perhaps our turn is next. Just as this player finished speaking, a red system notification popped up in the regional channel. Player Li Ming has died. Cause of death, dehydration. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the number of group members, which had dwindled to 4,702. He distinctly recalled that there had been 5,000 at the outset. How could so many have vanished in such a short span? Scrolling through the system notifications, he was astonished to find that nearly every minute, a new death notification appeared in the regional channel. The causes of demise varied widely. Some perished from dehydration, others from heatstroke, some succumbed to explosives within supply crates, while others fell victim to poisoning or were mauled by beasts lurking inside the crates. The most tragic case involved someone who drank contaminated water, resulting in acute diarrhea and subsequent dehydration. Had so many already perished? The situation was perilous indeed. As he viewed the barrage of death notifications, a chill crept down Zhang Tuohai's spine. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of gratitude for having acquired the alert system. Otherwise, he might have already joined the ranks of the deceased, rather than observing the unfolding events in safety. However, what could possibly account for the disappearance of resources on the highways? Just as the crowd was left to ponder this enigma, a sudden system notification materialized before everyone's eyes. Version update notification. To augment the challenge, a timed event called the Brave Challenge has been introduced. Rules. Commencing today, the Brave Challenge will automatically activate daily from noon until 6 in the evening. During this period, all supply crates will respawn in the wilderness flanking the highways. If you possess confidence in your abilities, you may venture into the wild to procure these supply crates. To match the increased difficulty, there is a 50% chance that each crate respawning in the wilderness will be upgraded by 1 tier. Caution: the wilderness harbors countless perils. Players are advised to act within their capabilities. The Brave Challenge. Supply crates respawning in the wilderness fraught with danger? The probability of crate upgrades? Zhang Tuohai contemplated the information. This was indeed a high-risk, high-reward scenario, utilizing superior resources to entice players into confronting greater dangers in the wilderness. Should he dare to explore the wild? Zhang Tuohai mused deeply. I've made up my mind. I shall venture into the wilderness. After all, remaining here would eventually lead to our demise. It is better to test my luck. If I perish, it would be a form of liberation. One voice chimed in first. I believe it is wiser to remain here and await rescue. If we collectively refuse to search for supplies and cooperate, perhaps they will release us. Clearly, some were averse to action. Indeed, just moments ago on the highway, 300 perished while scavenging for supplies. Now, to venture into the even more perilous wilderness, the likelihood of death will surely be magnified. Whoever wishes to go may do so. I shall not. Another retorted. Humph. Then stay here and witness what transpires when you find yourself without sustenance tomorrow. The regional channel was evidently divided into 2 factions, one advocating for a chance in the wilderness, while the other favored remaining in place, at least until the challenge time had elapsed, seizing the morning hours to search for supplies on the highway, thus minimizing risk. Both sides held steadfast to their beliefs, unable to sway one another. Observing the tumultuous discussions within the channel, Zhang Tuohai shook his head and exited the game interface. He was resolved to explore the wilderness. For others, the wilderness might be fraught with peril, but for him, it was not necessarily so. He possessed a notification system. If this system could aid him in evading dangers associated with the supply crates, it might prove equally effective in the wilderness. Should the notification system assist him in sidestepping the hazards of the wild, then the Brave Challenge would present an exceptional opportunity to gather resources. Furthermore, he had compelling reasons to venture into the wilderness. In just 7 days, a calamity known as the Dual Sons of Sin would transpire. The very name suggests it should not be underestimated. Just a few hours ago, 300 lives were lost in the regional channel. What would become of them on the day of the Dual Sons of Sin? If preparations were not made in advance, even if they survived the first 6 days, the 7th day would surely bring death. It is precisely this reason that compels him to seek every opportunity to gather supplies, thereby enhancing his chances of surviving the impending disaster. Zhang Tuohai seized the crowbar for self-defense, tucked the water collector into his embrace, removed the car key, and set forth into the desert. As Zhang Tuohai stepped out of the vehicle, he was immediately enveloped by waves of scorching heat. The blazing sun rendered the road blisteringly hot. Even through the soles of his shoes, he could sense the pavement's searing temperature. Zhang Tuohai estimated that if an egg were thrown onto the surface, it would be cooked to perfection within minutes. The sweltering wind occasionally swept by, yet it offered no semblance of relief. Instead, it intensified his discomfort. Furthermore, the wind carried fine grains of yellow sand, which soon coated his face with a layer of dust. This sand, mingling with the sweat trickling down his temples, quickly transformed into a muddy residue, clinging to his body and amplifying his unease. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai had little time to dwell on such discomforts. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, using the crowbar to probe the desert ahead. After confirming the area was safe, he took a step forward, crossing from the road into the sandy expanse. Simultaneously, the electronic synthesized voice of the alert system resonated once more. A concealed quicksand pit lies 100 meters ahead. Falling into it would be fatal. At the 11 o'clock direction, 200 meters forward beneath the yellow sand rests a pile of bones. Stepping on it may pierce the soles of your shoes and lead to tetanus. At 3 o'clock, 500 meters ahead, beyond the sand dune, there is a level 2 supply box containing 2 buckets of instant noodles, a tea egg, and 1 liter of mineral water. Indeed, it proves to be useful. Upon hearing the synthetic voice of the alert system, Zhang Tuohai raised his fist in excitement. His suspicions were confirmed. The alert system was indeed functional in this wilderness. He hastened towards the sand dune. Chapter 5. Double Harvest. Zhang Tuohai arrived at the base of the sand dune, cautiously attempting to ascend. However, the entire dune was composed of fine sand, which felt soft and unyielding underfoot. While traversing the flat ground was manageable, ascending the dune proved challenging, as his feet easily sank into the sand. After only a couple of steps, his shoes became filled with various grains of sand, nearly causing him to lose them. At that moment, the surface temperature of the sand was at least 40 degrees Celsius, excruciatingly hot. Zhang Tuohai could hardly fathom the consequences of stepping barefoot on such scorching sand. Should he circumvent the dune from either side? Would that make the journey any easier? Zhang Tuohai pondered. Please ascend directly to the summit of the dune. A quicksand vortex lies to the left, while a temperamental black scorpion lurks to the right. An electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated, seemingly sensing Zhang Tuohai's thoughts. Gasping in surprise, Zhang Tuohai was astounded to discover that the seemingly ordinary dune concealed such treacherous traps. Without the guidance of he could have easily fallen victim to them. If he, with the benefit of the system, was nearly caught off guard. He could only imagine the trials faced by ordinary individuals without such assistance. If luck were not on their side, it would be exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed from the desert. Armed with this warning, Zhang Tuohai no longer dared to contemplate shortcuts, choosing instead to diligently follow the designated route to the summit of the dune. He inserted a crowbar into the sand to serve as a makeshift walking stick, laboriously making his way upward with uneven steps. By the time he reached the top, his body was caked in dust and sand. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he was greeted by the sight of a blue supply crate neatly positioned behind the dune. Level 2 supply crate, a slightly more advanced crate, containing supplies that may also pose some danger. Read the game system's note. Level 2 supply crate contains 2 buckets of instant noodles, 1 tea egg, and 1 liter of mineral water. No danger, please open with confidence, was this reassuring message. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly approached the blue supply crate, inserting the crowbar into the gap and forcefully prying open the lid. With a swift motion, the blue crate vanished, revealing its contents: 2 buckets of instant noodles, one with pickled cabbage flavor and the other with braised beef flavor. The tea egg was tightly sealed in vacuum packaging, accompanied by a large 1-liter bottle of mineral water. Indeed, great perils often accompany substantial rewards. Elated, Zhang Tuohai gathered all the supplies into his arms. With these provisions, he had more than enough to sustain himself for the day, and if he exercised a bit of restraint, he could even stretch it to cover breakfast for the following day. Dig down 1 meter, and you will find a white resource crate containing 80 units of gasoline and 1 coat. What a delightful surprise! The voice nearby jolted Zhang Tuohai into heightened alertness. He never anticipated that during this foray into the desert, he would unearth not 1, but 2 supply crates. Though the crates, buried beneath the dunes, were merely white in hue, the contents within were of utmost significance. Gasoline, for instance, was undeniably vital, ranking just after food and water as the 3rd most essential resource. With gasoline in hand, he could venture further down the road, uncovering even more resources. This 80 units of gasoline would sustain him for a remarkable 23 hours of cruising. Based on the previous frequency of discovering a supply crate approximately every 1,020 kilometers, this gasoline would ensure that he could secure 48 supply crates by tomorrow, promising ample provisions for survival. Zhang Tuohai hastily pushed aside his instant noodles and other supplies, plunging his hands into the sand to dig downward. Having consumed only a piece of bread, he soon found himself panting heavily after just a few digs. Yet, he did not pause for respite. Instead, he pressed on, digging deeper. The surrounding sand, treacherous and shifting, caused every handful he unearthed to be swiftly replaced by an equal amount of fine sand, rendering his efforts painfully slow. Moreover, the sun-baked sand was searing hot, causing his hands to become red and swollen. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have likely surrendered long ago under such conditions. However, Zhang Tuohai was acutely aware of the significance of the resources beneath him, compelling him to persevere. After more than an hour of laboring to excavate a 1-meter-deep pit, his fingers were nearly numb, and his hands trembled from exhaustion. When he finally glimpsed the white supply crate, his vision was clouded with stars. He uncapped his water bottle and took a sip, resting against the sand pile for a moment to regain his breath. Casting his gaze upon the blazing sun overhead, he seized a crowbar, inserted it into the seam of the supply crate, and pressed down with all his might, causing the crate to pop open. Inside, he discovered a small tin canister marked with the numbers 80 and the word gasoline. Beside it lay a neatly folded black coat. Discovered 80 units of gasoline. Discovered a coat. These were the notifications from the game system. How splendid! Upon seeing the resources, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of renewed vigor coursing through him, and he excitedly lifted the gasoline canister. With this canister, his plans for the following day were assured. He tossed the gasoline canister out of the pit and then picked up the coat for a closer inspection. It was an old-fashioned coat, with a black camel hair exterior and a finely textured short fur lining, reaching down to his calves, likely able to withstand temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius. However, Zhang Tuohai glanced up at the scorching sun overhead, with temperatures soaring to 30 or 40 degrees in this desert. What use would he have for such a coat? Was it merely the cruel whim of the supply dropper? He speculated. Nevertheless, since it was an item procured from the crate, he resolved to take it regardless. Zhang Tuohai carried the coat along with him as he exited the sand pit, retracing his steps back to the vehicle with his newfound supplies. Having tossed all the supplies onto the back seat, Zhang Tuohai leaned against the chair to rest, simultaneously entering the regional channel to check on the situation of others. However, what he saw sent a chill down his spine. The regional channel was inundated with red-lettered notifications from the system. Line after line was filled with players' death information, continuously scrolling upwards. The number of participants in the regional channel had dwindled to 3028, and the figure was still diminishing. This indicated that in less than 2 hours, over 1,700 players had perished. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the numbers in a daze. And it was not until the sun set that the relentless stream of death notifications gradually ceased. The count of members in the regional channel ultimately settled at 2712. A single audacious challenge had resulted in the demise of more than 2,000 players in this region, with a casualty rate nearing 50%. Chapter 6. Abundant Harvest. Crossbow blueprints. As Zhang Tuohai gazed upon the densely packed death notifications flooding the regional channel, a chill coursed down his spine. Each notification signified the tragic demise of a vibrant life. By the end of the first day, nearly half of the individuals in the regional channel had perished. How many would remain after the 7th day of calamity? The thought was too grim for Zhang to contemplate. Simultaneously, he felt an immense sense of gratitude for having acquired the hint system. Without it, he would have fallen victim to the myriad traps lurking in this treacherous world. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the land. The night in this alternate realm was peculiar, devoid of a moon and with stars few and far between. The ground was shrouded in darkness, rendering anything beyond 10 meters indistinguishable. Zhang attempted to turn on the car's headlights, only to discover that this rickety vehicle lacked such basic functionality. Words escaped him in frustration. In this obscurity, he dared not venture out on the road. Moreover, the initial game prompts had cautioned that driving at night posed significant dangers. If daytime proved perilous, one could only imagine the horrors that warranted such a warning from the game system. Zhang resolved to spend the night in the car, planning to search for supplies come morning. He opened a container of instant noodles, yet without hot water, he had no choice but to consume the dry noodles. Crumbling the noodle cake and sprinkling half a packet of seasoning, he mixed it all together, reminiscing about his childhood. As he munched on the noodles, he opened the regional channel to see what others were discussing. I'm dying of thirst. After a day of scavenging, all I found are various rubber and metal parts, not a drop of water in sight. Who is water? I'm willing to trade all my resources for it. Wake up. Look at the terrain around you. It's a desert. Even a fool knows that water is the most scarce resource here. No one will sell it. Wait until tomorrow to see if you can find some. Here's a hot tip for the upstairs. If there's no water, you can drink your urine. Self-sufficient for 2 days. You think I don't want to? But to drink urine, you need a container, and I don't even have a bottle. A bottle? I have one, but it won't come for free. You must trade resources for it. Yang's heart stirred as he read the forum messages. Many still active in the regional channel possessed various supplies, yet they were desperately short of water. He realized he could seize this opportunity to exchange water for their resources. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a 1-liter bottle of mineral water and mentally inquired, can this entire bottle be divided for sale? Affirmative. Came the prompt response from the gaming platform. With the ability to split the water confirmed, Zhang listed the liter of mineral water in the trading channel. For sale, mineral water. 20 milliliters of water in exchange for 2 units of resources. Resource types: metal parts, low-grade rubber, metal scraps, metal ingots, glass. Total available, 50 units. First come, first served. Note: for special resources or blueprints, please message privately. After concluding the transaction, Zhang Tuohai returned to the regional channel and announced, the trading channel has water available for purchase, a total of 50 units. Brothers with resources, act swiftly. His proclamation sent ripples through the regional channel. Was it true that someone was selling water? Why must it be purchased with resources? Would cash not suffice? I could offer 10,000 in cash along with a Rolex. Why the limitation to resources? Could I not exchange plastic fragments and weeds instead? After all, they were obtained from the supply crates. Brother, do you have any food? I haven't eaten for a day. I possess 20 units of wood. Just give me a loaf of bread. The regional channel was abuzz with chatter. Despite the clamor, the participants were quick to act, and soon, all the water was sold out. Zhang Tuohai took stock of his gains. He had acquired 36 units of metal scraps, 28 units of low-grade rubber, 28 units of metal parts, 6 units of glass, and 2 units of metal ingots. Coupled with his existing resources, he had amassed enough to craft lightweight tires. He had also gathered more than half the resources needed to upgrade the rainwater collector to level 2, requiring only 6 more metal ingots in the crucial blueprint to proceed. Seeing the water sold out, the channel erupted in cries. "Brother, is there any water left? Please sell a bit more. I was too slow and missed out." "Yes, please sell a bit more. I can offer 3 units of resources. I have 6 units of wood. I'll give it all to you, plus a favor, just for a cup of water, I beg you." Zhang Tuohai chose to filter out these requests, responding simply, "All sold out today. For those wishing to buy, please come early tomorrow," and ceased further replies. Amidst the cacophony of voices, some lamented their missed opportunity, while others resorted to curses. Shaking his head at the disorderly messages, Zhang Tuohai prepared to exit and craft the lightweight tires. At that moment, a private message arrived. The sender was an old acquaintance, Sumu. "Do you still have water and food? I lack resources, but I possess a blueprint. Crossbow crafting blueprint. Level 1 weapon, range 50 meters, requires 2 units of metal ingots, 10 units of metal scraps, 8 units of metal parts, 8 units of low-grade rubber. Note: upon crafting the crossbow, equip with 10 bolts. For new bolts, please seek the bolt crafting blueprint." Upon reviewing the blueprint, Zhang Tuohai felt a flicker of intrigue. This world was far from the safety of the original, and possessing a defensive weapon was essential. More importantly, he had all the resources required for crafting the crossbow. He could produce it the moment the blueprint was in hand. He glanced at the rainwater collector, which had accumulated 800 milliliters of water. "I will give you 300 milliliters of water, plus 1 tea egg," Zhang Tuohai replied. "That's far too little. I need at least 1 liter of water, 6 tea eggs, and 6 loaves of bread," Sumu retorted with dissatisfaction. Upon reading Sumu's response, Zhang Tuohai chuckled. "That is utterly impossible. No one can possibly present such an abundance of supplies at this moment, and besides, I am the only one who can afford it. I surmise you have inquired about this blueprint with numerous individuals, yet none could offer a price surpassing mine, at most. For 100 milliliters of water and a single tea egg, anything beyond that is unfeasible." Upon seeing Zhang Tuohai's reply, Sumu's fingers froze. Indeed, as he had stated, her blueprint had lingered in the trading channel for quite some time, attracting a number of inquiries, yet none could provide food for exchange. However, such a meager amount of food would hardly suffice. At the very least, she needed 2 additional loaves of bread. Surely, a blueprint should warrant a hearty meal in return. Sumu endeavored to negotiate. "I currently do not possess any bread. If you are willing to wait, I shall procure some tomorrow and exchange it with you then." Zhang Tuohai glanced at the solitary remaining bucket of instant noodles and a sausage beside him, remarking, "Though the crossbow is indeed valuable, sustenance is evidently of greater importance." Observing Zhang Tuohai's reply, Sumu glanced at her sister, whose pallor betrayed her weakness. With a resolute bite of her lip, she made a decision. "I can relinquish the blueprint to you for now. However, you must first provide me with the water and the tea egg, and also deliver 3 loaves of bread tomorrow." Sumu sent the message, biting her lip. After reading her response, Zhang Tuohai was momentarily taken aback. From the context of her message, he surmised that Sumu had reached a point of desperation. Otherwise, she would not propose such a conditional exchange. "Very well. But I cannot guarantee I will find an equivalent amount of bread. Would other food items suffice?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. "Of course. I hope you will remain true to your word," Sumu replied, as she posted the crossbow blueprint on the trading interface. Zhang Tuohai then listed the water and tea egg. The transaction was completed, and Zhang Tuohai acquired the blueprint for the hand crossbow. Chapter 7. Canned goods and pigs. Having acquired the blueprint for a hand crossbow, Zhang Tuohai transitioned to the manufacturing interface. Upon detection of the hand crossbow blueprint and the lightweight tire blueprint, and with all necessary resources at hand, the system inquired, "Shall we proceed with the manufacturing?" He affirmed. The 2 blueprints dissolved into liquid, and the resources on the rear seat diminished significantly. Moments later, 4 tires and a compact hand crossbow materialized before Zhang Tuohai. Lightweight tire, level 1 vehicle accessory, capable of reducing fuel consumption by 30. How does one install this? Am I expected to fit it onto the vehicle myself? Alas, I possess neither a wrench nor a jack. How am I to manage this? Just as Zhang Tuohai found himself at a loss, the game system provided a prompt. Detected level 1 accessory lightweight tire. Would you like to replace the existing standard tires? The system can assist in this endeavor? He confirmed. The 4 tires vanished, and the vehicle shuddered slightly. Tires have been successfully replaced. This certainly simplifies matters. For the first time, Zhang Tuohai felt a modicum of appreciation for the game system. Detected standard tires 4. Would you like to decompose them into resources? Can be decomposed into low-grade rubber 20, metal fragments 20, metal parts 16. He opted not to decompose them. Gazing at the 4 tires on the rear seat, Zhang Tuohai hesitated before deciding to retain them. Tires might prove useful in the future. It was best to leave them be for now. After attending to the tires, Zhang Tuohai's gaze fell upon the hand crossbow resting in the passenger seat. The crossbow measured a little over half a foot in length, featuring a grip akin to that of a firearm, complete with a trigger, easily operable with one hand. Beside it lay a leather quiver containing 10 glimmering bolts. Zhang Tuohai picked up the crossbow, toying with it for a while to familiarize himself with its operation. Regrettably, there were no suitable targets nearby to gauge the crossbow's potency. However, judging by the tension in the bowstring, he surmised that dispatching a chicken within a 50-meter range would be a trivial task. After indulging in the crossbow for a while, the night fully enveloped the surroundings. The inky sky loomed overhead like a darkened pot lid, with only a smattering of distant stars casting a faint glow. Seated in the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai began to feel increasingly cold, his hands and feet numb from the chill. What a cursed place! It was sweltering during the day, yet now the night was frigid. Hastily, he retrieved a coat from the back seat and donned it. With the coat on, he felt considerably warmer. Opening the regional channel, he discovered that others were indeed discussing the weather. Damn it, why has it suddenly turned so cold? This was a desert. The rapid heat dissipation of sand during the night is common knowledge. Yet, this temperature is excessively low. Currently, it hovers around 15 degrees, and it appears to be dropping further. I estimate it will surely plummet below 10 degrees at night. Below 10 degrees? I traversed here in shorts. Will I freeze to death? Does anyone have a lighter to lend? I've gathered some wood. I just need to light a campfire and return. Woe is me. I am so cold. Does anyone possess a winter coat? I would gladly trade bread for it. After watching the raucous regional channel for a while, Zhang Tuohai switched it off, tightened his coat around him, and succumbed to a deep slumber. It was not indifference that plagued him, but rather the overwhelming suffering of countless individuals. Even if he wished to help, he would be unable to assist them all. The best he could do was gather more supplies the following day and see if he could sell anything. The night passed in silence, and as dawn broke the next morning, Zhang Tuohai awoke. Before his journey through time, his family had been in the tofu business. Rising early to deliver goods was a daily routine. He habitually turned on the regional channel to check the news. The channel was unusually quiet. Most people were likely still asleep, with only 6 red death notifications flashing across the screen. 3 individuals had succumbed to the frigid temperatures, 1 had died of poisoning, and 2 had perished in car accidents. The number of people remaining in the region had dwindled to 706. Zhang Tuohai sighed, retrieved the last remaining bucket of instant noodles, and sprinkled the half-bag of seasoning left from yesterday. He intended to save the remaining seasoning for when he found a pot to prepare a soup. After a night's rest, the water collector had accumulated approximately 800 milliliters of water, barely sufficient for his daily consumption. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune that day. Taking a sip of water, he turned the key in the ignition and embarked on his quest for supplies. After driving 20 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai astonishingly discovered 2 boxes at once, 1 white and 1 blue. The white supply box contained 5 baked naan, 5 cans of yellow flower fish, and 5 liters of mineral water. The blue supply box held a healthy young black piglet, weighing 100 pounds. Caution was advised if one needed to deal with it. They should approach from the back of the box to gain a first-mover advantage. A young black piglet. Upon reading the notification, Zhang Tuohai felt invigorated. While he was hesitant to confront an adult pig, he felt emboldened to attempt capturing a piglet weighing over 100 pounds. Moreover, armed with a hand crossbow and a crowbar, he believed he could handle a piglet of that size without issue. At the very least, he could run it down with his vehicle. Zhang Tuohai's anticipation grew. To ensure safety, Zhang Tuohai first pried open the white supply box. 5 steaming hot naan appeared before him. He hefted one, finding it substantial, each weighing nearly a pound. Sufficient for a meal. The naan was generously sprinkled with sesame seeds, and just the aroma was enough to make his mouth water. How delightful it would be to have a bowl of lamb soup to accompany it. Zhang Tuohai carefully stowed the naan, knowing these would be his staple food for the next 2 days. The 5 cans of yellow flower fish thrilled him even more. These cans would provide him with ample fats and salts, essential for sustaining his strength. He treasured the 5 fish cans, hiding them beneath the seat. Once everything was settled, Zhang Tuohai proceeded to the back of the blue supply box as instructed by the system. One hand grasped the hand crossbow, while the other held the crowbar. Ready for action. Inserting the crowbar into the gap of the supply box, he took a deep breath and forcefully pressed down. With a resounding thud, the supply box vanished, revealing a small black pig weighing over 100 pounds on the road. The little black pig gazed blankly at the desolate highway, seemingly unable to comprehend the events unfolding around it. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai, unwilling to linger, swiftly aimed his crossbow at the nape of the little black pig's neck. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the synthetic voice of the system's prompt suddenly resonated once more. Adjust the shooting direction of the crossbow 1 inch to the left. startled by the abrupt announcement. Zhang Tuohai instinctively shifted the crossbow slightly to the left and squeezed the trigger. The bolt shot towards the pig's ear. Alas, upon witnessing the arrow veer off course, Zhang Tuohai discarded the crossbow, seizing a crowbar with both hands, ready to charge forward and deliver a decisive blow. However, by a twist of fate, the little black pig seemed to hear the sound behind it and instinctively turned half of its body to glance back. In that moment, the arrow found its mark, piercing through the pig's eye and penetrating deep into its brain, ultimately halting its momentum. The little black pig collapsed onto the ground, crashing a few times before succumbing to its fate. Chapter 8. Braised meat. Upon witnessing the small black pig sprawled on the ground, Zhang Tuohai could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet unexpectedly, a single arrow had brought down the pig. It is worth noting that, despite being a juvenile, the creature weighed over 100 pounds. Unless one were a seasoned expert, slaying such a beast would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Had it not been for the prompt from the system at a crucial moment, he might have engaged in a genuine struggle with the pig. Could the prompt system truly possess such remarkable utility? Zhang Tuohai realized that it seemed to serve purposes beyond mere box inspection, with a plethora of applications waiting to be discovered. However, what mattered most at present was to begin the disassembly of the pig. Lacking suitable cutting tools, Zhang Tuohai resorted to extracting a crossbow bolt from his quiver. As he plunged the bolt into the pig's body, a prompt suddenly appeared. No suitable skinning or cutting tools detected for disassembly. This may reduce the quantity of meat obtained. Would you like to proceed with forced disassembly? Could it truly perform automatic disassembly? Zhang Tuohai had never slaughtered a pig before. Who knew how the outcome would appear with a crossbow bolt? Now, with the system offering assistance in the disassembly, it was an opportunity he could not refuse. Confirming the action, the small black pig vanished instantly. Obtained pork 500 grams 60. Obtained pig's feet 4. Obtained pig's head 1. Gazing at the neatly arranged piles of meat before him, Zhang Tuohai found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. A rough estimation revealed a considerable loss of approximately 20 pounds of meat. And the offal was nowhere to be found. Indeed, there are no free lunches. It seems acquiring skinning tools must become a priority. After transferring the meat onto his cart, a pressing concern struck Zhang Tuohai. With the weather so warm, the pork would surely spoil if left unattended. The only viable solution was to sell it while it remained fresh. Additionally, he needed to start gathering items such as refrigerators and grills. He had no desire to consume raw meat. Opening the trading channel, he declared, selling pork 500 grams 50 portions, each portion exchanged for various resources 20 units. Seeking all types of blueprints, other resources via private message. Additionally, selling 4 pig's feet and 1 pig's head, inquiries via private message. Having set up the trade, Zhang Tuohai shouted in the regional channel, pork for sale, act quickly if interested. His words ignited a fervor within the regional channel. Isn't Zhang Tuohai the renowned figure who sold bottled water last night? Now he is vending pork, truly impressive. Is the pork cooked, great one? Could you roast it before trading? Please, I haven't eaten in a day. I would trade a Rolex for a piece of meat. The regional channel was abuzz, and his private messages were inundated. Great one, I am charming and beautiful, willing to do anything as long as I am fed daily. My esteemed friend, I have procured a blueprint for the fabrication of an iron pot. How much meat might it exchange for? Do you offer cutting services? The piece of pork is rather large, making it cumbersome to bite into. It is worth noting that those who remain alive, aside from a few fools awaiting their demise at the starting point, possess some degree of resources. In a mere few minutes, Zhang Tuohai amassed hundreds of various resources, and the quantity continues to ascend. He also acquired 6 blueprints, which include a folding table, a planting box, a skinning knife, an iron pot, a portable stove, and a meat fork. Additionally, he collected a plethora of miscellaneous items such as toilet paper, soap, and cups, each of which he took a portion of. Salt and pepper were abundant, and he even received a packet of braising spices. Remarkably, he managed to hunt a pig. His resources are now plentiful. Sumu also sent him a private message. Fortunately, this is the item I promised you yesterday. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he sent a roasted flatbread to Sumu. He was immensely grateful for Sumu's agreement to extend credit for 3 loaves of bread, and now that he temporarily lacked for food, he was generous enough to offer a roasted flatbread in return. With all this, have you truly struck it rich? Sumu exclaimed. Fortune smiled upon me. Do you have any blueprints? I can exchange meat for them, Zhang Tuohai replied. Do you have any cooked meat? I cannot digest raw. And my sister is unwell and cannot eat raw food either. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible. However, your timing is fortuitous. I have just acquired a stove, and I can prepare your portion as well. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he gazed at the newly crafted portable stove. Portable stove, level 1 cooking utensil. After adding sufficient fuel, It can cook autonomously, equipped with stabilizers to prevent overturning even amidst vigorous shaking. With this device, he could braise meat while searching for resources. Is that true? Then give me 2 pieces of braised meat, and I shall exchange this with you, Sumu said, glancing at her pale-faced sister, and sent a blueprint to Zhang Tuohai. Light-reducing glass, level 1 automobile part. Effectively reduces glare and lowers the internal temperature of the vehicle. This is quite excellent. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled at the sight of the blueprint. This item could diminish light and lower the temperature within the vehicle. A veritable boon in this sun-drenched desert. Furthermore, in 6 days, the day of disaster would arrive, with 2 suns suspended in the sky. One can only imagine the unbearable heat that would ensue. Perhaps this light-reducing glass is the key to survival. However, there was one point that troubled Zhang Tuohai. In just 2 days, Sumu had traded 3 blueprints with him, and the rate of acquisition seemed somewhat unusual. This is precisely what I require. I shall also send you a pig's ear, but the meat will take some time to stew. You must be patient, Zhang Tuohai replied. Very well. I shall await good news from you, Sumu responded. Sister, are you truly giving him the blueprint just like that? Suchi inquired from the side. It is unavoidable. Within the regional channel, he appears to be somewhat trustworthy. You are well aware of our predicament. Without the addition of meat, your body cannot endure for much longer. Sumu remarked. Sister, I am the one burdening you, Suchi said, filled with remorse. What are you saying? We will leave this place alive. Sumu gently ruffled Suchi's hair and reassured her. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai had already set up a portable stove in the back seat. Placing an iron pot upon it, he tossed the unsold pork, pig trotters, and pig heads into the pot, adding water and seasoning for braising. As for the fuel, it was wood acquired through trade. Zhang Tuohai stuffed in 20 units of wood in one go. This quantity would suffice to braise all the pork. Chapter 9. The first encounter with a living soul. Having completed the task of processing the pork, Zhang Tuohai resumed his journey to gather supplies. Although he had amassed a considerable amount of items, it was far from sufficient to sustain him for 7 days, let alone through the impending catastrophe. He needed to stockpile adequate provisions to ensure his peace of mind. The endless expanse of yellow sand stretched out before him, with the roads seemingly infinite. Driving along the monotonous highway was manageable for a short while, but as time wore on, Zhang Tuohai found his spirit waning, even succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, as he glanced up, he was taken aback to see a woman standing in the center of the road. She was exuberantly waving her arms, a look of excitement on her face. Beside her was a dilapidated vehicle, equally worn as his own. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai brought his car to a halt, though he prudently parked it about 7 or 8 meters away from her. In a world devoid of order, caution was paramount. One could never be too careful regarding the woman's intentions. As she noticed his vehicle had stopped, her joy was palpable, and she rushed toward him. A defenseless woman, armed only with a pair of nail clippers. I could easily overpower her with one hand. The prompt system timely interjected. Please stop. Do not come any closer. Speak your mind from there, Zhang Tuohai commanded, aiming his crossbow at the woman. Despite the system's assurance that she posed no threat, he remained vigilant. Oh, don't be so cold. We are all stranded here. Let us be a bit more friendly, she replied, winking at him. Truth be told, the woman was quite attractive. With flowing waves of hair, an oval face, large eyes, and long eyelashes. Her physique was remarkable, and even her Pikachu emblem on her chest had become misshapen. With such beauty and form, she could easily garner tens of thousands of followers by simply posting a few videos online. In the past, Zhang Tuohai would not have minded engaging with her further. However, in this precarious world, it was best to proceed with caution. Just say what you need. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, he stated, scanning his surroundings to ensure no one else was lurking nearby. There is no one else around. No hidden ambush, the prompt system confirmed, seemingly aware of Zhang Tuohai's concerns. Handsome, my car has run out of gas. Could you lend me some? She purred, casting him a flirtatious glance. Ah, so she was out of fuel. That explained her roadside predicament. Zhang Tuohai nodded, bemused by her audacity in flagging down cars on the highway. Had she encountered someone with sinister intentions, the outcome would have been all too predictable. Zhang Tuohai harbored no thoughts of exploiting the vulnerable, but he was equally unwilling to part with his gasoline for free. He was neither a lawless villain nor a selfless savior. He was merely an individual striving to survive. Should you desire gasoline, it is possible. But you must offer something in exchange. If you seek to obtain it for free, then do not squander my time. Zhang Tuohai's words elicited a hint of displeasure from the woman. Why are you being so stingy? It's merely a bit of gasoline. You could lend it to me, and I would return it once I have some to spare. Besides, with your abundant resources, what harm is there in sharing a little? We all hail from Earth. Should we not assist one another? Moreover, Are you truly so heartless as to leave a fragile woman like me stranded here? And do you genuinely not recognize me? Surely, you must watch my live streams? As she spoke, she cast her gaze towards the interior of Zhang Tuohai's vehicle to mitigate the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. The rear window was perpetually ajar. From her vantage point, she could clearly observe the mountain of supplies piled up in the back seat, primarily consisting of various materials. A gust of wind carried with it the enticing aroma of braised meat, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Apologies, but I do not know you. If you lack anything to trade, then please leave, Zhang Tuohai replied, shaking his head. He found the woman somewhat unreasonable. It seemed she possessed a modicum of fame online. However, what of it? Did she expect to exploit his resources without compensation? What kind of person are you? The woman's frustration began to surface. She was a moderately well-known streamer, accustomed to charming the camera and offering small perks, drawing countless admirers willing to support her financially. Whenever she sought something, her followers would readily arrange it for her. Yet, her usual tactics had met an impasse with Zhang Tuohai, who says I have nothing to trade. As Zhang Tuohai prepared to depart, the woman felt a twinge of urgency. What if I offered you my stockings? I assure you they are genuine and untainted. Certainly not counterfeit. Zhang Tuohai nearly choked on his drink. So, this was the woman who had been bartering online with such items yesterday. Observing the serious scrutiny in Zhang Tuohai's gaze, she instinctively took a few steps back. What are you doing? I assure you, I am not that kind of person. Rest assured, I have no interest in such things. I only seek supplies, food, drink, blueprints, materials. Anything will suffice. If you have none, then do not obstruct my path. I must take my leave, Zhang Tuohai declared, turning the car key. Wait, don't go. I have blueprints. Seeing Zhang Tuohai genuinely preparing to leave, the woman felt a surge of desperation and called out hastily. Oh, what blueprints? Upon hearing the mention of blueprints, Zhang Tuohai paused. A steel frame chassis that can double the structural strength of the vehicle, she quickly replied. That is quite impressive. Zhang Tuohai contemplated. Such blueprints would indeed be valuable. Though he could simply eliminate the woman to acquire them without expending any resources, he was unwilling to take such a drastic measure. He currently had no shortage of supplies and did not wish to compromise his principles. Then why not sell it on the trading channel? Zhang Tuohai inquired, intrigued. Such blueprints would surely attract buyers. If she were to list them, she could easily make a sale. I inquired, but what those individuals offered was insufficient, the woman remarked, pursing her lips. They are either lacking water, food, or gasoline. I am unwilling to part with my resources. Ah, I see, Zhang Tuohai nodded. Let us proceed like this. I shall not take advantage of you. For this blueprint, I will offer you 40 units of gasoline, a quarter of a flatbread, and 50 milliliters of water. These provisions should suffice for a meal and allow for 2 further explorations. Whether you acquire anything thereafter is contingent upon your fortune. Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment, presenting a reasonably fair offer. After all, this blueprint, which enhances the vehicle's strength, must hold considerable value. In the desolate night of the desert, danger lurked at every corner, and a sturdier vehicle could prove vital for survival in critical moments. I can smell meat. Could you spare me some? The woman hesitantly inquired. The braised meat is not yet fully cooked. Consuming undercooked meat may lead to gastrointestinal distress. If you insist on having meat, I can provide you with 200 grams, but that would mean no flatbread or water, Zhang Tuohai replied. Then perhaps I shall forego it. How shall we trade? She asked. Activate the trade channel, he instructed. The trade channel clearly displays the items each party is offering, ensuring transparency and eliminating concerns about deception, all while maintaining a safe and convenient transaction, one of the rare benefits afforded to players like them. You are Zhang Tuohai, the one selling water and pork? Upon entering the trade channel, the woman immediately recognized his name. I am truly foolish. Seeing you cooking meat should have led me to deduce it was you. If you acquire something valuable, do remember to contact me. I assure you, my prices are fair. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Tuohai took his leave first. Chapter 10. The Fortunate Mermaid Statue. After driving approximately 5 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai encountered a Y-shaped intersection. 2 roads extended into the horizon, seemingly without end. The left road was abundant with supply crates, albeit containing only ordinary materials. In contrast, the right road had fewer crates, yet they were filled with superior resources. The prompt system instantly provided guidance. Observing the notification, Zhang Tuohai's fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel. He glanced back at the ordinary materials he possessed. Although he had diminished their quantity after crafting several items, he had now grown indifferent to these commonplace supplies. Rather than expending time and effort searching for these low-value materials, he preferred to seek after precious blueprints and items of higher worth. The ordinary materials could readily be exchanged through the trading channel. The items acquired from that single pig in the morning, if pursued independently, would have taken him several days to obtain. Indeed, the disparity in value enabled the rapid accumulation of wealth. Zhang Tuohai turned onto the right road. After driving for another 20 kilometers, he finally spotted a new supply crate, a blue one. It was a level 2 supply crate, containing 100 units of gasoline, 10 liters of water, and a manufacturing blueprint. Nice. Zhang Tuohai joyfully jumped out of the vehicle and opened the crate. 40 bottles of 250 milliliter mineral water, 2 barrels of 50 units of gasoline, and a neatly arranged manufacturing blueprint lay before him. Zhang Tuohai eagerly picked up the blueprint, ready to discover what it had yielded this time. Fortunate mermaid statue, an interior ornament that significantly enhances the acquisition rate of blueprints when placed inside the vehicle. Material requirements: 2 units of intermediate wood, 1 ordinary essence. Placement requirement: level 2 vehicle. After perusing the manufacturing blueprint 3 times, Zhang Tuohai gasped in astonishment. This item was nothing short of miraculous. In this world, if anything held substantial value, it was undoubtedly blueprints. Take his own experience. Had he not acquired the crossbow manufacturing blueprint, he would never have been able to easily slay the little black pig. Without the ability to defeat the pig, he would not have amassed such abundant supplies. Nor would he have enjoyed delicacies like braised meat while others considered bread a luxury. Hence, blueprints are the essence of productivity. Zhang Tuohai could personally attest to the rarity of blueprints. Despite having the system at his disposal, he had yet to uncover a single blueprint until now. This underscored just how low the drop rate for blueprints truly was. The fact that this statue could enhance the drop rate was nothing short of miraculous. However, there were a few questions that lingered. What exactly was essence, and what constituted a level 2 vehicle? Zhang Tuohai quickly closed his eyes and began to communicate with the game system. Could you please clarify what essence is? Also, how can one upgrade to a level 2 vehicle? Upon defeating beasts, there is a certain probability of obtaining essence. The quality of the essence varies depending on the grade of the beast. With the acquisition of a vehicle core, one can unlock vehicle enhancement options, allowing a standard level 1 vehicle to be upgraded to level 2. How can one procure a vehicle core? Zhang Tuohai inquired urgently. By destroying other vehicles, came the cold, mechanical response from the game system, leaving Zhang Tuohai stunned. He had always believed that his challenges would consist solely of natural disasters and ferocious beasts. To his dismay, he now realized that fellow survivors, too, were adversaries. At present, this news had yet to circulate, and the regional channel remained relatively harmonious. However, it was only a matter of time before the truth would emerge. How would everyone react then? Those with ruthless hearts would undoubtedly plot against others. It seemed that he must exercise greater caution moving forward. Zhang Tuohai bolstered his vigilance and began to comprehend why Sumu possessed such an abundance of crafting blueprints. Perhaps she had acquired something akin to a mermaid statue. Additionally, she was accompanied by her sister, which allowed them to conserve resources by sharing a vehicle. It was possible they had obtained the vehicle core during that time, elevating their vehicle to level 2. Yet another dilemma presented itself to Zhang Tuohai. How to obtain a vehicle core? Should he eliminate that foolish woman? After a brief contemplation, he dismissed that thought. He had just entered this post-apocalyptic world and was not yet capable of such cruelty. For now, he decided to gather the necessary materials. A solution would eventually present itself. Zhang Tuohai loaded his supplies into the vehicle and continued on his journey. It must be noted that the quality of the supply crates along the right path was considerably superior. By midday, he had discovered a blue crate and a white crate. The blue crate contained 2 boxes of eggs and a pack of dehydrated vegetables, while the white crate yielded 5 buckets of instant noodles, significantly diversifying Zhang Tuohai's food options. With the abundance of supplies before him, he resolved to indulge a bit by preparing a bucket of noodles, adding 2 poached eggs, some dehydrated vegetable leaves, and a generous helping of braised meat, filling a small bowl to the brim. To his surprise, in this forsaken world, he could enjoy noodles that resembled those on the packaging. As he took a bite of the tender, juicy braised meat, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He devoured the entire bowl of noodles with great delight, leaning back in his chair and emitting a contented burp. This was the first hearty meal he had savored since his arrival in this realm, and a wave of happiness washed over him. It turned out that being satiated was indeed a source of profound joy. Zhang Tuohai gazed out at the desert landscape, reflecting on this newfound realization. By the way, how are those other people faring? He wondered as he opened the regional channel. Has anyone found food? I would gladly trade a Rolex for something to eat. I've gone 2 days without a meal. Oh, big brother, you're still holding out there? Upon seeing this individual, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but chuckle. He had observed this man flooding the chat since day one, desperately attempting to barter his Rolex for food, yet no one was willing to trade with him. Had this gentleman been willing to embark on a journey of exploration, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. However, Possessing a watch to keep track of time is certainly advantageous. The absence of a specific time frame is exceedingly inconvenient. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tuohai felt a stirring within him. He rummaged through his supplies and subsequently sent a message to the other party. 1 pound of braised meat in exchange for your Rolex, along with all the gasoline in your car. After all, you're not using it. And it would be a waste to let it sit there. It is better off in my hands. 1 pound of braised meat? That seems rather insufficient. My Rolex comes with certification. Even if thrown onto the second-hand market, it could fetch hundreds of thousands. I require at least 100 pounds of braised meat, plus 100 bottles of mineral water, the individual promptly replied. Upon reading the response, Zhang Tuohai could not suppress a cold laugh. 100 pounds? Have you awoken from your slumber? Do you believe this is still the world of your? Just consider whether your Rolex could secure you even a loaf of bread. You have been shouting for a day and a half. You know the reality of the situation. My interest in the Rolex is merely a pretext. The true value lies in the gasoline. If you are willing to trade, then let it be. If not, then so be it. After delivering his message, Zhang Tuohai ceased further communication. Chapter 11. Wild leaks, could you possibly add a bit more? After all, I possess a Rolex. And merely exchanging for a piece of meat seems quite insufficient. It would be rather embarrassing to share this with others. Surely, you could include a few more items. The man said, his tone softening as he noticed Zhang Tuohai's indifference. He had been shouting for a day and a half, and had someone been willing to trade, he would have done so long ago. Yet, the stark reality was that no one was willing to part with food. The most they would offer were shards of glass and scraps of metal, displaying a greed that surpassed even his own as a capitalist. Had he not been unable to find anyone, he would have long since hung those individuals from the lampposts. Now, having finally encountered a potential benefactor willing to exchange food, he was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away. Perhaps an additional 100 milliliters of mineral water could be included. Otherwise, the deal is off, Zhang Tuohai asserted firmly. He understood that, when dealing with such individuals, it was crucial to be resolute. Otherwise, they would seize the opportunity to demand more. Very well, that is settled then. 100 units of gasoline along with the Rolex for a pound of braised meat and 100 milliliters of water. How shall we proceed? The man inquired. 100 units of gasoline? Shouldn't it be 200 units? Zhang Tuohai retorted coldly. It was exceedingly cold last night, and I utilized some gasoline as fuel for warmth, the man replied, seemingly aggrieved. You wastrel, Zhang Tuohai muttered under his breath. That 100 units of gasoline could have allowed for at least 45 explorations. Who knew what treasures could have been unearthed? The thought of it being squandered as fuel nearly drove him to the brink of exasperation. What about the ignition device? How did you manage to light it? He inquired, suppressing his anger. I have a windproof lighter, a Zippo, the man responded. Then let us include that lighter in the trade, Zhang Tuohai said, feeling somewhat resigned. Very well. The man reluctantly added the lighter to their list of items for exchange. The two conducted their transaction on the trading platform. Upon receiving the 100 units of gasoline, Zhang Tuohai nodded in satisfaction. With this acquisition, the trade was far from a loss. After securing the gasoline, Zhang Tuohai examined the Rolex closely. The genuine leather strap and gold dial appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary quartz watch. Could this item truly be worth millions? He shook his head and fastened it around his wrist. Glancing at the time, it was approximately 11:30, leaving half an hour until the day's bravery challenge. This presented a perfect opportunity to rest briefly and scout the regional channel for any overlooked items. However, after perusing the regional channel, he found that most individuals were as destitute as specters. Many had scavenged throughout the morning, uncovering only a few pieces of bread and some basic materials, with not a single blueprint in sight. The trading channel displayed a few crafting blueprints available for sale, yet they were merely ordinary items such as chairs, iron pots, and cups, items Zhang Tuohai already possessed and deemed unworthy of a second glance. Never mind, I'll check again in the evening. Perhaps after the bravery challenge, something more valuable will surface. Time swiftly arrived at the stroke of noon. The game system's announcement resonated once more. Time is up. Welcome to the second challenge for the brave. The challenge period remains from 12 to 1800 hours. We urge all players to be mindful of the time and wish everyone an enjoyable experience. May today bring fruitful rewards. Zhang Tuohai adjusted his equipment, grasping his crossbow and pry bar as he descended from the vehicle, stepping into the vast desert. At 12 o'clock, 500 meters ahead, a sand scorpion conceals itself in a sand pit. Beware of its venomous stinger. At 1 o'clock, 200 meters away, a desert fox lurks. Do not attempt to capture its attention, as you shall not catch it. At 11 o'clock, 1,000 meters distant, lies the ruins of a village containing valuable items. However, beware of the quicksand pits along the way. Ruins of a village? Intrigued, Zhang Tuohai felt a spark of curiosity. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered no structures beyond the road, and the creatures he had witnessed were merely various animals, leaving his understanding of this world quite limited. Now, with the prospect of exploring ruins, he saw a chance to deepen his knowledge. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tuohai ventured into the desert. There is a pitfall 50 meters ahead. Please proceed towards 11 o'clock. Beneath the dune 30 meters ahead, a desert python lurks. Exercise caution and avoid it, for it is venomous. Beneath the dune 50 meters ahead lies a nest of desert army ants, should you wish to avoid becoming a mere skeleton. Steer clear of that dune. Throughout his journey, Zhang Tuohai adeptly evaded various traps as indicated by the system's prompts. Although he traversed this perilous area without incident, he remained unsettled by the multitude of dangers lurking within the desert. It was only due to the guidance of the prompt system that he managed to navigate safely. For an ordinary individual, escaping this desert alive would be an arduous challenge indeed. Was this truly the challenge for the brave? It felt more akin to a challenge for the reckless. After circumventing a cluster of dunes, Zhang Tuohai beheld the desolate village. The structures were crafted from yellow rock and poplar wood. Perhaps due to prolonged abandonment, many houses had crumbled, leaving only remnants as evidence of past habitation. Observing the architectural style, yellow rock, small windows, it was characteristic of desert dwellings. Doors and windows had vanished, and the walls bore the scars of wind and sand erosion, offering no valuable clues. At the heart of the village stood a well, now filled to the brim with yellow sand, devoid of a single drop of water. You have discovered the hidden ruins of a village in the desert, abandoned for many years, yet some seeds of crops remain. Proceed 200 meters forward and turn right. In the courtyard behind the houses, you may uncover some discoveries. A courtyard? Could there be crops? What kind of crops could possibly thrive in the desert? Wheat, grapes? How delightful it would be to find grapes. Not only would they enhance his sustenance, but they could also yield a new source of wool. Zhang Tuohai mumbled to himself, cautiously maneuvering to the rear of the houses. Behind the house lies a small courtyard enclosed by branches of the populous Euphratica. However, the passage of time has rendered those branches collapsed, allowing an unruly assortment of weeds to flourish within the yard. Weeds? Wait a moment. Could it be? Zhang Tuohai's heart quickened. You have discovered wild chives, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in astonishment. He had indeed stumbled upon chives. This delightful herb requires minimal nourishment and is not difficult to cultivate. Once planted, it demands little attention, and one can harvest it periodically. Moreover, its versatility in culinary applications is remarkable. Whether stir-fried with eggs, sautéed with meat, or grilled, it never fails to delight the palate. The expanse before him promised at least 20 pounds, and he felt the thrill of fortune at his fingertips. Chapter 12. The wounded tiger. Zhang Tuohai, filled with excitement, dashed into the chive field and eagerly retrieved the skinning knife he had exchanged for that morning. Before long, he had uprooted the remaining dozen or so pounds of chives. Once he had extracted the chives, he unfastened his coat from around his waist, laid it on the ground, and gathered the chives within, binding them into a makeshift bundle. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring his coat along. Otherwise, transporting such a quantity of chives would have posed a dilemma. As for how to process them upon his return, Zhang Tuohai had already devised a plan. Earlier that morning, while selling pork, he had acquired a blueprint for creating a planting pot, initially intended to diversify his collection of designs, but now it proved to be quite useful. If he could successfully transplant this batch of chives, he would possess a sustainable source of vegetables. With just this harvest, his venture would not be in vain. Are there any resources nearby? If not, I shall return, Zhang Tuohai inquired, clutching the chives. 200 meters ahead, take a right turn, behind the village. There lies an injured tiger. A tiger? Zhang Tuohai nearly leapt in fright. Had he traversed through time earlier, he might have been indifferent to such beasts, armed as he was. After all, he had seen them at the zoo. However, after watching a video online of a tiger effortlessly puncturing a car tire and shattering a window with a single swipe, his perspective had dramatically shifted. A wild tiger was a far cry from its domesticated counterparts in a zoo. The very roar of a wild tiger could send chills down one's spine. Its terrifying presence palpable even through a screen. The dominance exerted by a top predator was no trivial matter. Are you certain that tiger is a resource and not merely mistaking me for a delivery? Zhang Tuohai's legs trembled at the thought. It was only natural to feel fear upon learning that an uncontrollable tiger was lurking less than 200 meters away. With his physique, a mere slide tackle would likely leave him as a mere snack. The tiger is injured. Both of its front paws are severely wounded, making movement exceedingly difficult. Really? If it is injured, perhaps I could observe it. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Tuohai's mind began to race with possibilities. After all, tiger bones were considered valuable, and an abundance of tiger meat could yield significant profit if prepared correctly. Resolute in his decision, he lifted his crossbow, crouched low, and cautiously made his way toward the back of the village. The brief distance of 200 meters took him a full 10 minutes to traverse. By the time he reached the corner, his back was drenched in sweat. Peering around the corner, Zhang Tuohai caught sight of a magnificent tiger sprawled on the ground. Its teeth bared in a fearsome snarl, merely 2 meters away. Their eyes met. Roar! Zhang Tuohai, overwhelmed with terror, fell to the ground. The tiger, having gone several days without food and now little more than skin and bones, was elated at the prospect of a delivery and sprang to its feet, eager to pounce on Zhang Tuohai. However, as soon as it stood up, it collapsed back onto the ground with a thud. The expression on its face grew even more grotesque. It turned out that both of its front paws were severely injured, with the wounds exposing the stark white of broken bones. Clearly, both paws were fractured. The sight of the tiger's shattered limbs caused Zhang Tuohai to exhale deeply as he sat on the ground. No wonder the system hadn't issued a warning. There was no threat. However, coming over so directly indeed felt somewhat rash. He should have waited until the creature bled out before attempting to take advantage of the situation. It was a miscalculation. Living in such agony must be tormenting for you. Allow me to liberate you. Observing the tiger's inability to resist, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of calm wash over him as he lifted his crossbow, aiming it at the beast. Although the tiger had never encountered a crossbow, it sensed danger from Zhang Tuohai's demeanor and, swaying its head, struggled to rise again. Its unsteady movements made it difficult for Zhang Tuohai to aim for a vital spot. Raise it an inch higher and pull the trigger. The system provided another prompt. Reacting instinctively to the voice, Zhang Tuohai raised the crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A gleaming bolt shot into the tiger's eye. With a howl, the tiger fell to the ground, thrashing a few times before succumbing to silence. Discovered a corpse of a level 1 beast, the tiger. Disassembling will yield a substantial amount of resources. It is finally dead. After receiving the system's notification, Zhang Tuohai retrieved a skinning knife from his pocket and approached the tiger. He made a cut towards the creature. Discovered a level 1 beast, tiger. Detected a level 1 cutting tool, skinning knife, capable of disassembling the corpse with minimal meat loss. A complete pelt will be obtained. Do you wish to proceed with disassembly? Confirm. Although the thought of losing some meat pained Zhang Tuohai, relying on the system was far more dependable than doing it himself. Consider it a processing fee. Acquired 500 grams of tiger meat x200. Acquired complete tiger pelt x1. Acquired tiger whip x1. Acquired a set of tiger organs. Acquired tiger bones x1. Acquired ordinary spirit essence x1. I've struck it rich. Zhang Tuohai's face lit up with joy upon seeing the heap of materials before him. The ordinary spirit essence was invaluable, being a crucial component for the coveted mermaid statue. As for the tiger meat, it was a rare delicacy, a substantial source of nourishment that was not often available. Unexpectedly, he found himself indulging in such richness in this world. The only disappointment was that Zhang Tuohai still had not acquired a refrigerator. Otherwise, simply freezing the meat for gradual consumption would suffice for hundreds of days. The tiger pelt was also a valuable item. It would serve as a warm blanket at night. The organs were excellent for supplementing vitamins, and stir-frying them with chives promised to be quite delectable. Upon returning, he would see who had cooking oil, if oil proved unattainable. Rendering fat from the meat was a viable alternative, albeit at the cost of the meat's texture. Wait, since it is to be sold regardless of its taste, what does it matter as long as I profit? As for the tiger skeleton, Zhang Tuohai has yet to discover its purpose. Nevertheless, it is wise to keep it. Who knows when it might prove useful in the future? With such an abundance of supplies, it is certain that Zhang Tuohai cannot transport everything in one go. Just moving that skeleton requires a separate trip. In total, he made 4 round trips to bring everything back to the vehicle. Exhausted, he resolved to look for a small cart for transporting goods next time. Otherwise, the effort of hauling items back and forth is simply too taxing. Zhang Tuohai reclined in his chair, pondering. He felt that his struggle for survival seemed somewhat distinct from that of others. While they fought tooth and nail to acquire even a morsel of food and a sip of water, he, on the other hand, found himself fretting over transportation logistics, as if he were merely moving cargo. If others were to discover this, wouldn't they be envious beyond measure? Chapter 13. Making dumplings after a brief respite. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel to see how everyone was faring. Upon accessing the channel, he was bombarded by a flurry of red death notifications. Zhang Tuohai counted approximately 200 individuals, the majority of whom met their demise due to quicksand or poisoning. This was a significant decrease compared to yesterday. It remained uncertain whether those who survived had become more astute or if the high mortality rate had instilled a sense of trepidation, resulting in fewer individuals daring to venture out for exploration. Moments later, some began to boast about their bountiful finds in the chat channel. Ha ha ha. As expected from the challenge of the brave, The rewards are indeed plentiful. I managed to acquire a blue resource box, and inside, I found a hot dog, with sausage nestled within. Another chimed in, what is a hot dog compared to my 2 sandwiches, filled with bacon and lettuce? Are you envious? Yet another lamented. Unlike your good fortune in uncovering staples, I only found 4 apples. Is anyone willing to trade? Those fortunate enough to procure food began to flaunt their spoils in the regional channel, igniting envy among those who remained behind. Observing the growing number of individuals showcasing their treasures, Zhang Tuohai surmised that those who had participated in the brave challenge had returned. And now was the opportune moment when resources were most abundant, a prime time for harvesting. Does anyone have flour? I can trade meat for it. And I also need cooking oil, Zhang Tuohai stated. Is that you, the one who sold pork this morning? As soon as he spoke, he was recognized. What do you need flour for? Someone inquired. Oh, nothing much. I've gathered some meat, chives, and eggs. The ingredients seem quite adequate, and I plan to make a delightful batch of meat and vegetable dumplings. If anyone wishes to partake, just let me know, and we can exchange resources. Zhang Tuohai replied with a smile. Dumplings. The individual who had been savoring a hot dog suddenly found it less appealing. Damn it. After much effort, I finally secured a hot dog, thinking it was a decent find, and now the big shot is already contemplating dumplings? The disparity between people felt stark. Big shot, I'd like to reserve a plate. Can I trade 2 apples for it? Someone tentatively asked in the regional channel. I have no materials. But would gasoline suffice? Another queried. I only managed to collect 20 shards of glass. Can that be exchanged? Hold on, everyone. Let us sort out the flour first. Or else we'll all be stuck with stir-fried vegetables, Zhang Tuohai reassured the crowd. I have 50 pounds of flour. But you'll need to part with 50 pounds of braised meat for it. Suddenly, a message popped up in the channel. Your asking price is simply outrageous. Zhang Tuohai frowned. 50 pounds of flour and 50 pounds of braised meat are not of equal worth. The energy and satiety derived from 50 pounds of flour, whether made into noodles or steamed buns, cannot possibly compare to 50 pounds of meat. Moreover, most here lack the skills to steam buns or roll noodles. The flour would merely go to waste in their hands. Wouldn't it be wiser to trade it for meat instead? What is wrong with that? In any case, you are in dire need of flour, while I am under no rush. If you wish to exchange it, I propose a trade of 50 pounds of marinated meat. If you intend to barter, do so swiftly, for tomorrow the price may rise. The individual replied nonchalantly. Moreover, let us not forget that in this weather, meat cannot be preserved for long. I have ample time to wait. Can you afford to wait? The person was evidently quite confident. Upon reading this response, Zhang Tuohai let out a cold laugh, realizing that the individual had calculated the meat's short shelf life to justify such a price. However, Zhang Tuohai was not one to be easily manipulated. Even if he forewent this meal of dumplings, he would not allow the other party to succeed. Otherwise, he would appear weak and vulnerable, making it difficult to acquire supplies at a reasonable price in the future. As for the meat's preservation issue, it was of little concern. At worst, he could convert it into oil, as dried meat could still be stored for a longer duration. Should he be pushed to the limit? Zhang Tuohai could cease the sale of supplies altogether, and then see who ultimately suffers. Just as he was preparing to convert the meat into oil, Sumu sent him a private message. I have flour here, but only 20 pounds. Would you like it? Sumu inquired. Of course. What do you wish to exchange for it? Zhang Tuohai replied. I have meat, water, canned goods, and baked flatbread available, and if you desire dumplings, that can be arranged. Though it will require some time, he added. We do not wish to exchange fixed items. Rather, I propose a different arrangement, Sumu stated. What sort of arrangement? Zhang Tuohai asked. From now until the day of the disaster, which totals 6 days, I can send you this 20 pounds of flour immediately. But you must take responsibility for our meals during these 6 days. Rest assured, my sister and I do not eat much. Around 3 taels per meal will suffice. Sumu said somewhat anxiously. Upon reading Sumu's message, Zhang Tuohai began to calculate in his mind. If they consumed 3 taels of flour per meal, that would amount to 6 taels for both of them, 3 meals a day totaling 8 pounds, including the day of the disaster, over 6 days. That would total 8 pounds. He would net nearly 10 pounds of flour. This was without accounting for water. Even with the addition of some vegetables and shredded meat, he would still profit. Furthermore, if he agreed to this trade, he could secure a steady supply of blueprints from this resourceful individual, achieving a dual benefit. This deal was indeed advantageous. Very well, 3 meals a day, guaranteed to be hot, though mealtimes may not always be punctual, as I must still seek out supplies. Zhang Tuohai stated. It is settled then. I will send the flour over. Please receive it. Sumu has gifted you 20 pounds of flour. Sister, you are simply giving him the flour? Do you trust him so readily? What if he deceives us? Su Chi expressed her concerns. It is unavoidable, Su Mu sighed. We have no pots, no stove, no means to ignite a fire, and insufficient water and firewood. Most importantly, neither of us knows how to roll dough or steam buns. The flour would go to waste in our hands. By giving it to him, we can at least ensure we have enough to eat for the next 6 days. But what if he tricks you? Su Qi asked. I doubt that he would. Su Mu shook his head. Didn't he fulfill his promise during the last transaction involving braised meat? Moreover, he even added a pig's ear as a bonus. Have you forgotten the exquisite taste? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Su Qi instinctively licked her lips. The flavor of the pig's ear was truly delectable. She had never realized how delightful pig's ears could be. However, this was merely a secondary concern. The primary issue was that he needed to conduct business on the platform. If he defaulted on our debt, he would jeopardize his credibility, thus rendering any future transactions on the platform impossible. He wouldn't risk a significant loss for a trivial gain. Su Mu continued to elucidate. Let us hope so, replied Su Qi, nodding in agreement after listening to Su Mu's explanation. Chapter 14. Overindulgence. Zhang Tuohai remained oblivious to the discussions held by the Su sisters regarding him. At that moment, he was preoccupied with his own affairs. The chives he had brought back needed careful cultivation, as their future supply of fresh vegetables depended entirely upon them. Earlier in the day, Zhang Tuohai had received the schematics for constructing planting pots, which proved to be timely. He diligently crafted 7 or 8 pots in succession, diligently planting the chives within them. After positioning these pots, the already cramped backseat was entirely filled to capacity. Many items could no longer find space and had to be piled onto the passenger seat. While some less essential materials were relegated to the trunk, the limited space of the second-hand sedan was indeed a challenge. He wondered if there existed blueprints for expanding storage space. Even converting it into a wooling van would suffice. Gazing at the cluttered backseat, Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He realized that an excess of supplies could sometimes be quite burdensome. For instance, he would have to sleep sitting up that night, as every inch of space had been consumed, leaving no room even to recline the seats. He pondered whether sharing his predicament on the regional channel would lead to a collective confrontation against him. Once the chives were securely planted, Zhang Tuohai fashioned a small steel bowl and began kneading the dough. He often cooked at home, while he could not rival the chefs at restaurants. Preparing a meal of dumplings was certainly within his capabilities. He moved seamlessly through the process, kneading the dough, chopping the filling, rolling out the skins, wrapping the dumplings, and finally boiling them. In the end, he had a few extra skins, which he set aside to slice into strips for soup the following morning. He sent 2 plates of dumplings to the Su sisters before he himself picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. A wave of warmth spread through his mouth. Delightful. Zhang Tuohai relished the sensation of the steaming dumplings. Yet, something seemed amiss. What could it be? He glanced around at the surrounding items and suddenly smacked his forehead. He had forgotten the dipping sauce. How could one enjoy dumplings without garlic and vinegar? Immediately, he opened the regional channel. Does anyone have vinegar and garlic? I'll pay a premium. The previously quiet channel erupted with activity. Wow, the boss is really eating dumplings? Suddenly, even the spiciness of the snacks in their mouths paled in comparison. Boss, could you spare me a plate of dumplings? I'll trade you for 2 bottles of water. Boss, I have an orange. Can I exchange it for a few dumplings? Boss, I possess. Could I trade for a plate? Upon reading the last message, Zhang Tuohai's expression darkened. Goodness, are you really trying to barter with here? This joke is getting old. ISNT it? Ignoring that message, he promptly listed a plate of dumplings on the trading channel, setting it for a limited time auction of 5 minutes. As the sight of dumplings appeared on the trading platform, the people in the regional channel nearly lost their minds. Today marks the 2nd day since their arrival in this realm. Many have been subsisting solely on dry bread, struggling to satiate their hunger, with some unfortunate souls enduring 2 whole days of starvation. At this moment, someone unexpectedly presented a platter of dumplings, an irresistible temptation. In the regional channel, the fervor of the crowd was instantaneously ignited. I offer 20 units of wood. I bid 15 pieces of metal scraps along with a banana. I'm all in. I've amassed 40 metal components over the past 2 days, and I'll exchange them all. I present a blueprint for a Durex manufacturing diagram, hoping for a favor from the Blast Heaven Guild. How's there even a Blast Heaven Guild here? I'll put forth a lighter manufacturing diagram. As the bids continued to escalate, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed, relishing his dumplings while perusing the offerings, searching for something that piqued his interest. After a while, he finally stumbled upon a valuable item, a blueprint for a vehicle modification. Vehicle modification blueprint, level 1 automobile component. Upon use, expands the vehicle's interior space by 10 cubic meters. Requirements: 20 units of metal ingots, 40 units of metal parts, 20 units of low-grade rubber. What a remarkable find. Upon seeing this blueprint, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up. If this were to fall into someone else's hands, it would be a wasted opportunity. At this moment, with everyone struggling to secure enough food, who would have the luxury to expand their vehicle? However, for Zhang Tuohai, this was an essential resource. If the vehicle were not expanded, any newly gathered supplies tomorrow would have nowhere to be stored. In his heart, Zhang Tuohai had already resolved to acquire this blueprint. The 5 minutes quickly elapsed, and having found no better options, Zhang Tuohai designated the individual who presented the vehicle modification blueprint as the successful bidder. The fortunate winner gleefully headed off to enjoy the dumplings, having only consumed 2 slices of dry bread over the past 2 days. If he failed to secure food today, he would likely lack the strength to search for resources tomorrow. Those who had not won the bid grew anxious. Boss, are there any dumplings left? I haven't eaten all day. Could I have some more? Yes, boss. I don't need a whole platter. Even 10 dumplings would suffice. And I can trade you a blueprint. Upon hearing their pleas, Zhang Tuohai resolutely declined. How dare they expect him to prepare dumplings for them? They were hardly appealing. Yet they harbored such lofty desires. Did they comprehend the effort involved in making dumplings? They were not even beauties. Even if they were out of reach. Yet they yearned for dumplings prepared by him? Ridiculous. For those who missed out, alternatives were available. I just braised a pot of tiger meat. Each serving is 200 grams. And I'll trade 30 servings for level 1 materials, level 2 materials, blueprints, and other items via private message, limited to 50 servings. Interested parties may come to the trading platform to bid. Zhang Tuohai announced, listing the 50 portions of braised tiger meat. 200 grams? Boss, why has the quantity decreased? Was there 500 grams this morning? And you only exchanged for 20 portions back then. How has it changed to 30 now? As Zhang Tuohai had anticipated. The moment the transaction was posted, a cacophony of complaints emerged. Indeed, it was unwise to harbor too many expectations, for such individuals would only grow increasingly demanding. Even if Zhang Tuohai prepared a lavish feast of 4 dishes and a soup, they would inevitably nitpick. Consequently, he resolutely blacklisted such individuals, prohibiting them from making purchases. He then proceeded to issue a statement. This morning, I offered raw meat. What I present now is cooked meat. Can they be compared? This morning, it was pork. Now, it is tiger meat. They are not equivalent. Furthermore, the braised meat will only be available this once. To prevent spoilage, I have decided to transform the remaining meat into cracklings for sale until I discover a new method for preserving meat. With that, Zhang Tuohai ceased further discourse, opting instead to observe with a cool demeanor. Many may be unaware of what cracklings are. In the past, meat was a precious commodity. People favored fatty cuts for their ability to render fat. The oil extracted from fatty meat is known as lard, while the residual meat is referred to as cracklings. While palatable when warm, the texture of cracklings becomes dry and tough upon cooling, which modern palates find unpalatable. Nonetheless, in those bygone days, it was a rare delicacy. Do you believe you are on a vacation, picking and choosing even when it comes to meat? Allow me to serve you cracklings. And let us see if you dare to complain when there is nothing left to eat but that. Zhang Tuohai mused to himself. Chapter 15. A new source of wealth. Zhang Tuohai's words immediately instilled a sense of panic among the others in the channel. They had initially believed that following him would lead to sumptuous feasts, yet now, not only was meat limited, but it had also become a rare delicacy. From now on, they could only consume scraps. Having just tasted meat, they found it difficult to accept such a stark psychological blow, and they mentally cursed that troublemaking scoundrel. Meanwhile, they hastily rushed to purchase the braised meat available on the platform. In the blink of an eye, 50 portions of braised meat had vanished. What the hell? Where did the braised meat go? I was just a moment too slow. One lamented. Damn it, I only managed to snag 2 portions. I wanted to hoard more. Another cried out in frustration. You beast, how could you take 2 portions? Are you even human? I haven't eaten for 2 days. Hurry, sell 1 portion to me. Boss, I haven't eaten for a day. I have a blueprint here. I'll trade it for a piece of meat, even if it's just 100 grams. Indeed. There were quite a few wealthy individuals among them, still capable of extracting some benefits. Observing the commotion on the platform, Zhang Tuohai rolled his eyes and remarked, What can I do? I have a soft heart. All right, in consideration of us all being players, I will release some of my stock, 10 portions of braised meat. This was originally meant for future rations, but I will part with it now. However, from now on, we shall only feast on scraps together. Those interested may DM me. Despite his seemingly pitiful tone, Zhang Tuohai still had a considerable amount of braised meat simmering in his pot. He had acquired a total of 200 pounds of tiger meat, and he had only sold 20 pounds, merely 1/10 of his stock. He planned to reserve 50 pounds for braised meat as his own supply. 5 pounds would be minced for the Sioux sisters as a side dish, and the remainder would be rendered into scraps, to be sold gradually. He believed that after enduring some hardships, they would come to accept the reality, and by then, even scraps would become a coveted commodity. Meanwhile, he would enjoy a bounty of lard, reveling in the abundance. Is it truly just 10 portions left? Isn't there anything else? Someone asked, still unwilling to give up hope. Of course, I wish I could stockpile more, but the braising materials have run out. And the weather is abominable. Fresh meat left overnight will undoubtedly spoil. Turning it into scraps allows for longer preservation, so please bear with me. Zhang Tuohai replied with a tone of resignation. Did you all hear that? Whoever possesses the refrigerator blueprint, stop hiding it. Trade it out quickly. Let us sacrifice a little for everyone to enjoy some meat. Someone in the channel urged immediately. Indeed, if anyone has braising materials, please bring them forth. Selling them to the boss will benefit us all, another echoed. As Zhang Tuohai played the victim, others in the channel swiftly took on the role of his advocates. Speaking in his favor, he understood their intentions. They merely wanted to ensure that when resources were available, he would think of them first. Yet, witnessing their fervent support made Zhang Tuohai feel akin to a celebrity. It was no wonder that people were so desperately seeking fame. The feeling of having fans to protect you was rather delightful. The regional channel was in chaos, and beneath it, the atmosphere was equally tumultuous. In the absence of resources, those in the regional channel raise flags and shout, while those with resources have long since engaged in private dealings with Zhang Tuohai. Esteemed one, I have procured some metal ingots. Though scarce, only 2 pieces, they are still classified as Tier 2 resources. Perhaps you could offer something in return. Even instant noodles would suffice. Esteemed one, I have obtained the blueprint for crafting hunting spears. Would it be unreasonable to exchange it for a piece of meat? Moreover, I possess the design blueprint for a stab-resistant suit. Do you think it could be traded for a piece of meat? Indeed, one does not realize their potential until they are pushed. It is astonishing how many valuable items these individuals possess. Naturally, Zhang Tuohai accepts all offers, acquiring anything he deems useful. After all, these transactions occur in private, with no one truly aware of the quantities being exchanged. Even if it were to be revealed that he engaged in excessive trading, what would it matter? Let us not forget, it is currently a seller's market. Even the most reluctant must procure goods from him. While Zhang Tuohai merrily gathered various blueprints and Tier 2 materials, Su Mu and Su Qi secretly observed. Sister, are we truly destined to subsist on oil residue in the future? Su Qi asked anxiously. How can I trust you in the future if you behave like this? You might as well be sold off while others count the money, Su Mu replied with an expression of exasperation. Isn't that so? Su Qi blinked her large eyes. From what I know of him, the supplies he possesses are certainly more abundant than he claims, and he undoubtedly has his own methods for storing even more resources. Really? Su Qi's eyes glimmered. I am at least 70% certain, Su Mu asserted confidently. By the way, from now on, you are not to contact him without my permission. Su Mu warned Su Qi. Rest assured, I will not, Su Qi promised. After a thorough selection process, Zhang Tuohai managed to gather 6 blueprints and a substantial quantity of Tier 2 materials. These blueprints included those for crafting hunting spears, stab-resistant suits, sun protection suits, antibiotics, blankets, and thermometers. Notably, the blueprint for antibiotics commanded the highest price, requiring an exchange of 500 grams of cured meat, 1 roasted flatbread, and an additional 500 milliliters of water. Nevertheless, it was well worth the investment. Antibiotic crafting blueprint, an excellent remedy for inflammation. Recipe, 2 units of Tier 1 herbs per tablet. If Zhang Tuohai's estimations are accurate, this item is akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. In this world of survival, who can guarantee they will not sustain injuries? When injured, one must consume antibiotics, otherwise, they risk infection and decay of the wound. Should matters deteriorate to that extent, it is scarcely different from awaiting death. Thus, this is undoubtedly an essential item, second only to food, water, and gasoline. It is foreseeable that this will become Zhang Tuohai's mainstay industry. Long-term procurement of Tier 1 herbs, price negotiable. Zhang Tuohai promptly posted his procurement information in the trading channel. However, after waiting for an extended period, not a single inquiry materialized. Instead, someone in the regional channel inquired, what on earth are Tier 1 herbs? Has anyone encountered them? I had a feeling it wouldn't be so simple. If it were that easy to gather herbs, this blueprint would hardly be in my possession. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the blueprint, shaking his head with a wry smile. He understood the value of medicine. It was illogical to think that the person selling the blueprint was unaware of it. If anti-inflammatory drugs could truly be produced with such ease, the seller could effortlessly barter the medicine for food and would never have to resort to selling blueprints. It seems that the production of anti-inflammatory drugs remains a protracted endeavor. Zhang Tuohai decided to carefully store the blueprint, intending to revisit it once he had collected the necessary herbs. As for the other items, they were considerably simpler. He had already crafted a version of each. What else could be profitable? Zhang Tuohai surveyed the various new creations he had made. For the time being, he had no intention of selling hunting spears or stab-resistant clothing. and he doubted anyone would be interested in purchasing some protective garments or thermometers. After a thorough examination, his gaze ultimately settled on the blanket. Chapter 16. The Midnight Assault Blanket. Level 1 insulation item, capable of protecting against temperatures as low as -10 degrees Celsius. Required materials, 5 units of level 1 fabric. The frigid temperature of the desert at night was a reality Zhang Tuohai had already encountered. Moreover, the unfortunate souls who succumbed to the cold last night had tragically verified the terror of low temperatures with their lives. Blankets for sale, each requiring 10 units of level 1 fabric. Zhang Tuohai was not inclined to be overly ambitious with this resource. A modest profit would suffice. As night descended, the temperature began to plummet. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai sensed that the chill was more pronounced tonight than it had been the previous evening. A glance at the thermometer revealed the external temperature had already dipped to a mere 10 degrees above zero. Of course, this was only the beginning. As the night wore on, temperatures would likely fall even further, approaching or potentially dropping below freezing. Zhang Tuohai was confident that his nocturnal trade would prosper. Indeed, upon displaying the blankets, enthusiasm among buyers surged. The initial batch of 10 sold out in less than 10 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuohai utilized the fabric he had earned to craft another 20 blankets, promptly putting them on display once more. "Boss, we're out of fabric. Is it acceptable to use metal scraps?" A message came through. Reluctantly, Zhang Tuohai consented to the request after noting that crafting a spear required metal scraps. He completed a transaction for a blanket. Naturally, he did not forget the Su sisters, sending 2 blankets their way. After all, maintaining good relations with influential figures was essential. Besides, 2 blankets were a trivial cost for him. Selling just a couple more would recoup his expenses. "Thank you. I've acquired a blueprint. Just let me know the cost price," Sumu remarked, casting a glance at the blanket in her hands with a sigh, before sending over a blueprint. Blueprint for a high-intensity flashlight. Level 1 lighting device. Required materials: 1 unit of low-level electronic components, 5 units of metal scraps, 5 units of glass shards. 1 unit of glass, 5 units of metal parts. Note: hand crank charging. A lighting device? Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first encounter with an electrically powered device, albeit one that required manual cranking for power. Aside from the glass, which was of level 2 material, the remaining components were all common level 1 materials and not particularly rare. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai proceeded to craft it. In the blink of an eye, a sleek black metal flashlight, approximately 1 foot in length, materialized before him. The only distinguishing feature from a conventional flashlight was the presence of a crank lever. Zhang Tuohai cranked it vigorously for several dozen rotations and then pressed the switch. A blinding beam of light shot forth, illuminating an area over 10 meters away. After a minute, the brightness gradually diminished until it faded completely. The performance was satisfactory, and this device could even serve as a makeshift melee weapon, he mused. Weighing 5 to 6 pounds, the solid metal flashlight would undoubtedly deliver a concussive blow if struck against someone's head. Moreover, the intense beam could easily cause temporary blindness if shown directly into one's eyes. This can be considered a semi-control weapon, quite effective indeed. "Here, I present you with a set of sun protective clothing." Zhang Tuohai rummaged through his supplies and tossed a set of sun protective attire to Sumu. This garment is a thin veil, yet it possesses commendable light-blocking properties, effectively preventing sunburn. Zhang Tuohai, equipped with light-reducing glass, found no use for this garment and casually handed it over to Sumu. "I'll add a dish for you tomorrow, a stir-fried tiger delicacy," Zhang Tuohai remarked. "Could I possibly have a few more sets of the sun protective clothing?" Sumu hesitated before replying, "I can provide the materials." "What do you need so many sets for?" "One is sufficient," Zhang Tuohai inquired, his curiosity piqued. "I've worn this one for 2 days. It's rather filthy," Sumu stammered. Scratching his head, Zhang Tuohai pondered. 10 minutes later, utilizing the materials Sumu had provided, he crafted 3 additional sets of sun protective clothing to return. After a moment's thought, he broke off a small piece of soap, intending to conserve water. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Tuohai noticed that no further transactions were taking place. He then rendered the remaining tiger meat into oil residue. Wrapping himself in a blanket and coat, he settled down to sleep. In the night, amidst a haze of slumber, Zhang Tuohai seemed to hear the distant calls of wolves. He jolted awake, rubbing his eyes and scanning the surroundings, only to discover a pair of glowing green eyes hovering about 10 meters from the front of the vehicle. One solitary wild wolf detected 10 meters ahead, posing no threat to the vehicle. The prompt system timely provided this information. Relieved by the assurance of safety, Zhang Tuohai's unease began to dissipate as he observed the lone wolf. The wolf exhibited remarkable patience, circling around the vehicle, occasionally scratching at the car door. testing the weak points of its defenses. However, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle had been modified with a steel frame, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary wolf to breach. Nevertheless, the wolf's audacious behavior irked Zhang Tuohai. Is there any way to deal with it? He quietly inquired of the prompt system. You may use a powerful flashlight to blind it or strike from a distance with a hand crossbow, the system suggested. It seemed worth a try. Zhang Tuohai contemplated, sensing feasibility and minimal risk. Resolute, he fervently shook the flashlight's handle, unleashing the dexterity honed over 20 years of solitude. After 2 minutes of vigorous shaking, he released his weary hand and tapped on the car window. The wandering wolf, alerted by the noise, lifted its head in confusion. It beheld the sun. A brilliant beam of light pierced directly into the wolf's eyes. With a piercing howl, the wolf turned and fled into the distance. Now you think you can escape? Zhang Tuohai opened the car door, raising the hand crossbow and aiming at the wolf's tail. Elevate by 1 inch. With the assistance of the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth like a meteor, embedding itself in the tail, leaving no trace of the feathers. A mournful howl echoed in the night. The wild wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground, its body writhing like a maggot. The movements gradually diminishing as if it were nearing its end. This state of affliction seems to have rendered it incapacitated. Does it not? Is it time to conclude this encounter? Zhang Tuohai pondered as he grasped his hunting spear. This wolf still possesses the capacity for retaliation, should you draw near. It will sever your throat. It will not lose its ability to resist until after an hour has passed. The prompt system immediately alerted him. Goodness, how treacherous. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback by the system's notification. He had not anticipated that despite its grievous injuries, the wolf still retained the ability to strike back. Moreover, this creature was capable of feigning weakness, nearly ensnaring him in its ruse. Were it not for the prompt system, he would have fallen victim to this beast's deception today. How dare it attempt to outsmart me? I shall ensure its demise and savor its flesh. Zhang Tuohai firmly secured the car door, patiently awaiting the wolf's demise. Chapter 17. The pharmaceutical business. The resilience of the wild wolf is remarkably tenacious. Zhang Tuohai waited for an hour before the creature finally weakened. Lying on the ground, while casting a fierce gaze in his direction, the wild wolf has lost its ability to resist. No other creatures are nearby. And it can still move. The system provided a prompt. This was the moment he had been anticipating. With newfound courage spurred by the system's message, Zhang Tuohai approached the subdued wolf, armed with a hunting spear in one hand and a powerful flashlight in the other. No matter how cunning you may be, you cannot escape my grasp. Ultimately, you have fallen into my hands. Haven't you? Zhang Tuohai illuminated the wolf with his flashlight. The beast, with its eyes wide open, fixed a malevolent stare upon him, its emerald irises brimming with ferocity. Had it not been for its debilitating condition, it would have lunged at him, seeking to sever his throat. Still daring to glare at me. Anger welled up within Zhang Tuohai as he regarded the wolf's hostile expression. Even at this juncture, it maintained a fierce demeanor. Who was it attempting to intimidate? The memory of almost being deceived by this creature only fueled his ire further. If word got out that he had nearly been outwitted by a mere beast, how could he ever show his face again? It must perish. Zhang Tuohai raised his hunting spear and thrust it towards the wolf. The wolf, now utterly exhausted and barely able to move, succumbed to the inevitable. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered as the spear pierced its throat. The wolf struggled for a moment before falling silent. Observing its stillness, Zhang Tuohai shone the flashlight into its eyes once more. Confirming the absence of any reaction, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. No creature could withstand the direct glare of a powerful flashlight. From his pocket, he retrieved a skinning knife and prepared to commence the dissection. Detected skinning knife. Slight loss of meat quantity expected. Do you wish to continue with the dissection? Yes. Obtained 500 grams of wolf meat X120. Obtained 1 set of internal organs. Obtained 1 wolf bone. Obtained 1 wolf skin. Obtained 1 ordinary essence. A bountiful harvest. Zhang Tuohai first picked up the wolf skin. The bluish-gray fur was soft yet somewhat coarse to the touch, lacking the luxurious softness of tiger skin and not nearly as visually appealing. He decided to keep it for future use, ready to process it if anyone needed it. Rolling the wolf skin, he tossed it into the trunk. He treated the wolf bone similarly. Although its purpose was unknown, it seemed prudent to retain it. The internal organs were easy to handle and could be stir-fried with a bit of vegetables to create a dish. However, the treatment of the wolf meat posed a dilemma for Zhang Tuohai. In terms of consumption, he had already stocked enough pork and tiger meat. The scent of wolf meat was somewhat off-putting, and he held little interest in it. Logically, selling it directly on the platform would be the most sensible option. Yet, he had previously proclaimed that everyone would have to subsist on meat scraps henceforth. Now, to list the wolf meat would be tantamount to slapping his own face. From that point onward, his words fell on deaf ears. The meat could be preserved, but it was prudent to wait until after the first calamity day had passed. After much contemplation, Zhang Tuohai was still uncertain about how to manage the meat. Ultimately, he resolved to load the meat onto his vehicle and reassess the situation later. If a new preservation method wasn't found before sunset, he would convert all the meat into lard and slowly distribute it. Having gathered all the harvested goods into the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai glanced at his watch. It was already past 5 in the morning. In less than an hour, dawn would break. Sleep eluded him, prompting him to tune into the regional channel to see what others were up to. At that moment, the channel was inundated with messages. A flurry of information scrolling rapidly past, making it difficult for Zhang Tuohai to discern the text. Furrowing his brow, he scrolled back through the messages, reading carefully to grasp the unfolding events. It turned out that he was not alone in experiencing a beast attack that night. Many others had encountered similar assaults. Moreover, the marauding creatures were not limited to wolves. Lions, tigers, leopards, rhinoceroses, and grizzly bears were also mentioned. One could only wonder from where such a plethora of savanna and forest creatures had emerged in the desert region. There were even accounts of individuals being pursued by elephants for over an hour, and had they not been swift enough to escape, they might have been trampled into oblivion. The authenticity of these claims was uncertain, but one fact remained clear. Many lives had been lost, with the system issuing numerous death notifications, each citing wild animal attacks as the cause. A significant number of individuals had sustained injuries and were pleading for assistance on the regional channel, seeking medical supplies. Some even placed their entire fortunes on the trading channel in hopes of acquiring a healing potion. Zhang Tuohai found himself at a loss. While he possessed the blueprint for crafting anti-inflammatory medicine, he lacked the requisite level 1 herbs. An adept artisan cannot thrive without materials. Nonetheless, in the spirit of humanitarianism, he decided to post a message on the trading channel, processing anti-inflammatory medicine, 3 units of level 1 herbs in exchange for 1 anti-inflammatory potion, direct trade. Limited to 100 individuals. The last line was added after careful consideration. Without it, those who had herbs but were uninjured might have opted to wait and see, refraining from making a trade. By imposing a limit, it instilled a sense of urgency, encouraging them to engage in a transaction. As for how many would ultimately trade with him, that remained within his control. Once Zhang Tuohai posted the trading information, the regional channel erupted in excitement. Yet another prominent figure had made an appearance, and this one possessed anti-inflammatory medicine. A chorus of pleas emerged. Please, Great One, sell me a potion for a bag of toast. Is the person above daft? Did they not read carefully? The Great One is merely processing, clearly. They have the blueprint but lack the materials. To obtain the potion, one must prepare their own ingredients. Alas, I have but 1 unit of herbs. Who among you has herbs to trade for biscuits? Impressive, Great One. I possess 3 units of herbs. Please, craft a potion for me first, though I am uninjured. One never knows when it might come in handy. Those who remain unscathed are queuing up behind, while the opportunity should be bestowed upon us, the injured souls. My esteemed companion, though I possess but 2 units of herbs, I have acquired the corpse of a snake. Do you believe it could serve as a bargaining chip? The regional channel resounds with accolades, as those lacking herbs fervently seek to procure them, while those in possession rush to trade with Zhang Tuohai, fearful that this opportunity may vanish. Amidst the vibrant chatter of the bustling channel, a young man with a sullen demeanor, named Fan Mingquan, bears a countenance so grim it appears as though he might weep. Once a purveyor of deceit, he seems to have suffered the consequences of his misdeeds. After 2 days of effort, he has opened 7 or 8 chests, only to find, aside from a blueprint, nothing but splintered wood and tattered rags. Not even a fragment of bread to sustain him. Otherwise, he would not have hastily traded the blueprint to Zhang Tuohai in a fit of desperation. At this moment, he regrets his decision profoundly, wishing he had endured just 1 more night. Had he done so, he would now be the one reaping the rewards. Chapter 18. The Guidance of Public Opinion. As a former proprietor of the anti-inflammatory drug manufacturing blueprint, Fan Mingquan was acutely aware of the raw materials required for its production. Each tablet necessitated 2 units of first-grade herbs. Presently, Zhang Tuohai was demanding 3 units. In other words, for every 2 tablets that Zhang produced, he would obtain 1 tablet as profit. If Zhang truly adhered to his stated plan of processing only 100 batches, he would accrue 50 tablets, an astonishing 50 tablets. What time is it now? After the beast attacks, how many individuals have been injured in the regional channel? How many are in dire need of medication? Even those unscathed, who can guarantee that the beast attacks will cease? Shouldn't one procure at least a single tablet for unforeseen circumstances? What price might a tablet command then? What could one barter in exchange? The thought of relinquishing such immense wealth for a mere pound of braised meat, a piece of flatbread, and 500 milliliters of water pierced Fan Mingquan's heart with anguish. What does it mean to lose a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds? This is it. In a fit of frustration, Fan Mingquan hurled the flatbread he had been reluctant to eat onto the ground and delivered a sharp slap to his own face. How foolish of you. What harm would it do to endure one more day after being hungry for two? Observing the throngs in the regional channel rushing to the trading hub to transact with Zhang Tuohai only fueled his ire. These should have been his riches, now squandered on Zhang Tuohai. No, if I cannot possess them, neither shall you. With bloodshot eyes, Fan Mingquan unleashed his fury in the regional channel. Are you all fools? A single tablet requires only 2 units of herbs, yet this unscrupulous merchant Zhang demands 3 units. It is blatant exploitation. And you rush to deliver your money to him. Are you truly that naive? If I were you, I would unite and collectively resist the actions of this unscrupulous merchant until he lowers the price to 2 units of herbs per tablet. After typing out 2 fervent messages, Fan Mingquan redirected his ire toward Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai, we are in the apocalyptic realm, where humanity faces an immense crisis. At such a juncture, we must unite to weather the storm, yet you still contemplate profit. Do you possess no shred of conscience? If I were in your position, I would offer to produce medicine free of charge to help everyone through this crisis. As a seasoned provocateur, Fan Mingquan understood that when engaging in criticism, one must position oneself on a moral high ground, presenting oneself as a paragon of virtue to freely point fingers at others. Not only did his words reach the audience in the regional channel, but they also caught the attention of Zhang Tuohai, who had been monitoring the discussions. Upon reading Fan Mingquan's remarks, Zhang could hardly suppress his laughter. He perceived Fan Mingquan as utterly deranged, still clinging to notions of internet outrage. In a peaceful society, such tactics might have had some merit, but in the current climate, they were sheer nonsense. What is the environment now? An apocalypse. A world where survival is paramount. The ability to provide anti-inflammatory medication processing services is already the greatest assistance one can offer to others. At the very least, it surpasses the efforts of those who merely speak without action. As for a united boycott, that is nothing short of a farce. Currently, I am the sole provider of anti-inflammatory medication processing services in the entire region. To unite against me? Should I cease my processing services? Who else would the others turn to for anti-inflammatory medication? How many will succumb to festering wounds in just a few days? Only those with a lack of discernment would heed Fan Mingquan's nonsense. Such a person, whether alive or dead, is merely a drain on resources. Zhang Tuohai observed with amusement as Fan Mingquan blustered, concurrently perusing transaction information and prioritizing trades with those who offered 3 units of level 1 herbs. At that moment, he suddenly received a private message. Hey, handsome, would you like help dealing with this pesky fly? A breakfast with a fried egg will suffice. Suchi? Are you Sumu's sister? Zhang Tuohai felt the name bore a striking resemblance to Sumu. Yes, my sister is indeed Sumu. What do you think of this transaction? Although he poses no substantial threat to you, having a fly buzzing around your ear is rather irksome. Moreover, if a fool were to be deceived by him, you would lose out on potential gains. Wouldn't it be better to leave this matter to me? My demands are modest. Just a fried egg, Su Chi suggested. Then I shall entrust this matter to you. If you handle it well, I will reward you with an additional piece of anti-inflammatory medication, Zhang Tuohai replied with a cheerful tone. All right, it's in my hands now, Su Chi said with delight. Having received Zhang Tuohai's approval, Su Chi began her verbal assault on Fan Mingquan in the regional channel. Everyone, do not listen to this fool's absurdities. He is merely envious and maliciously slandering the expert. Let us set aside the debate on whether it takes 2 or 3 units of herbs to produce a single piece of anti-inflammatory medication, even if it were 3 units. The fact that the expert can assist everyone by processing anti-inflammatory medication is already a significant boon. If it were me, I would simply charge 10 units for a piece of anti-inflammatory medication and then sell the finished product at a premium. I suspect Fan Mingquan is attempting to deceive you all, leading you astray while he seeks out the expert to exchange for medication, only to sell it back to you at inflated prices. If you fall for his tricks, prepare to weep. Furthermore, let us not forget that the expert is the only food vendor in our region. Should the expert become angered and close off the sales channels, where would you procure food? The decision of how to proceed rests with you. Personally, I hope you all abandon the trade. That would allow me to secure more anti-inflammatory medication from the expert. We are now commencing pre-sales of anti-inflammatory medication. Each piece can be exchanged for a package of toast, a bottle of mineral water, and 20 units of any level 1 material, with blueprints accepted as alternatives. Pre-orders are limited to 10 participants. Su Chi felt the offer lacked weight and added further urgency. Are you out of your mind? Where would we acquire 10 pieces of anti-inflammatory medication? Sumu nudged Su Chi, who was engaging in idle chatter. I'm merely jesting. If someone truly comes to exchange, just inform them that all has been traded. After all, who can ascertain the truth? Su Chi remarked nonchalantly. After pondering for a moment, Sumu felt that there was some merit to this notion and chose to remain silent. Following Su Qi's remarks, the regional channel erupted in chaos. Those who had been swayed by Fan Mingquan's persuasion suddenly came to their senses. Presently, Zhang Tuohai was the sole individual capable of exchanging for anti-inflammatory medicine. Offending him could jeopardize their future access to such vital supplies. Meanwhile, those lacking provisions became increasingly anxious. Many of them depended on exchanging goods with Zhang Tuohai for sustenance. If he were to become irate and sever the food supply, they might very well face starvation. To avert inciting Zhang Tuohai's wrath, these individuals promptly banded together, launching a fervent critique against Fan Mingquan. Chapter 19. Harvest Summary. As he observed the sudden shift in the regional channel, with all eyes turning their weapons towards him, Fan Mingquan felt an itch in his teeth from frustration. Just you wait. One day, you shall pay for this. He cursed under his breath before disappearing from the regional channel. After a brief period of attacking, the other players, noticing Fan Mingquan's lack of retaliation, lost interest and redirected their efforts towards Zhang Tuohai, seeking to exchange for anti-inflammatory medicine. Initially, Zhang Tuohai only accepted orders for 3 units of herbs. But after completing dozens of transactions, he accumulated a substantial amount of level 1 herbs and began to select orders that offered higher compensation. One of the most lucrative exchanges involved trading a single anti-inflammatory medicine for 200 units of gasoline. Zhang Tuohai briefly entertained the notion that his trading partner might be a reincarnation of an oil baron who had struck a rich oil well. However, he later discovered that this individual was rather peculiar. Upon entering the game, every box they opened yielded gasoline, with not a single other item to be found, not even a slice of bread or a drop of water. Upon hearing about this person's unfortunate predicament, Zhang Tuohai observed a moment of silence for them. In a certain light, one could consider them quite unfortunate. Aside from gasoline, Zhang Tuohai also managed to acquire various level 2 resources and functional blueprints, such as designs for kitchen knives, survival knives, toilet paper, hot pots, and charcoal. While these items might not be of great utility, they certainly contributed to an enhancement in the quality of life. In addition to these acquisitions, Zhang Tuohai stockpiled over 50 pieces of anti-inflammatory medicine. As he calculated his inventory, he was astonished to realize that a significant number of players had indeed obtained herbs. However, previously they had hoarded them as scarce resources. Today, when faced with the necessity of use, they finally began to part with them. It seemed these players still had some reserves, indicating that the scythe needed to be sharpened further. Zhang Tuohai was certain that players within the same channel possessed some valuable items, merely waiting for the right moment to be revealed. It was time to stoke the flames further. With a glint in his eye, Zhang Tuohai posted today's food trading list on the trading channel. 200 grams of oil residue, 50 portions. Each portion can be exchanged for various level 1 resources, 30 portions, level 2 resources, and blueprints via private message. Upon seeing the trade post, the players in the regional channel were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Zhang Tuohai would indeed transform the meat into oil residue. Moreover, the trading price remained unchanged. Master, why is it all oil residue? Is there nothing else? Someone persistently inquired. Unfortunately, meat spoils too easily in this weather without refrigeration. So I had no choice but to convert it to oil residue, which can be preserved longer. In fact, there isn't much oil residue left either. While there is still some available, those capable should purchase a bit more. Who knows when it might run out? Zhang Tuohai replied, nibbling on a piece of braised meat while adopting a pitiful demeanor. Yet, the oil residue was indeed rather unpalatable. Master, do you have any other food supplies? Even canned food will suffice. I can trade gasoline for it. My esteemed friend, do you still have any braised meat? Even if it's leftovers, I can offer some level 2 resources in return. A few players with a bit of means are still holding on to hope and making further attempts. Unfortunately, there is truly nothing left. As Zhang Tuohai replied, he busied himself with the frying eggs in the pan. He indeed had braised meat and canned food. Yet he had no intention of trading. He planned to let these players stew for a few days, allowing them to acclimate to the oil residue before gradually releasing some canned goods and braised meat. This way, he would undoubtedly acquire more resources and greater profits. After responding to the players, Zhang Tuohai prepared 2 bowls of noodles and sent them to the Su sisters. Naturally, he included the promised poached eggs and braised meat. Well, this is quite a feast. Braised meat too? Thank you. Su Qi exclaimed joyfully. I had a stroke of luck this morning and made a bit of a profit. So I wanted you to share in the good fortune. By noon, we'll return to our normal arrangements. If you wish to have meat, the old rules apply. Trade resources, and I can offer you a discount, Zhang Tuohai replied. After dismissing Su Qi, Zhang Tuohai took stock of his recent gains. In terms of vehicle modifications, he had equipped his car with a steel frame body, tinted windows, lightweight tires, expanded space, and a thermometer. Overall, He had enhanced the vehicle's performance, yet with the impending disaster just days away, he feared it might not be sufficient. Particularly concerning was the air conditioning unit. He still had no leads on that. As for the fortunate mermaid statue, although he had nearly gathered the necessary materials, the vehicle's level prevented him from constructing and installing it for the time being. In terms of weaponry, he had acquired a hunting spear, a hand crossbow, a skinning knife, and a powerful flashlight. He had also crafted a set of anti-stab clothing, capable of withstanding certain melee weapon attacks. Overall, Zhang Tuohai had maximized his capabilities in cold weapons, and any upgrades would need to focus on firearms and armor. Regarding food and water, he was well supplied. Over 100 pounds of raw wolf meat, dozens of pounds of braised tiger meat, more than 100 pounds of oil residue, various canned goods, baked naan, instant noodles, dehydrated vegetables, flour, chives, and some eggs. This stock would adequately sustain him for a month. As for water, with a rainwater collector at his disposal, he could easily meet his own needs. Along with the 200 units of gasoline acquired that morning, Zhang Tuohai had stockpiled a total of 500 units, sufficient for several days of consumption. Other supplies such as sun protection gear, toilet paper, kitchen knives, cooking salt, iron pots, and portable stoves were abundant, ensuring his daily needs were well met. As for various Level 1 and Level 2 common resources, Zhang Tuohai had not conducted a detailed inventory, but the quantity was certainly considerable. After assessing his resources, Zhang Tuohai determined his objectives for the near future. The primary goal was to prepare for the disaster occurring in 4 days. He planned to secure at least one vehicle air conditioning unit within that time frame. If that proved impossible, a fan would be an acceptable alternative. If there exists a sunshade, everything can be meticulously considered. Moreover, the accumulation of various food supplies must not cease. In a post-apocalyptic world, sustenance is perpetually a valuable currency. Simultaneously, the pursuit of food preservation techniques should ascend the agenda, with refrigeration being the ideal solution. Lastly, the matter of weaponry arises. Although Zhang Tuohai currently possesses an array of melee weapons, he yearns for a firearm if circumstances permit. The encounter with the woman yesterday served as a poignant reminder that, on the highways, he faces not only diverse calamities and feral creatures, but also fellow players. These players are unlikely to be as easily manageable as the foolish woman he previously encountered. Possessing a gun would bestow him with a semblance of confidence when confronting such individuals. Having deliberated on his future course, Zhang Tuohai pressed the accelerator and embarked on a new day of exploration. Chapter 20. The ambush. As Zhang Tuohai embarked on his journey, he sensed that fortune favored him this day. Nearly 10 kilometers into his drive, he stumbled upon a blue supply box. Inside, he discovered 4 instant hot pots and 2 buckets of snail noodles. Years ago, when snail noodles surged in popularity, Zhang Tuohai had joined the frenzy and purchased 2 buckets, only to find the taste unpalatable. Now, with his provisions sufficiently stocked, he had little desire to challenge his stomach further. "Do you enjoy snail noodles?" Zhang Tuohai inquired, sending a private message to Su Qi. "I quite like them. Can you cook?" Su Qi responded with surprise. "Consider this your lunch," Zhang Tuohai declared, tossing the 2 buckets of snail noodles her way. "Where's the water? At least provide us with hot water. How can we eat without it?" Su Qi remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "After all these days, you haven't even resolved the hot water issue?" Zhang Tuohai sighed in resignation. "Do you think everyone is as affluent as you? We haven't even finished setting up the mobile stove, let alone boiling water. Let us wait until noon. I'm driving now. I'll boil water for you during the lunch break," Zhang Tuohai replied, closing the private message. His brief exchange with Su Qi revealed a startling truth. His equipment placed him among the more privileged players. Even the resourceful sisters, Su Mu and Su Qi, had not managed to set up a stove, making even access to drinking water a challenge. It appeared that he had successfully achieved his preliminary objective of establishing a technological advantage among the players in the channel. Now, his task was to leverage this initial advantage, continually expanding it, exploiting the technological disparities to reap benefits from others, and fortifying himself to weather impending disasters. With the hot pots in his possession, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of excitement, humming a tune as he drove at a steady pace of 30 miles per hour. After traveling approximately 20 kilometers, he suddenly noticed a vehicle halted ahead. People. Zhang Tuohai's instincts flared with caution. He reduced his speed and readied his hand crossbow as he approached. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the vehicle was obstructing most of the already narrow roadway. Draped across the hood was a young woman clad in an office lady uniform. Her flowing waves of hair framing a face reminiscent of an internet celebrity, her legs adorned with sheer stockings, exuding an alluring charm. As she caught sight of Zhang Tuohai, she flashed a radiant smile and beckoned him with a coy gesture. "What is happening here? Is there street solicitation in this area?" Zhang Tuohai pondered, taken aback. Detected player Lu Cece, armed with a triangular military dagger at her waist. Exercise caution. Her vehicle is classified as a level 2 car. A player named Zhang Tuohai is concealed behind a sand pile 30 meters away, equipped with a composite bow. An ambush. Upon receiving the system's alert, Zhang Tuohai's first thought was this. He harbored a deep disdain for ambushes. While outside, I narrowly escaped being ensnared by a group of individuals. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is astonishing that some would still attempt to lure him into a trap. Given Zhang Tuohai's temperament, he could hardly tolerate such provocations. He felt compelled to teach them a lesson. However, engaging in a direct confrontation was not in Zhang Tuohai's nature. Though he possessed a crossbow, which could grant him the advantage to eliminate one adversary, he was aware that another lurked behind the dunes. Should they retaliate, it could spell trouble. One cannot remain on guard against adversaries indefinitely, especially considering their vehicle was of level 2. To upgrade to a level 2 vehicle, one must dismantle another. In this desolate apocalypse, the source of such dismantled cars was all too evident. It was possible that these two had other tricks up their sleeves. With this thought, Zhang Tuohai's resolve to avoid a direct confrontation solidified. As Zhang Tuohai slowly brought his vehicle to a stop 20 meters away, Lu Cece couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She brushed her wind-tousled hair aside and said, "Handsome, could you do me a favor? My car is broken down, and I could use your assistance in fixing it." "Which car is broken?" Upon witnessing Lu Cece's demeanor, Zhang Tuohai silently scoffed. He rolled down his window and replied, "Sister, we bear no grudges from the past, nor do we harbor enmity in the present. It seems rather excessive for you to lay your plans upon me. Why not clear the road and let us part ways as if we had never crossed paths?" "What do you mean by that, young man?" "I genuinely need help with my broken car. There can be no ill intentions behind my request. Please, lend a hand." As she spoke, Lu Cece leaned forward, her gaze drawn to the car's headlights. "Well, those headlights are quite striking. Oh, how bright they are." It must be said that Lu Cece possessed a fair amount of allure, and her figure was impeccably proportioned, clearly the result of professional training. Were it not for the hint provided by the system, Zhang Tuohai might have genuinely considered assisting her. However, now that the conversation had reached this point, if she still sought to ensnare him, she could not blame him for lacking in loyalty. Zhang Tuohai's expression darkened as he retrieved a white supply box from the back seat. This box, discovered on his first day, contained a rat infected with the Black Death. Initially brought along on a whim, he had not anticipated using it here. With a swift motion, he tossed the supply box out of the window. "Sister, I see you're struggling here as well. Why not consider this supply box as a token of appreciation for your efforts? I shall take my leave now. Perhaps our paths will cross again." After speaking, Zhang Tuohai pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's car racing toward her, Lu Cece's expression changed drastically. She leaped onto the hood and rolled onto the scorching asphalt, her stockings and skin grazing against the rough surface. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai's car crashed through the vehicle, blocking its path, and sped away. Once Zhang Tuohai had distanced himself, Zhang Tuohai, who had been hiding behind the dunes, cautiously approached Lu Cece and helped her to her feet. "Cece, are you all right?" "It's nothing. How did that kid notice something was amiss?" "Surely, you didn't fail to conceal it properly." Lu Cece shot a disgruntled glance at Zhang Tuohai. "No. I followed your instructions meticulously, hiding behind the sand dune and even burying half my body in sand. It would have been impossible for him to discover me." Zhang Tuohai replied, equally puzzled. "Then it's strange. Why didn't he take the bait? Am I losing my charm?" Lu Cece mused, pulling out a small mirror to inspect her reflection, utterly confounded. "Never mind that. He did toss down a white supply crate, so our wait wasn't entirely in vain." Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, eagerly picking up the white crate. "Humph, what S1 white supply crate? When his vehicle passed earlier, I caught a glimpse inside. The supplies were piled high against the window. If we can take him down, we'll be set for quite a while," Lu Cece remarked, rolling her eyes. "Really? That is splendid. Finally, we've encountered a plump target. As soon as I open this crate, I'll go after him." Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands together and took out a crowbar to pry open the supply crate. Suddenly, a large black rat burst forth, sinking its teeth into his thigh. Chapter 21. Upgrade of vehicle class. As Zhang Tuohai was driving, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. He promptly pressed the brake and activated the regional channel. The game system announced the deaths of 2 players. So soon? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time. It had been less than 10 minutes since he left, and those 2 had already perished. What kind of plague was this? It was excessively ruthless, almost akin to poison. A chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he had received the alert from the system and had refrained from opening that box. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate. However, with the demise of these 2 individuals, what would happen to their vehicle? Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of excitement. His current shortcoming was the upgrade of his vehicle, and he had long sought a vehicle core without any leads. Now, this opportunity had presented itself. He swiftly made a U-turn and drove back in the direction he had come from. The vehicle must not vanish. It had to hold on. Zhang Tuohai accelerated and finally reached the scene before the vehicle disappeared. System, is there any danger nearby? The plague-bearing rats have fled. There is no danger in the vicinity. Please do not touch the corpses. The prompt from the system provided reassurance. Zhang Tuohai sighed in relief and approached the two vehicles, surveying the scene. Zhang Yongcheng and Lu Sisi lay on the ground, their faces contorted in horror, as if they had encountered something frightful. Each bore a wound from which black blood oozed, releasing a foul stench. Not daring to approach the corpses, Zhang Tuohai took a detour and arrived at the vehicle parked by the roadside. Inside, there were few items: 2 cans of luncheon meat, a bottle of water, a handful of level 1 supplies, and most notably, 2 objects resembling car models. Zhang Tuohai picked one up. Discovered vehicle core. Can be used to upgrade vehicle class. This was it. Zhang Tuohai's excitement surged as he pumped his fist. The final piece needed for upgrading his vehicle was finally in his grasp. With this, he could elevate the vehicle's class. And that mermaid statue could also be affixed to it, significantly increasing the chances of acquiring blueprints. Although his relationship with the Su sisters was relatively amicable, it was still prudent to keep such crucial materials in his own possession. However, the fact that these two had possessed 2 vehicle cores meant at least one of them had fallen victim to the other. It seemed these two were not virtuous individuals. With this realization, the last remnant of guilt in Zhang Tuohai's heart dissipated. Allowing these two to remain would only lead to more players suffering at their hands. Thus, eliminating them could be seen as a service to the community. He transferred all the supplies from the 2 vehicles to his own and scrutinized the vehicle they had left behind. How had the vehicle core come into existence? As he pondered this, the game system's notification chimed again. Unclaimed vehicle detected. Would you like to extract the vehicle core? Yes. Creak, creak. Accompanied by a cacophony of harsh metallic sounds, the dilapidated second-hand car before him appeared even more worn, with peeling paint and shattered glass, resembling an abandoned junk vehicle. Simultaneously, a gleaming car core materialized in Zhang Tuohai's hands. Was this how the essence of a car was extracted? A flicker of understanding ignited within him. Once he had gathered all the necessary materials, Zhang Tuohai returned to the vehicle and retrieved a car core. Upgrading vehicle level. Detecting car core. Please wait. With a resonant hum, Zhang Tuohai's automobile underwent a remarkable transformation. The once shabby dashboard and seats instantly morphed into pristine new versions, and every gauge sparkled with cleanliness. The car's body grew significantly taller, and its interior space expanded more than double. In the blink of an eye, the worn-out used car had been upgraded to a brand-new luxury vehicle. Goodness, is this black technology? Zhang Tuohai marveled, incredulously caressing the shiny new exterior. This vehicle would cost at least 700,000 to 800,000 on the market, a dream he had long fantasized about, yet one that his previous family circumstances could never afford. Astonishingly, this long-held wish had materialized in this world. The Level 2 vehicle has been successfully upgraded. Now, the conditions for upgrading to a Level 3 vehicle are as follows. 1. Install at least 2 Level 2 vehicle modification components. 2. Possess 2 car cores. To his surprise, the upgrade to a Level 3 vehicle had specific modification requirements. Zhang Tuohai pondered. He already possessed 2 car cores. Now, he needed to acquire 2 Level 2 vehicle modification blueprints. It seemed prudent to pay attention to this aspect moving forward. After completing the vehicle upgrade, Zhang Tuohai retrieved the long-forgotten blueprint for the mermaid statue. Lucky mermaid statue, an interior ornament that significantly enhances blueprint acquisition when placed inside the vehicle. Material requirements: 2 units of intermediate wood, 1 ordinary essence. Placement requirement: Level 2 vehicle. Having met all the conditions, he commanded, manufacture. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the requisite materials vanished, leaving a palm-sized mermaid statue in Zhang Tuohai's hands. The statue, crafted entirely of wood, depicted a delicately sculpted mermaid. Lucky mermaid statue, Level 2 ornament, enhances blueprint acquisition significantly when placed inside the vehicle. Upgrade conditions: 2 units of advanced wood, 1 elite essence. The material requirements had increased yet again. Zhang Tuohai noted the needed materials in his notebook and continued on his journey. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he felt that this new car was distinctly superior. Its handling and agility far surpassed that of the previous second-hand vehicle. Regrettably, the interior components remained those he had previously installed. There was no air conditioning, not even a radio. Clearly, he would need to collect more parts. Shaking his head, he scanned the road ahead. After driving approximately 30 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai finally spotted a blue supply box by the roadside. Within the Level 2 supply box lay 4 jars of the renowned Laogan Ma chili sauce and a Level 1 vehicle modification blueprint. The effect of the statue was undeniably remarkable, and upon receiving this unexpected boon, Zhang Tuohai's face lit up with delight. Prior to the installation of the statue, he had scarcely managed to acquire even half of a vehicle modification blueprint. Now, he had unexpectedly obtained a complete one. The outcome was indeed splendid. The only lamentable aspect was that this modification blueprint was of the first level. With a crowbar in hand, Zhang Tuohai pried open the box and promptly retrieved the blueprint. Reinforced bumper, Level 1 vehicle modification blueprint. Once installed, it will render you impervious to any malicious collisions from Level 1 vehicles. Material requirements: metal ingots, 6 units. Metal parts, 8 units. Metal scraps, 20 units. Chapter 22. The Old Godmother and the Level 2 Water Collector Remarkable. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the blueprint. With this accessory, he would no longer have to worry about anyone obstructing his path while parking. Should anyone dare to block his way, he could simply plow through. Previously, when Lucici parked in his way, although he had forcibly rammed through, his vehicle had sustained a noticeable dent. Fortunately, the upgraded vehicle had repaired that minor damage. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for a solution. Now, with the addition of the bumper, he could at least rest assured that his vehicle would remain unscathed. With a cheerful disposition, Zhang Tuohai initiated the manufacturing process. In the blink of an eye, 2 robust bumpers were affixed to the front and rear of his vehicle. These sturdy bumpers were more formidable than standard ones. Crafted from solid metal pipes adorned with sharp spikes, clearly designed to deter any adversaries. Excellent. Zhang Tuohai nodded in satisfaction. With this contraption, he no longer feared the malicious obstruction of others' vehicles. If he were to encounter someone like Lucici again, he would not hesitate to impart a memorable lesson. With the newly installed bumpers, Zhang Tuohai set off, invigorated, on his quest for resources. The effect of the mermaid statue was indeed formidable. During his subsequent journey, he stumbled upon 2 resource boxes, one blue and one white. The white box yielded 20 units of gasoline and 2 liters of water, while the blue box contained 4 buckets of turkey noodles and a manufacturing blueprint. Sunshade net, Level 1 item, reduces heat absorption by 10 when deployed. Material requirements: 10 units of fabric, 5 units of low-grade plastic. Note: multiple coverings do not stack. Gazing at the sunshade net, Zhang Tuohai found himself at a loss for words. While he could argue its usefulness in reducing heat by 10 was rather minimal, dismissing it entirely would be unwise, as it could indeed mitigate solar exposure. Moreover, it was evidently suited for the impending disaster of dual suns looming several days ahead. Though he personally found it unremarkable, it could be sold. An innovative idea struck him. The net may not hold much value for him, but the individuals in the regional channel might view it differently, especially when the 2 suns blazed down upon the Earth, causing temperatures to skyrocket, compelling them to purchase for the sake of survival. Zhang Tuohai estimated that the net's maximum value would be realized on the day of the dual sun disaster. The higher the temperature soared, the more valuable this item would become. With this thought, his earlier frustrations began to dissipate. Taking advantage of his ample materials, he decided to craft one. The sunshade net resembled a black mesh netting, designed to drape over the vehicle. However, due to the absence of hooks, once the net was deployed, the vehicle would be immobile. Otherwise, the net would be blown away. Nonetheless, since it was intended for their use, immobility was a minor inconvenience they would likely accept in exchange for protection from the scorching sun. Zhang Tuohai stowed the sunshade net away and began preparing his lunch. It is now 11 o'clock, and the brave challenge is set to commence at noon. Zhang Tuohai must prepare in advance. He stoked the embers of the portable stove and brewed a pot of handmade noodles, topped, of course, with braised meat and Laogan ma, accompanied by a sprinkle of dehydrated vegetables, reminiscent of the convenience food covers. Holding a bowl, Zhang Tuohai savored the noodles while perusing the regional channel chat. Without his phone, the regional channel became his sole source of entertainment during meals. As noon approached, he wondered what his comrades were eating. Another day of bread and mineral water. I have a half piece of yesterday's leftover ham sausage, so I'm slightly better off than you. Why do you all have so much food? Why do I only have half a piece of stale bread? What about the big guy? Can you sell me a bit more of that crispy pork fat? That was all gone by morning. I'm starving now. Wow. How can you even stomach such greasy food? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Just wait until you haven't eaten for 2 days, and then you can talk, came the retort. Please, I beg you, sell me a bit more crispy pork fat. Is there anyone who can spare me some food? I would trade my suit for it. It's a jeanly suit, not asking for much, just a piece of bread. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the name of this last individual, the very person who had sold him a watch yesterday. Was he still here, peddling goods to survive? Zhang Tuohai sighed inwardly, condemning the man to a metaphorical death sentence. What use is a suit? It would likely be refused even if offered for free. Moreover, if sold, the man might freeze to death tonight. As for the request for more crispy pork fat, he chose to ignore them. In times like this, he felt compelled to adhere to the rules he had established. Otherwise, if he relented for one person, how could he continue to conduct business in the future? Besides, each portion of crispy pork fat weighed at least 200 grams, sufficient to ensure these individuals survived another day. During the siege of Leningrad, soldiers were rationed merely 125 grams of black bread mixed with sawdust daily. These people were fortunate to have crispy pork fat to eat. As Zhang Tuohai flipped through the regional channel, he consumed 2 bowls of noodles, still craving more. Approaching noon, he wondered when the hot water would be ready. "I'm still waiting to soak my river snail rice noodles," Su Qi messaged him. He nearly forgot about the 2 of them. Zhang Tuohai slapped his forehead. "Coming right up." He filled a kettle with water and placed it on the stove. "Are there any new blueprints today? I could trade some Lao Gan Ma for them." He casually inquired. Lao Gan Ma? Su Qi's mouth watered at the mention. She had always had a penchant for spicy food, the kind that could not be enjoyed without a kick of heat. In this world, where even obtaining food was a challenge, indulging in chili was a luxury. It was bearable when she couldn't see it, but upon hearing Zhang Tuohai mention it, her resolve began to waver. However, she and her sister had limited supplies, and every morsel had to be rationed. How could she possibly trade their precious resources for chili sauce? Yet, the thought of that delicious chili sauce was hard to resist. Su Qi found herself in a tumultuous inner battle. "How about we trade for that item?" Sumu suggested, noticing the expression on Su Qi's face as she playfully tousled her short hair. "However, this item is far too precious. If we were to part with it, we would be at a significant disadvantage." Su Qi gazed in astonishment at the blueprint in Su Mu's hand, never expecting her sister to present such a valuable document. "It's all right. We want to be able to gather the materials listed anytime soon. It might be wiser to use it for a trade and acquire additional resources. A level 1 water collector is sufficient for both of us. Upgrading to level 2 would yield minimal benefits. Moreover, with this statue in our possession, we are likely to obtain similar blueprints again in the near future." As she spoke, Su Mu affectionately patted the mermaid statue placed at the front of the vehicle. "Very well," Su Qi replied, lowering her head like a child who had committed a misdeed. "I will give you this blueprint in exchange for equivalent resources, 2 bottles of chili sauce, along with our regular supply of drinking water before the disaster. If you agree, we can finalize the transaction immediately." Sumu then presented the blueprint to Zhang Tuohai. Blueprint for Level 2 Water Collector, Chapter 23. The Assault of the Great Eagle, Level 2 Water Collector Upgrade Blueprint. Level 2 item, upon placement. Generates 1,020 liters of water every 24 hours, subject to variations based on the local environment. Manufacturing materials. 1 Level 1 Water Collector, 8 units of metal ingots. For units of metal parts, for units of glass. What a bargain! After reviewing the statistics of the Level 2 water collector and considering Su Mu's conditions, Zhang Tuohai felt that this transaction was quite valuable. He was not lacking in manufacturing materials. The most precious among them was the 4 units of glass. Yet he had acquired a considerable amount over the past few days, rendering this minor detail inconsequential. He could also offer chili sauce in exchange. With such an abundance of food, he was not reliant solely on chili sauce. Although he had committed to supplying water for daily living needs post-transaction, a quick calculation revealed that it was indeed profitable. The average daily water consumption per person hovers around 1 liter. Even if he provided the 2 sisters with 2 liters each per day, the collector would still yield 10 liters daily, which meant he would effectively gain an additional 8 liters each day. Currently, within the regional channel, 200 milliliters of water could be traded for 310 units of Level 1 resources. Level 2 resources could also be exchanged for 1 to 2 units. A bottle of Lao Gan Ma could approximately be traded for 500 to 1,000 milliliters of water. This implies that his daily output would sufficiently cover these expenditures, leaving him with a surplus. It was truly a significant profit. Having meticulously calculated the benefits in his mind, Zhang Tuohai promptly agreed to the trade. Acquiring the upgrade blueprint for the water collector, he then upgraded the collector directly to Level 2. If the Level 1 water collector was merely the size of an ordinary cup, the Level 2 collector resembled a beer keg. A pure metal water barrel, equipped with a tap, featured a water pressure gauge on its side, indicating the current water level within the collector. It was indeed quite convenient. After tampering with the Level 2 water collector for a while, Zhang Tuohai felt immense satisfaction. He had expanded his avenues for profit, now venturing into the sale of water resources. In this treacherous place, one might survive a couple of days without food, but without water, one could perish from dehydration within a day. At least until everyone had secured a stable means of obtaining water, this business could persist. After properly positioning the water collector, Zhang Tuohai settled into his chair, conserving his strength as he patiently awaited the arrival of the brave challenge. After several days of brutal selection, few players remained willing to participate in the brave challenge. Among those still partaking were either players with extreme confidence in their abilities or those left with no other options. Anyone with an alternative would undoubtedly avoid this life-threatening challenge, which boasted a casualty rate of nearly 50 to 60% with each attempt. Who could withstand such odds? However, while the brave challenge was a death knell for others, for Zhang Tuohai, it represented a rare opportunity. Each day, he relied on this challenge to enhance his profits. As the hour hand and minute hand aligned, noon struck. The game system announced, today's brave challenge officially commences. Zhang Tuohai equipped his hand crossbow, donned his stab-resistant suit, secured a skinning knife and a powerful flashlight at his waist, and grasped his hunting spear as he exited the vehicle. The scorching sun bore down upon him, and before long, Zhang Tuohai's clothes were thoroughly soaked with perspiration. This infernal weather left him wondering when he would finally escape this desert. Furrowing his brow, he quietly inquired, "Is it better to head that way?" "It is advisable to turn left at a 60-degree angle and proceed for 2,000 meters. The resources there are most abundant." That direction appeared to be nothing but a vast expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any visible resources. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the barren terrain pointed out by the system, which stretched flat and empty before him. Nevertheless, trusting in the system's guidance, he resolved to investigate that path. Although he had traversed the desert multiple times, he still found the experience disconcerting. After just a few steps, his shoes filled with sand, an uncomfortable sensation that plagued him. Using his hunting spear as a makeshift cane, Zhang Tuohai trudged slowly through the desolate sands. The desert offered no distinct landmarks. Yet under the system's corrections, he managed to maintain his bearings. Just as fatigue began to set in, and he contemplated resting, a sudden cry echoed through the sky. Gazing upward, he beheld a massive eagle circling above, seemingly fixated on him. With a wingspan of at least 4 meters, the majestic creature appeared formidable. Even at a great height, Zhang Tuohai sensed that it was not to be trifled with. What a raucous bird! "One day, I shall bring you down and brew you into soup," he muttered indignantly. The eagle, as if sensing Zhang Tuohai's irritation, suddenly dove from the sky, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, it descended from hundreds of meters above, closing in on him. The eagle extended its talons, poised to seize Zhang Tuohai. Its claws, sharp and formidable, measured 7 or 8 centimeters in length, thicker than his thumb and glinting ominously. Zhang Tuohai realized that if captured, he would likely lose a substantial amount of flesh. The eagle's velocity rendered any attempt to counterattack with his hand crossbow or spear impossible. What should I do? For the first time, he found himself confronting such a life-threatening moment, and a wave of panic surged within him. Position the spear defensively across your chest. Refrain from unnecessary movements. The system promptly provided its guidance. At that moment, Zhang Tuohai had no time for contemplation. His body instinctively complied with the system's command. He positioned the hunting spear horizontally across his chest. Crack! The rigid spear shaft shattered upon contact with the eagle's talons. Yet the bird's momentum remained unabated as it lunged toward him. Zhang Tuohai, propelled backward by the force of the impact, fell into the sands. As the eagle's menacing claws drew nearer, an icy dread gripped his heart. Was he destined to perish here? However, before he could dwell on his fate, the ground beneath him gave way once more, and his body plummeted downward once again. With a thud, Zhang Tuohai's body landed upon a somewhat yielding surface. Although there was a twinge of pain, he emerged relatively unscathed. Zhang Tuohai surveyed his surroundings. It was a dark locale, devoid of any illumination. Just as he was about to retrieve his powerful flashlight from his waist to investigate, a sudden noise echoed through the air. A massive object plummeted from above, landing directly in front of him. What could it be? Curiosity piqued. Zhang Tuohai switched on the flashlight. To his surprise, it was none other than the giant eagle that had been pursuing him. At that moment, the colossal bird was sprawled on the ground, its neck contorted at an odd angle, and its talons flailing in a chaotic manner, evidently in distress. Chapter 24. The Purple Supply Box. Upon witnessing the giant eagle's plight, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, how the tables have turned. You were pursuing me with such fervor just moments ago, yet now you seem rather subdued. It appears you are in pain. Allow me to assist you on your journey to the afterlife." With that, Zhang Tuohai plunged the broken hunting spear into the eagle's head. The mighty creature flapped its talons a couple of times before falling silent. Zhang Tuohai then employed his skinning knife to dissect the eagle's body. Acquired 500 grams of eagle meat x50. Acquired 2 eagle legs. Acquired 2 eagle wings. Acquired 1 eagle neck. Acquired 10 units of feathers. Acquired 1 set of internal organs. Acquired 1 ordinary soul. Good heavens. These wings are enormous. One wing could easily yield a potful of cola wings, Zhang Tuohai mused, inspecting one of the processed wings, which measured over 2 meters in length and weighed at least 30 pounds. Indeed, it resonated with the saying, "The wings are so grand that one pot cannot contain them." He retrieved a unit of fabric and fashioned a bundle to stow away his acquisitions, securing it to his back. After handling these items, Zhang Tuohai illuminated his surroundings with a powerful flashlight to ascertain his current location. He discovered he was ensconced in a pitch-black stone chamber, surrounded by somber brick walls that bore the marks of many years, coated in a thick layer of dust. A decaying, ornate wooden door loomed 2 meters away, concealing whatever lay beyond. Above, the ceiling featured faded murals, their colors long since weathered, rendering the imagery indecipherable. A gaping hole marred the ceiling, his entry point into this enigmatic space. However, the ceiling soared over 3 meters high, making it evident that climbing back up was beyond his reach. "System, is there an exit here?" Zhang Tuohai inquired softly. "Proceed straight through the wooden door and continue until you reach the end of the corridor. Do not enter the rooms on either side." "Is it safe?" he pressed. "There is no danger as long as the side rooms are avoided." "Very well." Zhang Tuohai hoisted his bundle and nudged the ornate wooden door with the fractured spear. With a resounding crash, the door, likely weakened by time, toppled over, stirring a significant cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Tuohai tore a strip of fabric to fashion a makeshift mask, shielding his mouth and nose from the rising dust. Though the ordinary cloth was no match for a professional mask, it sufficed to mitigate the dust intrusion. Holding the flashlight in one hand and the half-broken spear in the other, Zhang Tuohai stepped through the fallen door. Beyond lay a long, dark corridor, flanked by numerous wooden doors, each adorned with a small plaque inscribed with distorted characters. Though curiosity gnawed at him regarding what lay behind those doors, Zhang Tuohai resolutely adhered to the system's warning, abstaining from touching the doors. The corridor stretched on for what felt like an eternity, and it took Zhang Tuohai a full 10 minutes to reach its end. At the end of the corridor stood an intricately carved wooden door. "What should we do?" Zhang Tuohai inquired softly. "Just push it open," came the response. "All right then. With the system's guidance, what is there to fear?" Zhang Tuohai thrust his hunting spear forward, and the ornate door swung open, accompanied by a grating sound. Behind the door lay a room, its perimeter lined with wooden shelves haphazardly cluttered with scroll-like objects. Scattered across the floor were numerous sheets of paper. Zhang Tuohai struck the papers with his spear. Upon contact, they disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Unfazed, he swept his spear across the shelves, but alas, all the papers succumbed to the ravages of time, turning to dust. Just as Zhang Tuohai was feeling disheartened and contemplating giving up, he suddenly noticed that the scroll his spear had touched did not disintegrate. Instead, it trembled slightly. A discovery. Filled with excitement, he reached out to grasp it. However, halfway through his motion, he hesitated. "System, is there something wrong with this scroll? It doesn't contain poison or deadly pathogens, does it?" The scroll itself is safe and devoid of any lethal toxins. However, it does harbor several viruses. It is advisable to wash your hands with soap after contact. Reassured by the system, Zhang Tuohai relaxed. Nonetheless, he carefully wrapped the scroll in cloth. Blueprint for sausage production. By placing meat and flour inside, sausages will be automatically produced. Required materials: 20 units of metal ingots, 40 units of metal parts, 10 units of metal shards, 4 units of glass, 4 units of plastic, and 1 unit of electronic components. Note: while you can transform meat into sausages, do not attempt to revert sausages back into meat. This note seemed unnecessary. Who would be foolish enough to try to revert sausages to meat? Zhang Tuohai scoffed, but nonetheless joyfully tucked the blueprint away. With this knowledge, he could preserve the wolf and giant eagle meat instead of wasting them on scraps. Continuing his search, he discovered that aside from the previously mentioned blueprint, preserved due to its parchment material, all other documents had turned to ashes. At least he had made some progress. It wasn't a total loss. Zhang Tuohai sighed and turned his gaze towards the only exit of the room. A closed wooden door. This door was evidently sturdier than the others, reinforced with iron bars. Zhang Tuohai prodded the door with his spear, but it remained resolute. "System, this door won't budge. How do I leave?" "Kick it hard," was the system's succinct reply. "Very well." With the system's endorsement, Zhang Tuohai stepped back 2 paces and delivered a powerful kick to the wooden door. Thud. Crack. The door trembled, and a sound of something breaking echoed from behind it. An opening. Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he repeated his previous action. Bang. The wooden door was forcibly kicked open, and a decayed bolt fell to the ground. Goodness. No wonder it wouldn't budge. It was secured from the outside. Zhang Tuohai stepped across the threshold and was astonished to find himself outside, in a sunken clearing, with the scorching sun bearing down upon him. Before him lay a purple chest. Discovered level 3 supply chest. Incredible! A purple chest. Zhang Tuohai could hardly believe his eyes. He never expected to encounter a purple chest in this place. However, he currently lacked a crowbar and could only take the chest back to open it. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly picked up the chest and returned to his vehicle. Bang! The purple chest was pried open by Zhang Tuohai. 2 crafting blueprints and a card appeared before him. Remington M870 crafting blueprint, an exceptional self-defense weapon. Possessing it ensures any adversary will keep their distance. Optimal range for buckshot is within 50 meters, while the effective range for slugs is 200 meters. Crafting materials, metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 18 units, intermediate wood, 1 unit. 12-gauge shotgun shell, crafting blueprint, standard ammunition for Remington. Contains 12 pellets with a maximum dispersion area of 9 square meters. Crafting materials, metal fragments, 12 units, metal parts, 1 unit. Note: the dispersion area increases with distance. Chapter 25, the sausage-making machine. To his astonishment, it was a firearm. A surge of elation spread across Zhang Tuohai's face. This was a gun. Possessing such an instrument afforded him a fighting chance against the formidable carnivorous beast he might encounter. Previously, he had relied solely on a small crossbow to scavenge upon injured creatures. Now he could potentially stand his ground against a wild wolf. With a single projectile, he could even take down an elephant or a lion. Moreover, this was a shotgun, renowned for its devastating spread. Wielding such a weapon, he hardly needed to aim. A mere pull of the trigger in the intended direction would suffice. Furthermore, gripping the weapon with both hands significantly mitigated the recoil, making it one of the most beginner-friendly firearms available. How exhilarating! Zhang Tuohai was eager to craft the shotgun immediately. However, upon inspecting the materials, his brow furrowed. He possessed nearly everything required, save for one crucial component, intermediate wood. It seemed he would have to peruse the regional chat for assistance. Sighing, Zhang Tuohai carefully tucked away the crafting blueprint and retrieved the card he had found. Greetings, fortunate player who has arrived here. If you are reading this letter, it signifies the favor of Lady Luck has smiled upon you. Before you stands a grand door, beyond which lie treasures and dangers alike. You may choose to open this door and embrace the challenge or opt to retreat. However, at this moment, you may find yourself ill-equipped to confront the perils within. Therefore, we have prepared a crafting manual for the Remington M870 shotgun and its accompanying ammunition. We wish you success in your quest for treasure. Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the card twice. So, this item was intended as supplementary equipment for players preparing to explore the building? As a result, he had inadvertently gained access through the back door, clearing the dungeon? He had first seized the resources within the dungeon before acquiring the exploratory equipment? Damn. In a fit of frustration, Zhang Tuohai flung the card to the ground and stomped on it vigorously. Such an act was necessary to vent the anger boiling within him. Who designed this dungeon? They nearly got him killed. The card explicitly stated that players at this stage were woefully inadequate to confront the dangers lurking within the dungeon. To balance the difficulty, they had deliberately issued the crafting blueprint for the shotgun. It was clear that the threats lay concealed behind the wooden doors flanking the corridor, foes that could only be faced with a shotgun. Had it not been for the hint system, Zhang Tuohai would likely have perished within those confines. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, fortune favored him. He had survived and reaped significant rewards. After taking a moment to recover in his vehicle, Zhang Tuohai proceeded to craft the sausage-making machine. He had all the necessary materials at hand. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and before Zhang Tuohai stood a machine over a meter in length. Encased in metal, the entire apparatus was shrouded in a metallic casing, obscuring its inner workings. Exposed to the elements was a funnel-like feed inlet and a cylindrical discharge outlet. Additionally, there lay a black solar panel and a crimson button. Sausage maker, capable of producing sausages, solar-powered, charging for 1 hour enables 10 minutes of operation. Sausage recipe. 1 sausage requires 0, 1 pounds of meat, 0, 1 pounds of flour, and 0, 1 units of inferior plastic or other materials suitable for casings. Shelf life, 12 months. Note: users may adjust the ratio of meat to flour as desired. Splendid. Upon reading the instructions for the sausage maker, Zhang Tuohai excitedly raised his fist. He had finally acquired a means to preserve fresh meat. In this world where today may not guarantee a tomorrow, a 12-month shelf life was nearly eternal. Let us make a small batch and sample the flavor. He proceeded to toss 1 pound of wolf meat, 1 pound of flour, and 1 unit of inferior plastic into the feed inlet, then pressed the crimson button. With a humming sound, a series of red packaged sausages tumbled out of the discharge outlet. Zhang Tuohai picked one up and weighed it in his hand. Each sausage weighed approximately 4 ounces, around 100 grams, akin to a standard sausage. Upon opening one and taking a bite, he found the taste quite agreeable, reminiscent of a meat-rich texture, distinctly different from the floury flavor of ordinary sausages. However, with only about 20 pounds of flour at his disposal, he could not afford to use it all for sausage production. After some contemplation, Zhang Tuohai decided to seek additional flour online. He would assess the quantity available, and if necessary, resort to producing all-meat sausages, as preserving the meat took precedence. Flour purchase. Price negotiable. Intermediate would purchase. Price negotiable. Zhang Tuohai posted these two messages on the trading channel. Meanwhile, those who had not participated in the Brave Challenge were idly chatting in the regional channel. During this period, with no resources available on the roads, they had little to occupy their time aside from conversing. The moment Zhang Tuohai's trading messages appeared, they ignited a flurry of excitement in the regional channel. Has the big shot returned from the challenge? Surely they have acquired something new. Otherwise, why the sudden interest in these items? Can I cling to your coattails? Could you share how you survived the Brave Challenge? Might you divulge what you have obtained? Zhang Tuohai paid no heed to these inquiries and instead began sifting through private messages. As he scrolled, his brow furrowed. Others in the regional channel had indeed procured flour, yet they assumed Zhang Tuohai's resources were abundant and sought to profit from him. Many offers reached ludicrous levels, with 1 pound of flour being quoted at the exorbitant price of 1 pound of marinated meat plus 1 liter of water. Upon viewing these outrageous offers, Zhang Tuohai scoffed and deleted them all. I initially contemplated selling you some ham sausages, but it appears you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Very well, let you indulge in the oil residue for a few more days. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind. The remaining meat would be transformed entirely into premium ham sausages, reserved solely for his own consumption. Subsequently, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Su Qi. Please keep an eye out for intermediate timber. If available, procure it for me. I'll reward you with a bag of spicy turkey noodles. Spicy turkey noodles. Upon seeing those 3 words, Su Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. She fixated on the text, unable to tear her gaze away. It had been previously established that Su Qi had an insatiable craving for spicy food, and turkey noodles were particularly dear to her. In times past, her household would always stock a box for late-night snacks. Now, in this world, the mere sight of the words spicy turkey noodles evoked memories of days gone by, and involuntarily, she found herself salivating. Rest assured, it's merely intermediate timber. I will ensure you acquire it, Su Qi vowed with determination. Chapter 26, with no staple food, let us indulge in barbecue with Su Qi's assurance. Zhang Tuohai felt a wave of relief wash over him, prompting him to disregard the flurry of private messages that had inundated him. Instead, he promptly withdrew the commission he had hanging. The moment he retracted the commission, chaos ensued among the individuals in the regional channel. They had initially hoped to capitalize on Zhang Tuohai's acquisition opportunities, yet they were blindsided by his swift decision to cancel the commission. This left them utterly dumbfounded, akin to having flour slip through their fingers. It is crucial to note that not everyone possesses Zhang Tuohai's affluence or resources to transform flour into sustenance. The process of converting flour into food demands a substantial amount of water. Without water, one cannot knead dough, steam buns, craft noodles, or even bake flatbreads. For the vast majority, the water they manage to procure daily barely suffices for drinking, let alone for culinary endeavors. Thus, flour in their possession had nearly become worthless, even less valuable than ordinary materials. At least timber could be ignited for warmth, and fabric could provide insulation. But what purpose does flour serve? Even if ignited, it poses a risk of explosion. Zhang Tuohai's decisive action had effectively tightened its grip around their throats, jolting them awake from their dreams of wealth, and making them acutely aware that their fates rested firmly in his hands. Should Zhang Tuohai genuinely cease his acquisition of flour, he would merely incur a minor loss, whereas they might face the grim prospect of starvation. Should he resolutely refuse to purchase, some could very well perish from hunger. Realizing this, several astute individuals discreetly sent private messages to Zhang Tuohai, beginning with sincere apologies and subsequently offering to reduce their prices. The lowest bids included proposals of 300 grams of bread in exchange for 500 grams of flour. Zhang Tuohai was not intent on driving these individuals to despair. Upon witnessing their willingness to lower their prices, he reluctantly agreed to procure a batch of flour, eliciting profound gratitude from them. However, due to his eagerness to acquire, he unwittingly traded away all the bread he had on hand, even exchanging the last of his flatbreads. He now found himself with scarcely any proper staple food remaining. While he still had some instant noodles, those were part of his emergency rations and could not be easily utilized. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the sky, realizing that it was already too late to steam buns. By the time they would be ready, darkness would have descended. Moreover, steaming buns required yeast, adding to the complexity, which Zhang Tuohai found tedious. Thus, he decided to opt for something simpler for dinner. Indeed, A barbecue seemed quite appealing. Zhang Tuohai rummaged through his stockpile of ingredients. Selecting a wing and a leg from the giant eagle, a few skewers of leeks, and some cuts of tiger heart, tiger kidney, and tiger whip, deeming this assortment sufficient. He had prepared the barbecue grill and skewers during his initial shopping spree, yet had not found an appropriate occasion to utilize them until now. Finally, the moment had arrived. However, as Zhang Tuohai set up the barbecue grill, he encountered an unexpectedly awkward predicament. The wings of the colossal eagle were far too large for the barbecue grill, which simply could not accommodate them. Zhang Tuohai possessed a standard barbecue grill typical of ordinary stalls, measuring 18 centimeters in width and 2 meters in length. In stark contrast, the eagle's wings spanned an impressive 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, surpassing the dimensions of the grill itself. How could this be managed? Do you happen to have a larger barbecue grill? Zhang Tuohai inquired privately of Sumu. A larger grill? How big do you need it to be? Is a standard grill insufficient? Sumu responded, his curiosity piqued. The ingredients are rather substantial, Zhang Tuohai replied, disclosing the dimensions of the eagle's wings. The largest grill I possess is a roasting furnace, standing at 1.6 meters tall and 1 meter wide. If you fold the wings in half, that should suffice. If not, I am at a loss, Sumu replied, sending Zhang Tuohai the schematics for the grill. Blueprint for the giant roasting furnace, an excellent companion for slow cooking. Height, 1.6 meters, width, 1 meter. Equipped with 10 specialized meat tongs. Materials required, 10 units of stone, 2 units of metal ingots, 5 units of metal scraps. Zhang Tuohai reviewed the dimensions and confirmed they would meet his needs. How much does it cost? He asked. The blueprint holds little value, and if you want it, I assume you intend to prepare barbecue? Just share some with us, Sumu replied, aware that such blueprints were disregarded in the early days of resource scarcity. Now, everyone was exceedingly resource conscious, with every morsel of material cherished. Few would expend resources on such an item. Only someone as affluent as Zhang Tuohai would consider acquiring it. Thus, Sumu decided to extend a favor, nearly gifting the blueprint to Zhang Tuohai. All right then, once the grilling is done, I'll share some with you. Zhang Tuohai agreed with a nod. He could surmise Sumu's intentions, but their collaboration had proven pleasant, and after several exchanges, a bond had begun to form. Deepening their relationship could be advantageous, providing a potential ally who might prove invaluable at critical moments. With the manufacturing blueprint in hand, Zhang Tuohai set about constructing the giant roasting furnace. The furnace resembled an enormous vase, divided into 3 sections, a ceramic base for kindling, a central ceramic chamber for roasting, and a lid resembling a cork for sealing. Zhang Tuohai ignited the wood, transforming it into charcoal, while simultaneously splitting the eagle's wings, applying sauce, and skewering them with specialized tongs before hanging them on the hooks of the furnace. The remaining ingredients, such as tiger whip and tiger heart, were prepared in like manner. Finally, he sealed the lid, and all that remained was to wait patiently. He had previously seen such a slow cooking method in a video by a foreign gentleman and had longed to acquire one. Regrettably, he lacked a suitable yard for barbecuing, forcing him to abandon the idea. Little did he expect that this desire would manifest in the apocalypse, leaving him at a loss for words. This method of slow roasting was indeed distinct from traditional grilling techniques. The conventional open-style barbecue tends to result in significant moisture loss if cooked for too long. The meat becomes charred and tough, and with further cooking, it may even become carbonized. This method demands a high level of skill from the grill master. In contrast, the closed oven method retains moisture within, ensuring the meat remains tender and succulent without the risk of burning. A fitting analogy would be the difference between hanging oven-roasted duck and closed oven-roasted duck. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhang Tuohai lifted the lid and retrieved half a grilled wing, slicing a piece with a small knife to taste. The meat was tender, and the sauce had thoroughly permeated the flesh, creating an exquisite flavor. To his astonishment, he realized he was quite the barbecue connoisseur. Perhaps upon returning, he could even establish a barbecue restaurant and potentially earn a fortune. Chapter 27. The shotgun in hand while dining, it had become Zhang Tuohai's habit to peruse the regional channel's conversations. At this moment, he was slicing roasted wings whilst observing the chatter among the participants. The day's bounty had been dismal, leaving him to consume the remnants of yesterday's dry bread. A rather unfortunate situation indeed. At least you have bread to eat. I'm left gnawing on cornbread, someone remarked. Is there anyone with spare food? I haven't eaten in 2 days and am willing to trade a blueprint for a plastic figurine. What use is that plastic figurine? It's cumbersome and impractical. Not to mention a hassle to clean. Better to let it gather dust, came the dismissive response. You seem experienced, come on, speak your tale. Someone encouraged. As the conversation quickly veered off course, it appeared these individuals were not as starved as one might expect, even indulging in frivolities. Zhang Tuohai pondered whether the sale of fried scraps should be halved. Just then, a new comment pierced through the chatter. "Ah, a bunch of paupers. I just scored a box of pizza, with fruit toppings no less. Are you envious?" The comment was accompanied by 7 or 8 meticulously taken photographs, each showcasing perfect lighting and angles, indicative of a professional touch. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the commenter, astonished to find it was Fan Mingquan, an old acquaintance. He recalled that just yesterday, Fan had publicly denounced his acquisition of herbs, a confrontation Zhang had swiftly countered. To his surprise, the lad had struck lucky today with a box of pizza. Zhang Tuohai, however, was not particularly swayed by the allure of pizza, for he had superior options at his disposal. Yet, the others in the channel were far less composed. "Wait, you can actually take photos?" someone exclaimed. "I just tried it." You need to request permission from the system, which explains why it went unnoticed before. "Wow, pizza, with fruit on top," another chimed in. "Might I trade you some water for a slice? I'll give you 500 milliliters. Just give me a slice, and I'll call you boss. I'll do whatever you say from now on." Fan Mingquan scoffed. "A bunch of paupers. You think 500 milliliters of water is worth a slice of pizza? Not a chance. The bare minimum I'll accept is a blueprint for a vehicle modification. Anything less is out of the question." "And where is Zhang Tuohai? You were quite bold yesterday, weren't you? I see you're reduced to white flour today, planning to steam buns or boil noodles. Is it tastier than pizza?" Faced with Fan Mingquan's taunts, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. He had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with these individuals. However, with such open provocation on the regional channel, he realized he must respond. Otherwise, how would others perceive him? Future acquisitions would become increasingly challenging. Determined, he snapped a photograph of the half-eaten roasted wings on his table and posted it. With no staple food available today, he had no choice but to make do with some barbecue. After posting several images of barbecued wings, kidneys, and leeks, the regional channel erupted in excitement. "Well, the big shot is actually indulging in barbecue? What kind of wings are these? They're almost as large as the dining table. Big kidneys. Please, I'll trade you a skewer for some gasoline. Oh dear, big brother, could you spare me a skewer of leeks? I promise to be sweet." The atmosphere in the channel was abuzz, and Zhang Tuohai's private messages were equally tumultuous. Numerous individuals reached out, some seeking to pay homage, others wishing to barter, and many pleading for a handout. Several women, realizing the opportunity to send private photos, forwarded personal snapshots to Zhang Tuohai, suggesting that if he were to share some barbecue, they would reciprocate with enticing images. The audacity! Do they think I can be swayed by mere beauty? Such an affront to my dignity. Zhang Tuohai, in a fit of anger, saved a few of the more aesthetically pleasing photos before promptly deleting the messages. As if a few pictures could compel him to share his barbecue? How naive! Were it not for the desire to overshadow Fan Mingquan, he would not have even considered posting the pictures. Why not quietly amass wealth? At that moment, Zhang Tuohai's prominence had completely eclipsed that of Fan Mingquan. Realizing a comeback was futile, Fan Mingquan chose to retreat into silence. With Fan Mingquan no longer vocal, Zhang Tuohai lost interest in further conversation and continued savoring his barbecued wings. Having consumed half of the wing, he felt comfortably satiated. But after indulging in 2 skewers of leeks, 1 skewer of tiger whip, and 2 skewers of tiger kidneys, he realized he had overestimated his appetite. A miscalculation. He had prepared too much. Glancing at the grill, he noted half a wing remaining, 6 skewers of leeks, and 4 skewers of tiger heart. Oh well. It's time to be generous. I shall share these with you all. Zhang Tuohai traded the half wing, 6 skewers of leeks, and 2 skewers of tiger heart to the Su sisters. So large. Sumu gasped upon seeing the wing nearly as tall as herself. Indeed, I may have overprepared. Take your time with it. This can be considered just one meal, so no need to worry, replied Zhang Tuohai. However, this is simply too much. I can't possibly finish 2 meals, Sumu remarked, staring at the enormous wing, uncertain of how to begin. No problem. Any leftovers can be sent back. They taste delightful stir-fried with some vegetables in the morning, Zhang Tuohai reassured her, drawing from his vast experience. I appreciate it. By the way, the intermediate wood materials you asked Xiao Qi to inquire about have been secured. I'll send them over now, Sumu stated as she transmitted the materials. You acquired them so swiftly? Zhang Tuohai exclaimed with delight. With the intermediate wood, he could craft a Remington shotgun. What does barbecue even matter? A firearm is the true means of survival. I'll reimburse you for the resources expended, Zhang Tuohai offered. It wasn't too much, just a few dozen milliliters of water. The seller was unaware of its value and sold it to me along with some first-tier components, Sumu replied nonchalantly. Nonetheless, I am grateful. Zhang Tuohai spoke as he handed over 2 packets of turkey noodles. Wasn't it mentioned that no payment was necessary? This is merely a token of appreciation promised to your sister. After sending the information, Zhang Tuohai swiftly transitioned to the manufacturing zone, where he produced the Remington M870. A flash of light illuminated the scene as a sleek, black shotgun materialized in his hands. The gun's robust muzzle and smooth contours exuded the allure of modern industry. This is the renowned M870 shotgun, a weapon cherished by military, law enforcement, and civilians alike. While its performance may not be the most outstanding, it undoubtedly boasts the highest prevalence. This firearm excels in close combat, allowing even untrained civilians to confront assailants outnumbering them. It is, without a doubt, an unparalleled tool for self-defense. With the shotgun in hand, Zhang Tuohai brimmed with confidence, eager to seek out a wild beast and test the shotgun's formidable prowess. Chapter 28. The Sale of Spears. There exists a principle known as Murphy's Law, which succinctly posits that the more one wishes to avoid an occurrence, the more likely it is to transpire. Interestingly, this law can also be applied in reverse. At present, Zhang Tuohai yearns to find a beast to test his firearm. However, those very creatures have mysteriously vanished. He circles beneath the vehicle 3 times, yet not a single hair is to be found. How disheartening. After an exhaustive search, he reluctantly returns to the confines of his car. Meanwhile, the regional channel erupts in discussion regarding the possibility of beasts attacking that evening. What if a beast does appear? One of my car's windows has already been shattered. If another beast shows up tonight, I fear it may spell disaster. I too am in a precarious situation. The door of my vehicle is dented, and had I not awakened in time, I might have been dragged out already. Does anyone possess a weapon? Could someone spare me a little something? Even a knife would suffice. Upon reading the messages on the regional channel, an idea ignites within Zhang Tuohai. Now that he possesses a firearm, the need for melee weapons such as spears becomes obsolete. Rather than allowing these items to occupy space, he resolves to sell them for profit. In the past, with only a hand crossbow and hunting spears at his disposal, selling such items was inconceivable. However, now equipped with firearms, the disparity in armament renders them unnecessary. As for whether others might compete for prey and disrupt his market, such thoughts are merely fanciful. Let us not forget that formidable beasts are not easily hunted. Even if they were captured, how many would be willing to sell their catch? And among the 2,000 individuals currently on the channel, how much would each receive? It would hardly alter the grand scheme of things. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Tuohai crafts 10 hunting spears and lists them on the trading channel. A total of 10 spears, each priced at 30 units of resources. Those interested may bid directly. Weapons. Is it true that weapons are available? 30 units of resources? I only have 20 units left. Who would lend me 10 units? I promise to repay you by tomorrow. Haha, I finally possess a weapon. Tonight, I too shall hunt beasts and feast upon meat. Yes, indeed. I shall forego sleep this evening to see when those beasts arrive. Does anyone have a barbecue grill? I too desire to savor grilled delicacies. Observing the raucous chatter on the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai cannot help but shake his head in exasperation. These individuals are truly ignorant of the dangers. Do they genuinely believe that possessing a spear guarantees success against formidable beasts? He himself had only managed to slay a solitary wolf by leveraging a combination of the system: a hand crossbow and a powerful flashlight. These untrained individuals, armed with spears, wish to challenge beasts one-on-one? They are merely courting disaster. Zhang Tuohai quietly jots down the names of these individuals, curious to see how many will appear in the evening scrim announcements. After a while, finding no further entertainment, he reclines in his seat and succumbs to slumber. If there is one benefit to this world, it is perhaps the assurance of his daily sleep. As darkness enveloped the world, slumber became the only refuge, leaving little room for any other pursuits. Perhaps it was the late dinner that prompted Zhang Tuohai to experience a vividly enchanting dream. He found himself aboard a luxurious yacht, surrounded by elegantly attired women. Immersed in the tumultuous waves that rocked the vessel, a sensation of sheer bliss enveloping him. Amidst the gentle undulations, an electronic voice echoed persistently in his ears: "Danger detected. Danger detected." Startled by this alarming announcement, Zhang Tuohai jolted awake, glancing at his watch to find it was 3 a.m. His heart raced with dread as he realized the vehicle was indeed swaying. What on earth was happening? In a panic, he switched on the high-beam flashlight and directed it towards the window. To his horror, a large, black, round face was pressed against the glass, peering curiously inside. Their eyes met. The sudden glare from the flashlight startled the creature, causing it to recoil and tumble backward, landing with a thud on the ground. Zhang Tuohai finally discerned the true identity of the formidable visage. It was a black bear, a king among the forest's most tenacious inhabitants. If one were to rank the ferocious beasts of the wild, many might erroneously proclaim the tiger as the monarch of the beasts. In truth, the tiger's danger level in the forest ranks only third. The wild boar claims the top spot, revered for its penchant to scratch against trees. subsequently rolling in the riverbanks to coat itself in a thick layer of gravel and grit, which serves as a natural armor. Not even arrows, let alone standard shotguns, can penetrate this formidable defense. Before the advent of high-powered rifles, hunting wild boars relied solely on traps. The black bear occupies the second position in this hierarchy. Many dismiss the black bear as slow and incapable of climbing trees or scavenging carrion, suggesting that playing dead would suffice in an encounter. Such notions are best taken with a grain of salt, should one truly believe them. They would be the first to meet their demise in an encounter with a black bear. While it may appear sluggish compared to its swifter counterparts like wolves and moose, the bear can reach speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, twice the speed of an average human. Would you dare to challenge it in a race? Moreover, black bears are indeed capable climbers, only refraining from ascending trees unless absolutely compelled by danger. As for their dietary habits, the notion that they avoid carrion is a misconception. They simply steer clear of decomposing remains to avoid illness. When faced with a black bear, the wisest course of action is to raise a middle finger, maintain eye contact, and muster every ounce of strength to shout with authority. This displays a semblance of dignity in the face of peril. Upon realizing the creature outside was a black bear, Zhang Tuohai's mind buzzed with alarm. Although his vehicle was fortified with a robust steel frame, far sturdier than the average car, the question remained, would it withstand the might of a black bear? Even if the frame held strong, what of the windows? They were certainly not made of bulletproof glass. A single swipe from the bear could shatter them. Without further ado, Zhang Tuohai revved the engine and accelerated away in a rush. The black bear, having spotted Zhang Tuohai driving away, let out a resounding roar and began to pursue him, twisting its body with determination. This creature, known for its intelligence, shares a common trait with other clever animals, a propensity for vengeance. Moments earlier, Zhang Tuohai had momentarily blinded it with the beam of a powerful flashlight. Although it had not inflicted any tangible harm, the sudden light had made the bear squint in discomfort. This undoubtedly ignited the bear's fury, prompting it to sprint towards Zhang Tuohai with its robust limbs. As he glanced back at the relentless pursuit of the bear, a frown creased Zhang Tuohai's brow. Typically, a bear of ordinary nature would abandon the chase once it realized it could not catch its prey. However, this particular bear was evidently a product of the game system. The fact that it had been pursuing him for an entire hour without any sign of relinquishing its chase was indeed thought-provoking. One could only wonder about the bear's stamina. How long could it sustain this relentless pursuit? Though Zhang Tuohai still had a reserve of gasoline at his disposal, he was resolute in his decision not to squander it on this bear. He had made up his mind. The bear must be dealt with decisively. Chapter 29. The turbocharged engine. How to eliminate this beast? Zhang Tuohai's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed a bend ahead. An idea sparked in his mind. He pressed the accelerator firmly, pushing the speed to its limit, and executed a drift around the corner. The black bear lost sight of its target and, in a moment of urgency, sprinted a few steps to chase. As it rounded the bend, it spotted Zhang Tuohai standing 20 meters away, holding a dark object that emitted a blinding light. "Fool, look here," Zhang Tuohai shouted. Although the bear did not comprehend his words, it instinctively sensed danger and raised its massive paw to shield its eyes from the glare. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tuohai transformed the flashlight in his hand into a shotgun. Boom! The sound of gunfire shattered the stillness of the night, and number 12 buckshot struck the bear at a distance of 20 meters. This was well within the lethal range of the shotgun. The 12 pellets dispersed in a circular pattern, hitting various parts of the bear's body. Though these wounds were not fatal, they ignited the bear's ferocity. It roared in anger. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai once again aimed the flashlight at the bear's face. Taken by surprise, the bear instinctively covered its eyes once more. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuohai dashed back into the vehicle, leaving the door ajar, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The car surged forward like an arrow, hurtling toward the bear. The 20-meter gap vanished in an instant. The bear barely had time to react before it was struck with tremendous force, at a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour and a weight of 3 tons. The impact was significant, though Zhang Tuohai could not quantify it. The bear, however, clearly felt the effects. Now sprawled across Zhang Tuohai's hood, it opened its mouth and spewed forth a stream of dark blood, its small eyes brimming with hatred. If looks could kill, Zhang Tuohai would have perished 100 times over at that moment. Not dead yet? Then let us try again. Zhang Tuohai swiftly reversed, pulling back over 50 meters, sending the bear tumbling off the hood. Upon retreating, he noticed that the bear's legs had been mangled by the spike bumper. Now half-seated on the ground, the bear roared defiantly at Zhang Tuohai. Unable to move, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of adrenaline. If he let this opportunity slip away, it would be a grave mistake. He immediately accelerated again, charging toward the bear once more. Thud! The car collided solidly with the bear, sending it flying more than 2 meters. The bear's heavy body crashed to the ground. After 2 impacts, its legs were a bloody mess, rendering any further movement nearly impossible. System. Is it dangerous to exit the vehicle now? Does the bear still possess the ability to retaliate? Zhang Tuohai, still wary, inquired of the system. The black bear has lost the ability to move. As long as you remain outside a 2-meter radius, there is no risk of retaliation from the bear. The bear has sustained such injuries, yet still possesses the ability to retaliate? Zhang Tuohai was internally astonished, simultaneously gaining a more vivid understanding of the black bear's vitality. Knowing the range of its attacks made things simpler. Zhang Tuohai retreated 10 meters away and exited the vehicle. Were it not for the concern that repeated collisions might inflict unnecessary damage to the car, he would have considered simply ramming the black bear to death. However, since it was unable to move, it served as an excellent opportunity to test the power of his firearm. Aiming the Remington at the black bear, he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, with over 30 projectiles striking the bear's body. The bullets pierced through the bear's fur, causing a profusion of blood to flow. Yet, astonishingly, the black bear still appeared vigorous, roaring defiantly at Zhang Tuohai. So formidable? Witnessing the bear withstand such a barrage of gunfire left Zhang Tuohai somewhat astonished. Had he not been particularly vigilant and aided by the system, he might have already fallen prey to the bear. Simultaneously, he gained a rough assessment of the shotgun's efficacy. This weapon was adequate for ordinary creatures, but when confronting such a large prey, one required solid slugs. Zhang Tuohai inched closer. Aiming for a critical strike at the bear's head, he fired 3 shots at the bear's cranium, reducing it to a sieve. Only then did the system's voice confirm. The black bear is deceased. Upon receiving the system's affirmation, Zhang Tuohai exhaled in relief. He approached the carcass and plunged his skinning knife into it. Acquired 500 grams of bear meat x 300, acquired 4 bear paws, acquired 1 bear's entrails, acquired 1 tattered bear hide, acquired 1 ordinary essence, gazing at the tattered bear hide. Zhang Tuohai's resolve to obtain solid slugs intensified. Without solid slugs, the losses were too substantial. Nevertheless, the fresh meat proved ample, apart from a portion for braising. The remainder could be fashioned into sausages for preservation, eliminating the need to waste it on making oil residue. After transferring these resources into the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of relief wash over him. He reclined in his seat and opened the regional channel, eager to assess the situation of others. As soon as he opened the channel, dozens of death messages flooded the screen, with 99% attributed to animal attacks. Zhang Tuohai scanned the list and noted that 9 of those who perished had purchased their own spears. Viewing the names of the deceased, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. With a firearm, a modified vehicle, and a supportive system, his victory had been so arduous. It was utterly unrealistic for these individuals to believe they could hunt with mere spears. The regional channel also displayed some unfortunate souls who had sustained injuries, desperately seeking medical assistance. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai pondered briefly before offering 10 doses of anti-inflammatory medication, simultaneously reopening the order for crafting more. The price remained 3 units of herbs per dose. To deter any malicious hoarding of medicine, Zhang Tuohai added a stipulation to purchase anti-inflammatory medication directly. One must provide a photo of the wound. The crafting, however, would remain unrestricted. Zhang Tuohai's actions have prompted an outcry from many who sought to capitalize on the opportunity to stockpile anti-inflammatory medications. Nevertheless, he has garnered unanimous praise from the injured parties. Soon, these individuals will silence the detractors with their commendations. After all, no one wishes to contend with malicious rivalry while enduring their own afflictions. The sale of this batch of anti-inflammatory drugs has proven to be highly lucrative for Zhang Tuohai, yielding him 2 manufacturing blueprints. One is for vehicle headlights, and the other for a turbocharged engine. Vehicle headlight enables you to navigate safely during nighttime travel, avoiding unnecessary hazards. Required materials: glass, 2 units, metal ingots, 2 units. Electronic components, 2 units, turbocharged engine, instantly enhances power, increasing speed through fuel consumption. Maximum acceleration boost of 100. Required materials: metal ingots, 5 units, metal parts, 20 units. Electronic components, 1 unit. Chapter 30, Version Update Headlights. Turbocharged engine. Upon glimpsing the 2 schematics, Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally discovered the headlights. Previously, due to their absence, he could only rest at night. Even when faced with potential beastly attacks, he dared not accelerate too swiftly. In the absence of headlights, the night's darkness rendered the world perilously obscure. A misstep off the road might lead to an irreversible fate. However, with the acquisition of headlights, this dilemma was resolved. Had he possessed these headlights earlier, he could have easily outpaced a black bear with sheer speed. As for the downside, utilizing headlights would increase fuel consumption by 10. In a world where gasoline was exceedingly precious, this was indeed a significant drawback. This very reason had deterred the initial player who obtained the schematics from equipping them. Yet, for Zhang Tuohai, it posed no issue. He had already installed lightweight tires, which conserved 30 of fuel consumption, effectively offsetting the headlight strain. As for the turbocharged engine, its capabilities were even more formidable. It promised instantaneous acceleration, a veritable lifesaver. When confronted by an adversary he could not defeat, he could simply press the accelerator, doubling his speed and leaving all current foes in his dust. Moreover, the sudden increase in explosive velocity would exponentially enhance the impact force. Had Zhang Tuohai acquired this device earlier, he might have dispatched the Black Bear in a single blow. Most importantly, he possessed all the materials necessary for both devices, allowing for immediate fabrication. Zhang Tuohai navigated to the manufacturing page and crafted the two components. Once the headlights and turbocharged engine were created, they seamlessly integrated into the vehicle, becoming one with it. The dashboard now boasted several new buttons, including the turbo engine switch and light adjustment controls. Upon inspection, Zhang Tuohai noted the comprehensive lighting effects: high beam, low beam, fog lights, and even an electronic display for the rear of the vehicle, albeit with limited utility. He felt his vehicle becoming increasingly equipped, resembling a true automobile. However, the absence of the most crucial air conditioning system left him somewhat vexed. Without air conditioning, the impending disaster day could prove unbearable, possibly even fatal. He resolved to acquire air conditioning and cooling solutions at all costs. Determined, Zhang Tuohai contemplated a delightful meal, sought the leftover barbecue with dehydrated vegetables to create a delectable topping, complemented by 2 packets of instant noodles for an exquisite culinary experience. Out of sheer laziness regarding dishwashing, he opted to eat directly from the pot. It must be said, cuisine is intricately linked to its environment. Instant noodles, often dismissed as junk food in ordinary urban life, transformed into a rare delicacy in the uncertain apocalypse. Gazing at the swirling sands outside, Zhang Tuohai found that this bowl of noodles surpassed even the delights of KFC. After finishing his meal, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time, noting it was now 5:30 a.m. In half an hour, the sun would officially rise, signaling the commencement of a new day of exploration. He meticulously checked his equipment, ready to embark on the adventures that awaited him. However, at that moment, a shimmering light suddenly emerged. The number of player deaths has exceeded the threshold. The game version update begins. Below appeared a loading symbol. 0, 5, 10. The game is actually updating? Zhang Tuohai was somewhat astonished. Before he could comprehend the situation, the loading progress bar reached its conclusion. Road Survival Game version 2. 0 update notification. In light of the majority of players lacking sufficient resources, a rally mode is now introduced. Players may choose whether to participate. If they opt to engage, they will be directed to a designated track. On the track, the number of resource boxes is reduced by 3-fold, while their quality is enhanced by a factor of 1. Random airdrop boxes will be deployed on the track, with the minimum quality being blue. 3 vehicle air conditioning blueprints will be randomly provided on the track. Note 1. The rally area will spawn numerous ferocious beasts. Participants lacking adequate strength should choose with caution. Note 2. The rally area will periodically contract. Only those who survive until the end will receive the final reward. Note 3. The duration of this rally is set for 12 hours. Vehicle air conditioning. Upon seeing those 4 words, Zhang Tuohai could not tear his eyes away. This contraption could determine his survival in the days to come. Despite his current fortune, without air conditioning, he could very well succumb to the heat. He was not keen on meeting such a fate. Yet, despite expending countless efforts, he had not even glimpsed a hint of vehicle air conditioning. Now, with an opportunity to acquire it, he would undoubtedly seize the chance. As for the danger, he was not overly concerned. With his modified vehicle and Remington shotgun, coupled with the assistance of the hint system, Zhang Tuohai did not believe he would fare worse than others. Securing a vehicle air conditioning blueprint was certainly within his grasp. Participation was inevitable for Zhang Tuohai. At that moment, discussions erupted within the regional channel. Wow, vehicle air conditioning. Finally, I've seen this thing, without air conditioning. I'd be cooked alive. I'm definitely joining this competition. The quality of resource boxes doubled? Fantastic. I can finally stop eating plain bread, surely. Blue resource boxes might yield fried chicken legs, right? This non-lucky player has had enough. Wait, didn't you all notice that ferocious beasts will be deployed in the competition area? Isn't there a danger if we encounter them? As if it's any safer to gather resources on the road normally. Regardless, I'm participating this time. If I win, I'll feast, and if I lose, I'll be done with it and avoid suffering. This sentiment garnered considerable agreement among the crowd. However, Zhang Tuohai sensed an opportunity amidst their chatter. Perhaps he could take advantage of this moment to sell another batch of hunting spears. After all, they posed no threat to him. Zhang Tuohai contemplated briefly and promptly crafted 50 hunting spears, which he tossed into the trading channel. Trading 50 hunting spears to enhance your chances of survival. Purchase price: 50 units of level 1 resources, accepting gasoline, blueprints, and other valuable items. Alas, esteemed one, the surge in prices is rather exorbitant, is it not? Just yesterday, it was merely 30 units of resources. Some may lament the cost. You have the option to abstain from purchase, or perhaps to refrain from entering the competitive arena, thereby avoiding the formidable beasts altogether, Zhang Tuohai retorted. Yet, 50 units of resources is indeed too steep. Could we not negotiate for a more reasonable 40 units? I would owe you a favor. Zhang Tuohai could scarcely be bothered to respond. After all, none of them were acquainted with one another, and the likelihood of an encounter was slim. What value did such a favor hold? At this juncture, the mere act of offering weapons for sale was a significant boon. It was utterly perplexing that these individuals were still unsatisfied, leaving one at a loss for words. Chapter 31. The automotive repair kit. It must be said that foolish individuals constitute only a minuscule segment of the populace, while the simpletons incessantly prattled on the regional channels. The astute began to procure spears with fervor. The 50 hunting spears displayed were swiftly snatched up. Many who were tardy lamented their misfortune, subsequently sending private messages to Zhang Tuohai imploring him to sell them another spear, even offering a premium. Observing these unwitting lambs presenting themselves, Zhang Tuohai felt compelled to seize the opportunity for profit. Thus, with a feigned reluctance, he remarked, "Very well, I shall make an exception and sell you one more. But do refrain from sharing this with others. You wouldn't want everyone to wield weapons, would you?" "I understand. I promise I won't disclose it." The individual promptly replied. Through this stratagem, Zhang Tuohai sold over 30 additional hunting spears. Some lacked sufficient resources and offered intriguing blueprints in exchange. For instance, tactical boots, motorcycle helmets, and tactical gloves, items that appeared useful yet seemingly lacked substantial value. Adhering to the principle of abundance, Zhang Tuohai manufactured all these items. As he reveled in his bountiful acquisitions, another private message arrived. Upon inspection, he recognized the sender as Sumu. "Please procure a weapon for me. I do not desire trivial items. It must at least be capable of overwhelming them." "Certainly, but what do you propose to exchange?" Zhang Tuohai inquired, eager to discern what valuable goods Sumu had managed to acquire. Without hesitation, Sumu sent an image of a blueprint. Automotive repair kit, a one-time use tool that allows for the instantaneous repair of all damage to a vehicle. Manufacturing cost: 10 units of metal parts, 10 units of metal ingots, 10 units of low-grade rubber, 10 units of glass shards, 10 units of wood, 10 units of low-grade plastic. Good heavens! Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened in astonishment. This item was nothing short of miraculous. With it, even a severely damaged vehicle could be restored with a mere click. In a world where automobiles represent a second life, this tool was akin to a resurrection coin. It was imperative to acquire it. Zhang Tuohai pondered over the blueprint for some time before ultimately retrieving the crossbow. "What do you think of this? With an effective range of 50 meters, it rivals a handgun, yet produces less noise, making it effortless to deal with those wielding spears. It can deliver a fatal blow to medium-sized animals. However, for large carnivores, one should reconsider. Only large shotguns would suffice. Even standard handguns might prove ineffective." Zhang Tuohai's decision to trade the crossbow was well considered. The blueprint was originally offered to him by Sumu, and the crossbow was no secret to Sumu. By exchanging it, he could also conceal his possession of a shotgun. Furthermore, he had already acquired a stab-resistant suit, which would mitigate the potential damage from a crossbow. Equipped with a motorcycle helmet and tactical boots, this ensemble could effectively shield against the long-range assaults of a crossbow. Consequently, even if he were to trade away the crossbow, Zhang Tuohai need not worry about Sumu wielding it as a threat. Additionally, 2 pairs of shoes were needed. Upon spotting the crossbow, Sumu felt a surge of satisfaction. Although she suspected that Zhang Tuohai might possess superior items, she understood the wisdom of knowing when to cease her pursuit. Furthermore, since Zhang Tuohai would be responsible for her meals over the coming days, pushing him too far could leave her without recourse. "What size do you wear? Send it over," she inquired. "When it comes to crafting clothing and footwear, size selection is indeed possible." "Size 36, she replied. "Your feet are rather small, if it weren't for custom sizing. You truly wouldn't be able to wear them," Zhang Tuohai muttered, subsequently producing 2 pairs of size 36 tactical boots and sending them along with the crossbow. "Sister, are we really going to participate in that rally?" Suchi kicked off her sandals and donned the tactical boots. At this moment, she was no longer clad in the dress she had entered with. Instead, she was outfitted in protective motorcycle gear, a helmet perched upon her head, and a baseball bat in hand, exuding an air of confidence. Unfortunately, despite acquiring numerous blueprints, she had yet to obtain the designs for an air conditioner. It appeared her only option was to test her luck in the rally. Everyone was eagerly preparing to enter the rally and showcase their skills. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai busied himself crafting bear meat into sausages. He was certain that during the 12-hour competition, there would be little time for cooking, making these ready-to-eat provisions exceedingly vital. As for the others, he could not concern himself with them. Perhaps a little hunger would serve them well. By nightfall, he might have the opportunity to barter for more valuable items. With all preparations complete, the hour had struck 6. The sun ascended above the horizon, its scorching rays illuminating the ground, heralding the dawn of a new day. Before Zhang Tuohai, the path suddenly diverged into 2 routes. The left bore the sign of a regular highway, while the right was marked as the entrance to the rally. He deftly turned the steering wheel towards the rally entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A wall of ominous black clouds loomed behind him. System, what is this? Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Poisonous fog will continually shrink over time. Upon entry, the vehicle will lose power within 30 seconds, and within 1 minute, it will be entirely corroded. Individuals inhaling the fog will exhibit signs of poisoning after 10 seconds, lose consciousness after 30 seconds, and die within 1 minute. Isn't this akin to a toxic zone? Zhang Tuohai's heart raced upon hearing the system's explanation. He had initially assumed that the automotive rally was merely off-road racing, involving evasion of wildlife. Yet it appeared to encompass elements of a survival game as well. Can you determine the direction in which the toxic zone will contract? He inquired, currently unable to ascertain. Predictions can only be made after the toxic zone begins to shift. So, that is how it is. Zhang Tuohai nodded in understanding. He was certain that this competition would be far more intense than many could imagine. The toxic zone, the beasts, and the fierce contention for various airdrop resources would undoubtedly escalate conflicts among players, even provoking them to turn against one another mercilessly. It seemed prudent for me to remain vigilant as well. Zhang Tuohai pressed down on the accelerator, propelling forward. The rally map resembled the desert area. Yet the roadside was adorned with scattered cacti and the desiccated remains of various animals. After driving approximately 10 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai suddenly spotted what appeared to be a small town in the distance. This area was less than 100 meters from the road. Characterized by white walls and red roofs, yet it seemed to be in a state of disrepair, with crumbling structures scattered about. Could it be the remnants of a once thriving town? Zhang Tuohai recalled the village ruins and laboratories he had previously explored. Should he venture over to take a look? Just as Zhang Tuohai hesitated, a large transport aircraft passed overhead, releasing several resource crates suspended by parachutes that drifted down from the sky. Remarkably, one of the crates landed directly within the ruins. Chapter 32. A shot. 3 echoes as Zhang Tuohai beheld the descent location of the supply crate. He could not help but whistle in admiration. Fortune indeed smiled upon him. Scarcely had he entered when he stumbled upon an airdrop supply box. He drove his vehicle towards the quaint village. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived at the outskirts of the settlement. Parking his car by the roadside, he inquired of the system, "Are there any ambushes within the village?" Within a radius of 500 meters, no living beings detected. At 800 meters, a sleeping wild boar resides. As long as no excessive noise is made, it will remain undisturbed. A wild boar. Never mind then. Zhang Tuohai promptly abandoned that target. If he had a single bullet, he might have considered it for a meal, but armed only with 12-gauge shells, he decided it was best to focus on locating the airdrop supply box. Donning a helmet, he slipped into a stab-resistant vest, clad his feet in tactical boots, and equipped tactical gloves. He removed the car keys, secured a tactical flashlight at his waist, and grasped a Remington shotgun, stepping cautiously from the vehicle towards the ruins of the village. Upon disembarking, he paused briefly to don an old, tattered black coat, concealing the Remington beneath its folds. This attire would serve to lower the guard of any players he might encounter, and perhaps even deceive them should they harbor ulterior motives. The village bore the charm of a classic Western film town, characterized by white walls and red roofs, constructed entirely of timber. However, the passage of time had rendered the paint on the walls faded and peeling, revealing the original hue of the wood beneath. The wooden structures, eroded by the elements, appeared precarious and on the verge of collapse. System, report the location of the airdrop crate. Proceed 300 meters, turn left, proceed 50 meters. Following the system's guidance, Zhang Tuohai arrived at the designated spot. He looked up to find, indeed, a purple supply box positioned not far ahead, its parachute cord still attached. This was it. Hastening forward, he reached the box and was about to open it when the system's synthesized voice resonated once more. Level 3 supply box, containing a hungry cheetah and a schematic for a car-mounted fan. A car-mounted fan. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. While it could not rival an air conditioning unit, it was nonetheless a tool for cooling. However, the presence of a hungry cheetah posed a dilemma. It is well known that cheetahs possess immense explosive power and remarkable speed, making it perilous to open the box at close range, as he could easily be injured. How could he open the box without incurring harm? Perhaps he could dig a pit and open the box at its edge, swiftly kicking the cheetah into the pit the moment it was unobservant? As Zhang Tuohai contemplated a safe method to access the box, the system's voice interrupted once again. 2 players detected, armed with melee weapons, deemed no threat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai lifted his gaze to see a road not far ahead. At that moment, a vehicle had halted on the road, and 2 individuals emerged from it. A corpulent figure clad in a floral shirt, adorned with sunglasses and a hefty gold chain, wielding a short steel axe, exuded the aura of a street boss. This imposing figure, with his chest bared and belly exposed, sported a tattoo of a descending tiger upon his torso. However, due to his considerable girth, the once ferocious tiger had transformed into a plump tabby, evoking an inexplicable sense of amusement. Trailing behind this street boss was a slender young man with tousled blonde hair and dark circles under his eyes, unmistakably a lackey. The young man hoisted a hunting spear upon his shoulder, which Zhang Tuohai recognized as one of his own creations. It was unclear whether they had fashioned it themselves or procured it from him. The young lackey, sharp-eyed, pointed at the purple crate before Zhang Tuohai and exclaimed, "Boss, look. It's a purple supply box. I knew I was mistaken. Well done, you sharp-eyed lad. I shall reward you with an extra half loaf of bread tonight." The street boss replied, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth. "Boss, there is another person over there. Look, he is still wearing a coat." The young man had spotted Zhang Tuohai standing in front of the crate. However, due to Zhang Tuohai's motorcycle helmet, his face remained obscured. The street boss also noticed Zhang Tuohai. Observing that Zhang Tuohai appeared unarmed, a look of disdain crossed his features. "Damn it, this fellow is equipped well. With a helmet and a coat. Bring him over here and inquire about his vehicle. We need to seize the supplies from it," the boss said impatiently. Adjusting his grip on the axe as he approached the crate, the blonde lackey aimed his spear at Zhang Tuohai. "Hey, you'd better hand over your gear if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me if my weapon gets careless. Are you certain you want that airdrop crate?" Zhang Tuohai countered. "What is it to you? Do you wish to resist?" The young man smirked coldly. "You should inquire about our boss's status before speaking. You wouldn't be the first to fall at his hands. If you're wise, I'll spare your life. If not, I'll end you today." "Since that's the case, I have no qualms," Zhang Tuohai nodded in acknowledgement. "What do you mean?" The blonde lackey seemed momentarily perplexed. At that moment, the street boss had already swung his steel axe down upon the purple supply crate. In an instant, the crate vanished, and a leopard materialized before the street boss. Upon appearing, the leopard scanned its surroundings, then leapt, knocking the street boss to the ground and sinking its teeth into his neck. The creature's teeth were razor-sharp, and the street boss's neck was swiftly torn open, blood gushing forth. "Boss." Seeing his leader under attack, the young lackey rushed forward to assist, but hesitated in fear upon witnessing the leopard's formidable size. He whirled around and shouted at Zhang Tuohai, "You, stop that beast." "Are you certain?" Zhang Tuohai replied with a smile, raising the hand concealed beneath his coat. The Remington's dark muzzle was aimed directly at him. A gun. The young man with yellow hair felt a buzzing sensation in his head, and cold sweat instantly broke out. Although he had been involved with his elder brother for several years and had wielded a knife in violent encounters, this was his first genuine encounter with a firearm. In an instant, the little courage he possessed evaporated. "Me brother, this is all a misunderstanding." The young man with yellow hair attempted to offer an explanation. However, Zhang Tuohai had no intention of indulging him in idle chatter. With a pull of the trigger, a thunderous bang echoed. 12 rounds of buckshot were unleashed, scattering in a circular formation. With a series of thuds, 5 pellets struck the cheetah, which let out a mournful cry, releasing its jaws and collapsing onto the social leader. 2 pellets found their mark within the body of the social leader, while 3 others fell harmlessly to the ground, and 2, due to the dispersion, fortuitously struck the young man with yellow hair. Zhang Tuohai's shot was remarkably fortunate, managing to hit 3 distinct targets. Chapter 33. The Constricting Circle. The young man with yellow hair lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his neck in agony, his legs flailing about. Zhang Tuohai approached and discovered that the lad's fortune had indeed taken a dire turn. 1 bullet had struck his neck, creating a gaping wound the size of a bottle opening from which blood gushed forth. Another bullet had penetrated his lung, leaving a wound the size of a coin. However, Zhang Tuohai was certain that, due to the cavitation effect, the young man's lung had been utterly obliterated by the tumbling bullet. Such an injury was beyond salvation. Is the system, the cheetah, and that gang leader still a threat? Zhang Tuohai refrained from recklessly checking on the cheetah's condition and sought confirmation from the system instead. Cheetah possesses counterattack capabilities. Golden Tooth is deceased. What a resilient creature. Truly, a formidable predator endowed with remarkable vitality. Zhang Tuohai re-aimed his shotgun at the cheetah and pulled the trigger. 7 or 8 pellets struck the cheetah's body. Cheetah is deceased. Humph. No matter how cunning you are, you still end up tasting my foot-washing water. Zhang Tuohai hefted the shotgun and approached the cheetah's carcass, plunging a skinning knife into it. Acquired 500 grams of leopard meat 150. Acquired tattered leopard skin 1. Acquired 1 set of internal organs. Acquired ordinary spiritual essence 1, a standard haul. However, the tattered leopard skin left Zhang Tuohai somewhat disappointed. If only he had managed to procure a hollow point bullet, he might have obtained a complete leopard skin. After setting aside the ordinary materials, Zhang Tuohai solemnly picked up the blueprint for the vehicle-mounted fan. Vehicle-mounted fan blueprint. Level 1 automotive accessory, can be used for cooling. It serves as a reliable assistant in high temperatures. Required materials: 10 units of metal scraps, 1 unit of metal ingots, 10 units of metal parts, 1 unit of electronic components. Note: limited to 2 units per vehicle. The other materials posed no issue, but electronic components were somewhat scarce. It seemed an opportune time to stockpile some. Through the creation of numerous items, Zhang Tuohai had discerned a pattern. Any device requiring electricity invariably necessitated electronic components. Clearly, these components held significant importance among the materials. After safely storing the fan blueprint, he proceeded to the vehicle of the gang leader and the young man with yellow hair. Embarking on a search, the vehicle showed no signs of modification, retaining a disheveled appearance. The backseat was cluttered with some level 1 materials, and a couple of instant noodle buckets were tucked away in a corner. The most valuable item was likely the barrel containing 100 units of gasoline. Beyond that, there was nothing of worth. How impoverished! Zhang Tuohai spat in disdain, yet he recognized that this was likely the state of most ordinary players. Embracing the spirit that every little bit counts, he collected everything and loaded it into his vehicle. In the end, he also managed to secure the vehicle core from the gang leader's car. At that moment, the number of vehicle cores in his possession had reached 3. With the last supplies in hand, Zhang Tuohai prepared to return to his vehicle. Upon reaching the roadside, he noticed a figure stealthily crouched beside his car, seemingly fiddling with something. Alarmed, Zhang Tuohai quickly shifted to a side view. He discovered a rather sleazy-looking middle-aged man squatting in front of his vehicle, attempting to pry the lock with a piece of wire. A thief. This infuriated Zhang Tuohai. After enduring numerous hardships and exerting immense effort to gather these precious resources, it would be a disgrace to have them snatched away. How dare this person attempt to steal his car right before his eyes? What are you doing? Stand up. Zhang Tuohai aimed his gun at the would-be thief. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. The thief stammered, his hands trembling as he raised them in surrender upon seeing the firearm. How did you come to target my car? Zhang Tuohai inquired coldly. Brother, I was merely passing by, and I thought this car looked nice. I got a bit carried away, wanting to practice my skills. I truly meant no harm. Please let me go. The middle-aged man quivered, his legs shaking. It turned out he hadn't specifically targeted him. Observing the man's demeanor, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of relief. If it was merely a coincidence, it indicated bad luck. However, if it had been intentional, he would need to be more vigilant. Brother, I really was just passing through. I have some water in my car. I can compensate you, the man said, turning towards his vehicle as if to fetch the water. Be careful, he has a hunting crossbow in his car. The electronic synthesized voice of the alert system suddenly echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Bang! 12 pellets struck the middle-aged man at close range, transforming him into a sieve. Danger averted. Zhang Tuohai approached, discovering that the man's hand had reached for the grip of the hunting crossbow. This weapon was far more formidable than Zhang Tuohai's previous hand crossbow. With longer limbs and greater draw weight, the bolts measured a full foot in length. Despite wearing a stab-resistant suit, a close-range hit from this crossbow could still inflict serious injury. Indeed, one must exercise caution with strangers encountered in the wild. After disposing of the body down the embankment, Zhang Tuohai rummaged through the man's vehicle. Aside from the hunting crossbow, he found a case of bottled water and a bag of sliced bread. Quite the impoverished haul, he thought, wrinkling his nose. He proceeded to dismantle the vehicle as well. This encounter served as a reminder for Zhang Tuohai about the necessity of enhancing his vehicle's security. Ideally, he would install an automatic defense system. At the very least, he should invest in a more secure anti-theft lock. Otherwise, if he ventured out to search for supplies and his vehicle were stolen, it would spell disaster. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. All considerations could wait until the rally concluded. After getting back into his car, Zhang Tuohai first set about constructing an electric fan. Once operational, the 2 fans significantly reduced the temperature within the vehicle. Feeling the invigorating gust from the 2 electric fans, Zhang Tuohai experienced a delightful sensation. He had never realized that the cool breeze from a fan could be such a refreshing experience. This device must undoubtedly be sold at a premium. He would not part with it without a blueprint. With a contented spirit, Zhang Tuohai continued his journey forward. Attention, attention, the toxic circle has begun to contract. Please turn right at the next intersection, cross the iron bridge, and enter the ruined city. A bridge? Is there truly a bridge here? Zhang Tuohai cast a glance at the endless desert outside, filled with curiosity about how a bridge could exist in such a desolate place. However, all his questions were swiftly resolved as he turned the next corner. Upon making the turn, the once sandy desert transformed into a rugged Gobi wasteland. At the end of the Gobi, a profound canyon severed the road, with only a rust-covered iron bridge spanning across the chasm. Zhang Tuohai glanced back, observing a rolling wall of dark clouds that surged towards him like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in its path. Chapter 34. The map of the urban ruins. How could it be so fast? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback by the rapid movement of the cloud wall. Its speed was at least 40 miles per hour, and it was estimated it would reach him in less than 10 minutes. Fully aware of the peril posed by the poisonous zone, Zhang Tuohai dared not linger and hurried towards the iron bridge. Just as he reached the edge of the bridge, he spotted two vehicles parked diagonally at the entrance, blocking his path, surrounded by 4 individuals. These individuals were clad in identical uniforms adorned with the same emblem, inscribed with several flamboyant characters whose meanings eluded him. Each of them wielded weapons such as spears and baseball bats, exuding an air of menace. As soon as they noticed Zhang Tuohai's approach, they perked up and advanced toward him. The leader, brandishing a baseball bat, rapped on Zhang Tuohai's car window, saying, "Hey, get out. Nice car you've got there. Hurry up and step out. Pay the toll." "What did you say?" Zhang Tuohai lowered the window and aimed the muzzle of his Remington at the man's chest. "No toll here, but I do have a shell from a 12 gauge. Interested?" The man, confronted with the gun barrel at his nose, was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated an easy shakedown, but instead, he had inadvertently kicked the tiger in the rear. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. You can go right through. We'll make way for you," he stammered, retreating in an effort to de-escalate the situation. The 3 others nearby, seeing the firearm in Zhang Tuohai's hand, turned pale and cautiously began to back away, preparing to make a hasty exit. Bang! Zhang Tuohai fired a shot into the sky. "Everyone freeze. Squat down over there." He pointed the gun at them, hurting them to a spot 10 meters from the iron bridge. "Now, all of you, loosen your belts. Brother, whatever you want, money, supplies, I can provide. But I truly don't have anything in my pockets. If you're interested, ask Lao Si. He is into that sort of thing, whether as a 0 or 1. The leader pointed at a small individual in the group. The little fellow appeared to be less than 4 feet tall, with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, projecting a rather frail demeanor. Despite his anxiety, there seemed to be a flicker of eagerness in his eyes. This utterly revolted Zhang Tuohai. "Get lost. I have no interest in that. Enough chatter. Hurry and take off your belts and toss them over here. Anyone who dares to move will get a bullet." Zhang Tuohai aimed his gun at several of them. They exchanged glances, sensing the futility of resistance, and reluctantly began to unfasten their belts, throwing them at Zhang Tuohai's feet. They stood there, awkwardly holding up their trousers. "What are you holding your pants for? Let go. Quickly, or I will fire," Zhang Tuohai commanded. This demand caused them to hesitate. "What? Are you planning to resist?" Zhang Tuohai raised an eyebrow, resting his finger on the trigger. No, we wouldn't dare," they stammered, their grips slackening involuntarily as their trousers fell to the ground. Observing their flamboyant attire beneath the drab exterior, Zhang Tuohai remarked, "So, you all came as a group? SpongeBob, Patrick, Squidward, and so forth. Why are you wearing a mink coat?" Zhang Tuohai was utterly astonished. A mink coat. This was truly an eye-opener for him. Just a glance made him feel an unbearable itch. Personal preference, the short fellow awkwardly explained. Everyone, crouch down." Zhang Tuohai kicked the belts of the crowd aside, forcing them to huddle down with their heads tucked in. The reason for this was primarily to create an obstacle for their escape. In such a position, their attempts to flee would be slower than that of a turtle, thus granting Zhang Tuohai ample time to deal with them. The motive behind his actions was to ascertain one crucial question. Why were they collecting tolls here? Toll fees were not something one could simply impose by blocking a road. One needed to find a bustling thoroughfare to earn any profit. Otherwise, waiting indefinitely for a vehicle would surely lead to starvation. However, these individuals, like himself, were newcomers to this rally. How did they know they could collect money here? Zhang Tuohai was exceedingly curious. On what basis do you ascertain that you can collect money here? Remember, think carefully before you speak. Do not attempt to outsmart me. Zhang Tuohai pressed the gun against the back of the leading man. The leader, feeling the cold barrel against his back, nearly panicked. Brother, after entering, we opened a resource chest and obtained a map. We determined that this is a necessary route based on the map, which is why we set up a toll here. The map? Hand it over, Zhang Tuohai commanded coldly. The leader, not daring to hesitate, quickly presented the map. Zhang Tuohai stepped back a few paces and meticulously unfolded the map. Indeed, the parchment displayed a detailed layout. Their location was at a corner towards the lower part of the map, where dozens of roads converged, leading through an iron bridge into the ruins of a city. What astonished Zhang Tuohai the most was the sheer size of these city ruins, which almost covered 2/3 of the map, in addition to sprawling buildings. The map indicated several major zones: residential, industrial, commercial, recreational, and mining areas. Most strikingly, each major area was marked with an orange treasure chest symbol. Goodness! An orange treasure chest? What level must that be? Zhang Tuohai was left in a daze. Since entering the game, he had only encountered 3 levels: white, blue, and purple. The purple chest was the one he had just seen, which had yielded a crafting blueprint for a vehicle-mounted fan. What could possibly be contained within an orange chest? Zhang Tuohai dared not to imagine. It must at least be a vehicle-mounted air conditioner, right? It would be outrageous if it didn't yield that. Zhang Tuohai had made up his mind. He would obtain all 5 of these chests. Even if he couldn't use them, selling them at a high price would suffice. Yet, regarding the individuals before him, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. Only the dead can keep secrets. Who else knows about this map? Zhang Tuohai inquired icily. Nothing more. Just the few of us are aware of this significant matter. How could we carelessly speak of it to others? Big brother, I have divulged all that I know. Please let me go, the leader earnestly pleaded. The response was the resounding crack of a Remington gun. Several individuals collapsed to the ground. Zhang Tuohai cast a glance at the swiftly approaching dark clouds and promptly returned to the vicinity of the iron bridge. Thoroughly rummaging through 2 vehicles, the cars yielded little of value, aside from some bread and bottled water, with the most abundant items being various level 1 materials. In an unexpected turn, Zhang Tuohai even discovered 2 pairs of stockings and a fan-made book featuring labor model characters. What sort of individuals engage in such robbery? Zhang Tuohai pondered with a furrowed brow. Nevertheless, he decided to keep the fan book, not for any other reason, but to critique the degenerate nature of the artists involved. Having emptied the supplies, Zhang Tuohai drove across the Grand Iron Bridge, entering the ruins of the city. Chapter 35. Reorganizing language. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the map. The nearest location was the factory district in the adjacent suburb. Within that industrial area lay an orange treasure chest nestled in a factory just 3 blocks away. As he drove, he observed the factories lining the streets. These establishments appeared quite antiquated, yet they maintained a uniformity that was striking. Identical red brick walls, gray roofs, towering chimneys, and heavy black iron gates characterized the landscape. Without the map, one could easily lose track of which factory concealed the treasure. Zhang Tuohai navigated the thoroughfare with utmost caution when suddenly, the prompt system alerted him, vehicles pursuing ahead, speed exceeding 100 miles per hour. Please reduce speed and maneuver carefully. A pursuit? Zhang Tuohai abruptly pressed the accelerator, his hand instinctively reaching for the shotgun, bracing for the unexpected. Within moments, a red used car sped past the intersection. Had he not slammed on the brakes, a collision would have been inevitable. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, one must adhere to traffic regulations. Who would take responsibility for an accident? Driving at such reckless speeds, are they in a hurry to meet their demise? Zhang Tuohai muttered under his breath, vexed. Before his irritation could dissipate, 2 white used cars dashed through the intersection, their speed matching that of the previous vehicle. Coincidentally, the second vehicle had its window partially down, revealing a woman with a punk aesthetic behind the wheel. Her face was adorned with heavy makeup, oversized earrings dangled from her ears, and her hair was a straw-like blonde. With such an appearance, she wouldn't even need makeup for a horror film. Upon noticing Zhang Tuohai's halted vehicle, she turned to him and raised a middle finger in a brazen display. Subsequently, her car surged forward, disappearing around the corner. Zhang Tuohai couldn't be bothered to waste his energy on such individuals, as long as they did not hinder his quest for the treasure. They were free to act as they pleased. However, the caveat was that they must never fall into his hands. With a disdainful huff, Zhang Tuohai resumed his journey towards the factory that housed the treasure, following the map's directions. After navigating a couple of turns, he finally arrived at the designated factory. The red brick walls, imposing black iron gates, and dilapidated state mirrored that of the others. No one would suspect that an orange treasure chest lay hidden within such a clandestine location. Who could possibly find it without a map? Zhang Tuohai silently scoffed before approaching the factory's entrance and giving the door a firm push. The factory door was merely ajar, and with a bit of force, it swung open. However, due to the passage of time, the door hinges had nearly rusted shut. emitting a jarring screech as it moved. With a grating sound, Zhang Tuohai endured the noise as he managed to open the door halfway, driving his vehicle inside. He arrived at the second factory. Checking the map once more, Zhang Tuohai parked his car at the entrance of this facility. The door was a large wooden sliding door. Long since decayed and dilapidated, one half lay on the ground while the other hung askew on its hinges, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai drove straight inside. Inside the factory, rows of production lines sprawled across the space. A multitude of machines lay in disrepair, their surfaces corroded by the passage of time. Zhang Tuohai could scarcely discern the purpose of these contraptions. Where could the treasure chest be? He alighted from his vehicle and began to search the vicinity. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a glimmer atop a large machine. Upon closer inspection, he spotted an orange supply box, perfectly positioned atop the machinery. The machine stood at a modest height of approximately 2 meters, and with a convenient ladder nearby. Zhang Tuohai swiftly ascended to the top. Gazing at the orange box, he felt a surge of excitement and rubbed his hands together. The purple box had bestowed upon him a blueprint for a fan. He wondered what marvels the orange box might contain. Just as he was about to open the box, a warning flashed from the prompt system. Caution, hold onto the handrail. An impact is imminent. Impact? What impact? Zhang Tuohai crouched down, gripping the edge of the machine tightly. Before he could comprehend the situation, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. A red used car crashed through the factory's rear door, hurtling towards him and colliding with the very machine he stood upon. With a dull thud, the car's engine crumpled inward, the hood flew open, rendering it inoperable. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the vehicle, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After scrutinizing it closely, he suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. This was the very car that had nearly collided with him earlier. However, he recalled that it had been pursued by 2 white vehicles. Now that it had arrived here, he felt an unsettling premonition. Boom, boom. 2 more resounding crashes erupted from the rear door. The once dilapidated entrance was completely shattered as 2 white used cars barreled in, coming to a halt before Zhang Tuohai. 4 individuals leapt from the vehicles, startling him momentarily. Were it not for the daylight, he might have thought he was witnessing some sort of supernatural occurrence. These 4 figures were clad in garb reminiscent of a bygone era, brandishing steel pipes and baseball bats, evoking the spirit of the Renaissance. What age was this? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, a young man with hair dyed the color of lush greenery glanced up and locked eyes with Zhang Tuohai, who was perched atop the machine. The young man widened his eyes in surprise. What are you staring at? Never seen anyone like me? Scram, or I'll take you down too, he threatened, brandishing a machete menacingly. Zhang Tuohai had little interest in such characters. As long as they did not provoke him, he felt indifferent. He promptly picked up the orange supply box, preparing to make his exit. However, just then, a woman with heavily smoky-eye makeup, standing beside the green-haired youth, suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look, a supply box. What an odd color. It's orange. Goodness, it is indeed orange. Perhaps it conceals something extraordinary." Beside him, a man with a shock of white hair exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement, "Ah, I never anticipated such fortune, to actually behold a remarkable treasure chest." The verdant plains echoed his enthusiasm. "Hey, you there. Halt. Leave that supply box in my possession." "Oh, are you certain you wish to claim this?" Zhang Tuohai tossed the supply box in his hand, his expression turning icy. "What is the matter? Are you still unconvinced? If so, then prove it." The verdant plains felt his dignity was affronted and promptly shed his studded leather jacket, revealing his gaunt frame, brandishing a machete with fervor. "Are you questioning my resolve? Come on, I shall allow you to strike first. Should you fail to relinquish the box today, I shall take your surname." With the machete swaying in his grip, the verdant plains exuded an air of menace. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai chuckled softly. He withdrew a Remington from beneath his coat. "I permit you to reconsider your words." Chapter 36. Solar charging panels. The verdant expanse of the grassland witnessed a moment of astonishment as Zhang Tuohai brandished his firearm. A hearty laugh erupted from Chi Yuan. "Ha! This is too amusing. Someone dares to threaten me with a toy gun? If I were to be frightened, then I would be your son." Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the air. The 3 henchmen flanking Chi Yuan collapsed in unison, their bodies riddled with bullets, blood saturating their garments in a grotesque display. Staring at the fallen figures, Chi Yuan was momentarily frozen, his legs weakening beneath him, and he sank to his knees. "Father." Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tuohai could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Damn, I missed." He had intended to intimidate Chi Yuan with a precise shot, but due to a lack of control over the recoil, he had inadvertently killed the 3 henchmen while leaving Chi Yuan unscathed. Nevertheless, this mishap was of little consequence. The objective of instilling fear had been achieved. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Remember, you have but one chance. If I am dissatisfied, you know the outcome. Zhang Tuohai spoke coldly. I understand. Please, ask away, and I will answer truthfully and fully. Qing Chao Yuan responded repeatedly. Why were you pursuing him? Zhang Tuohai inquired, gesturing toward the red second-hand vehicle that had collided with the machinery. He stole a purple airdrop crate from us. We demanded he return it, but he refused. Which is why we pursued him, Qing Chao Yuan explained. Just for a purple airdrop crate? You chased him all this way. Was it worth it? Zhang Tuohai expressed his astonishment. Why wouldn't it be worth it? Qing Chao Yuan replied, slightly irked. That is a purple airdrop crate. We usually only encounter white supply boxes. And we have seen blue ones merely twice. To come across a purple one is a rare opportunity. Of course, we must seize it. Nodding in acknowledgement of Qing Chao Yuan's justification, Zhang Tuohai realized that he had been somewhat hasty in his judgment. With a system at his disposal, he had often encountered numerous boxes and participated in the Brave Challenge, making blue boxes commonplace for him. However, for the average individual, the Brave Challenge was fraught with peril, where a moment's lapse could lead to death. Their opportunities to seek supply boxes were limited to a few hours in the morning, with the majority of daytime boxes being white. This scarcity rendered the prospect of a purple supply box all the more enticing. Aside from this, how many others have you robbed? Zhang Tuohai's gaze fell upon a baseball bat, carelessly discarded by Qing Chao Yuan, which bore traces of dried blood. None. This is absolutely the first. We have never robbed anyone else, Qing Chao Yuan asserted, raising his hand to demonstrate his innocence. However, as he did so, several wallets tumbled from his person. Zhang Tuohai, Qing Chao Yuan, Zhang Tuohai retrieved one of the wallets, opening it to reveal an identification card of a young woman alongside a square photograph, radiating a pure and charming aura. In stark contrast to the members of the mourning love family before him. Zhang Tuohai, what was I just saying? You listen to my arguments. The green pasture attempts to salvage itself. Speak sweetly to the Grim Reaper, why don't you? Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Bang. The corpse of the green pasture collapsed onto the ground. Since the green pasture chose deception, it signified that it held no value whatsoever. At the very least, Zhang Tuohai would no longer trust any information it provided. After confirming several deaths, he approached the red second-hand car that had collided with the machine to inspect the situation within. The owner of the vehicle had not been seen since the incident, leaving the circumstances shrouded in mystery. Zhang Tuohai peered through the side door of the red second-hand car, discovering that the owner was a young man in his 20s, currently slumped over the steering wheel. The windshield was completely shattered, a sharp shard of glass piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth and staining his front. Upon witnessing such a grave injury, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill in his heart. He knew this individual was beyond saving. Do you have any last words? Or perhaps I could allow you to depart without suffering. Zhang Tuohai spoke to the young man. Please, help me deliver this to my sister. The young man spoke in a halting manner, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He held an oak box in his hand, extending it towards Zhang Tuohai. Why don't you deliver it yourself? I recall that individuals within the same channel can transfer items to one another. Zhang Tuohai accepted the box, curiosity piqued. We are not in the same channel. My sister's name is Zhao Wanwan. Please. With that final utterance, the young man's head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the oak box in his hand, palm-sized, devoid of intricate designs, with a small bronze hook at the opening, showing signs of wear, suggesting it had been cherished. A fleeting thought of opening it arose within Zhang Tuohai, yet he suppressed it after much introspection. He reached out to close the young man's eyes. Though I do not know your name, I will do my utmost to deliver this. If I fail to meet your sister, do not hold it against me. By the way, you will no longer require the supplies in your car. Consider it a form of compensation. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he opened the passenger side door and retrieved the purple supply box. Let us examine what these two supply boxes contain, Zhang Tuohai instructed the prompt system. The orange supply box contains a reinforced solar charging panel for units of high-grade glass, for units of high-grade plastic, for units of high-grade metal ingots, and 1 unit of high-grade electronic components. The purple supply box contains a case of milk, 1 portion of battle axe steak, and a KFC family bucket. Although he did not obtain the air conditioner he desired, Zhang Tuohai felt a tinge of regret. Nonetheless, the items were still useful, so it was not entirely a loss. He opened the supply box, and its contents spilled forth. The reinforced solar charging panel efficiently absorbs sunlight, providing power support for the vehicle S systems, generating 50 kW of electricity for every hour of sunlight exposure, and capable of storing energy for 24 hours. Materials for production. For units of advanced glass, for units of advanced plastic, for units of advanced metal ingots, and 1 unit of advanced electronic components. Impressive indeed. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the solar panel, feeling its formidable capabilities. Its power generation rivaled that of a small diesel generator. Moreover, it could also store electricity. This is rather remarkable. However, the materials required for its production seemed somewhat familiar. Zhang Tuohai glanced once more at the resources that had emerged from the orange supply crate. They were indistinguishable. Could it be that all orange supply crates contained the materials needed for crafting blueprints? Chapter 37. The eccentric basement. Zhang Tuohai remained uncertain whether the orange supply crates truly contained the requisite materials for crafting blueprints. Nevertheless, with a map in hand, he was confident that he would ascertain their contents once he located the remaining orange treasure chests. Hastily, he set to work on creating an enhanced solar charging panel. Upon completion, the panel resembled a sleek piece of black glass affixed to the roof of his vehicle. Compact and unobtrusive, it resembled a sunroof, much to Zhang Tuohai's satisfaction. After finishing the solar panel, Zhang Tuohai began to scavenge the remaining vehicles. From this modest haul, he managed to procure 2 packs of bread slices, 4 bottles of water, and 600 units of gasoline. Additionally, he discovered a single pack of Snickers from the young man. Indeed, resources were scarce. It was no wonder the sight of a purple supply crate incited such frenzy. Surveying the meager spoils he had collected from the vehicles, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, he extracted the automotive cores from the 2 white cars, which promptly transformed into heaps of scrap metal. As he prepared to retrieve the automotive core from the young man's vehicle, he paused, casting a glance at the young man's lifeless body. He extracted 100 units of gasoline from the trunk and poured it over the car. Subsequently, he produced a windproof lighter, ignited it, and tossed it into the vehicle. This was all I can do. Zhang Tuohai took a final, lingering look at the burning second-hand car before driving away from the abandoned factory. Upon exiting, he noted the ominous black clouds rolling over the city's cliffs, advancing towards the ruins of the urban landscape. System, what is the speed of the poison circle's movement? And can it predict the location of the final safe zone? Based on the current speed and trajectory of the poison circle, it is projected that the factory area will be engulfed in 15 minutes, with the initial safe zone likely to be determined in the mining district. The mining district? Zhang Tuohai promptly consulted the blueprint. It was located in the northeastern quadrant of the map, while the factory area lay to the southwest, effectively forming a diagonal. To reach the mining district, he would have to traverse the entire urban expanse. Although the odds were not in his favor, he could seize the opportunity to collect all the orange treasure chests along the way. Sketching a rough route on the map, he outlined a plan to seek out the second orange treasure chest in the residential area. Zhang Tuohai steered his vehicle towards the neighborhood. In stark contrast to the uniformity of the factory district, the residential area presented a diverse array of structures: 2-story detached villas, 4-story townhouses, and various haphazardly constructed metal shanties. These remnants of architecture spoke volumes about the former residents' living conditions. Unlike the desolation of the factory district, the residential area occasionally buzzed with activity. As vehicles passed by, some speeding past, while others halted at the roadside, with their owners rushing into the villas to scavenge for belongings. As Zhang Tuohai passed by, the onlookers could not help but exhibit signs of anxiety, their gazes fixed upon him, fearful that he might come over and seize their belongings. Observing their reactions, Zhang Tuohai merely shook his head. This city had been abandoned for countless years. After such a prolonged period, even if remnants of items remained in the villa, they were likely no longer usable. Even if they were to unearth some canned goods, Zhang Tuohai dared not consume them. Who could ascertain how long they had been expired? At present, he could only place his trust in the contents of the supply box. Ignoring the individuals, Zhang Tuohai hastened towards the location of the orange treasure chest. Upon witnessing his departure, the onlookers breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the villa to continue rummaging through the debris. Zhang Tuohai traversed 5 or 6 blocks, nearing the boundary between the villa district and the apartment area, before discovering a 4-story townhouse. The building was constructed entirely of red bricks. Its exterior paint long since flaked away, revealing the underlying wall bricks. The apartment's windows were shattered, fragments littering the roadway. This dilapidated dwelling held little allure. Most preferred to scour the adjacent villas for supplies. When Zhang Tuohai parked his vehicle at the entrance of the apartment, a young couple emerged from a nearby villa, joyfully carrying a stack of plates and cups. Upon noticing Zhang Tuohai, their expression shifted to one of trepidation, hastily concealing their stack behind them, seemingly apprehensive of his potential intentions. Seeing their anxiety, Zhang Tuohai could not help but chuckle. He shook his head and pushed the door open to enter the townhouse. "Darling, why is he going to the apartment? Perhaps we should take a look. There might be something valuable," suggested the woman, visibly intrigued after witnessing Zhang Tuohai's entrance. "What for? I've seen it from the outside. It's in tatters, clearly a place for ordinary folks. There's nothing of worth. the man replied dismissively. But his vehicle is impressive, and he is dressed in a coat and helmet. With such fine possessions, his taste must be good. Why don't we check the apartment too? We might strike gold. The woman hesitated. I'm telling you, he is just lucky to have stumbled upon a good car. Those items are probably brought from elsewhere. I've yet to hear of anyone capable of manufacturing helmets, the man scoffed. Let us go. I noticed another villa across the street that hasn't been searched yet. We might find something worthwhile. And perhaps tonight we can trade it for some oil residue to eat. With that, the man pulled the woman towards the villa across the street. Upon entering the apartment, Zhang Tuohai discovered a corridor, flanked by rows of doors. Due to the lack of illumination, the hallway was somewhat dim. He activated his powerful flashlight. System. On which floor is the orange supply box located? The map indicated only which building contained the supply box, but did not specify its exact location. As Zhang Tuohai ventured forward for 10 meters, he found himself before the storeroom door on his left. Upon opening it, he noticed a handle on the floor, which led to a staircase descending into the basement. An orange supply box lay upon the tool rack in the subterranean chamber. Upon hearing the system's description, a remarkable expression adorned Zhang Tuohai's face. Had it not been for the system's precise indication of location, even with a map in hand, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate the orange supply box, so cleverly concealed was it. After a silent yet heartfelt greeting to the female relatives of those who had hidden the supplies, Zhang Tuohai opened the storeroom door. As he did so, a cloud of dust enveloped him, and he waved it aside, following the system's guidance to find the rather inconspicuous door leading to the basement. Upon opening the door, a pitch-black abyss unfolded before him. A chill emanated from the depths below, causing Zhang Tuohai, clad in his coat, to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 38. The mutated desert spider. What on earth is this place? Why is it so frigid? Observing the eerie, pitch-black basement, Zhang Tuohai could not help but furrow his brow. It is worth noting that the temperature outside is a balmy 30 degrees. Were it not for the need to conceal the shotgun strapped to his body, he would have considered venturing out in merely a stab-resistant vest. However, this basement is shrouded in darkness and an unsettling chill, causing even his coat-clad form to tremble. This is clearly incongruous, despite the absence of sunlight year-round. Something is amiss here. System, is there any danger below? There is a gigantic mutated desert spider in the basement. Mutated desert spider, an aberrant creature resulting from some form of radiation. It possesses a colossal body, sharp appendages, and venomous fangs, capable of ejecting silk and transforming its prey into liquid protein. It is averse to bright light and flames. Comprehensive assessment indicates low danger level. Is that so? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Tuohai exhaled in relief. Since the system had assessed the threat as minimal, there should be no cause for concern. He adjusted his gear, retrieving a powerful flashlight and a shotgun, and cautiously entered the basement, mimicking tactical maneuvers he had seen in films. Creak, creak. The aged staircase groaned under the weight of his steps. Zhang Tuohai meticulously illuminated every inch of the ground ahead with his flashlight, wary of the potential emergence of a colossal spider. As he rounded a corner, he suddenly discovered an expansive area before him. A vast stone chamber lay ahead, approximately 3 meters high and spanning at least 200 to 300 square meters. Within the chamber stood rows of wooden shelves, each laden with an array of jars. Each jar contained a different insect: locusts, sandworms, centipedes, ants, and, predominantly, various spiders. Black, red, white, and multicolored specimens filled the stone room. The sight of these jars made Zhang Tuohai uneasy, and he found his breathing becoming labored. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound emanating from the corner of the chamber. Swiftly, he directed the powerful flashlight towards the source. To his astonishment, a towering spider, nearly 2 meters tall, was fixated on him from less than 5 meters away. This spider was adorned with black and red stripes, its height reaching an imposing 2 meters. Its forelimbs glimmered with a metallic sheen, and its mouth parts were as large as a basin, while 8 fist-sized compound eyes stared intently at him. Goodness! Zhang Tuohai nearly collapsed in fright. Though he had mentally prepared himself, he had not anticipated the sheer size of the creature indicated by the system. A 2-meter-tall spider? Wouldn't that terrify you? The 8 eyes fixed upon him. Wouldn't that chill you to the bone? What was most disconcerting was the array of shriveled, white, cocoon-like objects behind it. There was no need to inquire. They were undoubtedly the remnants of previous prey. With a hiss, the mutated desert spider opened its mandibles, emitting a peculiar screech, and then raised its 2 forelimbs, lunging toward Zhang Tuohai. The speed of this mutated desert spider was astonishing. Zhang Tuohai was caught off guard, and the sharp forelimbs struck him with tremendous force, sending him sprawling onto the staircase, a sharp pain coursing through his chest. Hastily, Zhang Tuohai bent down to inspect his wounds. Upon glancing at the sight, he breathed a sigh of relief. His puncture-resistant suit remained intact, with no blood seeping through. Most likely, he had only sustained some bruising, posing little significant danger. With the assurance of his relatively minor injuries, Zhang Tuohai steadied himself, readying his shotgun for a counterattack. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. The mutated desert spider, instead of seizing the opportunity to advance, was retreating continuously. This peculiar behavior left Zhang Tuohai perplexed. After a moment of observation, he discerned the reason behind the spider's retreat. When he fell, the powerful beam from his flashlight had inadvertently illuminated the spider's eyes. It was evident that the mutated desert spider was greatly intimidated by the bright light, backing away in an attempt to evade its glare. Understanding the spider's vulnerability brought a sense of calm to Zhang Tuohai. He maneuvered the flashlight to corner the mutated desert spider against the wall, then raised his shotgun, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The rounds of 12-gauge buckshot struck the mutated desert spider's body. Though it appeared fearsome, the creature was still flesh and blood, not transcending the realm of ordinary biology. The 12-gauge pellets easily penetrated its form, forcing it to stagger backward. Realizing it was merely a fade of terror, Zhang Tuohai felt emboldened and continued to pull the trigger until the magazine was emptied of all 7 rounds. At this juncture, the mutated desert spider resembled a sieve, its body riddled with gaping wounds, teetering on the brink of collapse. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai hurriedly reloaded with 7 more 12-gauge rounds, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just as he was about to act, the prompt system suddenly chimed in. If you wish to avoid confronting a swarm of even more agile mutated desert spiders, refrain from killing it. What did that mean? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. When a mutated desert spider is on the verge of death, it will lay eggs to produce offspring, or even accelerate the hatching of larvae within its body. Should you kill it now, you will hasten the emergence of over 20 even swifter mutated desert spiders. 20. At the mention of this number, Zhang Tuohai nearly bit his tongue. One mutated desert spider was already a formidable challenge. Facing 20 at once would surely lead to his demise. What should he do? Was there any way to acquire the orange supply crate buried here? If possible, Zhang Tuohai was unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to claim the orange supply crate. Utilizing the powerful beam of the flashlight to restrict its movement, he turned towards the rear of the 3rd row of cabinets, where an orange supply box lay in wait, ready to be seized for escape. Zhang Tuohai inhaled deeply, directing the flashlight's beam into the eyes of the mutated desert spider. With a hissing scream, the creature recoiled, retreating to the side, seeking refuge in the shadows of the corner while evading the illuminating beam. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai cautiously approached the back of the 3rd row of cabinets. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered indeed an orange supply box nestled at the base of the cabinet, its presence quite elusive had he not ventured closer. How treacherous, he internally cursed. Had it not been for his hint system, he might have met a grim fate here. Spitting in disdain, Zhang Tuohai grasped the supply box and retreated step by step towards the exit of the basement. Chapter 39. The advanced vehicle air conditioning acquired. Zhang Tuohai gradually emerged from the frigid confines of the underground basement. Upon once again encountering the sun, he felt, for the first time, the exquisite warmth of its rays. System, is there a way to utterly eliminate this creature? His disdain for the mutated desert spider was palpable. You could fill the basement with gasoline and incinerate it. The system proposed a solution. Forget it. Zhang Tuohai decisively rejected the suggestion. Although he harbored a profound loathing for the mutated desert spider, the thought of expending such effort to burn it alive caused him a pang of regret. After all, it was over 200 square meters of basement space. How much gasoline would that require? Wasting such precious fuel merely to extinguish a spider seemed imprudent. Nevertheless, leaving it be felt contrary to Zhang Tuohai's character. He located a toolbox within his apartment and, utilizing wooden planks and nails, sealed the door leading to the basement. Concurrently, he filled the storage room with various heavy furniture, completely obstructing it. If I can't burn you, I shall starve you out. Let us see how you emerge. Satisfied with his handiwork, Zhang Tuohai departed the row house, clutching an orange supply crate. As he exited, he fortuitously encountered a group of young men and women rummaging through spoils from a nearby villa. One young man, brandishing an axe, boasted to his girlfriend, "See? I told you it was the right choice to raid the villa. Look at these silver goblets, and this axe, both a tool and a weapon. What a bargain. This axe alone is worth its weight in gold. I wager, if I list it on the trading platform, I could easily exchange it for 2 portions of braised meat. You were just contemplating searching the row house? It turns out my decision was the wisest." His excitement was palpable. "Darling," the young woman prodded him with her finger, motioning towards Zhang Tuohai. "Look, he is carrying an orange supply crate." The young man gasped. "What? An orange crate?" His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. After days of searching, he had encountered nothing but a solitary blue crate. Now, someone had laid claim to an orange one. What treasures might it contain? Moreover, It was found in the very row house he deemed least promising. As he recalled his earlier words, a flush of embarrassment washed over his face. At that moment, Zhang Tuohai turned his head and glanced at them. Recognizing the two youths from before, he nodded habitually and continued towards his vehicle. However, this gesture was interpreted as disdain and humiliation by the overly agitated young man. Damn it, what is so special about an orange supply crate? Just because I can't find one doesn't mean I can't take it. The young man hefted the axe in his hand, gritted his teeth, and strode purposefully towards Zhang Tuohai. What do you want? Zhang Tuohai brandished his Remington M870 in response to the advancing young man. May I inquire if you require an axe? The young man observed that Zhang Tuohai was alone and deemed it unwise to venture without a means of self-defense. If you are interested, I could offer it to you at a discount. However, it appears you are already equipped with something superior, so I shall take my leave. He concluded, turning away before Zhang Tuohai could respond. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Zhang Tuohai smiled knowingly. He was certain that the young man's aggressive demeanor was not genuinely intended to sell him an axe. However, Zhang Tuohai felt no inclination to resort to violence against someone who posed little threat. Never mind, considering the circumstances, I shall refrain from taking action, he mused, whistling as he drove away in his vehicle. What were you up to just now? The young woman prodded the young man curiously. Nothing of consequence, he replied irritably. Brushing her hand aside, his gaze fixated on the row of townhouses that Zhang Tuohai had searched. Do you think there might be something of significance left behind? Surely not, she said, glancing at the townhouses hesitantly. He just came out. How could anything valuable remain? No, there must be more, the young man insisted, his eyes reddening with determination. In an apartment, valuable items are bound to exceed mere trinkets. Aside from that orange supply box, there must be additional treasures. As if entranced, he strode swiftly back towards the townhouse. The young woman pondered for a moment, reasoning that a brief search would merely consume time, and it didn't seem overly consequential. With a resigned sigh, she followed him. I knew there was something here. Look, this storage room is brimming with items. There must be something of value inside. Hurry, help me carry it out. The young man's excited voice echoed from within the room. Zhang Tuohai drove 2 blocks away, ensuring no one was tailing him before pulling over to the side of the road. He retrieved the orange supply box. System, what does the supply box contain? The supply box contains advanced vehicle air conditioning manufacturing blueprints, 3 units of advanced metal ingots, 10 units of advanced plastic, 10 units of advanced metal components, 10 units of advanced rubber, and 1 unit of advanced electronic components. Fantastic! Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. He had finally acquired the vehicle air conditioning system, and to his delight, it was the advanced version. Moreover, the materials within the supply box affirmed his suspicion that the orange supply box included a set of manufacturing materials. Though uncertain whether this set of materials was an exclusive benefit of the orange supply box or merely a convenient access due to their current lack of advanced resources, Zhang Tuohai was unconcerned. All he knew was that he was finally getting an air conditioning system. He opened the orange supply box, and blueprints along with various materials poured forth. Advanced Vehicle Air Conditioning Manufacturing Blueprint regulates temperature by consuming electrical power, operating effectively between 50 degrees and 50 degrees. Exceeding this range results in a 30 decrease in efficiency for every 10 degrees over, and it will cease to function beyond 40 degrees. Materials required: 3 units of advanced metal ingots, 10 units of advanced plastic, 10 units of advanced metal parts, 10 units of advanced rubber, and 1 unit of advanced electronic components. Gazing at the blueprint for the air conditioning unit, Zhang Tuohai could not help but let out 3 hearty laughs towards the heavens. He finally possessed a strategy to combat the impending cataclysm brought forth by the twin suns. The highest temperature recorded on Earth hovers around 57 degrees Celsius. How scorching could it possibly get under the twin suns? 60 degrees, 70 degrees, or even 80 degrees. As long as the temperature does not exceed 90 degrees, his advanced vehicle air conditioning system would remain effective. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai firmly believed that the temperature during this calamity would not be excessively high, certainly not surpassing 70 degrees. Otherwise, aside from himself, the remaining players would simply lie down and await their demise. It is noteworthy that even in the hottest months, temperatures in India rarely exceed 40 degrees, resulting in casualties from the heat. One can only imagine the toll at 50 or 60 degrees. Zhang Tuohai had ample reason to believe that even if the disaster sought to test them, the initial trial would not be overly arduous. At the very least, he could navigate this calamity with a sense of assurance. Chapter 40. A Japanese player living comfortably? Manufacturing and installation. Zhang Tuohai exuberantly produced an advanced vehicle air conditioning system. An electronic LCD screen materialized on the car's control panel. Current temperature, 37, 5 degrees. Adjustable temperature, -40 degrees to +40 degrees. Would you like to engage the smart mode to maintain the cabin temperature within the most comfortable range? Caution. Activating this mode will increase power consumption by 10. The normal power usage of this unit is 1 kilowatt per hour. Engage. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai selected the smart mode. Now, equipped with a high-end solar charging panel. The abundance of energy at his disposal was too precious to waste. The advanced vehicle air conditioning system commenced operation, and a refreshing breeze flowed from the vents, visibly lowering the cabin temperature. How delightful! Zhang Tuohai stretched lazily, savoring the comfort he had long been deprived of in this apocalyptic world. It felt as if he had returned to the familiar embrace of an air-conditioned room. If only he could enjoy a chilled soda to accompany this bliss. Zhang Tuohai mused. Oh, but he had soda too. He recalled having procured a family bucket at the factory, which conveniently included 3 cups of soda. Zhang Tuohai swiftly grabbed a cup and took a sip. The effervescence of the carbonated beverage instantly filled his mouth. Refreshing. Reclining in his seat, he relished the lingering taste. A sense of happiness swelling within him. Only in their absence do we realize the true value of once easily accessible pleasures. Zhang Tuohai downed nearly half the cup of cola in one go, feeling invigorated. Onward, he resolved to claim the remaining orange supply crates. Zhang Tuohai opened the map. According to his previously charted route, his next target was the city's central business district. He was certain that this area would be a gathering place for the majority of players. Moreover, it was likely to be abundant in resources, leading to a significant escalation in conflicts among players. The commercial district would undoubtedly be fraught with danger. However, he was undeterred. In the face of adversity, all are equal. Anyone who dared obstruct his path would find themselves uprooted. Zhang Tuohai drove swiftly toward the heart of the city. The central business district was adorned with several 4- to 5-story buildings, markedly more elegant than those in the factory and residential areas. The walls were embellished with various relief sculptures, and decorative columns graced the entrances, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. Scattered along the streets were shards of colorful glass, remnants of what were once magnificent windows, a testament to the opulence that once radiated from this place. It was bustling here. Zhang Tuohai observed numerous vehicles parked along the roadside, and throngs of people flowed in and out of the buildings, each bearing some semblance of spoils. This scene evoked in Zhang Tuohai a nostalgic recollection of the peaceable times, reminiscent of the hunt for parking spaces. Zhang Tuohai, upon noticing the situation, reduced his speed and began to scrutinize the items held by the crowd. He sought to discern whether there were any valuable resources available in the commercial district. After a thorough examination, a sense of disappointment washed over him. He observed that the majority of individuals clutched an assortment of porcelain and metal vessels, followed closely by some durable clothing. A fortunate few managed to acquire tools such as axes and hammers, while the majority merely held pieces of timber. There was no sign of food. It remained unclear whether it had been concealed by these individuals or if the city truly lacked any preserved sustenance. The items before him were hardly worth his time. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Tuohai concluded that there was nothing of significant value and drove directly towards the building marked on the map, rumored to harbor an orange treasure chest. This edifice rose 3 stories high, its exterior composed of black stone, topped with a striking red roof. 16 elegant columns graced the entrance, flanking 2 imposing 4-meter-tall statues of guards at the doorway, bestowing an air of grandeur upon the structure. A fleeting glance revealed to Zhang Tuohai that this building must have held considerable renown in its heyday, ranking among the top 3 he had encountered in the city. Naturally, such an impressive structure had attracted attention. By the time Zhang Tuohai arrived, 2 vehicles were already parked outside. Sensing urgency, he quickly inquired with the system. Has the orange supply box been taken? Still remains in place. A sigh of relief escaped Zhang Tuohai's lips. Where is the supply box hidden? In the attic on the 3rd floor. Zhang Tuohai felt as though the map was merely toying with him. Concealing the treasure in such a clandestine manner would require immense effort to uncover. He firmly believed that the original person who placed these supply boxes never intended for the map's bearer to locate all 5 of them. However, unbeknownst to them, within this group of novices lurked an exceptional player who refused to adhere to conventional strategies. Donning his helmet and an overcoat, Zhang Tuohai stepped into the building. The 1st floor resembled a grand hall, where he spotted a bar reminiscent of a reception desk. Behind the bar hung a massive artwork composed entirely of colorful glass, although portions had already fallen away, rendering its content indecipherable. On either side of the bar were marble staircases, adorned with tattered carpets. Clear footprints marred the carpet, indicating that someone had ascended the stairs. Zhang Tuohai, now cautious, tightened his grip on his Remington and carefully made his way to the 2nd level. Upon reaching the halfway point to the 2nd floor, he beheld a standoff at the staircase's entrance. A middle-aged man clad in a hood faced off against two young men in denim attire. The hooded man wielded a katana, while Denim Guy 1 brandished a large pair of pliers, and Denim Guy 2 held a wooden baseball bat studded with nails. Although the hooded man appeared to possess the advantage in weaponry, the tension in the air was palpable. However, the large pipe wrench is not to be trifled with. A strike to the head would undoubtedly result in a grievous injury. The baseball bat, bristling with nails, is even more formidable, delivering a slow, agonizing demise to anyone unfortunate enough to be struck. Thus, the three individuals found themselves in a stalemate. In truth, had they sought a secluded corner to remain ensnared in their impasse for eternity, Zhang Tuohai would have remained indifferent. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that they had inadvertently blocked the staircase leading upstairs. This was indeed vexing. Zhang Tuohai looked up at the group, clicking his tongue in irritation. Gentlemen, the hour is late. If you intend to fight, I suggest you do so swiftly. If not, kindly move aside and cease obstructing the path. He glanced at his watch, his impatience palpable. Bibaka, step aside. Don't interrupt our duel, stammered the hooded man. Chapter 41. Trapped in a forest. Upon hearing the hooded man's words, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was not an impulsive individual. In fact, he held great respect for many Japanese individuals, such as teachers Hitano, Motatani, and Kato, among others. However, the man before him was a stranger. Since he was not a familiar instructor, why bother with pleasantries? Zhang Tuohai lifted his chin and brandished the Remington concealed within his coat. I didn't catch that. Would you kindly repeat yourself? I beg your pardon. The hooded man, upon seeing the Remington, abandoned any thought of confronting the cowboy-clad figures and bowed deeply to Zhang Tuohai, with one hand still gripping his knife. Ah, clearly a traditionalist. Even his bow was executed with precision. Zhang Tuohai mused, impressed. Having only seen such displays on the news before, witnessing it in real life was quite an experience. Indeed worthy of thorough observation. The two cowboys exchanged glances, unsure whether to seize the moment to launch a surprise attack or join the hooded man in bowing to Zhang Tuohai, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Silence enveloped the scene as none of the three uttered a word. 5 minutes passed with Zhang Tuohai remaining unperturbed, while the cowboys were equally at a loss. The hooded man, however, could no longer endure the prolonged bowing. Your Excellency, may I inquire? He straightened his back, attempting to ask Zhang Tuohai the reason for the standoff. Did I grant you permission to rise? Zhang Tuohai's voice was icy. Why, you mean? Kneel, Zhang Tuohai commanded. I have heard that the most sincere form of apology in your culture is the dejiza. Why did you not employ it earlier? Do you harbor disdain for me? And no, I did not mean that at all. I now, at once, I demand to see it, or you shall be deemed disrespectful towards me. As he spoke, Zhang Tuohai aimed his firearm at the hooded man. With a thud, the hooded man immediately knelt, supporting himself on the ground, his body curled in a submissive posture. That's more like it, Zhang Tuohai nodded in satisfaction. Now, tell me, what is the cause of this confrontation? Your Excellency, the hooded man began, only to be interrupted by Zhang Tuohai. Silence. Zhang Tuohai pointed at Cowboy 1. You speak. Bro, we are here because of a certain item, Cowboy 1 replied. What item? Zhang Tuohai inquired, curiosity piqued. That knife in his hand, Cowboy 1 explained. We initially discovered a box, and when we opened it, the knife accidentally slipped out, and he picked it up. We requested its return, but he refused, leading to this standoff. Is that so? Zhang Tuohai turned to the hooded man. That item has no owner. I found it, so of course it belongs to me. The hooded man protested loudly. Does that mean what he said is indeed true? Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Your Excellency, the hooded man attempted to argue, but his words were cut short by a gunshot. The response to him was the sound of a Remington gunshot. A 12-gauge pellet grazed his scalp, and a trickle of blood cascaded down from his head. You are absolutely correct. The hooded man knelt once again. Indeed, it seemed that only the language of gunfire was comprehensible to them. Zhang Tuohai's expression was frigid as he approached the hooded figure. Have you eaten braised meat these days? I had a piece, the hooded man replied cautiously, unsure of Zhang Tuohai's intent, yet intimidated by the Remington's might. No. I suspect you have devoured 2 pieces while only paying for 1. Zhang Tuohai retorted. No, I distinctly only had 1 piece. Then prove it to me. How can I prove it? A clang resounded as Zhang Tuohai kicked the katana to the hooded man's feet. Do you not have a traditional culture known as seppuku? Cut it open and count. Bibaka, you are insulting me. The hooded man abruptly lifted his head, realizing that Zhang Tuohai had no intention of allowing him to live. He swiftly seized the fallen knife and raised it high. Before the blade could descend, the thunderous gunfire erupted once more. The hooded man felt himself propelled backward, soaring 5 or 6 meters before crashing against the wall, slowly sliding down. A stark crimson stain marked the wall behind him. Why did Zhang Tuohai insist on eliminating his opponent? Because he was a man from Jinling. After casting a glance at the hooded man's lifeless body, Zhang Tuohai ascended directly to the third floor, disregarding the katana on the ground entirely. His demeanor bewildered the cowboy duo. "Brother, you haven't taken the knife," they called from behind. "A worthless scrap. If you desire it, keep it for yourselves," Zhang Tuohai replied without turning back, proceeding resolutely upstairs. He aimed to prompt the two to depart, believing it preferable to avoid unnecessary complications, even though he was not afraid of their interference. Indeed, the cowboy duo exchanged glances, swiftly picked up the knife, and ran downstairs. For them, acquiring a knife was a satisfactory gain. Zhang Tuohai arrived on the third floor, where corridors flanked him. After a brief survey, he discerned that this area resembled an office space, with each room furnished with desks, chairs, and filing cabinets, all devoid of contents. System. Where is the staircase leading to the attic? Proceed to the second room. In the corner, you will find a pull cord, which activates the staircase. How cleverly concealed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Tuohai followed the system's guidance into the room and pulled the cord with force. A clatter echoed as a retractable wooden staircase tumbled down from the ceiling, stirring up clouds of dust. How many years has it been since anyone graced this place? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow and ascended the staircase step by step. The staircase led to the attic, which lay shrouded in dust, suggesting it had not been visited in many years. The windows were also coated in grime, effectively blocking out the sunlight. At the very center of the attic, an orange supply crate gleamed enticingly. Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of joy at the sight and was about to step forward to claim the crate when a sudden alert from the system interrupted him. Warning, there are traps ahead. Proceeding directly will result in injury. Traps? Zhang Tuohai halted abruptly, his foot poised to move. Where were the traps? And how could he avoid them? He inquired in a low voice. The third, fourth, and seventh floorboards ahead are pressure plates. Stepping on them will undoubtedly trigger landmines. The sixth and 12th floorboards ahead are flipboards. Stepping on them will activate mechanisms, unleashing a hail of crossbow bolts. The 9th, 11th, and 14th floorboards ahead are hollow boards. Stepping on them will lead to a fall downstairs. As he absorbed the multitude of traps laid out before him, Zhang Tuohai inwardly cursed. Is this a vault? What on earth is so valuable that it requires such elaborate protection? Chapter 42. Anti-personnel mines. Though the loft is laden with numerous traps, it is not merely one person who would falter here. Even a small squad could meet their demise within these walls. However, in the presence of the guidance system, all traps lose their efficacy. Following the annotations provided by the system, Zhang Tuohai cautiously traverses the floor, concealing perilous traps. Fortunately, the designer of these traps displayed a modicum of conscience, allowing sufficient space for an average person to navigate between them. Otherwise, he might find himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. With nimble movements, Zhang Tuohai finally arrives at the supply crate after skillfully avoiding the layers of traps. What could possibly be inside? If it turns out to be worthless, I shall confront the planner and drive this crowbar into his very being. As he readies the crowbar to pry open the crate, he is alerted by the system. A trigger trap is concealed beneath the crate. Should it be opened or lifted, an anti-personnel mine will detonate after 5 seconds, scattering 700 steel balls in a 60-degree arc. The lethal height is set at 2.4 meters, with a maximum range of 200 meters. Is this what you refer to as a broadsword anti-personnel mine? Surely it must be. Zhang Tuohai finds himself at a loss for words. He believes the individual responsible for deploying this orange supply crate must be a woefully unfortunate soul, as no one in their right mind would conceive of an idea that could result in the critical loss of progenitive organs for future generations. This is akin to a bamboo shoot having its door opened by another bamboo shoot. It is absurdly ridiculous. Who would anticipate an anti-personnel mine lurking beneath a supply crate? This device, let alone piercing armor, would inflict severe injury even if one were to don a Kevlar vest at close range. Glancing at the dimensions of the loft, Zhang Tuohai estimates it measures approximately 200 meters in length and around 20 meters in width. Thus, it is evident that the entire room lies within the lethal radius of the mine. The only viable option is to seize the crate and flee the room at the utmost speed. System, if I take the crate and dash towards the adjacent window, shattering the glass and leaping out, will I manage to escape? Zhang Tuohai estimates the distance to the window to be about 7 to 8 meters, allowing him ample time to break the glass and leap outside. With a well-calculated angle, he might land on the balcony of the second floor. The glass of the folding window beside you is made of bulletproof material. Your head lacks its resilience. If you choose to escape through the window, it is advisable to select the one at the 2 o'clock position, as the renovation company, in pursuit of greater profit, installed ordinary glass instead. Zhang Tuohai gestures an obscene sign towards the bulletproof glass. A window in the loft has been fitted with bulletproof glass. Are they out of their minds? With that money, they could have installed air conditioning units in the offices below. He could even dismantle them and sell them to others. Truly, this is beyond absurd. System. Are you certain that window can be shattered? Is there a balcony below? It appears to me that the balcony does not extend that far. Zhang Tuohai expresses his concern. Although there was no balcony beneath the window, a car would pass by in a minute, and one would land directly atop the vehicle, which would sufficiently mitigate any impact. Estimates suggested that this would at most result in soft tissue bruising, posing no threat to normal movement. This was still within an acceptable range. Zhang Tuohai weighed his options and accepted the escape plan proposed by the system. He moved his body slightly to prepare, took a deep breath, and then suddenly grasped the orange supply crate on the ground, charging towards the window at 2 o'clock without looking back. The prompt system began a considerate countdown. 5. Zhang Tuohai took 2 steps. 4. He leaped into the air. 3. He shattered the glass, revealing a black 7-seater van slowly approaching. 2. Zhang Tuohai flew out of the window as the van came to a gentle stop below. 1. He landed on the roof of the vehicle, leaving 2 large impressions in the metal. The 2 occupants inside curiously gazed upward. 0. An anti-personnel mine detonated. 700 steel balls swept across the entire loft, reducing everything within to mere fragments. Even the bulletproof glass was riddled with cracks. Shattered furniture pieces cascaded from the window Zhang Tuohai had broken, littering the street below. Many were drawn to the explosion sound, peering curiously at the loft shrouded in thick black smoke, oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. The instigator, Zhang Tuohai, swiftly jumped down from the van, tapped on the window frame, and addressed the startled female driver in the front seat. Thank you. And my apologies for the damage to your roof. I'll make it up to you another time. Just a heads up. Don't go near the loft in this building unless you wish to endure another explosion of this magnitude. After saying this, he patted her shoulder and, amidst her bewildered stare, hurried back to his own vehicle, started the engine, fueled up, and drove away. Sis, what should we do about this roof? Suchi asked, staring at the 2 large footprints above her head, a bit perplexed. I hope it won't leak, Sumu mused, running her fingers over the prints, noting their smooth edges without sharp creases, concluding that it probably wouldn't pose a problem if left unrepaired. If one had to point out a flaw, perhaps it might collect water during rain? While the 2 sisters debated the necessity of repairs, Zhang Tuohai had already fled 3 blocks away. However, he did not cease his flight. Rather, he began to circle the commercial district. There was no choice, as the commotion he had caused was simply too great. A few individuals had concluded that he had come into possession of something valuable and pursued him relentlessly, eager for a share. To evade these pursuers, Zhang Tuohai commenced weaving through the commercial area. After a while, he realized this tactic was not proving effective. The cars following him not only remained, but their numbers had increased. Furthermore, Zhang Tuohai's evasive maneuvers emboldened his pursuers, who became less cautious and even accelerated their approach. How on earth did these pesky flies find me? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. Although he harbored no fear of these individuals, he recognized the futility of confronting multiple adversaries. Should they take advantage of the chaos to damage his solar charging panels or light-reducing glass, it would result in significant losses that even the elimination of these foes could not rectify. Thus, Zhang Tuohai resolved to first shake off these nuisances and bide his time until an opportune moment to deal with them would arise. After navigating several loops through the bustling urban area, he finally discerned the reason these individuals consistently managed to track him down. It was simply because his vehicle was too new. While most people here still drove the second-hand family cars originally gifted by the system, he had upgraded to a level 2 vehicle, transforming it into a new business car. When alone, the difference was hardly noticeable, but in this setting, it stood out like a firefly against the night, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Chapter 43. Shall AI, since evading you all has proven futile, I shall simply leave you behind and see if you can keep up. With a swift press of the accelerator, Zhang Tuohai engaged the turbocharged engine. In an instant, the vehicle's speed surged to 150 miles per hour, and it continued to escalate rapidly. The sudden acceleration caught the pursuers off guard. By the time they reacted and began to accelerate, Zhang Tuohai's exhaust fumes were already fading from view. Yet, this was not the most disheartening aspect. Zhang Tuohai's maximum speed could reach 200 miles per hour, while their used vehicles were limited to a mere 100 miles per hour. After a brief chase, they realized that the distance between them only widened, and soon even the remnants of his exhaust were no longer visible. Though reluctant to concede defeat, they continued the pursuit for a while longer. Ultimately, they dispersed in search of unsearched buildings, hoping to scavenge for discarded treasures. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tuohai, his followers had already scattered. He continued to accelerate, leaving the bustling commercial district behind as he headed northward out of the city. Once he could no longer spot another vehicle in the vicinity, Zhang Tuohai gradually brought his car to a stop by the roadside, granting him the opportunity to open the orange supply box and discover its contents. Acquired blueprints for an advanced vehicle autopilot system. Obtained 2 units of advanced metal ingots, 10 units of advanced metal parts, 20 units of advanced electronic components, 10 units of advanced rubber, 2 units of advanced glass, 2 units of advanced plastic. A vehicle autopilot system? What is this marvel? Capable of self-driving and auto-parking? Zhang Tuohai began to examine the detailed specifications of the blueprints. Advanced Vehicle Autopilot System. A specialized vehicle accessory, equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, capable of managing all in-car equipment, including but not limited to self-driving, auto-parking, security monitoring, anti-lock and anti-theft features, and energy allocation. Manufacturing materials. 2 units of advanced metal ingots, 10 units of advanced metal parts, 20 units of advanced electronic components, 10 units of advanced rubber, 2 units of advanced glass, 2 units of advanced plastic. Not too shabby. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the blueprints with great excitement. This vehicle autopilot system truly is remarkable, justifying the considerable effort he expended to acquire it, setting aside its other functionalities. The security monitoring and anti-theft features alone are worth the investment. His prior concern had been the potential for theft when he was away from his vehicle, exemplified by the car thief he encountered earlier that day. No matter how much he gathered, a single theft would render his efforts futile. Now, with the advent of this autopilot system, he could put his fears of theft to rest. Furthermore, the self-driving feature would conserve his energy. Regular drivers understand that prolonged driving can lead to mental fatigue, and excessive duration can dull reflexes, ultimately resulting in accidents. Now, with the advent of autonomous driving systems, he merely needs to issue a command, and the system will adeptly manage everything for him. He can even sip his coffee while admiring the scenery and casually preparing a meal. Such a life is utterly delightful. The only consideration is locating supply boxes along the road. The auxiliary control system, which manages the vehicle's internal devices and energy allocation, is truly remarkable. Although Zhang Tuohai's vehicle currently boasts only a few devices, such as a fan, air conditioning, a solar charging panel, and headlights, he believes that in the future, the array of equipment will expand significantly, at which point the system will truly realize its maximum potential. Zhang Tuohai even envisions transforming his vehicle into a super motorhome, equipped with a weapon station and automated turrets. Any adversaries that dare to approach would be annihilated by the autonomous control system operating the weaponry, allowing him to recline within the car, savoring fine wine and steak, while indulging in leisurely views. How splendid life would be! Just imagining such a scene brings an uncontainable smile to Zhang Tuohai's face. Manufacture. With a grand gesture, Zhang Tuohai conjured the advanced vehicle autonomous control system. In the blink of an eye, an additional display appeared in the vehicle's control area. The screen showcased a smiling emoticon. Good afternoon, Commander. The advanced vehicle autonomous control system is at your service. For convenience, you may assign me a new name. What shall my new name be? This question left Zhang Tuohai perplexed as he struggled with naming things. Even his pets, a cat, dog, and pig, were unimaginatively named Big Black, Second Yellow, and Third Flower. Relying on him to create an appealing name was akin to hoping a sow could climb a tree. After much contemplation, he tentatively suggested, Xiao AI? Xiao AI at your service. Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment and decided against correcting the system. If it preferred to be called Xiao AI, then so be it. A nostalgic nod to his previous life with smartphones. At that moment, a tray emerged from the bottom of the display, containing a smart wristband. Commander, this is a remote-controlled smart wristband featuring dual wireless charging capabilities and a communication range of 30 kilometers. With it, you can maintain contact with me and receive real-time updates on the vehicle's status. But what if someone else acquires the wristband and seizes control of the vehicle? Zhang Tuohai inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Rest assured, Commander, Xiao AI is an advanced artificial intelligence system that employs facial recognition, iris scanning, and voice identification. There will be no risk of unauthorized control. That's a relief, Zhang Tuohai sighed, reassured that the control would remain secure. He donned the wristband and examined the interface. In addition to the vehicle's status, it astonishingly displayed some of his own health metrics. At present, he was slightly dehydrated and in a state of suboptimal health. Several of his bodily indicators fell below the threshold of normal well-being. It seems that my health has recently declined, Zhang Tuohai remarked, scratching his head. He glanced at the clock. It was already noon. Given his deteriorating condition, he decided it was time to indulge in a hearty meal to make amends. Zhang Tuohai moved to the back seat of the car, ignited the stove, and commenced his culinary preparations. What to cook? He surveyed the array of ingredients before him. Perhaps it would be best to keep it simple for lunch. A dish of stir-fried chives with eggs, a serving of braised pork slices, a stir-fried kidney dish, and sautéed pork intestines would suffice. He retrieved the perishable ingredients and began to cook. Chapter 44. Fertilizing the chives. Zhang Tuohai's culinary skills were quite commendable, and he swiftly prepared 4 exquisite dishes. As for the staple, with no rice available, he resorted to making a bowl of hand-pulled noodles. The rich sauce from the stir-fried intestines mixed with the noodles created an utterly delightful flavor. Zhang Tuohai greedily devoured 2 bowls of noodles and nearly finished off the 4 plates of food before reclining comfortably in his chair, rubbing his pleasantly full belly. This was, without a doubt, the most satisfying meal he had enjoyed since arriving in this world. So pleasurable was the experience that he scarcely had the inclination to check the regional channel. Once he had satiated his hunger and found himself at leisure, Zhang Tuohai finally opened the regional channel to see if there was anything worth collecting. As soon as he opened it, several private messages popped up. To his surprise, they were all from the sisters Su Mu and Su Qi. Su Qi had sent the majority, with a total of 6 messages. Let me tell you something. Today we collected a substantial amount of utensils, including several silver pieces that clearly belonged to the nobility, based on their exquisite engravings. Would you like to purchase some? As a favor to a friend, I can offer you a discount. What a day it has been. We parked by the roadside, and out of nowhere, someone jumped down and left 2 footprints on our car's roof. It infuriated me. I demanded compensation, but he merely promised to do better next time. With so many people around, how am I supposed to find him? I tried to chase him, but he ran away in the blink of an eye. May he forever experience instant noodles devoid of flavor packets, chips that are nothing but crumbs, and find half a worm in every apple. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Tuohai continued reading. Hey, handsome, what about our lunch? I'm starving. Where's my food? I'm about to die of hunger. If I perish from hunger, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to haunt you. The above messages were all from Su Qi. Su Mu had only sent one, inquiring whether Zhang Tuohai knew of a method to repair the dents on their vehicle, while also providing a list of items available for sale, which included clothing, porcelain, and silverware. The prices were quite reasonable, with many items available for just a few units of first-level resources. Feeling a tinge of guilt, Zhang Tuohai hastily boiled 2 more bowls of noodles and divided the remaining 4 dishes into separate plates to send to the 2 sisters. Why is today so lavish? Have you struck it rich? Su Qi inquired with curiosity. Well, I managed to acquire some good things, so I thought I'd celebrate. By the way, I'm sending you something that can repair all damages to your vehicle. It's up to you whether or not to use it, Zhang Tuohai replied, dispatching a car repair kit to them. Wow, a car repair kit? I recall that such a thing requires considerable resources to create. Why are you being so generous? How much did it cost? If you'd like, I could provide you with the materials needed to make it, Su Qi remarked. That kit was originally sold to him by Su Mu in exchange for a hand crossbow, so Su Qi was well aware of what materials were required. Never mind. You're not exactly affluent either. Consider it an experiment. It would be even better if you could help me bring in a few clients, Zhang Tuohai said somewhat sheepishly. After all, it was he who had damaged their vehicle in the first place, so this repair kit could serve as compensation. All right, I will inquire in the channel. If anyone's vehicle breaks down, I will refer them to you without concern for my own interests, as they are not my friends. Su Qi agreed while patting the tarmac. After dealing with the Su sisters, Zhang Tuohai began to browse the regional channel. He observed that the mortality rate today was also alarmingly high. At least 20 individuals had perished from lingering too long within the toxic circle. However, a greater number fell victim to their own comrades. The deceased numbered over 200, with even more injured. At this moment, pleas for medical supplies permeated the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai had anticipated such a situation. In a world devoid of rules and constraints, the negative desires within individuals would gradually be unleashed. Hunger and scarcity of resources intensified this emotional eruption. Typically, these players would not encounter one another. However, when thrown into the ruins of a city and confronted with various supplies, the outcomes were all too predictable. The behavior of those pursuing him illustrated this point vividly. Robbery and slaughter were merely the most rudimentary expressions. Women and handsome men they encountered would likely endure unimaginable suffering. For these individuals, Zhang Tuohai felt powerless. All he could do was display the assortment of weapons he had acquired that morning. Simultaneously, he resumed the service of crafting anti-inflammatory medications. The extent to which these items could aid others remained uncertain, yet he acted with a clear conscience. When Zhang Tuohai listed these items on the trading platform, it immediately sparked a commotion. Wow, the big shot truly is formidable, managing to list so many weapons at once. Hey, do you still have any axes? I was a moment too slow, and they were all snatched up. Please list a few more. Have you noticed? Each weapon listed by the big shot is in limited quantities, except for the hunting spear, which was listed in bulk. What does this indicate? It suggests that only the hunting spear can be mass-produced by him, while the others were likely acquired from others. In such times, who would sell their weapons? Wait, could it be that they were all slain by him? The big shot is incredible to have killed so many. Please, I implore you, don't kill me. If I see you in any area this afternoon, I will definitely steer clear. To have killed so many is simply barbaric. Shouldn't we, as players, unite to confront this catastrophe? I propose that we band together to bring this murderer to justice and restore peace to our space. One need not even glance to know this statement originated from Fan Mingqian. He responded to his foolish rhetoric. The weapons displayed by Zhang Tuohai spoke volumes. Having slain so many that morning, it was evident that the average individual stood no chance. A sensible person would not dare provoke him. Fan Mingqian's dim-witted remarks quickly faded into oblivion. My esteemed friend, do you have any provisions to share? I have scoured for hours, encountering an array of dilapidated items. Yet I have yet to come across a morsel to eat. However, I did discover a supply crate containing a packet of instant noodles. Might you procure some hot water for me? I would gladly exchange it for double the amount of cold water. Additionally, do you possess any items with a bit of grease? Bread hardly suffices to quell my hunger. The meager piece I consumed this morning has long since been digested. Even some oil residue would be appreciated. As Zhang Tuohai observed the messages on the regional channel, he pondered for a moment before listing 100 units of oil residue. The reason for such a substantial offering was primarily due to a concern for the swift demise of these individuals. If they were to perish entirely, who would remain to gather resources for him? When one encounters the harvest, it is not enough to merely wield the sickle. One must also provide the occasional nourishment. Chapter 45. The accident. Zhang Tuohai, having procured an abundance of food, instantly uplifted the spirits of everyone around him. The crowd erupted in cheers for his generosity. The typically overlooked fried scraps suddenly became a coveted item, vanishing within mere seconds. It was imperative to have sufficient oil and salt to replenish energy, enabling individuals to withstand the rigors of intense labor. Under normal circumstances, they would have remained in their vehicles, subsisting on bread. However, today, the majority were compelled to scour through houses, lacking the strength to move anything substantial upon sighting valuable items. Faced with adversaries, they found themselves devoid of the energy to fight back. Consequently, many individuals invested heavily in fried scraps. This midday transaction allowed Zhang Tuohai to amass a significant quantity of first-level resources, filling his coffers to the brim. It could be said that over half the profits from their morning's labor had been seized by him, such as the advantage of possessing inferior skills. As long as Zhang Tuohai occupies the pinnacle of the supply chain, these players will eternally remain as his crops, unwittingly laboring for him while expressing gratitude. The world is indeed a fantastical place. After acquiring another wave of supplies, Zhang Tuohai extracted the city map for examination. At that moment, he had already secured 3 out of 5 orange supply boxes. 2 remained, one located in the park area of the northern city, and the other in the mining district on the outskirts of the northern city. The contraction of the toxic zone was advancing from south to north, with the system indicating that the final showdown would likely occur in the mining district. Zhang Tuohai resolved to heed the system's judgment and head to the park area first. Having made his plans, he prepared to set off. Commander, do you not trust Xiao AI? Would you grant her the opportunity to showcase her driving skills and assist you in navigating? All right, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Having grown accustomed to driving, he found it somewhat disconcerting to adjust to a life with an automated control system. Xiao AI, proceed to the park area. Understood, Commander. Please ensure you are seated securely. The destination is the park area, a distance of 20 kilometers, traveling at a speed of 40 miles per hour, with an estimated duration of 30 minutes. Departing now. The vehicle set off steadily. Initially, Zhang Tuohai felt a bit uneasy with the automated driving, gripping the steering wheel tightly and resting his foot on the brake, fearful that the car might inadvertently collide with a wall. However, after a while, he realized that Xiao AI's driving skills were commendable. The speed of 40 miles per hour was maintained flawlessly, even during turns. It was indeed convenient, saving him considerable effort for the future. After covering 10 kilometers, Zhang Tuohai gradually acclimated to the experience. Now, he was able to rest one hand on the steering wheel while propping his chin with the other, enjoying the air conditioning. The sensation of cool air during the sweltering summer was utterly delightful. When might he acquire a refrigerator? He shook his cup of cola, only to discover that the ice had completely melted. Cola without ice lacked soul. Zhang Tuohai sipped his drink with a sense of regret, just as he was lamenting. A purple second-hand car suddenly sped out from a nearby alley on the left, seemingly on a collision course with Zhang's vehicle. Startled, Zhang's heart raced. There was no time to brake at this distance, given the speed and angle of the approaching car. It was clear that the driver's seat would bear the brunt of any impact. Was he truly destined to be struck? Would the alloy frame withstand such a forceful collision? Would he emerge unscathed? As these thoughts raced through Zhang's mind, miraculously, his business vehicle executed a flawless 180-degree drift, narrowly avoiding the impending crash. It seemed even the paint had escaped unscathed. Commander, wasn't that drift spectacular? Little AI's skills are commendable, wouldn't you agree? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zhang Tuohai realized it was little AI's exceptional driving that had averted disaster. Relieved, he placed his complete trust in her abilities. After all, he could never have performed such a maneuver himself. Yet, a surge of anger bubbled within him. System, why was there no danger alert just now? He demanded. Calculations indicate that the approaching vehicle posed no threat to the host. Given little AI's proficiency, it was deemed harmless. Therefore, no alert was issued. Oh, I see. So only potential threats elicit warnings? What if a nuclear bomb were beside me? As long as it didn't detonate, it wouldn't be reported. Zhang inquired. While not entirely accurate, that interpretation suffices. Then there are no issues. Zhang felt reassured, but the purple car that had just barreled out certainly had problems. Unable to evade in time, it crashed into a decorative tree on the sidewalk. Though the tree had been long dead, it still stood resolutely. The impact shattered the headlights of the purple vehicle. My headlights! Exclaimed the bald man behind the wheel, seething at the sight of the wreckage. Known for his fiery temper, he swiftly retrieved a short axe from the cab and hurled it onto Zhang's hood. The dull thud of the impact left a significant dent. Had the vehicle not been reinforced with alloy, that blow could have penetrated the hood and damaged the internal components. This act incensed Zhang Tuohai. The near miss from earlier had yet to be settled, and now his car had been vandalized. This was a grave offense. Everyone knew that in this world, a car was akin to a second life. Without it, one could barely move. This bald man was clearly intent on causing him harm. What do you mean by this? Zhang inquired coldly. What are you looking at? We still need to settle the score from earlier. Get down here, or I will end you. The hulking figure had not anticipated that Zhang's vehicle would be so resilient. His full-force strike had failed to breach the hood. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle was evidently of a superior quality compared to his own. A covetous desire began to stir within him, yearning to appropriate Zhang Tuohai's car for himself. The fate of Zhang Tuohai was no longer a matter of his concern. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no rules to bind him. Life and death hinged solely on his whims. The fact that he had not yet struck Zhang Tuohai down with an axe was already a testament to his unusual mercy. As he gazed upon Zhang Tuohai's somewhat handsome visage, other thoughts began to surface in his mind. Having grown weary of women, he pondered the uncharted pleasures of men. Perhaps today would be the day. In an instant, the bald, muscular man's gaze towards Zhang Tuohai shifted to something peculiar. Chapter 46. The car repair kit. Upon meeting the gaze of the bald, muscular man, Zhang Tuohai could no longer suppress the fury that burned within him. With a sudden motion, he lifted the Remington M870 from the passenger seat. What did you mean by that? The bald man froze at the sight of the ominous gun barrel. Although he was adept with an axe and possessed considerable strength, facing a firearm rendered him no more than a fish on a chopping block. He had mingled with notorious figures in the underworld and had witnessed many a ruthless individual wielding power. The aura emanating from Zhang Tuohai was reminiscent of those formidable figures. He understood that such a presence often signaled imminent violence. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tuohai, amidst the relentless bloodshed, he had gradually cultivated an air of menace. While an ordinary person might overlook it, the bald man recognized the danger with clarity. He realized that if he did not flee now, he might never escape. With a cry of alarm, he hurriedly climbed back into his vehicle, flooring the accelerator and speeding away into the distance. Seeing the bald man retreat in panic, a frost settled upon Zhang Tuohai's expression. Can a cooked duck fly away? He declared. Shall AI pursue him? Shall AI understood immediately. The business vehicle surged forth like an arrow, racing after the bald man's purple second-hand car. Zhang Tuohai's car boasted a speed that surpassed the bald man's vehicle by a factor of 2, and with Xiao AI at the wheel, there was no concern of an accident. Thus, it wasn't long before Zhang Tuohai caught up to the bald man. Steady now, I need to aim, Zhang Tuohai instructed, positioning the Remington to target the purple car ahead. The bald man, noticing Zhang's movements in the rearview mirror, began to swerve the vehicle wildly in an attempt to thwart Zhang's aim. Foolish, Zhang Tuohai chuckled at the bald man's futile attempts. With any other weapon, the man's evasive maneuvers might have held some merit. However, Zhang wielded a shotgun, renowned for its spread of fire. Did the bald man truly believe that mere serpentine movements could evade the shotgun's widespread barrage? Absurd. Zhang Tuohai did not take aim, instead firing multiple rounds directly at the rear of the bald man's vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The pellets rained down upon the car. The rear window shattered with a crash. The trunk lid was punctured, and with a deafening pop, a tire exploded, sending the vehicle careening out of control, sparks flying in its wake. Xiao AI, observing the chaos, immediately decelerated to avoid a collision. As the car skidded sideways, Zhang Tuohai quickly fired 2 shots at the side windows. Crash, crash. The glass shattered, and the door was riddled with holes. The bald man slumped over the steering wheel, oblivious to his fate. Zhang Tuohai reloaded the Remington, stepping out to assess the bald man's condition. Just then, the electronic voice of the system chimed in. Chiyu is not dead. He has an axe hidden beneath him. If you approach within 5 meters, he will launch a surprise attack. There exists a 33 probability of injury, a 35 chance of immediate death, and a 32 likelihood of remaining unscathed. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhang Tuohai inhaled sharply. The burly bald man had concealed his intentions remarkably well. Despite finding himself in such dire straits, he still possessed means for a counterattack. However, once his ruse was uncovered, Zhang Tuohai naturally refrained from falling into the trap again. Yet, this robust figure bore the name Chiyu, strikingly similar to that of the esteemed Saitama, and he sported an identical hairstyle, though regrettably, his strength fell short. Zhang Tuohai halted his advance 10 meters away from the vehicle. At that moment, the anxious giant within the car was fervently eager for Zhang Tuohai to approach, hoping for a chance to retaliate. Having sustained injuries with blood flowing freely, he estimated that he could not endure much longer before succumbing to blood loss, perhaps even death. Time was of the essence. Yet, Zhang Tuohai appeared unhurried, approaching at a leisurely pace, igniting a sense of urgency within the bald man. What was he doing? Why was he moving so slowly? Impatient, the burly man discreetly opened his eyes, peering in the direction of Zhang Tuohai. To his astonishment, he found Zhang Tuohai standing 10 meters away, grinning at him. No longer pretending? Revealing his identity? Zhang Tuohai inquired with a cheerful tone. This was bad. The bald man's heart sank. Though he remained oblivious to how Zhang Tuohai had discerned his feigned unconsciousness, there were no alternatives left. He had to fight. The distance between them was 10 meters, and with his precision, he estimated only a 30 to 40% chance of success. Initially, he had intended to wait for Zhang Tuohai to draw nearer before making his move, but that was no longer feasible. Gritting his teeth, the bald man raised his short axe, preparing to hurl it at Zhang Tuohai. Bang! Zhang Tuohai was quicker on the draw. The bald man was instantly riddled with number 12 buckshot, his body collapsing against the window frame. Danger averted. No anomalies detected in the vicinity. With the system's confirmation, Zhang Tuohai approached and began to scavenge the spoils. Repairing the vehicle would necessitate an automotive repair kit. He hoped to avoid any losses. As he rummaged through the chaotic items within the car, he discovered a plethora of level 1 materials, numbering around 30 to 40. There were 6 throwing axes, 3 bags of bread, 1 case of mineral water, 10 sausages, and 2 marinated eggs. Most satisfying of all was the discovery of 2 seafood hot pot sets. Tonight's meal would certainly be a delightful upgrade. Zhang Tuohai contentedly stowed them away. In a final sweep, he unexpectedly unearthed several sets of women's clothing, evidently worn, with stains and traces of blood. Such garments would not be found in a supply box, and it was clear that the burly man was not a cross-dresser. Thus, the identity of these clothes' owner was all too apparent. Their fate was equally evident. Upon seeing these garments, Zhang Tuohai felt that the bald man had acted rather rashly, allowing him to meet his end too easily. The spoils were loaded back onto the vehicle, leaving only a defunct automobile abandoned on the roadside after the core had been removed. Zhang Tuohai returned to the vehicle with the acquired treasures, contemplating that this haul was somewhat commendable. Before setting off again, Zhang Tuohai took a moment to create a car repair kit. This kit was a black leather pouch, measuring about a foot square, adorned with a green button inscribed with the word repair. How does one utilize this device? Perhaps a mere press of the button? Zhang Tuohai pressed the button, and in the blink of an eye, the repair kit transformed into a liquid, seamlessly merging with the car. The visible scars on the vehicle vanished at an astonishing pace. Not only the areas damaged by the bald, burly man were restored, but also the scratches left by previous thieves, the dust that had settled on the body, and the pebbles lodged within the tires were all meticulously eradicated. The entire vehicle appeared as though it had just rolled off the production line. Chapter 47. The Engineer's Shovel Goodness. Who would have thought that a car repair kit could possess such remarkable effects? Zhang Tuohai marveled as he circled the vehicle. The glass glimmered with a dazzling sheen, and even the exhaust pipe was spotless, devoid of any oil stains or even a speck of dust. This feature is quite impressive. Once resources become plentiful, I shall use the car repair kit for washing cars, Zhang Tuohai resolutely decided. If Su Mu and Su Qi, the sisters, were to hear this, they would surely be devastated. They treasured their repair kit dearly, refusing to employ it until the car sustained irreversible damage. As for the 2 footprints Zhang Tuohai had left behind, he deemed it unworthy of concern. Aside from being unsightly, it hardly seemed to impact anything. Having verified the extraordinary efficacy of the car repair kit, Zhang Tuohai mentally assessed its value. Doubling the manufacturing resources was merely the baseline. Quintupled resources seemed more fitting. Ordinary blueprints could only be deemed trifles, while Level 2 automotive parts warranted serious consideration. What? You find it expensive? What kind of world do you think this is? A post-apocalyptic realm where survival on the road reigns supreme. A car is akin to a second life. Such an item, comparable to a vehicle resurrection coin, cannot be undervalued. Its price must reflect its true worth. Zhang Tuohai resolved to auction this item. Henceforth, there would be a nightly auction, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. Only one would be sold each night, maximizing the benefits. However, this was a matter for the evening. Presently, he needed to hasten to the park district to retrieve the orange supply box buried there. He returned to the vehicle, leaning back against the seat. Shall we? Let us head to the park district to collect the orange supply box, he instructed. Understood. The car roared to life, navigating the route indicated on the map toward the location of the orange supply box. The park district spanned a vast area, and he pondered the rationale behind constructing such a city in the desert, complete with an expansive green park. What a waste of water. Zhang Tuohai observed the trees lining the road. Though most had withered, their trunks still stood tall, resembling desiccated hands reaching skyward. The park district was sparsely populated. Most individuals lingered at the periphery, chopping down trees for firewood. After all, the nights were quite cold, and not everyone could afford blankets. Thus, burning wood for warmth became their sole recourse. Consequently, in the trading channel, ordinary wood was priced at more than double that of other Level 1 materials. As for the others, they predominantly congregated in the commercial district, engaging in final zero-cost purchases. According to the system's notifications, the toxic zone had now completely enveloped the factory and residential areas, advancing toward the commercial district. If he did not act swiftly, further opportunities would be lost. Guided by the map, Zhang Tuohai soon arrived at an open space. This area had once been a meadow, now desolate, with only hardened earth remaining. He glanced at the map. Xiao AI, are you certain this is the correct location? Indeed, after numerous comparisons, I have confirmed that the map points to this very location. All the landmarks along the way are identical. It cannot be mistaken. Yet, why is it so desolate here, devoid of even a shadow of a supply box? That remains a mystery. Zhang Tuohai turned to inquire of the hint system. Hint system, do you know where it is? It is underground, 1 meter beneath the surface. So, this is a matter of physical labor? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the ground, which was covered in roots and gravel. This place is vastly different from the desert. In the desert, he could dig with his hands, but here, it would prove futile, likely wearing his hands down to knobs. It seems that acquiring a shovel is imperative. Do you have a shovel? May I borrow one? Zhang Tuohai messaged Su Qi. We don't have a shovel, but there is a blueprint for an entrenching tool. Would you like it? Su Qi replied. That works. What is the price? Since we are familiar with each other, I won't ask for much. Just craft us 2 entrenching tools when you're done, Su Qi responded. That is not a problem, but why don't you both learn to craft it yourselves? Zhang Tuohai inquired curiously. Logically, the 2 sisters should possess sufficient basic materials. Why not create it themselves? We rarely find the opportunity to use it. So it seemed unnecessary to keep it. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten about the blueprint altogether, Su Qi said, sending the blueprint thereafter. Entrenching tool, a versatile apparatus, an invaluable companion for outdoor survival. It can be used for combat, woodcutting, cooking, and even digging. Required materials, metal ingots, 2 units. Metal parts, 2 units, plastic, 1 unit. The materials required were certainly not scarce, so Zhang Tuohai proceeded to craft 3 tools without hesitation. He sent 2 to the Su sisters and retained 1 for himself, commencing his digging endeavor. It must be said, excavating soil is quite a laborious task. Especially on ground interspersed with roots, after laboring for half the day, Zhang Tuohai had barely unearthed half a meter. As he prepared to sit down and rest, he suddenly heard the alert from the hint system. Caution, a giant eagle is circling above, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Zhang Tuohai turned to see a massive eagle, with a wingspan of 2 meters, swooping toward him. Another one. Zhang Tuohai raised an eyebrow. Previously, while in the desert, he had encountered a giant eagle. At that time, his only weapon was a hand crossbow, and he could only evade such a formidable predator. However, had it not been for that eagle, he would not have discovered the laboratory, nor would he have obtained the blueprint for the shotgun so effortlessly. But now, the circumstances were different. Zhang Tuohai aimed his Remington directly at the giant eagle, simultaneously activating a powerful flashlight to shine into the eagle's eyes. The sudden blast of light rendered the eagle momentarily blinded, disrupting its previously steady trajectory. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuohai rapidly squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding volley of gunfire echoed through the air, and the colossal corpse of an eagle plummeted to the ground. Was this a delivery? Observing the massive eagle's body, which lay less than 2 meters away, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but scratch his head, since it had been so conveniently presented to him. He saw no reason to be polite. With a swift thrust of his skinning knife, the enormous carcass was efficiently dismembered. Acquired 500 grams of eagle meat 100, acquired 2 eagle wings, acquired 2 eagle claws, acquired 1 eagle neck, acquired 10 units of feathers, acquired 1 ordinary sole, another eagle neck? Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had missed out on the last giant eagle's neck. The wings had been too substantial for him to consume entirely, and fearing spoilage, he had transformed the leftovers into sausages. Now, with another giant eagle in his possession, he was determined to savor this one thoroughly. Chapter 48. Rapidly growing mushrooms. After transporting all the materials from the giant eagle back to the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai resumed his excavation work with renewed vigor, motivated by the prospect of dinner. Before long, he unearthed an orange supply crate. Instead of extracting it from the pit, he opted to open it right there. Acquired 5 units of rapidly growing mushroom cultivation spores, 1 advanced planting pot blueprint, 5 units of high-fertility soil, 5 units of clay, 1 rapidly growing mushroom cultivation manual. Rapidly growing mushrooms? A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Tuohai's veins, his heart racing with anticipation. He quickly picked up the rapidly growing mushroom cultivation manual and began to peruse its contents. The manual was concise, spanning only a few pages, and contained straightforward instructions for cultivating this type of mushroom. According to the manual, by burying the spores in soil and watering them adequately each day, seedlings would sprout within a day, and they would be ready for consumption in 2 days, requiring minimal management. Moreover, these rapidly growing mushrooms are rich in vitamins, trace elements, and amino acids, promoting robust health with regular consumption. What a treasure! Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with delight. While he had an abundance of meat, vegetables had consistently posed a significant dilemma. A prolonged absence of vegetables could lead to various ailments, with septicemia and night blindness being 2 particularly representative conditions. Recently, he had been relying on a meager supply of chives and a packet of dehydrated vegetables for sustenance. However, that packet was nearly depleted, and he had been fretting over the lack of new vegetable sources. Now, with the arrival of the rapidly growing mushrooms, it felt as if a pillow had been delivered just as he had begun to doze off. Zhang Tuohai calculated that if he planted all these rapidly growing mushrooms and harvested them every 2 days, he could enjoy a daily supply and even have some left over to sell. Soon he would live a life of mushroom freedom. Once they matured, he would surely roast a few skewers to celebrate. He quickly transported everything back to the vehicle and proceeded to craft 5 advanced planting pots. He had previously owned some planting pots, currently occupied by the chives he had dug up. However, those pots were merely tin boxes, looking rather shabby. In contrast, the advanced planting pots were crafted from clay, boasting far superior aeration and drainage compared to the tin. They even featured exquisite reliefs, exuding a sense of grandeur. Following the guidelines in the cultivation manual, Zhang Tuohai filled the pots with high-fertility soil, carved a hole in the center, added some mushroom spores, compacted the soil, and watered them. Task complete. The primary challenge of cultivating rapidly growing mushrooms was the necessity of daily watering, a potential issue for many. For others, merely gathering sufficient water for personal consumption posed a significant challenge, let alone watering mushrooms. Even among players, this endeavor would be financially unmanageable. However, Zhang Tuohai faced none of these difficulties. With a secondary water collector, he ensured a minimum of 10 liters of water daily, more than adequate. After planting the rapidly growing mushrooms, he placed them alongside the chive pots for convenient management. Having completed his tasks, Zhang Tuohai reclined in his chair, preparing to rest while also perusing the regional channel to observe what the players were engaged in. As he opened the channel, he was astounded by the incessant stream of death notifications flooding the screen. At that moment, the channel was overwhelmed with reports of fatalities, and the number of survivors was plummeting rapidly. Zhang Tuohai recalled that earlier that morning, the count of survivors had been 325. Now, it had dwindled to a mere 217, and the numbers continued to decline. What could have transpired? How could over 300 individuals perish so suddenly? Zhang Tuohai's expression darkened as he began to sift through the death reports. After a brief examination, he furrowed his brow. He discerned a striking similarity among the majority of the notifications. Over 90% of the deceased had fallen victim to the mutated desert spiders. Mutated desert spiders? Zhang Tuohai mulled over the name, which was all too familiar to him. Just that morning, he had wounded one. Had he not been concerned that killing it would spawn a multitude of smaller spiders, he might have eliminated it entirely. However, the spider was now confined in his basement, and there was no way for it to escape from there. Where, then, had these mutated desert spiders emerged? Watching the death toll rise, Zhang Tuohai fell into deep contemplation. Before long, messages began to appear in the regional channel. Everyone, quickly vacate the commercial district. A swarm of enormous spiders has appeared from the south. They are larger than tables, and they actually devour humans. Stay as far away as possible. Is this for real? Spiders the size of tables? How could such a thing exist? That defies logic. I was planning to head to the commercial district for a bit of luck. Don't frighten me. What's my incentive to deceive you? My friend was consumed by one of those giant spiders. If I hadn't fled swiftly, I too would have met the same fate. What the fellow upstairs said is true. I can attest to it. A few of us formed a small team to scavenge a mall, and we encountered a giant spider. All 5 of us were armed with spears, yet that creature severed them with its forelimbs. Our team leader, clad in plate armor, was impaled in an instant. I urge everyone, if you see a spider, don't confront it head-on. The best strategy is to turn and flee. Where on earth are these spiders coming from? One leapt onto my car and punctured the roof. If I hadn't swerved sharply to shake it off, I wouldn't be able to speak right now. By the way, does anyone have tools to repair a car roof? I have a feeling the spiders are surging from the residential area. From my vantage point, I noticed that direction had the highest concentration of spiders. As the number of participants in the regional channel grew, an array of information began to coalesce. Zhang Tuohai pieced together the insights and realized that these spiders bore an uncanny resemblance to the mutated desert spider he had encountered that morning. Could it be that the spider had spawned the smaller ones? This is incorrect. When I departed, I had completely obstructed the passageway, and the storage room was filled with furniture. It stands to reason that nothing could have emerged. Zhang Tuohai pondered for an extended period but could not decipher the logic behind it. Since clarity eluded him, he decided to abandon the thought and instead contemplate how to evade these entities, as that seemed the wisest course of action. System. How can I navigate to avoid these apparitions? It is advisable to proceed northward, traversing the park district towards the mining area. There lies the nucleus of the toxic zone. And the Northern Territory is also the region with the least mutated desert spiders. Are they present in the north as well? Zhang Tuohai was startled by this revelation. He had initially believed that only the southern region was infested with spiders, unaware that their proliferation had escalated so rapidly, extending into the northern territories. He needed to seize the opportunity to escape while their numbers remained scarce. Otherwise, once they multiplied, he too would likely find himself ensnared in this predicament. Chapter 49 Crisis. Having made up his mind, Zhang Tuohai promptly packed his belongings and prepared to head north. Little AI, proceed towards the northern mining area. Zhang Tuohai issued commands to the vehicle control system. He had little interest left in other regions. His sole concern lay with the orange supply crates buried in the northern mining area. Moreover, the final contraction point of the toxic zone was also there, so he might as well head directly there and await the zone's shrinkage. As for the scattered supplies, greedy players would naturally assist in gathering them. He merely needed to exchange a bit of food to acquire their day's hard-earned bounty. Why should he exert himself unnecessarily? Indeed, earning a profit while reclining and letting others do the work was the most comfortable approach. Under Zhang Tuohai's direction, the vehicle advanced towards the northern mining area. The further north they traveled, the more desolate the surroundings became. The buildings grew shorter, and the road conditions deteriorated. He could even occasionally spot wild beasts lurking by the roadside, poised to pounce on unsuspecting prey: lions, leopards, wild boars, tigers. Zhang Tuohai even caught sight of a crocodile. Heaven knows how a crocodile could exist in the desert. Warning: you are about to encounter mutated desert spiders ahead. Please exercise caution. The prompt system's voice rang out. Spiders ahead. Could he circumvent them? If possible, Zhang Tuohai truly wished to avoid conflict with the mutated desert spiders. Not only would it waste ammunition, but there would also be little advantage to gain. This path has the least presence of mutated desert spiders. Other directions will have more. Well then, it seems he had no choice but to confront them. With the system's guidance, Zhang Tuohai prepared his firearm, readying himself for an encounter with the mutated desert spiders. Warning: behind the wooden door of the red-roofed house 50 meters ahead, a mutated desert spider is concealed. Please approach with caution. Following the system's guidance, Zhang Tuohai spotted a small red-roofed wooden cabin approximately 50 meters to his left front. The door hung on its frame, shattered glass littering the ground. It appeared quite similar to the surrounding dilapidated structures. However, a beam of sunlight revealed a hidden predator within, illuminated by the sunlight. A dark silhouette extended forth, taking the form of a colossal spider. Goodness! This spider has learned to ambush? Zhang Tuohai marveled at the creature's intelligence. Had he approached unsuspectingly, he might have indeed fallen victim to this spider's stealthy assault. Planning an ambush, was it? Very well, let us see who ambushes whom first. Zhang Tuohai drew a shotgun, aimed at the cabin's door, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the wooden door into a sieve. A splash of red oozed from the opposite side of the door. Hissing and accompanied by a series of screeches, a massive spider burst through the broken door, charging directly at Zhang Tuohai. This spider stood over a person's height, adorned with alternating black and red stripes, identical to the mutated desert spider Zhang Tuohai had encountered in the basement earlier that morning. If one must articulate a difference, it would be that this mutated desert spider bears a visage reminiscent of a human face. How did it come to be in such a state? Upon glimpsing that face, Zhang Tuohai felt a sudden chill course through him. An unsettling premonition gripped his heart. He discerned that the situation was far more intricate than it initially appeared. It was not merely an outbreak of mutated desert spiders. At that moment, the monstrous creature had surged to within 5 meters of Zhang Tuohai. Its colossal front limbs raised ominously, poised to strike. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, and his Remington erupted with a fierce roar. Bang, bang, bang. The number 12 shotgun pellets rained upon the mutated desert spider, delivering a tremendous force that forced it to stagger backward. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tuohai had emptied an entire magazine. As the chamber emitted a clicking sound, he wasted no time in reloading, resuming his assault. Fortunately, after being blasted at close range by the shotgun 7 or 8 times, the mutated desert spider was rendered immobile, granting Zhang Tuohai precious moments to reload. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed another barrage of 7 or 8 shots at the creature, and the system's voice chimed in. The mutated desert spider is deceased. Zhang Tuohai exhaled in relief, reloaded his weapon, and alighted from the vehicle to inspect the carcass of the mutated desert spider. At this juncture, the creature's body had been utterly shattered by a shotgun, reduced to irreparable fragments. However, miraculously, that human face remained intact. Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the visage with great intensity, a sense of familiarity tugging at his memory, as though he had encountered it recently. After a prolonged examination, realization struck him like a bolt. This was none other than the face of the young man he had seen earlier that morning in the residential area. He had crossed paths with the couple twice while entering and exiting the townhouse, and they had even been involved in minor altercations, thus leaving a lasting impression on him. Yet, how could it be that this man had transformed into a mutated desert spider in such a short span of time? And what of his female companion? Suddenly, a recollection surfaced. After departing from the townhouse, he had glimpsed in the rearview mirror the young couple seemingly heading back toward the very same residence. Could it be that they had unwittingly unleashed their own demise by opening the basement door? The more Zhang Tuohai pondered, the more he felt this possibility was increasingly plausible. The couple may have witnessed him retrieving the orange supply crate and sought to explore the townhouse further. By serendipity, they might have stumbled upon the cluttered storage room, their curiosity prompting them to open the door leading to the basement. The fate that awaited those two unsuspecting youths in the face of a mutated desert spider was all too predictable. As for why the young man's face had manifested upon the creature, Zhang Tuohai entertained 2 hypotheses. One was that the mutated desert spider possessed a gruesome penchant for hunting and adorning itself with the visages of its prey. The other conjecture posited that the spider harbored a peculiar ability to transmute its victims into mutated desert spiders. Should the former be true, it would only suggest that the creature was particularly vicious, albeit within a controllable scope. If it were the latter, it would indeed be disastrous. It is worth noting that over 2,000 individuals entered this area alongside Zhang Tuohai. Should these individuals fall victim to the mutated desert spiders, Zhang Tuohai would undoubtedly find himself in grave peril. He struggles to deal with a single mutated desert spider. If he were to be besieged by 10 or 8 of them, his fate would be sealed. No, I must alert these fools. Their demise is inconsequential. But I cannot allow it to implicate me. Zhang Tuohai hurriedly accessed the regional channel to compose a message. Beware of the mutated desert spiders. Their bodies are exceptionally resilient, and ordinary melee weapons cannot penetrate their forelimbs. Do not attempt to hunt these creatures. It is tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, they possess the ability to transform the deceased into their kind, resulting in an ever-increasing swarm. Do not offer yourself as a sacrifice. With the formidable foes equipped with divine armor, no one will escape. Upon encountering them, flee at once. Chapter 50. The peril. Zhang Tuohai disseminated this information thrice over the regional channel, accompanied by photographs of the shattered remains of mutated desert spiders. Notably, he presented 3 close-ups of a young man's visage. The previously tranquil regional channel erupted in fervor. Can they truly transform the deceased into similar creatures? What is this? The otherworldly version of a biohazard crisis? I refuse to become such a horrifying entity posthumously. Is there anyone who can safeguard me? I am willing to stay with them, beneath the tallest building in the commercial district. Impressive. You managed to slay a mutated desert spider. Could you share how you accomplished this? Desperate for methods. Do you possess any weapons? Do you have any car repair tools? A spider tore off half my car door, and I am now quite anxious without it. As Zhang Tuohai observed the flood of messages, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "For now, make your way north. The spiders are advancing from the south, and the northern defense line is the weakest. While the encirclement has yet to tighten, there remains an opportunity to break free. Delay, and you will find escape impossible." Humph, how can you be certain there are fewer spiders in the north? Perhaps you wish for everyone to serve as your cannon fodder, paving the way for you. A snide remark surfaced. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the speaker's name, and indeed, it was Fan Mingquan. Ever since Zhang Tuohai had humiliated him, this fellow had harbored resentment, occasionally spewing disparaging remarks to irritate Zhang Tuohai. Humph, should I cross paths with you? You shall reap the consequences. Zhang Tuohai enlarged the profile picture of the individual, committing his appearance to memory. I do have weapons, though they are ineffective against the mutated desert spiders. If you seek solace in that regard, I can post some shortly. You will need to purchase them yourselves. I also possess car repair tools, but the resource expenditure is considerable, so prepare yourselves accordingly. In any case, I have laid out the path to survival for you. The choice is yours. Ultimately, it is up to you to discern whom to trust, those who sell resources for your survival or those who merely speak derisively. After sending this message, Zhang Tuohai closed the regional channel. Subsequently, he listed 50 hunting spears and 5 car repair kits in the regional trading channel. The hunting spears remained at their original price, while the car repair kits were offered at 3 times their resource cost, though he was open to negotiating based on blueprints. He believed that those who had survived to this point could distinguish credible words. If they still could not, perhaps death would serve them well, sparing them from further entanglements. Having managed the trading information, Zhang Tuohai commanded his companion, Xiao Ai, to continue northward, heading directly towards the mining area. As soon as the hunting spears were listed, they were snatched up instantaneously. Although Zhang Tuohai had asserted that ordinary cold weapons were ineffective against the mutated desert spiders, humans often cling to a glimmer of hope in dire circumstances. What if they were fortuitously able to slay a spider? Would that not be a windfall? Moreover, after a morning of gathering, everyone possessed a considerable amount of resources, and a mere hunting spear was well within reach. The 5 automobile repair kits had been snatched up in no time. After several days of exploration, most vehicles had sustained some damage, making the repair kits exceedingly sought after. Even those whose vehicles were temporarily unscathed were inclined to procure one for unforeseen circumstances. Thus, these 5 repair kits vanished in less than half a minute. Had Zhang Tuohai been observing the trading interface, he would have marveled at the affluence of these individuals, who amassed such a wealth of level 1 resources in a single morning, only to inflate the prices thereafter. However, at this moment, Zhang Tuohai had more pressing matters to attend to. His gaze was fixated ahead, where a colossal railway bridge loomed before him. The bridge stretched a formidable 700 to 800 meters in length, spanning a gorge over 50 meters deep, separating the mine on the opposite side from the land on this side. Constructed entirely of steel, the bridge had fallen into disrepair over the years, with the steel plates on the surface rotting and fracturing, leaving only 2 rails still connected to the bridge. Furthermore, due to the passage of time, the bridge piers had developed a noticeable tilt, causing the connecting rails to also tilt, with some even twisted into a helix. System. Can you assure me that this bridge can support my vehicle? Zhang Tuohai wiped the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the structure before him. Rest assured, calculations confirm that it can safely accommodate the vehicle without any issues. Very well. With the system's assurance, Zhang Tuohai turned to his companion, Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai, are you capable of safely navigating this bridge? The rails appear somewhat misaligned and slanted. The challenge seems considerable. Commander, please rest easy. Xiao Ai will undoubtedly guide the vehicle safely across the bridge. All right then, my life and fortune are entrusted to you both. Zhang Tuohai sighed and issued the order to depart. There was no choice. The orange supply crate lay just beyond the bridge, and he could not retrieve it without crossing. The vehicle slowly ascended onto the rails. The width of the railway tracks precisely matched that of Zhang Tuohai's car tires. Whether by coincidence or design remained a mystery. As the vehicle traversed the rails, precision was paramount. Even the slightest deviation could result in the wheels slipping and the vehicle becoming stranded on the bridge. In such a scenario, his fate would be sealed. Moreover, were it a straight path, Zhang Tuohai might not feel so anxious. The crux of the matter lay in the distortion of a portion of the rails due to the tilt of the bridge piers. Even a seasoned driver might hesitate to claim they could navigate it flawlessly. Despite Xiao Ai being an artificial intelligence, Zhang Tuohai found himself anxiously gripping the wheel. As they passed over a section of twisted rail, the vehicle emitted a slight clunk. Zhang Tuohai's heart raced, momentarily believing disaster was imminent. Fortunately, it was a false alarm. And all was well. The distance of 700 or 800 meters took Xiao Ai a full 20 minutes to traverse, ultimately guiding the vehicle successfully to the opposite shore. Once the car had completely crossed the railway bridge, Zhang Tuohai reclined in his seat, taking a moment to restore his composure. He turned to gaze at the lengthy railway bridge, which served as a shield against the mutated desert spiders and other players. He was convinced that no one else could navigate this passage aside from himself. With his emotions settled, Zhang Tuohai retrieved the map and began to compare it with the location of the orange supply crate. After a prolonged examination, he nearly erupted in frustration. It turned out that the orange supply crate was inexplicably situated within a mine. Chapter 51. The Ambush. This is a mine. An abandoned one that has lain dormant for countless years. Who knows if there lies the peril of collapse within? Moreover, in numerous disaster films, mines are often the lairs of monsters. Should he unwittingly stumble into such a den, it would indeed be akin to walking into a trap. Most troubling of all, outside the mine, Zhang Tuohai discovered several strands of spider silk in a corner. This desolate mountain, devoid of life, could not have retained such silk for more than a few days. Otherwise, it would have been completely decomposed. Furthermore, these strands were noticeably thicker and more resilient than ordinary spider silk, approaching the thickness of fine cotton thread. If this mine harbors no monsters, I shall write my name backwards, Zhang Tuohai declared, gazing resolutely into the pitch-black abyss of the cave. However, an awkward dilemma now confronted him. He had no intention of traversing that perilous railway bridge again. Yet, remaining here might compel him to contend with an unknown multitude of spiders. There was another critical consideration. If he did not retrieve the orange supply crate, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. System. Is there truly a risk of collapse within this mine? Moreover, how many monsters lurk inside? And is there a safe method to procure the orange supply crate? Several nodes within the mine have shown signs of instability. Deliberate damage could lead to localized collapses. A heavy weight settled in Zhang Tuohai's heart. The depths of the mine are the nest of mutated desert spiders. Zhang Tuohai felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that leaving might be the wiser choice. There is a method. His spirits lifted slightly. It seemed this mine could indeed be navigated. If there was a safe way to obtain the orange supply crate, then he could proceed. Let us move forward, shall AI, keep watch over the vehicle. If anyone dares to steal it, run them down, Zhang Tuohai instructed. Understood, Commander. Zhang Tuohai disembarked with a powerful flashlight and a Remington, stepping into the mine. The darkness enveloped him, a chilling breeze raising goosebumps on his skin. Yet at last, his long coat found a purpose. He advanced cautiously, step by step. The floor was strewn with dark, cold debris, indicating that this had once been a coal mine. Every 5 or 6 meters, he could see columns meant to prevent collapses. However, due to the passage of time, these supports had decayed significantly, seeming to teeter on the brink of failure. In such an environment, Zhang Tuohai dared not even breathe too audibly. Fearful that a mere sneeze might shatter a column and precipitate a collapse, an outcome he would rather avoid. He moved carefully through the mine, suppressing even the sound of his own breathing. The entire cavern was enveloped in an eerie silence, as quiet as a grave. After approximately 15 minutes, he encountered a fork in the path, not 2, but 8 distinct routes. Each path lay shrouded in darkness, extending into an unseen expanse, leaving him to ponder what might lurk in the boundless blackness beyond. Goodness, 8 crossroads. It seems designed to thwart anyone from making the correct choice. Even a roll of the dice would leave 2 faces unchosen. Zhang Tuohai muttered to himself while inspecting the several entrances. As expected, he discovered nothing of significance. The only notable finding was that he observed spider silk near the entrances of all 8 tunnels, indicating that they had all been visited by spiders. Damn, not a single hint in sight. Is this merely a game of chance? Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth in frustration, for as someone accustomed to guaranteed outcomes, he despised leaving matters to luck. If you wish to engage intimately with the Spider Queen, please select the first tunnel on the left. If you desire to become a meal for juvenile spiders, you may choose the second tunnel on the left. The third tunnel on the left leads to a dead end, while the fourth tunnel on the left carries the sin of treasure. Indeed, the hint system is quite considerate. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to step into the fourth tunnel on the left, the voice of the hint system continued to broadcast. However, behind the treasure lie 20 burrowing spiders waiting in ambush. Zhang Tuohai stumbled, quickly retracting his outstretched leg. The fifth tunnel on the left is destined for failure. To obtain the orange supply box, one must enter the sixth tunnel on the left. Couldn't it just state to enter the third tunnel on the right? Nearly led me to be spider bait. Zhang Tuohai stealthily entered the sixth tunnel on the left. This passage bore little distinction from the others outside, remaining a dark and foreboding mine, its floor strewn with fragments of coal. Walking within evoked an oppressive feeling, as if shadows concealed lurking dangers, ready to pounce and take his life. Zhang Tuohai tightened his grip on the Remington and clutched the flashlight firmly, pressing onward into the depths of the mine. After approximately 15 minutes, Zhang Tuohai encountered yet another fork in the path, this time with 4 options. Following the system's guidance, he ventured down the first fork on the right. After yet another 15 minutes, he faced a third fork, this time a choice between 2 paths. With the system's assistance, Zhang Tuohai entered the tunnel on the left. How deep could this mine possibly be? Surely, it must lead somewhere. Zhang Tuohai murmured softly to himself. He felt the air grow colder the further he advanced, as if he were approaching a frost-laden chamber. Suddenly, the scene before him opened up. He found himself in a vast underground cavern, roughly the size of a football field, with a height of about 10 meters. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites extending down like pillars. At the heart of the cavern, an orange supply box awaited him. The last orange supply box. Upon sighting it, Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. All the hardships he had endured led him to this moment. The box was now within reach, igniting a surge of joy within him. Zhang Tuohai strode confidently toward the treasure. Yet just as he hastened toward the supply box, the voice of the hint system rang out once more. Beware of the attack from the cave ape behind you. Behind? Zhang Tuohai sensed impending danger upon hearing those words and swiftly turned, positioning his firearm defensively before him. As he waved his powerful flashlight to locate the assailant, a shadow suddenly lunged toward him with remarkable speed, knocking the flashlight from his grasp. The force of the shadow was overwhelming, sending Zhang Tuohai crashing to the ground. In the fleeting glow of the fallen flashlight, he finally discerned the form of the creature that had ambushed him. It was an ape, entirely covered in long black fur, with a dark face and elongated snout. Resembling a chimpanzee, its robust forelimbs hinted at exceptional climbing prowess. At that moment, the ape brandished a sharp stone knife, thrusting it menacingly toward Zhang Tuohai's head. Chapter 52. The collapse. A dull thud reverberated through the air as the stone knife wielded by the cave dweller struck Zhang Tuohai's motorcycle helmet. The helmet, crafted by the system with exceptional quality, withstood the full force of the blow, causing the stone knife to shatter instead of penetrating the protective gear. The cave dweller, taken aback by the resilience of Zhang Tuohai's head, was astonished that even a stone blade could not breach it. However, his simplistic mindset led him to believe that if one strike failed, multiple strikes would surely succeed. With renewed vigor, the cave dweller swung the stone knife relentlessly at Zhang Tuohai's helmet. Unyielding, Zhang Tuohai struggled to draw his Remington, eager to retaliate against the cave dweller. In his mind, all beings were equal beneath the power of the firearm. Yet, just as he prepared to fire, the system's voice interrupted him. Firing here will alert the cave spiders in the adjacent cavern, drawing a horde of them towards you. This would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Tuohai discarded the Remington and retrieved a dagger from his leg holster. A prize obtained from a fellow player that he had kept for its promising potential. Little did he know that this moment would call for its use. Had he slain the cave dweller, he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by the approaching swarm of cave spiders. While the cave dweller remained fixated on smashing Zhang Tuohai's helmet, he was oblivious to the young man's subtle maneuver. Too naive to recognize the treachery of bipedal beings, the cave dweller underestimated Zhang Tuohai, paying dearly for his folly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuohai thrust the dagger into the creature's kidney. The agile cave dweller suddenly froze, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Zhang Tuohai capitalized on this moment, delivering 7 or 8 swift stabs into the cave dweller's body. Blood gushed forth, and the creature convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Tuohai swiftly mounted the cave dweller, plunging the dagger into its heart. The cave dweller is deceased. No danger remains in the vicinity. Exhaling a sigh of relief upon receiving confirmation from the system, Zhang Tuohai sat on the ground, his heart racing. Although he had spent several days in this world, having dispatched various formidable predators and even humans, this was his first experience with such close-quarters combat. The surge of adrenaline rendered his body tremulous, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. From his pocket, he retrieved a Snickers bar, trembling as he tore open the packaging and took a hearty bite. The influx of caffeine and sugar revitalized his energy, restoring his control over his body. Rising to his feet, he reclaimed his firearm and flashlight, embracing the orange supply crate before unsteadily retracing his steps. Armed with the knowledge gained from his previous journey, he navigated back with remarkable swiftness, reaching the intersection of 8 paths in just 20 minutes. Just as he prepared to surge forward with determination, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby passage. Due to your vigorous movements, the unusual sounds alerted the cave-dwelling spiders in the adjacent cavern, prompting them to dispatch sentinels to investigate the situation. Damn! Zhang Tuohai cursed vehemently. Is there any way to stop this? You could attempt to eliminate it with your firearm, but the gunfire will attract even more cave-dwelling spiders. Is there a definitive solution? Zhang Tuohai was reluctant to engage in a protracted battle with these arachnids. His ammunition was a precious resource that he could not afford to squander in such a manner. Advance 10 meters and deliver a kick to the right support pillar, then immediately turn and flee. Is that all? Zhang Tuohai was perplexed by the lack of clarity in the instructions. Nevertheless, trusting the system, he took 10 steps forward. Before him, 2 support pillars materialized. Both were wooden, cloaked in black coal dust, obscuring their condition. At that moment, the rustling sounds within the mine grew increasingly pronounced. Zhang Tuohai quickly directed his powerful flashlight into the depths of the cavern. Suddenly, a colossal spider, towering over a person, emerged into the beam of light. This spider was a grim shade of gray-black, with a comparatively diminutive body, yet its 8 limbs appeared elongated and sharp, exuding a fiercer demeanor than the mutated desert spiders. Upon spotting Zhang Tuohai, the cave-dwelling spider immediately hissed twice and accelerated towards him. Reacting instinctively, Zhang Tuohai fired back. Bang, bang, bang. Several shot pellets struck the spider's body. Yet, to Zhang Tuohai's astonishment, the spider merely hesitated momentarily before continuing its charge. Such formidable resilience? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. It was his first encounter with a creature capable of withstanding a barrage from a shotgun. Although he was confident he could defeat, even kill, it, he was uncertain how many bullets that endeavor would consume. The sound of his gunfire was akin to a droplet of water falling into a hot oil pan. Instantly, from the depths of the mine, a cacophony of scuttling sounds erupted, followed by the chaotic rhythm of footsteps. Oh no, I've stirred a hornet's nest. Zhang Tuohai realized his grave mistake. He swiftly kicked the right support pillar, which collapsed with a resounding crash. A cascade of debris tumbled from above, while a profound fissure began to extend from above Zhang Tuohai's head, radiating outward. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tuohai immediately turned to flee. Even with his limited knowledge of geology, he understood that something significant was about to transpire. The falling stones visibly agitated the pursuing cave-dwelling spider. It emitted several frantic hisses before accelerating towards Zhang Tuohai once more. As he dashed away, Zhang Tuohai fired aimlessly behind him, hoping to delay the creature. The cave-dwelling spider, undeterred, charged relentlessly after him. System. Is there a way to eliminate it? Zhang Tuohai inquired while running. Just keep running. What? At that moment, the burrowing spider was less than 5 meters away from Zhang Tuohai. Suddenly, the spider leaped forward, its front limbs extending menacingly towards him. Just then, a large boulder plummeted from the ceiling of the cave, crashing down upon the spider's body. With a sickening splat, the burrowing spider was reduced to a gruesome pulp. Its 2 outstretched appendages twitched sporadically. Zhang Tuohai glanced back at the grotesque sight of the spider and raised his middle finger in defiance. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to pursue me, he thought. Chapter 53. A bountiful harvest before Zhang Tuohai could revel in his triumph. 2 shards of rock tumbled down, striking his helmet with a cacophony of sound. It suddenly dawned on him that he was still ensconced within the mine, prompting him to hastily sprint towards the exit. After 5 arduous minutes, he finally emerged from the cavern. As he stepped outside, a thunderous rumble echoed behind him. Turning to glance back, he witnessed the once intact mine collapsing entirely, leaving him to ponder the extent of the destruction. It appeared that, at least until his departure, the burrowing spiders would remain trapped within. With a sigh of relief, he clutched the orange supply crate and made his way towards his vehicle. Upon seeing Zhang Tuohai's return, Xiao Ai promptly parked the car in front of him and opened the door. Welcome back, Commander. You've had quite the journey. Feeling utterly drained. Zhang Tuohai sank into the seat, relishing the comfort it provided. Commander, during your absence, an individual attempted to crawl along the tracks to steal a vehicle and met his demise under my intervention, Xiao Ai reported. Zhang Tuohai was astonished. How could someone find me here? He turned his gaze to the ground nearby, where indeed lay a lifeless body. His eyes then shifted to the opposite side of the railway bridge, where numerous vehicles had congregated, and several individuals were even climbing onto the tracks, perilously inching their way towards him. What madness drives them to ascend the treacherous railway bridge instead of seeking refuge in their vehicles? Zhang Tuohai wondered, his curiosity piqued. However, it soon became apparent why they were acting thus. In the distance, a formidable wall of dark clouds surged forward with relentless force, accompanied by hundreds of vehicles and mutated desert spiders. The chaos of battle was forgotten as they all frantically fled towards safety. Occasionally, slower vehicles and spiders were overtaken by the advancing storm, meeting an inevitable fate. The mounting casualties heightened the urgency among those fleeing, propelling them to hasten their escape towards the mine. A few astute spiders, noticing the rapid pace of the vehicles, leaped onto the rooftops, clinging tightly with their 8 legs, hitching a ride to safety. Observing their plight, Zhang Tuohai silently commended his foresight. Grateful for his timely action in crossing the railway bridge, he found refuge in this spot. Otherwise, he would have been forced to flee in a similar, disordered manner as those unfortunate souls. Glancing at his watch, He noted that only a minute remained until the instance concluded. He pondered how they would return. Would they be teleported directly, or would a path be forged for their escape? If it were the latter, chaos would surely ensue. At the very least, the mutated desert spiders would not allow them a swift exit. At that moment, the vehicles had reached the precipice, some having approached the railway bridge. Upon seeing the bare iron tracks, a collective gasp of disbelief escaped the lips of the onlookers. Their astonishment deepened when they spotted Zhang Tuohai's vehicle on the opposite side of the bridge. How could he have crossed this bridge that bore only 2 tracks? Did he soar over it? I refuse to believe that he could traverse it while I cannot. I am a seasoned driver with a decade of experience. This dual-track bridge is a mere trifle. A middle-aged man clad in a tank top, undeterred by superstition, attempted to maneuver his vehicle onto the tracks. However, as soon as the front wheels ascended the bridge, they slipped, leaving the vehicle precariously half-embedded on the bridge, immobile. Witnessing this predicament, the others abandoned their intentions of crossing the bridge. The poison circle was closing in. What were they to do? Wait here to meet their demise? One individual, gazing at the encroaching dark clouds, uttered in terror. That cannot be. There must be a chance for survival. The poison circle has driven us to this point, indicating there must be a way to live. Let us search further. Search at your leisure. I shall cross the bridge. One proclaimed, starting to climb onto the bridge. Have you lost your mind? Another grasped him. This game is called road survival. If you abandon your vehicle, how shall you proceed without it? Forget the vehicle. Survival takes precedence, the man insisted, struggling to ascend the bridge. At that moment, the dark clouds gradually halted, pausing merely a meter from the group. Breathing a sigh of relief at the ominous clouds now so close, many survivors felt a surge of elation, grateful for their continued existence. Yet, before they could fully revel in their fortune, a hissing sound shattered their illusions. The mutated desert spiders, concealed alongside them, began to stir restlessly, their predatory gaze fixed upon the humans. Several spiders perched atop vehicles began striking the windows, while others inserted their legs through the roofs, attempting to pry open the metallic cans that housed their prey. Screams erupted from within the vehicles, and the surrounding individuals snapped into action. Some ignited their engines, careening chaotically in the narrow space, while others charged their vehicles towards the spiders. A few retrieved weapons from their cars, resolute in their determination to engage in a life-or-death struggle against these arachnids. The mutated desert spiders, in turn, lunged at the nearest individuals, poised to initiate a brutal bloodbath. Suddenly, beams of white light cascaded from the sky, accompanied by an authoritative voice. The rally has concluded. All vehicles will be returned to the starting point. Initiating transport. One by one, the cars vanished into the white light, while the mutated desert spiders were left behind. Zhang Tuohai found himself enveloped in a beam of light as well. In an instant, the blinding radiance cleared, and he reappeared on the highway, still on the familiar two-lane road, surrounded by the well-known desert landscape. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him as he gazed upon the scene before him. Laozi must have been deranged to feel such a sense of familiarity with this cursed place. Zhang Tuohai muttered a curse under his breath as he opened the final orange supply crate, eager to discover its contents. Acquired blueprint for bulletproof glass. Acquired 12 units of high-grade glass. Acquired blueprint for a bulletproof vehicle. Acquired 40 units of high-grade metal ingots. Acquired a serving of dompa pork. Acquired a case of life water, 6 bottles, 96 vodka. Upon beholding the abundance of items, Zhang Tuohai felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Such a treasure trove made his perilous venture worthwhile, proving to be entirely worth the risk he had taken. Chapter 54, Bottom Fishing Acquisition. As Zhang Tuohai gazed upon these items, a sense of delight enveloped him. The utility of these objects was immeasurable. The bulletproof glass and armored vehicle body were indispensable components for his survival. Prior to participating in the rally, he had not prioritized automotive defenses. However, after witnessing the terrifying mutated desert spiders effortlessly tear the roofs off cars, he realized the paramount importance of vehicular protection. Otherwise, if he were to encounter such formidable creatures again, escape would be exceedingly difficult. The advent of bulletproof glass and armored bodies alleviated significant concerns. At the very least, he now possessed a degree of defensive capability against such monsters. As for the dompa pork, it is a renowned delicacy from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, known for its tender, rich flavor without being greasy, and its melt-in-your-mouth texture, a culinary delight not to be missed by any meat lover. Zhang Tuohai had long heard tales of its fame, yet due to work commitments, he had never had the opportunity to savor authentic dompa pork. To his astonishment, this dream had now materialized in this world. It is indeed remarkable how fate weaves its intricate tapestry. Regarding the case of 96-degree vodka, Zhang Tuohai relegated it to the category of disinfectant. He could not fathom that anyone could genuinely consume such a potent beverage. After organizing his supplies, he commenced the creation of bulletproof glass and an armored vehicle body. Accompanied by 2 beams of white light, the materials vanished. Upon detecting the original vehicle had been equipped with a steel frame and light-reducing glass, he was presented with the option to replace or integrate them. Could you elaborate on the options of replacement or integration? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Replacement involves substituting the old components with new ones, while integration merges the new components with the old, thereby amalgamating the characteristics of both. Players are advised to choose according to their needs. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zhang Tuohai fell into contemplation. The steel frame was characterized by its robustness. As was the bulletproof body, their enhancement directions aligned, suggesting they should indeed be integrated. Conversely, the enhancement directions of the bulletproof glass and light-reducing glass diverged. The former was undeniably sturdy, while the latter served to diminish the influx of light and lower the interior temperature of the vehicle. Logically, with the air conditioning now installed, the light-reducing glass seemed unnecessary. Yet, as thoughts of the impending catastrophe, the dual suns overhead, flickered in his mind, a sense of trepidation crept in. Surely, the sunlight would be blinding during such an event. After some deliberation, he resolved to proceed with the integration. Augmenting his defensive measures could only prove advantageous. He chose to integrate. 2 beams of white light flashed as the new components fused with the existing ones. The glass appeared largely unchanged, though it seemed slightly thicker than before. The car door, however, was noticeably more substantial. Zhang Tuohai pushed and pulled at it, discovering it was indeed heavier, seemingly constructed entirely from high-strength materials. He tested the door by firing 2 shots with a 12-gauge shotgun. Remarkably, not a single mark was left on the door. Impressive, indeed. Zhang Tuohai gleefully patted the car door, feeling emboldened by the knowledge that others wielded firearms, yet he remained unafraid. After crafting the bulletproof car body, he reflected upon his bountiful harvest of the day. In the rally race, he had successfully acquired 5 orange supply crates, 1 purple crate, and sold over 100 weapons. His spoils included a car air conditioner, 6 pots of rapidly growing mushrooms, a solar charging panel, a bulletproof chassis, a small AI assistant, and a variety of first and second-tier supplies. It could be said that he had reaped a considerable bounty. With such a rewarding day, he decided to treat himself to a fine meal. He prepared a pot of noodles, topping his dish with dompa pork, braised meat, and dehydrated vegetables, while also generously adding braised meat to the portions for sumu and suchi. As he savored the dompa pork, he opened the regional chat channel to observe the conversations unfolding. This had become a cherished routine for him. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the number of participants in the channel, noting that only 532 remained. He recalled that when he had set out that morning, there had been 325 participants, signifying that nearly 800 had perished in today's competition. Sighing at the dwindling number of survivors, he pondered how many of those remaining would endure the impending day of disaster 2 days hence. The number of the fallen had indeed increased. Zhang Tuohai lamented this fact as he perused the chat logs. Despite the significant loss of life in today's event, those who survived had mostly enjoyed plentiful rewards. Presently, individuals were showcasing their acquisitions. Ha ha ha, I've managed to gather an entire set of silver utensils. Who wants to trade? Starting at 10 units of resources. Pathetic. What use are silver utensils without food? I've secured a whole ham. Just a friendly reminder, it's an entire pig's hind leg, not mere ham sausage. Images followed, evoking envy. Uft. What good is a ham if you can't eat it? Do you have a knife? A pot? I've got a case of canned beef, ready to eat right out of the can. How about this? I'll generously trade 2 cans of beef for your ham. Get lost. I'm selling a deboning knife. Interested parties, please DM me. I've gathered some fabric. Who will trade for food? Step aside. I have plenty of fabric. Willing to sell in bulk at a discount. I have a large supply of wood. Which trader is interested? I can sell it cheaply. 500 milliliters of water for 20 units, many discounts available. Buy from me. My wood only requires 300 milliliters for 20 units. Zhang Tuohai scrolled through the messages and observed that indeed, a select few had acquired valuable items, but they were merely a small fraction of the participants. The vast majority had only obtained common first-tier materials such as wood and fabric. Furthermore, the overwhelming number of players possessing these materials resulted in a lack of sufficient buyers, causing the prices of these 2 resources to plummet dramatically. Many players were engaged in fierce competition, hastily lowering their prices in a bid to sell their goods, seeking to exchange them for the essential food and water they desperately needed. As Zhang Tuohai savored the delectable dompa pork, he perused the information displayed on the regional channel, contemplating that this might be an opportune moment to stockpile materials. After all, his provisions were ample. Even if these materials were not immediately required, What if a substantial demand arose in the future? Moreover, Zhang truly believed in the significant utility of these two resources. Fabric serves as the fundamental material for crafting sun-protective and puncture-resistant garments. Accumulating it now could lead to profitable sales of sun-protective attire in a few days. Timber, on the other hand, is essential for fuel. He had been frequently lighting fires for cooking and had even indulged in barbecuing twice recently, leading to considerable consumption of wood. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Tuohai posted a trading message on the exchange channel. In the spirit of humanitarianism, I am seeking to acquire fabric and timber, offering 200 milliliters of water or a portion of oil residue equivalent to 20 units, available for a limited time of 30 minutes. Chapter 55, the hybrid engine. Zhang Tuohai briefly greeted everyone in the regional channel before disappearing. His intention behind setting a time limit was to instill a sense of urgency among the crowd, to create the feeling that missing out could lead to significant losses. In truth, his actions were purely driven by a spirit of uncertainty, with no real expectation of substantial gains. However, he had utterly underestimated the fervor of the players. They had been lamenting their scarcity in the regional channel for quite some time, yet no one had engaged with them, regardless of how much fabric and wood they had. It could not be transformed into the food and water they desperately needed. They were on the brink of madness. When they finally saw that Zhang Tuohai was willing to take their materials, they enthusiastically exchanged their wood and fabric. Within mere minutes, Zhang Tuohai's rear compartment was overflowing with various fabrics and woods. He was astonished. Had they truly gathered this much material? Hastily, he crafted a portion of the fabric into some protective clothing to minimize the space occupied. Yet, before long, the newly acquired materials filled the space once again. Reluctantly, Zhang Tuohai had to create another batch of sun protective clothing. This cycle repeated thrice before the influx of supplies finally ceased. At this point, the vehicle was once again brimming. Even a stack of freshly made sun-protective clothing was perched atop Zhang Tuohai's head. Alas, the vehicle's capacity was far too limited. How could it fill up so quickly with such a small amount of items? Even Xiao AI protested, "There's too much. It's overflowing. Is there no blueprint available to increase the vehicle's storage space? I need a few. The supplies are too abundant. They simply cannot be accommodated." Zhang Tuohai, at his wit's end, privately messaged the Su sisters. "Is this even human language?" Su Qi responded with a flurry of question marks. "You want to acquire a few more? Do you think blueprints for automotive parts are as common as cabbages? You can't just ask for a few. There's only one that increases the space by 10 cubic meters. Do you want it or not?" "Yes, yes, yes. 10 cubic meters will suffice. It will at least provide a place to sleep tonight," Zhang Tuohai replied. Su Qi felt as if Zhang Tuohai had just bewildered her. Is this even coherent? If you don't expand the space, how will you have a place to sleep tonight? Just how many supplies do you possess? Didn't you just expand the space by 10 cubic meters 2 days ago? How is it insufficient already? In consideration of tonight's dinner, I'll offer you a discount. A crossbow, 50 bolts, along with meat for 3 meals tomorrow, Su Qi said as she sent the blueprint for the expanded space. Vehicle Modification Blueprint, Level 1 Automotive Parts. Upon use, expands vehicle space by 10 cubic meters. Requirements: 20 units of metal ingots, 40 units of metal parts, 20 units of low-grade rubber. Without further ado, Zhang Tuohai commenced the manufacturing process. Instantly, the interior space of the vehicle increased by 10 cubic meters, alleviating the cramped conditions. Xiao AI sighed in relief, feeling as if the pressure had finally lifted. "I almost burst from the strain." Zhang Tuohai tidied up the materials around him and crafted a crossbow, sending it off to Su Qi. 3 meals with meat were assured. But he couldn't quite recall why he had asked for an additional crossbow. Moreover, did you not equip yourself with 10 crossbow bolts? Do not mention it. I encountered a few ruffians and found the crossbow's deterrent power insufficient. I wish to procure a few more. Quite a few bolts were squandered dealing with those formidable spiders. By the way, do you possess a handgun? If so, I would greatly appreciate acquiring one. The crossbow's might is somewhat lacking. It cannot compare to the reliability of a handgun. Su Qi has once again sent me a private message. I am still in search of that item, rest assured. I shall notify you as soon as I obtain the blueprint. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the shotgun beside him. He currently had no intentions of expanding his arsenal. Selling the crossbow to the sisters was already pushing his limits. Moreover, he had indeed been contemplating acquiring a handgun for personal use. So his earlier statement was not entirely devoid of truth, albeit slightly veiled. Is that so? I shall await your good news then, Su Qi sighed. By the way, would you be interested in an electric fan? A single vehicle can accommodate 2 units, and if you place an order now, you will receive a complimentary thermometer. I only require a blueprint that piques my interest in exchange. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback, contemplating a potential profit. To him, the Su sisters represented a source of valuable blueprints. After such a significant event today, he found it hard to believe they lacked quality designs. An electric fan? Are you truly serious? Have you really managed to obtain one? Show me. Su Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Having spent countless hours in an airless vehicle, she was near the brink of madness from the heat. She had never endured such discomfort, accustomed as she was to air conditioning. The mere mention of a fan sent her heart racing. She longed to seize it at once. Indeed, I have one right here. Allow me to show you. Zhang Tuohai replied, sending her 2 photographs of the fan. Naturally, he refrained from showcasing the air conditioning unit, as his design was a high-end model with materials far too precious for sharing. Displaying it would only serve to exacerbate their troubles, which was not worth the trouble. Wait for me. I shall consult with my sister, Su Qi replied, and then hurried off to discuss with Su Mu. Zhang Tuohai, unhurried, leisurely sipped his water as he awaited their decision. Regardless, the Su sisters would certainly desire the fan. No one could endure such oppressive heat for long. As Zhang Tuohai had anticipated, it was not long before Su Qi sent back photographs of the blueprints, and not just 1, but 3. Car headlight manufacturing blueprint, sturdy bumper manufacturing blueprint, dual fuel engine manufacturing blueprint. Choose one from these 3 blueprints. He already possessed the first 2 designs, so he dismissed them and focused his attention on the third. Dual fuel engine manufacturing blueprint, level 2 automotive component, operable on both gasoline and electricity, with a maximum speed of 200 miles per hour. Required materials, metal ingots, 10 units, metal parts, 40 units. Intermediate electronic components, 1 unit. The required materials were quite similar to those for the turbocharged engine, the only distinction being that the core electronic component was of intermediate grade. Upon laying eyes on this blueprint, Zhang Tuohai found himself utterly captivated. To others, this blueprint may hold little value, yet for Zhang Tuohai, it is worth its weight in gold. He now possesses a solar charging panel and finds himself pondering the surplus energy with no practical outlet. With the addition of a dual-fuel engine, he can conserve a substantial amount of gasoline, relying entirely on electric power for his daily needs. This effectively redirects fuel savings to other endeavors. While others meticulously calculate their fuel consumption, Zhang Tuohai can afford to disregard such concerns, allowing his assistant, Xiao AI, to operate freely without restraint. After all, the solar energy is abundant, more than sufficient for indulgence. As for the engine blueprint, it encompasses 2 fans. Let us exchange it. Chapter 56. The second statue. In the absence of an electric fan, Su Qi found the heat tolerable. However, upon discovering the means to acquire one, she was suddenly overwhelmed by the stifling air, feeling as though without a fan, she might faint from the heat at any moment. Consequently, after Zhang Tuohai agreed to the exchange, Su Qi promptly handed over the blueprints. True to his word, Zhang Tuohai provided the electric fan in return. How does one install this device? Su Qi pondered, gazing curiously at the 2 fans. A prompt from the game system appeared, install car-mounted fan? Without hesitation, she exclaimed, install. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, and the 2 fans were affixed to the roof of the vehicle. What a relief! At last. The cool breeze from the fan graced her, and had she waited any longer, she might have succumbed to the heat. With her face pressed against the protective mesh of the fan, she wore an expression of bliss, observing her sister in such a state. Su Mu couldn't help but shake her head. In truth, evening had already fallen, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. In just a couple of hours, they would likely need blankets to retain warmth. Su Qi's discomfort was merely a psychological effect. Nevertheless, seeing Su Qi's joy, Su Mu refrained from voicing her concerns. After all, in this apocalyptic world, where survival pressures loom constantly, one must seek moments of happiness to avoid madness. While Su Qi reveled in the fan's breeze, Zhang Tuohai busied himself with crafting a hybrid engine that utilized both gasoline and electricity. With readily available materials, he set to work. Soon, the hybrid engine was seamlessly integrated with the turbocharged engine. Unlike before, this hybrid engine was a level 2 component, elevating the maximum speed from 100 miles per hour to 200 miles per hour. While the turbocharged engine remained a level 1 component, meaning its speed-boosting effect could not apply to the level 2 engine. Nonetheless, the system retained the instant acceleration effect of 100 miles per hour, indicating that now, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle could reach a maximum speed of 300 miles per hour, surpassing other level 2 vehicles by 30. In terms of ultimate speed, he was far ahead. Zhang Tuohai had already completed half of the task required to upgrade a level 2 vehicle to level 3 by installing 2 level 2 automotive components. Now, he merely needed to acquire 1 more level 2 automotive component and an automotive upgrade blueprint to elevate the vehicle to level 3. I am eager to discover what a level 3 vehicle is like, he thought, rubbing his hands together in excitement. However, this dream was merely a fanciful thought, as he currently had no leads on obtaining a level 2 automotive component. Having finished with the engine, Zhang Tuohai reclined comfortably in his seat, enjoying the air conditioning while perusing the regional channel. Half an hour had passed, and noticing that few continued to exchange materials, he decided to take down the purchasing information. Though he had successfully gathered an array of ordinary materials, Zhang Tuohai felt unsatisfied. He suspected that others must possess even more precious items, reluctant to part with them for sale. At this moment, he needed to present something of value. What should he select? Zhang Tuohai rummaged through his supplies, beginning to take inventory. Remote weapons such as hand crossbows are certainly inadequate. Although he remains indifferent, the two sisters, Su Mu and Su Qi, are not in the same position. The safety of the blueprint suppliers must also be taken into account. Food might be manageable, yet he still possesses a small stock of oil residue. If these individuals develop an insatiable appetite, the price of the oil residue will plummet. As for water, its price has stabilized, and those who possess valuable items are unlikely to lack water, which poses another concern. After much contemplation, Zhang Tuohai's gaze suddenly fell upon the car repair kit. Having just experienced a rally, it is inevitable that everyone's vehicles have sustained some damage. Thus, a car repair kit capable of restoring all damages with a single action could fetch a handsome price. As for sunscreen clothing, sunshade nets, and electric fans, Zhang Tuohai decided to sell them on the final day. The value of these items tends to increase the longer they are delayed. Having carefully selected his items, Zhang Tuohai listed a car repair kit in the trading channel, pricing it at an exorbitant 999 liters of water. He then announced in the group, selling a car repair kit that can restore all vehicle damages with a single action. Interested parties, please message me privately. Strictly for blueprint manufacturers. Note, only for blueprint manufacturers. Upon posting the effect description of the car repair kit, the atmosphere in the regional channel instantly erupted with enthusiasm. After a day of rally racing, particularly the final chaotic battle against the mutated desert spiders, everyone's vehicles had sustained some degree of damage. Some had broken doors, while others had shattered windows. There were even unfortunate souls whose entire car roofs had been torn off by the mutated desert spiders. This was indeed quite troublesome. Without a roof, one would be exposed to the scorching sun during the day and the biting cold at night. Who could endure that? Consequently, upon seeing a tool capable of repairing vehicles, people went wild. Impressive, you managed to acquire this. Do you need a lackey? I can shout 666. Can you lower the price a bit? I didn't obtain the blueprint. I can trade you a box of instant noodles. I only managed to get a blueprint for crafting a baseball bat. Can I exchange it? Look at me. I acquired a lifelike doll, identical to a real person, with blonde twin ponytails in 99 new condition. Can I borrow a car repair kit for now? I promise to return it once I secure the manufacturing blueprint tomorrow. Observing the flood of messages in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but shake his head. The bounty these individuals had collected was indeed rich. Even a lifelike doll was among their spoils. However, what use would he have for such an item? Heavy and immobile, it was utterly useless. He swiftly filtered out these messages and began to peruse his private messages. In comparison to the worthless chatter on the public screen, the quality of the private messages was significantly better. As he had suspected, many had indeed acquired blueprints. Although they were primarily first-level manufacturing blueprints, some contained valuable items. For instance, one individual presented a blueprint for a high-grade skinning knife, which could reduce meat consumption and enhance the integrity of hides. Another individual produced a set of Special Forces combat attire, complete with tactical inserts capable of withstanding handgun assaults to vital areas. What captivated Zhang Tuohai the most was the astonishing sight of someone unveiling a blueprint for a statue. Guardian of the War Goddess, statue, level 2 vehicle component, when equipped, significantly reduces the likelihood of beast attacks. Required materials, intermediate timber 2 units. Ordinary essence 1. Placement requirement, level 2 vehicle. This was the second statue blueprint that Zhang Tuohai had encountered, the first being the fortunate mermaid statue. To be frank, his personal need for such an item was not particularly pressing. Presently, beast attacks did not instill fear in him. In fact, he found himself subtly yearning for more encounters with these creatures, as they signified a potential feast. Nevertheless, his lack of necessity did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. Not every player possessed equipment of Zhang Tuohai's caliber. For them, the beasts remained a formidable threat. Thus, this statue held immense significance for them. Zhang Tuohai sensed that acquiring this item could indeed prove to be quite lucrative. Chapter 57. Vodka for bear meat. Aside from the statue that left Zhang Tuohai quite astonished, the message from the other party piqued his interest significantly. Zhang, I am aware of your abundant resources. Could you assist me in procuring some liquor? Please do not offer me that insipid beer or any wine. I seek spirits. Whiskey, rum, white liquor, or SHCH will suffice, but ideally, I desire vodka. I assure you a generous reward. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the photograph accompanying the message, surprisingly. It was a Russian. Ah, that makes much more sense. He turned to look at a nearby crate of life water. It appeared he had a market for these goods. He extracted a bottle, took a snapshot, and sent it forth. Surely you recognize this? Life water, 96-degree vodka. Present your offer. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. He was confident that Mr. Vladimir, who bore a striking resemblance to Su Suizong, would find this temptation irresistible. Indeed, Vladimir responded almost immediately. Oh, my dear Davrovic. I knew you would have a solution. You must sell it to me. Without it, I shall perish. Through the screen, Zhang Tuohai could sense the other's urgency. Then, what is your offer? Zhang Tuohai inquired cheerfully. Please wait. I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. Do not sell it to anyone else. Vladimir replied. As he rummaged through his belongings, Zhang Tuohai, unperturbed, decided to complete 2 other transactions first, successfully exchanging for a high-quality skinning knife and a tactical suit. These items required minimal resources, merely ordinary metal ingots and fabric, which Zhang Tuohai readily produced. The high-quality skinning knife was more exquisite and sharper than the standard version, adorned with intricate patterns on the handle, resembling a piece of art. The tactical suit, akin to the tactical boots, was black, featuring a vest to accommodate weaponry and insert ballistic plates. It could withstand close-range fire from ordinary handguns, offering a protective level that far surpassed that of a stab-resistant suit. If only he could procure a tactical helmet, he would be fully equipped. Zhang Tuohai sighed as he looked at the motorcycle helmet in his possession. Before long, Vladimir's reply arrived. 300 pounds of bear meat, 1 heart, and 2 bear paws as a bonus. I understand you particularly relish this. Is this price acceptable? You actually killed a bear? Do you have a gun? Zhang Tuohai asked, astonished. Do you really need a gun for such a creature? Vladimir replied dismissively. That day, I had a bit too much to drink. The beast knocked on my car window. I tend to have a rather short temper upon waking. So I got out and gave it a beating. Who would have thought it was so fragile that it succumbed? I consumed a portion, and the remainder is here. Surely, this is sufficient for a bottle of life water? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, resolutely deciding never to provoke an unawakened Vladimir. This individual possessed an alarming combat prowess, having killed a black bear with his bare hands. Who could withstand such might? Indeed, the fighting spirit of the Slavic people is undeniable. Dispatching the Siberian giant hamsters is akin to child's play. After taking a moment to compose himself, Zhang Tuohai began to tally his gains. 300 pounds of bear meat, a single heart, and 2 bear paws in exchange for a bottle of liquor constituted a most advantageous deal. The bear meat, transformed into sausage, would sustain him for over 3 months. Even if traded for resources, it would yield a substantial return. To think he received only a bottle of vodka, accompanied by an extra heart and 2 bear paws, was a testament to the generosity of his elder brother. Zhang Tuohai gladly accepted the transaction, trading an automotive repair kit and a bottle of life essence for the crafting blueprint of the war goddess's guardian, along with the 300 pounds of bear meat, a bear heart, and 2 bear paws. The bear meat was still fresh, likely harvested that very morning. Without further ado, Zhang Tuohai set about converting it into sausage. The heart was best suited for quick stir-frying. As for the bear paws, lacking the skill to prepare them, he set them aside, contemplating that should he not discover an appropriate method in a few days, he would resort to turning them into sausage as well. Once these matters were settled, Zhang Tuohai pondered and sent a message to Su Mu, forwarding the blueprint for the war goddess's guardian. Do you desire this? He was not merely seeking to engage with the 2 sisters. In this channel, aside from himself, they were the only ones capable of operating a level 2 vehicle. Their combat capabilities might not allow them to utterly dominate ferocious beasts, yet their demand for this blueprint was the most fervent, and they could command a high price for it. Furthermore, discussing such serious business felt more reliable with Sister Sumu. Indeed, Sumu's approach was markedly steadier than that of Su Qi. After a brief interval, Sumu sent back an image of the blueprint. Ice maker, a device that utilizes purified water to create ice cubes and slush. Required materials, metal ingots, 1 unit, metal parts, 10 units, glass, 5 units. Electronic components, 1 unit. Do not attempt to haggle, you are aware of its worth. In a few days, during the dual sun's ascent, you could earn a considerable sum with this. Sumu appended a message to the image. Indeed, the elder sister lacked the charm of her younger sibling, but exhibited a shrewdness that was undeniable. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head in contemplation. However, this device requires water. Your war goddess's guardian does not completely eliminate the threat of ferocious beasts. It merely reduces the likelihood, Sumu countered. Given the promising prospects, why not sell it yourself? Zhang Tuohai inquired with curiosity. I have already constructed one. This is surplus, she replied. Wealthy lady, hungry for food. Just the mixer, and perhaps an additional grill pot. We will share the ice business, privately setting prices, and whoever secures the business will claim it. Deal. Zhang Tuohai successfully acquired the ice maker and the grill pot. To his delight, he discovered that this grill pot was powered by electricity, thereby saving him a considerable amount of wood. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the grill pot, envisioning the delightful experience of grilling meat while simultaneously preparing lamb. He initially contemplated seeking lamb slices online at that very moment. After a period of careful contemplation, Zhang Tuohai relinquished this notion. Life had already posed sufficient challenges for everyone, and to flaunt oneself online at this juncture could be perilous. With a view towards future endeavors, Zhang Tuohai reluctantly abandoned the idea of indulging in a late-night snack. Having completed the transaction, he glanced at the regional channel, only to find it devoid of any valuable information and subsequently lay down. Shall AI, turn off the lights, it's time for sleep. Good night, Commander. The glow of the screen dimmed. Perhaps due to the severe losses sustained during the daytime rally, the night passed without any encounters with ferocious beasts. Zhang Tuohai was stirred awake by the jostling of the vehicle. Shao AI, are you driving? He inquired, rubbing his eyes. Good morning, Commander. I noticed a wild hare on the road and thought you would relish a rabbit meat breakfast, so I took the liberty of dispatching it. Zhang Tuohai replied. The hare is so adorable. You truly did an admirable job. Chapter 58. Capturing a hen. Zhang Tuohai alighted from his vehicle and discovered a rabbit lying beneath the wheels. Was this a stroke of fortune? He extracted a high-quality skinning knife and pierced the rabbit's body. Acquired 500 grams of rabbit meat x4. Acquired 1 rabbit head. Acquired 1 complete rabbit hide. Acquired 1 ordinary spirit for pounds of meat. Quite plump indeed. Not bad. Not bad. Sufficient to last a day, and a rabbit head as well. It could be prepared as spicy rabbit head, especially since he had hot pot ingredients on hand to experiment. As for the intact rabbit hide, what could it be used for? Muttering to himself, Zhang Tuohai sorted the items and stowed them away. He fashioned a small stew pot, marinated the rabbit head with some cooking wine to eliminate the gamey taste, briefly boiled it in hot water, and then added ample oil to salt the hot pot base until fragrant. Lacking many ingredients such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and sugar, he resorted to this rudimentary method of preparation. Fortunately, the flavor turned out to be quite satisfactory, at least sufficiently spicy. As was customary, he prepared a pot of handmade noodles, supplemented with dehydrated vegetables, and added an egg, roasting a bit of rabbit meat for garnish. He delivered the rabbit meat and vegetables to the 2 sisters. His own bowl, however, was a deluxe version, enhanced with an egg and extra meat. Coupled with the spicy rabbit head, he found himself indulging in a delightful feast. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Tuohai wiped his mouth, reflecting that consuming noodles for a couple of days had become somewhat monotonous. If only he had some rice, he could make a change in flavor. If other players were to learn of this thought, they would likely be incensed. Despite Zhang Tuohai selling some oil residue daily, many players had managed to accumulate a modest supply of food over the past few days. However, for the vast majority, the focus was merely on ensuring they had enough to eat. To be well-fed was purely a matter of luck, and the notion of enjoying a hearty meal was a distant dream. For them, to have even 3 bowls of instant noodles each day would be enough to bring a smile to their faces in their dreams. And to desire a change in taste? A mere fantasy. After breakfast, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time. It was already past 7 in the morning, and it was time to continue his quest for supply boxes. Shao AI, let us set off, he commanded. At your service, Commander, Shao AI responded, activating the vehicle and driving forward. As he traversed the highway once more, Zhang Tuohai felt an entirely different sensation. Previously, he had to drive while scanning the roadside for supply boxes, enduring the blinding sunlight and oppressive heat. Now, however, with Shao AI assisting in driving and the added luxury of air conditioning and even an ice maker, the experience was transformed. Ah, the ice maker. Zhang Tuohai retrieved the leftover soda from earlier. Having depleted the carbon dioxide, he found it rather uninteresting and had left it aside. Now, it could be repurposed. Pouring the soda into the ice maker, he crafted a slushie. Upon tasting it with a spoon, a wave of coolness coursed through his mouth and into his lungs. The sensation could be summarized in one word: delightful. Now, this was the essence of life. Zhang Tuohai cradled a slushie in his hands, gazing out at the retreating expanse of the desert, feeling as if he were on a self-driving expedition through the arid landscapes of the West. Commander, a supply crate has been spotted ahead. Shall we approach? He inquired. Peering into the distance, Zhang Tuohai discerned a supply crate situated along the road. A mere 300 meters away, the heat waves rendered the distant scenery indistinct, yet unexpectedly, his companion Shao AI had detected it promptly. It appeared that he no longer had to worry about overlooking supply crates on the road. He mused to himself. Let us get closer and see what it contains. I hope for a fortuitous find today. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands together, eager with anticipation. Blue supply crate detected ahead. It contains a hen and a 20-kilogram bag of rice. The hen is quite lively. Please prepare capturing tools and a suitable cage. A hen and rice? The prospect of making braised chicken and rice flashed through Zhang Tuohai's mind. However, he quickly suppressed that notion. If it were a rooster, it would be a different story. But a hen must be preserved for future egg production. The thought of enjoying a fried egg each day was rather appealing. Yet, the issue of capturing tools remained. Zhang Tuohai only possessed a shotgun, suitable for hunting but not for capturing. What could serve as a substitute? As he rummaged through his supplies, an idea struck him. He unearthed a large black net, originally intended as a sunshade to reduce light and heat within the vehicle. The net's structure resembled that of a capturing net, and after a test tug, he found its elasticity to be quite adequate, making it a feasible alternative for his needs. Zhang Tuohai unfurled the sunshade and draped it over the supply crate. After a thorough inspection to ensure no gaps remained, he cautiously opened the crate. With a loud bang, the crate vanished, and a plump hen leapt from within, flapping its wings vigorously as it darted away. Although the hen could not fly, it was surprisingly swift, covering 6 or 7 meters in the blink of an eye, almost escaping. After all this preparation, am I to let you flee? Zhang Tuohai scoffed, stamping down on the sunshade. The hen was instantly yanked back by the net. Before it could comprehend the turn of events, Zhang Tuohai seized it along with the sunshade and unceremoniously tossed it into the vehicle. The bag of rice followed suit, landing in the car as well. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the pristine rice in his hands, elated. After days of consuming only noodles, he was finally able to savor a change in flavor. He poured 2 bowls of rice, added water, and placed them on the stove to simmer gently. Cooking rice in an iron pot required patience. Too high a flame would scorch the bottom, while insufficient water would leave it undercooked, and too much would turn it into porridge. From his supplies, Zhang Tuohai also retrieved a few pieces of braised meat and some dehydrated vegetables to enhance the dish. As the rice simmers, the savory essence of the braised meat permeates the grains, creating a delectable dish. Zhang Tuohai placed the iron pot on the stove, his gaze drifting towards the hen. The hen, with its round eyes, returned his look, exuding an air of defiance and indignation. Where could it possibly be confined? Zhang Tuohai scanned the carriage, finding no suitable place for the chicken. Releasing it was out of the question, not only due to the risk of loss, but also the impending nuisance of its droppings, which was enough to give him a headache. He had raised the hen for its eggs, not to create additional chores for himself. His attention then fell upon the ceramic barbecue oven. It was entirely enclosed, with ample height, making it a feasible option for confining the hen. Moreover, it had only been used once for roasting eagle wings and had since languished in a corner, gathering dust. Repurposing it for the hen would be a clever use of resources. The hen clucked inquisitively, sensing Zhang Tuohai's intentions were not entirely benign. Chapter 59. The racing competition. The hen instinctively sensed something amiss, retreating 2 steps before turning to flee. Yet, given the confined space of the vehicle and the sunshade net draped over it, escape was futile. Before it could fully turn, Zhang Tuohai swiftly seized it. He removed the sunshade net from the hen and casually tossed it into the ceramic oven, promptly closing the lid. With that, it would no longer wander. Zhang Tuohai clapped his hands in satisfaction. As for the hen's indignant clucking within the ceramic oven, it was of no concern to him. Zhang Tuohai leisurely returned to his seat, continuing to enjoy his smoothie while admiring the scenery. Meanwhile, Xiao AI activated the vehicle, steering it onward into the distance. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Zhang Tuohai distinctly perceived a decline in the number of supply boxes. After 2 hours of continuous driving, he had yet to spot a single one. Fortunately, he had switched to a hybrid engine and solar charging panels, allowing for a completely fuel-free journey. Otherwise, the waste of fuel alone would have brought him to tears. Nevertheless, the absence of any finds after 2 hours began to unsettle him. System. I've been driving for 2 hours and haven't encountered a single supply box. Is it possible that other players have already taken them all? No players detected ahead. No players? What could be the reason for this? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. He lowered his head to access the regional chat channel to gauge the situation of others. Upon entering, a flood of messages inundated him. What is going on? I've been driving for 2 hours and have only found a bottle of mineral water. Is that reasonable? You're fortunate. At least you found something. I've been searching since morning and haven't found a single item, wasting gasoline for nothing. It's infuriating. I'm worse off. It was so cold yesterday that I burned some gasoline for warmth. Now, I'm short on fuel and was hoping to replenish it today. But I haven't found anything. Can someone lend me a bit of gasoline? I'll repay it once I find some today. How foolish to burn gasoline. How can there still be such idiots? I've been toughing it out under blankets. As he read the comments of others, Zhang Tuohai's frown deepened. He sensed that something was amiss. If he were the only one unable to find supplies, it might simply be bad luck. However, if the majority were also struggling, based on his experiences over the past few days, it was likely that the game's hidden orchestrators were up to their usual tricks again. As Zhang Tuohai had anticipated. At 8:55 game time, a system announcement was released. The limited-time road racing event is officially underway. Participants, all players, event duration, 9 to 1800 hours. Rule 1. All players will be guided to a designated racing track for the competition. Rule 2. Rankings will be determined based on the order of players arriving at the finish line. Rule 3. Rewards will be distributed according to player rankings. The top 3 players shall be rewarded with mysterious, self-selected prizes. Thus, I urge players to strive for a position within the top 3, as these rewards may assist you in surviving the impending dual-day aerial catastrophe. Rule 4. Players who fail to reach the finish line within the designated time will be eternally trapped on the racing track. Rule 5. Within the racing track, a limited number of supply crates will be randomly airdropped. Players are encouraged to diligently collect them, as these crates may prove advantageous in securing victory in the race. Rule 6. Any actions taken by players on the racing track will be deemed legitimate and will not be subjected to any interference. Countdown to the start of the game, for minutes and 59 seconds. Upon reading this announcement, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. Just yesterday, they had participated in a regional rally. And now they were thrust into yet another racing competition, leaving them no respite. Zhang Tuohai surmised that the days of quietly gathering resources, as they once did, were dwindling. What troubled him most were the rules of the racing competition. On one hand, the enticing rewards at the finish line lured players to vie for first place. On the other, there were no restrictions on players' interactions. This implied that players could engage in combat with one another. Some might even resort to eliminating every player they encountered to secure their victory. Was this not a veiled encouragement for players to engage in mutual slaughter? Zhang Tuohai was certain that after today, the number of players in the regional channel would significantly decline. Moreover, following the inevitable bloodshed, animosities would surely arise among players, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain any semblance of peace. Nevertheless, while he comprehended the underlying motives of these rules, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. The impending dual-day aerial catastrophe loomed over them like a sword of Damocles, compelling everyone to make a choice. Unlike him, many were prepared and poised to weather this calamity. For numerous individuals among them, even having enough to eat was a precarious challenge. The allure of rewards that could help them survive the dual-day aerial was simply irresistible. As anticipated by Zhang Tuohai, following the announcement of the event, the once vibrant regional channel fell into silence, with no one daring to speak. Observing this change, Zhang Tuohai sighed. After a moment's contemplation, he proclaimed in the regional channel, "I am listing some car repair kits and weapons in the trading channel. Those in need may purchase them, for one must always be wary." As he spoke, he placed 20 hunting spears and 50 car repair kits on the trading channel. The pricing of these repair kits was set at double the cost of their manufacturing materials. Remarkably, within a minute of their posting, they were completely snatched up. Witnessing the speed of these transactions, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be astonished. It appeared that these individuals still had some reserves, readily purchasing the repair kits at double the price. "Boss, are there any more car repair kits? I was a moment too slow. Could you sell me one?" "Boss, do you have any smaller weapons? The spear is too large for my use." "Boss, do you have any gasoline? I find myself devoid of gasoline. Might you sell me some in exchange for food?" Before long, Zhang Tuohai's private messages surged to 99. He welcomed all who approached him, ready to transact at the right price. Zhang Tuohai understood that for some individuals, if they did not seize the moment to make a profit, the opportunity would slip away. In a flurry of activity, Zhang Tuohai sold over 70 automotive repair kits, more than 30 weapons, and 300 units of gasoline. His stock of essential supplies significantly expanded, and the newly vacated space was once again becoming scarce. It seemed that enhancing his storage capacity would soon be imperative. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the plethora of resources within his vehicle, feeling somewhat exasperated. At 9 o'clock, the automotive racing competition commenced. Accompanied by the game system announcement, Zhang Tuohai experienced a sudden shift in his surroundings, finding himself on a pristine highway, flanked by hundreds of automobiles. Chapter 60. Bloodshed at the Quality Square. What is happening? Why are there so many cars? Upon noticing the vehicles surrounding him, Zhang Tuohai felt an ominous foreboding. Could it be that these cars were poised to depart collectively? If so, this must be the Quality Square. And a violent clash was imminent. The racing competition has officially commenced, with but a single rule: survive to reach the finish line. As the game system's voice faded, two burly men emerged from the vehicle behind Zhang Tuohai. Bare-chested and wielding steel axes, they descended and began striking the adjacent car windows with their weapons. Get out of the car and hand over your supplies, or I swear I'll kill you. The owner of the nearby vehicle seemed paralyzed by fear, keeping his windows shut and remaining silent. You think you can escape by staying quiet? One of the thugs cursed, bringing his steel axe crashing down upon the window. With a shattering crash, the glass was obliterated. The hulking man then reached through the broken pane, flinging open the car door and dragging out a long-haired woman. You thought you could pretend you didn't hear me? Hurry up and hand over your belongings, or I'll cook you for dinner, he shouted, positioning the axe threateningly against her neck. The other thug chimed in eagerly, Brother, this woman is quite attractive. I haven't had any fun in days. Can we enjoy ourselves a bit before we feast? He began to unbuckle his belt, his impatience evident. Hearing their vile conversation, the long-haired woman burst into tears. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you everything in the car. Just spare my life. Stop crying. The man with the axe scowled, delivering a harsh slap across her face. Shut up. Cry again, and I'll end you right here. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tuohai's expression darkened. He swung open his car door and raised his Remington. Let her go? In the absence of immediate danger, Zhang Tuohai felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, aiding this woman was akin to safeguarding his own interests. If these thugs were allowed to continue their assault unchecked, many more would follow suit, robbing and even killing the players around them. Such a scenario would spell disaster. Although Zhang Tuohai possessed a firearm that could protect him, the other players did not share the same advantage. They lacked sufficient means to defend themselves. An excessive loss of life among players would ultimately prove detrimental to him as well. Zhang Tuohai felt a duty to protect the vulnerable, ensuring their survival at least until he was ready to reap the harvest. When the thug with the steel axe saw Zhang Tuohai step forward, he initially assumed he was merely an inconsiderate meddler. However, upon catching sight of the Remington in Zhang Tuohai's grasp, his bravado quickly dissipated. The burly man hastily raised his hands, a broad smile adorning his face as he implored, Esteemed hero, we were blind to your greatness. We have inadvertently offended you, please. In your magnanimity, allow us to go free. We are well acquainted with the rules of the road, and once we have completed our business, you shall receive your due tribute. If it pleases you, I have half a case of bottled water here. Consider it a gesture of apology for now. We can discuss the remaining matters later. The muscular man brandishing a steel axe spoke earnestly. However, one of his companions appeared unconvinced. Brother, do not be so fearful. What if that weapon of his is merely a replica? We shouldn't let him intimidate us. Bang! Before the young man's words could fully escape his lips, Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger, the gun's muzzle aimed squarely at his head. At such close range, the young man's skull was obliterated like a watermelon, shattered by the 12-gauge shot. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before collapsing to the ground. What did you just say? Zhang Tuohai inquired, casually clearing his ear and directing the gun once more at the burly man with the steel axe. I was just speaking nonsense. Whatever you say goes, my brother. The burly man tossed aside his weapon and raised both hands in surrender. The previously defiant woman also slumped to the ground in despair. How many people have you killed before? Zhang Tuohai questioned coldly. Only 3, not a single one. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly commit murder? It's all a misunderstanding, the burly man replied, forcing a smile. Is that so? Zhang Tuohai approached the man's vehicle, peering inside to discover a stash of supplies, with a bundle of clothing stuffed beneath the seats, revealing a single red high heel underneath. Bang! Zhang Tuohai squeezed the trigger. The burly man's head was blown apart, blood splattering everywhere. The long-haired woman nearby let out a scream. Ah, silence. Zhang Tuohai aimed his gun at her, and she immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at him. Zhang Tuohai fired 2 shots into the air, then cast a cold glance over the surrounding vehicles. The entire area fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. I shall make one thing abundantly clear today. No arbitrary robbery is permitted. Should I witness such an act, the consequence shall be death. Bang, bang, bang. With that, Zhang Tuohai fired 3 more shots into the sky. Enough. It is getting late. I suggest you all set out promptly. Remember, no stealing, or even if you reach your destination, I will see to it that you meet your end. Test me if you dare. Bang, bang, bang. With that, Zhang Tuohai climbed into his vehicle. Xiaoyai, let us depart. The car moved forward, the vehicles in front parting like the Red Sea, as if ushering away a harbinger of doom. Not a soul dared to utter a word. Zhang Tuohai glanced back at the stationary convoy, sighing deeply. He was uncertain of the extent of his intimidation, yet he had done all he could. As for the self-control of these hapless souls, only fate would reveal the answer. In his quest to preserve as many of them as possible, he had exerted his utmost effort. The remainder now rested in the hands of destiny. Zhang Tuohai drove his car, heading towards the horizon. As for the leaks, Assisting them was merely an afterthought. The foremost objective was to secure victory in the competition and claim the grand prize. That was of utmost importance. After Zhang Tuohai departed, the long-haired woman sitting on the ground was the first to react. She scrambled back into her vehicle and pressed the accelerator, pursuing Zhang Tuohai. She understood that while his words had momentarily shaken those present, should she find herself isolated, there would undoubtedly be those willing to take risks. Perhaps only by following closely in Zhang Tuohai's wake could she navigate this competition safely. Observing the long-haired woman's departure, several others who harbored similar thoughts also hastened to leave. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, followed suit and drove away. Only a few, with ulterior motives, chose to stay behind. Chapter 61. The demon unleashed. Once the majority had departed, a diminutive figure stealthily descended from the vehicle, casting furtive glances to the left and right. He perceived that no one was paying him any heed, and thus he cautiously approached the robust man's abandoned vehicle, beginning to rummage through the supplies left behind. Observing that the coast was clear, others soon followed suit, disembarking from their vehicles and converging on the same car. Before long, 7 or 8 individuals had encircled the vehicle, creating an impenetrable barrier. Some seized basic materials, others snatched food, while a few even brandished tools, attempting to dismantle the car. The resources left by the bald giant were rather meager. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to brazen theft at the square. In a short span, the supplies were swiftly divided among a few individuals. The already scant provisions grew even scarcer as they were apportioned, leading many to covet the goods held by their companions. "Give me the water," a rotund man declared as he snatched a bottle of mineral water from the small figure's grasp. "Why should I? I found it first." "Return it," the smaller man protested, attempting to reclaim his possession. However, he was no match for the rotund man, and within moments, he was thrown to the ground. With the water now in his possession, the rotund man brandished a fist threateningly. "Kid, you'd best skedaddle, or I'll make you regret it." Having issued his threat, he turned to head back to his vehicle. Watching the rotund man retreat, the smaller figure's face flushed with anger. On one hand, he lamented the loss of the precious water, and on the other, he felt his dignity humiliated by the mocking gazes of those around him. Noticing a sharp pain in his palm, he looked down to find that a shard of glass had sliced through his skin. His gaze fell upon the dagger sheathed at his waist, and a fierce determination ignited within him. "Damn it, you've all bullied me for too long. Looked down upon me. In a lawful society, I was powerless to retaliate. But now, in this apocalypse, everyone is for themselves. Why should I fear? Dare to harm me, and I shall end you." With gritted teeth, he unsheathed the dagger and thrust it into the rotund man's back. The latter, caught completely off guard by the counterattack, felt the icy blade pierce him deeply. "You dare?" the rotund man stammered, trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at the smaller figure, disbelief etched across his face. "Why do you all force me, bully me? I will kill you." The smaller figure's eyes blazed with rage, akin to a madman, as he relentlessly stabbed the dagger into the rotund man's body. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, recoiled in fear, instinctively taking a step back. Some, sensing the ominous turn of events, hastily retreated to their vehicles. The remaining individuals, too, grabbed their belongings and fled. Only the small figure remained, continuing to stab the lifeless body of the rotund man. Time seemed to lose meaning as he finally regained his senses, staring at his blood-soaked hands. Then glancing at the incredulous corpse before him, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Upon reflection, who among you will dare to bully me again? The diminutive figure unsteadily rose to his feet, his hand landing upon the vehicle of the portly individual beside him. Unattended vehicle detected. Would you like to extract the car core? Car core? What could that possibly entail? The small one attempted to extract it, and after a considerable struggle, he finally grasped how to utilize the car core, simultaneously elevating his own vehicle to level 2. Gazing at the maximum speed limit of 200 miles per hour, he began to contemplate. He recalled that the original top speed of the car was merely 100 miles per hour. This meant he could pursue them at double their speed. Could this imply that victory in the upcoming race was well within his grasp? However, wait. There was only a single prize for the race. Who could predict what it would yield? Unlike the affluent players on the roads, there was also a participant in the channel who sold vast quantities of food and fresh water daily. If he were to rob him, wouldn't that lead to a sudden influx of wealth? As this thought ignited a fervor within him, he could hardly contain his excitement. Just you wait. I shall capture each of you one by one and extract every last resource from you." The small figure clenched his teeth and pressed the accelerator, surging forward. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the prey in the eyes of others, and he involuntarily sneezed. "Achoo!" Zhang Tuohai wiped his nose. "Shao AI. Is the air conditioning set too low?" "Commander, the current temperature of the air conditioning is 24 degrees. Theoretically, the optimal comfort temperature for humans. Raise it by 2 degrees. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his nose. As you command. By the way, what is the current speed of the vehicle? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Commander. We are cruising at a normal speed of 40 miles per hour, Xiao Ai responded. There are no supply boxes along this road, only occasional airdrops. Let us increase the speed to 80 miles per hour to create some distance from those behind us. Even if we encounter issues along the way, we will have time to maneuver. Concerned about potential obstacles, Zhang Tuohai instructed Xiao Ai to accelerate. He was not particularly focused on the airdrops that might occur. He did not believe they would yield anything of significant value, merely food, water, or gasoline, none of which he lacked at the moment. His primary concern was the rewards for the top 3 positions. The system had indicated that the rewards would significantly aid them in surviving the catastrophic days ahead. Undoubtedly, their value would be exceptionally high. Even if he ultimately found them unnecessary, he could sell them for a handsome profit. In any case, there would be no loss. Understood. Commander. Xiao Ai increased the speed, and the vehicle gradually surged to 80 miles per hour. It must be said that Xiao Ai drove with remarkable steadiness. From 40 to 80 miles per hour, the transition was seamless. Even the ice cubes in Zhang Tuohai's cup of cola remained undisturbed. Is there a music player? Play a fitting song. Zhang Tuohai gazed out of the car window for a while, feeling somewhat weary of the scenery. My apologies, Commander. I have yet to install the music playback module, Xiao Ai said with a look of regret. Very well, Zhang Tuohai replied, shaking his head as he switched on the regional channel, eager to see what information might be available. As soon as he activated the channel, a flurry of messages inundated the screen. Help? Is there anyone who can assist me? Someone is trying to kill me. Who is pursuing you? Is it a beast? No. It's a player. He just murdered my friend right before my eyes and is now chasing after me in his vehicle. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? Accelerate. Increase your speed to 100 miles per hour. That way, he won't be able to catch up to you. I've already reached 100 miles per hour. But that guy's speed far exceeds mine. He's getting closer. He's about to overtake me. Chapter 62. The True Hound Indeed. There are those who cannot contain their baser instincts and begin to hunt their own kind. Zhang Tuohai sighed. He had suspected from the outset that someone would succumb to their primal urges and commence the slaughter of their peers. However, he had anticipated such events to unfold only after noon. To his astonishment, the situation had escalated rapidly. Right from the beginning, individuals had commenced the hunt for their own. Moreover, it appeared that the assailants had upgraded their vehicles. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to catch up with other players. Although he could comprehend how the hunters were able to pursue their targets, the majority of players were baffled by the phenomenon. A speed exceeding 100 miles per hour? How could that be possible? Wasn't the maximum speed of the vehicles provided by the system capped at 100 miles per hour? Surely, they weren't spinning tales to deceive us. Were they? I'm not lying to you. He truly has caught up with me. Is anyone able to assist? Where are you? How can we help you? Inquired a curious player. Yet, silence ensued. A minute later, a crimson system notification appeared. Player Zhang Lin has died. Cause of death, stabbing. The regional channel fell into a hushed stillness. This cannot be real. Is this Zhang Lin truly the one who just called for help? Someone. Please tell me this is not true, a player questioned in disbelief. Yet, the regional chat remained eerily quiet. After a moment, a player named LV High posted a gruesome photograph of a bloodied corpse. The scene depicted within the image was indeed from the novice vehicle provided by the system. Beneath the photo, a chilling caption read, "Clean your necks and await your turn. You shall all perish." What utter nonsense, Zhang Tuohai mused. It was evident that this murderer was quite young. Otherwise, such shameful bravado would not be uttered. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to hunt down this individual. With so many people around, he found it impossible to discern who the true culprit was. What if, in his pursuit of the murderer, he found himself unable to reach the finish line, forever trapped within the confines of this racing track? That would be a grave misfortune indeed. Yet, simply letting the matter go was not in Zhang Tuohai's nature. He pondered how he might devise a scheme to ensnare the foe. At that moment, his companion, Xiao Ai, interjected, "Commander, multiple paths have been detected ahead. Which route shall we pursue?" Zhang Tuohai looked up to see a fork in the road not far ahead, where one path diverged into 4, stretching into the distance. After examining the options, he could discern no distinctive features among the 4 routes. Just as he was about to casually designate one, the system's voice chimed in. The first path on the left leads to the destination. Albeit with a longer detour and significantly increased fuel consumption, there are no supplies along the way. The second path on the left also leads to the destination. But one may encounter various beasts. If one is not sufficiently strong, they may be attacked. If one possesses great strength, those beasts may serve as sustenance. The first path on the right leads to the destination, though it is fraught with numerous ferocious creatures, and the road conditions are poor. necessitating off-road tires for unobstructed passage. Minor natural disasters may be encountered, with no supplies available. The second road from the right leads to the destination. Being the shortest among the four paths, it features a supply station, and occasionally, transport aircraft pass by, with a chance of discovering airdrops. Observing the conditions of these four roads, Zhang Tuohai pondered while tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. It was evident that these roads were crafted by the game developers as a test of the player's luck. However, Zhang Tuohai sensed an opportunity to exploit the situation. After contemplating for a moment, he took a photograph of his substantial stockpile of supplies and posted it on the regional channel. "Luhai, weren't you looking to kill someone? Don't you need supplies? There's a fork in the road ahead, and I'll be waiting on the first road to the right. If you can defeat me, all of this will be yours. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" This provocative message, once sent, instantly ignited the previously quiet regional channel. The big shot is indeed impressive, possessing such an abundance of supplies. By my estimation, there are several hundred pounds of sausages alone. Is this even possible for a person to gather? Goodness, what do I see? Instant noodles, mini hot pots, canned goods, dehydrated vegetables, and even a bucket meal? Where did this big shot acquire such a wealth of supplies? Not only these instant food items, but did you notice? The big shot even cultivated chives and mushrooms, truly a remarkable feat, being able to enjoy fresh vegetables. Mushrooms are a type of fungus, just to clarify. Are you all focused solely on the food? Did you not see the fan hanging from the roof of the vehicle? Oh, great one. Could you perhaps assist in crafting a fan? I am nearly suffocating. I would pay any amount. The angle of the photograph was deliberately chosen by Zhang Tuohai to highlight certain eye-catching items. As for strategic resources like sausage-making machines, ice makers, and air conditioners, he intentionally omitted them. The purpose was twofold: to draw the attention of the individual named Lu Hai and to subtly advertise his upcoming ventures. This evening, Zhang Tuohai planned to sell a batch of fans and harvest some chives. Initially, he intended to wait until the following night. However, observing the escalating difficulty of the game and the rising death toll, he feared that his chives might not last until then, prompting him to act sooner. Indeed, as soon as the photograph was posted, it captured Lu Hai's attention. Lu Hai, the short individual who had previously killed a chubby player at the quality square, was currently lurking in the regional channel. Initially, he had intended to witness the terror of others. Yet, he did not anticipate that Zhang Tuohai's single photograph would divert everyone's focus away from him. This incensed Lu Hai. "I exerted considerable effort to eliminate one person and uploaded a photo, only for your culinary promotional image to steal the spotlight. How can I bear this?" However, as Lu Hai scrutinized the contents of the photograph, his gaze became fixated. Tiger whip, pig kidneys, chives, and an enormous kidney, larger than a pig's. What creature does this belong to? Could it possibly be from a bear? All of this should belong to me. Lu Hai's mouth nearly watered at the thought. What if he does not take action? Ultimately, a sliver of rationality remained within Lu Hai. I, too, am a figure of renown. Would I deceive you? Let us settle this. Those who do not venture forth are but mere pups. Regardless, I shall take the first path on the right. If you are a man, you shall follow me. Should you falter, so be it. I shall persist towards the destination, and if you cannot catch up, that shall be your predicament. Zhang Tuohai replied languidly. Damn it, is it not merely the first path on the right? Just wait for me. I shall come to confront you. Lu Hai exclaimed in frustration as he pressed down on the accelerator. Upon receiving Lu Hai's message, Zhang Tuohai could not help but chuckle. Shall we? Let us take the second path on the right. Commander, you just mentioned Woof. Zhang Tuohai interjected. Is there an issue? Chapter 63, Army Ants. Zhang Tuohai was momentarily speechless. What else could Xiao Ai say? He simply drove on. The vehicle veered into the second road from the right. Observing the exchange between Zhang Tuohai and El Hai, other players, regardless of their thoughts, would undoubtedly avoid the first road on the right. Only a fool would approach to watch the spectacle. Of course, there were those with ulterior motives, hoping to benefit from the chaos, who might stealthily enter. To these individuals, Zhang Tuohai felt no sympathy. They were merely reaping what they had sown. As Zhang Tuohai embarked upon this alternate path, it initially appeared indistinguishable from the previous route. The asphalt was the same, the desert scenery unchanged, and the air remained oppressively hot. However, after navigating a few bends, a thunderous sound resonated from above. Zhang Tuohai looked up to see a large transport plane soaring through the sky. The aircraft circled a few times before opening its cargo doors, releasing a box that was promptly accompanied by a parachute, floating gracefully through the air like a dandelion seed, drifting towards the distance. A supply drop. This was Zhang Tuohai's first sighting of a supply crate since entering the racing track, and it was an airdropped one at that. Given the scarcity of such crates, the items contained within were likely to be of significant value. According to the game's conventions, the fewer the supply crates, the higher the worth of their contents. Zhang Tuohai fixed his gaze on the direction in which the crate was descending. It should be just ahead on this road. Let us go take a look. Zhang Tuohai commanded Xiaoai. Understood, Commander, she replied, and the vehicle accelerated towards the location of the falling crate. After 10 minutes of driving, they finally located the landing site of the parachute. Zhang Tuohai winced at the sight. The supply crate had landed precisely atop a mound of earth. This was no ordinary mound, but rather a hill of ants. Countless tiny ant holes dotted the surface, with ants the size of pinky fingers scurrying in and out. Enough to provoke a sense of claustrophobia in onlookers. What kind of ants are these? They are enormous. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the dense swarm of ants, instinctively feeling a twinge of apprehension. He could handle lions or tigers with his Remington, but how could he possibly deal with so many ants? There appeared to be at least tens of thousands. Even if he fashioned all his materials into bullets, he might not be able to vanquish them. He wondered what was inside the crate. If it contained ordinary food and drink supplies, he would certainly refrain from provoking these ants. Desert army ants. Carnivorous insects capable of killing creatures much larger than themselves. Avoid provoking them unless you wish to become a mere skeleton. The system provided this warning. Zhang Tuohai couldn't believe it. It was indeed these creatures. Having indulged in some scientific literature, he was aware of the terrifying reputation of army ants. It was said that even a cow placed in their midst would be devoured in an instant. Zhang Tuohai harbored no desire to provoke these formidable foes. Curiosity piqued. He inquired, what treasures lie within the supply box? The supply box contains a car refrigerator, came the reply. Commander, are we departing from here? Asked Xiaoai. Of course not. Upon hearing the mention of the car refrigerator, Zhang Tuohai found himself increasingly restless. This contraption was indeed a refrigerator. With it, he could preserve fresh meat, sparing himself from the need to transform it into sausages to prevent spoilage. With a refrigerator at his disposal, he could even create simple ice pops or ice creams. The prospect of producing such delights might yield a lucrative return. For the sake of this item, taking a risk seemed worthwhile. Gazing at the supply box, Zhang Tuohai contemplated how to procure this prize. The supply box had fallen atop Ant Hill, which stood approximately 3 meters high. Ascending to retrieve the box would undoubtedly disturb the soldier ants, and Zhang Tuohai had little confidence in his ability to escape the onslaught of such a multitude. Should the soldier ants encircle his vehicle, he would find no refuge for his lamentations. How could he delay these creatures? Zhang Tuohai pondered for some time before a brilliant idea struck him. He retrieved a spade from his vehicle and began to dig a trench a meter away from Ant Hill. The soldier ants, scurrying back and forth, merely cast a glance at him before veering away. It appeared that these soldier ants were neutral entities. As long as he did not provoke them, he would not face their wrath. With a newfound understanding of their behavior, Zhang Tuohai worked with increased efficiency. Soon, he had excavated a trench half a foot deep and a foot wide encircling Ant Hill. After completing the trench, he procured some sugar from his collection of seasonings, an item he had exchanged for a piece of braised meat. Originally intended for braised pork, it now served a different purpose. However, using it to barter for the refrigerator seemed justified. Zhang Tuohai dissolved the sugar in water and cautiously sprinkled it into the trench. It is often said that the history of humanity is a pursuit of sweetness. This adage holds true in the animal kingdom as well. Sweetness is an irresistible allure for most creatures. Upon detecting the sweet scent, a multitude of soldier ants converged upon the trench. The sugary water began to seep into the earth, prompting the soldier ants to excavate fervently in search of the sweetness. Numerous scouts were dispatched to summon foraging worker ants from afar, rallying them for the excavation. Before long, the surrounding soldier ants had gathered in droves. Observing their assembly, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of confidence. His plan had succeeded halfway. He attempted to approach Ant Hill, yet as he moved forward, a portion of the soldier ants immediately advanced towards him. Recognizing the impending danger, he swiftly retreated a couple of steps, prompting the ants to withdraw once more. Zhang Tuohai changed his direction and made 2 more attempts, only to find that the results were identical to those before. Whenever he tried to approach Ant Hill, he was thwarted by the army ants. How dare they consume my provisions yet refuse to clear the path? In that case, I shall not be courteous any longer. Infuriated, Zhang Tuohai retrieved 2 barrels of gasoline from his vehicle, unscrewed the caps, and poured the gasoline into the trench. The liquid swiftly filled the trench. Sensing the impending danger from the rushing gasoline, the army ants instinctively grew restless. Since you refused to resolve this peacefully, do not blame me for being ruthless, Zhang Tuohai declared as he ignited a windproof lighter, setting the gasoline ablaze. Chapter 64. Dinner is served. The gasoline in the trench was ignited. The blazing fuel, like a dragon of fire, swiftly enveloped the anthill. The marching ants, sensing the disturbance, became agitated, scurrying around in a frantic quest for an escape route. However, Zhang Tuohai had meticulously dug a trench encircling the anthill precisely to eliminate any chance of their escape. There would be no avenue for their flight. Despite their frantic attempts, the marching ants found themselves ensnared within the circle of flames. Observing the predicament of the marching ants, Zhang Tuohai quickly retrieved a long net he had previously crafted. He bound 2 hunting spears together to form a long pole and affixed a sunshade net at its end, creating a makeshift net pouch. With the pole in hand, he approached the anthill, skillfully casting it to ensnare a supply box. With a powerful tug, the box tumbled down from the anthill, landing beside the trench. Upon witnessing the fallen supply box, the surrounding marching ants, as if receiving an urgent command, surged towards it with reckless abandon. If it were not for the meddling of those individuals, I would have devoured that supply box, Zhang Tuohai mused, a smirk gracing his lips. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. Zhang Tuohai deftly maneuvered the supply box with the long pole, guiding it inch by inch through the inferno of the trench. After undergoing a purifying blaze, the ants clinging to the box were reduced to ashes. He managed to maneuver the supply box to his feet, intending to pick it up and depart. However, as his hand brushed against it, he swiftly recoiled. The box was scalding hot, akin to a kettle of boiling water. This, however, posed no challenge for Zhang Tuohai. He drew a crowbar from his waist and with a forceful leverage, pried the supply box open. From within rolled out a parchment depicting a manufacturing blueprint. This is it, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed with excitement, grasping the blueprint and turning to flee, abandoning the long pole. At that moment, the flames were nearly extinguished, and the marching ants began to stir restlessly once more. Zhang Tuohai dashed back to the vehicle, exclaiming, "Xiao AI, start the car and shake off those ants." The marching ants, growing increasingly frenzied, began to assault the flames, attempting to extinguish them with their bodies to clear a path for their comrades. Understood. Rest assured, Commander, I shall ensure we lose these ants. In an instant, the car surged to 160 miles per hour, racing into the distance, leaving the marching ants far behind. As the anthill vanished from view, Zhang Tuohai finally exhaled deeply. He leaned back in his seat and opened the manufacturing blueprint. Car refrigerator blueprint. Level 2 automotive accessory, capable of refrigeration, temperature adjustable to -20 degrees Celsius. Manufacturing materials, plastic, 10 units, metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 10 units, intermediate electronic components, 1 unit. Indeed, it was the car refrigerator blueprint. A level 2 automotive accessory. My efforts were not in vain. Zhang Tuohai embraced the manufacturing blueprint with immense delight, planting a kiss upon it. Beyond the joy of acquiring the blueprint for the refrigerator, what thrilled him most was the revelation that it was a level 2 automotive component. To upgrade his vehicle to level 3, he needed to install 2 level 2 automotive components, along with an upgrade blueprint. He already possessed 1 level 2 component, the solar charging panel obtained from the rally, while special components such as the onboard control system were not included in the tally. By installing the onboard refrigerator, he had fulfilled half of the requirements for the upgrade. Now, he merely needed to locate the automotive upgrade blueprint to elevate his vehicle to level 3. What might a level 3 vehicle resemble? An off-road vehicle, or perhaps a camper? The anticipation filled Zhang Tuohai's thoughts with excitement. Manufacturing the onboard refrigerator, Zhang Tuohai murmured. Yet, the manufacturing blueprint remained inert. What could be the issue? Had he made an error? He opted to attempt manufacturing once more. Insufficient intermediate electronic components. Manufacturing cannot proceed. The game system's voice shattered Zhang Tuohai's hopeful reverie. Could it be that he was lacking foundational components? The system's notification prompted him to scratch his head in bewilderment. Aside from his initial day of exploration, he had not previously encountered a shortage of basic components. Wait a moment, intermediate electronic components, that explains it. Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the required materials once more and suddenly grasped the situation. He had indeed acquired numerous electronic components, but most were of the lower tier. Intermediate components were rare treasures not likely to be encountered by players struggling to procure even basic necessities. Even if they did come across such components, they would likely hoard them like precious gems, unwilling to trade them unless absolutely necessary. It seemed he would need to seek out a well-supplied individual for trading. Zhang Tuohai set his sights on Suchi. He opened the regional channel, and before he could transition to private messages, he noticed LV Hai unleashing a torrent of curses in the regional chat. Zhang Tuohai, you scoundrel. Didn't you say to take the first right? I've been driving for an hour, and still no sign of you. Where the hell have you hidden? Do you dare to face me in a duel? He continued. I told you, I want to stop waiting for you. My time is precious. I have no time to waste. Keep pushing, if you catch up to me. I'll let you have it. Zhang Tuohai casually replied, just wait for me. I will catch up. In a fit of frustration, LV Hai pressed down on the accelerator, pushing his speed to the limit. However, As a novice driver, maintaining a speed of 200 km/h was beyond his capabilities, and he lost control during a turn. His vehicle flipped over, careening off the road and landing upright in a deep ditch at the roadside. Coughing and spluttering, Tuohai struggled to push open the car door and extricate himself from the wreckage. The tumultuous roll had left him disoriented, his head spinning and ringing. It took every ounce of his strength just to crawl out, let alone stand. As he gazed at the car engulfed in thick smoke, Tuohai struck the ground with great force. Zhang Tuohai, you are the cause of my misfortune. Should I cross your path, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece for a hot pot, he thought bitterly. At that moment, he seemed to hear a rasping breath. Looking up, he spotted a hyena circling nearby, its gaze filled with malice. Stay back. I am armed with a knife, Tuohai declared, drawing a dagger from his waist and brandishing it to bolster his confidence. The hyena glanced at him briefly before turning away, relieved to have frightened it off. Tuohai exhaled, feeling temporarily safe. However, when he lifted his gaze again, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The very hyena that had retreated had returned, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, a veritable family of hyenas. Among them were both large and small, male and female, their eyes collectively conveying a singular message: it was time to feast. Chapter 65, Shearing the Sheep. A death notification concerning Tuohai appeared in the regional channel. In stark contrast to the previous silence, the news of Tuohai's demise sparked jubilant celebrations among the crowd. That murderous fiend has finally met his end. This is what one calls poetic justice. I wasted nearly 100 units of fuel to evade him and even missed an airdrop supply crate. What a loss. Had he encountered me earlier, I would have taken matters into my own hands and delivered justice myself. Some began to speak retrospectively. As for Zhang Tuohai, he merely glanced at the news of Tuohai's death and then turned his attention elsewhere. The system labeled the road Tuohai traversed as perilous. It would have been remarkable for him to survive, and perishing midway was only to be expected. Ultimately, Tuohai succumbed to his own arrogance. Had he opted for a more discreet approach to his hunts instead of flaunting his exploits, he might not have met such a swift demise. For Zhang Tuohai, Tuohai's death was merely a minor interlude. His current objective was to obtain intermediate electronic components to create a car refrigerator. Thus, he pondered who in the channel might possess such components. After considerable contemplation, his focus settled on Su Mianyangqi. There was no denying. This sheep had been sheared with remarkable ease. It felt as though something was amiss if a day passed without extracting a little from her. Do you possess intermediate electronic components? He inquired. Indeed, but what do you require them for? Not much, just to construct a refrigerator for fun. You have the blueprint for a refrigerator? Su Qi exclaimed, her composure slipping. She and her sister, adorned with the fortunate mermaid statue, received several blueprints daily, yet had not managed to acquire even a single refrigerator blueprint. The fact that Zhang Tuohai had obtained one first was infuriating. Do you have ice cream? I'd like to try a box. I'll trade you the blueprint for it. The mere thought of ice cream made Su Qi's mouth water. In summers past, she indulged in at least one box daily. Now, having gone 5 days without it in this world, she felt an insatiable craving, as if something vital was missing. I have secured a refrigerator, not an ice cream maker. However, if you provide the raw materials, I could assist in crafting a few homemade ice creams for you. Zhang Tuohai replied. Homemade will suffice. What ingredients do I need? Su Qi asked, growing impatient. Lemons, bananas, or other fruits, white sugar, boiling water, and cream. If you're not fond of the sourness of lemons, feel free to omit them, though I personally recommend including them. Additionally, if you have milk powder or coffee powder, I could also prepare some creamy ice cubes, delightful refreshments. Very well, wait a moment, I shall gather them. It seems I have most of them, Su Qi responded. Zhang Tuohai. Not long after, an abundance of items was gifted to him by Su Qi, a full bag of granulated sugar, an entire box of coffee powder, a whole bag of cream, a pouch of milk powder, 6 lemons, a whole bunch of bananas, slightly speckled, yet still fresh, and even a set of measuring cups and a whisk. Indeed, there are also the most crucial intermediate electronic components. Gazing at the array of items before him, Zhang Tuohai felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. What kind of statues had these two individuals encountered to amass such an eclectic collection? Why was it that all he had managed to procure was merely meat? Puzzled, Zhang Tuohai scratched his head, contemplating that he would need to inquire further when the opportunity arose. Suppressing his thoughts, he commenced the construction of a refrigerator. In a flash of brilliance, a compact car refrigerator materialized in the rear section of the vehicle. Once the refrigerator was completed, Zhang Tuohai set about crafting a homemade version of ice cream. In truth, this delicacy was not particularly difficult to prepare. One would need to boil 1,500 grams of water, add 500 grams of granulated sugar, bring it to a boil, and then filter it. Next, 800 grams of bananas should be mashed into a puree and combined with the sugar syrup. A dash of lemon juice could be added. And if one desired alternative flavors, other fruit juices or bits of fruit could also be incorporated. After cooling, cream is folded in, and the mixture is poured into a container and placed in the refrigerator to chill. Note: the specific amount of sugar should be adjusted according to personal taste. This is merely the author's preference. As for the ice cubes, the process is even simpler. One needs to prepare milk powder and coffee powder, allow them to cool, and then pour the mixture into the ice cube molds provided by the refrigerator for freezing. Adding a few cubes to fruit juice offers a delightful twist. Of course, the most refreshing way to enjoy it is to eat it directly, providing the ultimate respite from the heat. Zhang Tuohai prepared 4 kilograms of ice cream, intending to return 2 kilograms to Su Qi, while considering the remaining 2 kilograms and the surplus ingredients as compensation for his labor. The same proportion applied to the ice cubes. What? You claim Zhang Tuohai is unscrupulous? In reality, even in this post-apocalyptic world, this arrangement could be deemed a commendable practice. It is essential to recognize that Zhang Tuohai is currently the sole proprietor of a refrigerator. In other words, he monopolizes the very source of the industry. The pricing is entirely at his discretion. Not imposing a 90-10 split is Zhang Tuohai's greatest act of benevolence. Furthermore, ice cream and ice cubes are considered luxuries in this context. It is only reasonable to levy a higher price. After placing the molds in the refrigerator, Zhang Tuohai sent a photograph to Su Qi. It's nearly done. Just wait a few hours, and I will notify you when it's ready. To which Su Qi eagerly replied, You must hurry. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Observing Su Qi's enthusiasm, Su Mu couldn't help but place a hand on her forehead, bemused by her sister's utter lack of composure in the face of food. Having traded so much for merely 2 kilograms of ice cream seemed like a significant loss, especially considering it included a notably scarce intermediate electronic component. Were Su Mu to handle this transaction, she would have deemed the electronic component as compensation and could have secured a greater portion of the ice cream. However, witnessing her sister's eagerness, Su Mu shook her head with a sigh, swallowing her words. She resolved to consider it an investment, recognizing that they still relied heavily on Zhang Tuohai in many respects. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tuohai, who was currently preoccupied with preparing lunch, Vladimir had sent him a recipe for crafting bear paws. My dear Davrich, I have finally recalled that my father once prepared a bear paw. His method involved first roasting the paw to remove the fur, then making incisions to stuff it with spices, and subsequently hanging it in a smoking oven. The aroma was exquisite, 100 times more tender than fish. Vladimir exclaimed animatedly. But what about the outer skin of the bear paw? Inquired Zhang Tuohai, puzzled. Who would consume that? It is far too tough. The meat within is delectable, particularly the fatty portions, which are exceptionally fragrant, even surpassing the most exquisite foie gras, Vladimir replied. Zhang Tuohai began to comprehend. Vladimir's approach bypassed the most challenging aspect of preparing the bear paw skin and focused directly on the succulent meat inside. This cannot be deemed entirely incorrect. Although, according to domestic practices, it is possible to render the bear skin tender and delectable, such methods are labor-intensive and wasteful. In this harsh environment, the more rustic approach of consuming the bear is decidedly more practical. It is difficult to definitively compare the merits of both techniques, as each possesses its unique advantages. Chapter 66. Supply card. Following Vladimir's instructions, Zhang Tuohai meticulously prepared the bear paw and placed it into the oven for roasting. Upon opening the oven, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a hen that he had nearly forgotten about. At this moment, the hen had already laid 2 eggs and was eyeing them intently. Ah, splendid. You've begun laying eggs. Commendable work. Here's a little reward for you. Zhang Tuohai scattered some rice as a treat for the hen. Now, I must reclaim this oven. Kindly find a new abode. With that, he swiftly removed the hen from the oven. Where to confine her? Zhang Tuohai glanced around the vehicle and deemed a large iron pot to be suitable. He flipped the pot over and placed the hen inside. The hen pondered. What is this? Must I stay here until my master has warmed the house with his roasting? Trembling in silence, she feared she might be deemed useless and roasted herself. Should I lay a few more eggs? Perhaps that would win my master's favor and spare my life. While the hen anxiously contemplated her fate, Zhang Tuohai diligently prepared the bear paw, hanging it in the oven to smoke slowly. According to Vladimir's method, the bear paw required 4 hours of smoking, meaning it would be ready just in time for dinner. The dream of enjoying bear paw stew for lunch was dashed. With no other option, Zhang Tuohai returned to his previous routine, combining the last remnants of marinated meat with some dehydrated vegetables and freshly picked fast-growing mushrooms to concoct a pot of braised meat rice, which he consumed tearfully in 3 large bowls. Now, Zhang Tuohai had exhausted his fresh meat and dehydrated vegetables, leaving only sausages, rice, flour, and an assortment of canned goods. Although hunger was not a dire concern, the imbalance in food variety was troubling. Continuing down this path was untenable. A diet solely of meat could lead to excessive heat in the body. He needed to seek opportunities to procure more fresh vegetables, while he already had chives and mushrooms. Relying solely on these two options was rather monotonous. They were adequate in emergencies, but a steady diet of them would surely lead to nutritional deficits. Furthermore, fruit needed to be prioritized. It had been nearly a week since he last enjoyed any, and his nails lacked luster. Securing a reliable source for fresh produce would not only satisfy his appetite, but also allow him to sell any surplus as a luxury item for profit. Truly a win-win situation. As Zhang Tuohai munched on a banana, these thoughts occupied his mind. It appeared that he had yet to achieve even the basic standard of satisfactory nourishment. There was much room for improvement ahead. Zhang Tuohai contemplated his future plans. The road ahead for the racing competition stretched endlessly, and the scenery outside the window was monotonously disheartening. The landscape was perpetually dominated by undulating sand dunes, extending toward the horizon. Gazing out at the unchanging vista, Zhang Tuohai felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. While the routine of driving might have felt engaging, relinquishing that task to his AI companion, little AI, rendered this life rather tedious. He switched on the regional channel, only to find everyone focused on their driving, with no one engaging in idle chatter or conversation. As Zhang Tuohai languidly prepared to carve a set of mahjong tiles for solitary amusement, he was unexpectedly confronted with two diverging paths. Unlike the previous forks in the road, these pathways were marked by signposts. The sign on the left proclaimed, "This road leads directly to the destination, yet offers no provisions or supplies along the way." The sign on the right declared, "This path harbors valuable resources, but one must undergo trials to obtain them." To Zhang Tuohai's surprise, the system exhibited a semblance of humanity by providing a choice. Surveying the two signposts, he pointed decisively to the right. "Shall AI, let us proceed this way." For Zhang Tuohai, arriving first at the destination was hardly a concern. After all, his maximum speed exceeded that of his competitors by threefold, and he need not fret over fuel consumption. He could drive recklessly. However, the prospect of such meager spoils was utterly unacceptable to him. The bountiful rewards of the rally had not only significantly enhanced Zhang Tuohai's survival circumstances, but had also heightened his aspirations. In the early days, acquiring a refrigerator might have sufficed, yet now, he found it lacking. At the very least, he desired to fill the refrigerator. As for the trials, Zhang Tuohai dismissed them from his mind. Equipped with a hint system, he believed that even if he failed the trials, he could at least extricate himself unscathed. To put it another way, if he could not succeed, then no one in that area would be able to. Following Zhang Tuohai's directive, Xiao AI steered toward the right path. After traveling 10 kilometers, the initially broad 4-lane road abruptly narrowed to 2 lanes, the missing portion swallowed by muddy earth. A signpost jutted from the soil. Proceeding along this road will yield no rewards. Deep within the swamp, several purple supply boxes awaited. A friendly warning stated that the deeper one ventured into the swamp, the greater the challenges encountered. Zhang Tuohai gazed in the direction indicated by the signpost, and indeed, several purple supply boxes emerged from the depths of the swamp, stretching from near to far, with the closest being approximately 20 meters away, and the farthest at least 800 meters distant. Purple supply boxes? What fortuitous luck! Energized by the sight of those gleaming treasures, Zhang Tuohai leaped from his vehicle, donned his special operations boots and uniform, fastened his motorcycle helmet, and brandished a shotgun as he approached the edge of the swamp. Walk straight for 10 steps, and you will encounter a hidden waterhole beneath the grass, inhabited by leeches. Avoid it if you wish to evade parasites. A meter ahead lies a mud pit. If you are not 5 meters tall, it is advisable to circumvent it from the 10 o'clock direction. Do not advance further. A long-buried landmine lies within the swamp ahead. Although it is corroded beyond recognition, I assure you, should you tread upon it, it will send you skyward. Listening to the voice of the hint system, Zhang Tuohai could not help but break into a cold sweat. The designer of this level has exhibited a remarkable lack of integrity. The swamp itself is already a formidable challenge, yet they have the audacity to conceal landmines within it. Is this truly the work of a human being? Should an ordinary player reach this point, the odds are overwhelmingly against their survival. However, with the guidance of the hint system, Zhang Tuohai successfully navigated the treacherous 20 meters and arrived at the first violet supply crate. Employing a crowbar, he pried open the crate. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings as a beautifully crafted card fell forth. What could this be? Curiously, Zhang Tuohai picked up the card. Supply card. You may use it at a supply station to purchase corresponding materials. This card holds a value of 20 points. Chapter 67. Discovery of the supply station supply card. Supply station? A value of 20 tokens? Could it be that there exists a shop along this path? Zhang Tuohai's spirit was invigorated. The presence of a shop implied the possibility of selectively purchasing goods. In the past, he had to take whatever was available in the supply boxes, his fortune determining the outcome. It was likely that after a long day's toil, the contents of the boxes were often of no use to him. Now, with the supply station, matters became significantly simpler. He could procure items as needed. If possible, he wished to empty the supply station. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. However, to realize this ambition, a substantial number of tokens would be required. It seemed imperative to acquire those supply boxes. Zhang Tuohai tucked the card into his pocket and continued deeper into the swamp. As he ventured further, the dangers of the marsh intensified, ranging from natural mud pits to various toxic substances. He even spotted a caiman. Heaven knows what a caiman, typically residing in lakes, was doing in the swamp. Yet, under the guidance of the alert system, these threats became mere trifles. No matter how cleverly they concealed themselves, they were rendered powerless in the face of the alert system. Zhang Tuohai proceeded and scathed into the depths of the swamp, opening supply boxes one after another. He discerned a pattern. The closer he approached the center of the swamp, the greater the value of tokens within the boxes. In the penultimate supply box, he astonishingly uncovered a token worth 500, equivalent to the total of all previous boxes combined. Goodness, how much could the final box contain? 1,000 or perhaps 2,000? Zhang Tuohai felt a rush of excitement as he hurried towards the last supply box. Just as he arrived in front of the final box, ready to open it, the alert system's voice rang out once more. Warning, a pressure-sensitive mine is buried beneath this supply box. If you open it, the mine will explode, with a blast radius of 10 meters. Upon hearing the warning, the smile on Zhang Tuohai's face froze. Are you kidding me? A pressure-sensitive mine? It would explode upon opening the box. This is outrageous. That system, how much are the tokens in the last box? If it's not much, I might as well forego it. 5,000 tokens, 50 pounds of dehydrated vegetables, 20 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of apples, plus a serving of boiled fish. Honestly, I find a bit of challenge quite intriguing. The abundance of items in this purple supply box seems almost excessive. Zhang Tuohai began to feel that perhaps a mine buried beneath it was not entirely unreasonable. What nonsense! Without the alert system, he would have been a victim. These items were akin to cheese placed on a mouse trap, appearing delightful, yet being a lethal poison. Damn it, I refuse to be intimidated. Today, this purple supply box is mine. Zhang Tuohai could hardly believe that, despite possessing a hint system, he was unable to retrieve the supply box. He cast a glance at the purple supply box and then, with deliberation, retraced his steps. Once back in the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai crafted 6 hunting spears, binding them together with rope. Each spear measured 3 meters, totaling an impressive 18 meters, which exceeded the explosive radius by 8 meters. Zhang Tuohai was confident that such a distance would render the landmine harmless to him. As he sought to return the way he came, halfway through his journey, the hint system spoke again. Cease advancement. Proceed 5 meters towards 11 o'clock, then 2 meters towards 9 o'clock to return to the original path. This was not the route he had taken previously. The sudden change in direction left him perplexed. The arrow-poisoned frog had changed its location, necessitating a revision of his path. Zhang Tuohai felt at a loss for words, pondering the planning of this endeavor and its apparent lack of thoroughness. Having safely arrived within 18 meters of the supply box, Zhang Tuohai secured the hunting spears and covered the supply box with a net. He then slowly lowered himself to the ground and, with a swift and forceful tug on the long pole, the supply box was yanked from its original position. Boom! The landmine buried beneath the supply box detonated, sending a fiery orange blaze skyward. Shrapnel scattered in all directions, creating a crater with a diameter of 1 meter that emitted wisps of smoke. Zhang Tuohai marveled at the sheer power of the explosion. Even clad in a Kevlar vest, one would scarcely withstand such a force. Raising the long pole, he was relieved to find it unscathed. Otherwise, he would have had to return and craft a new set. Using the long pole, he successfully retrieved the supply box and joyfully carried it back to the vehicle. Once inside, Zhang Tuohai opened the box, and a multitude of items spilled forth: rice, flour, apples, dehydrated vegetables, and vouchers, among others. Most importantly, there lay the water-boiled fish that Zhang Tuohai had longed for. This time, the game planners had not introduced any mischief. The bowl of fish was securely placed on the ground, enveloped in a layer of insulation. Content: Zhang Tuohai organized the supplies and, with utmost care, placed the water-boiled fish in the safest spot. Xiao AI, continue forward and drive steadily. Rest assured, Commander. Leave it to me. The vehicle surged ahead. After traveling 20 kilometers, they encountered an intersection, indicating they had returned to the road leading to their destination. After another 10 kilometers, Xiao AI issued a warning. Commander, Two vehicles have been spotted parked by the roadside ahead. Should we approach? Vehicles? Zhang Tuohai quickly lifted his gaze to the distance. He discerned two used cars parked nearby, with a man and a woman standing beside a building at the roadside. Above the building hung a colossal sign emblazoned with three prominent characters, Supply Station. Is this truly the supply station? Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of excitement. After all his arduous efforts to accumulate so many point vouchers, was it not for the purpose of indulging at the supply station? Furthermore, there were countless such stations along the road. Should he miss one, he might find himself bereft of any further opportunities, resulting in significant losses. He was determined to visit this supply station without fail. Xiao AI, remain vigilant. If the situation appears unfavorable, do not hesitate to confront them. Zhang Tuohai instructed. Rest assured, Commander, your safety is my utmost priority. Put down the fork. Avoid excessive use of emoticons, Zhang Tuohai admonished, rubbing his forehead. He donned his motorcycle helmet and, gripping his shotgun, disembarked from the vehicle. Chapter 68. The fully automatic bread maker. Zhang Tuohai's arrival naturally drew the attention of two individuals. His vehicle, a second-tier model, had been transformed into a brand-new business car, standing in stark contrast to their second-hand vehicles. Coupled with Zhang's tactical attire, the bandolier of shotgun shells slung across his body, the reflective motorcycle helmet, and the shotgun he held, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a Terminator. When the two glanced at themselves, dressed in short-sleeved t-shirts and jeans, their only weapon being a kitchen knife, they felt as though they were akin to beggars. A sense of humility surged within them. As Zhang Tuohai approached, the man instinctively brandished the kitchen knife, positioning himself protectively in front of the woman. Observing this gesture, Zhang Tuohai nodded slightly. The man's willingness to act in such a manner at this moment indicated a depth of feeling. For the average person, merely refraining from using a woman as a human shield would have been commendable. Zhang Tuohai, shotgun in hand, stepped before the pair. The man, somewhat apprehensive, gazed at Zhang and inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "This is a supply station, and I wish to purchase some items. If you have no intent to buy, I kindly ask you to step aside," Zhang Tuohai replied languidly. "Oh, please, go ahead," the man responded. Sensing Zhang's disinterest and visibly relaxing, he took a step back, yielding space. "Step back a bit more. I prefer not to have onlookers while I work." Zhang Tuohai gestured with his firearm toward the duo. Although they appeared harmless, he preferred to maintain distance, for this world had no legal constraints, and one could never predict what these two might do. "Oh, right. We'll take our leave." The man acknowledged Zhang's concerns and retreated a few steps toward his vehicle. "By the way, I'd like to inquire about something." Zhang Tuohai suddenly recalled a matter and called after them. "What do you want?" The man's expression tightened once again as he shielded the woman behind him. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the woman, who possessed a delicate beauty, though not striking at first glance. She was nonetheless quite pleasing to the eye. It was no wonder the man was so apprehensive. If Zhang harbored any ill intentions, they would be unable to defend against him. "There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to ask whether you were the first to arrive here. Were there others ahead of you? Why do you want to know?" The man queried, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "You need only answer my question." Zhang Tuohai replied, pulling the shotgun's action. The sharp sound of the mechanism made the man acutely aware of their positions, prompting him to respond quickly. "I can't say for certain if we were the first, but when I arrived, there was no one here." "What speed did you travel to reach this place?" Zhang Tuohai continued his inquiry. "Approximately 90 to 100 miles per hour. We were concerned about not reaching our destination, so we increased our speed, even skipping lunch," the man explained. Upon hearing the man's words, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. He had felt a surge of fear upon seeing the two individuals at the supply station, worried that he had squandered too much time in the swamp, allowing too many competitors to surpass him and snatch away the top 3 rewards. However, upon learning that the duo had pursued him at maximum speed, he felt considerably reassured. He believed that not many would maintain such a high velocity for an extended period. Even if their fuel could sustain it, their physical endurance would inevitably falter. Nevertheless, his unease persisted, prompting him to inquire further. "So, has anyone exceeded your speed and passed you along the way?" "Indeed," the man replied decisively. "While we were driving by the roadside, a black business vehicle, similar to yours, overtook us, and its speed was undoubtedly over 100 miles per hour. "A black business vehicle?" Zhang Tuohai pondered this term. Such vehicles were classified as Level 2, and within the regional channel, those who could operate a Level 2 vehicle were exceedingly rare. He surmised that the most likely candidates were the Sioux sisters. With 2 of them, they could alternate resting without needing to halt for meals, making their chances of success the highest. "I understand now. You may take your leave." Zhang Tuohai gestured dismissively after acquiring the information he sought. Yet, when he looked up, He noticed the two remained standing there, momentarily taken aback. Why are you still lingering? I wish to know how you obtained your business vehicle, the man said, rubbing his hands together. When I first saw that vehicle, I thought perhaps someone had stumbled upon good fortune. However, upon realizing you also possess an identical business vehicle, I believe you must have discovered a method. Could you share it with me? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but chuckle at the man's words. Indeed, there is a method. But what will you offer in exchange? Seeing the man's contemplative expression, Zhang Tuohai continued, this method can save you valuable resources. Consider your offer carefully. I will grant you only one opportunity to present your bid. Should your price fail to meet my satisfaction, you will have to leave. The man displayed signs of internal conflict. The woman, who had been hiding behind him, tugged at his sleeve, producing a parchment blueprint. Give him this, she urged. No. This is something you nearly lost your life to acquire. It cannot simply be given away. The man protested, clearly agitated. Staying alive is the utmost priority. As long as we can be together safely, that is worth more than anything, the woman replied, pressing the parchment into the man's hand. Very well. The man reluctantly accepted the blueprint and tossed it to Zhang Tuohai. This should suffice, right? Zhang Tuohai unfurled the blueprint. Blueprint for an automatic bread maker. After adding flour and water, it will automatically produce toast. Materials required: plastic, 5 units, metal parts, 4 units, electronic components, 1 unit. Upon examining the blueprint, Zhang Tuohai comprehended why these two individuals had not yet fabricated the machine. In the present day, many individuals struggle to secure even the most basic sustenance, let alone possess the surplus water required for bread making. Even if they were to engage in contract work, skepticism would prevail. What if they absconded with the water and vanished? Unlike Zhang Tuohai, who possesses monopolistic technology and has cultivated trust through long-term partnerships, they find this endeavor to be of little value. However, for Zhang Tuohai, this presents a viable investment opportunity. He could advertise contract bread-making services in the trading channel. It is likely that numerous players have acquired flour yet lack the ability to create something palatable. Zhang Tuohai could easily capitalize on this demand to earn a substantial profit. Furthermore, with the reputation he has built over recent days, there are bound to be those willing to engage with him. The knowledge he must share is merely that which others will eventually grasp through exploration, thus it is hardly a loss. Chapter 69. A grand procurement. After weighing his options internally, Zhang Tuohai tucked away the blueprints. Very well, I consent to this transaction. In truth, vehicles possess different tiers. My own is a level 2 vehicle, distinguished by its remarkable capability of accelerating from a maximum speed of 100 miles per hour to an impressive 200 miles per hour. Additionally, the vehicle's interior space will be expanded. You shall experience the specifics firsthand. And how does one elevate the vehicle's tier? The man inquired, somewhat intrigued. Quite simply, Zhang Tuohai replied. Utilize a vehicle core. By bringing the core into the vehicle and selecting the upgrade option, you can naturally enhance the vehicle's tier. The man pressed further. And how does one acquire this vehicle core? Obtaining it is straightforward. Locate an abandoned vehicle, place your hand upon its roof, and you shall receive the information needed to extract the vehicle core. Follow the instructions provided, and you will succeed, Zhang Tuohai elucidated. What did you mean earlier by reducing consumption? The man seemed to connect the dots. Do you not realize, Zhang Tuohai responded, that 2 individuals driving separate vehicles would waste double the fuel? In this world, gasoline is a most precious resource. Well then, I have shared all that I can. The transaction is concluded, and you may take your leave. Zhang Tuohai gestured for them to exit. The man and woman retreated, seemingly deliberating on whose vehicle core to extract. Zhang Tuohai had no intention of intervening in their affairs. Instead, he made his way to the supply station to explore the available goods. Inside the supply station stood a large vending machine, brimming with a plethora of supplies, each item accompanied by a price tag. A bag of toast cost merely 5 points. A 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water was priced at 3 points, and a barrel of gasoline demanded 100 points. To Zhang Tuohai's astonishment, he even spotted a lifelike doll priced at a staggering 500 points. Who on earth would purchase such a thing? Have they lost their minds? He mused, continuing to browse the extensive array of items. Having amassed a total of 6,000 points, he was determined to procure some worthwhile goods. Among the offerings, he discovered a 20-pound bag of flour for only 50 points, a worthy purchase. He also found a set of canned fruits. 6 cans for a mere 40 points. How could he resist? A box of dehydrated vegetables, weighing 10 pounds, was available for 60 points. How could one not buy that? Zhang Tuohai encountered numerous desirable items along the way, many of which represented essential resources currently scarce among the populace. From basic sustenance to gourmet delicacies, everything was readily available. To his surprise, he even came across a steaming pot of Buddha jumps over the wall priced at 1888 points. Alas, I still find myself a pauper, he lamented. Although he initially believed himself affluent with 6,000 points, reality had proven otherwise. It seemed prudent to focus on acquiring items of substantial value instead. As he continued to peruse the goods, he indeed stumbled upon several suitable items. Special Operations Helmet provides defense against small-caliber handgun fire at close range. Equipped with a tactical headset to dampen gunfire sounds while amplifying footstep noises. Features infrared night vision. Price, 2,000 points. The number of containers, 1. Zhang Tuohai was merely one piece short of completing his Special Forces outfit, and naturally, he would not let this opportunity slip by, purchasing it immediately. Rapid Growth Seasoning Seeds contain scallions, ginger, and garlic. Harvest cycle, every 2 days. Price, 800 tokens. Remaining quantity, 3. Having acquired this essential seasoning, he felt fully prepared. Especially as it could be harvested repeatedly, thus, it was imperative to secure it. Rapid Growth Tomato Seeds, harvest cycle, every 3 days, yielding 37 tomatoes every 3rd day. Price, 800 tokens. Remaining quantity, 3. These could serve both as fruit and vegetables, offering exceptional value. To forego such an opportunity would be unwise. At the end of the list, Zhang Tuohai astonishingly discovered a limited edition Golden Desert Eagle pistol. Limited edition Golden Desert Eagle, handgun, shotgun, magazine capacity of 7 rounds. Range of 50 meters, capable of bringing down large wild animals. Comes with specialized bullet manufacturing blueprint. Price, 2,000 tokens. Remaining quantity, 1. Upon seeing this firearm, Zhang Tuohai felt a twinge of apprehension. This was a highly iconic shotgun, suitable for hunting large beasts such as bears, lions, tigers, and elephants. However, in the context of human combat, its 7-round capacity and significant recoil were points of contention. Even a Glock would surpass it in reliability. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai felt compelled to purchase it. This weapon would afford him a modicum of countermeasure against large wild animals. Moreover, he harbored a selfish desire. He did not wish for others to possess means that could threaten him, even though firearms would gradually become commonplace among players over time. Zhang Tuohai wished to delay that day as long as possible. With a resolute decision, he bought these items, leaving him with only 400 tokens. Unsure if there would be further supply stations ahead, he decided to spend all his tokens. Glancing at the vending machine's offerings, he directly purchased 8 bags of 20-pound flour. This flour could be transformed into bread, serving as a new food source for players. After depleting his tokens, a plethora of items appeared before Zhang Tuohai. Noticing a vehicle a mere 10 meters away, he waved his hand. Xiao Ai promptly drove the car over. Zhang Tuohai loaded the items into the vehicle. And just as he was about to depart, an idea struck him. He picked up a crowbar and struck the vending machine's lid, wondering if he could pry it open to claim the supplies within for free. Just as his crowbar made contact with the machine, a breach in the adjacent wall unexpectedly opened, revealing a Gatling gun that emerged, its 6 barrels spinning rapidly under the motor's force. An electronic synthesized voice echoed, "Step away. You wretched thief. I mean no harm. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhang Tuohai quickly raised his hands and retreated to the vehicle. "Xiao Ai, let us go." "Yes, Commander." Xiao Ai accelerated to 130 miles per hour, swiftly departing from the supply station. It was not until the station vanished from sight that Zhang Tuohai finally exhaled in relief. He had merely intended to conduct an experiment, unaware that the reaction would be so intense. It seems prudent to refrain from harboring ulterior motives towards such vending machines in the future. Otherwise, the consequences may be quite unpredictable. Had he not spent 6,000 tokens previously, that Gatling gun might have fired without hesitation. Upon reflection, it is understandable, with such a substantial vending machine in place and tokens so difficult to acquire. If it were too easy for someone to break in and seize the items, would there be any semblance of balance left? After distancing themselves from the supply station, Zhang Tuohai commanded Xiao Ai to accelerate to a speed of 260 miles per hour in pursuit of the vehicle ahead. He was determined to secure first place in the competition. Chapter 70. The champion. Upon the issuance of Zhang Tuohai's command, the business vehicle's speed surged instantaneously. The scenery on both sides rapidly receded into the distance. Under ordinary circumstances, a conventional business vehicle would never attain such velocity. However, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle exhibited no strain whatsoever, effortlessly accelerating while maintaining a steady course, devoid of any jolts or unusual noises, as if it still possessed ample power. Zhang Tuohai could only attribute this phenomenon to the marvels of the game system, which enabled the vehicle to reach racing speeds. He was confident that they would soon catch up to the secondary vehicle ahead, who, under normal circumstances, would recklessly accelerate a business vehicle beyond 150 kilometers per hour unless confronting a life-threatening situation? It was a feat that only a skilled driver could manage. Were it not for the assistance of his AI companion, Zhang Tuohai would not have dared to increase the speed to such heights. He surmised that after the opposing vehicle had accelerated to evade the main group, maintaining a pace of around 120 kilometers per hour would be their utmost limit. With half a day remaining until the race concluded, he was certain they could close the gap. Once this matter was settled, Zhang Tuohai began to organize his supplies. The garlic, ginger, and persimmons he had procured were destined for cultivation. Having crafted several high-grade planting pots, he buried the seeds within and beside the persimmon seedlings. He had thoughtfully inserted supports for climbing plants. A mound of flour rested nearby. With the acquisition of a tactical helmet, Thomas's motorcycle helmet could now be retired, and he contemplated selling it at a premium later. Surely, this item could be classified as a level 1 helmet, effectively preventing blunt force trauma. And selling it for a box of instant noodles would not be exorbitant, would it? Finally, Zhang Tuohai retrieved the highly coveted limited edition Golden Desert Eagle he had acquired at a steep price. One could not deny the exquisite craftsmanship of his firearm, which possessed sufficient power. It was no wonder that it was sought after by many enthusiasts for their collections. Following the accompanying blueprints, he crafted 14 rounds of ammunition, filled the magazine, and holstered the Desert Eagle at his waist. At this moment, he yearned to encounter a lion or a grizzly bear to test the weapon's might, to see if it truly had the capacity to fell a bear with a single shot, as advertised. Yet, paradoxically, the more one desires something, the more elusive it becomes. When Zhang Tuohai wished to avoid wild beasts, they seemed to pursue him incessantly, making them impossible to shake off. Now, when he wished to test his firearm, the beasts had vanished, with not even a rabbit in sight, leaving Zhang Tuohai in utter frustration. In his profound boredom, Zhang Tuohai resumed his previous endeavor, carving mahjong tiles. He felt that if he survived this ordeal, he might acquire a skill to sustain his livelihood. After completing a set of 9 tiles, Zhang Tuohai emitted an alert. A vehicle had been detected ahead, traveling at a speed of 115 kilometers per hour. Should they approach? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately abandoned his mahjong tiles and climbed back into the driver's seat. Indeed, not far ahead, a business vehicle was visible. It appeared that the vehicle had also noticed Zhang Tuohai and was accelerating. Zhang Tuohai donned his tactical helmet and pressed forward, determined to catch up to the vehicle. Accelerating from the left, I maintained a steady speed as I overtook the vehicles in parallel, curious to discern the identity of the esteemed occupant within the car that had audaciously advanced ahead of me. Understood, Commander. The luxury vehicle instantly surged to a speed of 280 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai swiftly caught up with the rival car. However, the reflection on the windows obscured any view of the interior. Although unable to ascertain who was inside, Zhang Tuohai recognized the distinctive tinted glass of his own vehicle. At this stage, possessing a Class 2 vehicle with tinted glass significantly suggested the possibility of it belonging to the Su sisters. With a smile, Zhang Tuohai instructed his assistant, Xiao AI, to accelerate further. The luxury car suddenly soared to 300 miles per hour, leaving the other vehicle trailing far behind. After overtaking, he had Xiao AI display a playful emoticon on the rear monitor. Come at me. In the driver's cabin, Sumu and Suchi exchanged puzzled glances. Sister. Speed up. We must catch up to that arrogant individual who dares to provoke us so brazenly. I need to show him a lesson, Suchi declared. Brandishing a crossbow in one hand and a canister of pepper spray in the other, her demeanor fierce. Sumu chuckled wryly. We won't be able to catch up. Their speed is undoubtedly over 200, while our maximum is merely 200. We simply cannot keep up. Moreover, the only person capable of overtaking us might very well be him. And remember, he is armed. Oh, that's all right. I was merely jesting. Suchi sheepishly stowed away her crossbow and pepper spray, realizing the absurdity of confronting firearms with such implements. Let it be second place. At least we might still secure a mysterious prize. The sisters continued their rapid advance at their original speed. Shortly after Zhang Tuohai dashed ahead, the Su sisters noticed 2 more luxury vehicles pursuing them from behind. These 2 cars were not lagging, closely tailing their vehicle as if intent on catching up. The Su sisters felt a wave of anxiety. If those 2 cars caught up, they would undoubtedly lose their chances for a top 3 finish. It is well known that only the top 3 positions could secure the mysterious prize, and they were determined not to let that slip away. Gritting her teeth, Sumu pressed down on the accelerator, instantly propelling their speed to 180 miles per hour and widening the gap. Observing this, the 2 pursuing vehicles also increased their speed. Sumu, not to be outdone, pushed their speed to the maximum. The car surged ahead, cutting through the air, while the 2 vehicles behind, unwilling to concede, charged forward in pursuit. The 3 cars raced fiercely, each maintaining their pace, unwilling to relent. Thus, they continued at full throttle for over half an hour. Just as Sumu felt her endurance waning, Suchi suddenly brightened, pointing ahead and exclaiming, "Sister, look, the finish line is just ahead." Sumu gazed into the distance. And indeed, there stood a grand archway, emblazoned with the words "finish" in bold letters. Beyond the finish line lies an elongated speed bump, marking the final moments of the race. Sumu pressed the accelerator to the floor, surging towards the finish. The two business vehicles trailing behind also recognized the end and hastily accelerated. However, the previous gap had already been established, and it was now impossible to close it. The three vehicles crossed the finish line in their prior order. Upon entering the speed bump, the vehicles gradually reduced their speed. Soon, they arrived at a spacious parking lot, where a car was already parked, none other than Zhang Tuohai's. As the three vehicles entered the parking area in succession, the voice of the game system resonated. The top three have been determined: Zhang Tuohai, Sumu, and Fan Mingquan. Please select rewards in the order mentioned. Accompanied by the synthesized voice of the game system, a grand long table slowly emerged from the ground, adorned with 3 orange supply crates. Chapter 71, Selection of Rewards. Wishing all readers a healthy Dragon Boat Festival, behold the orange supply crates. Everyone, except for Zhang Tuohai, gasped in astonishment. Apart from Zhang Tuohai, who fortuitously acquired a treasure map during the rally and obtained 5 orange supply crates, the remaining individuals had only encountered the highest tier of crates, which were merely purple. Some unfortunate souls had only seen white and blue crates, never even laying eyes on a purple one. Now, unexpectedly, 3 orange crates lay before them, causing their breaths to quicken. At that moment, a business vehicle suddenly accelerated towards the long table. It screeched to a halt beside the table, and a man emerged from it, hastily wrapping his arms around all 3 orange supply crates. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Why should each person select only one? These all belong to me." Zhang Tuohai glanced at the man and recognized him as Fan Mingquan. Zhang had made a mental note of his appearance because Fan had previously undermined him in the regional channel and incited other players to resist him. Zhang had initially intended to settle the score with him, but it seemed that opportunity was no longer necessary. Zhang was aware of the game system's anti-theft measures. Yet the Su sisters were oblivious to them. Seeing Fan Mingquan clutching the 3 orange crates, Su Qi grew anxious. The contents were crucial for determining whether they could survive the impending calamity. If Fan Mingquan snatched them away, what would they do? "Sister, what should we do?" "Let us chase after him. We must reclaim what belongs to us," Su Qi urged. "All right." Sumu nodded, ready to press the accelerator, when suddenly an electric Gatling gun protruded from beneath the long table. A cold, synthesized voice resonated. "Player Fan Mingquan, rule violation detected. Forcibly seizing prizes, disqualification of player enforced." With a piercing buzz, the 6 electric barrels began to spin rapidly. No, Fan Mingquan barely had time to utter a cry before the Gatling gun opened fire. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, the barrels emitting blue flames, indicative of the upgraded version. Fan Mingquan's body was instantly obliterated, leaving dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. The 3 orange supply crates returned to the long table. "Players, please select your supply crates in order." Zhang Tuohai observed the other 2 vehicles, now silent, before gracefully disembarking and approaching the long table. The left crate contains ordinary air conditioning units and necessary materials for manufacturing. Effect: regulates temperature by consuming electricity, operating normally between 30 degrees Celsius. For every 10-degree increase, the effectiveness decreases by 30 and consumption increases by 30. The middle crate contains 3 bottles of potent vitality elixir. Effect: maintains the body in peak condition for 4 hours, followed by an 8-hour period of weakness. The right crate contains a powerful cooling suit. Effect: wearing it lowers the perceived temperature by 20 to 30 degrees. Zhang Tuohai surveyed the 3 items before him, all of which were indeed cooling devices capable of significantly enhancing survival rates during catastrophic events. However, he already possessed a high-end vehicle air conditioner, rendering a standard air conditioning unit redundant. The powerful cooling suit seemed to have limited applicability. Within his air-conditioned vehicle, it was unnecessary. Furthermore, outside the vehicle, one would need to don a tactical suit, making it impossible to wear the cooling suit. Thus, this item felt rather superfluous to him. After careful consideration, it appeared that only the potent survival serum held some merit. It promised to maintain the body in peak condition for 4 hours, akin to an enhanced stimulant, which could indeed be life-saving in dire situations. He decided to keep it. After stowing away the orange supply box, Zhang Tuohai did not return directly to his vehicle. Instead, he approached Fan Mingquan's car. At this moment, according to the game system's rules, Fan Mingquan was deceased, and thus his vehicle and its contents were unclaimed, available for anyone to take. Zhang Tuohai opened the car door and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, pleasantly surprised to find that the game system remained silent, allowing him to relax. He climbed into the car and rummaged through it, discovering that Fan Ming Kuan's luck had outshone his character. He had amassed a considerable stockpile of supplies, 2 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, and even a box of milk. There were also 5 or 6 knives and a set of bows and arrows. All these items naturally fell into Zhang Tuohai's possession. Overwhelmed by the abundance of supplies, he opted against making multiple trips, instead driving Fan Ming Kuan's vehicle alongside his own and transferring the materials directly into his car. Finally, Zhang Tuohai placed his hand upon the car's roof to collect the vehicle's core. 2 gleaming vehicle cores appeared in his hands, marking a satisfactory haul. He returned to his car, invigorated. Zhang Tuohai's actions left the others present in a state of astonishment. "Sister, is this even possible?" Su Qi inquired incredulously. "The game system did not object, so it should be permissible, right?" Su Mu replied uncertainly. "If only I had gone over sooner, all of that would have been mine." Su Qi lamented, displaying an expression of regret. However, her remorse was futile, as Zhang Tuohai had already claimed the items. Lacking the audacity to confront him for the belongings, she could only seethe silently. Following Zhang Tuohai's return to his vehicle, it was Su Mu's turn to select her items. Cautiously, she emerged from the car, holding a bottle of pepper spray, her demeanor one of utmost vigilance. Her gaze frequently darted between Zhang Tuohai and an unfamiliar vehicle, brimming with caution. Approaching the long table, she swiftly picked up the supply box containing an air conditioner closest to her and hurried back to her car. "Fortune favors her," Zhang Tuohai remarked, observing her luck. Upon her return, the game system's synthesis announcement resounded once more. "The awards ceremony has concluded. Other players' rewards will be automatically distributed upon crossing the finish line. Players who fail to cross the finish line by 6 o'clock p.m. will be eternally trapped within the racing map. Players who cross the finish line will be uniformly transported back to the external space at 1800 hours. Subsequently, the venue fell into complete silence. Zhang Tuohai glanced at his watch. There were still 3 hours remaining until the end of the race. For a moment, he found himself in a state of idleness. "Well then, I shall continue to carve the mahjong tiles." Zhang Tuohai picked up his small knife and resumed his intricate work. Gradually, several vehicles arrived at the venue, among which were not a few level 2 cars. A cursory glance revealed at least 7 or 8. It seems there are indeed many astute individuals. I must hasten my pace. Witnessing such a multitude of level 2 cars, a sense of urgency welled up within Zhang Tuohai. He was now merely 1 upgrade blueprint away from advancing to a level 3 vehicle. He must devise a way to acquire that crucial upgrade blueprint. Esteemed readers, wishing you a prosperous Dragon Boat Festival. Do remember to indulge in rice dumplings and tea eggs. Chapter 72. Poached fish. Time passed gradually, second by second. Unlike the morning, there were no disturbances during this period. It wasn't that the players had improved their conduct after a day of trials. Rather, the relentless driving had left the vast majority utterly exhausted. Even with 2 individuals alternating, the depletion of energy was considerable, and everyone was seizing moments to rest. Zhang Tuohai, however, was an anomaly among anomalies, idly whittling away the time by carving mahjong tiles. Scanning the entire parking lot, he found himself the sole occupant. Unbeknownst to him, the clock struck 1800 hours. Time's up. The racing event has concluded. All players who have not reached the finish line will remain eternally trapped within the racing map. Teleportation commencing. As the game system voice echoed, beams of white light illuminated the surroundings, and the players in the parking lot entered the teleportation sequence. Just before being whisked away, Zhang Tuohai witnessed a vehicle, arriving late, desperately surging towards the finish line. Yet, between him and the finish, there appeared an invisible wall of air. No matter how he accelerated, he could not breach it. What a stroke of bad luck. He was merely moments away. Observing the player who was merely minutes short, Zhang Tuohai felt a profound sympathy. The penalty for tardiness was to remain forever ensnared on the racing track. This punishment, while not resulting in immediate death, was far more terrifying. The racing track differed from ordinary roads. There were no supply crates, only the occasional airdrop, which invariably landed in perilous locations. Surviving here was tenfold more arduous than outside, and there was seemingly no end in sight. It was a dismal thought indeed, envisioning oneself trapped indefinitely. As the white light enveloped him, Zhang Tuohai found himself transported back to the place where he had set off earlier that day. It was now night, dinner time once more. He opened the pot to find that the rice he had set to cook was now ready. Unwrapping the foil, he revealed the poached fish, still steaming, adorned with a vibrant layer of red chilies. Just a glance was enough to whet his appetite, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Zhang Tuohai deftly pushed aside the chilies and took a piece of fish, placing it in his mouth. The fresh flavor of the fish, combined with the fiery sensation of the chilies, danced upon his palate. He reached for the nearby soda, chilled with ice, and took a hearty swig. The effervescence mingled with the burning sensation in his mouth, creating a blissful experience that was simply delightful. He felt an overwhelming joy that he hadn't experienced in quite some time. A bite of fish, followed by a sip of soda, filled him with happiness. Ah! He almost forgot about the bare paw he had in the oven. Zhang Tuohai smacked his forehead and retrieved the perfectly roasted paw from the oven. The exterior, still firm from the cooking process, concealed tender, high-quality meat and fat within. He sliced off a small piece with a knife, dipped it in a touch of salt, and savored the exquisite flavor. The meat was tender yet firm, with a substantial amount of fat permeating through it. And the aroma released by the melting fat intoxicated Zhang Tuohai. With a gentle bite, the fragrance of the fat wafted through his mouth, filling him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Was this not utterly delightful? Zhang Tuohai found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for this way of life. What on earth was happening to me? A mere bare paw has rendered me so sentimental? He rubbed his face to regain clarity. There was nothing here worth longing for. The absence of internet alone was sufficient reason to leave. Speaking of the internet, Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel to eavesdrop, which had become an essential part of his mealtime entertainment. Watching players converse in the regional channel, he felt he could devour 3 more bowls. At that moment, the participants were discussing their recent finds. Haha, I managed to snag an airdrop today, opened a box of biscuits. So I won't be lacking food for the next few days. Biscuits? I placed 101st in the racing competition today and got 3 buckets of instant noodles. Who has hot water? I can share the broth. This is hilarious. You can't even boil water. I bet you won't survive the disaster day. You might as well give me the noodles. It would increase my chances of survival, even if I were to feed it to a dog. I wouldn't give it to you, came the furious retort from the earlier speaker. I envy you all for being able to eat instant noodles. I placed 10th and only got a family bucket meal. Now I can only have a sip of soda and a bite of a hamburger. I really missed the days of eating instant noodles. Images of soda, hamburgers, fries, and family buckets flooded the chat. A standard family bucket was posted in an elaborate 9-grid format. The others were visibly envious. Wow, soda. I haven't had that in ages. Can you spare me a cup? I'll trade you for bottled water. Hey, the chicken pieces in that family bucket are fried. It's unhealthy. Why not let me help lighten your load? I have a quirky Cthulhu-themed game book. Can I exchange it for some fries? This was a particularly challenging session for me. You managed to play that? The art style was too bizarre. I retreated upon seeing a battle with a spider. Something's off upstairs. Can't even get a word in upstairs. Hey, you're blocking my view. Wishing you a peaceful life. Can I get a seed? Zhang Tuohai glanced around, sensing that these individuals were excessively optimistic. He felt it was his duty to awaken them to reality. Thus, he resolved to double the anticipated prices of his goods. Only by making them aware of the harshness of the world would they take things seriously. Selling electric fans, prices as follows. Selling sunshade nets, prices as follows. Zhang Tuohai had directly quadrupled the prices of the necessary construction materials. In truth, he had initially intended to be a fair merchant, considering a mere doubling of prices as sufficient. However, these individuals are truly outrageous. If they are not properly restrained, they might ascend to the heavens. As soon as Zhang Tuohai's words were uttered, the regional channel erupted. Electricity? A fan? Has the esteemed individual truly entered the age of electricity? Esteemed one. Do you still have trinkets hanging from your legs? I can cook. I seek sponsorship. Esteemed one. I am agile and playful. I can take photographs and follow commands. Might I exchange for a fan? Esteemed one. Do you have air conditioning? Merely a fan seems rather inadequate. Esteemed one. Could you possibly offer a discount? My supplies are rather insufficient. Might I gather the resources by tomorrow to repay you? Esteemed one. Is it possible to rent instead of purchasing? Chapter 73. Waiting for the rabbit. Upon observing the dialogues among players in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai perceived that these individuals had indeed become quite arrogant. They were beginning to be choosy, even harboring the audacity to expect to gain something for nothing. Did they regard him as an easy mark? They should first present their photographs. Where, he pondered, had the trust among people gone? Zhang Tuohai believed that if he did not take the opportunity to educate them about the harsh realities of this world, they would eventually lose the respect they ought to have for him. Operating on a modest scale, he offered no credit. Moreover, the quantities were limited. Only 50 sets available. And once sold out, there would be no more. A friendly reminder, a vehicle could accommodate 2 fans. To these players, Zhang Tuohai once again unfurled the banner of exclusivity. This tactic, albeit somewhat cliché, proved remarkably effective. Though the players voiced their disdain for this and that, the moment Zhang Tuohai announced a limited quantity, they obediently formed lines to purchase, fearing they might miss out. Many astute players directly messaged Zhang Tuohai to request a transaction, even offering to pay a premium, hoping he would reserve a fan for them. After all, this device could determine whether they would survive the impending catastrophe. Anyone with even a modest stockpile of resources would attempt to acquire a fan. For those with fewer means, there were sunshade nets awaiting them. If one's situation was dire, they could only purchase some protective clothing, relying on their physical resilience for the remainder. Zhang Tuohai had truly managed to envelop all tiers of clientele, ensuring there was an option suitable for everyone, be they affluent or impoverished. This fervent scene persisted for a full 20 minutes before Zhang Tuohai finally completed all the orders. Seizing a moment of respite, he calculated that he had sold over 200 fans alone. The sunshade nets had surpassed 800 in sales, while nearly everyone had acquired a piece of sun protective clothing. What? You say Zhang Tuohai had limited the supply? Anyone who believed that was clearly naive. In the eyes of capital, the notion of limitation was non-existent. As long as one could pay the price, the concept of scarcity was irrelevant. Whatever one desired could be procured. A mere handful of fans. What difference did it make if he sold more? Zhang Tuohai needed only to declare that he was saving more lives to justify it. He could even garner a wave of goodwill in the process. Through this maneuver, Zhang Tuohai amassed a significant amount of fundamental resources, greatly enriching his supply reserves. Witnessing Zhang Tuohai's remarkable profits, Su Qi could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Sister, can we also learn to capitalize on this and sell a few vehicle-mounted air conditioners? That's rather unrealistic, Su Mu replied after a moment's contemplation. Shaking her head decisively. Why not? Su Qi inquired, puzzled. Isn't it all about selling things? Vehicle-mounted air conditioners would surely have a vast market. And we could make a handsome profit. No, we are not like Zhang Tuohai. Su Mu shook her head and began to elucidate. Firstly, the materials required for vehicle air conditioning are rather sophisticated. They lack the orange resource pack, so they must improvise with the manufacturing resources for electric fans, which might yield results. However, at this stage, it seems there are hardly any players capable of assembling the necessary components for vehicle air conditioning. Secondly, we lack a foundation of trust among the players. They are unlikely to believe us easily. If we were to engage in private transactions, they might even suspect us of deceit. Lastly, and most concerning to me, is the potential damage to the friendship between us and Zhang Tuohai. How could this happen? Su Qi was somewhat unconvinced. Must we be beholden to him, unable to sell anything? Not necessarily. As long as we procure items that do not conflict with Zhang Tuohai's interests for sale, we should be fine. Su Mu waved her hand dismissively. So what shall we sell? Su Qi inquired with curiosity. Certainly, this, Su Mu said, producing a package of 7 degrees of space. This, Su Qi's face flushed. Could this possibly work? Of course, this is a necessity. Can you manage without it? Su Mu tossed the item in her hand. Initially, I worried that the price might be too low to be worthwhile, but now it's simple. We can just price it according to Zhang Tuohai's standards. As long as we establish a unified set of rules, we will control the market, and the pricing of our goods will rest in our hands. A spark of excitement flickered in Su Mu's eyes. I used to think Zhang Tuohai was merely a fortunate individual, but I never realized he had such foresight, strategically positioning himself to control the market. In terms of market acuity, I cannot compare to him. Is that so exaggerated? Is he truly that formidable? Su Qi was taken aback, as it was the first time she heard Su Mu speak so highly of someone. It is worth noting that Su Mu has always been a fiercely competitive person, rarely praising anyone in her life. Now, her admiration for Zhang Tuohai left Su Qi in disbelief. Indeed, when you converse with him in the future, be meticulous and cautious to avoid any missteps. Su Mu advised earnestly. Understood, Su Qi nodded vigorously. If Zhang Tuohai were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly exclaim that Su Mu is a master of imagination. In truth, he had not contemplated these complexities. His initial intention was merely to trade items for resources. Arriving at this juncture was entirely by happenstance. At that moment, Zhang Tuohai was organizing his acquisitions. Aside from players who normally purchased basic resources, there were others who were short on certain materials and would typically negotiate with special items. Presently, Zhang Tuohai had obtained a unique bargaining item, a blue resource box. He had encountered various forms of trade, but this was the first time someone had offered a resource box as compensation. After some inquiry, Zhang Tuohai grasped the situation. The player who made the offer was a veteran unlucky soul. Over the past few days, he had opened dozens of resource boxes, and it remained uncertain whether he had somehow brought the essence of a chieftain into this world. Within these resource boxes, he only unearthed low-level items. Aside from basic supplies, there were merely bread and water, fundamental sustenance. For an extended period, he had not savored a proper meal. The most tragic incident occurred not long ago when he inadvertently released a gorilla, which nearly pummeled him. Under such circumstances, he dared not open the boxes himself any longer. Instead, he opted to sell the resource boxes as items to settle debts. Inside the resource box lay a Level 2 statue blueprint. Upon receiving confirmation from the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai joyfully opened the resource box. A parchment blueprint materialized before him. Attractive stump. Level 2 statue blueprint. Possessing an unusual allure that would entice nearby rabbits to collide with vehicles. Limited to 1 per day. Manufacturing materials. Intermediate wood. 2 units. Ordinary essence. 1 unit. Zhang Tuohai pondered over the blueprint, smacking his lips in contemplation. Is this akin to a fantastical version of waiting for a rabbit to come? Chapter 74. A change of strategy. Zhang Tuohai found the statue rather intriguing, and its practical effects prompted him to experiment with it. For the average player, mid-grade wood and ordinary essence could be considered quite precious resources. Particularly, ordinary essence was nearly unobtainable unless one personally hunted large or medium-sized beasts. However, for Zhang Tuohai, these materials were trivial. He already possessed 7 or 8 pieces of ordinary essence, which merely accumulated dust in his possession. He proceeded to craft an attractive tree stump. A flash of white light illuminated the air, and a small, charming tree stump materialized in Zhang Tuohai's hand. It was roughly the size of a palm. Exuding a whimsical aura, with a vibrant green branch extending from its side adorned with 2 leaves, reminiscent of the Brazilian lucky tree he once nurtured. Could this item truly be of use? Zhang Tuohai, filled with skepticism, affixed the attractive tree stump beside the lucky mermaid statue. No sooner had he completed the installation than a plump rabbit emerged unexpectedly from somewhere, colliding headfirst into Zhang Tuohai's car door with a resounding thud. The rabbit tumbled to the ground, its head askew, lifeless. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. Although he had previously installed the lucky mermaid statue, its effect was merely probabilistic, a matter of metaphysics, which he had not deeply experienced. However, this attractive tree stump was different. Its effects were immediate. Just after installation, a rabbit had appeared at his doorstep, not only delivering itself, but also knocking as if to announce its arrival. How dedicated! Tears welled up in his eyes as he picked up the hefty rabbit, which weighed over 10 pounds. He pondered whether to braise or marinate it, an intriguing dilemma. After much internal deliberation, Zhang Tuohai ultimately decided to roast it directly. The oven's temperature was quite suitable, and he did not want to waste such a fine catch. He plunged a high-grade skinning knife into the rabbit's body. Acquired 500 grams of rabbit meat x10. Acquired exquisite rabbit skin x1. Acquired rabbit head x1. Acquired ordinary essence x1. It was a rare sight for Zhang Tuohai to see such a bountiful return on the very first day of utilizing the statue. The generous rewards tempted him to fill his vehicle with attractive tree stumps. Alas, due to system regulations, only one of the same statue could be installed per vehicle. Dashing his dreams of amassing wealth through selling rabbits, he seasoned the rabbit meat and placed it in the oven. The rabbit meat was tossed into a pot with a spicy hot pot base to create a simplified version of spicy rabbit head. He stored the rabbit skin, hoping to eventually accumulate enough to craft a rabbit fur coat. The ordinary essence was once again relegated to a corner, gathering dust. Once all tasks were completed, Zhang Tuohai felt that he had harvested enough for the day. It was that he had run out of supplies. Rather, presenting too many items at once could lead to complications. Firstly, it might give the impression that such items were worthless and easily obtainable. Secondly, it could attract the envy of certain individuals. Though Luhai has perished, who can guarantee that there won't be a second or even a third Luhai? Greed invariably blinds one's vision. Although Zhang Tuohai wields a firearm and harbors no fear of them, it is always preferable to avoid unnecessary troubles. How lamentable it is to lose a good harvest of leeks. After ensuring everything was in order, Zhang Tuohai reclined his chair and covered himself with a blanket. "Classmate Xiao AI," he called. "Commander, I am here. Is there any comedic skit available? Please play a segment." "Apologies, Commander, but the database lacks such information." "Very well. Another objective has emerged. I shall seek opportunities to enrich the database." That night, Zhang Tuohai enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Most players fared reasonably well, though a few foolish ones, overjoyed by their newly acquired electric fans, had kept them running throughout the night, resulting in unfortunate ailments, twisted mouths, and squinted eyes. Early in the morning, Zhang Tuohai noticed several players lamenting this predicament in the regional channel, which left him feeling somewhat exasperated. However, a few dimwits attempted to leverage this situation to blackmail Zhang Tuohai, demanding compensation. Upon reading their remarks, Zhang Tuohai nearly burst into laughter. This was not merely a matter of the apocalypse. Even in peacetime, one would struggle to find a seller's liability in such cases. Zhang Tuohai could hardly be bothered to respond to these individuals. After all, when the time comes to harvest again, these would be the first to rush in. The rabbit meat, having been stewed overnight, was now ready. Zhang Tuohai took a piece, shredded it into strips, boiled a pot of handmade noodles, and mixed it with the braised meat sauce, relishing every bite while crushing a clove of garlic in his hand. After finishing his meal, Zhang Tuohai glanced at his watch. It was already past 6. He promptly started his vehicle and sped forward. Tomorrow marked the day of disaster, and today was the final opportunity to gather supplies. Although Zhang Tuohai had no fundamental survival issues, having an abundance of resources is always advantageous. Logically speaking, today should yield the richest bounty, and he had no reason to miss out. Other players shared the same sentiment. Today was the last day, and their ability to survive the disaster day hinged on today as harvest. Thus, everyone gathered their strength, eagerly anticipating a fruitful day. Many players even set out in search of supplies without having eaten, though it was also possible that they simply had no food to consume. This is no jest. While Zhang Tuohai's provisions could be measured in hundreds of pounds, with an excess that he could not possibly finish, even considering nutritional balance. This was merely due to his advantageous position. He had established a preliminary edge, then exploited that advantage to harvest resources, creating a snowball effect that led to the current situation. In reality, merely scraping by is the norm for most individuals. Being able to enjoy 3 hearty meals is a luxury reserved for the exceptionally strong. Were it not for Zhang Tuohai's periodic sale of surplus food and acquisition of basic materials, the number of people remaining in the regional channel would be even fewer. As Zhang Tuohai scoured the roadside, he cast a glance at the regional channel, where only 1,024 individuals remained. What had once been a channel of 5,000 was now reduced to this number, uncertain of what remains after tomorrow's day of calamity. Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh and shifted his gaze to the distant road ahead. Today, the highway appeared to have a slightly greater abundance of supply crates than before. After traveling a mere 10 kilometers, he spotted an ordinary white supply crate. Traditionally, one would need to traverse at least 20 kilometers to encounter such a crate. This particular crate contained 50 units of gasoline, posing no immediate danger. However, not far from the roadside, concealed within a dune, lay a 10-meter-long desert python. Was this a change in strategy? Had the difficulty of locating supply crates been reduced while the challenge of safely transporting them heightened? Zhang Tuohai pondered these possibilities in his mind. Chapter 75. The desert python gazing out at the supply crates. Zhang Tuohai engaged in contemplative deliberation. For someone reliant on electric power, the urgency of procuring gasoline appeared rather diminished. Moreover, a mere 50 units seemed rather scant. Confronting a 10-meter-long desert python under such circumstances did not seem particularly wise. Nevertheless, the flesh and skin of the python proved to be valuable resources, and the gallbladder was an even more precious commodity. Even if the python meat were to harbor parasites, prolonged cooking would render it safe for consumption. In the worst-case scenario, he could easily sell it to other players. Most importantly, he had recently acquired a desert eagle, and the itch to test its potency upon a target was growing increasingly insatiable. You shall serve as my experiment. With that thought, Zhang Tuohai retrieved his limited edition golden desert eagle, lowered the car window by 5 centimeters, and discreetly extended the barrel outward, aiming at a distant sand dune. Your aim will merely strike the scales of the snake, inflicting minimal damage. To target a vital area, adjust 3 centimeters to the left and tilt the barrel downward by 15 degrees. Following the system's guidance, Zhang Tuohai recalibrated his aim. This time, the system remained silent. That should suffice. Steeling himself, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sharp crack of gunfire resonated within the vehicle, and the violent recoil left his arm tingling. Zhang Tuohai shook his hand. The kick of the desert eagle was indeed formidable. Despite his preparations, he still felt the impact. The sound was substantial. Had he not been wearing a noise-canceling tactical helmet, his ears would have been ringing from the gunshot. Cluck cluck? A hen, trapped in a pot, was in the midst of laying an egg. Startled by the gunfire, the half-formed egg withdrew back inside her. A spray of crimson erupted from the sand dune not far off, indicating a successful hit. Hiss. A colossal python emerged from the dune, its girth comparable to that of a barrel, adorned with alternating bands of yellow and black. Its raised upper body towered over 3 meters high, eyes ablaze with fury, while it occasionally expelled venom. A long gash marred its head. A 50 AE bullet grazed the python's head, carving a profound groove in its skull, nearly penetrating completely. Had Zhang Tuohai's arm not been jolted off course, the bullet would have obliterated its brain. A miss. Observing the towering form of the massive python, Zhang Tuohai realized that this encounter was unlikely to end favorably. The great desert python opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Zhang Tuohai's vehicle. The car surged forward several meters, narrowly escaping the python's strike. "Commander, shall we retaliate?" inquired Xiao Ai. "Can you outmatch it?" Zhang Tuohai responded. "Absolutely." The armored vehicle with its spiked bumper can handle such a creature without issue, provided we exercise caution and avoid having the tires bitten, Xiao AI replied confidently. Leave it to you then. If we cannot prevail, do not exert yourself. Prioritize safety, Zhang Tuohai advised. The commander felt reassured. Xiao AI skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, turning towards the desert python, the headlights flickering incessantly as if to provoke the creature. Any driver would harbor a deep-seated disdain for blinding high beams. And while the desert python was not a driver, it was infuriated by Xiao AI's audacity to dazzle it with bright lights. The pain from its wounds had stripped it of rationality. The desert python resolved to confront its adversary head-on, intent on strangling and devouring it. Hiss. The desert python lunged once more at Zhang Tuohai's vehicle. However, it soon realized its grave miscalculation. It had previously assumed that Xiao AI had activated the high beams. In truth, they were merely the standard headlights. Seizing the opportunity as the desert python charged, Xiao AI activated the genuine high beams. Suddenly, the python felt as if it was staring directly at the sun. No, two suns. It shut its eyes, yet the two enormous crimson shapes remained vivid before it, followed by a flurry of black spots, plunging it into a brief state of temporary blindness. Boom. Capitalizing on the moment, Xiao AI accelerated to the maximum, crashing into the python's head. Bang. The unsuspecting desert python found its massive head shattered by the sharp bumper, its colossal body ensnared beneath the wheels. The vehicle continued for over 20 meters before coming to a halt. Zhang Tuohai glanced back and discovered that the python's head had been utterly obliterated, lifeless beyond recovery. Relieved that the danger had passed, he quickly exited the vehicle to inspect its condition. One must commend the sturdiness of a vehicle that had undergone several modifications. It was undeniably more resilient than an ordinary car. Had a standard vehicle collided with the desert python, it would have likely suffered significant damage, perhaps even losing the engine hood. Yet, Zhang Tuohai's business car remained unscathed, save for a few bloodstains on the sharp bumper. Ha ha ha, dare to ambush me? This is the consequence of such folly. Zhang Tuohai picked up a high-grade skinning knife and approached the desert python. It must pay for its actions, particularly with its gallbladder. He plunged the knife into the python's body, acquired 500 grams of python meat x 1000, acquired a relatively intact python skin x1, acquired a python gallbladder x1, acquired a set of python bones x1, acquired a common essence x1. Note: all parasites within the desert python have been removed. It is safe for consumption. Is the high-grade skinning knife truly that remarkable? It can even automatically eliminate parasites? This was a first for Zhang Tuohai, who found this feature quite considerate. The parasites dwelling within the python were numerous, with some capable of surviving in boiling water for several minutes. Thus, to safely consume python meat, one would need to stew it for an extended period, which would, unfortunately, compromise the meat's texture. Now, with the advanced peeling knife that has eliminated the parasites, Zhang Tuohai can indulge in snake meat without the looming concern of contamination. How should he prepare it? Steamed, braised, grilled, or stewed? As he meticulously transports the snake meat into the vehicle, these thoughts swirl in his mind. Ultimately, he concludes that such decisions are trivial. He desires them all. He tosses a portion of the snake meat into the braising pot, slathers another portion with sauce to hang in the grill, stores some in the refrigerator, and, faced with an excess, resorts to transforming the remainder into sausages. Once the snake meat is processed, Zhang Tuohai picks up the snake skin, examining it closely and contemplating its potential uses. A line of prompts appears before his eyes. Snake skin, a unique material, suitable for the creation of various fabric products. The prospect of crafting fabric products ignites a spark of inspiration within him, leading to the conception of a brilliant idea. Chapter 76. Stab-resistant armor. If snake skin can be utilized as fabric for clothing, might it not also be fashioned into equipment akin to stab-resistant vests? Zhang Tuohai has already assessed the hardness of the snake skin, determining that it is utterly inadequate to withstand gunfire, particularly that of the desert eagle he wields. Moreover, it does not compare favorably to the tactical gear he possesses. This suggests that it can be disposed of without concern, as it poses no threat to him. Recently, incidents of player versus player harm have become increasingly common. The events surrounding Lu Hai from yesterday linger vividly in memory. It is a time when everyone is on edge. Simply pushing the snake scale armor out into the market is bound to yield a handsome profit. The human desire for weaponry and armor is inscribed in our very DNA. Even on the brink of an apocalypse, there will always be someone eager to purchase a firearm for reassurance. With this notion in mind, Zhang Tuohai promptly navigated to the crafting interface, locating the blueprints for a stab-resistant vest and placing the snake skin upon it. To his delight, the crafting interface responded. Special material snake skin detected, able to craft stab-resistant vest. Stab resistance increased by 30, capable of withstanding cutting from sharp weapons and providing minimal protection against blunt force. Would you like to proceed with crafting? It was indeed feasible. Overjoyed, Zhang Tuohai selected the option to craft. A stab-resistant vest fashioned from snake skin emerged, resembling a standard vest but adorned with an intricate array of scales that gave it an appearance akin to fish-scale armor. It felt somewhat weighty in his hands, and upon inspection, he noted the tan leather within, suggesting that wearing it might be rather stifling. However, since he would not be the one to don it, he deemed it sufficient. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Tuohai proceeded to craft the remaining snake skin into stab-resistant vests, ultimately producing 4 in total, which he listed on the trading channel. Having just crafted 4 pieces of snake-scale armor, significantly superior to regular stab-resistant vests and capable of withstanding sharp weapon assaults, he felt reassured against potential ambushes. Even in the face of formidable beasts, it could withstand several of their teeth. He advertised the items with a flourish, passing by. Don't miss this opportunity. Only accepting exchanges for rare materials. Interested parties, please DM me. As Zhang Tuohai listed the snake-scale armor, the regional channel erupted in lively chatter. Hey, how come you just posted that? I opened a chest earlier and was ambushed by a bobcat. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, I might have lost my life. Alas, it still managed to claw my leg, and I'm bleeding now. If you had posted earlier, I wouldn't have been injured. Be grateful. You merely faced a claw. One of my companions, who was with me, was attacked by a caiman while opening a chest. His head was crushed instantly. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might have been devoured as well. You're fortunate to have escaped. I was ambushed by a wild boar while opening a chest. Although I emerged unscathed, it punctured my rear tire, and now I can't flee. Wait. I recall that even with one tire punctured, you can still manage to drive away. Both are punctured now, and that boar is currently rooting outside my door. Is there anyone who can come to my aid? What on earth is going on today? Why is everyone encountering beast attacks? Has the difficulty level been increased again? It is highly likely, though perhaps unnoticed by many, that encounters with ferocious beasts occur predominantly during the opening of supply crates. This suggests that there may very well be lurking predators in proximity to today's supply boxes. Alas, without protective gear, one faces a dire fate. Yet, it is not entirely hopeless. One might pray that the assailant is merely an innocuous little puppy. Prompted by an astute observer, a private message swiftly reached Zhang Tuohai. The first to respond was none other than Sumu. The content of the message was quite straightforward. A blueprint was offered in exchange for 2 pieces of snake-scale armor. Zhang Tuohai opened the image of the blueprint. Spiked armor, level 1 automotive component. Equipped on the exterior of the vehicle to deter beastly attacks. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 20 units, metal parts, 80 units. The required materials were abundant, yet undeniably valuable. Although Zhang Tuohai's vehicle was constructed from bulletproof material, it could not withstand the incessant assaults from restless creatures. No matter how sturdy the chassis, it would succumb to their daily onslaught. With the addition of spiked armor, at the very least, he could intimidate the lesser beasts. Moreover, outfitting the vehicle with spiked armor would enhance its collision damage, yielding a dual advantage. Trading for 2 redundant pieces of snake-scale armor seemed a wise decision. Why don't you utilize it yourselves? This would be quite beneficial for you as well, Zhang Tuohai inquired with curiosity. That is unnecessary. We have already installed it. Came Sumu's reply along with a photograph, revealing a business vehicle adorned with spikes, resembling a colossal steel porcupine. Indeed, they were affluent. Zhang Tuohai mumbled to himself as he confirmed the transaction. The blueprint for the spiked armor was now in his possession. He opted to commence its fabrication. In the blink of an eye, his vehicle became encrusted with spikes of various sizes, transforming the once sleek business car into a fearsome steel behemoth. Now, any ordinary beast would think twice before attacking his vehicle, Zhang Tuohai mused with satisfaction. The 2 remaining pieces of snake-scale armor were also sold off. Although he did not acquire another blueprint, he did obtain several precious intermediate materials, thus alleviating his shortage. After the sale of the 4 pieces of snake-scale armor, many players who had missed out grew anxious. Boss, sell a few more. I haven't managed to grab any yet. Indeed, please sell a bit more. Without defensive clothing, I hesitate to leave the vehicle for supplies today. Boss, if there are no snake-scale armors left, I would even settle for something slightly less effective. By the way, could you sell a few more weapons? My hunting spear just got lodged in a wild boar and was carried away. Boss, please sell a vehicle repair kit. The boar is about to breach my car door, and I am willing to offer all my resources in exchange. With these fervent requests, a trading interface appeared before Zhang Tuohai, displaying an array of items. 2 bags of bread, 4 bottles of mineral water, 100 units of gasoline, 3 cans of beer, a live carp, half a roll of toilet paper, a broken bowl, and various first-grade materials in abundance. It seemed as though he had gathered all his possessions. Upon seeing these items, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh and crafted a car repair kit, which he then traded. The recipient of the repair kit was overjoyed, expressing heartfelt gratitude, proclaiming that he would repay this life-saving favor when the opportunity arose. However, Zhang Tuohai paid little heed to his words. After all, it was merely a fair exchange, devoid of any notions of indebtedness. The carp and the 3 cans of beer alone were worth the trade. He could enjoy a fish meal at noon. As for the others, they could be dealt with using standard puncture-resistant gear. Chapter 77. Capturing the thief. Zhang Tuohai crafted another 100 ordinary anti-stab vests and 20 hunting spears, which he promptly listed on the trading platform. The prices of these items were significantly reduced, set at merely double the cost of the raw materials, ensuring fairness for all. Due to their affordability, the items were snatched up almost instantaneously upon listing. Many individuals in the regional channel eagerly hoped for Zhang Tuohai to make additional sales. Naturally, he obliged their requests. Utilizing the materials he had just acquired, he produced another batch of anti-stab vests and hunting spears for sale. As he gazed at the accumulating supplies, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Just 2 days prior, he had expanded his storage space by 10 cubic meters, and yet it seemed insufficient once more. It appeared that upgrading his vehicle had become imperative. After hanging the weapons and armor for sale, Zhang Tuohai ceased his concerns and allowed his assistant, Zhang Tuohai, to continue their journey. He then turned his attention to a large carp he had caught. Although the fish was somewhat bony, it would be delightful when prepared properly. He began by gutting and scaling the carp, making several deep incisions along its body. The scallions, ginger, and garlic he had planted were now ripe, and he harvested a portion to marinate within the cuts of the fish. In a hot pan, he added oil and placed the carp in, lightly frying both sides until they turned a golden brown. He then added hot water to simmer the fish and to eliminate any fishy odor. He thoughtfully included a can of beer, allowing it to cook undisturbed. Just before serving, a splash of fragrant vinegar would complete the dish. While his method of cooking the carp could not rival that of a restaurant, it was favored for its simplicity and convenience. The vehicle continued its forward journey. This leg of travel was rather lengthy, taking a full hour before they located a second supply crate. To his surprise, it was a blue supply crate. Inside, he discovered a level 2 crafting blueprint for a miniature poultry ecological garden. Behind a sand dune by the roadside lurked a desert fox. The desert fox posed no threat to humans, but would seize the opportunity to pilfer items from the vehicle when one exited to open the supply crate. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. He had always assumed that the beasts in this area were solely aggressive, never anticipating such stealthy behavior. The notion that it could steal items was truly alarming. If it were to make off with something trivial, it would be a minor inconvenience. But if it were to abscond with something significant, like the car keys, that would spell disaster. He resolved to devise a plan to deal with this cunning creature. He tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, contemplating how to outsmart the desert fox. First and foremost, he needed to secure all valuable materials. If the fox caused any damage, it would be a substantial loss. Secondly, he needed an enticing bait to draw the fox in. If it refused to approach, his efforts would be in vain. Finally, he had to ensure that he could capture the unfortunate creature. After much deliberation, Zhang Tuohai produced 2 sunshade nets and partitioned the back seat from the front. He left a single can of fish on the front seat, though it was cleverly filled with metal ingots. The fish can could certainly be considered a valuable item, and he hoped it would be enough to deceive the fox. Zhang Tuohai conducted another thorough inspection, confirming that there were no oversights. He exited the vehicle, feigning ignorance as he approached the blue supply box. After Zhang Tuohai parked, a small head peeked out from behind a sand dune, quietly observing his every move. Upon seeing him disembark, the little head broke into a personified grin. When Zhang Tuohai bent down to open the supply box, the desert fox darted out from behind the dune and swiftly made for Zhang Tuohai's vehicle. The speed of the desert fox was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. It had slipped inside the car, leaving a mere afterimage for any ordinary onlooker. However, once inside, the desert fox was taken aback. The interior of the vehicle was tightly secured with sun shields, leaving only a box of canned fish on the passenger seat. The desert fox thought to itself, is there truly such a cautious individual? How overly meticulous? What can I possibly steal? Nevertheless, a box of canned fish was still a decent find. It recalled having savored it before, and the taste had been quite pleasant. The desert fox clamped its jaws around the box, preparing to drag it away. It exerted a sudden force, but found it immovable. The desert fox pondered. Have I exhausted my strength from too much dalliance with that female fox yesterday? Unyielding, it applied more strength. Come on. Yet, the box remained steadfast. The desert fox was perplexed. Is this female fox so formidable that I cannot even budge a box of canned goods? After 2 more attempts, The box remained resolutely still, and the desert fox felt utterly defeated. It began to paw at the box in frustration, since it couldn't take the entire box. Surely it could manage to carry away a can or two. It refused to believe it was so feeble that it couldn't even manage a single can. Besides, having come this far, it would be ridiculed by its companions if it returned empty-handed. With a swift motion, the desert fox used its sharp claws to slice open the tape, sealing the box. Eagerly, it opened the box, only to be met with a shocking sight that twisted its nose in disgust. No wonder it had struggled so long to move the box. Inside, it was filled to the brim with metal ingots. The weight was surely 50 or 60 pounds, impossible for it to lift. Its mother had indeed been correct. Bipedal creatures were all deceitful, with not a single one worth trusting. Sensing something amiss, the desert fox promptly turned to exit the vehicle, but the door shut automatically. Alarmed, it frantically pulled at the handle, attempting to open the door, only to find it locked tight, utterly unyielding. Do not waste your efforts. The vehicle is now under my control. You shall not depart until the commander returns, spoke Xiao AI in a chilling tone. The desert fox, panicked, began to pace in frantic circles, yet found itself powerless. It banged on the windows, attempting to break free, but the windows were bulletproof, impervious to its efforts. Just as it was consumed by anxiety, the car window suddenly began to lower. The desert fox, upon witnessing this, was filled with uncontainable joy, its paws scrambling to escape through the opening. However, as it poked its head out, it was met with the sight of a long, dark, and formidable barrel aimed directly at it. "Ah, since you have come this far, why the haste to leave?" Zhang Tuohai remarked with a grin, brandishing his shotgun. The desert fox, deflated like a punctured balloon, immediately raised its paws, its face adorned with a pleading expression. Observing this countenance, Zhang Tuohai's curiosity was piqued. He tentatively inquired, "Can you understand my words?" The desert fox promptly shook its head. Zhang Tuohai responded with bewilderment, "Do you perceive me as a fool?" Chapter 78. The unfortunate player. Upon witnessing the desert fox raise its paw in imitation of a scholar, Zhang Tuohai immediately discerned that this creature was anything but ordinary. Given its sentience and ability to communicate, it was not something he could dispose of lightly. At the very least, he was not in dire need of a few pounds of meat at that moment, especially considering that fox meat was reputedly unpalatable. With one hand firmly gripping his firearm, aimed at the fox's head, he extended his other hand through the narrow window. The desert fox instinctively attempted to flee, but upon seeing Zhang Tuohai's finger poised on the trigger, it froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuohai grasped the fox by the scruff of its neck and pulled it out. "What manner of creature are you? Why did you hide behind the sand, doomed to ambush me?" Zhang Tuohai interrogated. The desert fox merely blinked its large eyes, emitting a series of whimpering sounds, showing no inclination to speak. "If you choose silence, then we shall see whose patience endures longer," Zhang Tuohai mused. He realized that it was impractical to linger on the roadside with the fox, so he resolved to take it with him in the vehicle, considering it a diversion during their idle journey. However, he could not simply toss the desert fox into the car. The potential for damage was too great. He retrieved a sunshade and proceeded to wrap the fox like a mummy, leaving only its head exposed. "Let us see how you escape now," he remarked, tossing the creature into the vehicle. Turning to his companion, Xiao AI, he commanded, "You did well just now, drive." "At your command, Commander," she replied. As the vehicle continued along the road in search of supply crates, Zhang Tuohai paid little mind to the desert fox. Recognizing that it was unlikely to divulge the truth at this juncture, it would be prudent to let it stew in hunger for a few days. He then produced the manufacturing blueprint and studied it intently. Blueprint for a miniature poultry eco-park, Level 2 auto parts. This blueprint allows for the creation of a small-scale poultry eco-park, fostering the joyful and healthy growth of poultry with the capacity for reproduction. Increases poultry happiness by 30, health by 30, egg production to 1, and meat yield by 30. Required materials: metal ingots, 5 units, metal parts, 40 units, glass, 20 units, plastic, 20 units, wood, 10 units, fabric, 5 units, soil, 20 units, small water collector, 1 unit, intermediate electronic components, 1 unit. "Is this not splendid?" Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Setting aside other considerations, the mere prospect of producing 1 additional egg daily rendered this endeavor worthwhile. In this world, chicken eggs were solely reliant on hens, with no other sources available. With this blueprint, an extra egg each day would undoubtedly yield significant returns. The commonplace materials posed no concern, as Zhang Tuohai had a surplus beyond measure, and crafting the blueprint would help deplete some of his stock. The more valuable components were the intermediate electronic components in the small water collector. He possessed the blueprint for the water collector and had ample materials. enabling him to fabricate several for use or sale. As for the intermediate electronic components, he had recently exchanged several snake-scale armors for them, leaving him well-stocked for the time being. Certainly, the most crucial matter at hand for Zhang Tuohai was the realization that confining the hen daily within the dark pot could adversely affect its disposition, consequently impacting his egg supply. Thus, he envisioned the creation of a miniature poultry ecosystem. He placed the blueprints into the manufacturing area, and in a flash of white light, the materials vanished, revealing a glass enclosure measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and half a meter in height. The container was entirely sealed, resembling a hamster cage, albeit crafted from glass, with reinforced metal strips at each corner and equipped with ventilation windows. Inside, it featured a nesting box, feeding trough, water basin, and a patch of soil adorned with wild grass, providing an ideal habitat for the hen. Moreover, the spaciousness was ample enough to accommodate the hen comfortably. Rather than merely an ecological garden, it could be deemed an ecological breeding box, sufficiently catering to the basic needs of a single chicken. With a swift motion, Zhang Tuohai lifted the dark pot and gingerly extracted the trembling hen, placing it into the breeding box and securing the lid with a hook from the outside, ensuring its safety. To his surprise, upon retrieving the hen, he discovered 2 eggs nestled beneath the pot, filling him with delight. Remarkably, the hen had laid 2 eggs in a single day. Elated, he collected the eggs, planning to harvest some chives the following day for a delightful scrambled egg dish. The hen, having been removed from the pot, was understandably terrified, especially upon noticing a desert fox nearby, which sent it into a state of sheer panic. Fearing it might be sacrificed for its inadequate egg production, it wasn't until Zhang Tuohai placed it into the breeding box that the hen gradually regained its composure. As the hen wandered about the confines of its new home, it began to feel a sense of excitement. Although the space was inferior to the great outdoors, it was certainly a significant improvement over the dark pot. With food and water available, along with a cozy wooden nest, devoid of predators, the hen no longer had to scrounge for insects. The thought of merely laying eggs to secure such a comfortable environment filled its heart with joy, an idyllic paradise indeed. As the hen grew increasingly animated, it felt a warmth within its belly. With a soft gurgle, an egg was produced. How astounding that the egg-laying rate was indeed impressive. A response came almost immediately after its placement. Zhang Tuohai, bursting with enthusiasm, collected the egg, pondering on the prospect of crafting an egg custard. However, to enhance the dish, sesame oil would be required, and he only possessed lard. He would need to inquire among others to procure some sesame oil in exchange. Having resolved the matters concerning the hen, Zhang Tuohai picked up a banana to enjoy while gazing at the scenery outside. This led him to formulate a hypothesis. Today's exploration suggested that the longer the journey, the higher the likelihood of discovering a box. The primary challenge did not lie in locating the boxes themselves, but rather in evading the fierce beasts that guarded them. The crux of the matter was how to retrieve the boxes unscathed under the watchful eyes of these formidable creatures. Moreover, he felt compelled to warn about the potential presence of thieving beasts near the chives, advising caution to prevent loss. Zhang Tuohai promptly sat upright and activated the regional communication channel. This is not about his saintliness, but rather, the individuals within the regional channel are merely his potential pawns. Should their possessions be compromised, they may purchase fewer of his goods, a scenario he simply cannot abide. However, upon entering the regional channel, he soon realized that he had arrived too late. Alas, just moments ago, I disembarked to retrieve a supply crate, only to have a desert fox dart into my vehicle and abscond with the entire bucket of chicken I had just acquired. My freshly obtained bucket, still warm. I barely had the chance to take a single bite. All of it was snatched away by that rascal. Every last morsel. Not a single piece was left for me. I am determined to hunt it down. Chapter 79. The monkey horde. Although Zhang Tuohai could not see the player's visage, he could discern the profound anguish and indignation woven into their words. In this desolate wasteland, having endured 5 or 6 days of hardship, subsisting on meager rations, and facing peril to life, the player finally managed to acquire a bucket of fried chicken, only for it to be snatched away before they could savor a single bite. The fact that this player had not succumbed to madness was a testament to their mental fortitude. Consider yourself fortunate. My plight is far worse. My car keys were stolen. How am I to navigate my future? They lamented. If any kind-hearted souls happen to pass by, would you be so gracious as to offer me a ride? I can bestow all the supplies from my vehicle. You think you're unfortunate? I had 2 cans of food pilfered from me, which I initially considered a significant loss, but it appears I fared better than you. What you experienced is mere misfortune. I am besieged by a horde of monkeys. Is there anyone willing to sell me some weaponry, preferably something capable of exterminating these wretched creatures? Are you truly that Navi? A mere group of monkeys cannot pose such a threat, scoffed another player. What havoc could they possibly wreak? They can't even break into your vehicle, can they? What harm could they inflict by merely attacking? You speak so lightly, but I am not afraid of them unarmed. However, who knows where they found the stones they are hurling at my windows? My glass is already shattered in 2 places. The player retorted, teeth clenched in frustration. If you can't confront them, then flee. Drive away. Do you think those monkeys can chase you down? Suggested a bystander. If I could have fled, I would have done so long ago, the player sighed. Some treacherous monkey has blocked my exhaust pipe, and now my car is immobilized, unable to move an inch. Witnessing the player's plight, the onlookers could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Upon hearing the player's grievances, Zhang Tuohai felt a spark of inspiration and quickly sent a private message. Hello, may I inquire about something? At which supply crate did you encounter the monkey horde? And what quality was the crate? Wow, it's actually a big shot. Do you possess anything that can drive the monkeys away? I am on the verge of being trapped by this horde. The player exclaimed upon recognizing Zhang Tuohai's message. Answer my question, and I shall grant you a set of anti-stab clothing. This gear will certainly protect against sharp objects, and it should suffice against monkeys as well, Zhang Tuohai replied. However, esteemed one, merely possessing anti-stab clothing is insufficient. I require a means to disperse those monkeys. Do you have any weapons? The player implored further, seemingly unsatisfied. Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow at this point. If the goal was simply to disperse the monkeys, a spear would suffice, or even a sturdy stick. Yet, this player appeared intent on leveraging their information for profit, and Zhang Tuohai was not one to indulge such opportunism. That is easily resolved. You can seek wolf repellent spray in the trading channel. It is quite effective against monkeys. However, be warned, it is quite expensive, so prepare your resources accordingly, Zhang Tuohai advised. Recognizing Zhang Tuohai's resolute stance, the player understood that they would not extract further information from him, and thus, they relayed their own intelligence to Zhang Tuohai. This is the 3rd supply box I have opened, and its hue is a captivating shade of purple. In truth, I had spotted that group of monkeys prior to disembarking from my vehicle. However, the allure of the purple supply box proved too irresistible, and I succumbed to temptation, resulting in my current predicament, the player lamented. The 3rd supply box. What were the levels of your first 2, and what troubles did you encounter? Zhang Tuohai inquired. My first supply box was white, and I encountered a bobcat. I sustained little injury as I managed to scare it off with my spear. The second was a blue supply box, from which a crow pilfered an electronic component, the individual recounted. I see, understood. Please, carry on, Zhang Tuohai replied. He then swiftly sent a private message to Su Qi, indicating that there might be someone interested in purchasing wolf repellents at a premium price, urging him to negotiate without hesitation. Is that for real? How high should I set the price? Su Qi responded, suddenly invigorated by the prospect of profit. He possesses a purple supply box. You can decide how to handle it, Zhang Tuohai chuckled. Who would dare take advantage of him? Zhang Tuohai had plenty of ways to recover any losses. I truly appreciate this. If it works out, I shall treat you to a lollipop. Su Qi exclaimed joyously. Zhang Tuohai raised an eyebrow, taken aback that he might one day be rewarded with a lollipop. Lollipop? Do you actually have lollipops? Zhang Tuohai straightened up. Indeed. This morning, I opened a box and ended up with an entire jar. Su Qi sent a photo of the jar filled to the brim with lollipops. Such confections are excellent for replenishing stamina, yet Su Qi treats them as mere snacks. Zhang Tuohai was at a loss for words. It seemed only the affluent Su sisters could indulge in such extravagance. Having resolved this matter, Zhang Tuohai began to ponder seriously. He realized that his experiences mirrored those of the other player, each encountering white and blue supply boxes in succession, facing fierce beasts and thieving animals alike. Thus, would he too soon confront an assault from a troop of monkeys? However, even if such an encounter were to occur, he held no fear. Zhang Tuohai loaded his Remington with ammunition, confident that no matter how formidable the monkeys, they could not outmatch his firearm. The grievances he endured on Mount Amei might finally find resolution today. Little AI continued its journey forward. After approximately 2 hours, just as Zhang Tuohai was on the brink of slumber, suddenly, Little AI emitted a notification sound. A purple supply box detected ahead. Supply box. At the mere mention of those 2 words, Zhang Tuohai was instantly jolted awake. He hastily rubbed his weary eyes and gazed ahead. There, he spotted a prominent sand dune at the roadside, atop which rested a purple supply box. Nearby, a group of monkeys squatted, clutching stones of various sizes. Their eyes fixed menacingly on Zhang Tuohai's direction. Ah, so they truly are waiting here. Zhang Tuohai secured his tactical helmet and grasped his shotgun tightly. During his visit to Amei Mountain, he had encountered those mischievous monkeys that snatched his newly purchased backpack, leaving it torn and damaged, with no recourse for compensation. Had it not been for the interference of the park authorities, he would have made those rascally monkeys understand the consequences of their actions. Such cowardly creatures, who prey on the weak, can only be subdued by the crack of a whip. Unable to locate them now, he resolved that since they had stumbled into the line of fire, it was time to exact a bit of retribution upon their kin. Zhang Tuohai aimed his shotgun at the troublesome creatures and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A series of flashes erupted as a barrage of number 12 pellets scattered around the vicinity of the purple supply crate, instantly turning the nearest monkeys into mere riddled remnants. Chapter 80. Elimination of the monkey troop. The monkeys surrounding the violet supply crate were utterly bewildered. They had never encountered such a player who, without a word, resorted to gunfire. No, this was beyond mere disagreement. It was an outright assault without any prior exchange. A player armed with a firearm had audaciously ambushed their troop. Such a breach of etiquette was astonishing. The monkeys stationed beside the supply crate were mercilessly gunned down, and the remaining ones dared not linger near the crate. Instead, they sought refuge behind the sand dunes, clutching stones, awaiting the opportunity to launch a counterattack against Zhang Tuohai. Unbeknownst to them, this player was not only armed but also possessed an unfair advantage. Those monkeys are hiding behind the sand dunes, plotting their revenge against you. As the troop concealed themselves behind the dunes, the system promptly reported their whereabouts. How audacious they were. It seemed they required a harsh lesson. Zhang Tuohai stealthily approached from the flank, shotgun in hand. The monkeys, obediently crouched behind the dunes, clutched their stones in anticipation of a surprise strike. Remarkably organized. It only fueled Zhang Tuohai's ire further. He raised his shotgun and fired into the densest cluster of monkeys. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of number 12 pellets erupted forth, instantly transforming a significant number of monkeys into lifeless corpses. The morale of the remaining monkeys plummeted, scattering in all directions in a frenzied escape. A few, driven by vengeful spirits, fled toward Zhang Tuohai's parked vehicle. They intended to seize some items from his car or vandalize it to alleviate their bitterness. However, upon reaching Zhang Tuohai's vehicle, they were left dumbfounded. His car resembled an armored porcupine, bristling with sharp spikes. Approaching it was a daunting task, let alone vandalizing it. Frantically, several monkeys scratched their heads in dismay at the sight of the spiked vehicle. Suddenly, one clever monkey had an idea. It noticed a window devoid of spikes and hurled a stone at it. Recalling that glass was usually quite fragile and would likely shatter upon impact, the others, seizing the opportunity, followed suit and began throwing their stones. Thud, thud, thud. To their astonishment, the window proved remarkably resilient, absorbing the blows without so much as a crack. The monkey, undeterred by this unexpected resilience, picked up another stone, preparing for another attempt. Yet, when it lifted its gaze once more, a terrifying sight unfolded. The vehicle was charging toward it autonomously. Squeak. The monkey shrieked, attempting to evade. But the car moved with alarming speed, closing the distance in an instant. Thud. The unfortunate monkey had no chance to escape, impaled upon the sharp spikes. The remaining monkeys, terrified, dropped their stones and fled. However, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle was far too swift. At a staggering speed of 300, where could the monkeys possibly outrun? In the blink of an eye, these monkeys were crushed beneath the wheels. By the time Zhang Tuohai returned, bearing the purple supply crate, all had perished beneath the relentless wheels. Well done, he encouraged himself with a pat on the roof of the vehicle. Thank you for the commendation, Commander. It is merely my duty. Yet, such a multitude of monkey corpses should not go to waste. Zhang Tuohai deftly dislodged a monkey carcass from the spikes and plunged his advanced skinning knife into it. Acquired 500 grams of monkey meat X30, acquired a common essence X1, but that was where the fortune ended. No monkey brains or skins were found. How unfortunate. It was no wonder he had ventured out to rob. Zhang Tuohai spat in frustration upon discovering such meager loot. However, even the slenderest leg of a mosquito is still meat. With dozens of monkeys here, the accumulated flesh was not insignificant. Hence, he industriously began transporting the monkey corpses back for disassembly, ultimately amassing nearly 1,000 pounds of meat, a considerable bounty indeed. Unable to store such an abundance, Zhang Tuohai promptly converted it all into sausages using a sausage machine. Since the source was primate, he found little inclination to consume it himself and resolved to sell these sausages to other players. After all, he still had hundreds of pounds of sausages made from pork, tiger meat, and eagle flesh, so he had no worries about food scarcity. The sheer number of monkeys was substantial, and by the time he finished processing them, it was nearly noon. Time for a meal. The carp had been stewing to near perfection. Zhang Tuohai served himself a bowl of rice, drenched in fish broth, and sweat dripped from his brow as he savored the dish. The exquisite carp was such a temptation that the tightly bound desert fox nearby seemed on the verge of tears, frequently stretching its long tongue to lick its lips, unable to contain its drool. Yet Zhang Tuohai, disinterested, cast it aside into a corner, focusing solely on his meal. Before long, the fish was devoured completely. As he rubbed his distended belly, he realized something peculiar. While others struggled to survive in this world, he flourished, growing ever more gluttonous. He even sensed that his appetite had significantly increased. His belly was becoming rounder, and his six-pack abs were converging into a singular mass. This simply would not do. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head in distress, resolving to instigate a change. Thus, he shifted position, settling into a more comfortable posture. After his meal, he found solace in idleness. He retrieved the purple supply crate he had seized from the monkeys, prying it open with a crowbar. Inside, he discovered a box of artisanal dark chocolate and a blueprint. Zhang Tuohai broke off a small piece of the pure dark chocolate and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, the unique bitterness of cocoa enveloped his palate. It was not the bitterness of traditional medicine nor the bitterness of bitter melon, but a fragrant bitterness that, while still bitter, was utterly addictive. After consuming only a thumb-sized morsel, he could distinctly feel his heart racing and his mind becoming exhilarated. What a remarkable item this is. It seems even purer than concentrated coffee. Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the box of chocolates with utmost seriousness. He felt that with a touch more refinement, this substance could very well serve as a stimulant. He possesses a high resistance to caffeine. Even a shot of espresso does not elicit such a profound reaction in him. Zhang Tuohai carefully stored it in the refrigerator, recognizing that, when utilized wisely, it could prove to be a precious strategic resource. The manufacturing blueprint is rather intriguing as well. It is neither an automotive component nor a survival tool, and certainly not a weapon or protective gear. To name it would be somewhat vulgar. The item that can be produced from this blueprint is known as an electric shock collar. Chapter 81. Taming the Desert Fox, Electroshock Collar, Level 1 Taming Device. Designed to assist in the domestication of wild animals, transforming them into your companions. Accompanying equipment, electroshock collar, remote control. Materials required, metal ingots, 1 unit. Metal parts, 3 units, rubber, 3 units, fabric, 5 units, plastic, 1 unit, electronic components, 2 units. The materials are somewhat varied, yet their demand is not excessively high. As they are all fundamental resources, Zhang Tuohai promptly crafted the device. Once completed, he found himself uncertain of whom to use the collar on. Logically, such a device would be most effective when affixed to a tiger or leopard. However, in Zhang Tuohai's hands, it seemed to have lost its intended purpose. Perhaps it could be used on a hen? Zhang Tuohai's gaze shifted toward the hen, which was quietly pecking at grains. Suddenly, the hen felt a jolt of awareness. Scanning its surroundings with a vigilant demeanor, sensing an impending threat, it was already sufficiently obedient. Adding the collar would be redundant. Zhang Tuohai glanced around the vehicle, ultimately focusing on the desert fox curled up in the corner. Was it not resistant? Was it merely feigning ignorance? Today, he would demonstrate the power of this device. With a swift motion, Zhang Tuohai seized the desert fox. Upon noticing the collar in his hand, the fox writhed frantically, attempting to escape Zhang Tuohai's grasp. However, the confines of the vehicle were limited, and it was bound tightly, leaving it with no avenue for evasion. After struggling momentarily, it was swiftly pulled back, and the electroshock collar clicked into place around its neck. How does one operate this? Zhang Tuohai pondered, inspecting the remote control, which bore only 4 buttons: punish, double, super double, and a rather perplexing button labeled pleasure, adorned in pink. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. He sensed that this device held secrets beyond mere animal taming. Yet, what kind of twisted individual would find interest in such applications? Perhaps, if listed on the trading channel, it could fetch a handsome price. Shaking off his errant thoughts, Zhang Tuohai resolved to proceed with the trial. He pressed the punish button. With a crackle, a brilliant arc of electricity surged forth, and the desert fox, previously lying still, suddenly leapt into the air, executing a dizzying 720-degree spin before landing with a thud. The once composed desert fox now appeared as if its fur had fluffed up like a samoyed. This was intriguing. Zhang Tuohai stroked his chin, finding the electroshock collar quite fascinating. Just as he contemplated testing the double button, the desert fox surprisingly spoke. Stop, stop. I surrender, I surrender. Is that not enough? The fox's voice was faint, its body seemingly deflated. So, it can speak. Zhang Tuohai nodded in acknowledgement. After doing so, he realized with a sense of calm acceptance that he had readily embraced the fact that the desert fox could articulate words without a hint of surprise. Perhaps, deep within my subconscious, I sensed that this fellow would have something to say. Intrigued, Zhang Tuohai drew the desert fox closer. Speak all that you know. Should you conceal any truths, I shall resort to doubling and super doubling my efforts. If your responses fail to satisfy me, I shall flick your sensitive spot until you can endure no more. Do you comprehend? As Zhang Tuohai uttered these words, He exhaled onto his fingers and directed his gaze towards the desert fox's lower region. Instinctively, the desert fox recoiled, tightening its legs. I wouldn't dare. Boss, ask away. I shall not withhold a single word, the desert fox replied. Then first, reveal your name, Zhang Tuohai instructed. Constantine, the desert fox uttered weakly. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. Wait, don't all foxes possess such audacity? You chose the name of a demon hunter? He exclaimed, astonished. I selected it myself. Previously, I pilfered from someone's vehicle and overheard this name in casual conversation. I found it quite impressive, so I adopted it, the desert fox explained. What was your name before that? Zhang Tuohai inquired, intrigued. A woof. Speak in human language. Zhang Tuohai frowned. I am speaking human language, the desert fox protested. Feeling aggrieved. Do you believe I won't resort to super doubling? Zhang Tuohai threatened, shifting his finger to the third button. But isn't that what you asked me? The desert fox pleaded, even more distressed. What did I ask? You asked for my name. Then what is your name? A woof. Are you testing my patience? I refuse to believe I cannot handle you, Zhang Tuohai declared, poised to press the button. Boss, please don't. I'm telling the truth. The desert fox nearly wept. Observing the desert fox's demeanor, Zhang Tuohai felt it was unlikely the creature was lying. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. So, you mean your name is a woof? Indeed, a woof, with the tone dropping at the end. The inflection belongs to my second uncle, the desert fox explained, tears welling in its eyes. Then how would that translate into human language? This is the translation. Forget it, it's too troublesome. Let us just call you Wonkai, Zhang Tuohai decided. Finding the desert fox's name overly complex and opting for a more localized moniker. This name was not only catchy and memorable but also bore a positive connotation, incorporating the original sound woof, thus achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. Zhang Tuohai felt himself to be a genius in the realm of naming. It feels somewhat pedestrian. The desert fox lamented. Take a moment to gather your thoughts, Zhang Tuohai suggested, fiddling with the remote control in his hand. Upon reflection, I find this name rather appealing. The desert fox conceded, glancing at the remote control with resignation. All right, Wonkai, do tell me how you came to the idea of stealing my vehicle. I do not recall foxes having such habits, Zhang Tuohai inquired. I am also uncertain. Wonkai's face reflected a hint of nostalgia. A few days ago, while I was out capturing sand rats, an array of peculiar knowledge suddenly surged into my mind, including your language and various common facts. A formidable will compelled me to steal from you, lest we face punishment. Fearing the consequences, I acquiesced, Wonkai recounted. And now, does that consciousness still linger in your mind? Zhang Tuohai inquired. It has vanished. When you pressed that button, that consciousness dissipated, Wonkai replied candidly. This is indeed intriguing. Zhang Tuohai mused, toying with the remote control, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. If Wonkai's words hold true, the knowledge within its mind must have been implanted through a strategy for survival on the highway. The fact that this consciousness has now disappeared is undoubtedly a result of the conditioning from the shock collar. If a foreign consciousness were to persist within the mind of the desert fox, could that truly be deemed as training? However, this raises another question. What exactly are those who operate from the shadows attempting to accomplish? Chapter 82. The reward level. This perplexing matter was beyond the comprehension of desert fox Wonkai. In its own words, it was merely a fox and incapable of pondering such intricate issues. Zhang Tuohai and Wonkai stared at each other for a considerable time. Yet their discussion yielded no fruitful conclusions, leading them to abandon the conversation altogether. After all, given Zhang Tuohai's current prowess, even if they were to arrive at a resolution, it would prove inconsequential. What could they possibly do? Up in the table? Lacking sufficient strength, it was prudent to adhere to the established rules for now, with the hope that one day the enigma would be unveiled when they had gained enough power. Without adequate strength, knowledge would only serve to trouble the fool. Presently, Zhang Tuohai faced a pragmatic dilemma regarding Wonkai's fate, whether to keep it as a pet or to release it into the wild. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to allow Wonkai to make its own choice. Would you prefer to stay with me as my pet, or would you rather return home? If you choose to remain, you shall have 3 meals a day, each accompanied by sausage, and if you perform well, you may share in my meals. However, should you decide to stay, you must obey my every command, as it may entail perilous risks. Conversely, if you wish to leave, I can drop you off right now. But you must never show yourself to me again, otherwise you shall be met with bullets. The choice is yours. Naturally, I choose to follow the illustrious and formidable leader. Wonkai replied, rolling its eyes. Accompanying me may lead to life-threatening situations. Are you not afraid? Zhang Tuohai inquired with curiosity. Ah. For us who venture out daily in search of food, every day is fraught with the danger of the hunt, with the uncertainty of meals. How could it be any more comfortable than following you? Regular meals and guaranteed sustenance sound delightful. Wang Kai wagged its tail in agreement. You are quite pragmatic, Zhang Tuohai chuckled. Very well, if you choose to accompany me, you must remember that you may only touch the items in the vehicle when I permit it. Should you act out of turn, I will turn you into sausage. Additionally, you must relieve yourself outside the vehicle. No messes inside. If I assign you a task, you are not to shirk it, or else you shall face the same fate. As for your provisions, you are currently in a trial period. 1 sausage, 500 grams, per meal, unlimited water, and a blanket to sleep on. If that suits you, then so be it. I am immensely grateful, leader. From this day forth, I am yours to command. Wang Cai's tail wagged so vigorously it was nearly unrecognizable. If one were unaware, they might mistake it for a large-eared dog. Enough for now. You may take your leave, Zhang Tuohai gestured dismissively. Leader, may I trouble you for a favor? Wang Kai asked cautiously. What is it? Zhang Tuohai glanced over. Could you please help me untangle the net that binds me? I feel as though I am being choked. Wang Kai lamented. Zhang Tuohai smacked his forehead, realizing that in their prior conversation, he had forgotten to free Wang Kai. With swift efficiency, he loosened the protective net from Wang Cai's body. Wang Kai stretched languidly, extending his limbs and subsequently shaking off the white fur that adorned his body. Suddenly, with a loud puff, his long fur flared out as if charged with static electricity, resembling a samoyed from a distance. Boss, what has happened to me? Wang Kai exclaimed. On the verge of tears upon witnessing his transformation, the sight of his bristled fur did not align with the aesthetic standards of his kind. How would he face the vixens henceforth? I don't know. Perhaps it's the effect of the electric shock. Maybe it will subside in a couple of days. By the way, you're not shedding fur, are you? Zhang Tuohai cast a wary glance at Wang Kai, not wishing to have fox fur floating around the vehicle. If that were the case, he would certainly need to procure a razor to shear the fox's coat. Boss, you are insulting me, Wang Kai retorted indignantly. Fixing a glare at Zhang Tuohai. I am a well-known handsome rogue, a paragon of beauty among foxes. Vixens wishing to befriend me could fill a dune. How could a dashing fox like me possibly shed fur? Very well, this will be your lunch. Go eat it in the back. Zhang Tuohai tossed 2 sausages made of monkey meat to Wang Kai and thoughtfully prepared 2 small steel bowls, one for food and the other for water. Wang Kai, clutching his meager belongings, retreated to a corner. After feasting, he curled up into a ball, his fluffy tail draped over his head, and drifted into slumber. This creature seemed quite comfortable. Strangely, Zhang Tuohai found himself feeling a twinge of envy for this creature that indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping. Having dealt with these matters, Zhang Tuohai decided to check the regional channel to gauge the situation of others. At that moment, the channel was filled with lamentations. It turned out that many players lacked Zhang Tuohai's alert system. Even if they gleaned some information from the channel, their abilities did not allow for comprehensive preparations. Some were relatively fortunate, having lost only trivial items or merely suffered a smashed car window, with overall damage being minimal. However, others faced far worse fates. One player lost a level 2 car part manufacturing blueprint, another a freshly baked seafood pizza, while yet another lost a newly crafted water collector. The most unfortunate player, in a bid to retrieve a blue supply crate, had his car keys stolen, leaving him unable to open the door, forced to watch helplessly as his supplies remained locked inside. Certain players had attracted the attention of formidable beasts, resulting in slashed tires or damaged engines, leaving them stranded and immobile. Observing these players, Zhang Tuohai felt rather fortunate. He had acquired the alert system early on, thus evading danger and securing resources, while his situation continued to improve. For the unfortunate players, he could only offer a few car repair kits and wish them luck. There were simply too many in need, and he could not assist them all. Despite having nearly 1,000 pounds of sausages, it was essential to remember that over 1,000 individuals occupied this channel. Zhang Tuohai had accumulated food over a considerable period, yet it was merely sufficient to sustain everyone for a single day. He was, after all, an ordinary individual, unable to concern himself with the broader implications, and could only extend limited assistance to those he could help without jeopardizing his own well-being. While browsing the regional channel, an unexpected notification from the game system suddenly appeared. Dear players, you have successfully survived to the 6th day. Tomorrow marks the first day of calamity. To better equip you for the challenges ahead, we are pleased to announce the opening of a rewards level. You may select the resources you require and engage in challenges within this reward stage. The rewards level operates on a point system. The number of points you earn can be exchanged for corresponding rewards. We wish everyone the best of luck in surviving. The message flickered 3 times, and before Zhang Tuohai, a complete row of luminous gates materialized. Chapter 83, The Bridge of Ice. Before Zhang Tuohai, a row of luminous gates materialized, each adorned with a plaque delineating the resources that could be procured within. Level 1 Basic Resources, Level 2 Intermediate Resources, Level 3 Advanced Resources, Food, Weapons, Armor. Blueprints for automotive components and statue designs. Each gate radiated a brilliant light, irresistibly drawing individuals towards them. True to Zhang Tuohai's nature, he was inclined to select the blueprints. Ascending the technological tree was his strategy. The more blueprints he acquired, the greater his chances of survival. And he could exploit the disparities to gain value from other players. Zhang Tuohai's remarkable development was not solely attributed to external aids. Climbing the technological tree was an indispensable aspect of his success. However, just as he prepared to step into the automotive component blueprint gate, his gaze fell upon the last gate. It promised foresight into the conditions of the next world and the acquisition of a corresponding resource for coping. Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon entering this world, they had each received a vehicle. Yet the only information provided regarding the future was the calamity of the dual suns on the 7th day. He had initially presumed that he would remain in this world, enduring the recurring disasters every 7 days, perpetually striving for survival. Now, it seemed he had underestimated the complexity of this survival game. They would not merely linger in this desert-laden world. They were destined to traverse other realms. What would that new world entail? A tropical rainforest, a muddy swamp, a mountain highway, a radioactive wasteland, or perhaps a snow-capped plateau. Each possibility remained shrouded in uncertainty. If he could acquire pertinent information in advance, along with a resource to counteract the challenges, he would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage over other players. He could even prepare accordingly, stockpiling resources and capitalizing on the information gap for substantial profit. The thought ignited a fervor within him. With the impending dual suns, he felt a 90% certainty of weathering the forthcoming trial. Zhang Tuohai believed that if he, with his current level of equipment, could not survive the impending disaster, then a staggering 99% of players in the regional channel would meet their demise. Apart from the fortunate few, survival would be unattainable. Such an outcome would surely contradict the essence of the game. Determined, Zhang Tuohai resolved to explore the information regarding the next world. A victory would yield abundant rewards, while a defeat would still leave room for maneuvering. With his mind set, he addressed his companion. Shall AI proceed through the last gate? I wish to glean insights into the next world. At your command, Commander. The vehicle traversed into the final luminous gate. Upon entry, Zhang Tuohai found himself confronted by an extensive, snow-laden roadway. The highway was narrow, merely 4 meters wide, designed for one-way traffic. More terrifying were the sheer, bottomless cliffs flanking both sides of the road. The consequences of a fall were all too apparent. Welcome to the Bridge of Ice. The first obstacle you shall face in the next world, the icy roadway. The length of the ice bridge measures 100 kilometers, and traversing it within 3 hours yields a score of 60, which is deemed passing and grants a basic reward. Completing the journey in 2 hours earns a score of 80, signifying excellence and bestowing a superior reward. Achieving the challenge in 1 hour allows for the attainment of a top-tier reward. Failure to complete the crossing in the allotted time results in a failed challenge, leading to a random deduction of supplies. Should a player fall from the ice bridge, they meet their demise. Players are advised to proceed with caution. A countdown of 180 seconds is underway. As Zhang Tuohai gazed upon the lengthy notification, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that the difficulty of acquiring information about the next world would be so formidable. Prior to his traversal, he considered himself quite experienced, having driven for several years in the northern regions. He was acutely aware of the perils posed by icy roads. Driving on snow-covered lanes is an entirely different concept compared to regular roadways. The slick surfaces make it exceedingly treacherous. The shallow ruts easily become filled with ice and snow, leading to a precarious grip when driving. This results in a disconcerting sense of floatiness for the driver. Maneuvering the vehicle requires exceptional caution, for even a slight tap on the brakes could cause the car to skid sideways. This is no exaggeration. The annual statistics on accidents caused by icy conditions attest to the danger. A competent driver maintaining a speed of 40 miles per hour on such treacherous terrain is indeed a seasoned expert worthy of commendation. However, on the ice bridge, even these skilled drivers can barely achieve a passing score to earn basic rewards. To secure an excellent reward, a minimum speed of 50 to 60 miles per hour is essential. While this speed may be considered a standard cruising pace on regular roads, it becomes a reckless race for survival on icy surfaces. As for the top-tier reward, a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour is required. Such a velocity is beyond the reach of an ordinary person. No sane individual would engage in such reckless driving on icy roads, as it is tantamount to courting disaster. Moreover, the invisible abyss lurking on either side of the ice bridge adds to the peril. A misstep could plunge one beneath the bridge, leading to an immediate game over. No amount of supplies would suffice in such a dire situation. Faced with such a hazardous course, even Zhang Tuohai, renowned as the driving god of Akina, felt a twinge of trepidation. Xiao AI, can you handle this? Perhaps we should play it safe and aim for an excellent reward instead. If all else fails, securing a basic reward would suffice. Pragmatism is the path to survival. After all, our entry here has already yielded some gain. Zhang Tuohai's voice trembled slightly. Rest assured, Commander, Xiao AI will undoubtedly achieve the top-tier reward. Just as long as you are content, Zhang Tuohai replied, taking a sip of water to steady his nerves. I will leave the rest in your capable hands. If it becomes too challenging, simply reduce the speed. Securing rewards is secondary. Preserving our lives is paramount. In truth, upon stepping through the radiant portal, Zhang Tuohai had already acquired a portion of the necessary information. If I am not mistaken, the next realm shall be one of ice and snow. Even if he must await the passage of time within this current world, he can discreetly gather timber, fabric, and various supplies for warmth. Taking advantage of the disparity in information, once he enters the icy domain, the prices of such items will undoubtedly soar, providing him with a lucrative opportunity. For now, he lingers here merely to see how much more he can earn. Countdown complete. In 5 seconds, the timer shall officially commence. 5, 4, 3. As he gazed at the diminishing numbers on the luminous screen, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of anxiety. 2, 1, 0, commence. The business vehicle emitted a thunderous roar, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 84, The Ill-Fated Egg. Witnessing the car accelerate to its maximum speed in an instant, even Zhang Tuohai could not help but exclaim. A velocity of 300 miles per hour on an icy road. This was beyond mere recklessness. It was tantamount to courting death. The ever-sleeping Wang Kai, nestled in a corner, was jolted awake by Zhang Tuohai's shout. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he drowsily inquired, Boss, what is happening? Did we encounter a tiger? Come see for yourself. Zhang Tuohai was too preoccupied to indulge in banter. What on earth was happening to warrant such alarm? Upon comprehending the situation, Wang Kai leapt into Zhang Tuohai's arms, clinging tightly around his neck with his tiny front paws. The business vehicle was careening down the snow-laden road at a staggering 300 miles per hour. The ice and snow on the highway were unevenly distributed, resulting in varying degrees of slickness across the surface, which caused the vehicle to drift perilously from side to side due to the inconsistent speeds. Yet, little AI, with meticulous adjustments, continually guided the car back onto its proper trajectory. Despite each successful correction, Zhang Tuohai was drenched in cold sweat. Nearby, a hen in her coop, having seen the outside calm, finally exhaled, steadied her nerves, and readied herself to lay her egg. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of laying, only to have her efforts thwarted by Zhang Tuohai's piercing scream. The hen cast an irritated glance at Zhang Tuohai, determined to lay her egg. Soon, it will come. Just as she was about to muster the strength to deliver her egg, an even louder shriek echoed. Ah, woof. The hen jolted, and once again, her egg was forcibly retracted. Fuming, she stepped out of her nest and pecked at the glass, attempting to admonish Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai to maintain silence. However, Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai had no time to heed her protests. As they crossed the 30th mile, the condition of the road transformed dramatically. The previously straight path morphed into a serpentine course, with sharp turns following one another, and sections featuring continuous 120-degree bends. Even Formula One would hesitate to design a track like this. Yet, this bridge had been constructed in such a manner. Zhang Tuohai would not believe it was unintentional. What kind of bridge is made like this? He would be the first to crack open the skull of the engineer responsible for the design. Only 2 decades of cerebral stagnation could conjure such treacherous conditions. Given Zhang Tuohai's skill, merely navigating through at 100 miles per hour safely would be a miracle. Yet, little AI maintained the speed at a full 300 miles per hour, executing drift after drift. Every time Zhang Tuohai watched the vehicle teetering on the brink of the bridge, threatening to plunge into the abyss, Xiao AI skillfully managed to pull the car back onto the road, maintaining a speed exceeding 260 miles per hour. This left Zhang Tuohai in awe. He thought to himself, when I finally encounter the designer of this treacherous course, I shall insist they consume their own shoes and then regurgitate them in their entirety. Zhang Tuohai muttered curses under his breath. As he and Wang Kai observed the car swerving and drifting, their bodies swayed left and right with the vehicle, occasionally shivering, drenched in cold sweat. The hen, having watched for a while, noticed that both Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai had fallen silent, mistakenly believing her protest had made an impact. Satisfied, she nodded and strutted back to her nest to lay an egg. Come on. Once I lay this egg today, it will be a victory. She encouraged herself inwardly. The egg was already glimmering with light from the outside. With just a bit more effort, it could emerge. Just as the hen was preparing to exert herself, a familiar shriek pierced the air. Ah, woof. The egg was once again startled back. Is this never-ending? The hen was furious. She stormed out of the coop, pecking vigorously at the glass to alert the person and fox outside to be cautious. However, Zhang Tuohai and Wang Kai were far too preoccupied to heed her. Zhang Tuohai had thought that after enduring such turbulent experiences, he had grasped the designer's limitations. It was only now that he realized how naive he was. The designer's boundaries were unfathomable. Who could have anticipated that after surmounting 60 kilometers, the subsequent bridge would be inclined? An icy, winding road coupled with a slanted surface. Was this even conceivable? Zhang Tuohai was certain that the designer's household registration was limited to a single page and that it had been cancelled. If this designer had even a shred of humanity, they could never have conceived such a malicious roadway. Damn, damn, damn. I'm going to die. Zhang Tuohai's teeth chattered. Wang Kai clung tightly to Zhang Tuohai's neck, burying his head in Zhang's shoulder, his large ears drooping, covering his eyes, too terrified to look or listen. Yet, Xiao Ai continued unabated. Drifting at high speed through the bends, Zhang Tuohai felt as if one had already slipped off the edge of the bridge multiple times, only for Xiao Ai to wrench the car back from the precipice. When I see that designer, I will stuff their shoes into their backside and retrieve them from their mouth, Zhang Tuohai swore softly. The hen, observing the two, decided to sit down. She sensed that unless they traversed this stretch of road, the two would remain restless, so she would wait here, biding her time until they passed this perilous stretch before laying her eggs in peace. The car sped onward, reaching speeds of up to 300 miles per hour under such conditions, leaving Zhang Tuohai both terrified and exhilarated. Zhang Tuohai believed that after traversing such treacherous terrain, his previously acrophobic self would remain unfazed on any roller coaster, perhaps even finding amusement in the experience. Was that all? In comparison to racing along icy roads, this seemed trivial. Just as Zhang Tuohai thought he would surge through to the finish line under these conditions, he realized he was still quite inexperienced. The final 10 kilometers of road were astonishingly fragmented, consisting of disjointed segments, each accompanied by an incline. This was, in fact, a series of consecutive jumps. Zhang Tuohai was certain that not even the bridge engineers renowned for their eccentric designs could conceive such a nonsensical layout. Undeterred, Xiao Ai maintained her speed, launching directly onto the ramp, soaring into the air. Ah, woof, gurgle. Startled, the hen exerted herself, resulting in the fateful egg being laid. Chapter 85. Abundant rewards. With a roar, the business vehicle soared into the sky, leaping upward. After gliding through the air for several seconds, it crashed heavily onto the second segment of the slope. The vehicle skidded sideways, nearly veering off the road. While an ordinary seasoned driver might have halted at this juncture, Xiaoai, however, maintained her speed, charging bravely toward the next incline. The vehicle took flight once more, heading toward the third slope. Zhang Tuohai, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, feeling that he could no longer bear to watch. Otherwise, his heart condition might strike. The business vehicle continued to navigate each slope with increasing velocity. Rather than slowing down, Zhang Tuohai felt his heart racing wildly, while the little dog, Wang Kai, trembled incessantly in his arms. As he awaited the verdict of fate with his eyes shut, suddenly, the roar of the engine ceased, and the vehicle came to a steady halt. What had happened? Zhang Tuohai opened his eyes, astonished to find that he had crossed the bridge and surpassed the finish line. The 100-kilometer-long ice bridge was now behind him. Had he truly made it through? Zhang Tuohai could hardly believe it. He had navigated such a perilous surface unscathed. Slumping into the driver's seat, his clothes drenched with perspiration, he exclaimed, "Commander, isn't Xiaoai remarkable?" "Indeed, remarkable. You are the best," Zhang Tuohai praised, giving a thumbs up to the touchscreen. He then gently set Wang Kai aside, chiding, "You coward. All you did was scream. How will you protect me in future dangers? Weren't you doing the same?" Wang Kai grumbled. "Do you believe I'll deny you dinner?" Zhang Tuohai smacked the armrest. "Woof." Wang Kai barked loudly. "Speak human." Zhang Tuohai reached for the remote. I believe, Wang Kai quickly capitulated. "That's more like it." Zhang Tuohai stood up, deciding to have something to eat to calm his nerves and soothe his startled spirit. As he rummaged through the supplies, he suddenly discovered a fresh egg in the chicken coop. How delightful. Perhaps he could steam an egg cake. Zhang Tuohai retrieved the egg and cracked it into a bowl. To his bewilderment, he noticed there were 4 yolks. Just then, the game system's voice chimed in, albeit belatedly. "Congratulations, player Zhang Tuohai, for successfully crossing the ice bridge. Time taken, 23 minutes. Performance, perfect. Hidden rewards triggered, granting a perfect reward. 1 orange supply crate. Another orange supply crate." Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of excitement. Based on his experience, orange supply crates never contained inferior items. Even Xiaoai had been obtained from an orange crate. Moreover, with an orange supply crate. He need not worry about the raw materials for crafting items, as everything would be adequately stocked within. Splendid! Zhang Tuohai eagerly opened the supply crate. Congratulations! You have acquired Level 1 Automotive Components, the manufacturing blueprint for anti-skid chains, Level 3 Automotive Components, the manufacturing blueprint for temperature-regulated bathtubs, Level 3 Automotive Upgrade Schematics, and a selection of songs from the Intelligent Vehicle Control System database, along with various manufacturing materials. Anti-skid chains, Level 1 Automotive Components designed to ensure a smooth drive on icy roads. Manufacturing materials, for units of metal ingots, for units of metal parts. Temperature-regulated bathtub, Level 3 Automotive Components that allow for temperature adjustment within the range of 0 to 50 degrees Celsius, maintaining a consistent temperature, powered by electricity. Manufacturing materials, 10 units of metal ingots, 20 units of metal parts, 20 units of intermediate plastic, 20 units of intermediate rubber, 20 units of intermediate glass. 50 units of advanced ceramics. Level 3 Automotive Upgrade Schematics. These enable the enhancement of a vehicle to Level 3. Intelligent Vehicle Control System Database Songs. This database allows the vehicle to load a music library, alleviating the solitude of driving. Prosperity has arrived. Zhang Tuohai, gazing at the extensive list of rewards, felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. To receive such an abundance of items made his earlier anxieties worthwhile. The anti-skid chains are indispensable for traversing icy roads in winter. Possessing them alleviates concerns over slipping on ice. Moreover, their Level 1 classification signifies broad applicability, suggesting they can be sold en masse. Should the next realm present icy paths, Zhang Tuohai could amass a substantial fortune from this alone. He surmised this reward to be a satisfactory one. The second item, the temperature-regulated bathtub, speaks to pure indulgence. Zhang Tuohai's favored method of relaxation has always been soaking in a bath, a ritual he indulged in every couple of days at home. Regrettably, in this world, even obtaining water posed a challenge, let alone enjoying a bath. However, with the acquisition of an intermediate water collector, the scarcity of water is no longer an issue, making the prospect of bathing feasible again. This reward should be deemed an excellent one, meriting an 80 out of 100. As for the Level 3 Automotive Upgrade Schematics, their significance cannot be overstated. Zhang Tuohai had long been hindered by the absence of this blueprint for his vehicle's elevation to Level 3. Now, with this schematic in hand, he could finally fulfill his desire. It is undoubtedly worthy of being regarded as a top-tier reward. Regarding the final item, the music library, Zhang Tuohai speculated it to be a hidden reward for successfully navigating a perfect route with his companion, Xiao Ai. After organizing his items, Zhang Tuohai promptly retrieved the Level 3 Automotive Upgrade Schematics, System, Vehicle Upgrade. Detecting that player Zhang Tuohai meets the conditions for vehicle level enhancement. Permission granted to upgrade to a Level 3 vehicle. Vehicle upgrade in progress. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his black business vehicle instantaneously transformed into a formidable red six-wheeled off-road vehicle, adorned with an array of menacing spikes. The vehicle's maximum speed surged by 100 miles per hour, now reaching an impressive 400 miles per hour. Upon inspection, Zhang Tuohai realized the effects of the supercharged engine were still operational. In this manner, his vehicle is inherently faster by 100 miles per hour compared to other cars of the same class. Should his competitors lack the requisite speed-enhancing tools, they would undoubtedly struggle to keep pace with Zhang Tuohai's velocity. Only vehicles of a higher caliber could rival Zhang Tuohai in terms of speed. Furthermore, the interior space is significantly more spacious, allowing for ample room to accommodate a greater number of items. Detected that player Zhang Tuohai has upgraded to a Level 3 vehicle. The conditions for upgrading to Level 4 are now issued. Install 4 Level 3 car parts, acquire 4 car cores, and obtain 1 Level 4 vehicle upgrade blueprint. Players are encouraged to diligently collect the aforementioned items. Upon reviewing the list of required materials, Zhang Tuohai discovered that he only met the criteria for the car course. It appears that his path to upgrading remains a formidable journey ahead. Chapter 86. Listening to music, bathing. The indispensable Wonkai washing machine. Zhang Tuohai diligently reviewed the materials required for the upgrades twice, committing them to memory as his latest objectives. Following the vehicle upgrades, the next step would be to manufacture anti-skid chains. These chains are slender iron links, meticulously affixed to the vehicle's tires in a specific manner, augmenting traction and proving exceptionally useful on icy surfaces. However, driving a vehicle equipped with anti-skid chains on asphalt roads would be a source of great discomfort, inviting the attention of road authorities. In this world, however, there were no such authorities troubling Zhang Tuohai. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to inquire further, as driving with anti-skid chains could significantly impede speed. After consulting the system, Zhang Tuohai learned that, Although the operational principles of the anti-skid chains were akin to those in the real world, they had been upgraded into automotive components. A notable advantage was that installation and removal were automated. Encountering an icy surface required merely the press of a button for instantaneous application. And the same for removal when unnecessary. This convenience was greatly appreciated by Zhang Tuohai, who realized that manually attaching the chains would have been a Herculean task. Moreover, the game system exhibited a commendable quality by clearly indicating the exact quantity of materials required for production, regardless of whether one operated a tricycle or a six-wheeled off-road vehicle. Even a 20-wheeled trailer would incur the same cost for the installation of anti-skid chains. Zhang Tuohai felt as though he had availed himself of a generous boon from the system. His spirits buoyed to the extent that he felt he could indulge in an extra bowl of dinner. Having completed the fabrication of the anti-skid chains, Zhang Tuohai chose to stow them away, knowing they would be of use in 2 days. Next, he retrieved a chip the size of his thumb. This was the fabled database for the Intelligent Vehicle Control System's music library. He pondered its usage, noting the absence of any insertion port. After futilely searching the control panel for an appropriate slot, a voice chimed in, "Commander, place it here." A tray emerged, featuring 12 identical grooves. Zhang Tuohai inserted the chip into one of the slots, and the tray retracted. System updating. Update complete. Commander, numerous songs have been added. Would you care to test the sound quality? Inquired the system. Let us listen to Revering You, number 105, and make sure it's the Tinger version. Zhang Tuohai replied. The system responded, "The smile of a super idol pales in comparison to your sweetness. The midday sun in August cannot match your brilliance." Tinger's unmistakable voice resonated through the player. Originally a sweet little love song, when sung by Tinger, it seems to possess an enchanting quality that compels one to listen repeatedly, creating an irresistible cycle. In this world, the ability to hear this song stirs within Zhang Tuohai an indescribable feeling. He resolves to take action. Consequently, he constructs a temperature-adjustable bathtub, measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 60 centimeters in depth. Had it been his previous vehicle, it would have been impossible to accommodate it. However, Zhang Tuohai has upgraded his vehicle to a level 3 six-wheeled off-road car, which has undergone 3 expansions of internal space, making the installation of a bathtub quite feasible. After assessing the remaining space within the vehicle, he determines that installing a standalone onboard bathroom would not pose a problem. To celebrate the acquisition of information from the next world, Zhang Tuohai decides to activate his newly acquired bathtub. The bathtub is equipped with a water reservoir, which he fills, only to discover a temperature regulator that allows for precise adjustments down to 2 decimal places. He sets it to 42 degrees, his preferred bathing temperature. Within 5 seconds, the red indicator light shifts to green. Remarkably swift, Zhang Tuohai turns on the faucet to test the water temperature, and indeed, it has reached 42 degrees. Overjoyed, he promptly removes his clothing and immerses himself in the tub. As his body is fully submerged, Zhang Tuohai feels as if he has been reborn. He has been in this world for 6 days. Although his experience has been more luxurious than that of the majority of players, each day is fraught with peril, making it incomparable to the peace of his previous society. Furthermore, the looming disaster day on the 7th day hangs over him like the sword of Damocles, preventing him from relaxing even for a moment. He diligently prepares for the impending disaster day. Now, having made all necessary preparations and gained information about the next world, he can finally afford a moment's respite. Soaking in the soothing warm water, Zhang Tuohai relaxes, allowing his body to float effortlessly, easing every muscle and savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Xiao AI switches Tinger's song to the original scenery of my hometown. With his eyes closed, Zhang Tuohai feels as though he has returned to his original world. Time passes unknowingly until the voice of the game system echoes in his ears, announcing that the time is up and he must return to his original space. A flash of white light envelopes him. When Zhang Tuohai opens his eyes, he glances out the window. The scene outside is no longer the icy cavern covered in snow, but rather the endless expanse of a desert highway. Observing the landscape before him, Zhang Tuohai feels an inexplicable sense of reluctance. He knows that after tomorrow, he will leave this place and enter a world enveloped in ice and snow. Bah, I must be losing my mind to feel such attachment to this place. Zhang Tuohai gently patted his face, attempting to rouse himself. However, the temperature-controlled bathtub exhibited remarkable insulation. After 3 hours, the water's warmth remained unchanged. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the bathtub with a hint of regret. This tub could only adjust the water temperature between 50 degrees, incapable of bringing it to a boil. Otherwise, it would serve splendidly as an oversized kettle. Observing the water and adhering to the principle of waste not, he decided to toss his clothes into the tub. Having worn this outfit for 6 days, it had been thoroughly soaked with perspiration and had begun to emit an unpleasant odor. Yet, as he watched his garments soak in the tub, a wave of laziness washed over him. At home, such chores were the domain of the washing machine. When had he ever laundered clothes himself? However, he found himself without a washing machine now. How should he resolve this predicament? Zhang Tuohai rested his chin on his hand in contemplation, when suddenly, his gaze fell upon Wang Kai, who was curled up and sleeping in the corner. Chapter 87. The sale of potions. Wang Kai was curled up in the corner, peacefully slumbering, when suddenly a chilling breeze swept over him, stirring an ominous premonition within his heart. Startled from his sweet dreams, Wang Kai sprang to his feet. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of Zhang Tuohai standing before him, completely unclothed. Instinctively, Wang Kai shielded his rear with his tail, exclaiming, "I do not engage in swordplay." Zhang Tuohai turned pale with embarrassment. "Nor do I possess such inclinations. Go wash my clothes." With that, Zhang Tuohai seized Wang Kai by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to the side of the bathtub. As he beheld the tub brimming with water, Wang Kai instinctively resisted. "You are exploiting my labor. This is sheer oppression. I shall report you to the Animal Protection Association." "How dare you? A sausage added to dinner." Zhang Tuohai countered. "Deal." It became evident that with the right incentives, no task was insurmountable, even persuading a desert fox to wash clothes. Observing the desert fox diligently scrubbing the garments, Zhang Tuohai donned a set of some protective clothing. Although it was merely a thin veil and offered scant protection, he found himself unconcerned, as there were no others in the vehicle. After attending to these matters, Zhang Tuohai reclined in his seat, perusing the regional channel to see what treasures others had procured. "I managed to secure 2 1-kilogram loaves of black bread. Finally, no more hunger. Ha ha ha." A voice from above chimed in. "You must have barely scraped a passing score, right? I too selected food and scored 80 points, acquiring 3 entire boxes of instant noodles, bucket-sized. Sufficient for 6 days. Those upstairs are a bunch of imbeciles, still deliberating over food. I opted for gasoline. I've come to realize that in this world, with gasoline comes everything. I scored 80 points and obtained a staggering 1,000 units of gasoline. Tomorrow, what I explore will undoubtedly surpass your endeavors." With a chuckle, he added, "A bunch of fools, I now possess a firearm. You had best pray that you do not cross paths with me, for all that you hold shall be mine." Accompanying these words was an image of a handgun. Zhang Tuohai glanced at it. A Beretta 92F, an unremarkable pistol with average firepower, sufficient to confront unarmored civilians but woefully inadequate against Zhang Tuohai clad in full tactical gear. The 9mm bullets would hardly pierce his ballistic plates. Within the channel, some viewers, having witnessed such brazen remarks, fell silent, fearful of being targeted. Yet, others remained undeterred. The world is vast. Who knows when one might encounter another? "Oh, a handgun. How frightening. Come and shoot me if you dare. Find me first. Isn't it just a handgun? Who are you scaring? As if no one else possesses a weapon. Fear not, everyone. This fellow merely scored 60 points and acquired a complete handgun, not a schematic. He possesses only 1 magazine. Once the bullets are gone, they are gone." "Wait, how did you know that?" "Because I too scored 60 points." The man flaunting the handgun was exposed, and feeling somewhat embarrassed, he coldly remarked, "Ah, so you all look down upon me, do you? I shall set off tonight, and I will remember your names. Be cautious this evening. Do not let our paths cross." After uttering these words, he abruptly logged off. Could this fellow be serious? Someone expressed concern. Rest assured, the world is vast. Even if he sets off tonight, how many people could he possibly encounter? Even if you were unfortunate enough to cross his path, wouldn't he be able to escape? He is merely an untrained, ordinary person. How many shots could he even fire? Someone analyzed nonchalantly. Moreover, the system has already warned that driving at night is perilous. Perhaps he won't even meet anyone before being taken down by a passing beast. This reasoning appeased the crowd, restoring their jovial atmosphere. Zhang Tuohai surveyed the surroundings and noted that most individuals were choosing essential supplies like food, water, and gasoline. A few opted for weapons. Yet it appeared that the weapons challenge was rather difficult, as those who selected it were scoring around 60 points and received a Beretta with limited ammunition. As for those who might have chosen the car parts blueprint, none were evident. Zhang Tuohai speculated that perhaps someone had indeed selected the car parts blueprint but was reluctant to reveal it. Similarly, the firearms were treated with the same secrecy. "You wish to keep it hidden? Then I shall use my resources to expose you all." As Zhang Tuohai rummaged through his stockpile, considering what could be sold, he dismissed the sunshade net. Having purchased everything available yesterday, it seemed there would be little profit. The electric fan, however, still had some demand. Perhaps someone had found something valuable today that could warrant an additional fan. The car repair kits could also be sold. Although a portion had already been sold during the day, and nighttime demand was expected to be limited. After some deliberation, Zhang Tuohai's gaze landed on the potent life-saving potions. This miraculous remedy was sure to captivate anyone's interest. One bottle could sustain a person in peak condition for 12 hours, and keeping too many would serve no purpose. Furthermore, with the alert system at his disposal, he was confident he would avoid any peril. Retaining one bottle for emergencies would suffice. Zhang Tuohai believed that these 2 bottles of potions could yield some valuable items in return. With his decision made, Zhang Tuohai listed 2 bottles of the potent life-saving potion, alongside 5 car repair kits and 5 electric fans. He noted that the potions were only available for exchange for manufacturing blueprints and encouraged interested parties to message him privately. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Tuohai's timing was astute. Just as someone had threatened to seek revenge in the dead of night with a firearm, he had listed the potions on the platform. This undoubtedly inflated the potion's price. The electric fans and car repair kits were available for trade at 3 times their base material value or for other supplies, resulting in swift sales. 2 of the electric fans were purchased with 3 times their manufacturing cost in basic supplies. Ultimately, he exchanged his remaining items for 1,000 units of gasoline, 2 pounds of bread, 10 liters of water, and 2 finely crafted steel hatchets. The automotive repair kits, 4 of which were acquired using triple the basic resources, were ultimately exchanged for a box of instant noodles, rendering the transaction rather profitable. As for the 2 bottles of potent restorative elixir, Zhang Tuohai meticulously perused his private messages. Upon reviewing these communications, he realized that a considerable number of individuals had indeed opted for the automotive parts blueprint challenge. However, they concealed their treasures with great discretion, revealing nothing of value easily. Regrettably, the blueprints possessed by these individuals either did not pique Zhang Tuohai's interest or were already in his possession. For instance, he had encountered the reinforced bumper blueprint no fewer than 7 or 8 times, and the bulletproof glass blueprint had crossed his path over a dozen times. It appeared that these individuals were gradually strengthening their capabilities. While Zhang Tuohai continued to sift through the blueprints, he engaged in analysis. Just as he contemplated the possibility of yielding nothing of significance, a particular blueprint suddenly caught his eye. Chapter 88. Transform Me. Simple hot air blower. Level 1 automotive component. Gasoline-powered, provides heat for vehicles, maintains interior temperature at 18 C, operating temperature range 10 to 10 C. For every 10 C below normal operating temperature, efficacy decreases by 20. And energy consumption increases by 20. Materials required. Low-grade plastic, 20 units, metal parts, 10 units, low-grade electronic components, 1 unit. This contraption was familiar to Zhang Tuohai. In the northern regions, certain vehicles devoid of air conditioning, such as electric tricycles and antiquated freight trucks, resorted to this device for warmth during winter. Essentially, it consisted of a fuel tank connected to a small motor, with a plastic tube directing warm air into the vehicle. Naturally, this device was only suitable for vehicles with poor insulation, otherwise, it would lead to oxygen deficiency. Zhang Tuohai understood that the player opposite him likely believed the desert nights, while slightly chilly, were manageable with a blanket and did not warrant the installation of such a device, which not only emitted an unpleasant odor, but also consumed gasoline. However, for Zhang Tuohai, this item was a treasure. It was common knowledge that the next world would undoubtedly be one of ice and snow. What was of utmost importance in a frigid realm? Warmth, of course. Without heating facilities, one would perish from the cold long before hunger could set in. While others were preparing to combat the heat, it was certain that everyone had taken note of this device. Once they transitioned into the next world, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Zhang Tuohai saw an opportunity to profit handsomely from it, which delighted him greatly. He immediately agreed to the transaction. After completing the deal, Zhang Tuohai felt exhilarated and continued to peruse his private messages. Unfortunately, the subsequent messages yielded little of value, leaving him somewhat despondent. Just as he contemplated saving his exchanges for another time, a message from Vladimir arrived. "Oh, my dear Davrich, I have returned. I hear you possess a life-saving potion capable of sustaining one at peak performance for 12 hours. Are you interested?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. He found the Russian to be quite straightforward. During their last transaction, Vladimir had generously gifted him 2 bare paws and shared with him the method of preparing them. "I have a weapon manufacturing blueprint. Would you care for it?" Without further ado, Vladimir sent over the weapon manufacturing blueprint. PPSH manufacturing blueprint. PPSH submachine gun. The most produced submachine gun during World War II. 62 mm ammunition, 71 round magazine, effective shooting range of 200 meters. Remarks: Davrich, Eura. Materials required: metal ingots, 2 units, metal parts, 20 units, wood, 1 unit. 7. 62 mm ammunition manufacturing blueprint. Compatible ammunition for the PPSH. Materials required: metal parts, 2 units. Upon seeing the weapon manufacturing blueprint, Zhang Tuohai was utterly captivated. This device was a masterpiece for mid-range combat. In the presence of the PPSH, handguns and shotguns were but mere insects. No matter how precisely you wield your pistol, its effective range scarcely exceeds 50 meters. While the formidable Baposha can eliminate you effortlessly from 200 meters away, a single shell from a shotgun contains merely 12 pellets. However, the Baposha boasts a magazine capacity of 71 rounds. Even if clad in a bulletproof vest, one cannot withstand the barrage of a metal storm. Moreover, this weapon embodies the rugged, straightforward design typical of its origins, proving to be exceptionally reliable in a post-apocalyptic world where maintenance conditions are far from ideal. Most significantly, Zhang Tuohai is a former commander and an aficionado of the Baposha. How could he possibly refuse? Yet, a flicker of curiosity crossed Zhang Tuohai's mind. Why would such an exquisite firearm not be kept for oneself? He was intrigued. This weapon is unworthy of my status. A true man should wield this, Vladimir replied, sending a photograph of a burly figure, bare-chested, cradling a formidable black rifle. To his astonishment, it was an AKM. Zhang Tuohai resolved to steer clear of Vladimir's vehicle henceforth. All right, I want it. What do you wish to exchange? He stated, deciding to procure the manufacturing blueprint for the Baposha. After all, in the realm of weaponry, abundance is beneficial. How about a bottle of medicine? Oh, and could you possibly add something else, like that life-giving water? Vladimir suggested. Zhang Tuohai felt that Vladimir was likely craving alcohol, with the request for medicine being merely an afterthought. Nevertheless, to Zhang Tuohai, the life-giving water was akin to alcohol. If others acquired it, they would not be able to consume it, so giving it to Vladimir would merely be a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Tuohai readily agreed, trading a bottle of life-giving water and a potent healing potion for the Baposha's manufacturing blueprint. Once the exchange was complete, Zhang Tuohai eagerly crafted the Baposha. The stamped components, the walnut stock, heavy and imbued with an ineffable industrial aesthetic, were a sight to behold. Raising the Baposha high with both hands, his eyes filled with reverence, he proclaimed, "Transform for me." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Nothing transpired. Xiao Ai exclaimed in shock. Wang Kai blinked in disbelief. One cannot, or rather, should not. Zhang Tuohai felt a tinge of disappointment. Reality proved to be devoid of the whimsical charm of the anime world. The Baposha did not morph into a charming girl with golden hair and braided pigtails. Nevertheless, possessing a submachine gun was a boon. At the very least, handguns could be relegated to obsolescence. Having acquired 2 useful items, Zhang Tuohai's spirits lifted. He basked in the warm breeze, indulged in bananas, and observed the lively banter within the regional channel. Perhaps it was the impending disaster day that invigorated the group. Those confident in their survival engaged in grandiloquent discussions, while those feeling hopeless penned farewell letters, hoping that if anyone could return to the real world, they might relay a message. After watching for a while, Zhang Tuohai found it rather dull and set about crafting a refrigerator full of ice cubes. This item would surely sell well the following day. "Good night, my dear chives," he declared, extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. Under the cloak of night, a vehicle sped along the desolate desert highway. Wang Ming, seething with indignation, switched the headlights to high beam and pressed the accelerator to the floor, recklessly careening down the road, sending numerous lurking beasts scattering in a panic. He cast a glance at the Beretta 92F resting in the passenger seat. His eyes ablaze with fury. He was the very individual ridiculed in the regional channel today. Damn it, a bunch of worthless fools. Are they envious of my firearm? How dare they mock me? I shall track each of you down, force my gun into your mouths, and see if you can still manage to laugh. Wang Ming continued his reckless drive, speeding along the highway throughout the night, yet encountering not a single soul. As the hours passed and the clock struck well past midnight, he realized the fuel tank was nearing empty due to his prolonged high-speed pursuit, intensifying his anxiety. Damn it, where could these cowards be hiding? I must not find them. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly thrust the barrel of my gun into their very core. Wang Ming swore vehemently. Just as his impatience reached a boiling point, he suddenly spotted, not far ahead, a red 6-wheeled off-road vehicle parked on the roadside. Chapter 89. Another harvest of chives. What manner of vehicle is this? How did it come into existence? Wang Ming stood transfixed before the imposing Luluan off-road vehicle. This 6-wheeled behemoth towered high, its wheels alone reaching halfway up his body, cloaked in a vivid crimson hue. It boasted a robust bumper, and its exterior bristled with various spikes, exuding an aura of formidable strength. As Wang Ming gazed upon the magnificent off-roader, he could not help but salivate. He glanced at the 6-wheeled marvel, then at his dilapidated second-hand car, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Damn it. Why does he get to drive such a splendid vehicle while I am relegated to this beaten-down relic? Surely, There must be some underhanded dealings at play. This magnificent machine ought to belong to me. Wang Ming yanked at the car door, only to find it firmly secured. Ah, locked tight, is it? I'll just smash the lock to pieces and see if you can still keep it shut. He drew his Beretta 92F, aiming at the lock, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, yet the bullet failed to penetrate the lock as he had envisioned. Instead, it ricocheted off the sturdy door, whizzing past Wang Ming's ear and nearly severing it. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't breach this. Wang Ming stepped back 2 paces, repeatedly squeezing the trigger at the door. Bang, bang, bang. A cascade of flashes erupted, but the door remained unscathed, not even a dent to mark his efforts. Good heavens. This door is indeed resilient. The wealthy truly value their lives. I refuse to accept that the windows are equally impervious. Redirecting his aim, Wang Ming targeted the window and squeezed the trigger once more. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck the window, producing a cacophony of sounds. Yet, the glass stood firm, showing not a single sign of damage. At this point, Wang Ming was utterly flabbergasted. The door wouldn't budge, the windows remained sealed. The off-roader resembled an iron tortoise, leaving Wang Ming in a frenzy with no recourse. After pacing in circles thrice, his expression hardened. He dashed back to the vehicle and retrieved a crowbar, rushing toward the front hood. If I cannot unlock this vehicle, then neither shall anyone else drive it away. I will destroy the engine. However, just as he approached the engine hood, the window of the driver's seat descended suddenly. Wang Ming was taken aback with delight. He lunged forward, intent on seizing the opportunity to commandeer the off-roader. Yet, as he took 2 steps, he came to an abrupt halt. From the window emerged the barrel of a gun, complete with a round magazine. A submachine gun. Wang Ming, though unfamiliar with its name, recognized its deadly potential from countless war films. Wait. Let us talk this over. No need for hostility. We are all human, after all. We should unite and assist one another, not point guns at our own. Wang Ming instinctively raised his hands. Your own? Is that so? Yet you just aimed a handgun at my vehicle. What kind of own is that? Zhang Tuohai sneered. When Wang Ming first arrived, the alert system promptly notified him. However, he chose to observe Wang Ming's intentions from within the car, remaining silent. It was only when he saw Wang Ming brandishing a crowbar and preparing to dismantle the engine that Zhang Tuohai intervened. The desolation of the desert was exceedingly dull. It was a rare amusement, and he could not resist watching a little longer. Upon hearing Zhang Tuohai's inquiry, a sheepish grin appeared on Wang Ming's face. Hee. My dear sir, I was momentarily blinded by folly. Please bear with me. How about this? I'll fetch something from the car as a gesture of goodwill, and I assure you it will meet your satisfaction. As he spoke, Wang Ming's hand moved toward the small of his back, where his Beretta 92F was holstered. However, what answered him was the crack of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A succession of shots transformed Wang Ming's chest into a sieve. Did he think such trivial antics could ensnare me? Bah. Zhang Tuohai sneered as he exited the vehicle and approached Wang Ming's lifeless body, his eyes wide open in death. He found Wang Ming's performance woefully inadequate. Even without the alert system, he could discern the ruse. It can only be said that poor acting can sometimes be fatal. Searching Wang Ming's body, he discovered the Beretta 92F tucked at his lower back. True to its Italian heritage, it boasted an appealing design, though its specifications were merely average. In terms of firepower, it paled in comparison to the shotgun Desert Eagle, and regarding magazine capacity, it fell short of the Glock, another self-defense pistol. Its weight was also considerable. Only through effective public relations and extensive procurement did it gain its current notoriety. Zhang Tuohai toyed with it for a moment before stowing it away as part of his collection. He then dragged Wang Ming's body to the roadside and discarded it off the embankment. Soon enough, wolves and other predators would come to dispose of the remains. Zhang Tuohai rummaged through Wang Ming's vehicle and had to admit that Wang Ming possessed a modest fortune. There were various basic supplies, including 5 or 6 pounds of bread, 2 cases of bottled water, 2 small hot pots, half a box of instant noodles, and 3 apples. Surprisingly, there was even a small electric fan in the car. Who would have thought he was still a client? Wasn't it better to be a compliant cog rather than courting death? Zhang Tuohai sighed, transferring the supplies back to his own vehicle. Regrettably, he had to abandon the electric fan and the car lights, which were already installed and thus non-removable. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai did manage to acquire the vehicle's core. The refurbished second-hand car had now become a heap of junk. Would my own vehicle one day meet the same fate? Left as refuse by the roadside, ignored by all, gazing at the abandoned second-hand car, a poignant sense of melancholy washed over Zhang Tuohai. No, I absolutely will not allow such a fate. He clenched his fists, resolving that he would survive, return to his own home, and take his car with him, even if it meant only salvaging the chip from Xiao AI. After spending time together, Zhang Tuohai had developed a semblance of affection for Xiao Ai, began not merely to regard her as a tool, but as a being imbued with emotions. Perhaps this sentiment is one that every commander, admiral, captain, doctor, master, and squad leader ultimately comes to possess. Goodness, why am I feeling sentimental? Zhang Tuohai pinched his thigh to restore his composure. Returning to the driver's seat with the core of the automobile. Xiao Ai, let us embark, leaving this place in search of a suitable campsite ahead. As you command. Commander. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle illuminated its headlights, forging into the distant night. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai closed his eyes, pondering the preparations still necessary and the opportunities yet to reap. After all, following tomorrow, many may find themselves in obituaries. The last harvest must be gathered, lest the chance slip away forever. Chapter 90. Twin suns in the sky. The all-terrain vehicle had traversed the night without encountering any unforeseen incidents. Perhaps the creatures of the wild possessed an innate understanding of self-preservation, as they prudently chose to circumvent the vehicle upon seeing its ominous spikes. It was not until the dawn approached that Zhang Tuohai finally opened his eyes. Let us pull over and take a break. Understood, replied Xiao Ai, gently bringing the vehicle to a halt. Zhang Tuohai alighted from the car, stretching languidly and easing his stiff joints, preparing to engage in some physical activity before making breakfast. After performing a pair of calisthenics, he was about to return when he suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. Turning his head, he was astonished to see a rabbit bounding towards him. The creature seemed to have been running for quite some time, panting heavily with its large mouth agape. Notably, it was heading directly in his direction. Intrigued, Zhang Tuohai opted to remain outside the vehicle, watching the approaching rabbit with keen interest. Before long, the rabbit reached the front of Zhang Tuohai's car. With a resounding thud, it collided with the wheel and met its untimely demise. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. After scratching his head in contemplation, he finally deduced that this must be the result of the fortunate stump's influence. Each day, a rabbit was refreshed, only to perish upon impact with his vehicle. However, since he had been driving all day, the rabbit had followed him, only to meet its fate now. Realizing this, Zhang Tuohai was astonished. Such dedication. In this day and age, even the act of delivering one's head was performed with such commitment. Compared to the rabbit's generous offering of flesh, the 6 shoes presenting a head seemed utterly inconsequential. Zhang Tuohai bowed thrice before the rabbit and then lifted it up. Fear not, dear brother rabbit, for I, Zhang, shall not squander your goodwill. I shall prepare a sumptuous feast in your honor. With that, he retrieved a high-quality skinning knife and inserted it into the rabbit's body. Acquired 500 grams of rabbit meat x10. Acquired rabbit head x1. Acquired exquisite rabbit skin x1. Acquired ordinary essence x1. He tossed the rabbit head into the pot of marinade, joining it with the head from the previous day, while the rabbit skin and essence were carelessly discarded into a pile of miscellaneous items. As for the rabbit meat, Zhang Tuohai turned to glance at Wang Kai, who was nestled in the corner, sound asleep. At that moment, Wang Kai was in a deep slumber. His fluffy tail draped over his body, resembling a furry ball. Wang Kai, do you prefer your meat raw or cooked? Cooked. Upon hearing that there would be meat, Wang Kai immediately sprang to his feet, bounding over to Zhang Tuohai in a few quick strides. His tail wagged so rapidly that it seemed to vanish from sight. With his tongue lolling out, he panted excitedly. Boss, are you planning to roast some meat? I have heard stories from my grandfather about how adventurers would roast meat in the forest to lure pets, enticing the forest's divine beasts to emerge, unable to resist the temptation, and follow those adventurers on their quests. Are you employing that same tactic? Hurry. Let me see if the roast is as delectable as in the tales. Be sure to add plenty of cumin and chili powder. Oh, and don't forget 2 large kidneys. Wang Kai babbled on, you big-headed fool, be careful or I shall turn you into a giant kidney. Zhang Tuohai playfully tapped Wang Kai's head. It was early morning, and he lacked the inclination to prepare barbecued meat. Zhang Tuohai sliced a piece of meat into shreds, sought it in preparation for a noodle dish with shredded meat. The remaining portions were discarded into the sausage-making machine, and before starting it, Zhang Tuohai thoughtfully added cumin and chili powder to the feed inlet. With a buzzing sound, the sausage machine whirred to life, and a series of vacuum-sealed sausages tumbled out from the outlet. Zhang Tuohai picked one up and tossed it to Wang Kai. Here, your cumin and chili-flavored rabbit sausage. Wang Kai responded with confusion. So, did you ask me if I prefer it raw or cooked? And this is all I get? He stared incredulously at the sausage. Look at your ignorance. Sausages are cooked, all right? All stuffed foods are pre-cooked, subjected to high temperatures to eliminate bacteria, then vacuum-sealed to maintain sterility. Otherwise, do you think they could be preserved for so long? Do you think preservatives are free? Ridiculous. Do you know how much preservatives cost per ton? Zhang Tuohai playfully tapped Wang Kai's head again. Be grateful, at least my sausages contain over 90% meat. unlike certain unscrupulous vendors whose products contain a mere 10%. Tasting predominantly of flour. As Zhang Tuohai exchanged banter with Wang Kai, he suddenly noticed a brilliant light shining from afar. He quickly glanced towards the horizon and was astonished to see two suns rising simultaneously from the east and west. The blinding sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes, and the temperature in the air began to rise rapidly. Chaos epic. Quick, dehydrate, get in the car. Zhang Tuohai kicked Wang Kai into the vehicle, followed by himself as he slammed the door shut. Outside, the temperature soared alarmingly. Previously, while outdoor temperatures had been high, there was a gradual increase. However, today was peculiarly strange, as the temperature shot up to 40 degrees in an instant and continued to rise rapidly. Commander, the temperature is increasing, and the indoor climate is also rising swiftly. Should we activate the high-power system to lower the temperature to a comfortable level for humans? Xiao Ai inquired. Will using high power affect the vehicle? Zhang Tuohai asked. It will increase power consumption. However, today's sunlight is abundant, and the energy replenishment rate is swift enough to compensate for the usage, Xiao Ai replied promptly. All right, I understand. Let us proceed with high power for now. If anything unusual occurs, notify me immediately, Zhang Tuohai said after a moment's thought. Also, ensure the battery panel remains as close to full charge as possible. We will be entering a new world tomorrow, so storing as much energy as we can is crucial to avoid any mishaps. Xiao Ai acknowledged the directive. Understood. I'll get to work. After giving his instructions, Zhang Tuohai returned to the countertop to continue preparing the vegetable and meat noodles he had yet to finish. In this vast world, nothing is more important than a good meal. To ensure nutritional balance, he even decided to add an egg. In the midst of the Amazon rainforest, a wisp of smoke emerged, signaling a moment of mischief. Zhang Tuohai savored the delightful aroma of his bowl of noodles. Curious, he decided to peruse the regional channel for any entertaining remarks from the online community. Help! The temperature is unbearable. The fan is merely blowing hot air, and I feel as though I might perish from the heat. Does anyone possess an air conditioner? I'm willing to barter 2 boxes of instant noodles for it. You should consider yourself fortunate to have a fan. I could only procure a sunshade, and I am on the verge of succumbing to the heat. Oh dear. Could someone please sell more fans? Goodness, I ventured outside in search of something and nearly sustained burns. The ground was searing hot, with some asphalt even melting and adhering to my slippers. Does anyone have an extra pair of shoes? I need a size 42, please. Thank you. Chapter 91. Bounty Notice. Observing the discussions of talented individuals in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai gained a general understanding of the external circumstances. Following yesterday's challenges, many now possessed a modest stock of supplies. However, numerous individuals dismissed the rising temperatures as inconsequential, opting only to purchase sunshades instead of fans. As a result, with the temperature soaring, many found themselves overwhelmed and began pleading for fans. This, however, presented a favorable opportunity. Zhang Tuohai, shedding any pretense, promptly listed 50 fans on the trading platform. Aware that this was his last chance to capitalize on the demand for fans, he expanded his offerings beyond mere manufacturing materials or blueprints. He sought everything from food and water to gasoline and various tangible goods, willing to make purchases whenever the price seemed justifiable. This generosity drew admiration from the channel's participants. Of course, while only 50 fans were publicly listed, this was merely a bait to create urgency. His actual inventory totaled 400 fans. In total, he had sold over 600 fans, reaching approximately 60% of the current populace. Tuohai surmised that the remaining individuals either secured similar cooling devices, were capable of enduring the heat, or were genuinely impoverished. Commander, the outdoor temperature has risen to 70 and sustained this level for 10 minutes. It is speculated that this may be the peak temperature, reported Xiao Ai. 70 degrees? Although he had gleaned from the conversations that the external temperature was high, Zhang Tuohai was still taken aback by this figure. In his previous world, during summer, temperatures in the southern regions rarely exceeded 40 degrees, with instances above 50 being exceedingly rare, leading to numerous fatalities each year. While those who succumbed to the heat were often destitute souls lacking cooling resources, it illustrated the severity of high temperatures. The dangers posed by dehydration, alongside the loss of essential sugars and salts, were particularly lethal. Though motivated by profit, Zhang Tuohai desired to nurture the populace within reasonable limits. After contemplating, he urgently listed a portion of ice blocks for sale. 500 units of ice would be exchanged for 1 unit of timber or fabric, with other basic resources also acceptable. 1 hour later, he would offer ice blocks infused with sugar and salt, items in high demand, priced at double the standard rate. He would release 500 units hourly on a first-come, first-served basis. Each ice block required approximately 40 milliliters of water, in addition to a small amount of electricity. Zhang Tuohai possessed a water collection device, incurring only a time cost for water. As for electricity, abundant sunlight allowed for solar charging. For Zhang Tuohai, the cost of producing these ice blocks was virtually negligible. Exchanging them for basic supplies was a remarkable profit. Moreover, he was certain that timber and fabric would significantly appreciate in value upon entering the next world. Timber could be used for warmth, while fabric could be fashioned into winter clothing, both of which were essential commodities. In truth, if Zhang Tuohai were a tad more ruthless, he could easily have requested 5 or even 10 portions of materials. However, as I have reiterated, Zhang Tuohai aims to nurture the chives to a more robust state. Thus, the method of uprooting them is ill-advised. What if, perchance, all the individuals within this regional channel perished? Who would then assist him in gathering supplies? Once Zhang Tuohai disseminated the news, the regional channel erupted in fervor. Goodness, is this the prowess of a big shot? He can actually sell ice blocks? Truly impressive. I have finally encountered ice blocks in this world. What a delight. Thank you, esteemed benefactor, for your life-saving grace. Might you release a few more? I have only consumed 1 piece, and it hardly quenches my thirst. Come now, be content. This is a life-saving resource. Do you genuinely expect it to alleviate the heat? Alas, everyone, please leave some for others. I barely caught a glimpse before it was snatched away. Of course, amidst the accolades in the regional channel, a few envious voices emerged, casting aspersions with their snide remarks. Why is it always him? Is he perhaps the system's favored child? So many resources, could it be that he is a pawn of the system, deceiving players for their supplies? Indeed, how is it that everyone else is destitute, yet he can sell resources? There must be a conspiracy. Everyone should tread carefully to avoid being duped by him. To those indulging in conspiracy theories, allow me to interject with some fairness. We are all players who have arrived here. We should unite in solidarity. Since this benefactor can produce such an abundance of materials, I posit that he ought not to impose charges. Would it not be splendid to share resources and weather this calamity together? We are all compatriots in this new world. Let us not be so selfish. Indeed, would it not be better to endure this disaster collectively? Why must one hoard for themselves? Would you truly find joy in the demise of others? Allow me to voice my thoughts. I have already purchased numerous items from you. Why must I compete with these impoverished souls? Should I not possess some privileges? I demand 10 blocks of ice. Hurry, what pretense is this at such a critical moment? Are you attempting to employ hunger marketing? Everyone, heed my words. Do not purchase his goods. When he can no longer endure, prices will surely drop, benefiting us all. Observing the motley crew emerging in the channel, Zhang Tuohai nearly burst into laughter. Having navigated forums for years, he had witnessed far more ludicrous spectacles. He surmised that these individuals could not sustain their charades for long, hence their current posturing. The conspiracy theorists, the provocateurs, the opportunists flaunting their resources as big shots, and the ignorant netizens inciting public sentiment. Essentially, they were a cabal of schemers engaged in mischief. While such rhetoric might appear foolish, many netizens were easily swayed, their fervor ignited by a mere spark, leading them to charge headlong into the fray, oblivious to the fact that these schemers were profiting behind the scenes. Nonetheless, while these individuals posed no real threat to Zhang Tuohai, he could not permit their antics to persist unchecked. Otherwise, the regional channel might coalesce into a mainstream opinion opposing him, and should these fools risk their lives to resist his offerings, it would spell trouble. Their lives may be of no concern to him, but any impact on his ability to profit was intolerable. Just moments ago, in a tone laced with sarcasm, a decision was made to block all individuals involved and prohibit any purchases of supplies from me. Should anyone else engage in similar purchasing behavior, they will be regarded as accomplices and likewise barred. Furthermore, any future utterances of a similar nature will be uniformly dealt with. Upon the announcement from Zhang Tuohai, those who had exhibited such sarcastic behavior were promptly blacklisted. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment at Zhang Tuohai's decisive action. It was unexpected that he would so swiftly eliminate these individuals from his circle. It is essential to note that today is a day of calamity, with 2 blazing suns overhead and temperatures soaring to 70 degrees Celsius. The inability to procure ice blocks from Zhang Tuohai to alleviate the heat and replenish essential salts and sugars could indeed lead to dire consequences. Just when the crowd believed the matter had concluded, Zhang Tuohai issued another proclamation, reward notice. Anyone who encounters the aforementioned blacklisted players and administers a thorough beating shall be rewarded with 300 grams of ice cream. Should blood be drawn, the reward increases to 500 grams. In cases of fractures, the reward shall consist of 500 grams of ice cream and a bowl of cold noodles, with photographic evidence required. Chapter 92. The internal strife caused by ice cream. Zhang Tuohai's bounty notice instantly ignited excitement among numerous players. A single beating could yield 300 grams of ice cream, over half a pound. Who among the ordinary could consume such a quantity? And if one could not finish it, they could always sell it. In this sweltering heat, ice cream is undoubtedly a rare commodity, guaranteed to fetch a handsome price. In no time, the crowd's gaze towards a select few was not one of mere observation, but rather akin to that of a fortune-bringing deity. Such selflessness, sacrificing for the greater good. They were truly virtuous individuals. The onlookers were so moved they felt as if they might wet themselves, eager to rush over and present a banner of gratitude in person. The regional channel displayed everyone's true photographs and names, making concealment impossible. Now, all that remained was to ascertain their location. The crowd inundated the channel with warm greetings, subsequently inquiring about their whereabouts. Some even discreetly sent private messages. They were all biding their time to catch you. Do not reveal your location. Just let me know where you are, and I shall protect you. Jia Village was a player who had formerly been a formidable onmyoji, a keyboard warrior. He had just sarcastically ridiculed Zhang Tuohai, believing it harmless. After all, they were all players, transient in nature. Could one truly traverse the internet to confront him? Yet, within a minute, he found himself blocked. Not only was he unable to purchase items, but he was also listed on the wanted poster, with a beating promising over half a pound of ice cream. Half a pound of ice cream. What treasures could that procure? If it weren't for the fear of pain, he would have gladly inflicted the punishment upon himself. Then, he noticed a torrent of friendly messages flooding the screen. Were it not for being outmatched by a solitary adversary, he would have unleashed a barrage of insults upon the crowd. Shortly thereafter, he saw the private message that nearly made his nostrils flare with indignation. Protect me? He scoffed at the notion. Surely, they desired to claim the bounty for themselves. Furiously deleting the message, Jia Village resolved to find a new location. Remaining here felt increasingly perilous. However, just as he prepared to drive away, he noticed his brother-in-arms, Zhang Tuohai, in the passenger seat, casting him a most dubious glance. What do you intend to do? Jia Village's voice quivered slightly. I'm sweltering. I need to borrow some ice cream from you, Zhang Tuohai declared as he reached for Jia Village. Have you lost your mind? Why would you trust his deceit? Aren't we brothers? Jia Village protested, attempting to shove Zhang Tuohai away. But I truly cannot bear this heat. If it continues, I shall perish. You are my only hope. We are brothers. Just help me out. A mere beating for ice cream. I'll share half with you, Zhang Tuohai pleaded, exerting force to restrain Jia Village. You scoundrel. I misjudged you. If you so much as touch a hair on me, I swear I will end you, Jia Village exclaimed, aware of his own frailty against Zhang Tuohai's strength. Soon finding himself pinned beneath his friend, the sound of fists raining down on him echoed in the air. Zhang Tuohai's powerful blows fell upon Jia Village like relentless raindrops. Alas, alas, the pain is unbearable, Jia Village cried out in anguish. After a considerable time had passed, during which Jia Village's head swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, Zhang Tuohai finally ceased his assault. If it had been done earlier, we could have avoided all this effort. The oppressive heat intensified Zhang Tuohai's irritation as he pondered taking a photograph for a reward. However, he soon caught sight of Jia Village's malevolent glare, causing his heart to skip a beat. He understood that Jia Village harbored a vengeful spirit, one who would seek retribution for the slightest grievance. Once, after a disagreement online, Jia Village had engaged in a protracted verbal duel, only to resort to doxing his opponent and orchestrating their downfall, leading to the loss of their job. After inflicting such a beating upon him, would Jia Village not seek revenge? Would he not poison him in his slumber? A chill crept over Zhang Tuohai, and cold sweat drenched his back. Suddenly, a thought ignited within him. Since he had already offended him, why not go all the way and break his legs, thereby securing a greater bounty? It could even be seen as resourceful. This notion took root in his mind like wild grass, refusing to be suppressed. Although Zhang Tuohai felt a twinge of hesitation, having known Jia Village for many years, the bond they once shared seemed to fade upon witnessing Jia Village's contorted visage. No, he is too petty and cruel. Who knows how he might retaliate once given the chance? I cannot allow such a ticking time bomb to remain by my side. I must strike first. Resolute, Zhang Tuohai seized Jia Village by the collar, dragging him from the vehicle as one might a small chick, and tossed him in front of the car. Zhang Tuohai, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Jia Village exclaimed in terror as he felt panic rise within him. I apologize, but I can no longer endure the heat. Please bear with me. Zhang Tuohai climbed back into the car and started the engine. Realizing Zhang Tuohai was serious, Jia Village desperately struggled to rise. However, Zhang Tuohai had already set the vehicle in motion. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jia Village fell to the ground. The car then rolled over his legs with a sickening crunch, contorting them in an unnatural manner. Jia Village let out a blood-curdling scream. After passing over him, Zhang Tuohai halted the vehicle, captured a photograph, and cast a glance of feigned regret at Jia Village. Do not blame me, my brother. It is simply that the stakes were too high. I must survive, and you have aided me in this endeavor. Perhaps a kind soul will pass by and come to your rescue. Take care of yourself." With that, Zhang Jian pressed the accelerator and drove away. "Zhang Jian, you scoundrel. Come back." Jia Village shouted in desperation as he struggled to rise. He knew that while a beating would leave him sore for several days, a broken leg would not be fatal. Yet, being abandoned by Zhang Jian meant certain doom. It is indeed a day of calamity. Outside, the temperature soars above 70 degrees, with the sun's rays capable of scorching one to death, not to mention the lurking beasts that may be concealed by the roadside. Without a vehicle, enduring the day seems impossible. Jia Village is anxiously shouting in place, yet Zhang Jian has already ventured far away. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, Zhang Jian finally halted the car. Looking back to ensure no one is pursuing him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Locating Zhang Tuohai's private message and sending the photo. "What you said still holds true, right? I dealt with Jia Village. I broke both his legs. Can I receive the bounty now?" Zhang Jian inquired, feeling a sense of unease. Chapter 93. An overabundance of supplies and insufficient space upon viewing the photograph. Zhang Tuohai was momentarily taken aback. When he initially issued the bounty notice, it was merely a shot in the dark, a whimsical endeavor. To his astonishment, someone had indeed managed to accomplish it. Zhang glanced at the clock. It had been less than 15 minutes since the bounty was posted. Was this a case of internal discord within the team? Regardless of Zhang Jian's identity, Zhang felt compelled to honor the bounty. After all, one must spend lavishly to acquire valuable assets. As long as the reward was substantial, Zhang's reputation would solidify, prompting other players to eagerly seek out those who defamed him. Meanwhile, the allies of those detractors would surely experience a shift in morale, even if they ultimately managed to escape. The seeds of doubt would be sown within their ranks, an advantageous outcome. Indeed, Zhang had prepared ample ice cream and cold noodles in advance. Intending to sell them that very day, he retrieved the ice cream and cold noodles, deliberately selecting an egg to send to Zhang Jian. After dispatching the items, he captured a screenshot and shared it alongside the image of Jia Village being assaulted in the regional channel. A brave soul had already claimed the bounty, encouraging others to strive for success. As soon as the two photos were released, the regional channel erupted with excitement. "No way, there's actually ice cream and cold noodles. This guy is incredibly fortunate to have captured a defamer so swiftly. I'm envious. Hey, esteemed one, when will the next batch of ice blocks be available? I'm nearly melting over here. Why the rush? Don't ice blocks require time to freeze? It's in progress. Those defamers, could you please share your locations? I'll split the ice cream with you once it's done." "Sure, let us keep this under wraps. The esteemed one might be watching." Zhang merely smiled at these remarks. He had little faith that players would graciously share their ice cream with the victim after receiving their reward. Zhang Jian was a living example. In a world ravaged by chaos, who would genuinely trust another? Who would relinquish hard-won gains without expectation of greater rewards? Even if one were to honor their promise and share half of the ice cream, the rift between them had already formed. It would be challenging to return to the previous state of camaraderie. A single serving of ice cream could effectively sow discord among adversaries, a price well worth paying. Zhang leisurely observed the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the detractors were losing their composure. Initially, when Zhang posted the bounty, they were not overly concerned, for the vast expanse of territory made encounters unlikely. However, the situation in Jia Village had unsettled them. Who could predict whether the system might conspire to bring them together? Those with teammates were especially vigilant, casting wary glances at their companions, rife with suspicion. The allies of the detractors felt a wave of unease as well. Many among them had united for the sake of mutual benefit. The arduous journey of survival compelled them to band together, lest they fall prey to the very beasts that threatened them. However, the bounty issued by Zhang Tuohai was exceedingly generous. A broken bone would yield a full pound of ice cream. Under ordinary circumstances, a pound of ice cream might merely serve as a fleeting indulgence, easily resisted. Yet today was a different tale entirely. Today marked a day of calamity, and ice cream had become a life-saving commodity. Even if one could not consume it, it could be sold to procure essential supplies needed to survive the day. Consequently, numerous individuals akin to Jia Village and Zhang Jian emerged. With the precedent set by Zhang Jian, others followed suit, mimicking the act of breaking their legs and capturing photographs. Zhang Tuohai diligently distributed the rewards. The most astonishing moment arrived when Zhang Tuohai received a private message from a female player inquiring about how the dead were compensated. Zhang Tuohai casually replied, "Threefold." In the next moment, an unpublishable photograph was sent. Zhang Tuohai felt a slight headache and instinctively touched his chest. It was the first time he realized that a machete could also be used to stab. "Your technique is rather adept," Zhang Tuohai remarked dryly. "In truth, I had contemplated eliminating him before you issued the bounty. I simply lacked the resolve. Thank you for making the decision for me." Zhang Tuohai promptly transferred the threefold reward. Following that, he clicked on her profile to scrutinize her appearance. Pink hair, dyed, and squinty eyes. Indeed, a formidable character had been unearthed. Zhang Tuohai glanced at her username, Li Feiyu. Goodness, was this the reincarnation of the notorious killer, Li Feiyu? Zhang Tuohai resolved to maintain a safe distance from her, lest he find himself on the receiving end of her machete. He sent a barrage of photographs, leaving the regional channel in silence. Within half an hour, that single bounty had punished those who had been vocally contemptuous. Moreover, everyone understood that being cast out in such weather was tantamount to a death sentence. Simultaneously, they were awestruck by Zhang Tuohai's financial prowess. In just 30 minutes, several pounds of ice cream and bowls of cold noodles had been dispatched, seemingly with much despair. How much stock did he truly possess? For a moment, the regional channel fell into a hushed stillness, with even the habitual provocateurs clamping their mouths shut. They had realized a troubling truth. Their team did not appear as reliable as they had once believed. The warning issued before the game commenced proved to be accurate. Do not trust other players too readily. They could be allies or covetous of your resources. Teammates had unexpectedly transformed into harbingers of doom. Many silently resolved that after today, they would seek an opportunity to venture out alone. Being in the company of others felt exceedingly unsafe. The regional channel remained quiet, and Zhang Tuohai found little amusement in it. He continued to produce ice blocks at a steady pace in exchange for wood and fabric. As for whether the ice cream distributed would be sold, he cared not in the slightest. Even if all the ice cream were to be sold, it would amount to merely a taste for each person in the channel. With a full 12 hours of calamity ahead, it would hardly impact the market. Moreover, if those individuals were to sell ice cream, they would inadvertently serve as advertisements for him. Everyone is aware that this ice cream originates from his establishment. How does one procure ice cream? The only option is to purchase it from him. As for the possibility of price undercutting or price wars, how amusing. Monopoly teaches one a lesson. Indeed, an hour later, many resourceful players began to privately message Zhang Tuohai, seeking to buy ice cream. Zhang Tuohai, not one to withhold, promptly announced his prices, either intermediate-level resources, manufacturing blueprints, or other valuable items. Essentially, he sought anything of worth. Those unwilling to buy could simply await their turn to scramble for ice blocks. Although Zhang Tuohai's prices were steep, the individuals begrudgingly accepted, producing their cherished resources. There was no choice. Ignorance might have been bliss. However, having tasted the ice cream, who would still wish to vie for ice blocks? And even then, one might not secure them. Nearly within the span of 2 hours, Zhang Tuohai found himself sighing. Alas, there was an excess of goods, and it seemed the space in his vehicle might soon prove inadequate. Chapter 94. The collapsing road race. Zhang Tuohai reclined leisurely in his seat, selling ice cubes and collecting supplies, occasionally indulging in a sip of slush. The sensation was nothing short of delightful. At times, he even found this way of life quite appealing, earning resources while lying down. If only such days could persist indefinitely. However, it seemed the game system had other plans for his tranquility. Suddenly, a system announcement flashed before him. Warning, due to excessively high temperatures, certain sections of the road have become compromised. Prolonged stay in one location may lead to collapses. All players are urged to vacate their current positions immediately. What? Zhang Tuohai sprang to his feet. Just as he sought to ascertain the situation, his assistant, Xiao Ai, issued a warning. Commander, there are cracks appearing in the road beneath us, and it is beginning to sink. Should we leave immediately? Looking down, Zhang Tuohai noticed that the pavement surrounding the vehicle was marred by radiating fissures, continually extending into the distance. Depart at once, seek a safe location. Zhang Tuohai commanded with urgency. Understood, came the reply. The engine emitted a deep roar as all 6 wheels engaged, propelling the rugged vehicle forward with vigor, away from its previous position. As soon as the vehicle vacated the area, the ground it had just occupied collapsed abruptly, creating a vast chasm. The pit measured approximately 10 meters in diameter and reached depths of 7 to 8 meters. Had Zhang Tuohai not acted decisively, he would certainly have plummeted into the abyss, with catastrophic consequences. Zhang Tuohai found it incomprehensible how such a substantial depression could suddenly manifest on the ground, especially directly beneath where he had been stationed. He was convinced that the game system had orchestrated this event. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Even more alarming was the fact that the road behind him was crumbling like a line of dominoes, the collapse occurring at an alarming pace, rapidly closing in on him. Damn it, what is the intention here? Are they attempting to eliminate everyone? To engage in a reckless dash under this blazing sun? Zhang Tuohai muttered under his breath while instructing Xiao Ai to accelerate. The vehicle's speed surged to 100 miles per hour. In the blink of an eye, the collapsing pavement vanished from sight. Just as Zhang Tuohai exhaled in relief, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. He turned to see that the speed of the road's collapse had intensified, and the crumbling surface was now pursuing him. Increased speed, up to 200 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai shouted at Xiao Ai. Understood, Commander, she replied. The engine howled as the six-wheeled vehicle accelerated to 200 miles per hour, distancing itself from the collapsing road once more. Zhang Tuohai felt a slight sense of relief, but less than 10 seconds later, the collapsing surface caught up again. Xiao Ai. Accelerate. Wait. Zhang Tuohai instinctively began to command another acceleration, but the words faltered on his lips. Commander, do you have further instructions? Xiao Ai inquired. Maintain the speed steadily, neither hastening nor slowing down. I need to ascertain something. Zhang Tuohai fixed his gaze on the crumbling road behind him. He harbored a singular question. His vehicle, being of superior grade with a turbocharged engine, could reach a maximum speed of 400 miles per hour. However, the other players did not possess such capabilities. Many players were still confined to level 1 vehicles, with only a handful fortunate enough to have acquired a level 2 vehicle. From Zhang Tuohai's observations, it seemed he was the sole owner of a level 3 vehicle. Thus, level 1 vehicles remained the absolute norm, even with a modified engine. Their maximum speed barely exceeded 200 miles per hour. The speed at which the road was collapsing undoubtedly reached 200 miles per hour, indicating it far surpassed the limits of the mainstream players. If the rate of collapse for all roads were consistent, aside from himself and a select few top-tier players who had undergone multiple vehicle modifications, the vast majority of players would meet their demise on the spot. Yet, this did not align with the game system's established patterns. Based on Zhang Tuohai's observations, while the various tasks set by the game system indeed carried a high mortality rate, survival was still attainable with effort and a modicum of luck. However, the task at hand evidently exceeded the capabilities of most players. Zhang Tuohai sensed that something was amiss. He turned to look at the collapsing road, which appeared to be trailing him at a leisurely pace. Despite its formidable presence, it maintained an equal speed with him, neither closing the gap nor falling behind. This was peculiar. Xiao Ai, increase the speed by 10 miles per hour, then maintain this velocity, Zhang Tuohai instructed. At your command. Commander, Xiao Ai responded, elevating the speed to 210 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai intently observed the collapsing road behind him. He noted that a segment of the road had fallen away, but it soon caught up again. The interval was brief. Had Zhang Tuohai not been vigilant, he might have nearly missed it. Xiao Ai reduced the speed back to 200 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai continued to command. Boom. The collapsing road quickly closed the distance. Increased to 210 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai shouted. The collapsing road maintained its distance from Zhang Tuohai's vehicle, neither increasing nor decreasing. Elevate to 220 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai declared. The distance to the collapsing road extended to its previous measure. It could not be further increased. After several trials, Zhang Tuohai discerned a pattern. As long as the vehicle maintained a constant speed, the distance between the vehicle and the collapsing road remained fixed. Should the speed fluctuate, it could only increase, never decrease. Otherwise, the collapsing road would engulf them. But who could maintain a constant speed? Aside from Zhang Tuohai, who had Xiao Ai to assist in sustaining a steady velocity, the vast majority of players could only achieve a dynamic equilibrium within a relative speed range. However, therein lay the conundrum. The recent road collapse was truly terrifying. How many individuals possessed the composure to maintain a steady speed while still allowing room for acceleration? Surely, the accelerator was pressed to the floor. Consequently, disaster ensued. They were compelled by the crumbling roadway to ascend to a perilous height from which there was no descent. The only option was to keep the pedal to the metal, ensuring that the vehicle remained at its utmost velocity. Otherwise, they would be consumed by the collapsing road. Even those who had modified their vehicles for enhanced performance found themselves at a disadvantage. The fluctuating speed only served to diminish the distance between their cars and the crumbling pavement. In a desperate bid to evade the impending disaster, they were forced to accelerate relentlessly. Yet, they too found themselves trapped at an elevated position with no means of retreat. The most alarming aspect was that the maximum speed for Class 2 vehicles or modified cars could reach 200 miles per hour or more. However, herein lies the dilemma. Who among ordinary individuals would dare to drive at such breakneck speeds? Standard family cars simply do not reach such velocities. Those unaccustomed to such speeds would naturally panic, and panic often leads to errors. In this dire situation, a mistake equates to a catastrophic accident, potentially resulting in fatality. Ironically, the highway transformed into a harbinger of doom for them, leaving them with even lesser chances of survival compared to those whose speed limits were capped at a mere 100 miles per hour. Chapter 95. Driving with Mo. Zhang Tuohai contemplated for a moment and promptly relayed his speculation on the regional channel. He was aware that many players might not be able to view the channel at that time, Yet he had no alternative recourse. One could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. If fortune favored those players, they might be harvested multiple times as crops. If misfortune befell them, there was little that could be done. Is it true? Have you verified it? Su Qi was the first to send a private message. This is the conclusion I have reached, but whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Survival hinges on one's own destiny, Zhang Tuohai replied. Su Qi fell silent. After a span of more than 10 minutes, she responded once more. What you said is indeed correct. My sister has verified it. Thank you for the warning. Otherwise, we might have perished under the collapsing pavement. Fortunately, we are only traveling at 160 miles per hour, which is still manageable. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. How about a manufacturing blueprint as a token of thanks? Zhang Tuohai responded. Su Qi replied, is the life of you two worth less than a single manufacturing blueprint? Moments later, a blueprint was sent over, accompanied by 2 words, straight man. Zhang Tuohai leisurely took the blueprint into his hands. Super fertilizer manufacturing device transforms various types of household waste and excrement into fertilizer. Decomposable materials include, but are not limited to, dry waste, wet waste, non-recyclable waste, and hazardous waste. Fertilizer effect doubles the growth rate of crops. Manufacturing materials, intermediate plastic, 10 units. Metal ingots, 10 units. Metal parts, 20 units. Intermediate glass, 10 units. Intermediate rubber, 1 unit. Intermediate electronic components, 1 unit. The manufacturing cost was undeniably steep, yet the efficacy was equally remarkable. With this device, the tomatoes, mushrooms, and leeks in his planting pots could yield a harvest daily, significantly elevating his standard of living. Produce. Produce. To refrain from production is to forfeit the life of a farmer. Zhang Tuohai immediately set about creating the super fertilizer manufacturing device. The device resembled a large wooden box, featuring a metal feeding inlet, an observation window on the side, and a drawer at the bottom, topped with an indicator light. Wang Kai scampered over, peering curiously into the feeding inlet. Zhang Tuohai rummaged through his supplies and tossed a metal ingot inside. Clatter. The fertilizer machine emitted a flurry of sounds. Moments later, the indicator light on the drawer illuminated. Zhang Tuohai pulled out the drawer to discover a collection of small black spherical granules inside. Super fertilizer. Every 10 grams accelerates the growth of a pot of crops by 1 day. Is this the marvel? Quite astonishing indeed. Zhang Tuohai took a small handful and sprinkled it into a pot containing a persimmon seedling. In the blink of an eye, a once green persimmon expanded rapidly. Resembling a balloon, swelling to the size of a fist, its skin transitioning from green to red, nearly ripe. Zhang Tuohai, intrigued, plucked the fruit and took a bite. The predominant flavor was sour, reminiscent of an unripe persimmon. This fertilizer was quite potent. He needed to devise a way to increase the yield. Stroking his chin, he turned his gaze towards Wang Kai. What are you planning to do? Wang Kai instinctively sensed that something unpleasant might occur and hurriedly took a few steps back. In the future, if it's convenient for you, just squat over that feed inlet. Remember to keep it clean. Don't make a mess. Afterward, make sure to wipe it down. Oh. And from now on, throw all kinds of trash here. Don't waste it. Absolutely not. Wang Kai shook its head vigorously like a rattle. Why not? Is it really that difficult? Zhang Tuohai inquired, curious about Wang Kai's refusal. I'm afraid I might fall in, Wang Kai replied with a hint of trepidation. The recent experiment had left it with a significant psychological scar. The metal ingots had been pulverized into fertilizer. If it accidentally fell in, it would meet its end in the flower pot. It was adamant about rejecting this perilous task. With a swift motion, Zhang Tuohai placed a sausage before Wang Kai. What is this? Are you planning to take away my lunch? Wang Kai looked at Zhang Tuohai with a mix of apprehension. No, what I mean is, if you dare to refuse, you'll find yourself on the lunch table in the form of a sausage. Zhang Tuohai declared. I believe I can manage this task, Wang Kai conceded, shrinking its neck in defeat. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of cowardice. Working to produce fertilizer was a far better choice than becoming fertilizer itself. This was a decision anyone would make. Having assigned the task of fertilizer production to Wang Kai, Zhang Tuohai returned to a state of leisurely oversight. The sensation of directing others was quite exhilarating. The vehicle continued on for 2 hours, until suddenly, the road behind them ceased to crumble. Subsequently, a game system notification appeared. Lunch break is over. Congratulations to all players for successfully enduring the morning. New levels will be introduced in the afternoon, with specific rules to be announced promptly at 1 p.m. Please prepare accordingly, and good afternoon to all players. Good afternoon, my foot. Zhang Tuohai nearly erupted in a curse. Originally, he had anticipated merely enduring the high temperatures to survive the day. He never expected the game system to throw such a curveball, the road collapsing behind them, nearly giving him a heart attack. Moreover, judging by the game system's tone, It seemed there would be new challenges in the afternoon. Who knew how many more would fall victim to the game? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the regional channel. There had been just over 1,000 players that morning. Now, only 672 remained. Over 300 had perished in just one morning. It was unclear whether more had succumbed to the heat or been consumed by the road. If this trend continued, by day's end, this region would be devoid of players. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of unease brewing within him. If all the people were to perish, whom would he harvest? My dear friends, lend me your strength. Do not all vanish. Zhang Tuohai offered a bow to the void, beseeching these souls to linger a little longer. Never mind. Let us first dine. The afternoon still holds the prospect of survival. Zhang Tuohai prepared himself a bowl of cold noodles, adorned with ice shards and accompanied by 2 sliced eggs. After merely 2 bites, a private message from Vladimir arrived. My dear Davarish, I am profoundly grateful to you today. Were it not for your assistance, I would have met my end. Did you see what I posted in the regional channel? Do you still have teammates? Zhang Tuohai expressed his surprise. You posted something in the regional channel? I was unaware, as I was preoccupied with driving and did not pay attention. Vladimir replied. Then how did you survive the collapse of the highway? Zhang Tuohai inquired, intrigued. Regarding that incident, I witnessed the road give way and feared for my life. The alcohol we consumed would have been wasted. So I drank the life-giving water you provided and then floored the accelerator, thus managing to survive. For a full 2 hours, to be honest. If it weren't for the life-giving water, I surely would not have endured. Therefore, I must thank you, my dear Davarish. Zhang Tuohai? Chapter 96. The obstacle course. After reading Vladimir's private message, Zhang Tuohai felt a slight ache in his temples. Truly, the Russian bear. There is nothing that a bottle of vodka cannot remedy. If there is, then another bottle will suffice. To his surprise, this crisis had indeed propelled him forward with unexpected boldness. Such is the nature of the warrior nation, distinctly extraordinary. Congratulations. What is your aim this time? Is there any of that life elixir left? Vladimir asked, rubbing his hands awkwardly. This morning, I thought I was on the brink of death, so I consumed all my alcohol. Yet, here I am, still alive, but without any drink. Could you possibly sell me a bit more? Zhang Tuohai responded. Well, for a Russian, it's indeed quite alarming that one remains alive while the alcohol has vanished first. I have 2 bottles left, but as you know, I generally do not extend credit. What would you offer in exchange? He produced 2 bottles of vodka. Thank God. I knew coming to you was the right choice. How about this? Vladimir presented a manufacturing blueprint. Bulletproof tires, level 2 automotive accessory, enhances tire defense against bullets and sharp objects. Manufacturing materials, intermediate rubber, 20 units. Intermediate metal ingots, for units, intermediate metal parts, 16 units. Zhang Tuohai inhaled sharply. His vehicle's body and windows were already bulletproof. Yet the tires remained only at a basic level of protection, which always left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He constantly worried about potential attacks on his tires, especially after upgrading to a 6-wheeled off-road vehicle, which made him a more conspicuous target. This manufacturing blueprint perfectly addressed the final shortcoming in his vehicle's defenses. Exchanging 2 bottles of vodka for bulletproof tires seemed a fair trade. That's excellent. But why don't you install it yourself? Zhang Tuohai inquired, curious about why Vladimir wouldn't utilize such a valuable item. It's too expensive, Vladimir lamented. This damn thing requires 20 units of intermediate rubber. And I've yet to even see what intermediate rubber looks like. I have no idea when I might acquire it. So trading for vodka is far more practical. That does make sense, Zhang Tuohai nodded. Given the current capabilities of most players, intermediate materials were indeed a scarce resource. They might manage to gather 2 or 3 scattered units, but the quantity was insufficient to craft anything substantial, typically being exchanged for food and water instead. By the time they obtained the blueprints, they often found themselves unable to produce anything due to having traded away the necessary materials, leading to a vicious cycle where they had to sell the blueprints for survival supplies. While hoarding blueprints was an option, it required enough resources for survival. Otherwise, one might perish from hunger before ever producing the blueprint. Thus, Zhang Tuohai had promptly crafted a water collector, selling water to secure his initial fortune, which he considered quite fortunate. Very well then, I agree to the exchange. Zhang Tuohai exchanged 2 bottles of life essence for the blueprint of bulletproof tires. Vladimir struggled to gather the necessary materials, but he was not alone in his endeavors. While Vladimir was left to collect resources by himself, Zhang Tuohai had the assistance of thousands of players aiding him in the task. It could be said that the majority of intermediate manufacturing materials in the area were concentrated in his possession. If Zhang Tuohai failed to produce the tires, it was nearly certain that no one else would succeed. Delighted, he crafted the bulletproof tires and affixed them onto the existing ones, thereby enhancing the vehicle's performance yet again. As he sipped on some slightly warmed cold noodles, Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel to see if there were any new updates. At that moment, the surviving players were mostly venting their frustrations at the shamelessness of the game system. They were subjected to a road collapse event that matched their speed. And the speed could only increase, not decrease, compelling them to race at maximum velocity for over 2 hours, leaving them utterly exhausted. Their hands trembled, rendering them incapable of holding their spoons. Noticing this, Zhang Tuohai kindly offered bread, a convenient food item that he had scavenged in abundance and needed to sell before it spoiled. However, the players had bread of their own and may not have been inclined to purchase more. Thus, Zhang Tuohai resorted to a rather shameless bundling sales strategy. Buy one portion of bread to earn the right to purchase ice blocks. Yes, you heard that correctly. It was a right, not a guarantee. To buy ice blocks, they would have to spend more of their own currency. While the players cursed Zhang Tuohai as a greedy merchant, they still bought the bread, consuming it eagerly. They had no choice. Who knew what kind of mischief the game system might conjure up in the afternoon? Without adequate stamina, they were effectively doomed. Moreover, ice blocks were in dire demand, making the purchase unavoidable. Zhang Tuohai thus reaped a fresh wave of resources. After finishing his cold noodles, Zhang Tuohai took a moment to rest. And the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. The game system issued a new announcement. First, congratulations to all players for surviving. Next, if you can endure the next 5 hours, you will successfully advance to the next world. Now, allow me to introduce the rules for the afternoon competition. The afternoon competition will be an obstacle course. Players will no longer face smooth roads, but rather treacherous paths filled with mud pits, ferocious beasts, landslides, and cliffs. There are no limits to what you might encounter. It is all up to chance. During the obstacle course, there will be no supply resources available, aside from a mid-course supply station where you can exchange your gathered resources for what you require. For the exchange rates, please refer to the supply station as exchange list. You will confront various challenges during the obstacle course. You may choose to bulldoze through, take a detour, or even lie down in defeat. As long as you survive until 6 o'clock this afternoon, you will be deemed to have completed the competition and may enter the next world. If you successfully navigate the course and reach the finish line, you may select a special prize. Only the top 3 participants will be eligible for the special prizes. All players who arrive at the finish line before 6 o'clock will receive a commemorative award. May all players survive. With the announcement released, discussions erupted in the regional channel. What? We can actually lie down? Does that mean I can simply stop in place once I enter the track and save some fuel? What a clever little rascal you are. I've decided to first locate a supply station to exchange my items. I have some things in my car that I don't need, and that won't fetch a good price, so they are perfect for trading for something more useful. If only I could swap for an air conditioner or something. Enduring this weather without one is simply unbearable. Observing the players' chatter, Zhang Tuohai could not help but shake his head. Through his observations over the past few days, he had gained some insight into the nature of the game system. It was undoubtedly the type that relished in chaos. A few days prior, during the racing event, the penalty for failing to arrive on time was to be eternally trapped in the instance. Now, with the game system explicitly stating that players can lie down in place, it suggested that the difficulty of this obstacle course was exceedingly high. So high that the game system believed the vast majority of players would be unable to complete it. That is rather daunting, Zhang Tuohai mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chapter 97. Discovery of the supply station. However, according to the conventions of the game system, the greater the difficulty, the more substantial the rewards. Moreover, merely reaching the finish line guarantees a commemorative prize, signifying that this award is indeed extraordinary and of considerable importance. Zhang Tuohai stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems that this competition is worth attempting. At the very least, I must secure a commemorative prize. Zhang Tuohai resolved firmly. Within the regional channel, others had also discerned this point, sensing that this competition was unlike any other. You may say whatever you wish, but I shall not participate in this competition. This morning, I reached a maximum speed of 200 miles per hour for 2 hours. If I hadn't played racing games before, I would have met my end here today. You all can go ahead. My hands are still trembling. Yet, what if the reward is crucial? Surely, I should give it a try. What if I succeed? Let's be realistic. From the beginning until now, which competition has been easy to pass? Every time. The mortality rate skyrockets. Since this time allows for a relaxed approach, I might as well take it easy. After all, my fuel is running low, and it would be prudent to conserve resources. With fuel running low, it is even more essential to go. There is a supply station along the way where I can replenish my fuel. Otherwise, who knows where the next fuel source might be? That's easy to say. But what if I don't make it and get stranded halfway? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? I suggest we play it safe and take it easy. Let us not forget, today is a day of disaster. Outside, the temperature soars to 70 degrees. Just enduring the heat is challenging enough, let alone participating in an obstacle race. Why invite suffering upon ourselves? The regional channel divided into two factions, one advocating for participation, at least to see what the competition entails, and the other supporting a relaxed approach. Neither side could persuade the other, resulting in a lively debate that reminded Zhang Tuohai of his days perusing forums. Shaking his head, he exited the regional channel. Regardless of others' decisions, he was determined to compete. Xiao AI, let us set forth. At your command, Commander. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle advanced 200 meters, only to encounter a fork in the road that split into 6 identical light gates. All the gates appeared indistinguishable, leaving one to ponder the role of luck. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the gates in bemusement. The difficulty of the track increases from left to right, with the leftmost being the easiest and the rightmost the most challenging. The long-awaited prompt system activated, and Zhang Tuohai's eyes brightened. Xiao AI, proceed through the leftmost light gate. Understood. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle entered the leftmost gate. Beyond the gate lay a straight road, and the sky still boasted 2 suns, were it not for the fact that he had indeed passed through the gate moments ago. Zhang Tuohai might have suspected he was hallucinating. He remained on the original road. Could it be that the game system had malfunctioned? Wasn't this supposed to be an off-road race? Zhang Tuohai was left perplexed. Warning, the road ahead poses significant safety hazards due to construction, and vehicles may fall into deep pits. Damn it, stop. Creak. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle barely came to a halt. Commander? Xiao AI was confused. Reverse 3 meters. Zhang Tuohai instructed. Xiao AI, the AI assistant, could not comprehend why Zhang Tuohai acted in such a manner, yet it dutifully executed his commands. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle reversed 3 meters. The spot where the vehicle had previously halted bore a profound fissure, radiating outward, measuring a finger's breadth in width, and seemingly bottomless. Moreover, the orientation of the crack extended forward. Had Zhang Tuohai not halted in time, he would have plunged headlong into the chasm. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. This seemingly straightforward path had already presented him with a daunting challenge from the outset, leaving him to ponder the extent of the difficulties that lay ahead. The critical concern was the uncertainty of how many such concealed pitfalls awaited him. Gazing at the lengthy highway, Zhang Tuohai surmised that while adhering to the guidance of the prompt system ensured safety, it would also significantly increase the time consumed. It was conceivable that before he could traverse this stretch of road, the competition might conclude. How could he navigate safely without squandering time? Was there an optimal solution? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Indeed, descend from the road, venture into the desert, and travel along the edge of the highway to avoid 90% of the dangers. Zhang Tuohai. So, 90% of the hazards reside upon the road? Only by leaving the highway and traversing the desert can one evade the majority of dangers? This is tantamount to enforced off-roading. Blast it. Zhang Tuohai pressed his palm to his forehead, finally grasping why the system had interspersed a straight road within the off-road course. It was a trap designed to ensnare the unwary. Xiao AI, leave the road and drive along the highway's edge, Zhang Tuohai commanded. Xiao AI understood. This was one of its commendable traits. Regardless of how peculiar Zhang Tuohai's orders might be, it never questioned but rather faithfully executed each directive. It simply followed the prescribed course of action. For instance, at present, Xiao AI maintained a consistent distance of 10 centimeters from the roadbed, exhibiting no deviation whatsoever. Were a typical human in the same position, they would likely still be rationalizing the circumstances. This was also one of the reasons Zhang Tuohai preferred to keep his distance from other players, opting for a purely transactional relationship. Human nature was far too intricate. Machinery remained the most loyal. Zhang Tuohai's vehicle had recently been upgraded to a 6-wheeled off-road model, with tires measuring 1 meter in diameter and a chassis elevated over 70 centimeters from the ground. Traversing the desert posed no challenge whatsoever. As he remained unconcerned about the tires sinking, the off-road vehicle roared past, stirring up clouds of dust that allowed Zhang Tuohai to experience a taste of genuine desert driving. The terrain was far from level, with undulating sand mounds causing the vehicle to sway, leaving Zhang Tuohai feeling as though he were on a ship, his head spinning. After nearly an hour of this tumultuous journey, just as Zhang Tuohai felt he might be ill, Xiao AI abruptly halted the vehicle. Zhang Tuohai looked up and was taken aback. Before him lay a colossal chasm, its width spanning dozens of meters, unfathomably deep, with no visible edges on either side, seemingly extending to the very horizon. Before him stood a signpost adorned with a crimson arrow pointing to the right. Zhang Tuohai turned his gaze in that direction and beheld a towering mountain range, its slope steep and nearly vertical. At the juncture of the lofty peaks and the profound valley, a narrow dirt path emerged. This path, a mere 4 meters in width, was just sufficient for Zhang Tuohai's 6-wheeled off-road vehicle. However, to the left lay an unfathomable chasm, while to the right rose sheer cliffs. The terrain was rugged and uneven, with loose stones occasionally tumbling down, presenting an alarming risk. Most strikingly, at the entrance of the dirt path, stood a small wooden cabin, upon which were inscribed the words Supply Station. Chapter 98. Redemption of Supplies. Is this the supply station on this track? Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of energy. The dizziness caused by the bumpy ride had considerably lessened. During the previous racing event, he had reaped significant benefits at the supply station, acquiring a plethora of advantageous items. This time, upon spotting the supply station, he could not contain his excitement and promptly drove his vehicle toward it. Similar to the last supply station, it was a modest wooden structure adorned with a colossal vending machine. Once again, it was unattended. However, Zhang Tuohai refrained from testing if he could procure items for free with a crowbar this time. Who could predict whether this time the Gatling gun would actually fire? The vending machine was stocked with numerous supplies. At the bottom tier were basic essentials, food, water, gasoline, and various level 1 materials, all available at a minimal cost, requiring only single-digit points. The second tier featured an array of heat relief items, such as ice cubes, ice cream, chilled water, waterbeds, fans, and even air conditioners. However, these items demanded a higher expenditure of points. Ice cubes and ice cream were reasonably priced at 5 points each, yet the air conditioner was exorbitantly expensive, costing a staggering 500 points, over 200 times the price of the simpler items. At the top tier, there were genuinely valuable items, including seeds for various crops and precious manufacturing blueprints. Zhang Tuohai first examined the seeds, which comprised 4 varieties: carrots, chili peppers, cilantro, and cucumbers. He scratched his head. While these seeds were not undesirable, they were all merely supplementary ingredients, lacking any main dish options. Together, they might only create a simple salad. Nevertheless, supplementary ingredients were better than none, and combined with the garlic, ginger, and scallions he had purchased previously, Zhang Tuohai felt he was nearing the essential components for cooking. The price for each of these 4 seed varieties was also not insignificant, each priced at 100 points. Given that they could be used over an extended period, the cost was somewhat justifiable. After securing the seeds, he turned his attention to the blueprints. In contrast to the seeds, the blueprints were much more diverse, ranging from survival knives to Glocks, from leather armor to plate armor, and from planting pots to bulletproof glass. While there were many options, Zhang Tuohai already possessed most of them, or they appeared powerful yet impractical. For instance, there was this one. Super realistic doll, level 2 item. Guarantees a tactile experience indistinguishable from a real person. Zhang Tuohai remarked, "I wonder if what you're claiming is true or false." These blueprints were indeed practical for ordinary players, yet they seemed somewhat outdated for Zhang Tuohai. However, after a meticulous search, he finally discovered a piece of equipment that was exceedingly useful. Intermediate Space Expansion Cabinet. Level 2 Automotive Accessory. Expands interior space by 100 cubic meters. Materials required: intermediate metal ingots, 50 units, metal parts, 30 units, intermediate rubber, 10 units, intermediate wood, 5 units, intermediate plastic, 20 units. Selling price, 500 points. For Zhang Tuohai, this is quite practical, yet undeniably expensive. After some deliberation, he identified 5 items totaling 900 points. He perused the exchange list to see what could be traded for points. Level 1 basic materials were priced at a mere 1 point per unit. What a scam! Zhang Tuohai muttered under his breath. Exchanging at the supply station required 5 points, while recycling cost only 1 point, a staggering 4-fold price difference. Truly a ripoff. If he weren't so outmatched, Zhang Tuohai would have considered dismantling the vending machine and acquiring the items for free. To redeem those level 1 basic materials, he would need to produce a staggering 900 units. Did he possess such materials? Indeed. However, they were painstakingly obtained from other players, and he had worked diligently to amass this modest fortune. Parting with it for points felt like a loss. Moreover, such materials were hard currency, potentially useful in the future. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Tuohai was reluctant to trade them away. He continued to scrutinize the list. Various blueprints were accepted, yet their prices were pitifully low. Water was not accepted, and while gasoline was, it was valued at only 1/3 of its selling price. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head at the lengthy list of items for purchase. Although numerous items were listed, the sellable ones were scant. Either the losses were too great, or the items simply weren't accepted. This infuriated Zhang Tuohai. He had discovered valuable items, yet lacked anything to exchange for them. As he reached the end of the list, his eyes suddenly sparkled. He found something that could be exchanged: food. At the bottom of the list, it clearly stated, non-processed food, exchange price, 1 point per pound. Processed food, exchange price, 3 points per pound. To earn 900 points, Zhang Tuohai would need to present either 900 pounds of raw meat or 300 pounds of processed food. The game system did not expect anyone to offer hundreds of pounds of food for trade, thus it was relegated to the end of the list. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic setting, food was second only to water and gasoline in value, and the system presumed no one would barter food for supplies. However, they had underestimated Zhang Tuohai. Just days prior, he had hunted nearly 1,000 pounds of food, enough for him to last a year alone. Moreover, due to the fortunate occurrence of a stump, a rabbit weighing several pounds had been accidentally killed by his vehicle each day. Zhang Tuohai had no shortage of meat. Additionally, he possessed a sausage-making machine that could transform raw meat into processed food, sausages. Although 300 pounds of food seemed considerable, it was something Zhang Tuohai currently had no use for. Trading it for a continuous supply of vegetables and ample storage space seemed a worthwhile exchange in his eyes. As for the future sale of food, one could easily trade in carrots or cucumbers. I believe those players will not be overly discerning. Once he made up his mind, Zhang Tuohai exchanged 300 pounds of sausage for points and subsequently redeemed seeds along with an intermediate space expansion cabinet. Manufacture the intermediate space expansion cabinet, Zhang Tuohai commanded. One by one, the intermediate materials vanished before his eyes, causing a pang of regret as these were hard-won resources acquired from numerous players. Yet, the gain was indeed worthwhile. The interior of the vehicle instantly expanded by 100 cubic meters. The once cramped space within the vehicle suddenly felt significantly larger. Zhang Tuohai sensed that the interior of his off-road vehicle was even more spacious than that of some recreational vehicles. Speaking of recreational vehicles, he felt that continuously sleeping on the seats was somewhat unbecoming of his status. Perhaps it was time to procure a proper bed. Chapter 99. Toll Road. What was he thinking? Zhang Tuohai shook his head, feeling somewhat disoriented. He hadn't yet navigated through the first world, and here he was, contemplating the matter of a bed. He had crafted several planting pots and sown the seeds he had exchanged for. After organizing the items in his vehicle, he gazed ahead at the mountain road, flanked by steep cliffs on one side and a deep valley on the other. In truth, he had accomplished half of his primary goal by arriving here. All he needed to do was remain stationary until time elapsed, and he would inevitably transition into the second world. Moreover, with the timber and fabric he had stockpiled, he could live quite comfortably in the subsequent realm. However, Zhang Tuohai was not content with mere survival. He yearned to thrive, to persist indefinitely, and to discover whether there lay an end to this game. What was the true purpose of the game system in bringing them here? There were too many enigmas he wished to unravel. To explore these mysteries, he required sufficient strength. He needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his prowess. This off-road race represented such an opportunity. He aimed not only to cross the finish line, but to do so as the first. Although the mountain path ahead was perilous, it would not deter his advance. Xiao AI, enter the mountain road, Zhang Tuohai commanded. Understood, Commander, Xiao AI responded, steering the vehicle cautiously into the narrow path. The road was treacherously narrow, compelling Xiao AI to drive with utmost care, maintaining a speed of approximately 20 miles per hour. If you wish to traverse the mountain road without incident, please increase your speed to 40 miles per hour. Suddenly, the prompt system delivered its message. 40 miles per hour? Zhang Tuohai pondered this suggestion. Although he was uncertain as to why the system recommended this speed, he believed there must be a reason behind it. Xiao AI, accelerate to 40 miles per hour. Understood. Without questioning, Xiao AI promptly increased their speed to 40 miles per hour. While this velocity might seem unremarkable, even slow on urban roads, it was significant on this bumpy mountain trail. As the path grew increasingly constricted, it narrowed from an initial width of 4 meters to 3. In some stretches, Zhang Tuohai's left tire barely made contact with the ground, while the other half hung precariously in midair. Most drivers would likely have halted under such circumstances, for even the slightest loosening of the road's surface or a minor deviation in direction could lead to loss of balance, trapping the vehicle within the mountain path. Yet, amidst such peril, Xiao AI maintained her speed at 40 miles per hour. After 20 minutes of navigating the treacherous terrain, the road gradually widened ahead, allowing Zhang Tuohai a moment's reprieve. At that instant, a resounding rumble echoed from behind. Turning to look, he was astounded to witness the mountain road collapsing behind him, as countless stones tumbled into the abyss below. Zhang Tuohai feared that the collapse of the road would repeat itself, prompting him to urge his companion, Xiao AI, to accelerate. However, after a brief observation, he realized that only a narrow section of the mountain road had crumbled. Had he maintained a speed of 20 miles per hour earlier, he might have plummeted into the valley along with the road. Even in the best-case scenario, he would merely gaze in despair at the collapsed path, losing all hope of reaching the finish line. Cursed be this racing course, fraught with pitfalls, were it not for the hint system. He might have met his demise yet again. Zhang Tuohai muttered under his breath as the vehicle continued its forward journey, the road ahead widening and becoming increasingly smooth, evincing the characteristics of a proper highway. Suddenly, a substantial slope emerged before him, and at its base, a long, black and white checkered line marked the finish line. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Peering down the slope, he noticed a winding mountain road below, where a business vehicle sped along. Astonished, he realized that another player was ahead of him. Urgently, he instructed Xiao AI to accelerate. If you wish to impede your opponent, it is suggested to collide with the tamarisk tree on the left. The hint system chimed in. Zhang Tuohai glanced to the left and, indeed, spotted a tamarisk tree growing precariously at the edge of the cliff, its trunk a robust 30 centimeters in diameter, its branches extending over the precipice. An idea took shape in his mind. Xiao AI, ram that tamarisk tree and then retreat swiftly. Xiao AI understood the command. With a hum, Xiao AI instantly increased their speed to 100 miles per hour, and the six-wheeled off-road vehicle lunged toward the tamarisk tree. A resounding crash echoed as the tree splintered and tumbled down the cliff, fortuitously landing on the road and obstructing the path of the business vehicle. The driver slammed on the brakes. Two women emerged from the vehicle, weapons in hand, scanning their surroundings cautiously. To Zhang Tuohai's surprise, he recognized them as Su Mu and Su Qi. It made sense now why they were so swift. They must have been the first to construct a second-tier vehicle and possessed an abundance of schematics, enabling them to navigate the off-road race with remarkable speed, especially since they had finished second in the last competition. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai felt no remorse. The championship was his, and no one could claim it, not even Su Qi or Su Mu. Casting a glance at the vigilant duo, he drove his vehicle toward the finish line below. As he crossed the black and white checkered line, he heard the voice of the game system. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for being the first to cross the finish line. A commemorative down jacket has been awarded. The champion's reward will be distributed after the race concludes. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing a black down jacket in the passenger seat beside Zhang Tuohai, its length reaching down to the knees and exuding a comforting warmth. The impending world was one of ice and snow, a certainty reinforced by the game system's provision of down jackets to every player crossing the finish line. After crossing the threshold, Zhang Tuohai noticed that the sisters, Su Qi and Su Mu, remained by the fallen tree trunk at the roadside. A thought crossed his mind, an opportunity for further profit. He turned the vehicle around and drove directly to the sisters, coming to a halt in front of them. Upon seeing the enormous six-wheeled off-road vehicle parked nearby, the sisters instinctively tensed, raising their weapons in defense. No need for alarm. I bear no ill will. Zhang Tuohai reassured them, lowering the car window. Recognizing him, the sisters exhaled in relief. Familiarity often eased tensions. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Is there something you need? Su Mu inquired cautiously. Just beyond lies the finish line. Would you like assistance in reaching it? Zhang Tuohai gestured toward the nearby endpoint. Certainly. But this tree is far too large for us to move. Could you lend us a hand? Su Qi replied. Absolutely, Zhang Tuohai responded with a smile. As long as we have a blueprint, we can sort it out together. He then mimicked the gesture of counting money, emphasizing the potential for collaboration. Chapter 100. Microwave oven. What does this mean? Upon witnessing Zhang Tuohai's gesture, Su Qi was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he had collected a toll, given your inability to proceed. And my capability to assist, is it not reasonable to charge a fee? Zhang Tuohai replied with an air of indifference. Su Qi. She intended to say more, but was interrupted by Su Mu. Very well, we accept, but what level of blueprint are we discussing? If it is too advanced, we might as well take a detour. Su Mu stated directly. Rest assured, a standard forging blueprint will suffice. After all, we are old friends. A small concession is only fitting, Zhang Tuohai responded readily. The notion of charging a toll had been a spur-of-the-moment idea. If he profited, it would be a gain. And if not, there would be no loss. Moreover, if he lingered too long with Su Mu, it might attract other players, leading to unwanted complications. Thus, swift resolution was paramount. Securing the benefits was the priority. Since Su Mu was willing to compromise, it was all the more favorable. Is this acceptable? If so, we shall proceed with the transaction, Su Mu said, producing a blueprint and tossing it to Zhang Tuohai. Microwave manufacturing blueprint. Level 1 automotive component, powered by electricity. Ideal for heating food, a great assistant for warming meals on the road. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 3 units, metal parts, 6 units, rubber, 1 unit, plastic, 10 units. Low-level electronic components, 1 unit. A rather standard blueprint. For Zhang Tuohai, it possessed a utility that was either present or absent, depending on the context. Nevertheless, it was a no-cost acquisition, and Zhang Tuohai accepted it with delight. Very well, please wait a moment while I clear the tree. Zhang Tuohai produced a sunshade net, twisted it into a rope, and secured it to the large tree. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle roared to life. With a hum, Zhang Tuohai pulled the tree aside, revealing a path suitable for vehicles to pass through. "Thank you," Sumu nodded in acknowledgement as the road cleared, swiftly driving away. After witnessing the Su sisters depart, Zhang Tuohai maneuvered his vehicle to push the tree back into place. "Suchi, sister, do you think he deliberately left the tree here to extort us?" Suchi inquired, nudging Sumu. "And if he did, what can you do if he did not?" Sumu shook her head in response. Suchi pondered, realizing she had no means to confront Zhang Tuohai. "But, shall we just watch?" Suchi hesitated. "What other option do we have?" Sumu shot Suchi a glance. In this world, there are no constraints. For him to only collect a blueprint is already quite restrained. If he were to indulge further, seeking to take more, do you believe you would have any capacity to resist? Yet, despite having accepted Sumu's reasoning, Suchi still found herself grappling with a sense of unease. Upon observing Suchi's demeanor, Sumu let out a sigh, feeling that she had perhaps sheltered her younger sister a tad too well. A week into the apocalypse, Suchi still retained a hint of idealism. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity for her to toughen up. Zhang Tuohai, on the other hand, was utterly indifferent to the thoughts of the Su sisters. Their relationship was purely transactional. As long as it did not hinder his profit, he was content. He continued to await his fishing prospects with a cheerful disposition. Indeed, business along this route proved to be quite promising. Approximately 15 minutes later, another van approached. However, this vehicle appeared rather tragic, its windshield shattered, the front bumper entirely missing, the hood riddled with dents, and a sizable rock precariously perched atop its roof, giving it an air of imminent scrap. "Stop for a toll," Zhang Tuohai commanded as he lowered his window. "I have nothing left, not even blueprints. Would it be possible to defer my payment this time and settle it later?" A girl's voice emerged from the window. She had pink hair, a slender frame, and an appearance that seemed fragile, evoking an instinctive sense of pity. Had it been anyone else, they might have been deceived by her fragile facade. However, Zhang Tuohai was not so easily fooled. He immediately recognized this woman. She was none other than Li Feiyu, who had sent him a photo of a severed head earlier that morning. Though she appeared delicate, her hands were stained with blood, having taken a life without hesitation. "I have been waiting here for quite a while. Surely you must grant me some reward. Moreover, the third place remains undecided. If you act swiftly, you might still contend for the mysterious prize. Of course, you could opt for a detour, but then who knows who will claim the prize for third place?" Zhang Tuohai remarked. Li Feiyu glanced at the finish line not far behind Zhang Tuohai, noticing that only one vehicle was halted there, which stirred something within her. Initially, her sole intention had been to reach the finish line on time, but now the prospect of competing for third place intrigued her. After a brief contemplation, she retrieved 2 items from her vehicle and tossed them to Zhang Tuohai. "These are the most valuable possessions I have left. I'm offering them to you. What do you think?" Zhang Tuohai caught the items, discerning one to be a 10-pound bag of cocoa powder, while the other was a bar of mid-grade metal. Judging their worth was challenging. The cocoa powder could be used to make hot cocoa and provide warmth. Its current value may be low, yet in the next world, it would undoubtedly be sought after. The mid-grade metal bar, a material in short supply for Zhang Tuohai, held significant value as well. However, what astonished Zhang Tuohai most was the sheer weight of these 2 items combined, nearly 20 pounds, while he stood a good 7 to 8 meters away from Li Feiyu. The ability to throw such weighty objects over such a distance indicated her remarkable strength. Moreover, she seemed to possess reserve energy. Observing her arms, which appeared scarcely thicker than an egg, and her slender physique, it was difficult to fathom how such a frail form could unleash such formidable power. Zhang Tuohai mused that if this woman were to cultivate her potential, she might very well rise to prominence. If one were to harbor more ruthless intentions, taking her out while she remains undeveloped would indeed be the wisest course. However, Zhang Tuohai is not one to wield a blade without cause. His utmost desire is merely to survive and avoid unnecessary entanglements. With that thought, Zhang Tuohai stowed away his belongings. "By the way, would you be interested in a car repair kit? It can restore all damages with a single touch, and I could part with it for a reasonable price." With that, Zhang Tuohai produced the repair kit. "A pound of spicy duck necks, perhaps? If that is agreeable, we could trade." Li Yufei presented a bag of duck necks. "It's a deal." Zhang Tuohai tossed the repair kit her way, simultaneously instructing the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle to clear the trees. "Thank you," Li Yufei said as she drove past Zhang Tuohai. He then pushed the tree back into position. Chapter 101. The Mouse-style rescue in less than 10 minutes. Another second-tier business vehicle approached. A robust middle-aged man emerged from the car, brandishing a machete with an imposing demeanor. "Kid, do you dare to imitate others and extort tolls?" Back in the day, When your grandfather did this, you weren't even born yet. Spare me, great hero. Upon seeing Zhang Tuohai draw his shotgun, the middle-aged man's legs weakened. With years of experience, he could ascertain that the firearm was genuine, and he promptly raised his hands in surrender. You seem to have experience, then? You understand the rules, right? So, let us skip the pleasantries and hand it over, Zhang Tuohai said with a grin. The toll can be paid, but brother, may I propose something? The middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed with a sheepish smile. What is it? Zhang Tuohai inquired coldly. Given your esteemed stature, how could you sully your hands with such menial tasks? Instead, allow me to handle this for you. I have been in this business for 30 years. I am quite adept, I assure you. Once I collect the toll, you could generously reward me with a few coins. What do you think? The middle-aged man said, oozing flattery. Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the man, bushy eyebrows, slanted eyes, a face full of excess flesh, and a shining bald head. He bore the unmistakable appearance of a villain. Someone who could easily play a highway robber in a film without the need for makeup. Despite his dubious character, he did make a valid point. For someone of Zhang Tuohai's stature to personally set up a toll booth seemed rather beneath him and could tarnish his reputation. It was indeed wiser to delegate such tasks to a proxy. This middle-aged man appeared to be a suitable candidate. Why not let him take a shot? If it succeeded, splendid. If not, it would merely mean a slight loss in profit. Zhang Tuohai feigned contemplation before nodding. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. You will receive a 10% commission. The more you collect, the more you earn. If you perform well, there will be further rewards. The middle-aged man, ecstatic, exclaimed. Thank you, boss. Could you please let me pass first? To pass, you must first pay the toll, Zhang Tuohai replied with a smile, extending his hand. Must I also pay the toll? The middle-aged man was taken aback. What do you think? Rules are rules, tests are tests. They cannot be confused. You either pay or take a detour, Zhang Tuohai stated, unlocking the safety on his Remington. Boss, please don't shoot. I'll pay. I will. The middle-aged man hastily pleaded. Raising his hands in surrender, he reached into the vehicle and retrieved 3 boxes of hot pot ingredients. Boss, how about this? It's all I have. Zhang Tuohai was naturally skeptical of his claim. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of accepting what was essentially found, he decided to accept it. 3 boxes of hot pot ingredients were not trivial. Based on current market prices, they could fetch several hundred basic components. Very well, I shall take this. You are in charge here. Remember, do not slack off, Zhang Tuohai said as he tossed the items into his car and drove back to the finish line. However, Zhang Tuohai did not turn a blind eye to the situation. Instead, he kept a vigilant watch on the middle-aged man at the finish line. The man, aware of Zhang Tuohai's scrutiny, exerted himself to appear industrious. He first maneuvered around the large tree, then repositioned it, perhaps to fortify his defense further, and even deliberately parked his vehicle across the road. Subsequently, the middle-aged man brandished a machete, sitting atop the log in a display of bravado. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. He believed in the principle of harmony and mutual benefit. Players traversed the path while he reaped the rewards. However, the middle-aged man's approach, reminiscent of a brigand proclaiming dominance, would undoubtedly incite resistance among the players. Most critically, a mere machete no longer instilled fear in the players. Just days prior, such a display might have intimidated many. Yet, given the events of the past week, particularly the urban race, numerous players had already faced life-or-death confrontations. The middle-aged man's outdated tactics were likely to provoke a backlash. As Zhang Tuohai contemplated whether to summon the middle-aged man for a stern admonition, a sudden rumbling sound echoed from a distance. The noise was thunderous, akin to a clap of thunder. What could it be? Zhang Tuohai squinted into the distance. The others at the finish line also heard the commotion and turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. The middle-aged man stood up, peering into the distance. A secondary-class commercial vehicle approached along the winding mountain road. However, what captured everyone's attention was the sharp ram composed of 2 massive steel plates affixed to the front of the vehicle. It barreled toward the finish line with an unstoppable momentum. Oh my! The middle-aged man, upon witnessing this formidable sight, realized that this newcomer was far beyond his capacity to confront. Abandoning his machete, he scrambled toward his vehicle, desperate to escape. Yet, the vehicle equipped with the ram was swifter. In the blink of an eye, it reached the large tree obstructing the road. The commercial vehicle showed no intention of slowing down and crashed directly into it. With a resounding crash, the colossal tree splintered into 2 segments. One section collided with a nearby rock, while the other plummeted off the cliff into the abyss below. The middle-aged man's vehicle, positioned behind the tree, was overturned, resembling a flipped turtle. Only then did the commercial vehicle come to a halt. A robust man leaped from the car, a middle-aged Caucasian, bald, clad in a plush vest and work pants, wearing military boots, and carrying an AKM slung across his back. His gait was unsteady, suggesting he had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Damn, is that Vladimir? How much has he drunk? Upon seeing the man, Zhang Tuohai immediately recognized him. The scent of alcohol emanating from Vladimir was detectable even from Zhang Tuohai's distant vantage point. The weather is quite warm. Why are you still clad in a plush vest? Wait, what? Is that chest hair? Vladimir, perplexed, glanced around before approaching the overturned van. He crouched down and inquired. Hey, buddy, you seem to be in quite a predicament. Do you require assistance? The middle-aged man had long since lost consciousness from the impact. Observing the dire state, Vladimir remarked, I'm not entirely sure how to assist you, but I'll flip you back over. The rest is up to you. Having said this, he returned to his vehicle and pressed the accelerator. Bang! The front of his car collided once more with the van. Due to the upward slope of the front edge, it unexpectedly lifted the van from one side. With a resounding crash, the overturned vehicle miraculously righted itself. However, the violent maneuver resulted in considerable structural damage, and several windows shattered. Well, that went surprisingly well. Vladimir let out a lengthy belch, satisfied with his rescue efforts. All right, buddy, it's all on you now. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped towards the finish line. Chapter 102. A new opportunity for wealth. As Vladimir rushed over, the crowd at the finish line instinctively dispersed, wary of the possibility that this inebriated individual might collide with them. The unfortunate state of the business vehicle from earlier was fresh in everyone's minds. Yet, once Vladimir crossed the finish line, he managed to halt his vehicle with commendable steadiness, parking it securely in the designated area. Although his car occupied 2 parking spaces, none dared to confront Vladimir about it, for the AKM slung across his back was all too real. Who would dare to seek redress if he unleashed a volley of bullets? The onlookers remained silent and still, awaiting the conclusion of the race. From time to time, vehicles limped into the finish area, most bearing the marks of their arduous journey, dented, caked in mud, with shattered glass and crumpled hoods. One vehicle even arrived missing a wheel. Yet it pressed on valiantly to the finish. It was evident that the participants had endured considerable trials along the way. For Zhang Tuohai, however, this presented a splendid opportunity for profit. With so many vehicles in disrepair, the demand for automotive repair kits was at an all-time high. Furthermore, many competitors had likely encountered supply stations en route, where they could have exchanged for a plethora of useful items. Thus, he seized the moment to offer automotive repair kits in the trading channel, inviting interested parties to reach out privately. In the blink of an eye, his inbox was inundated with messages, aside from a few players who had succumbed early in the off-road race. Those who had ventured deeper into the course had sustained varying degrees of damage to their vehicles. Not everyone benefited from the prompt of a system that guided them to the safest routes, nor did all possess vehicles capable of withstanding the impact of gunfire. Having undergone numerous modifications, many among them were still driving the second-hand cars they had just received upon entering this world. Such vehicles struggled even on regular off-road courses, let alone in this exceptionally challenging competition. Numerous players found themselves stranded mid-course, awaiting the system to transport them to the finish line. From a certain perspective, those still able to send private messages were fortunate. The truly unfortunate players had already found their names posted on the obituary board. Esteemed one, could we trade for a repair kit? My tire has been punctured, and I can offer a bucket of fried chicken I just exchanged at the supply station, still warm. Great one, might you have a repair kit to spare? My engine was damaged by a rock, and I can trade you a case of soda I just acquired. Could we trade for a set of climbing tools? There's a supply station just ahead, but the Game system placed it halfway up a mountain, and my vehicle cannot ascend. I'll return the favor once I secure the items. Please, I implore you, come and assist. My vehicle is mired in a quagmire, and the mud has already submerged half the door. If no one helps soon, I fear I shall drown. My vehicle has fallen into a pit. Can you help me extricate it? The myriad cries for help left Zhang Tuohai both astonished and enlightened. He discovered that this off-road race was indeed quite brutal, with numerous players stranded on the road, unable to move, at the very least. He received hundreds of desperate private messages seeking help. However, in the face of these pleas, Zhang Tuohai felt truly powerless. The game lacked a positioning system, and even if he were to embark on a rescue mission, locating them would prove impossible. He could only sell some supplies, hoping they might manage to save themselves. For those not in serious trouble, they could simply wait for the time to pass until the system would guide them back. Zhang Tuohai began sifting through the private messages. He agreed to exchange with nearly all who offered items of similar value. Having recently suffered significant losses at the supply station, he had exchanged for a large cargo hold and found himself in dire need of everything. Despite this, he ceased trading after around 200 private messages. There were simply no more individuals available for exchange. In the afternoon, there were still about 600 participants in the race. Yet a third lay flat at the starting point, while over 100 had perished on the road, and another 100 sustained minor injuries. Temporarily unable to utilize car repair kits, or were trapped. Even possessing a repair kit would be futile. The 200 trades he conducted were nearly at their limit. Through these exchanges, Zhang Tuohai acquired a substantial amount of food, water, primary resources, gasoline, and other essential supplies. He also managed to obtain a considerable quantity of intermediate materials, greatly enriching his inventory. The most valuable items among them were 3 blueprints and a single seed. Water purifier, level 1 item, filters contaminated water sources into drinkable clear water. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 1 unit, metal parts, 2 units, glass, 5 units, low-grade rubber, 1 unit, fabric, 2 units, low-grade electronic components, 1 unit. Crude distillation barrel, level 1 item, can produce rough rum by combining sugarcane and water. Manufacturing materials, wood, 10 units, metal ingots, 1 unit, metal parts, 5 units. Glass, 2 units, low-grade rubber, 2 units, low-grade electronic components, 1 unit. Alcohol purification device, level 1 item. Can refine crude alcohol into premium liquor at a ratio of 2:1. Manufacturing materials, glass, 10 units, metal parts, 5 units, low-grade rubber, 10 units. Low-grade electronic components, 1 unit. Rapid sugarcane seed, level 1 crop, can be used for sugar production and brewing. Growth cycle, 3 days. These 4 blueprints were acquired from 4 different players. If held individually, they might possess some utility, albeit limited. However, now that they were consolidated in Zhang Tuohai's possession, these blueprints proved more formidable than certain level 2 automotive components. Specifically, the water purifier might seem of little value in a desert world, where finding a water source is exceedingly challenging. Yet, in the next realm, which is an icy expanse, simply digging up some snow would alleviate worries about water scarcity. What many do not realize, however, is that although snow appears white, it harbors considerable dust and pathogenic bacteria. Consuming it recklessly could lead to illness. And even boiling it would leave behind substantial sediment at the pot's bottom. With the water purifier, one need not worry about sediment and pathogenic bacteria. For Zhang Tuohai, the next world presents an infinite supply of water resources. The remaining 2 blueprints and a seed require no further elaboration. Combined with Zhang Tuohai's accelerated fertilizer and the water purifier, they can effortlessly create a craft brewing assembly line. The forthcoming world is a realm of ice and snow, where the biting cold will prompt many to seek a warming drink. Zhang Tuohai can fully capitalize on this opportunity and amass a considerable fortune. Chapter 103. The supreme delight of iced cola. It is said that consuming alcohol in cold weather can enhance blood circulation. Others argue that this notion is pseudoscience, claiming that alcohol merely stimulates the heart and numbs the nerves, diminishing one's sensitivity to the cold. Regardless of whether it is true science or mere myth, it is a common observation that in colder climates, people tend to indulge in alcohol more frequently. Transitioning abruptly from the arid heat of the desert to a frigid landscape can be overwhelming for many. Furthermore, numerous individuals may find themselves outside without adequate winter clothing. Engaged in activities such as shoveling snow, clearing windows of accumulated frost, or chopping wood for fuel. In such moments, a sip of alcohol can significantly alleviate their discomfort. Additionally, the constant struggle for survival imposes considerable mental strain on individuals, and a moderate drink can serve to ease this psychological burden. Thus, it seems inevitable that alcohol will become a sought-after commodity in the next world. Zhang Tuohai, in a moment of inspiration, constructed 3 machines and placed them in a secure corner, subsequently planting sugarcane and applying a quickening fertilizer. After the application, the sugarcane sprouted at a remarkable speed, rapidly growing over a meter tall. Observing the effectiveness of his efforts, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of excitement and planned to harvest a portion the next day to expand the cultivation area, aiming to promote rum as swiftly as possible. After completing his transactions, Zhang Tuohai continued to sell ice blocks, harvesting primary resources. This was the final market for ice blocks. If he did not sell them now, opportunities would be scarce in the forthcoming world. To cater to the demands of wealthier players, Zhang Tuohai introduced a new product, iced cola. The ingredients, naturally, were freshly harvested. The pricing, of course, could not align with that of ordinary ice blocks. This constituted a luxury item in the post-apocalyptic world and was set at the price of 2 mid-tier materials as a starting point, limited to 24 bottles. There was also a 2-liter bottle packaged with 2 cups of ice, branded as the Supreme Delight of Iced Cola, which went directly to auction with a starting bid of 5 mid-tier materials. Zhang Tuohai soon realized he had underestimated the affluence of these players. Those who managed to reach the supply station typically possessed some reserves. The 24 bottles of iced cola were snatched up almost instantly. While the singular bottle of Supreme Delight of iced cola was purchased by a young man named Han Lu for 20 mid-tier components along with a schematic for a gas-powered chainsaw. Finally, I can enjoy an iced cola in the desert. What a delight. A 9-panel image depicting the cola left other players salivating. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai savored a glass of iced milk while reviewing the blueprints. Gasoline-powered chainsaw blueprint. Saw, gasoline-powered, primarily used for cutting wood and splitting logs, of course. It can also be utilized for sawing through other materials. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 2, metal parts, 20, plastic, 10, low-grade rubber, 2, low-grade electronic components, 1 manufacturer. A 1-meter-long, red gasoline chainsaw materialized in Zhang Tuohai's hands. He activated the switch. Virum. The chainsaw whirred to life, rapidly spinning ahead. Zhang Tuohai aimed at a piece of wood. Wood shavings flew, and in the blink of an eye, the timber was severed in 2. It felt satisfying. Far less labor-intensive than using an axe, yet, it was somewhat cumbersome, weighing nearly 15 to 16 pounds. Otherwise, it could have easily served as a weapon for self-defense. Zhang Tuohai mused as he hefted the heavy gas-powered saw. He believed this tool could be a lucrative commodity in the latter stages of the next world. The most sought-after resource would undoubtedly be fuel for warmth. He planned to sell a batch of axes first, reaping a handsome profit, and once axes became commonplace, he would then market chainsaws, reaping another windfall. How delightful it would be. As Zhang Tuohai contemplated the avenues for profit in the upcoming world, the clock finally struck 6 in the afternoon. The game system promptly issued an announcement. The off-road race has concluded. A total of 96 players have reached the finish line on time. Remaining players are now being guided to the endpoint. A blinding white light flashed, and vehicles began to appear at the finish line. Many of them were caked in mud, while some were even battered and unrecognizable due to the debris. The regional channel exploded with messages. Haha, I finally survived. My car got stuck in a mud pit. The sludge nearly reached the windows. I thought I was done for, but here I am. I truly am fortunate. I was trapped in a collapsed cave and almost suffocated. I can't believe I made it. Thank you, Divine Providence. You all are doing just fine. I fell into a pit right as I set off, head first. I've been hanging upside down all afternoon. Who do I complain to? Hey up there, why don't you crawl out of your car? Damn it. I wish I could. My vehicle was lodged in a crevice with cliffs on either side and an abyss below. If I even shifted slightly, the car could have plummeted. Do you know how I spent that afternoon? I dared not even breathe. Those players stranded midway lamented their misfortunes, while those who had lain at the starting point seemed to revel in a sense of superiority, beginning to voice their opinions. Haha, I told you to lie flat at the starting point. You didn't listen, did you? Look at the losses you've incurred. You've suffered, haven't you? If only you had joined us in lying flat, you wouldn't have endured this torment. Indeed, the game system rarely shows such kindness, offering everyone a chance to lie flat, and yet you squandered it. You deserve to suffer. It's been nearly a week in this world, and you still haven't grasped the nature of this game system? Any event can lead to numerous deaths. From the first Brave game to now, how many have perished? A full 90%. There were originally 5,000 players in the regional channel, and now 90% are gone. When will you learn? You'll eventually be your own undoing. Well, I'm better off than you, though I was stuck midway. I encountered a supply station and exchanged for a bowl of spicy hot pot. I'm savoring it right now. I have a plate of cold noodles. How about we each take half of our dishes and swap? I adore enoki mushrooms, so please leave me some. I exchanged for a seafood pizza. Who else willing to trade with me? In an instant, a multitude of players who had encountered the supply station began to showcase their acquired treasures, engaging in exchanges within the regional channel. Observing the array of items that once seemed mundane, yet now held exceptional value in this realm, many players who had opted for a more passive approach shed tears of regret. Could you spare me some spicy hot pot? I possess ample attributes, and I'm located in the corner to the right of the parking lot. I can trade multiple times. I would also like a seafood pizza. I was once the star of the club, adept at various tricks, and I even possess a uniform. As one player gazed at the dazzling assortment of images, he found himself unable to resist temptation and emerged with a bowl of spicy hot pot, seemingly headed towards a secluded corner of the square. However, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a player with a scarred face emerged from a vehicle, brandishing a knife against the neck of the unsuspecting player. Hand over your goods, or I shall end your life. Chapter 104. Special prize. This unexpected turn of events left the male player, who was holding a bowl of spicy hot pot, utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that a seemingly innocent connection between people would be so rudely interrupted. How could he endure such an affront? Let us speak calmly. Don't be too rough, or you might spill the soup. It's just a bowl of hot pot. I'll gladly give it to you if you loosen your grip a bit, so I can hand it over, the trembling male player implored. All right, hurry up and hand it over. Don't play tricks. The scar-faced man barked menacingly. Fine, just let go of me and catch it. The male player pretended to offer the hot pot to the scar-faced man, perhaps driven by hunger. The scar-faced man lowered his guard and reached out his hands to receive it. Curse you. The male player's eyes suddenly glinted with malice, and with a swift motion, he flipped the bowl of hot pot, splattering its fiery contents across the scar-faced man's face. Ah! The scar-faced man shrieked in agony, frantically clawing at his face. However, the concoction, infused with chili oil, had seeped into his eyes, causing him excruciating pain, as tears and mucus streamed uncontrollably down his face. Seizing the moment, the male player swiftly drew a survival knife with a 9.5-centimeter blade from his waist and plunged it into the scar-faced man's abdomen. Yet, the scar-faced man was no coward. Despite the searing pain, he retaliated by thrusting his own dagger into the male player's chest. Both men collapsed heavily onto the ground. In a matter of moments, two fresh obituaries appeared on the regional channel. Player Wang Tianlin deceased, cause of death, stab wound. Player Zhang San deceased. Cause of death, stab wound. The sight of the two bloody corpses doused the once lively crowd with a chill of reality. They were reminded that they were in an apocalyptic world where human life was as trivial as grass. Many fell into a somber silence, clutching their weapons tightly, casting wary glances at those around them. A palpable tension began to permeate the atmosphere. However, the game system paid no heed to their trepidation and continued to broadcast information. The rewards for the top 3 players are now being announced. Before the players, a long table emerged, adorned with 3 orange crates radiating a dazzling light. Orange supply crates. One player exclaimed in astonishment. The others stared wide-eyed. Since entering this world, they had mostly encountered purple supply crates, and some chiefs had only ever seen blue ones. While they could not ascertain the exact tier of the orange crates, they were certain that they contained valuable treasures. Several players, unable to contain their excitement, brandished their swords and daggers and rushed from their vehicles towards the long table. Observing this scene, Zhang Tuohai revealed a cold smirk. Unlike the others, he was well aware of the game system's tendencies. He vividly recalled how Fan Mingquan had met his demise. The leg he had intended to move forward with hesitated, and he crossed his arms, settling in to watch the unfolding drama. A few players sprinted ahead of the rest, reaching the long table first. A player suddenly clasped 2 orange supply boxes, while another player secured the last remaining box. Observing this, several players with eager legs and feet brandished their weapons, preparing to seize the opportunity. At that moment, the ground behind a long table shifted, revealing a formidable Gatling gun that ascended from within. 6 dark barrels whirled rapidly under the power of an electric motor. What was happening? The player clutching the supply boxes had yet to comprehend the situation when gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down, instantly transforming 2 players into mere fragments of flesh. Various dismembered pieces littered the ground. Staring at the gruesome scene before them, the 2 players stood in shock, dumbfounded and uncertain of how to proceed. Award-winning players, please step forward to select your prizes, starting with the first place. The cold voice of the game system echoed once more. Upon hearing the game system's announcement, Zhang Tuohai donned the mask of his special operations helmet, grasped his PPSH submachine gun, and disembarked from the vehicle. Noticing the players still frozen in place, Zhang Tuohai aimed his weapon at them. Will you return on your own, or shall I escort you back? The players, confronted by the menacing barrel of the gun, were instantly paralyzed with fear, retreating faster than rabbits as they scrambled back into their vehicle, slamming the door shut with a thud. Observing that no other players lingered on the field, Zhang Tuohai strode confidently to the podium. He surveyed the 3 orange supply boxes, deliberating on which one to choose. The left supply box contained blueprints for a high-grade electric heater and its manufacturing materials. It operated on dual energy sources, solar and gasoline, providing warmth during the frigid winter. Its operational range was 50 to 50 degrees Celsius. Energy consumption increased by 10 for every degree exceeding this range, and it became inoperative if temperatures surpassed 30 degrees above the working range. The middle supply box housed blueprints for a tractable conversion kit and its materials, enabling wheels to transform into tracks, making them more suitable for complex terrains such as snow and ice. It allowed for seamless transition between wheeled and tracked movement, though replacing wheels with tracks reduced maximum speed by 30 and increased fuel consumption by 20. The right supply box contained blueprints for a controllable snowplow and its materials. This snowplow, forged from alloy, was sturdy and sharp. When lowered, it could clear any snow or ice obstructing the path, and when raised, it served as a shield and ram for the vehicle, capable of colliding with others. Zhang Tuohai also glimpsed an image of the snowplow. resembling two triangular metal plates affixed to the front of a vehicle. These plates converged at a sharp angle, akin to a ram, capable of displacing any obstacles in their way. The underside of the metal plates presented a semi-arc shape, reminiscent of a snowplow blade, yet appeared even more robust, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. After a moment of contemplation among the 3 orange supply boxes, Zhang Tuohai promptly selected the rightmost box. The reasoning being quite simple. The electric heater overlapped with his existing high-grade air conditioning unit. The tracked wheels and their anti-slip chains overlapped, leaving him with no choice but to select the controllable snow shovel. In truth, he had intended to take all those boxes, as even if he found them unnecessary for himself, they could be resold. However, he was acutely aware that should he dare to make a move, the fearsome Gatling gun behind him would surely bring about his swift demise. Reluctantly, Zhang Tuohai clutched the resource box on his right and turned back. Yet, halfway through his return, a hand suddenly emerged from a vehicle beside him, brandishing a pistol and aiming directly at him. "If you wish to live, hand over that box." As I received the editor's notification at dawn, informing me of the launch, a wave of trepidation and unease cascaded over me. Many readers have expressed that the author is brief, but the truth is that I have crafted the text with consideration for the vast readership. Currently, every time a chapter is completed on Qidian, readers can watch a 15-second advertisement to earn 10 Qidian coins. This amount conveniently covers the cost of 2,000 characters, effectively allowing one to acquire a chapter free of charge. These coins hold value and can generate income for the author through subscriptions. If 2 chapters are combined into one, it may appear lengthier, yet readers would still receive only 10 coins, thereby reducing the opportunity to obtain a free chapter. Given the chance to benefit without cost, why not seize it? Thus, although my writing is succinct, the readers are indeed gaining a tangible advantage. What spirit is this? It is the spirit of selflessness. In light of my consideration for the readers, I humbly ask for your subscription. Surely that is not too much to ask? A mere click to view a 15-second advertisement allows you to access authentic chapters and engage in delightful discussions with fellow readers. Moreover, an increase in the author's earnings could enable a transition to full-time writing, granting me more time to craft even better stories and provide more frequent updates for your enjoyment. I kindly urge all readers to support the original work with a subscription, at the very least a first-time subscription. Recommendations and monthly votes are also immensely appreciated. Your support serves as my greatest encouragement. Thank you sincerely. Chapter 105. The gleaming axe. It must be said that greed sharpens the mind. When players realized they could not seize the items on the podium, their thoughts turned toward the recipient instead. Given that the game system did not prohibit players from engaging in combat, was it not within the realm of possibility to snatch the prizes directly from the hands of the victor? Some players merely contemplated this notion, while others acted upon it without hesitation. Standing before Zhang Tuohai was one such player. He piloted a level 1 vehicle, yet clutched in his hand a Colt Python revolver. The very weapon, famously advertised with the slogan, "God created man, Colt made them equal." Its walnut grip and chrome alloy barrel bore intricate engravings depicting demon hunters vanquishing evil, resembling an exquisite piece of art. However, the .45 caliber ensured it was not merely an ornamental object. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Tuohai coldly regarded the intruder, clutching an orange supply box. The mask obscured his eyes, but the chill in his voice was unmistakable. "Hurry and hand over that supply box, or I shall not be courteous." The rotund man brandishing the Colt flashed a menacing glint in his eyes. "Is that so? Then allow me to witness just how impolite you can be," Zhang Tuohai retorted with a cold smirk. "A gun? If you can bear the consequences, then by all means, fire away." Zhang Tuohai rested his hand on the end of the man's gun, positioning the barrel against his own chest. "Go on, shoot." Zhang Tuohai's provocative words ignited the man's fury. "You force my hand." Bang! The man pulled the trigger. Yet, Zhang Tuohai remained unscathed. He lowered his gaze, revealing a deformed brass bullet extracted from the pocket of his tactical vest. "Is this your source of confidence?" His tone dripped with mockery and disdain. "You? How could this be?" The man stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. The shock of having fired the weapon, coupled with Zhang Tuohai's unaffected demeanor, left his brain nearly paralyzed. "Since you have fired, you must now face the consequences." Zhang Tuohai pressed the barrel of his weapon against the man's chest. Tat-tat-tat. The man's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Player Suyukai has died. Cause of death, gunshot. Amidst the astonished gazes of surrounding players, Zhang Tuohai cast aside the corpse and proceeded to transfer all of Su Yotsai's supplies into his own vehicle, casually appropriating the core of the man's car as well. Before entering his vehicle, Zhang Tuohai glanced around, observing the players who averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his eyes. Noting this display, he let out a cold chuckle before returning to the confines of his car, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Once inside, Zhang Tuohai swiftly removed the upper portion of his tactical uniform, rubbing his chest. That hurt. That really hurt. I never expected the recoil to be so intense. Even through the bulletproof plate, it stings. His actions were not merely for show. In truth, his recent actions were merely a display of strength, intended to instill fear in others and deter them from making rash moves. If his predictions hold true, they might all be spending the night in this parking lot. The mountains of supplies in his vehicle, coupled with the conspicuous orange supply box, resembled a veritable treasure trove, enticing the surrounding players. Whoever could successfully seize it would become immensely wealthy overnight. Should he confront them, Zhang Tuohai would find no respite this evening, as players resembling middle-aged men would incessantly swarm. By enduring a bullet from one such player, Zhang Tuohai was signaling to those nearby that he was unafraid of firearms, effectively extinguishing their furtive ambitions. With a bulletproof vest and a poncho, he was sufficiently intimidating to deter most players from taking action. In fact, if any player dared to challenge Zhang Tuohai, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The armored vehicle alone would suffice to fend off the current challengers. However, as players found themselves unable to contend with him, they would redirect their aggression towards others. When that time comes, it would be uncertain how many would perish in the ensuing chaos. Now, only 533 players remained in the channel, and without any means of replenishment, these were the last surviving chives. Every one harvested meant one less. As the reaper of these chives, Zhang Tuohai was deeply concerned for their safety and growth. Please, the second player, select a prize. The game system continued its announcements, indifferent to the players' inner turmoil. The second place was awarded to the Su sisters. Moments later, Sumu emerged from the vehicle, clad in a protective vest and brandishing a handgun, striding purposefully towards the long table. The surrounding players, glancing at her protective gear and the firearm in her grasp, could not help but swallow nervously. Yet, the recent aftermath of Zhang Tuohai's lethal actions rendered them immobile. Sumu swiftly seized the nearest supply box, maintaining a steady composure as she returned to her vehicle. Her demeanor left many players uncertain, and even upon her return, none dared to make a move. Please, the third player, select a prize. Li Feiyu stepped down from the business vehicle, draped in an oversized shirt that fell to her thighs, giving the impression of being nearly unclad. With her pink hair, pale complexion, and slender form, she resembled a delicate lamb. Many players fixed their gaze upon Li Feiyu. They could not challenge Zhang Tuohai, who wielded a poncho. Nor could they confront Sumu, armed with a gun. Could they truly afford to underestimate this seemingly fragile lamb? Greed flickered in the eyes of several players. The allure of the orange supply box was simply too potent. Wealth begets desire. Li Feiyu appeared oblivious to the attention surrounding her as she approached the long table, claiming the final supply box, and leisurely made her way back to her vehicle. Observing her actions, Zhang Tuohai could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He sensed that Li Feiyu was deliberately slowing her pace, seemingly attempting to entice other players into action. What could she be up to? Zhang Tuohai pondered, his hand resting on the Bobo Sha. As Li Feiyu approached her vehicle, a car parked beside her opened its door, from which emerged two young men exuding an air of menace, adorned with earrings, sporting skull necklaces, and wearing prayer beads on their wrists. Their arms were adorned with garish tattoos, and they donned flip-flops, giving the impression of unsavory characters. One of them brandished a large black star, while the other wielded a steel axe. "Hey, girl, come hang out with us," said the young man with the steel axe, extending his hand toward Li Feiyu. In an instant, a glimmer flashed. The young man's hand fell to the ground, as Li Feiyu revealed an unexpectedly gleaming machete in her grasp. Chapter 106. The calm before the storm. The young man who reached out to grab Li Feiyu stared blankly at his severed wrist, then glanced at the gleaming machete in her hand, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. He let out a piercing scream that resonated painfully in the hearts of all who heard it, as if they could palpably feel his torment. Li Feiyu remained unfazed, her machete sweeping through the air with a chilling precision. With a sickening thud, the young man's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck like a fountain, spraying over a meter high. The young man standing beside him felt his legs weaken in terror. In a fit of rage and fear, he aimed his weapon at Li Feiyu, his face contorted in fury as he shouted hoarsely, "You dare to kill him." However, Li Feiyu offered no response, merely regarding him with an icy detachment that infuriated him further. The young man pulled the trigger, bellowing, "Do you believe I will kill you?" In an instant, Li Feiyu moved without warning. She delivered a swift kick to his groin, the sound echoing like a shattering egg. The young man's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets as he doubled over, hands clutching his injured self. In a flash, the gleaming blade descended upon him. A cold glimmer swept through the air, and his head too fell away, blood splattering across Li Feiyu, staining her shirt with a vivid crimson hue. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Li Feiyu. They could scarcely comprehend that this seemingly delicate woman was, in fact, a fierce predator capable of severing two heads in the blink of an eye. While they had engaged in fights before, the brutality of Li Feiyu's actions rendered their past skirmishes laughably trivial. With an air of nonchalance, Li Feiyu tossed her orange supply box into the vehicle. Mimicking Zhang Tuohai's earlier actions, she looted the possessions from the two men's car, ultimately retrieving the vital cores before returning to her own vehicle. The parking lot fell into an eerie silence. Today's mission concluded. All players must spend the night in the parking lot and will be uniformly transported to the new world tomorrow. Reminder, after eliminating other players, you may extract their vehicle cores to upgrade your own. Good night to all players. The long table vanished, and the Gatling gun receded into its pit, restoring tranquility to the parking lot. Upon hearing the game system's notification, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill run down his spine, aware that the night might not remain peaceful. The game system had gathered them in this area while simultaneously introducing the concept of vehicle upgrades, encouraging players to turn on one another. Consider the scenario: all players are striving for survival together, yet why should one person drive a brand new luxury vehicle while another is relegated to a second-hand model? Although many had discovered this secret before, they had tacitly agreed to keep it concealed. Now, the gaming system has unveiled this secret. How will the players who have discovered the pathway react? With food supplies dwindling and the next world cloaked in uncertainty, opportunities for plunder have been scarce. Yet today, it seems fortune has favored them. All players are scrutinizing each other through the glass, meticulously selecting their targets. The impoverished players yearn for sudden wealth, while the affluent strive to protect their resources. Private messages are exchanged, and clandestine alliances for offense and defense are being formed. Nevertheless, the parking lot remains eerily tranquil. Everyone is acutely aware that this calm is merely the lull before the storm. The entire area has transformed into a powder keg, awaiting that single spark. Observing the scene, Zhang Tuohai let out a deep sigh. He understood that the night ahead would likely culminate in bloodshed, and for now, he could only assess the situation further before making any plans. His gaze drifted toward a few familiar faces. Vladimir, armed with an AKM, had once single-handedly slain a bear while inebriated. His combat prowess was unparalleled, rendering him a formidable survivor in the impending chaos. The sisters, Su Mu and Su Qi, possessed an array of blueprints that could harbor peculiar contraptions. Su Mu was already armed, and with their combined presence, they could offer mutual protection, ensuring their safety in danger. Lastly, Zhang Tuohai's attention settled on Li Feiyu. This woman wielded a ruthless demeanor and formidable strength, capable of decapitating a person with a single stroke. Such skill is not within the grasp of ordinary individuals. Zhang Tuohai was certain that she was far more complex than she appeared. Moreover, having just dispatched two foes herself, armed once more, it was unlikely anyone would dare provoke her in the near future. After a brief assessment, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of relief regarding his acquaintance's safety for the moment. As for the others, their fates were left to the whims of destiny, and he could not concern himself further. Although he felt relatively secure at present, preparation was still paramount. Zhang Tuohai crafted 6 ammunition drums for his weapon, filling them with bullets. Each drum contained 71 rounds, totaling 420 rounds, supplemented by over 200 shotgun shells and 2 magazines of the limited edition Desert Eagle, ample firepower to ensure everyone could receive a morsel of security. This level of armament should suffice for self-preservation, Zhang Tuohai mused. Just then, a private message chimed in. Upon inspection, he found it was from Li Feiyu. What could she possibly want? Curiosity piqued, Zhang Tuohai opened the message. Its contents were straightforward. I require a set of bulletproof gear. Here are my resources for you to choose from. Below lay an extensive inventory list, ranging from food and water to gasoline and basic materials, even including the core of a vehicle. It can be said that Li Feiyu extracted everything except for the machete and the pistol from the items Li Feiyu retrieved. It is evident that tonight, she intends to take a desperate gamble, hoping to seize a substantial opportunity amid chaos. Failure could very well lead to a death sentence. Although her spirit is commendable, Zhang Tuohai is reluctant to part with his combat gear of equal rank for Li Feiyu. This is not merely a matter of price. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Tuohai is unwilling to relinquish the advantage of superior equipment. No matter who approaches for a transaction, it is of no avail. Nonetheless, Zhang Tuohai harbors a favorable view of Li Feiyu's potential and does not wish to unnecessarily offend this future potential ally. My combat suit lacks sufficient materials for me to produce a second set. However, I can offer you 2 sets of stab-resistant vests. Additionally, I can sell you 2 crossbows, along with a dagger and a steel axe. What do you think? Zhang Tuohai sent back the list of transactions. There is still time during the day, so let us not stay up late. Chapter 107. Knight of Blood Li Feiyu hesitated only briefly before acquiescing to the transaction, promptly transferring 90% of her worth. Zhang Tuohai was momentarily taken aback by her decisiveness. He pondered, should he find himself in Li Feiyu's predicament, he might not display such resolve. He sensed that if Li Feiyu could navigate through the challenges of this night, she might secure a place among the elite in the future. After concluding the deal with Li Feiyu, Vladimir sent a private message. "Ah, my dear Davarishi, do you possess any more of the elixir of life?" Zhang Tuohai found this bear's approach rather unconventional. While others sought food or weapons, this bear was asking for alcohol. Hadn't he just sold in 2 bottles at noon? Surely he hadn't consumed them all. "How do you know? Have you installed a camera in my car?" To his astonishment, it appeared that he had indeed finished both bottles. That was the elixir of life, a potent vodka at a staggering 96 proof, surpassing even medical-grade alcohol, typically used for cocktails. This fellow had somehow downed both bottles on his own. Was he raised on alcohol? "Do you have any left? I cannot survive a day without vodka. Especially since a battle looms tonight. I must be in the right state of mind." Vladimir sent another private message. "By the way, do you find this acceptable?" With that, he sent a photo depicting a bag of brown sugar weighing a hefty 10 pounds. "Excellent." Zhang Tuohai's expression brightened. He had a notion that with this brown sugar, he could brew ginger tea, which would be utterly refreshing on a cold day. Even if he couldn't consume it himself, he could trade it for other necessities. As for the elixir of life, aside from Vladimir, no one else in this channel could handle it. "All right, let us make the exchange." Zhang Tuohai readily traded 1 bottle of the elixir for the 10 pounds of brown sugar. "I am truly grateful, Davarishi. Today has been tumultuous. Once I find a secure moment, I shall seek you out for a drink." Vladimir exclaimed with excitement. "Perhaps," Zhang Tuohai replied ambiguously, diverting the topic. He was well aware of his own drinking capacity. Challenging the bear with a mere 6 bottles of beer was sheer folly. Never mind, he thought. Such matters could be addressed later. After finalizing the exchange with Vladimir, several players discreetly sent private messages to Zhang Tuohai, all seeking to barter for weapons, particularly his beloved Bobo Shah. However, Zhang Tuohai declined their requests. What an absurd proposition. If I were to part with the Bobo Shah, there would be scarcely anyone left in this parking lot after tonight. Nonetheless, he welcomed offers for cold weapons, ready to sell as needed, and at tenfold the price. After all, many inexperienced players would only contribute once. If one did not take a firm stance, would they save it for the new year? As the night deepened, the parking lot remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light or sound. As the temperature steadily drops, the sky becomes obscured by dark, ominous clouds, which seem to press down heavily upon the earth. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating the parking lot. In that fleeting brilliance, Zhang Tuohai glimpses numerous shadowy figures lurking in the parking area. These shadows belong to players from the regional channel, armed with crowbars, axes, and machetes, stealthily advancing towards the nearby vehicles. Some have already approached a car, raising their weapons, poised to smash the windows. The night sky is split once more by a lightning strike, revealing their hidden forms. Realizing their actions have been exposed, some players flee towards their vehicles in a panic, while others, resolute in their intentions, quicken their pace towards their targets. One player, gripping a steel axe, swings violently at a car window. The glass shatters into 1,000 pieces, followed by a piercing scream. "Get out," he demands, reaching inside to drag a long-haired woman from the vehicle. "Please, don't kill me," she pleads. Yet, the only response she receives is the glint of a sharpened axe. With a swift motion, her throat is nearly severed, leaving only a thin strip of flesh tenuously holding her head. The player carelessly discards the lifeless body and frantically begins to rummage through the car's contents. The scent of blood invigorates the players, heightening their adrenaline. Emboldened by the cloak of night, they begin to turn on one another with reckless abandon, slaughtering their companions and looting supplies. One player, clutching a core from a vehicle, rushes back inside, exclaiming excitedly, "Level up." A brilliant flash of light envelopes the scene, transforming an ordinary level 1 used car into a level 2 commercial vehicle. The game system did not deceive me. It truly can be upgraded. His success ignites a fervor among the other players, their eyes ablaze as they turn against their fellow participants. The sounds of slaughter resonate continuously. Torrential rain, reminiscent of large beans, descends upon the desert after a long absence. Instead of retreating, the downpour seems to invigorate the players further, their hair matted with rain and blood, giving them the ghastly appearance of demons risen from the depths of hell. The carnage persists unabated. "Cheater," one player screams, clutching 3 or 4 vehicle cores in his hands, his voice laced with fury. "Why can't I upgrade to level 3 despite having so many cores?" If only he could calm himself and read the game system's prompts. He would realize that to elevate a vehicle to level 3, not only cores are required, but also blueprints and additional conditions. However, the frenzy of slaughter and blood has clouded his judgment, leaving him unable to think clearly. In his mind, there is but one solution to his predicament: kill, kill, kill. If 3 vehicle cores are insufficient, then 30 or even 300 will surely lead to success. To upgrade to a level 3 vehicle, one must possess the core of a level 2 automobile. As a seasoned player, I have always adhered to this strategy in my previous online gaming ventures. It has never failed me. Suddenly, a player nearby shouted this revelation, awakening many from their stupor. Indeed, a level 1 automobile core is inadequate. Therefore, let us explore the potential of a level 2 core, especially since the resources within those vehicles are far more abundant. These players, driven to madness by the taste of blood, set their sights on the level 2 vehicles. A few even cast avaricious glances towards Zhang Tuohai, whose imposing 6-wheeled off-road vehicle appeared far superior to those mundane business cars. Surely, it must hold far greater treasures. Cautiously, several players began to make their way towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. Chapter 108. Eradication of the thugs. How dare they lay a hand on me? Zhang Tuohai, observing the players approaching him, let out a cold snort, seizing his Remington and lowering the car window. Shao AI, activate the high beams. At your command, Commander. With a flash, 2 brilliant headlights illuminated the surroundings, piercing through the darkness and transforming the parking lot into a realm of stark clarity. The players, who had acclimated to the night, were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance. Particularly those standing at the front of the vehicle felt as though they were gazing directly at the sun. Indeed, 2 suns. Ah, they screamed, shielding their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. Bang! The sound of a shotgun reverberated. The nearest player S had exploded like a soda bottle, a gruesome spray of red and white splattering the ground. The 2 players beside him stood in shock, only then realizing that they were not the sole hunters in this arena. Others were not mere prey, and the roles of hunter and hunted could shift at any moment. The 2 players turned to flee. Yet, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the bullets. Within a mere 0.1 seconds, the shotgun shell caught up with them, rendering their upper bodies into a sieve. Tat tat tat. Bang bang bang. From a distance, the sounds of gunfire erupted from other secondary vehicles. The gunfire intensified. A cacophony of retaliation ensued as armed players began to counterattack, igniting a tumultuous exchange in the parking lot. Zhang Tuohai switched to a Bobo rifle, methodically eliminating players with the system's prompts guiding him. With his extraordinary prowess, the players who had disembarked to ambush were soon cornered in the parking lot, cowering behind a few cars in desperate survival. Shao AI, charge in and eliminate them. Zhang Tuohai readied a new magazine. At your command, Commander. The 6-wheeled off-road vehicle surged toward the corner of the parking lot. He trying to ram us. Open fire. A few players, witnessing Zhang Tuohai's vehicle barreling toward them, were struck with terror, incessantly pulling the triggers of their firearms. Bang bang bang. Bullets ricocheted off Zhang Tuohai's vehicle. However, the armor of the car, its frame, windows, and tires was bulletproof, rendering their efforts futile as the bullets merely left shallow marks on the surface. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle accelerated, drawing ever closer. One player, succumbing to panic, discarded his handgun and fled. The indestructible 6-wheeled off-road vehicle shattered his ambitions. All notions of supplies and upgraded vehicles paled in comparison to his desire to distance himself from this monster. Yet, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle had already barreled past several cars. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as 2 stationary second-hand vehicles, used as obstacles, were overturned. Several players who had taken refuge behind them were crushed beneath the wreckage, their fates uncertain. The off-road vehicle pursued the fleeing player relentlessly. Spare me. I am willing to surrender all my possessions, the player cried out as he ran. In the next instant, the massive wheels rolled over him. The vehicle came to a halt, and Zhang Tuohai glanced at the corpse beneath the chassis. Had you chosen not to slaughter other players, you might have survived. Those who had disembarked to attack were met with a hail of gunfire, the sounds of gunshots gradually subsiding. The once tranquil parking lot now resembled a hell's cape, strewn with bodies, rainwater mingling with blood to form a shallow puddle. After ensuring no assailants remained, Zhang Tuohai leapt from the vehicle and began scavenging the resources left behind by the players. The remaining players, still gripped by panic, remained in their vehicles, uncertain and apprehensive. It was only when Zhang Tuohai commenced looting the 3rd car that they realized the parking lot had become safe, and they began to mimic his actions. However, each person collected resources with one hand while the other clutched their weapon tightly. Each individual only scavenged items in close proximity to their vehicle, and if anyone approached, they would swiftly raise their weapons, aiming at one another before cautiously retreating. Trust among the players had evaporated, leaving only wariness and vigilance. Silence enveloped the scene, with everyone focused on their scavenging. Zhang Tuohai, equipped with a hint system and special combat gear, managed to search the most vehicles, emerging as the greatest beneficiary. The remaining players also made some gains, with the least fortunate acquiring a car core, upgrading their vehicle to level 2. Throughout the area, players' strength and resource abundance had elevated to a new tier. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel to check the remaining number of players, 298. Within just a few hours, over half of those who had faced the calamity had perished. It must be said that the player's self-elimination was truly terrifying, the mortality rate surpassing that of natural disasters. At this moment, the regional channel fell silent, enveloped in an eerie quiet. Zhang Tuohai perused the member list and found several familiar names still alive, which brought him a fleeting sense of solace. Indeed, only the deceased acquaintances felt real, the rest were mere numbers. He shook his head and began to organize his findings. Most of the items were basic supplies, food, gasoline, and materials, enriching his inventory but offering little in terms of quality enhancement. What truly excited Zhang Tuohai was a manufacturing blueprint for a down jacket. Split-type down jacket, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as 30 degrees. Manufacturing materials, fabric, 5 units, feathers, 5 units. He examined the blueprint in his hands, sensing that some players must have acquired knowledge of the next world, selecting foresight as their reward during the choice phase. Otherwise, the origin of this blueprint remained an enigma. Moreover, that player had amassed a considerable quantity of cloth, seemingly preparing to profit handsomely from this blueprint in the next realm. However, all of this was of little consequence to Zhang Tuohai. Regrettably, he did not find any feathers among the player's wares. He had managed to accumulate a modest number himself, having slain 2 eagles, but it amounted to only 20 units, sufficient for crafting no more than 4 sets. Zhang Tuohai endeavored to create one, and soon an orange, 2-piece down jacket materialized in his hands. Its thickness was comparable to that of the down jackets provided by the system, yet its segmented design offered greater mobility. The sole drawback was its striking orange hue, which stood out conspicuously against the snow, making it an easy target. Chapter 109, The New World of Ice and Snow. Zhang Tuohai perused the detachable down jacket in his hands a few times before carelessly tossing it aside. He intended to wait and see, deciding which outfit to wear once he arrived in the new world and assess the actual circumstances. The night was profound, and the rain continued to pour outside, drumming incessantly on the taxi's roof. Throughout the parking lot, no one dared to sleep. Each individual clutched their weapon tightly, fearful that someone might succumb to their desires and initiate a second wave of assault. Perhaps the sight of the countless corpses had left everyone in shock. For until dawn broke, no one made a move. When the sun finally rose above the horizon, a collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone's lips. They realized they had never yearned for the sun as desperately as they did now, despite nearly perishing under its rays the previous day. Moreover, according to the game system, they would soon enter a new world. Surely, the new world would be an improvement over their current plight? They could hardly conceive of an environment more inhospitable than the scorching desert. As the clock struck 6, the game system's notification chimed precisely on cue. Congratulations to all players for surviving the night, and for successfully overcoming all trials of this world. You are now being transported to the icy realm of the new world. Enjoy your experience. A flash of white light enveloped all the vehicles. When the light faded, Zhang Tuohai found himself amidst a landscape of ice and snow. All around him lay a thick blanket of white snow, with snowflakes drifting lazily from the sky. Ahead, the road was covered by a thin layer of snow, bordered by numerous pine trees, their branches laden with white. A series of notifications from the game system appeared. Welcome to the second world, the ice and snow realm. You will survive in this world for 7 days. On the 7th day, a calamity will strike, rapid freezing. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. The temperature will continue to drop over the next 7 days. Today's temperature is 10 degrees. Continuous snowfall is expected over the next 7 days. Please take protective measures. This world has activated the Beast Frenzy mode, increasing the probability of encountering beasts by 30 and enhancing their strength by 30. This world has also initiated the Resource Scarcity mode, reducing the probability of finding supply crates by 50. Due to the channel's population being below 5,000, it will automatically merge with other channels until it reaches 5,000 members. As the game notifications vanished, the number of participants in the regional channel rapidly surged, swiftly reaching the threshold of 5,000. Zhang Tuohai scrolled through the member list and noticed the addition of many foreigners, individuals of various ethnicities. Wow, we've merged channels. This is fantastic. The last world was dreadful, and all the players in my region perished. I was left talking to myself in an empty channel every day. It's a relief to finally see living beings. Where are you all from? Is anyone interested in forming a team? Inquired a woman named Ekaterina. Her words were thoughtfully translated by the system, displaying the original Russian above and the system's Chinese translation below, which was quite considerate. Are you all alone? How unfortunate. Come join us. We have more than 20 members here, and we welcome you to survive together. A fellow named Takeda Masakazu immediately spoke up. Strangely, a cherry blossom emblem adorned his name. What does this signify? Zhang Tuohai, intrigued, focused his gaze on the blossom. The game system promptly provided an explanation. Level 1 team cherry blossom team emblem. A team? Zhang Tuohai's heart raced as he continued to browse the list, discovering indeed over 20 players marked with the cherry blossom insignia. Judging by their names, they appeared to be from Fusang. Besides the cherry blossom team, he also noted the Skull team and the Pirate Flag team, both classified as level 1 teams. The Skull team boasted a larger membership of 40, while the Pirate Flag team was slightly smaller, with just over a dozen. How does one establish a team in this game? What are its benefits? Upon receiving a team invitation, one may apply to form a team. Upon completing specific tasks, the team is officially established. A level 1 team can accommodate up to 50 members, featuring a communication channel, each member equipped with a walkie-talkie, possessing a uniform, and having access to communal trading and storage spaces. Additional privileges require completing tasks to upgrade to a higher-level team. It appears that organizations have indeed been formed. It seems the players from other regions are not to be underestimated, Zhang Tuohai thought, feeling a twinge of caution, just as he prepared to gather more information. A sudden thud echoed. He looked up to find a rabbit had met its demise beneath his wheels. Does the lucky stump function in this world as well? Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed and promptly exited the vehicle to collect the rabbit. As he was about to return, he noticed that ice was beginning to form on his vehicle. Last night's heavy rain had soaked his car, and the lingering moisture had frozen upon his arrival in this world. With the surrounding temperature at 10 degrees, the water on his car was already freezing. Damn it. Zhang Tuohai hastily retrieved a cloth to wipe down the vehicle. Ice forming on the car posed a grave danger. If the windows froze, visibility would be compromised, and icy wheels would lead to perilous driving and braking issues. Most critically, if the doors were frozen shut, there would be no hope of opening them until the ice thawed. Moreover, with solar panels atop his vehicle, their functionality remained in question if encased in ice. A chilling breeze swept in, causing Wankai, curled up in a corner, to shiver and murmur sleepily. Why is it suddenly so cold? Did someone turn up the air conditioning? Thud. Zhang Tuohai kicked Wankai awake and tossed a piece of cloth to him, exclaiming, "Stop lazing around. Help me dry the water on the car. If you don't finish, you can stay outside as a windshield wiper." Woof. Wankai sprang up, grabbed the cloth, and dashed outside, climbing onto the roof to assist Zhang Tuohai in wiping the solar panels. Fortunately, the water stains had already begun to dry. Additionally, the temperature was not excessively low, allowing the vehicle to retain some of the searing heat it had absorbed from the desert. This enabled Zhang Tuohai to wipe the car dry before the remaining water could freeze into ice. With a shiver, Zhang Tuohai and Wankai hastily climbed back into the vehicle. Xiao AI, please set the air conditioning to heating mode, maintaining a steady temperature of 20 degrees for now to conserve energy. Zhang Tuohai glanced up at the sky, where the clouds had thickened ominously, diminishing the visible expanse above. Moreover, according to the game system's alert, this heavy snowfall was predicted to persist for 7 days, suggesting that sunlight would become increasingly scarce. It would be prudent to conserve the energy stored in the solar panels. Chapter 110. The first wave of New World novices. Zhang Tuohai returned to his vehicle and sent private messages to Vladimir, Li Feiyu, and others, reminding them to clean their cars, lest they be encased in ice. Oh, my dear Davarish, thank you for your reminder. I almost forgot. This weather reminds me of my homeland. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I have ample experience driving in snow and ice. Vladimir remarked, accompanying his message with a photograph of himself reclining shirtless in the snow. Indeed, he was a true bear of the north, distinctly different from others. Zhang Tuohai mused that such temperatures might be considered early autumn for Vladimir. Sumu, Su Qi, and Li Feiyu all sent private messages expressing their gratitude. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tuohai would have made a public announcement in the regional channel. However, the channel was currently filled with foreigners, and he instinctively felt a sense of resistance towards them, preferring to refrain from discussing many matters in that forum. A simple reminder to a few familiar faces sufficed. After attending to some pressing concerns, Zhang Tuohai began boiling water to prepare noodles. In this frigid weather, consuming something warm would better replenish his strength. To celebrate his passage from the old world to the new world, he decided to add 2 eggs, 2 sausages, and a tomato to the pot. After finishing a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, he settled into the driver's seat. He noticed that the snowfall outside seemed to have intensified. A delicate layer of snowflakes had settled on the hood of the vehicle, and the windows were also adorned with a substantial amount of snow. While these flakes appeared beautiful, They posed significant challenges to driving. The snow obstructed the driver's view, and due to its strong reflectivity, it could easily cause snow blindness. On days of heavy snowfall, wearing sunglasses was essential for safety. Moreover, the thick blanket of snow obscured all landmarks on the road, making it easy for one to lose their bearings and potentially drive into a ditch. The situation was exacerbated by the increasing snowfall. Zhang Tuohai estimated that if the current rate continued, within a few days, the accumulation on the road could reach half a meter in depth. In such circumstances, a typical used car would be immobilized beneath the snow, unable to move. Only a snowplow could clear a path for lower-riding vehicles to traverse. Snowplow. Zhang Tuohai suddenly recalled that he had a controllable snowplow he had yet to install. He set about creating and installing it. When retracted, the massive snowplow resembled a sharp horn, positioned at the front of the vehicle, capable of either pulverizing any opposing vehicle or absorbing the impact of hostile ones, instilling a profound sense of security. However, when lowered, it would reveal its true potential, transforming into two enormous snow shovels that tilted sideways, capable of forging a path while in motion. Now, even amidst heavy snowfall, I can clear a road myself, Zhang Tuohai thought with delight. Shall I? Let us set off. Zhang Tuohai, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "At your command, Commander." Shao Ai activated the vehicle, propelling it forward with great speed. The car's windows, originally designed to reduce ultraviolet light, now served to diminish the reflection of snow glare, repurposed ingeniously. Zhang Tuohai brewed a kettle of hot water, sliced some ginger, added 2 spoonfuls of brown sugar, and savored the warm concoction, feeling a soothing warmth envelop his stomach. A shiver involuntarily coursed through him, a sensation of delight radiating from within. Wang Kai lay languidly by the air conditioning vent, basking in the comforting warmth. While Zhang Tuohai reveled in his comfort, the other players were not so fortunate. Fresh from the desert, they were clad in sun protective gear, their vehicle outfitted primarily with cooling accessories, suddenly thrust into a frigid world of ice and snow. They were utterly bewildered. Those who had successfully navigated the off-road race and reached the finish line fared slightly better, adorned with a coat generously gifted by the game system, providing at least a temporary reprieve from the cold. Those with air conditioning enjoyed a bit more comfort, the warm breeze alleviating their chill, albeit at the cost of increased fuel consumption. However, those without air conditioning and who had succumbed to exhaustion at the start of the race found themselves in dire straits. Dressed in short-sleeved sun-protective garments, their vehicle stocked only with fans and a microwave, they possessed not a single item for warmth. The interior of the vehicle was nearly akin to an ice cellar. "Is there anyone with a heating facility? I'm freezing to death," cried one. "By the heavens, how did we suddenly arrive in this icy wasteland? I'm only wearing beach shorts." Another lamented, "Great God, I am going to freeze. Does anyone have heating equipment? I have camel meat to trade." As Zhang Tuohai surveyed the road, he kept an eye on the regional channel. A smile crept across his lips upon reading the messages. He realized his opportunity had arrived. The scythes he had prepared for harvesting abundance were finally ready for use. For sale, simple hot air generators that can elevate the interior temperature to 18 degrees, priced at 90 basic level materials or equivalent items. Trade for various manufacturing blueprints is welcome. Interested parties, please send a private message. Zhang Tuohai decided to double the price. In truth, even a 5-fold increase would not deter buyers. However, the recent spike in fatalities in the regional channel had left him with no one to harvest. This time, he resolved to be gentler, to test the waters before gradually reaping his rewards. This world had activated a resource box with a difficulty mode, without sufficient crops to harvest. Who would gather enough items for him? Furthermore, the 3 caravans gave Zhang Tuohai an unsettling feeling, and he needed some crops to draw their attention. Simple hot air generators. The big shot is back in business. The big shot is incredible. I knew they would have a solution. Several players hailing from the same district as Zhang Tuohai, well acquainted with his reputation, immediately opted to purchase when they noticed his items listed on the trading platform. Those lacking sufficient resources hastily composed private messages detailing their offers, shivering with anticipation as they awaited their turn. While the players of this district recognized Zhang Tuohai, others remained oblivious to his significance. Upon witnessing Zhang Tuohai's wares for sale, many began to inquire about the situation. Players who depended on Zhang Tuohai's offerings, eager to make a favorable impression, hurriedly stepped forward to provide elaborate explanations. Through a series of embellishments, they extolled Zhang Tuohai as an unparalleled benefactor, a savior who rescues the people from peril and alleviates their distress. By the Almighty, is it possible that such a benevolent soul exists in this world? He must surely be a messenger sent by the divine. I shall trade 2 sets for some camel meat and gasoline, exclaimed Sha Lamba, clad in a flowing white robe, filled with admiration. Chapter 111. The opulent oil tycoon. When Zhang Tuohai beheld the private message, he was taken aback. 2,000 units of gasoline in exchange for 2 rudimentary heating devices. Are you certain? He inquired. What? Is the price unsatisfactory? I can double it, along with an additional 20 kilograms of camel meat and a hump, boisterously proclaimed Shalongbus. Zhang Tuohai was left speechless. His astonishment stemmed not from a perceived undervaluation, but rather from the exorbitant offer presented to him. In truth, he would have been quite content to trade a heating device for 300 or 400 units of gasoline, as the production cost of such devices was indeed low. In this world, where solar energy was unfeasible, gasoline served not only as fuel for vehicles but also bore the crucial responsibility of generating electricity. Furthermore, gasoline was a precious commodity. The colder the climate, the more valuable it became, with prices significantly elevated compared to the previous world. Yet, here was Shalongbus, astonishingly inflating the price tenfold, while also including an additional 20 kilograms of meat and a hump. Zhang Tuohai found himself at a loss for words. Upon examining the photograph of his counterpart, he noted the opulence of a white robe, a lavish gold chain, and 9 extravagant gemstone rings adorning 10 fingers, with the remaining fingers sporting an emerald signet ring. Truly, he was a man of wealth and influence, one to be approached with caution. Zhang Tuohai opted for the transaction, securing 4,000 units of gasoline. However, he pondered how to manage the camel hump, casually tossing it aside to address later. Shalongbus, in high spirits, exclaimed, "Who has essential oils? I'll trade gasoline." He shared several photographs, and upon magnifying them for scrutiny, Zhang Tuohai discerned the luxury of Shalongbus's vehicle. Adorned with exquisite carpets beneath the seats and on the floor, and a tea table boasting golden goblets encrusted with jewels, evidently a treasure trove. Yet, in the corner of one image, Zhang Tuohai spotted the distinctive grip of a P90 firearm. Its unique design made it unmistakable, even when only partially visible. It became clear to him that this oil tycoon was not as foolish as he outwardly appeared. He possessed an underlying strength. As Shalongbus flaunted his wealth, an increasing number of individuals sought to engage and trade with Zhang Tuohai. After all, securing heating devices in the desert was a rarity. Most players were limited to wood-burning stoves that necessitated open windows to prevent asphyxiation within their vehicles. However, in the frigid depths of winter, opening a window for warmth would only hasten the loss of heat. Ultimately, many found themselves turning to Zhang Tuohai for their needs. Zhang Tuohai, taken aback by the thriving business, was busily occupied. Such lucrative prospects naturally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. In no time, he received another private message. "My goodness, this is from Takeda Masakazu, the leader of the Sakura Brigade. Regarding the simple heating device blueprints, your safety is at stake. We can safeguard them for you. We recommend you join our ranks with dedicated personnel to assist you. Do you understand?" With a hint of amusement, Zhang Tuohai recognized the unmistakable tone of an elder. The message brought a smile to his face. Is he truly the kind of person who can be easily intimidated into submission? In response to such a private message, Zhang Tuohai merely replied with 3 words, "Fool. Get lost." Bah. Takeda Shin glanced at the reply, veins bulging on his forehead. He turned to the woman in the back seat, clad in a kimono and wielding a long sword, who was meditating with her eyes closed. "Boss, that individual has rejected our proposal and even insulted us. I suggest we find an opportunity to eliminate him to restore the reputation of our Sakura Motor Brigade," Takeda said, kneeling respectfully on the cushion. "How dare he refuse us?" The kimono-clad woman suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. "Find him, learn about him, and eliminate him." Her voice was as frigid as the air outside, even colder by 3 degrees. Understood, Takeda immediately performed a formal dejiza, a deep bow. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai, after declining Takeda Shin's offer, received private messages from both the Pirate Flag Brigade and the Skeleton Brigade. The contents of the letters were similar, expressing concern for his safety and offering protection, albeit with the condition that he hand over the schematics. "I trust you lot as far as I can throw you," Zhang Tuohai scoffed, leaving the messages unanswered. If they wish to seize something from him, they should first inquire whether his 7.62mm peanut round would consent. As Zhang Tuohai engaged in trade, he kept a vigilant watch on the road. It must be said that after activating the hard mode for resource boxes, the chances of obtaining them had significantly diminished. The vehicle had been traveling along the highway for an hour and a half without encountering a single resource box, a scenario unimaginable in the previous world. Had it not been for the game system's prior explanation, Zhang Tuohai would have suspected it was up to some mischief again. "Shall I? Is there something wrong with my eyesight? I have been scanning the route, yet I have found nothing. Are there truly no resource boxes along this way?" he asked, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. "Rest assured, Commander. I have checked thoroughly, and there are indeed no resource boxes. Your vision is perfectly fine," Xiao AI replied. "I have detected that your mental state is somewhat tense. Would you like me to play a piece of music to help you relax? Then let us have something upbeat. Zhang Tuohai conceded, feeling a bit anxious. The familiar tune of Love Cycle began to play, but to his surprise, it was a Tinger version. Accompanied by the haunting sound of a swona, it almost sent Zhang Tuohai over the edge. Xiao AI, he called. Yes? Are you sure this playlist isn't from a Tinger concert? He asked, clutching his heart. Commander, according to my analysis, this is the most cheerful song in the playlist. It is cheerful, indeed, but perhaps a bit too much. Let us switch to some light music instead. How about Warm Light from the Secret Garden's White Stone album? That will do. Zhang Tuohai nodded in agreement. This is a piece of light music that he greatly enjoys. The melodious sound of the flute resonates. Commander, I have discovered a supply crate. Xiao AI suddenly reported. What? Where? Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened as he searched earnestly. However, after scanning the area, he found nothing. Under that pine tree on the right. 200 meters away. Xiao AI guided him. Zhang Tuohai focused intently as he approached. It was only when he was within 20 meters that he finally spotted the supply crate Xiao AI had discovered. The snow had already blanketed the crate, revealing only a corner, and frustratingly, the crate was white. Concealed by the snow, it would have been nearly impossible to detect without Xiao AI's assistance. Otherwise, Zhang Tuohai might have missed it entirely. He angrily prepared to disembark and retrieve the crate when the alert system suddenly issued a warning. Caution! Behind the pine tree. A white snow leopard lies in wait for an ambush. Zhang Tuohai remarked with indignation. Indeed, this world is far more treacherous than the last. Chapter 112, Portable Outdoor Toilet. Zhang Tuohai perceived that the challenges of this world were markedly more formidable than those of the previous one. Not only were the supply crates more elusive, but the threats also loomed larger than before. The very first white supply crate was guarded by a snow leopard, and one could only speculate what manner of beasts might emerge from the more advanced crates. Zhang Tuohai was convinced that, should the peril escalate in this manner, the mortality rate in this world would undoubtedly rival, if not exceed, that of the last. Cursed fate. Zhang Tuohai lowered the car window and cautiously extended the barrel of his BB gun. The snow leopard lay concealed behind a towering pine tree, intently watching the crate. Its hiding spot was perfectly aligned with the position of the supply crate, creating a lethal ambush. Should Zhang Tuohai approach unwarily, he would surely be pounced upon from the side, with the snow leopard sinking its fangs into his neck. A treacherous scenario indeed. However, all of this became inconsequential in the face of the hint system. Dare to deceive me? Allow me to impart a lesson. Zhang Tuohai aimed at the hind leg of the snow leopard that was visible. Technically, it was not fully exposed. The thick snow mound obscured his view. Yet, with the assistance of the hint system, Zhang Tuohai had effectively acquired a form of X-ray vision. Steadying himself, he pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. A rapid succession of shots erupted, and blood spurted from the snow leopard's hind leg. With a mournful wail, the snow leopard collapsed. Snow leopard severely injured, movement restricted. The hint system provided its assessment. Had I truly only struck its hind leg, how could it be so gravely wounded? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head, then stealthily approached with his BB gun. As he circled around the snow mound, he discovered the snow leopard rolling on the ground, its lower body drenched in blood. It turned out that although Zhang Tuohai had aimed for the hind leg, the thick snow had altered the bullet's trajectory, causing it to miss and instead strike a third leg, rendering the snow leopard incapacitated. A rather grim fate. Seeing the snow leopard in such a pitiful state, Zhang Tuohai could not help but feel a tightening in his abdomen. Ah, well, it seems you won't be attracting any lovely female leopards in the future. I suppose I have liberated you. Zhang Tuohai fired 2 shots at the snow leopard's head, putting an end to its suffering. Subsequently, he plunged a high-quality skinning knife into the creature's body. Snow leopard meat 500 grams x 300, ordinary snow leopard skin x1, broken leopard whip x1, ordinary essence x1, an unremarkable bounty. Though the snow leopard skin was remarkably supple and could serve as a cushion alongside the tiger's skin. After loading these supplies into the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai cleared the white supply crate from the snow mound. It measured a foot square and bore no distinction from the supply crates of the previous world. A promising start. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands together and used a crowbar to pry open the crate. A parchment blueprint rolled out from within. Ah! A white supply crate has yielded a blueprint. What splendid fortune! Zhang Tuohai was truly exhilarated, based on his experience. White supply crates typically only contain basic resources such as food, water, gasoline, and level 1 materials. The probability of obtaining a blueprint is almost infinitesimal. To his astonishment, his luck had been remarkably favorable. The very first supply crate he encountered in this world had produced a blueprint. Zhang Tuohai eagerly unfolded the blueprint. Portable outdoor toilet. Possessing this will allow you to relieve yourself in the frigid wilderness without the fear of frostbite. Construction materials. Wood, 6 units. Metal parts, 10 units. What on earth is this? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head, glancing between the description and the construction materials, feeling an inherent disconnect between the two. He was familiar with toilets, yet this construction material list, lacking even ceramics, made him feel that this toilet was not at all what he had envisioned. Furthermore, why limit it to the outdoors and label it as portable? Perplexed, Zhang Tuohai decided to construct one to uncover its true nature. Fortunately, the materials were inexpensive, and he promptly set about creating it. Before him appeared a rectangular wooden box, measuring 60 centimeters on each side and standing 2 meters tall. Resembling an ordinary wooden crate, there was a handle on the door, which he instinctively pulled open. Inside the wooden box was a seat reminiscent of a toilet, albeit with a hollow bottom resting directly on the snow. Zhang Tuohai examined it from various angles, then suddenly smacked his thigh in realization this was nothing less than the toilet version of a rural pit latrine. Having grown up in the countryside, he had ample experience with such contraptions. He felt a deep aversion towards it. After all, winter brought freezing discomfort, and summer was plagued with flies. Nevertheless, this item appeared to possess a certain commercial potential, provided he could craft a compelling narrative. Zhang Tuohai lifted the portable toilet. It was relatively light, approximately 20 pounds. Truly deserving of the label portable. He tossed the portable toilet into his vehicle and subsequently listed it on the trading channel. A large quantity of portable toilets was available for sale, an essential item for home and travel, an indispensable treasure for survival adventures. Originally priced at $998, it was now offered at a discounted rate of 30 units of level 1 materials for a limited time, urging prompt pre-orders. Zhang Tuohai was quite well known in the region, and as soon as the advertisement aired, inquiries flooded in. Hey, what is the use of this? Why would one need a toilet outdoors? Can't you just dig a hole? Someone asked. Just the response he was waiting for. Zhang Tuohai's spirits soared. He was eager to spin a tale, and this was the perfect opportunity. Oh, that method might suffice in the previous world, where the sun merely shone down and one could endure it. However, this world is different. What makes it so different? The inquirer was curious. Consider this. This world is an icy realm, with howling winds that cut like knives, chilling one's very skin. Allow me to enlighten you. This is not merely physical or magical damage. It is unequivocally genuine harm. In such weather, do you dare to relieve yourself outdoors, fearing that you might emerge as a mere shell of your former self? The other players shuddered at his words. Is it truly that terrifying? Could I possibly deceive you? Zhang Tuohai asserted with utmost conviction, his words resonating with authenticity. Does this imply that every gentleman must acquire one? Some players felt a stirring of desire. It is not only men who require this. Indeed, women are equally in need. How could Zhang Tuohai forsake half of his potential clientele? His products have always been designed for all age groups, ensuring that no player is overlooked. Why would I need one as well? Suchi innocently inquired. Consider this. The item is constructed entirely from wood, and the game system has previously warned that the world has entered a beast frenzy mode, increasing the likelihood of encountering beasts by 30%. Imagine if, during your moment of relief, you were to cross paths with a beast. What a calamity that would be. With this portable restroom, you could withstand an encounter or two, granting you precious time to react. With just 30 level 1 materials, you could save yourself. Does this not seem like a tremendous bargain? It appears to hold some merit. Suchi nibbled on her finger, feeling that Zhang Tuohai's argument was indeed compelling. Chapter 113. The foreshadowing after 77 chapters. Is Zhang Tuohai's assertion reasonable? Indeed, it is well-founded, although he may have deliberately exaggerated certain possibilities. Nonetheless, can one claim that he speaks falsehoods? Certainly not. The biting cold can lead to frostbite, and in extreme cases, it may transform individuals into mere shadows of their former selves. However, such outcomes typically require prolonged exposure to temperatures below -30 degrees. Moreover, this process unfolds gradually rather than abruptly. Additionally, the protective capacity of wooden boards against ferocious beasts merely affords one a fleeting moment to react. Relying on a portable outdoor toilet to fend off wild animals is akin to defiantly gesturing at them. It offers little dignity and demise. That said, the portable outdoor toilet is not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, it shields one from the chilling winds and provides an opportunity to sit and peruse the regional channels, thus avoiding the discomfort of numb, aching legs. Regarding Zhang Tuohai's comments, some players remain skeptical, while those from colder regions dismiss them outright. However, players from tropical climates take his words to heart. Accustomed to living in temperatures exceeding 20 degrees Celsius, they find it unbearable when the temperature dips to around 17 or 18 degrees, suddenly casting them into a frigid, snowy realm sends them into a state of panic. Zhang Tuohai, in turn, weaves a narrative that amplifies the perceived dangers, instilling fear swiftly. I want one. Let us trade now. I also desire one, but I lack sufficient level 1 materials. Would you accept water in exchange? Young hero, please procure one for me as well. May I inquire if customization is possible? I wish to have it crafted from walnut wood, adorned with gold, and reinforced with alloy steel plates. The price is negotiable. Zhang Tuohai, brimming with excitement, counted his earnings. In a remarkably brief period, he sold over 700 sets, with numbers continuously rising. Notably, even Vladimir purchased a set. You two are using this contraption? Zhang Tuohai thought, his mind filled with questions. Primarily, it provides a seat. Squatting is simply too exhausting, Vladimir replied with resignation. Witnessing the success of Zhang Tuohai's enterprise, players in the original region had become accustomed to the spectacle. However, others began to grow restless, particularly the leaders of 3 competing teams. Boss, that fellow has introduced a mobile toilet, and it's selling remarkably well. In no time, he has amassed over 1,000 level 1 materials. We must swiftly locate him and uncover how he managed to acquire 2 sets of blueprints in such a short span. The cold-voiced woman in kimono remarked. Indeed, Takeda agreed emphatically. A similar situation unfolded within the ranks of the skeleton and pirate flag teams. Zhang Tuohai has, in such a brief time frame, produced 2 types of resources. He must possess some secret. We must find him and invite him to join our cause, declared the formidable leader of the skeleton team, a robust Caucasian adorned with a necklace of human teeth, each tooth revealed upon closer inspection to belong to a person. The individual known as Gusman, a white man and a convict, was infamous for his heinous acts of murder and arson prior to his incarceration. He took great pleasure in extracting the teeth of his enemies, fashioning them into a macabre necklace as trophies. Betrayed by a trusted confidant, he found himself imprisoned in the maximum security confines of Demon Island, sentenced to an extraordinary 500 years. Typically, a man of his ilk would languish and perish within the grim walls of Demon Island. However, a survival game on the highway altered his fate. In his vicinity were numerous fellow inmates of Demon Island. Gusman rallied them together, scavenging from other players, and successfully navigated through the First World, even establishing his own convoy. His followers numbered over 40, all ruthless brigands with blood on their hands. Yet, one of them, a burly African-American, lamented, "Boss, he blocked me." "You imbecile," Gusman retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. "The greatest mistake of my life was entrusting you with external negotiations. Sophia, it's your turn," he commanded, directing his gaze toward a woman of Latin descent. "Leave it to me," Sophia replied confidently, adjusting her ample figure before proceeding to send a private message. "Dear Mr. Zhang, I am the spokesperson for the skeleton convoy. Our leader holds you in high regard and wishes to meet to discuss matters in detail. I believe there are numerous points we could mutually exchange insights on." Deep valleys and towering mountains, Zhang Tuohai mused, dismissing the message. The skeleton convoy? They hardly sound benevolent. Merely a nuisance to my business. He saved the accompanying image before deleting the private message. Sophia. Zhang continued perusing his messages, seeking those interested in purchases. "I want to buy one, but I lack sufficient level 1 materials. Can I trade food instead?" "What kind of food?" Zhang replied casually. 20 liters of fresh milk," came the response. The image displayed a cow standing in a vehicle, munching on grass. Zhang was taken aback. He felt quite accomplished raising a chicken. Yet here was a player already rearing cattle. It was evident that he had underestimated the capabilities of others in this world. Out of curiosity, Zhang examined the sender's name, Zhao Wanwan. What astonished him further was the pirate flag emblem accompanying her name. This woman was evidently affiliated with the pirates. Wait a moment, Zhao Wanwan. The name resonated with familiarity. He felt as though he had encountered it before. With his head bowed, he pondered intently, inadvertently casting his gaze upon an oak box. A vivid image materialized in his mind. During the urban rally, he had met a grievously injured man who had implored him to deliver this oak box to his sister, whose name was indeed Zhao Wanwan. Bound by a promise to fulfill another's request, he had thought he would never have the opportunity to meet Zhao Wanwan. Yet, serendipitously, he found himself in her presence today. However, there are many individuals with the same name. Is this woman perhaps the sister of that fellow? Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment and replied, "Your name is Zhao Wanwan. I believe I have encountered you before. Do you have an elder sister named Zhao Shan?" "Sister? No, I only have an older brother." "You must be mistaken," Zhao Wanwan responded. "Could you describe your brother's appearance?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. "He is quite tall and slender, with a hairstyle parted in a 3:7 ratio, and his eyes are rather small." "Why do you ask?" Zhao Wanwan replied, intrigued. "Do you recognize this?" Zhang Tuohai sent a photograph of the oak box. Based on Zhao Wanwan's description, Zhang Tuohai was nearly certain that this Zhao Wanwan was indeed the sister of that fellow. Chapter 114. Kakujiro's winner. This is our family heirloom. long entrusted to my brother. How did it come to be in your possession? What has happened to him? Zhao Wanwan inquired anxiously. He perished in the previous world, hunted down by others. Before his demise, he entrusted me with this to pass on to his sister, Zhao Wanwan. I had thought this package would never reach you. How remarkable it is to encounter you here. Perhaps your brother's spirit guided you. Now, this belongs back to its rightful owner, Zhang Tuohai said as he presented the oak box. Thank you, Zhao Wanwan replied after a lengthy pause. To have this package delivered across 2 worlds, I am immensely grateful. I possess little of value, but please accept these items as a token of my appreciation. With that, she sent an array of gifts, an automatic coffee machine, 10 pounds of coffee beans, and 30 liters of milk. Quite the affluent young lady. Zhang Tuohai mused as he surveyed the offerings. While such items might seem trivial in times of peace, in this precarious world, they could be considered luxuries. He installed the coffee machine against the interior wall of his vehicle, filled it with coffee beans, and added water. Shortly thereafter, a steaming cup of aromatic coffee appeared in his hands. Taking a sip, a warm surge coursed through him, invigorating his spirit and warming his body. This is delightful. Zhang Tuohai relished the coffee, sipping contentedly. Though he was not a connoisseur of coffee, he appreciated its rich flavor. This concentrated brew suited his palate perfectly. Previously, Li Feiyu had gifted him 10 pounds of cocoa beans, which he had tossed aside in a corner due to the lack of a coffee machine. Now, he could prepare a warm cocoa drink, proving the utility of Zhao Wanwan's coffee maker. As for the milk, Zhang Tuohai had yet to devise a plan for its use. However, Wang Kai sat nearby, drooling at the sight of it. You, of all creatures, crave milk? Zhang Tuohai questioned with curiosity. Indeed, I used to adore milk. But after my injury, I became hesitant. Now, the mere scent rekindles my desire, Wang Kai replied, licking his lips with a nostalgic expression. Can one sustain an injury from drinking milk? Zhang Tuohai asked, bewildered. Absolutely. The cow I adored was always lying down, Wang Kai recounted, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. So you drank directly from the cow? Zhang Tuohai was astonished. What else could I do? I had no bucket and couldn't milk it. Drinking directly was my only option. Wang Kai explained with a sense of resignation. Zhang Tuohai blinked, realizing the logic in Wang Kai's reasoning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Well then, considering your efforts this morning, I shall reward you, he said, pouring a dish of milk for Wang Kai. With a delighted slurp, Wang Kai eagerly lapped up the milk. After organizing his belongings, Zhang Tuohai resumed his journey. The scenery of the icy, snowy world was even more monotonous than that of the desert realm. In the realm of the desert, there exists a landscape of undulating dunes and an azure sky. Conversely, in the world of ice and snow, an eternal expanse of pristine white stretches infinitely. Even the freshly imprinted tire tracks are swiftly concealed by falling snowflakes, rendering the surroundings an unending sea of white. As if the entirety of existence has been reduced to one solitary journey through this desolate expanse. Above, the sky looms with ominous clouds, dark as the bottom of a pot. Despite it being daytime, the ambient light has dimmed significantly. Observing the bleak scenery, Zhang Tuohai softly sighed. Contemplating why Northern Europe is known as the region with the highest incidence of mental illness in the original world, it seems evident that anyone enduring such an environment would inevitably succumb to psychological distress. Shall AI play a song to lighten the mood? Zhang Tuohai instructed, preferably something cheerful, evoking the essence of summer. How about Kikujiro's Summer? I believe it aligns perfectly with your request, Xiao AI suggested. That sounds like a delightful choice. Play it. Zhang Tuohai replied after a moment's thought, reassured that a purely instrumental piece devoid of vocals would pose no issues. However, when the melody began to play, he realized his naivety. It was indeed Kikujiro's Summer, yet the instrument performing it was a swana. Zhang Tuohai mused that after this rendition, he might as well be celebrating a feast. This interpretation had effectively sent Kikujiro away. He felt that Xiao AI's musical taste required a bit of recalibration. Commander, a supply box has been detected ahead, Xiao AI suddenly announced. Where? Zhang Tuohai squinted into the distance. On the branch of the tree to your right. She guided him. Following Xiao AI's directions, Zhang Tuohai finally spotted the supply box perched precariously on a pine tree branch, which trembled as if it could snap at any moment. Observing the box, he sensed an oddity in the placement of supply boxes in this world, seemingly favoring bizarre hiding spots. Stop the vehicle, he instructed, stepping out. Gazing up at the supply box, which hung over 3 meters above the ground, he realized that the conventional method of retrieving it would involve standing on the roof of his vehicle. However, Zhang Tuohai was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. He was convinced that if he attempted to retrieve the box from the vehicle's roof, the branch would surely break and damage the solar panel atop his car. After several attempts, he had gleaned a crucial insight. Never leave any potential hazards unaddressed. Otherwise, the game system would inevitably manifest those hazards into reality. Assessing the tree's position, which stood a good 3 or 4 meters from the nearest tree along the roadside, Zhang Tuohai retrieved a chainsaw from the back seat. With a press of the button, the chainsaw roared to life. Zhang Tuohai aimed it at the pine tree and began to cut. The sound of the saw echoed in the stillness. Soon, a sloped opening was deftly carved out by Zhang Tuohai, who followed up with a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the pine tree collapsed onto the roadway, causing a supply crate to tumble down as well. Zhang Tuohai, wielding a chainsaw, approached the fallen pine and, with a few buzzing strokes, reduced it to several sections before slicing it into long strips. This wood, rich in resin, burns more efficiently than ordinary lumber, making it an excellent choice for firewood. However, the sole drawback was that freshly cut timber tends to be quite moist, producing smoke when ignited. Yet, this posed no significant concern, as he could merely sell it to other players, especially since Zhang Tuohai had air conditioning at his disposal. Moreover, he could take this opportunity to promote his logging tools, thereby earning a double profit, an utterly flawless plan. Chapter 115. Quietly entering the village. Beware of gunfire. Zhang Tuohai loaded the timber into the vehicle, then retrieved the supply box. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what treasures lay within this seemingly secluded container. With a resounding thud, the box sprang open, releasing a flurry of feathers that danced through the air. Zhang Tuohai, incredulous, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The box was brimming with feathers, purely feathers. Acquired 100 units of feathers. What a marvel! Zhang Tuohai exultantly raised his fist in triumph. This was indeed a genuine treasure. With just 5 units of feathers, one could craft a set of winter clothing. 100 units amounted to 20 sets. In a world engulfed in ice and snow, the value of such garments was immeasurable. Moreover, as one ventured further north, the temperature plummeted and the price of winter clothing soared even higher. In contrast to portable toilets that merely exploited information gaps for quick profits, these feathers represented true worth. With great excitement, Zhang Tuohai carefully stowed the feathers back in the vehicle, deciding to hoard them for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment to sell. He believed that waiting a few days would yield a higher price. After organizing the feathers, he glanced at the time. It was already past 11, and it was imperative to prepare and consume his meal. Following the patterns of the previous world, he anticipated that the afternoon might bring unforeseen complications. If he neglected to eat and exhausted his strength, he would find himself in dire straits. For lunch, Zhang Tuohai contemplated his options and settled on preparing stir-fried meat slices. He had an array of accompaniments, including cucumbers and carrots, and he intended to use the leopard meat he had procured that day. He heated oil in the pan, tossed in the cucumber and carrot slices, and, lacking wood ear mushrooms, substituted them with quickly growing mushrooms. The generous chunks of leopard meat were added and stir-fried to perfection. Without the need to wash the pan, he added some water to cook hand-pulled noodles, using the stir-fried meat as a delectable topping, which resulted in a fragrant dish. Holding a cucumber in one hand and a large bowl in the other, Zhang Tuohai, with chopsticks in hand, began to eat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was not mere greed. The frigid weather outside necessitated a greater energy expenditure. Only dishes rich in oil, salt, and sugar could replenish his body's needs, which explained why culinary flavors intensified as one traveled northward. As he dined, he could not forget his daily ritual. Zhang Tuohai activated the regional channel to observe the current state of ordinary players. Damn, I'm freezing. I've spent the whole morning just to find a bag of black bread. Why is this world so impoverished? I used to stumble upon white bread. Be grateful. My food and water were snatched away in the previous world. I could only gather snow for hydration. If any generous soul could spare me a piece of bread, I would do anything. Ugh, I'm freezing. Does anyone have an air conditioner to sell? I have plenty of food. I just hunted a reindeer. If someone could provide me with heating, I'd be willing to part with the entire deer. There's even meat. Here I am, reduced to gnawing on cold buns. Shedding tears. I don't even dare to hope for an air conditioner. Even a stove for warmth would suffice. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Tuohai observed that the living standards of ordinary players were akin to those of the previous world, if not worse. In the past, at least the weather was warm. Consuming cold food was merely an inconvenience, with taste being the primary concern. However, this world was gripped by a harsh winter. Despite the current temperature being a mere 10 degrees, prolonged exposure would inevitably lead to colds and fevers. In the days before his journey, a fever could be easily remedied with a few pills. Yet in this realm, medical resources were scarce, making a fever almost indistinguishable from a terminal illness. Moreover, under such low temperatures, attempting to sleep would likely result in freezing to death by morning. There was no alternative. Now, players lacking heating measures found themselves cornered, necessitating Zhang Tuohai's intervention. Just as he contemplated broadcasting the sale of his portable stove, acquired the following day and used consistently, his hand suddenly halted. At least 2 caravans had already sent him tentative messages. If he continued to sell so openly, he would undoubtedly compel those caravans to seek him out. A course of action fraught with folly. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for Zhang Tuohai to abandon his pursuit of commerce. The verdant fields of chives lay before him. It was utterly implausible to expect him to set aside his scythe now. However, he needed to devise a means to evade the scrutiny of the 3 major caravans. With a flicker of inspiration, he devised a plan. Public sales were out of the question, as members of the caravans would undoubtedly monitor the regional channels, ensuring that any attempt to sell would be swiftly uncovered. Instead, he could discreetly contact players one by one, conducting private sales. This method, though less efficient, would prioritize safety. Moreover, in private transactions, he could freely adjust the prices, thereby reaping greater profits. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Tuohai reached out to a player who had previously claimed to possess a deer. He sent a private message. "Brother, do you need heating tools?" "Big boss? Is that really you? I'm Han Lu, from the same district as you. Do you have heating tools? Is it an air conditioner? Please sell it to me. I'm freezing to death. I even purchased your Supreme Enjoyment Ice Cola before, so help a brother out since we're from the same area." Upon reading Han Lu's message, Zhang Tuohai opened the player's profile and scrutinized it closely. He recalled that this individual indeed hailed from the same district and had previously purchased his Supreme Enjoyment Ice Cola using a gasoline-powered saw blueprint along with 20 intermediate parts. Being a significant customer, Zhang Tuohai had made a point to remember his face. Given their familiarity, a trade was certainly in order. Despite Zhang Tuohai's initial intention to procure that deer. "Don't worry, I reached out because I do have heating tools for sale." "But it's not an air conditioner, it's a stove," Zhang Tuohai replied, sending over an image of the stove. "You see, while this stove may not be as effortless as an air conditioner, it is fuel efficient. When you turn on the air conditioner, the electricity meter spins like a fan. Where does that power come from? Isn't it all derived from burning gasoline? Do you truly consume that much gasoline? Alternatively, a stove would suffice. Simply toss in some firewood, and warmth is readily achieved. Moreover, this contraption not only provides heat, but also facilitates boiling water and cooking. I'll even gift you a pot. Gather some snow from outside, bring it to a boil, and you'll conserve fresh water resources. This is far more efficient than that oil-guzzling air conditioner." Zhang Tuohai remarked with a smile. "However, the stove does consume quite a bit of firewood, does it not?" "I have limited with supplies," Han Lu responded, intrigued yet instinctively inclined to negotiate. "Are you foolish? Just look outside. There are pine trees everywhere. You can easily chop down a few, sufficient for several days of warmth. If you find it cumbersome to wield an axe, I happen to possess a gasoline-powered saw. Considering we hail from the same district, I can offer you a discounted price." Zhang Tuohai continued. Han Lu scratched his head, a sense of familiarity with the gasoline-powered saw nagging at him. Chapter 116, The Fighting Nation. Truly deserving of its reputation, isn't this the very blueprint I sold? Han Lu gazed at it for a long moment before slapping his thigh in realization. He recalled that he had mocked Zhang Tuohai when he exchanged the blueprint for an exquisite ice-cold cola. In a barren desert, finding a tree was arduous. How could there be space for a gasoline-powered chainsaw? Little did he expect that he would now have to repurchase it at double the manufacturing cost. The fool was indeed himself. However, the situation was as it stood. If he did not sell, he would simply await his demise in the cold. Han Lu utilized an entire deer along with double the materials to procure the furnace and the gasoline-powered chainsaw. Zhang Tuohai kindly presented him with a cup of ginger syrup. "Here, drink this ginger syrup to ward off the chill. Furthermore, if you have the time, inquire around to see who needs heating. If you refer clients to me, I can share the commission." Zhang Tuohai resolved to recruit several agents among the players to distribute the task of attracting clients. After all, with over 5,000 players, discerning who possessed the means to purchase was exceedingly exhausting, and he had neither the time nor the energy for such an endeavor. It would be wiser to delegate the task. As long as he maintained control over the supply, he had no fear of these players causing any trouble. Most importantly, the fact that Han Lu could produce the gasoline-powered chainsaw blueprint, provide intermediate materials, and hunt down a deer indicated that this player was not lacking in strength. Nurturing this relationship could prove beneficial in the future. "Really? That's splendid. I happen to know a few friends who are also in need. Just a moment. Let me ask them. They lack heating equipment and would surely be interested," Han Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yes, that is fine. Make sure they mention you as the referrer in their private messages so I can ensure your commission," Zhang Tuohai replied with a smile. After concluding the transaction with Han Lu, Zhang Tuohai resumed his search for the next valuable target, prioritizing those familiar within the region. As for the newcomers from other areas, Particularly the foreigners, they could wait their turn. If they perished from the cold, it was simply not meant to be. Of course, exceptions were made for influential figures like Shalomba, as major clients deserved certain privileges. Just as Zhang Tuohai prepared to message Shalomba, he received a message from Li Feiyu. Please sell me a set of heating equipment. The message was succinct. Certainly, but how do you know I would possess such items? Zhang Tuohai inquired, intrigued, as he did not recall having much interaction with Li Feiyu. Among the people I know, you are the most likely to have heating equipment and would not mind selling it, and your prices are the most reasonable, Li Feiyu replied. Zhang Tuohai, upon reading this evaluation, felt a blush of embarrassment. He, a shrewd merchant, was being described as fair in pricing. He could not fathom how these people's minds worked. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai welcomed the business and swiftly completed the transaction with Li Feiyu. By the way, I have a commission for you. Would you consider it? After finalizing the transaction, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Li Feiyu. What commission? Li Feiyu inquired. Should you encounter the members of the Sakura and Skeleton teams, attempt to assess their capabilities or gather intelligence regarding them, I am prepared to reward you for such endeavors. Zhang Tuohai believed that given Li Feiyu's character, she would not succeed as a salesperson. Nevertheless, her prowess was commendable, making her an ideal candidate to probe the Skeleton and Sakura teams. Without hesitation, Li Feiyu acquiesced. Just as she concluded her private message, a new one from Vladimir arrived. Devaliki, sell me a set of your ovens. I have several types here, portable ones for vehicles, electric ones, and the enormous clay pot roaster. Which one do you desire? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the cookware in his vehicle and inquired further. I need the largest one. I caught a rather sizable fish, and my current oven is too small to accommodate it, Vladimir replied, sending an image of himself shirtless, cradling a massive salmon. The fish appeared to be approximately 1.5 meters long and seemingly still alive, leaving Zhang Tuohai curious about how Vladimir managed to catch it. Then I shall procure the giant clay pot roaster for you. Where did you acquire such an item? Zhang Tuohai asked, intrigued. I was driving past a river, decided to take a bath, and saw this fellow swimming by, so I caught it. Do you have any alcohol? Sell me a bottle. It would be a shame not to enjoy some with such a large fish. Past a river? Bathing? Zhang Tuohai observed the chilly exterior, noting the temperature was a mere 10 degrees Celsius. Any small streams would undoubtedly be frozen, and only larger rivers would still be flowing, likely requiring ice to be broken. It was no wonder Vladimir, a true warrior of the north, bathed in such frigid conditions. Certainly, however, this is the last bottle of life water, so drink sparingly. By the way, once the fish is roasted, I would like half of it, and please reserve some roe for me. Zhang Tuohai dispatched the life water. Having grown up in the north, he recalled the frequent availability of salmon in the markets, most of which were pickled, yet roasting was equally delightful, particularly with rice. And the roe was quite delectable. My God, you actually have no alcohol left. What shall I do with my life now? Vladimir lamented, feeling as though the end of the world was nigh. For him, alcohol was the essence of existence. Without it, what meaning did life hold? Fear not, my Devaliki. I have planted sugarcane, and I shall brew rum by tomorrow. I am confident you will relish it, Zhang Tuohai assured him. Oh, rum will suffice. But I desire it in its pure form, not a diluted version, Vladimir responded. Rum is indeed a potent spirit, with the raw form typically around 65 alcohol, whereas commercially sold varieties are often mixed with spices and diluted to around 35. However, given Vladimir's capacity for consuming life water, indulging in pure rum seemed hardly remarkable. Understood, I assure you, there will be no diluted spirits. Nonetheless, the new batch will not be ready until tomorrow. For today, this is all that remains, so drink judiciously. Zhang Tuohai cautioned. Rest assured, Davarish, I shall guard my vodka with the same fervor as I would protect my most beloved woman. Once the fish is grilled to perfection, I will ensure that your share is sent forthwith. Vladimir hastily terminated the private message, eager to savor the elixir of life. Zhang Tuohai, undeterred, continued his quest for players to engage in trade. By midday, he had successfully negotiated 12 transactions and recruited 7 salespersons, while Han Lu facilitated an additional 5 deals for him. Although this method of commerce lacked the immediacy of direct trading platforms, it was favored for its security. Zhang Tuohai cast a fleeting glance at the emblems of the Sakura and Skull teams. Humph, those who impede my business shall inevitably repay me with interest for the profits I have lost. As the clock struck 1300 hours, the game system's voice resonated punctually. Congratulations to all players for having enjoyed a splendid morning. An impressive 6 hours without a single player demise. What a pity. To celebrate your presence, this world has prepared a small program, a death chase. Chapter 117, The mysterious black-clad knights accompanied by the resonant voice of the gaming system, Zhang Tuohai was startled by a sudden cacophony from outside. Turning around, he beheld. Some 100 meters away, the unexpected emergence of 8 black-clad knights mounted on motorcycles. Clad in black helmets and combat attire, astride formidable black heavy motorcycles. These figures exuded an air of the extraordinary. Each knight brandished a variety of weapons, baseball bats, iron chains, steel pipes, while the leader wielded a fearsome chain flail. You must have noticed these black-clad figures. They constitute the welcome ceremony prepared for you by this world. They will pursue you relentlessly until sunset. A friendly reminder, do not allow them to catch up to you. As the system's alert faded, the motorcycle-riding knights revved their engines and charged towards Zhang Tuohai. Shall AI accelerate? Do not let them get close. Zhang Tuohai shouted. Understood, Commander, came the prompt reply. The 6-wheeled off-road vehicle, previously at a standstill, surged forward, reaching a speed of 100 miles per hour in an instant. Observing Zhang Tuohai's acceleration, the Black Knights too increased their speed, closing the distance. Up to 200 miles per hour. Zhang Tuohai frowned as the vehicle's velocity soared again. The relentless knights hastened their pursuit, determined not to let up. These bastards are like tenacious gum, aren't they? Zhang Tuohai muttered, irritation rising as he glanced back at the pursuing knights. Seizing the boba shah from the passenger seat, he aimed at a knight closing in from the left rear and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. However, the knight crouched low, maneuvering the motorcycle with deft sways, causing most of Zhang Tuohai's bullets to miss their mark. The few that struck merely ricocheted off the motorcycle's protective panels, sparking harmlessly. What the hell? Are these motorcycles bulletproof? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. It seemed he would need something significantly more powerful. The boba shah's impact was simply insufficient. Frowning, he tossed the weapon aside. The only formidable weapon he had left was a rare Desert Eagle, yet this was a pistol with a limited range, capable of only single shots. Given Zhang Tuohai's shooting proficiency, it would be exceedingly difficult to hit the agile knights. How can I eliminate these wretched foes? Zhang Tuohai contemplated, eyeing the dwindling power gauge. The high-speed chase was rapidly depleting his battery. While the desert provided an ample supply of energy in this realm, the sun was nearly obscured. Once the reserve was exhausted, he would have to rely on gasoline for power. He couldn't afford to waste precious fuel on this futile pursuit. Taking a sip of coffee, an idea suddenly struck him. Shall AI slow down and let the two tailgadoos catch up? Zhang Tuohai instructed. Very well, Commander. Shao AI faithfully complied, gradually reducing the vehicle's speed. 2 dark-clad knights observed Zhang Tuohai's speed diminishing and immediately accelerated, flanking him on either side, brandishing their baseball bats and chains, ready to assault his vehicle. So, you were the ones jumping around just now, were you? A cold smirk crept across Zhang Tuohai's lips. Shao AI ram into them. The 6-wheeled off-road vehicle abruptly veered left. The hefty chassis collided violently with the black-clad knight. Had it been an ordinary off-road vehicle, the knight would likely have been sent flying. However, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle was anything but ordinary. It was bristling with spikes. In an instant, those spikes pierced through the knight's body. The knight's motorcycle skidded away, but he remained ensnared on the vehicle. To Zhang Tuohai's astonishment, he had not anticipated the spikes to be so lethal, and the scene startled him. Gazing at the knight dangling outside his window, an impulse surged within him. He promptly lowered the window and yanked off the knight's helmet. Inside was a young man, fair-skinned, bald, with lifeless eyes. Zhang Tuohai pressed his finger against the young man's neck, discovering there was no pulse. Just as he prepared to continue his examination, a series of thuds emanated from the right side of the vehicle. Turning his head, he saw that the knight on that side was swinging his chain, relentlessly striking Zhang Tuohai's window. So fearless, are we? Shall AI ram him? Zhang Tuohai shouted. The vehicle lurched sharply to the right, and the knight, unable to evade in time, found himself similarly impaled by the spikes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tuohai dashed forward, lowered the window, and removed the knight's helmet. Inside, he was met with another young man, equally fair-skinned, bald, and devoid of expression. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the one hanging on the left. With a sense of unease rising within him, he glanced left and right, pondering the possibility of twins. He forcefully pushed the knight down. At that moment, 2 more motorcycles approached from behind, seemingly unfazed by the grim fate of their predecessors, brandishing steel pipes and chains as they assaulted Zhang Tuohai's window once again. Is this never-ending? Since you all seek death, I shall oblige. Zhang Tuohai employed the same tactic, ensnaring the 2 knights onto his vehicle and removing their helmets in turn. To his astonishment, he discovered that these 2 knights were identical to the previous ones, sharing the same fair skin and bald heads. Quadruplets? The thought flickered in his mind. only to be extinguished swiftly. This was far beyond what could be explained by mere quadruplets. Zhang Tuohai sensed an eerie oddity in their actions, despite having killed 2 knights. The ones behind resolutely charged forward. If this could be attributed to their rigorous training and fearless demeanor, their futile assault on bulletproof glass raised further questions. It has been conclusively demonstrated that their attacks were futile. A rational individual would typically seek to alter their approach and find alternative means of infiltration. Yet, these individuals persist in their fruitless assaults on the car windows, evoking in Zhang Tuohai the sensation that they are akin to pre-programmed automatons. Could they possibly be clones? This thought flickered in Zhang Tuohai's mind, and the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Their identical features and systematic patterns of attack were strikingly reminiscent of something engineered. Moreover, given the technological prowess of the gaming system, the creation of a few clones would hardly pose a challenge. However, if such advanced technology is at their disposal, what purpose does our capture serve? Is it merely for their amusement? Just as Zhang Tuohai was deep in contemplation, the voice of the gaming system resounded once more. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for being the first to eliminate 4 pursuers, triggering the hidden mode. The strength of the pursuers has been enhanced. Eliminate all pursuers to receive hidden rewards. Chapter 118. The mop soaked in excrement, elbow in the world, strength enhancement? Amidst Zhang Tuohai's astonishment, a radiant white light enveloped the black-clad riders behind him. In the blink of an eye, their appearances transformed entirely. The heavy motorcycles they rode morphed into formidable Harley motorcycles, while the leader's vehicle became an all-terrain quad bike. Their attire also underwent a metamorphosis, shifting from black to white camouflage, blending seamlessly with the swirling snowflakes around them. The most striking change, however, was in their weaponry. The baseball bats and steel pipes they once wielded were replaced by Uzi submachine guns. The knight at the forefront, who brandished a chain flail, now held an AA-12 shotgun. Guanliang Brew. Upon seeing the AA-12, Zhang Tuohai turned pale. He was all too familiar with this weapon, one of the most renowned shotguns, featuring zero recoil, a 32-round magazine, a theoretical firing rate of 300 rounds per minute, and an effective range of 200 meters. It could utilize standard 12-gauge shells as well as specially designed explosive rounds, capable of firing 12 grenades that could obliterate anything in its path. Due to its superb performance, this weapon frequently appeared in numerous Hollywood films and video games, such as The Expendables, Breaking Bad, Watch Dogs, Call of Duty, and Rainbow Six. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be the shotgun's lack of precision and the cumbersome weight of its ammunition, which imposed a significant burden on the user, factors contributing to its limited use in military applications. How could he possibly contend with such a formidable weapon? Zhang Tuohai felt overwhelmed. Tat-tat-tat. Following their transformation, the pursuing riders exhibited a markedly enhanced combat capability, now firing their Uzis one-handed at Zhang Tuohai's vehicle. A barrage of bullets struck his car, creating a cacophony of sound. Although Zhang Tuohai's vehicle was armored, the sheer volume of bullets raining down was enough to instill a sense of dread. I'll eliminate you, you wretched fiend. Zhang Tuohai retaliated with his own weapon, the Bobo Shah. However, the bullets ricocheted off the white camouflage uniforms with a resounding thud, and he could clearly see several yellow-tipped bullets lodged in the fabric. They had even equipped themselves with ballistic plates. How could he possibly overcome this? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Tuohai realized that his greatest reliance, the firearms, were rendered ineffective. What could he do now? He sought to maneuver his vehicle to collide with the pursuers, but they seemed to have grown cunning, encircling him in a relentless dance, denying him the chance to close the distance. What do I have at my disposal? Zhang Tuohai glanced back into the vehicle, rummaging through the supplies for something to counterattack. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a large iron pot resting atop the stove. To avoid wasting the fire, he had filled it with water, which was now boiling vigorously. This is it. Zhang Tuohai seized a ladle, filling it to the brim with scalding water. Yet, how could he possibly splash boiling water on their faces? It is important to note that these individuals are equipped with helmets. Zhang Tuohai surveyed his surroundings and noticed Wang Kai squatting atop the fertilizer manufacturing machine. With a swift motion, Zhang Tuohai lifted him down and tossed a piece of paper onto the ground, instructing, "Do it here." However, Wang Kai appeared somewhat bewildered. "Hurry up. If you don't finish within half a minute, you'll turn into a pile of mush." The fear washed over Wang Kai, turning his face pale, and soon a large mass of mush appeared on the paper. "Perfect," Zhang Tuohai declared, lifting the mush triumphantly. The situation was reminiscent of a mop soaked in filth, akin to the legendary warrior El Bu in his prime. With one hand gripping the mush and the other holding a ladle filled with boiling water, he commanded, "Shao AI, lower the window." The car window descended swiftly. Just then, a pursuer reached the window, poised to fire into the vehicle. Now, Zhang Tuohai hurled the mush out the window, The large blob struck the helmet of the pursuer squarely. Wang Kai had indulged in too much meat recently, leading to a rather sticky situation. The mush clung tenaciously to the helmet, rendering the pursuer's attempts to wipe it off futile. In frustration, the pursuer yanked off the helmet, revealing a pale, hairless visage. Suddenly, a ladle of boiling water was splashed from the car, hitting the pursuer squarely in the face. Scalding water in the eyes caused the pursuer to lose all vision instantly. Zhang Tuohai seized a hunting spear and thrust it towards the pursuer's motorcycle wheel. There was a sharp crack as the spear snapped against the wheel, yet the motorcycle lost its balance, sending the pursuer tumbling to the ground. The second pursuer, who had been tailing closely, failed to react in time and crashed over him. Both of them were dispatched in one fell swoop, but Zhang Tuohai felt no exhilaration. Rather, he was filled with dread. He realized that neither of the pursuers had uttered a single cry, remaining ominously silent even after being scalded. This unnerving realization solidified his suspicion that they were clones. With trepidation, he fixed his gaze on the remaining two pursuers, witnessing the fate of their companions. The two became increasingly cautious, hiding behind their vehicle and relentlessly assaulting the car's body without daring to advance. Zhang Tuohai attempted to slow down, hoping to lure them closer, but the pursuers matched his pace, refusing to draw near. These crafty devils. He cursed silently. However, he could not allow them to continue their relentless assault. Despite his vehicle being bulletproof, even the sturdiest alloy has its limits, and he could not ascertain how many rounds these adversaries possessed. If they managed to damage the car, it would require repairs. Glancing back at the pursuer trailing closely behind, he inquired, "Xiao AI, can you drift?" Of course, it's a fundamental maneuver. Execute a 180-degree drift ahead, then accelerate. I refuse to believe we cannot crush them. Understood. Xiao AI accelerated sharply. The two pursuers, perceiving Zhang Tuohai's intent to flee, hastened to pursue him. However, the six-wheeled off-road vehicle executed an astonishing 180-degree drift with an incredible maneuver. At that moment, the distance between the two parties had dwindled to less than 30 meters. Charge! Zhang Tuohai shouted fervently. The six-wheeled vehicle surged forward aggressively towards the two pursuers. Observing this, the two pursuers hastily veered left and right to evade. The motorcycle on the right narrowly skimmed past Zhang Tuohai's six-wheeler, narrowly escaping disaster. However, the all-terrain vehicle on the left was not as fortunate. Though this vehicle was remarkably stable and resistant to overturning, its wide frame became its fatal flaw. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai's primary target was indeed this vehicle, and the snow plow mounted at the front made intimate contact with the all-terrain vehicle. Bang! The all-terrain vehicle was sent flying, and the leading pursuer was propelled over 20 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Normally, a person subjected to such a collision would lay lifeless on the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the leading pursuer, despite sustaining such grave injuries, still struggled on the ground, attempting to rise. Chapter 119. Hidden rewards accelerate, crush them. Zhang Tuohai commanded coldly. He could hardly believe that these pursuers were so formidable that they could withstand the onslaught of a six-wheeled off-road vehicle. Once more, the vehicle surged forward, directly rolling over the pursuers. The sound of bones snapping echoed in the air. Zhang Tuohai leaned out to take a glance, noting that the helmet had been flattened. Finally, one was dead. A sigh of relief escaped him. At that moment, a pursuer who had narrowly missed them turned around and began to chase again, brandishing an Uzi aimed squarely at Zhang Tuohai. Damn! Instinctively, Zhang Tuohai reached for the passenger seat. Though he failed to grasp the firearm, he instead seized a furry object. In the urgency of the situation, he paid no mind to what it was and hurled it towards the pursuer. Wang Kai, bewildered, clung to the pursuer's helmet. Out of sheer curiosity, it had wanted to see what was happening, only to find itself inexplicably tossed out. The pursuer, realizing that a furry creature had obstructed his view, hastily attempted to swat Wang Kai away. However, Wang Kai, terrified, refused to let go. Being thrown from such a fast-moving motorcycle could surely lead to serious injury, if not death. Ow! Wang. Wang Kai whimpered, its native tongue slipping out in fear. Despite the turmoil, Wang Kai clung tenaciously to the helmet, unwilling to release its grip. Well done, Wang Kai. Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed at the sight and immediately instructed Xiao AI to catch up and pierce the pursuer with a hunting spear. The pursuer was sent flying as well. Seeing this, Wang Kai, terrified, kicked its legs vigorously and scrambled back into the vehicle through the window. It was frightened to the core, its teeth chattering. Zhang Tuohai paid it no mind, accelerating and crushing the last pursuer beneath his wheels. Is it over? Zhang Tuohai glanced around, noting the emptiness surrounding him, devoid of the deafening roar of engines. The game system chimed in. Congratulations, player Zhang Tuohai, for eliminating all pursuers. You have received a hidden reward, Pursuer Set 1. Pursuer Set, white camouflaged snowsuit, camouflaged combat boots, camouflaged helmet, tactical gloves, AA-12 shotgun 1, blueprints for high-explosive ammunition, blueprints for 12-gauge buckshot, blueprints for 12-gauge slug. Chain flail 1. White camouflage snow suit. Provides concealment in snowy conditions, confounding enemy vision, resistant to temperatures as low as -40°C, equipped with ballistic plates. Capable of withstanding small-caliber handgun and submachine gun fire. Camouflaged helmet. Offers protection against small-caliber handgun fire, shields against bright light, and features an infrared night vision system. Impressive. Upon seeing this array of equipment, Zhang Tuohai beamed with delight as he removed his current tactical suit. Although the tactical suit offered ballistic protection, it was inadequate against the cold. With temperatures plummeting to -10°, it was still bearable. However, if it grew any colder, he would have no choice but to resort to those down jackets. Yet, the jackets were too vibrant, standing out starkly against the snowy landscape. If given the choice, Zhang Tuohai truly preferred not to wear them. At this moment, the pursuer suit impeccably addressed several issues: cold resistance, bulletproof capabilities, and camouflage effects, achieving a near-perfect solution. Moreover, the pursuers themselves were still adorned with the pursuer suits, which could fetch a considerable sum if removed. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tuohai quickly leaped from the vehicle, eager to scavenge some spoils. However, he soon discovered that the pursuers were transforming into a cloud of particles, slowly dissipating. As he reached out to grasp them, the particles slipped through his fingers, leaving him grasping at nothing. Not only the pursuers, but their attire, weapons, blood, and even motorcycles vanished into particles without a trace. Was this a covert deduction of rewards? Zhang Tuohai gazed at the now bare ground. Had it not been for the lingering impressions left by the pursuers, he might have believed that everything he witnessed was merely an illusion. How much would he lose from this? Zhang Tuohai wore an expression of deep sorrow. With the pursuers vanquished, he had envisioned their gear as his own bounty. Now, inexplicably denied, he felt quite displeased. However, he recognized that one could not contend with the game system. What could he do but endure? Zhang Tuohai circled the vehicle for inspection. Fortunately, the damage to the car was not severe. Several areas bore bullet dents, and one of the rear lights was shattered, but the remaining parts were mostly intact. For the time being, repairs were unnecessary. He abandoned the thought of using a car repair kit. Feeling somewhat dejected, he returned to the interior of the vehicle, where he noticed a slight warmth. "Xiao AI, has the temperature risen?" he inquired curiously. "Not at all. Until I receive orders from the commander, the temperature remains unchanged." "Consistently at 20°, Xiao AI replied, displaying the thermometer, which indeed confirmed the reading. This pursuer suit was quite impressive. Zhang Tuohai felt some of his gloom dissipate as he fiddled with the suit. "Xiao AI, lower the interior temperature, adjust it as you see fit, ensuring it remains within the optimal range for all machinery to function efficiently." Xiao AI acknowledged his request, and the temperature began to drop. Zhang Tuohai felt considerably more comfortable. Boss, what about me? You're dressed warmly, but I can't stand it." Wang Kai tugged at Zhang Tuohai's thigh. "And you just threw me out." "I was terrified. I demand compensation." "The stove is still warm. Isn't it? Go sit by it, and I'll give you 2 sausages, Zhang Tuohai replied, promptly shoving 2 sausages into Wang Kai's mouth. Earlier, Wang Kai had indirectly assisted Zhang Tuohai in defeating 3 pursuers, so rewarding him with 2 sausages was only fair. "Thank you, boss, thank you." Wang Kai, momentarily forgetful due to his reward, scampered over to the stove. Nestled by the warm fire, he stretched contentedly, draping his fluffy tail over himself, and closed his eyes. Indeed, on a winter's day, nothing was more delightful than sleeping beside a fire. Zhang Tuohai cast a glance at Wang Kai before turning his attention to the AA-12, which he began to play with. He had only seen this firearm in images and video games before, but now, he finally had the opportunity to touch the real thing. The weapon was remarkably light, weighing less than 10 pounds when unloaded. However, the addition of ammunition rendered it considerably heavier. Was the recoil truly non-existent? Zhang Tuohai was skeptical. He retrieved the schematics for the single projectile rounds and crafted 32 of them, loading them into the magazine. Aiming the firearm at a nearby pine tree, he squeezed the trigger. The sound echoed rat-a-tat-tat. Before Zhang Tuohai could fully comprehend the situation, an entire magazine had been discharged. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the tree, shattering it into fragments. Creaking and groaning, the target tree began to lean slowly in Zhang Tuohai's direction. "Xiao AI, accelerate," he shouted urgently. Chapter 120. A wolf pretends to sleep before him without the need for Zhang Tuohai's prompting. Zhao effortlessly ignited the engine, propelling the vehicle forward in haste. A resounding crash echoed as a pine tree, mistaken for a target, succumbed to the ground, sending cascades of fallen snow billowing into the air. Goodness! Zhang Tuohai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This AA-12 truly lived up to its reputation, a veritable close combat marvel, capable of felling even a pine tree. And this was merely the power of a single slug. Had it been equipped with specialized high-explosive rounds, it might have launched into the air. Elated, Zhang Tuohai carefully stowed the AA-12 away, resolute in his decision to wield it as his weapon of choice in future confrontations. No matter how formidable the adversary clad in bulletproof armor, this weapon would reduce them to mere fragments. With the AA-12 secured, Zhang Tuohai retrieved a gasoline-powered chainsaw from the vehicle. Since the pine tree had already been felled, he deemed it a waste to let the timber go unused. It would serve well as firewood. He approached the great tree, hefting the chainsaw, and began to slice into the trunk. The machine roared to life, spewing sawdust into the air. As Zhang Tuohai focused intently on his task, a sudden alert from the system jolted him from his concentration. Warning, 2 snow wolves have appeared behind you. Snow wolves. Zhang Tuohai abruptly raised the chainsaw before him and spun around. Indeed, at a distance of over 30 meters, 2 snow wolves with piercing green eyes fixed their gaze upon him. Rather than retreating in fear upon being discovered, the wolves stood their ground, locking eyes with Zhang Tuohai in a tense standoff. After several moments, one wolf exchanged glances with the other before retreating into the forest, while the remaining wolf settled down, squinting its eyes at Zhang Tuohai. After a brief respite, the lone wolf astonishingly shut its eyes and began to doze off. What was this? Was it returning to summon its pack? Was it merely watching him? Zhang Tuohai found himself perplexed by the intentions of the 2 wolves. Warning, the wolf that retreated did not leave. It is maneuvering through the forest to encircle you for an attack. The wolf before you is feigning sleep, luring you into an assault while drawing you away from the cover of the pine tree behind you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in astonishment. In this day and age, even snow wolves were employing tactics. How dare they engage him in such a manner? Today he would ensure they met their demise. With one hand gripping the chainsaw, Zhang Tuohai cautiously slipped the other toward his thigh. As he was engaged in lumberjack duties, he had not brought his larger firearms, but a treasured Desert Eagle was securely holstered there. His movements were deliberate and measured, careful not to rouse the seemingly slumbering snow wolf ahead. With a gentle press of the holster's button, the prized Desert Eagle silently ascended from its confines. Zhang Tuohai grasped the handle firmly and stealthily withdrew the weapon. If you wish to fire blindly at the snow wolf, tilt the barrel 15 degrees to the left and elevate it by 3 degrees. If you have moved your head, adjust 2 degrees to the right and lower by 1 degree. After another adjustment, with the system's guidance, Zhang Tuohai stealthily aimed at the snow wolf. Bang! Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot forth, striking the snow wolf directly in the head. Half of the wolf's skull was blown away. Be careful, another snow wolf is pouncing at you from behind. Zhang Tuohai felt a fierce gust of wind surge from behind. He hastily discarded his Desert Eagle, grasping a gasoline-powered chainsaw with both hands, positioning it across his chest, and pressed the switch. The chainsaw roared to life, sweeping across the snow wolf's neck. The razor-sharp teeth severed the wolf's neck, blood spraying everywhere as the creature collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the snow wolf was still not dead, its body twitching incessantly. A pair of emerald green eyes fixated on Zhang Tuohai. Dare to glare at me? With a swift motion, Zhang Tuohai swung the chainsaw forward, decapitating the wolf. Danger averted. Another feast awaited. He plunged his skinning knife into the wolf's carcass, acquiring 500 pounds of meat, 2 wolf pelts, and 2 ordinary spirit essences. Is there anyone else willing to meet their demise? Zhang Tuohai scanned his surroundings. After a prolonged search yielded no further prey, he raised the chainsaw once more to continue cutting down the pine trees. After reducing the trees to firewood, the absence of any beast left him somewhat disappointed. However, the lack of wildlife deterred him from venturing into the forest, for who could predict what dangers lurked within? Staying on the road felt far safer. After loading the firewood into his vehicle, Zhang Tuohai instructed his companion, Xiao Ai, to resume their journey. To celebrate the acquisition of fresh wolf meat, he brewed himself a cup of hot cocoa. For Zhang Tuohai, caffeine served as a remedy for alleviating mental strain. Cradling the warm drink, he gazed at the snowy landscape outside, occasionally glancing at the regional channel. At this moment, everyone was preoccupied with fending off the attacks of the dark-clad knights, leaving little room for conversation. The regional channel was intermittently flooded with obituaries. Player so-and-so perished due to a chain. Player so-and-so fell victim to a baseball bat. Player so-and-so met their end in a motorcycle collision. Clearly, these were the handiwork of the dark-clad knights. In stark contrast to Zhang Tuohai, who had dispatched the knights with a 2-stage transformation followed by a complete annihilation, these players fared tragically, most being mercilessly slaughtered without even a chance to retaliate. Perusing the death records, Zhang Tuohai noted that the majority of the deceased were solitary players. Among the 3 teams, Only the largest, the skeleton team, had lost a single member, while the other two teams boasted no casualties. Were the players and teams genuinely more formidable? Or was it a matter of mechanics affording them an advantage? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. If team players were indeed stronger than their solo counterparts, he would need to exercise greater caution when encountering them. Yet, if it were merely a mechanics issue that allowed team players to congregate, that posed a different dilemma. When Zhang Tuohai faced team players, he might not be contending with just one player, but rather an entire group. Until he unraveled this conundrum, he would find no peace in his thoughts. However, whom should he approach to inquire about such information? Zhang Tuohai perused the list of regional members for quite some time, ultimately setting his gaze upon the name of Zhao Wanwan. He fancied that he shared a certain affinity with her, believing she would not make it difficult for him over these fundamental inquiries. Furthermore, the pirate flag had yet to reach out to him, indicating that, unlike the Skull Brigade and Cherry Blossom Brigade, which pounced upon any opportunity with ferocity, the pirate flag still held some value in communication. Perhaps, Zhang Tuohai could even collaborate with the pirate flag to bring down the other two brigades. Contemplating this, he sent a private message to Zhao Wanwan, asking, "Are all the members of your brigade gathered together or scattered apart? Is the mode faced by your death-chasing brigade akin to that of ordinary players? How many black-clad knights are pursuing you?" After a brief wait, Zhao Wanwan had not responded to his message, likely still occupied with the black-clad knights. Thus, Zhang Tuohai decided to exit the regional channel and devoted his attention to the snowy landscape outside. Chapter 121. News of the convoy outside. The snowflakes have begun to swell, transforming from delicate specks into expansive crystalline formations. The road has accumulated a layer of half a centimeter of snow, which, when compressed by the wheels, becomes a muddy gray mixture. The conditions have turned treacherous, as this damp, gritty snow can fill the grooves of tires, rendering them slick and diminishing traction, making it exceedingly easy for vehicles to skid on the roadway. Given the insufficient thickness of the snow, deploying snow chains would significantly hinder the vehicle's speed and waste power unnecessarily. The timing is precarious, hovering in a dangerous state conducive to accidents. With no external assistance available, drivers must rely solely on their own experience. Zhang Tuohai, with only 3 years of driving under his belt, is fortunate to have Xiao Ai, a true veteran adept in various road conditions, capable of deftly navigating even the most challenging icy bridges. For him, this snowy terrain poses little challenge. However, this situation is far less forgiving for other players in the channel, particularly those hailing from tropical regions who have never encountered snow. Many have fallen victim to the treachery of this environment. Usually, minor mishaps might be expected, but now, with the relentless pursuit of the dark-clad knights, players are compelled to drive at breakneck speeds to evade capture. The combination of high velocity and slippery conditions can easily lead to disastrous outcomes. Rollovers and skidding off the road have become commonplace. Zhang Tuohai even witnessed 2 players veer off the road and plunge into the river, meeting a watery demise. Should he deploy the snow chains preemptively? It would be better to waste power than to risk one's life, he pondered, lightly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel in contemplation. At that moment, a private message arrived. It was Zhao Wanwan. "Apologies, I was preoccupied dealing with the pursuers until now. Have you eliminated them?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. "Not so easily. If the boss were here, it might have been possible, but alas, we are not together. With just the few of us, we can only hope to stall them for a while to prevent them from closing in," Zhao Wanwan replied. "Not together? Won't TA convoy be kept intact?" A thought sparked in Zhang Tuohai's mind. At present, they had indeed been separated, as the convoy appeared to have split into several smaller groups, each comprising about 3 or 4 individuals. He was less familiar with the organization of other convoys, but assumed they likely followed a similar pattern. Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai's eyes brightened. If that were the case, he would not need to confront the entire skeleton convoy or cherry blossom convoy directly, but could instead engage just a few members, significantly alleviating the pressure he faced. "Why are you asking so many detailed questions? Do you wish to join our team?" Zhao Wanwan extended the invitation. "Typically, one must undergo a trial to become a member, but in your case, you may be granted immediate membership." "Why can I become a formal member so easily?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. "Because I perceive you as a good person. You traversed a realm to return my brother's belongings, and such integrity is commendable," she replied. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. He never anticipated that a shrewd businessman like himself would receive a commendation for good character. "What advantages come with joining the team?" he asked. "There are indeed several benefits. We can exchange information, collaborate against adversaries, and tackle formidable beasts that might be unmanageable alone. However, with 3 or 4 individuals, hunting becomes significantly easier. Moreover, within the team, resources can be shared, and we can undertake specialized projects to maximize our profits. For instance, I could take charge of raising dairy cows, trading milk for other essential goods. This way, we can ensure a daily meat supply. Would you consider joining? The benefits are substantial. Furthermore, we have a dedicated team channel where a few amusing individuals keep the atmosphere lively. Division of labor and specialization, he mused. I must admit, this approach enhances efficiency and maximizes profit. However, the downside is that if someone harbors ulterior motives, it could disrupt the entire chain, leading to severe economic repercussions. It's akin to the past economic community. When the overseer was present, everyone thrived, but once he departed, poverty ensued, regressing society by 3 decades. Zhang Tuohai was reluctant to entrust his fate to others. While he might collaborate with them, he had no intention of joining their team at this moment. By the way, when you all gather, is the supply crate allocated per person or shared among multiple individuals? If it's per individual, then several people consuming gasoline while the returns are only a fraction of what a solo player receives would be quite disadvantageous, Zhang Tuohai queried. Not at all. While the number of supply crates remains unchanged, there will be a team bonus. If the resources within the crates did not increase, why would anyone desire to join the team? Zhao Wanwan explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Thank you for clarifying. I don't have milk tea. But please accept this cup of ginger brown sugar as a token of gratitude. Zhang Tuohai offered her the drink. Hey, you still haven tea, answered whether you wish to join, Zhao Wanwan pressed. I have no intention for now. Let us revisit this in a few days, Zhang Tuohai replied. And remember to return my cup. Zhao Wanwan fell silent, and Zhang Tuohai ended the conversation, turning his focus to analyzing the clues. From Zhao Wanwan's dialogue, he gleaned substantial information about the team. He believed she would not deceive him regarding these details, as there was no apparent benefit for her in doing so. Conversely, her overtures suggested that the information was likely truthful. Otherwise, if Zhang Tuohai were to be deceived and join the team only to discover discrepancies, it would foster resentment detrimental to the team's integrity, unless they intended to make a quick profit and flee. However, if that were truly the case, they would have already sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai, rather than passively waiting for him to reach out. Thus, it can be concluded that Zhao Wanwan is indeed trustworthy. With this information from Zhao Wanwan, Zhang Tuohai felt that the two teams were not as formidable as they seemed. In fact, it would be prudent to eliminate a few groups before they converge, thereby disrupting their supply chain and delivering a significant blow to them. What to do? Just as Zhang Tuohai pondered how to take action against the skeleton team, the game system's notification suddenly rang out. 1800 hours has arrived. The deadly chase has concluded. Congratulations to all players for surviving this round of pursuit. Tonight, we will initiate the reward mode, doubling the frequency of supply crates. We shall meet again tomorrow. Chapter 122, Molotov Cocktail. Has the pursuit come to an end? Zhang Tuohai felt invigorated as he hastily activated the regional channel. At that moment, the number of remaining participants in the channel stood at 323, with over 600 individuals having fallen victim to the Black Knights. The gruesome tally evoked memories of the previous world, reminiscent of the early days of the inaugural Brave Ones game, where the death toll was similarly staggering. The atmosphere within the regional channel had been decidedly grim back then. However, seasoned players who had traversed an entire world seemed to have grown accustomed, if not desensitized, to such grim periods. Daily losses were a given. As long as one was not among the deceased, the numbers merely represented distant figures, devoid of personal significance. The chatter within the regional channel persisted. I'm utterly exhausted. Those black-clad hounds are truly bothersome. They chased me all afternoon, and several windows of my vehicle have been shattered. Does anyone have spare glass to sell? I'm freezing here, exclaimed one player. That was terrifying. They blew out my tires, and I was on the verge of being dragged from my car. Fortunately, the time ran out, and they vanished in an instant. Otherwise, I would have met my end. Lamented another. Damn it, my precious gasoline has been squandered by those wretched foes. Now the air conditioning won't even work, and I'm on the brink of freezing to death. Does anyone have a bit of gasoline to sell? You actually have air conditioning? Poor me, I'm relying on a stove for warmth. You have a stove? I only possess 5 heating pads, and they've all been used up. I have no idea what I'll do tomorrow. It's simple. Haven't you heard that the frequency of resource boxes increases by double at night? Just venture out and gather supplies. But won't driving at night be perilous? I nearly toppled off a bridge during the day. You know nothing. Fortune favors the bold. If you don't take risks, you'll freeze to death tomorrow anyway. The two factions engaged in a heated debate over whether to search for supplies at night, each stubbornly refusing to concede to the other, resulting in a verbal melee within the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai observed the exchange for a while before shutting down the channel. He believed that even if the probability of resource boxes appearing doubled, it merely equated to the normal odds. Moreover, given the locations of the resource boxes during the day, even a doubled probability wouldn't guarantee easy access. He harbored a nagging suspicion that this world would not be so benevolent as to provide them with resources. A rise in the frequency of resource boxes likely meant an increase in risk. It seemed wiser to let those players scout the terrain while he continued his trading endeavors to earn a bit of currency. Zhang Tuohai first prepared a pot of rice for himself. However, it was not merely plain rice. He added diced tomatoes, cucumbers, mushrooms, and carrots, along with minced fresh wolf meat layered atop the rice. He seasoned it with salt, soy sauce, and various spices, and after 40 minutes, a delightful pot of mixed rice was ready. As he took a mouthful, the rich aroma of minced meat and the refreshing essence of vegetables melded seamlessly with the rice. The vegetables and meat had become tender and succulent, leaving a lingering taste that delighted his palate. On a winter's night, indulging in a steaming pot of rice was an exquisite pleasure. The mere thought of ordinary players relegated to roasting dry bread by the fire filled Zhang Tuohai with a twinge of guilt, knowing he could savor a medley of rice. Thus, with tears in his eyes, he devoured 2 more large bowls, resolutely refusing to leave any leftovers. Having satisfied his hunger, Zhang Tuohai rubbed his bulging belly and resumed the unfinished business of the afternoon, continuing his search for suitable trading partners. "Boss, I need a set of snow chains. Isn't that what you require?" Zhang Tuohai promptly messaged the affluent merchant, Shalongbas. "What on earth is a snow chain?" Shalongbas inquired, tearing into a roasted leg of lamb. As the name suggests, this device is designed to prevent slipping, enabling vehicles to maintain traction on icy roads. Did you find your vehicle difficult to control today? These snow chains are your solution. My God, such a marvelous invention exists. Shalongbas nearly dropped the roasted leg of lamb. It was no wonder he was astonished. Living in the desert as a petroleum magnate, he had never encountered such a contraption, even when traveling to snowy regions. He was accustomed to having aides manage such trivial matters, leaving him blissfully unaware. During his drive that afternoon, he had skidded off course multiple times. And had it not been for his good fortune, he might have been slain by those ominous, dark-clad riders, a thought that still sent shivers down his spine. Now, hearing of a device that could prevent slipping, he was instantly exhilarated. "Hurry and sell me a set. I'll offer you 1,000 units of gasoline. Is that sufficient?" "Deal." Zhang Tuohai readily agreed. Trading with a petroleum mogul was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of unnecessary chatter. He joyfully received the 1,000 units of gasoline. "By the way, if you come across any weapons, remember to sell them to me. Firearms, explosives, anything will do. I'm open to negotiation, and if you have combat gear, I can offer a premium price," Shalongbas added. Upon reading Shalongbas' message, Zhang Tuohai nearly lost his composure, tempted to sell his Remington and tactical gear. However, he reconsidered. If he acquired things too effortlessly, he might not cherish them. Thus, he decided to keep the allure alive. "As for firearms, I do have a handgun, but I doubt it will meet your standards. I have some leads on other weapons, but they will require a few days," Zhang Tuohai replied. "All right, the sooner, the better. If you have blueprints, I can offer triple the price," Shalongbas generously stated. "Rest assured, I will provide you with a response within 2 days at the latest." Zhang Tuohai replied cheerfully. After concluding his transaction with Shalongbas, Zhang Tuohai messaged several agents, led by Han Lu, "Snow chains for sale, as per usual, at double the price. A commission for each set sold, and for over 20 sets, double commission." "Boss, you can count on me to handle this efficiently," Han Lu assured him, patting his chest. "But could you please set aside a set for me? I nearly crashed into a tree while driving this afternoon." After dispatching the agent, Zhang Tuohai began to reach out to several acquaintances. Li Feiyu's inquiry about purchasing an air conditioner indicated that the prize she obtained from the off-road race was a blueprint for the manufacture of tracked wheels, rendering the need for anti-skid chains unnecessary for the time being. The Su sisters, however, found themselves in a rather unfortunate situation. They had won a standard air conditioner in the speed competition and received a blueprint for a high-end electric heater from the off-road race, leading to a redundancy in functionality. The crux of the matter was that the electric heater was of a superior grade, requiring materials that were classified as level 3. Currently, the materials in the player's possession primarily consisted of level 1 items, with only a scant few at level 2, which rendered them incapable of selling their surplus. "Do you want the anti-skid chains?" Zhang Tuohai inquired through a private message, along with an assortment of milk, coffee, hot cocoa, ginger, garlic, and rock sugar. "I desire all of it." Upon seeing such an array of items, Suchi could not help but swallow audibly. "I will trade for the blueprint. After all, those who possessed blueprints must be willing to part with something of value. Is this acceptable?" Suchi sent over a photograph. Molotov cocktail manufacturing blueprint, incendiary bottle, throwable weapon. Highly effective against armored vehicles. Required materials: glass, 1 unit, alcohol, 1 unit, gasoline, 1 unit, fabric, 1 unit. Chapter 123. A blind cat encountering a dead mouse. What a remarkable find! Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This item is a divine tool for dealing with various vehicles. Even the formidable Tiger tank of World War II could not withstand its might, let alone contemporary automobiles. Moreover, if wielded adeptly, it could yield astonishing results. Had he possessed this apparatus earlier in the afternoon, a few precise strikes against the Black Knight's motorcycles would have swiftly concluded the battle, sparing him from exerting unnecessary effort. He was determined to acquire it. There was no question about that. All right, I'll give you 100 grams, he asserted. 100 grams? What can that possibly accomplish? It should be at least 500 grams, Suchi countered, attempting to negotiate. My dear girl, 100 grams is already quite generous. There are many outside who cannot even afford a meal. Besides, the anti-slip chains I provide are permanent, while your creation is merely a consumable, reliant on precious gasoline and alcohol. I am already at a loss here, and offering you 100 grams is a concession made out of familiarity, he replied. Do not deceive me. Though I am unaware of the full extent of your inventory, my sister has assured me that you would never engage in a losing deal. You undoubtedly possess a method for mass production of these items. I will offer a firm price of 300 grams, Suchi declared, her chin raised defiantly. Oh, it appears someone is advising you from behind the scenes. Let's avoid any pretense then. We shall each take a step back. 200 grams, he proposed. 200 grams is far too little. It should be at least 250. No, 251 grams, she retorted. After a back-and-forth exchange, they ultimately settled on 249 grams. Although Zhang Tuohai had plenty of these supplies measured in Jin, he relished the thrill of the negotiation. After concluding the transaction with the Su sisters, he approached Vladimir and successfully sold a set of anti-slip chains, earning 5 seeds of colorful peppers in return. While they were not the hot peppers he had hoped for, they nonetheless filled a gap in his inventory, and roasted, they promised to be quite delectable, enhancing his array of condiments. Before long, Han Lu and several agents introduced numerous clients, with Han Lu himself bringing in an impressive total of 21 customers, clearly having put in considerable effort. These players were not solely trading materials. They offered a diverse assortment of goods. There were bananas, pineapples, and mangoes among the edibles, and fishing rods, harpoons, and animal traps among the tools. The most peculiar offering came from one player, who presented 50 boxes of condoms. Zhang Tuohai hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to make the exchange. These items boasted excellent waterproof properties and might prove useful in the future. If not, they could simply serve to diversify his warehouse inventory. The trading continued vigorously until 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Tuohai retired to bed promptly. Xiaoai, please wake me at 2 in the morning, he instructed. He intended to send those players ahead to scout the area. If they returned with favorable news, he would set out himself. If they suffered heavy losses, he would refrain from chasing after such trifles. At 1 o'clock in the dead of night, just as Zhang Tuohai was in the midst of a deep slumber, the System S synthesis alert suddenly rang out. 3 commercial vehicles have appeared from the rear, approaching with malicious intent. Please exercise caution. Startled, Zhang Tuohai bolted upright. Malicious intent? Had they come specifically for him, or were they merely passing through? Zhang Tuohai pondered briefly before leaping from the vehicle, one hand gripping the AA-12 and the other carrying a box filled with 12 bottles of Molotov cocktails. Xiaoai, remain here and feign the guise of a mere bystander. Do not move unless I discharge my weapon. Once I do, aim to incapacitate their living forces, ensuring none escape. Xiaoai comprehended the directive, responding with a crisp acknowledgement. Ah, and I must not forget this. Zhang Tuohai retraced his steps to the vehicle, retrieving 2 animal traps and casting them onto the roadway beside his car. Since idleness offered no advantage, it was prudent to set a trap. One never knew when fate might favor him. Having completed his preparations, he could now discern the looming silhouettes of towering headlights in the distance. Damn those high beams, he muttered under his breath as he stealthily concealed himself beneath the embankment. 3 vehicles approached gradually from afar, all luxurious Class 2 business cars, the lead vehicle fitted with a reinforced crash grille, suggesting a certain level of modification. Most strikingly, each car bore a large skull emblem emblazoned on its hood. Was this a skull brigade? Were they in search of supplies, or had they come specifically for him? He pondered the prospect of capturing one of them for interrogation. Zhang Tuohai chambered around in the AA-12 and readied several bottles of Molotov cocktails. Given their malevolent intent, he felt no obligation to show restraint. Meanwhile, Donald reclined comfortably in the rear seat, a bottle of champagne in one hand and the other wrapped around a voluptuous Latina, exuding an air of carefree indulgence. Once an ordinary inmate of Devil's Island, sentenced to 200 years for a school shooting that claimed 20 lives, he had believed his existence would be confined to prison. However, by a twist of fate, he ingratiated himself with Guzam Inn, rising to become a subordinate. Upon entering the highway of survival, he eliminated several of Guzman's timid followers, successfully ascending to a minor leadership role with 5 underlings at his command. Reveling in his newfound authority. Upon entering the second world, he and his subordinates were randomly assigned to different highways, separated from Guzman. Their mission for the night, as per Guzman's orders, was to swiftly regroup with the main force while amassing supplies and eliminating rival players. Thus, Donald set forth with his subordinates, eliminating any male players encountered, while keeping the females as trophies. The Latina beside him was among the spoils of his recent conquests. Just as he began to indulge in his pleasures, Bob, who was driving ahead, suddenly shrieked, "Boss, there's a vehicle up ahead, looks like an off-road vehicle. Parked by the roadside. An off-road vehicle? Surely, he must be mistaken. The best vehicles available now are business cars. Where would an off-road vehicle come from?" Donald scoffed in disbelief. "Boss, I swear it's an off-road vehicle, look." Bob pointed towards the illuminated 6-wheeled beast. "Motherfucker, it's truly an off-road vehicle. Stop the car. That vehicle should rightfully belong to me. I must have it." As Donald spoke, he forcefully squeezed a plump figure, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. The Latina girl, unable to resist, could only endure in silence. Bob reduced the speed of the vehicle, bringing it to a halt beside the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle, with the 2 trailing cars gradually coming to a stop as well. Before the car had completely settled, Donald, brimming with impatience, leaped out and dashed towards the 6-wheeled vehicle. However, just as he took a couple of steps, his foot landed on something hard. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a searing pain radiating from his calf. "Ah!" Donald cried out, clutching his leg as he fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Boss, what happened?" Bob exclaimed, rushing to Donald's side. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that Donald's calf had been ensnared by a steel trap, the wound bleeding profusely, deep enough to expose bone. Chapter 124, The Unfortunate Donald. "Boss, how did this happen? How did you get caught in the trap?" Bob, merely a con artist unfamiliar with such perilous situations, panicked upon witnessing blood and was at a loss as to how to proceed. "Damn it. Help me get this off quickly. I want to find out who threw that trap. I will sever their head and keep it as a trophy." Donald cursed vehemently. Observing Donald's dire predicament, Zhang Tuohai found himself at a loss for words. He had merely tossed a couple of traps out of boredom, never anticipating that Donald would fall victim to them. Perhaps it was a manifestation of divine retribution for his countless misdeeds. As Donald writhed in agony, his henchmen, well-trained and quick to respond, leapt from their vehicle to assess the situation. Meanwhile, 2 others began to turn the vehicle around, preparing for an escape. Zhang Tuohai had meticulously planned this encounter and was not about to let them flee unscathed. "Behold my treasures!" Zhang Tuohai exclaimed as he hurled several bottles of ignited Molotov cocktails onto the hood of their car. The glass shattered instantaneously, and the burning alcohol and gasoline began to spill forth, seeping into the engine compartment. Boom! Flames erupted as the engine ignited, rendering the vehicle immobile. The misfortune of another vehicle soon followed, as the raging fire infiltrated the fuel tank, leading to an explosive detonation. Kaboom! The hood was violently propelled into the air, striking one of the fleeing henchmen and knocking him unconscious. In the blink of an eye, 2 members of the skeletal crew had been incapacitated. Bob, still dazed, clung to Donald, utterly bewildered. The remaining 3 henchmen, though armed, stared vacantly into the darkness surrounding them. The ground was blanketed in reflective snow, and they could not discern the whereabouts of their assailant. Instinctively, they sought refuge in what they perceived to be a safe location. 2 of the henchmen, oblivious to the danger, huddled against the left side of the vehicle, their backs turned to Zhang Tuohai, gazing toward the off-road vehicle. What an opportunity! Zhang Tuohai seized the moment, raising his weapon and aiming at their exposed backs before pulling the trigger. Tat tat tat. The 2 henchmen were less than 10 meters from Zhang Tuohai, and the bullets struck their bodies without hesitation. To ensure maximum impact, Zhang had chosen specialized high-explosive rounds. Bang! The bullets left gaping holes the size of basketballs in their chests, surrounded by charred remnants. The 3rd henchman, witnessing this carnage, hastily retreated in the direction from which he came, desperate to escape. At that moment, the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle roared to life, rapidly reversing and colliding with the fleeing henchmen, the sharp spikes piercing him mercilessly. Seeing his comrades fall in an instant, Bob was thrown into a panic. He no longer cared about Donald. He dashed toward his vehicle, intent on fleeing the scene. As soon as his hand touched the car door, a dart gun barrel pressed against his back. "Don't move, unless you wish to perish. Do not shoot. I pose no threat." Bob swiftly raised his hands, fingers splayed in a gesture of surrender, kneeling slowly before collapsing onto the ground, indicating his harmlessness. His posture was so precise it was evident he had undergone rigorous training, evoking a sense of pity. "I will ask, you will answer." If you lie, you will meet the same fate as those others, understand? Zhang Tuohai said coldly. I understand. I understand. I will speak all that I know, Bob's voice trembled. To whom do you belong, and what is the purpose of your nocturnal venture? We are from the Skeleton Brigade, a small squad under the command of Donald, the one who got caught in the trap. Our mission at night was ordered by our leader, Gusman, to locate the main force and regroup. And why did you attack my vehicle? Zhang Tuohai recalled their malicious intent. Gusman instructed us to assault all players we encountered on the road, and to eliminate anyone who disobeyed. There is a captive in the car. You can ask her if you doubt me. Zhang Tuohai glanced into the vehicle and indeed spotted a scantily clad Latina. So that's the case. He nodded. Everything began to make sense, clarifying their malevolent disposition. Moreover, Bob's words indirectly confirmed the accuracy of Zhao Wanwan's information to Zhang Tuohai. Now, tell me about your leader's intelligence. What valuable information does he possess? Speak well, and perhaps I shall allow you to leave, Zhang Tuohai proposed. You put me in a difficult position. Our leader does not permit anyone on his vehicle, save for Sophia and Tom. His weapon is an AK-74. Beyond that, I know nothing, Bob replied. Is that all? How disappointing. Zhang Tuohai aimed the gun at Bob's head. Do not kill me. I recall now, Gusman has a continuous supply of leaves. And everyone believes those leaves are drawn to him, Bob exclaimed. Is that it? Zhang Tuohai inquired. That is all. Please let me go. I am merely a subordinate. Before incarceration, I was just a fraudster. My crimes do not warrant death, Bob pleaded. I detest fraudsters. Bang. Zhang Tuohai shot Bob, shattering his skull. His loathing for fraudsters stemmed from an incident during his school days when a swindler deceived him out of half a month's living expenses. A secret he dared not reveal to his family, forcing him to survive on pickled vegetables and free soup for a fortnight. The memory of that time still gnawed at him with bitterness. Having dealt with Bob, Zhang Tuohai moved to the front of the car, where he discovered Donald straining to pry open the trap clamped onto his leg, having already managed to loosen it halfway. Oh, working hard, are we? Do you require my assistance? Zhang Tuohai crouched before Donald, inquiring with genuine concern. Startled by Zhang's sudden appearance, Donald's strength drained from his hands. Bang! The half-open trap snapped shut once more. Act! Donald let out a piercing scream. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and rose to his feet. He turned to beckon the Latina girl in the vehicle. Uncertain of Zhang's intentions, she approached with trepidation, her eyes darting fearfully at him. Her arms wrapped tightly around her shoulders as she trembled. You were captured by him, weren't you? Now, I offer you a chance for retribution. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. With that, Zhang thrust a dagger into the Latina girl's hands before turning away to gather supplies from the other two vehicles. Chapter 125, The New Role of Wealth Under Normal Circumstances. Zhang Tuohai would have kept his distance from a burning vehicle. However, since the alert system indicated no imminent danger, he felt reassured that the two cars posed no risk of explosion. With confidence, he opened the door to scavenge for supplies. It must be said, the members of the skeletal convoy seemed rather affluent. They had Spanish-cured ham, 20 pounds of German white sausage, 2 boxes of cheese pizza, 2 bottles of champagne, half a case of beer, 500 units of gasoline, and a bag of unidentified leaves. Yet, there was a conspicuous absence of basic supplies, likely all surrendered. Zhang Tuohai also discovered 4 M1911 handguns along with matching ammunition from several deceased henchmen. After relocating these resources, he approached Donald's vehicle. Donald's car was the most luxurious among the three, featuring leather seats, heated cushions, and even a standard air conditioner, along with 6 hamburgers, half a case of champagne, and 2 cold steaks. Beneath the seat, he stumbled upon a box of cigars. Unable to discern the brand, he noted the exquisite packaging and surmised that the cigars must be quite valuable. After some contemplation, he decided to take the cigars and champagne, leaving the remaining food untouched. At that moment, the Latina woman was relentlessly stabbing Donald with a dagger, turning his upper body into a bloody mess, rendering his original visage nearly unrecognizable. Zhang Tuohai sighed and approached her. There are still provisions and air conditioning in the car, which should sustain you for 2 days. Whether you survive beyond that is up to you. With that, he entered his vehicle. He was neither a bleeding heart saint nor a merciless tyrant. He was merely an ordinary individual striving for survival, willing to offer assistance as long as it did not jeopardize his own interests. What is your name? The Latina woman called out loudly. Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be, Zhang Tuohai replied, waving his hand as he drove away. The red off-road vehicle, adorned with spikes, equipped with a snow plow, and manned by someone in white combat attire, left a lasting impression on the Latina woman, who silently committed his features to memory. Awakened by the alert system, Zhang Tuohai found himself unable to return to sleep, so he decided to access the regional channel. At that moment, Over 200 death notifications flashed across the screen. Some were clearly murder victims, while others had succumbed to car accidents or been killed by wild beasts. The channel still had 106 participants remaining. In just 6 hours, such a significant number had perished. The dangers of the night were evidently formidable, yet appeared manageable. After some reflection, he resolved to venture out for exploration. With Tuohai at the wheel and the alert system aiding him, Zhang Tuohai was confident he was among the safest players in the game. The vehicle continued its journey through the snowy night. As the snowfall intensified, the flakes had grown to the size of goose feathers, and the accumulation on the ground had reached 2 inches in depth, the tires crunching over it with a distinct sound. Zhang Tuohai activated the windshield wipers, for otherwise, within mere minutes, the snowflakes would blanket the car windows. Nevertheless, every half hour, he had to step out to clear the snow accumulating on the vehicle, significantly hindering his progress. Just after Zhang Tuohai had descended for the 3rd time to remove the snow, Li Feiyu unexpectedly sent him a private message. She had acquired some intelligence regarding the Sakura team, which comprised a total of 25 members, with 22 still remaining. The leader was Minako Sakai, the former head of the Ezo Island gang, the Sakura Association, proficient in the art of Iajutsu. Each member of the team was a former member of the Sakura Association, armed with a katana, while their heavy weaponry remained unknown. How swiftly they acted! Upon reading the intelligence, Zhang Tuohai realized that Li Feiyu had indeed clashed with the Sakura team. He had initially presumed that she would at least wait until tomorrow or even the day after to gather any news, yet here she was, having received information so soon. Having even personally eliminated 3 of the adversaries. Well done. This firearm shall serve as your reward. Should you acquire more information, the bounty will be even greater. Zhang Tuohai exchanged a found M1911 along with 2 magazines for Li Feiyu. After all, she was also working on her own behalf, and it was prudent to arm herself adequately. I understand, Li Feiyu replied. Commander, a supply crate has been discovered ahead. However, it is located on the riverbank. Should we retrieve it? At that moment, Xiao AI interjected. A supply crate? Where? Zhang Tuohai perked up. This way, Xiao AI slightly turned, directing the light towards the location. Approximately 20 meters away lay a vast river, spanned by a large iron bridge. The river remained unfrozen, with a thick layer of ice atop its surface. In the center of the river, a massive stone emerged from the water, about a meter high, upon which a blue supply crate was situated. How peculiar! Zhang Tuohai glanced at the placement of the crate, a strange sensation welling up from within him. He would wager that danger lurked nearby. Indeed. The system's notification chimed in at that moment. The ice surface of the river is not completely frozen. Certain areas are quite fragile, and any average person stepping upon it would undoubtedly plunge into the icy depths. I told you so. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. According to the usual protocol, he should now personally exit the vehicle, utilizing the system's guidance to traverse the ice and retrieve the supply crate. However, he decided to adopt a different approach. Zhang Tuohai turned around, seizing the sleeping Wankai, who had been curled up beside the stove. Wake up. It's time to contribute to the cause of the nation. Woof. Wankai rubbed its bleary eyes, utterly bewildered. Zhang Tuohai grasped Wankai by the scruff and approached the riverbank, aiming at the stone. Here we go. With a vigorous swing of his arm, he sent Wankai flying. Ganyinio. Wankai yelped as it landed atop the stone, struggling to maintain its balance, leaning awkwardly against the blue supply crate. Safely on solid ground, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Good job. Push that supply crate back here. He called out. Not a chance. Wankai protested, feeling irritable from being awakened. Zhang Tuohai pulled the gun bolt with a decisive motion. I find the act of pushing crates quite entertaining. With a swift shove of its paw, Wankai sent the blue supply box tumbling down from the great rock. Subsequently, Wankai hurriedly pushed the supply box back. Crack, crack. A fissure suddenly appeared behind Wankai, rapidly extending in its direction. Upon glancing back, Wankai was seized by an overwhelming fear. Howling in alarm, it propelled itself forward, leaping onto the supply box. The blue container, propelled by inertia, slid gracefully to rest at Zhang Tuohai's feet. Chapter 126. Joining the RPG cult with a deft motion, Zhang Tuohai grasped the supply box in his hands. Wankai tumbled onto the icy surface with a thud. Resembling a dog nibbling at the snow, though, in truth, it was more akin to a fox. Enraged, Wankai attempted to rise and admonish Zhang Tuohai for his betrayal. Yet as it exerted itself, a sharp pain shot through its tongue. Peering down, it discovered, to its dismay, that its tongue had become stuck to the ice. Wankai whimpered, pawing helplessly at Zhang Tuohai's feet, pleading for assistance. However, Zhang Tuohai was preoccupied with examining the supply box, oblivious to Wankai's plight. To the naked eye, it appeared no different from an ordinary supply box. Under the glow of the vehicle's headlights, he discerned that it bore no resemblance to the supply boxes from his previous world. Well then, it's rather cold outside. I shall open it in the warmth of the car, he declared, turning to return to the vehicle. Shall AI start the car? He commanded as he settled into the driver's seat. Commander, Wang Kai remains frozen on the ice. Should we abandon it? Shao AI queried. What? That timid creature can't return by itself? Zhang Tuohai, having heard no sound from Wang Kai for a while, assumed it had scampered back to sleep. Yet, upon glancing towards the river, he was met with the pitiful sight of Wang Kai, its tongue frozen to the ice, gazing at him with eyes full of reproach. Such a foolish creature, Zhang Tuohai sighed, returning with a bottle of room-temperature mineral water to pour over Wang Kai's tongue. Thank you, thank you. I thought you had forsaken me, Wang Kai stammered, its tongue stiff and articulation unclear. Really? Why lick ice when you could simply indulge in the ice cubes from the freezer? Was that not sufficient for you? Zhang Tuohai scolded. Wielding a small stick as a lesson, Wang Kai looked on, aggrieved. Upon returning to the vehicle, Wang Kai nestled in to warm itself, while Zhang Tuohai reclined on the snow leopard fur-covered seat and opened the blue supply box. A flash of white light illuminated the interior, revealing 3 nearly 1-meter-long olive-green cylindrical objects before him. Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this an RPG? RPG, 7 rocket launcher, total length 960 millimeters, weight 13 kilograms, tandem warhead armor-piercing projectile, effective range 500 m, capable of effectively engaging lightly armored and unarmored vehicles. This is a game-changer, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, lifting the rocket launcher and planting a fervent kiss upon it. With this weapon in his possession, he felt invincible. No matter who came, be it the Skeleton Brigade or the Sakura team, they would think twice before challenging him. Let them experience the might of the RPG. If it could take down a Black Hawk helicopter, striking lightly armored vehicles would be a mere trifle. The only tinge of regret lay in the fact that the blue supply box contained a finished product rather than a manufacturing blueprint. Moreover, with only 3 available, each use would deplete his stock, unlike bullets and Molotov cocktails, which could be produced infinitely with adequate resources. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat it as a trump card. Zhang Tuohai carefully stored away the 3 rocket launchers, intending to utilize them when confronted with formidable adversaries that could not be dealt with through conventional means. He pondered to himself, it seems I have become a disciple of the RPG cult. I just wonder when I will gather the 3 sacred artifacts of guerrilla warfare. Let us proceed, Shao AI, he urged, and continue our search for treasures. Zhang Tuohai felt his haul was quite satisfactory and resolved to capitalize on his momentum. At your command, Commander, Shao AI replied, steering the vehicle toward the great iron bridge. Creak, creak. As the vehicle ascended the iron bridge, it emitted a jarring screech of friction. Could it be that this bridge, aged and in disrepair, might collapse beneath us? The sound sent a shiver down Zhang Tuohai's spine. However, reassured by the absence of any warning from the alert system, he decided to press on. With confidence in the system guiding him, he instructed Shao AI to continue across the bridge. Clang, clang. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the iron plates on the bridge had become loose, producing a piercing sound as the wheels pressed down. A thick layer of snow blanketed the bridge, obscuring any view of what lay beneath, compelling them to advance cautiously. After 20 minutes of tentative movement, they reached the midpoint of the bridge. Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed from ahead. Thud, thud, thud. It resembled the approach of a giant. What could it be? Zhang Tuohai felt a jolt of surprise. In this world, he was accustomed to the extraordinary. Shao AI, switch on the high beams and reveal what lies ahead, he commanded. At your command, Commander. With a flick, 2 immense beams of light illuminated the scene, unveiling a colossal figure. Zhang Tuohai squinted to discern its features. Standing 2 meters tall and wide, with 4 stout little legs, small eyes, and ears, and 2 horns protruding from its nose, it was a rhinoceros. By the heavens, how can there be a rhinoceros in such a frigid place? Shouldn't it be wallowing in a muddy pit? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. Moo. Renowned for their irritable temperament, rhinos would charge at the slightest disturbance. Now, under the glare of the high beams, it resembled a powder keg ready to explode. With a bellow, the rhinoceros lowered its head and charged toward Zhang Tuohai. Though a creature of flesh and blood, its sheer mass was imposing. Measuring 5 meters in length and weighing 5 tons, it was comparable to a small off-road vehicle. Particularly alarming was its speed. It could reach 45 miles per hour in short bursts. Colliding with such a beast would be akin to a head-on crash with an SUV. Most players, faced with such a situation, would likely hastily reverse and flee. No one would wish to engage a rhinoceros on a rickety bridge. Yet, Zhang Tuohai was resolute. He understood that this creature was deliberately placed by the game system to compel players to abandon the bridge and seek an alternative route. The earlier tremors of the bridge were no coincidence. But why orchestrate such a design? Either it consumes the player's time and resources, or there are more perilous traps along an alternative path, or perhaps there are treasures hidden beyond this route. It is entirely possible that all three scenarios hold true. The more it deters me, the more compelled I feel to investigate. Zhang Tuohai, too, arrived with a stubborn disposition. Instinctively, he reached for the RPG to unleash upon the approaching rhinoceros, envisioning it transformed into a succulent roast. However, the formidable strength of the bridge quelled that thought. A single RPG shot would undoubtedly obliterate the rhinoceros, yet the bridge would likely meet the same fate. Perishing alongside a rhinoceros was hardly a worthwhile endeavor. Furthermore, with only 3 RPG rounds at his disposal, he needed to conserve them judiciously, avoiding unnecessary waste. Nevertheless, while the RPG might be impractical, other options remained available, such as the specialized high-explosive rounds for the AA-12. Chapter 127. Mutated Rhino Meat. Tat. Zhang Tuohai leaned out of the car window and pulled the trigger at the rhino. A series of flashes ignited, striking the beast. Bang bang bang. Fiery orange bursts erupted, transforming the once pristine skin of the rhino into a mottled black, as gaping black holes appeared on its body. Yet, this rhino displayed an extraordinary vitality. Despite the wounds revealing stark white bones within, it charged forward at a speed of 20 miles per hour. Something felt amiss. Zhang Tuohai sensed that this rhino was not behaving normally. A typical rhino would have fled by now, injured as it was. Shall AI accelerate and collide with it? Zhang Tuohai was invigorated, eager to confront the rhino head-on. After all, he wielded a snowplow. He could take on not just a rhino, but even an elephant if necessary. Thud. The rhino slammed into Zhang Tuohai's snowplow, only to be repelled backward by the tremendous force. Though the off-road vehicle pushed the rhino back, it stubbornly dug its hooves into the ground, straining to push forward as if attempting to reclaim its ground. Quite tenacious. Let us see how it handles this. Zhang Tuohai readied another drum filled with armor-piercing rounds. He aimed at the rhino's head and pulled the trigger. Tat. A barrage of bullets struck the rhino's skull. The bone shattered, and the ground was scattered with brain matter as the massive creature swayed and collapsed. Indeed, armor-piercing rounds proved effective. Zhang Tuohai calmly reloaded the drum with bullets before disembarking to inspect the scene. At that moment, the rhino lay lifeless on the ground, its blood frozen into icy patches that adorned the bridge's surface. What a dreadful climate, Zhang Tuohai muttered, plunging his high-grade skinning knife into the rhino's carcass. Acquired 500 grams of mutated rhino meat 8,000. Acquired ordinary rhino hide 1. Acquired rhino horn 2. Acquired ordinary essence 1. 8,000 pounds. Zhang Tuohai rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he was mistaken. No, it was indeed 8,000 pounds. Converted to metric, that equates to 4 tons. Even if he consumed 1 pound per meal, it would suffice for 7 to 8 years. Such an abundance of meat would undoubtedly require selling. Holding on to it would lead to nothing but accumulation, serving no purpose. How to sell such a quantity? Zhang Tuohai picked up a piece of rhino meat. Mutated rhino meat. Infused with excessive experimental agents, consumption may lead to neurological instability, mania, irritability, heightened aggression, sensory numbness, and hallucinations. Consumption is not advised. What on earth has been injected into this meat, that it carries so many adverse effects? Could it possibly have been bathed in the Ganges? Gazing at the lengthy list of side effects, Zhang Tuohai promptly extinguished any thoughts of consuming it himself. However, it could certainly be sold to those individuals. An idea struck him, recalling the 2 caravans that had persistently sought the resources he held, pressuring him to join their ranks. Since you desire it so much, I shall allocate a portion to you, to see if you can handle it. With this thought, Zhang Tuohai began to load the rhino meat onto the vehicle. Piece by piece. A staggering total of 8,000 pounds consumed nearly 3 hours of his time, nearly straining his back to the breaking point. By the time he finished, dawn was approaching. He had never felt such exhaustion even while laying tiles on a construction site. Zhang Tuohai wiped the fogged lenses of his glasses, warmed by the heat. Meanwhile, Xiao AI continued to drive forward, while Zhang Tuohai boldly posted rhino meat for sale on the trading channel. Selling a large quantity of fresh rhino meat at a fair price, honest dealings, limited time offer, bulk discounts available. Interested parties please contact privately. Once he posted the message, he left it be. It must be said that there were still quite a few night owls on the regional channel, as the harsh survival conditions had not altered their nocturnal habits. Of course, some might have been enticed by the double loot box probability, staying awake throughout the night. Goodness, another big shot has struck it rich. Rhino meat. They say a single rhino weighs several tons. Surely this will last for years. Not necessarily, it's all fresh meat. and it spoils in just a few days. Unless the price drops, there is no other solution. The person upstairs remarked, please check the weather outside. It's below -10 degrees. Do you really think it will spoil? Envy filled the air as others lamented their own meager fortunes. Having only obtained 3 white loot boxes filled with nothing but bottled water. Am I in need of bottled water? There is snow everywhere, yet you bring me water? Even wood would suffice. Those upstairs shared my disgruntlement. In the previous world, it was a desert, and I couldn't find bottled water, only gasoline. Now, I have water, but no gasoline. I wonder if I can survive this. Amidst the discussions, some approached Zhang Tuohai, eager to purchase a taste. However, he declined all casual buyers, claiming his stock was sold out or reserved. He wasn't lacking in supplies and had no intention of harming other players for profit. Yet, should anyone provoke him first, he wouldn't mind selling them a little, allowing them to experience the consequences of their actions. It was only the casual players who noticed Zhang Tuohai's selling message. Those from the convoy realized it too. Sister Sakai. That fellow Zhang Tuohai is selling goods again, Takeda Seiji cautiously informed his leader, Sakai Minako. Dressed in her embroidered kimono adorned with cherry blossoms and leaning on a katana. Sakai Minako closed her eyes in contemplation. What is he selling this time? She inquired softly. A large quantity of rhino meat, Takeda Seiji replied. Rhino meat? Sakai Minako's eyes shot open. Has he begun hunting rhinos? Hunting was a passion of hers, and she was a frequent visitor to many hunting grounds in Africa. Her home displayed a mounted elephant and 2 rhinos. Having personally hunted rhinos, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Her ability to hunt rhinoceroses stemmed from the presence of a highly specialized team managing all affairs behind the scenes. All she needed to do was pull the trigger. Nevertheless, success was not guaranteed each time. The fact that Zhang Tuohai could single-handedly hunt a rhinoceros stirred a sense of admiration within her. Let us procure a few and be courteous in our approach. I shall subtly inquire about his circle to ascertain whether he has a team, and refrain from making any aggressive moves until I have gauged his true capabilities, Minako Sakai contemplated, articulating her thoughts. When confronted with formidable adversaries, it is prudent to conceal one's brilliance, remain hidden, and seize the opportunity to rise when the moment is ripe, a strategy she deemed essential for her ascent. Hei Takeda promptly acknowledged her directive and initiated a private message to Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 128. The Cherry Blossom Team bites the hook. Esteemed Mr. Zhang, I am Takeda Masakazu, the spokesperson for the Cherry Blossom Team. It appears we may have had some misunderstandings in the past, and I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to you. We are indeed quite interested in your rhinoceros meat, and hope to engage in further discussions. This time, Takeda Masakazu's tone was considerably more courteous. Observing such politeness from Takeda, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but smirk, realizing that the fish had indeed taken the bait. You desire rhinoceros meat? Very well. As long as the price is right, conducting business is certainly feasible. Zhang Tuohai feigned indifference. What price does Mr. Zhang intend to offer? I believe a unit of water in exchange for a unit of meat is a most reasonable proposition, Takeda Masakazu suggested. Reasonable, you say? Zhang Tuohai scoffed. The Japanese truly lack shame. While he certainly wished to offload this problematic batch of meat onto the other party, it did not imply that he intended to forego earning a profit from this transaction. Money must be made, but life must also be preserved. To only secure life without profit would be to fall short of one's role as a proficient harvester of resources. I could easily procure water outside with just a couple of shovels. Why would I need to source it from you? Here is my offer. 1 pound of meat for 10 units of primary materials of level 1 or 1 portion of level 2 primary materials. Special items and blueprints can be negotiated, but this is my final price. Take it or leave it. Zhang Tuohai asserted firmly. He understood that by presenting a strong front, the other party might be more inclined to accept his offer without harboring doubts. A group of barbarians who respect only power can only be made to understand the concept of respect through the sword. Moreover, given that it was a seller's market, he felt utterly unrestrained. Indeed, upon witnessing Zhang Tuohai's unwavering stance, Takeda Masakazu showed no sign of anger, continuing to greet him with a smile. Mr. Zhang, 10 units of primary materials is far too excessive. It would be prudent to consider a lower price. Furthermore, we have a large number of people and can make a substantial purchase. Surely there must be some discount. Besides, with so much meat here, one person could never consume it all. If you do not sell it to us, wouldn't it be a pity if it spoils? What nonsense! It's over 10 degrees below zero outside, and you speak of spoilage? Moreover, is a mere few thousand pounds of meat truly excessive? Zhang Tuohai replied with a cold laugh. Currently, there are over 4,000 people in the regional channel. If each consumes a pound of meat daily, that amounts to 4,000 pounds. If it doesn't sell today, it can always be sold over the next few days. Furthermore, The supply crates in this world are quite scarce, and food prices are bound to rise. If you wish to procure it, I advise you to make your decision swiftly. By tomorrow, the price may no longer be the same. Takeda Masakazu was well aware of Zhang Tuohai's assessment. If today's supply mirrored that of yesterday, food prices would inevitably soar. By stockpiling some today, they could sell it off for a profit in a couple of days. Most of the food they currently possess consisted of ordinary buns and bread, with better options being mere hamburgers, pizzas, and hot dogs, which had become rather tiresome. If they could indulge in roasted meat, it would be the pinnacle of satisfaction. Very well, in principle we have reached an agreement. However, we are purchasing in bulk, 3,000 yen to be precise. This should alleviate the need for you to sell individually. Surely, a discount can be arranged? Takeda Masakazu remarked. 3,000 yen? Zhang Tuohai exclaimed with delight. If converted into primary materials of the first tier, that would amount to at least 30,000 units. I reckon I shall not have to worry about first-tier materials in several worlds to come. Given the circumstances, I shall extend an 80% discount. Zhang Tuohai replied with a leisurely air. Very well then, I shall need to arrange these supplies. I will contact you in an hour to proceed with the transaction. Takeda Masakazu stated before ending the private message. Zhang Tuohai, unfazed by the wait, seized the opportunity to begin kneading dough, chopping fillings, and preparing dumplings. The ingredients consisted of camel meat and scallions, supplied by Shalongbas. As the first pot of dumplings was lowered into the boiling water, Takeda Masakazu arrived, albeit fashionably late. I have gathered the supplies. Let us proceed with the transaction, he announced, adding the items for trade. Upon glancing at the materials offered by Takeda Masakazu, a smirk played on Zhang Tuohai's lips. Over 70% of the goods consisted of timber, evidently hastily harvested by Takeda's subordinates. Trees, much like water, were abundant and free. One merely needed to exert effort to procure as many as desired. Zhang Tuohai chose not to expose Takeda Masakazu's little ruse, as his primary aim was to offload the problematic meat. As for the timber, he could always find another buyer, perhaps the affluent Shalongbas, who surely would not engage in lumbering themselves and would have to procure it from him. Once the transaction was complete, the vehicle's space was significantly filled, transforming the once spacious interior into a rather cramped environment. With one deal secured, only the skeleton caravan remained. Zhang Tuohai fervently hoped for the skeleton caravan's arrival to facilitate a transaction. Otherwise, should the cherry blossom caravan encounter issues, selling the rhino meat would become problematic. However, Zhang Tuohai could not afford to appear overly eager by actively peddling his wares. Such actions would seem too calculated. Thus, he remained quietly inside the vehicle, awaiting the skeleton caravan's approach. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhang Tuohai continued to boil dumplings. At that moment, AI, who had been driving, suddenly spoke up. Commander, a purple supply crate has been spotted ahead. A purple supply crate? Zhang Tuohai sprang to his feet, rushing to the driver's seat, craning his neck to peer ahead. Where is it? Where is the purple supply crate? On the rocky outcrop just ahead, AI pointed toward a nearby cliff. Zhang Tuohai looked up, spotting a massive rock formation by the roadside, towering over 4 meters high with sides measuring more than 10 meters. Perched at the edge of the rock was the coveted purple supply crate. At last, he had encountered another purple supply crate. Let us go have a look. Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. In the previous world, a few purple supply crates had enriched him substantially, and he could hardly believe his fortune in discovering another in this world. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the base of the rock. Zhang Tuohai initially intended to locate a gentle slope to retrieve the supply box. However, after circling the area, he discovered that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Surrounding this massive boulder, which stood an imposing 4 meters tall, there was no level ground to be found. From any vantage point, the sheer, smooth edges of the rock face, further slickened by a layer of accumulated snow, rendered it nearly insurmountable. Chapter 129, The resurgence of the Molotov cocktail. Had Zhang Tuohai been driving an ordinary vehicle, he could have easily stepped on it to retrieve the coveted supply box. However, his vehicle was adorned with an array of sharp spikes, making such a venture perilous. For the sake of a mere purple supply box, Zhang Tuohai deemed it unworthy of such risk. Yet, the allure of the purple supply box was undeniably intoxicating. It was contrary to Zhang Tuohai's nature to leave it unclaimed. With a glimmer of inspiration, he glanced back at Wang Kai, who was blissfully slumbering by the stove. Suddenly, Wang Kai stirred, feeling an unsettling premonition. Raising its head and blinking sleepily, it murmured, I sense something ominous is about to unfold. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, it is time to deploy them. Zhang Tuohai chuckled. What do you intend to do? Wang Kai instinctively recoiled. Whenever Zhang Tuohai regarded it with such intent, a sense of foreboding washed over Wang Kai. Come help me retrieve that box. Zhang Tuohai pointed toward the purple supply box atop the rock. I refuse, Wang Kai protested. But before it could finish, Zhang Tuohai seized it by the scruff and tossed it onto the rock. In a flurry, Wang Kai struggled to maintain its balance. Its front legs precariously perched on the rock while its hind legs dangled in the air, flailing in desperation. Help! I'm going to fall, Wang Kai yelped, panic-stricken. Useless creature. You can't even manage this, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, turning back to rummage through the vehicle until he unearthed a 3-meter-long hunting spear. Pointing the spear towards Wang Kai's rear, he reassured. Fear not, I shall lend you a hand. He extended the spear to assist Wang Kai in climbing. However, upon glancing down, Wang Kai was nearly paralyzed with terror. Zhang Tuohai had mistakenly directed the spear's point toward himself, the glinting tip ominously aimed at his own tail. If that were to pierce. A woof, Wang Kai yelped, using its front paws to push off with surprising force, miraculously managing to ascend. Indeed, one never knows their own potential until pushed to the brink. The same holds true for animals. Quite impressive, Zhang Tuohai remarked as he withdrew the spear, focusing on safeguarding Wang Kai from below. Once atop the rock, Wang Kai shook off the snowflakes and immediately spotted the purple supply box. Here it is, just for you, it declared, nudging the box, which tumbled down before Zhang Tuohai. Observing this, Zhang Tuohai hastily pried open the box with a crowbar. Out rolled a manufacturing blueprint along with an entire box of energy bars. The energy bars were undoubtedly one of the most vital sustenances in this desolate world. However, the blueprint held even greater significance. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfurled the precious document. Blueprint for ice projectile launcher, an offensive weapon capable of launching ice blocks as projectiles, inflicting blunt force damage with an effective range of 200 meters. Equipped with an ice block model case. Materials required: wood, 5 units, metal parts, 20 units, rubber, 2 units, plastic, 5 units. Zhang Tuohai examined the conceptual design and noted that it resembled an enlarged crossbow, merely substituting ice blocks for traditional ammunition. Its lethality paled in comparison to firearms, with the only advantage being the costlessness of ice. However, to achieve the designed range, the ice blocks necessitated a specialized model case, thereby limiting ammunition production. Furthermore, the ice blocks could not be stored in warm environments, complicating storage logistics, rendering this contraption a mere novelty. After scrutinizing the blueprints thrice, Zhang Tuohai felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that a purple supply crate would yield valuable items, yet it seemed that the energy bar was the true prize. This blueprint was merely a prelude. As he prepared to stow the blueprints away, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the ice block model case. Why did this design seem so familiar? Pondering for a moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. This model bore a striking resemblance to a bottle, to enhance the flight distance and impact of the ice projectile. The designer had even shaped it similarly to an armor-piercing round. Wait, a bold idea struck him. Although the ice projectile launcher theoretically utilized ice blocks as ammunition, the propulsion mechanism was a rubber bowstring. Could it then accommodate alternative projectiles, such as Molotov cocktails? While the Molotov cocktail possessed considerable destructive potential, its range was limited by the thrower's strength, capping out at a mere few dozen meters, with accuracy deteriorating over distance. However, if launched from the ice block launcher, could it not extend the range to 200 meters? This would significantly enhance the utility of the Molotov cocktail. He could strike an adversary from 200 meters away, with improved accuracy. Thus, the Molotov cocktail would transcend its role as a mere close-range weapon, evolving into a rudimentary incendiary device capable of long-range engagement. The thought of such power made Zhang Tuohai's mouth water with anticipation. There was no time to waste. He needed to test it. He hurried back to his vehicle and crafted an ice projectile launcher. In a flash of white light, a massive crossbow manifested in his hands. The central bow slot was ample enough to accommodate a bottle. Time to experiment. He placed a Molotov cocktail into the bow slot and ignited it. Aiming down the highway, he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged, and the Molotov cocktail was propelled forth, soaring over 200 meters before crashing to the ground. Crack! Whoosh! The glass bottle shattered, and the liquid within flowed forth like fiery serpents, spreading flames in every direction. Quite impressive, Zhang Tuohai nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the RPG-7, he had acquired a new means of assaulting vehicles. Moreover, this method was more economical, and the elixirs could be mass-produced. Indeed, quite commendable. Zhang Tuohai was thoroughly pleased with the ice block launcher and carefully stored it away. As he closed the car door and prepared to depart, he was suddenly startled by a series of insistent knocks outside. Goodness, what could be knocking in the wilderness? Could it be a ghost? A shiver ran down Zhang Tuohai's spine. He swiftly grasped the AA-12 and peered out the window. Outside, there was not a single figure in sight. Could it truly be a haunting? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Zhang Tuohai's forehead. Chapter 130. Can Herring Xiao AI? What is that noise at the door? Zhang Tuohai inquired anxiously. He had resolved that if it turned out to be a ghost, he would not engage and would flee immediately. Outside, it was Wang Kai. Commander, you've forgotten me out here once again, Xiao AI said with a hint of exasperation. With a slap to his forehead. Zhang Tuohai recalled that he had indeed left Wang Kai on the boulder, forgotten amidst the allure of the purple supply crate. It was hardly his fault. The developers of those survival games were to blame for distracting him. He opened the car door, and Wang Kai, shivering from the cold, stood outside with a layer of snow atop his head, resembling a snow fox. The moment the door swung open, Wang Kai darted inside. Achoo! I thought I would freeze to death, he exclaimed, quickly burrowing next to the stove. Wang Kai nestled close to the warmth, glaring at Zhang Tuohai. How many times have you left me outside? Do you even care about me? How can you justify my washing your clothes every day? Next time, I promise. Zhang Tuohai responded sheepishly. No, this time I demand an explanation, or I shall hurl the supply crate at your head next time, Wang Kai retorted fiercely. Surely, this will suffice? Zhang Tuohai offered 2 sausages before him. You think I can be easily bribed? Wang Kai licked his lips, his voice softening slightly. And this as well. Zhang Tuohai placed a tin of herring before him. This peculiar item had been scavenged from some unfortunate soul's vehicle and had languished in a corner until now. Fish. Wang Kai's ears perked up at the illustration on the can, though he remained silent. Don't want it? Then I shall take it back. Zhang Tuohai pretended to reclaim it. With a swift motion, a furry paw pressed onto the can. Fine, in light of your sincerity, let us consider this matter settled. Wang Kai slid the herringkin closer. You said it, this matter is resolved, Zhang Tuohai chuckled. Rest assured, we desert foxes value our integrity far more than you treacherous bipeds. Wang Kai proclaimed proudly. Very well, continue your slumber. I must resume my journey. Zhang Tuohai returned to his seat, instructing Xiao AI to proceed, eager to uncover more supply crates before dawn. Meanwhile, Wang Kai curled up by the stove, toasting himself while fiddling with the herring can. It's almost dawn. Eating breakfast now isn't too early, right? He glanced at the clock, noting it was merely 4 in the morning, with 2 hours until daybreak. Oh, whatever. 2 hours is just 2 hours. I can always have an early lunch. With a deft claw, Wang Kai unlatched the pull tab of the can. He brought his nose closer, only to be assaulted by an odor reminiscent of biochemical weaponry, nearly rendering him faint. Gagging, he fought to suppress the urge to retch, almost expelling the remnants of his previous evening's meal. Be careful. If you vomit in the car, you are responsible for the cleanup, Zhang Tuohai admonished, glancing back. What on earth is this? Did you put an olive in the can? Wang Kai lamented, regretting his acute sense of smell for the first time. The scent emanating from the can was akin to that of a biochemical agent. Even with his nostrils pinched shut, the stench lingered, leaving him feeling sullied. Don't be ridiculous. This is a traditional delicacy. While you may not appreciate it, refrain from indiscriminate critique. Otherwise, be wary of those NGOs rallying against you. Zhang Tuohai chided. You, a cunning fox, might as well be a vegetarian. Your fur isn't even black, and your orientation is conventional. You possess no advantages. Yet you expect to contend with those beings? Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed? He continued, shaking his head. This is simply inedible, Wang Kai declared, disdainfully pushing the herringkin aside. If you find it distasteful, dispose of it in the fertilizer machine. Don't leave it here to be an eyesore, Zhang Tuohai replied. Sidestepping. He too found the odor unpleasant. Although he was inclined to respect others' culinary customs, the herringkin transcended his sensory limits. Quietly, he expelled it from his mental list of acceptable foods, joining the ranks of blue cheese, pickled shark meat, and marinated seabirds. Wang Kai had initially been reluctant to act, but after half an hour of observing Zhang Tuohai's indifferent demeanor, he could no longer bear it and consigned the herring can to the fertilizer machine. With a clatter, the machine whirred to life, transforming the herring into dark, efficient fertilizer, the foul aroma dissipating entirely. Seeing Wang Kai complete the task, Zhang Tuohai sighed in relief. He had nearly succumbed to the urge to handle the can himself, grateful that Wang Kai had surrendered first. This was no act of laziness on Zhang Tuohai's part. He had astutely recognized that whoever picked up the can first would likely be saddled with similar tasks henceforth, a profound conclusion drawn from years of familial hierarchy. As the vehicle continued its journey, within the span of an hour, he discovered 2 white supply crates. These crates posed no complications. Neatly positioned in the center of the road, one contained 5 servings of meat sandwiches, while the other held a bowl of spicy soup. You offer food, yet neglect to provide a complete set, Zhang Tuohai mused, promptly devouring the meat sandwiches and spicy soup while they were still warm. Regrettably, Zhang Tuohai's freshly prepared dumplings would have to wait until lunch to be pan-fried. Checking his watch, he noted that it was already past 5 in the morning, approaching 6. After a night of exploration, he could confidently assert that the game system's claims were accurate. The drop rate at night was indeed significantly higher than during the day, though the associated dangers had likewise escalated. The players still have a path to pursue. However, the manner in which they navigate it ultimately rests upon their own choices. Yet, what piqued Zhang Tuohai's curiosity was the absence of the skeletal crew for trading. Could it be that they possessed such remarkable composure, resisting the allure of the offerings? Even if they were truly untempted, surely, not a single inquiry regarding prices would be made. Zhang Tuohai was filled with confusion, unaware that the observer of the skeletal crew was on the brink of madness, as he was utterly unable to reach his leader, Gusman. Chapter 131 Save as the Sakura team established observers during the night to monitor the movements of the channel, while the skeleton team similarly set up the same positions. The observers from the skeleton team, upon witnessing Zhang Tuohai display the rhino meat, promptly reported to Guzman via the team channel. However, despite their attempts to reach him, Guzman remained unreachable. Not only Guzman, but even his second-in-command, Sophia, and Guzman's dedicated driver, Tom, had lost contact. Had the leader of the team been wiped out? Or had he fallen victim to a formidable beast? The observers were consumed by anxiety, torn between the instinct to flee and the desire to cling to a successor with better odds. Meanwhile, within Guzman's private vehicle, he slowly regained consciousness. What has happened to me? He attempted to turn over, only to find his body weighed down far more than he anticipated. Rubbing his eyes and glancing down, he was taken aback. Sophia and driver Tom were sprawled across him, their bodies entangled in a heavy embrace. Particularly Tom, who, even in slumber, was not at ease. A black gun pointed mere centimeters from Guzman's lips. Guzman nearly fainted. "Get off me." Guzman forcefully shoved Sophia and Tom aside. A sharp pain pierced his head as memories began to resurface. The previous night, he had indulged in excesses, and it was only natural that he and Sophia became entwined. Their relationship had persisted since their previous world. However, he had been reckless, indulging in smoke, drink, and other substances to the point of losing consciousness. Suddenly, he felt that such a situation lacked excitement and made a staggering decision to involve old Tom as well. Such occurrences were not uncommon in their circles. Yet what gnawed at him was being caught in the middle. The thought of being sandwiched between them left Guzman feeling profoundly uncomfortable. How could a prominent mob boss be humiliated in such a manner? This was intolerable. The thought still stung. "Tom, how dare you betray me?" Guzman drew an M500 from beneath his seat and pressed it to Tom's head. "Darling, you're awake. Last night was exhilarating. Shall we do it again?" Tom, still dazed from the haze of the previous night, grinned at Guzman. "Fuck." Bang. Guzman pulled the trigger, and the .50 caliber bullet shattered Tom's skull. Monkey Lachette. Guzman flung open the car door, discarding Tom's lifeless body into the cold wind. The chilling breeze jolted Sophia awake, her mind still foggy. "Oh, darling, what is happening? Why are you opening the door? It's not even dawn. Why not sleep a little longer?" As Sophia spoke, she straightened her posture. She caught a glimpse of old Tom's lifeless body outside the vehicle, but refrained from inquiring about it. She was acutely aware that Guzman's temper was quite volatile. Any question at this moment could provoke him to unleash his frustrations. Instead, she resolved to divert Guzman's attention. Her mind raced as she sought an escape route. Suddenly, she noticed the wildly flashing internal communication channel and had a spark of inspiration. "Darling," she began, "the observers sent numerous private messages last night. It seems there are significant developments to report. What do you think? Is there something important?" Guzman's focus indeed shifted. He opened the internal channel and scanned through it, furrowing his brow. A substantial amount of rhino meat? How fortunate for this fellow. "Darling, why don't we attempt to acquire some and establish a rapport with him? He has always remained wary of us. Engaging in trade might ease his suspicions, allowing us to inch closer. Furthermore, our food reserves are scant, sufficient for only 2 days. If we could procure more meat, it would surely uplift the morale within the team," Sophia suggested. Although Guzman was ostensibly the leader of the Skull Brigade, the disjointed nature of the convoy granted considerable power to the squad leaders. This dynamic had given rise to some undercurrents of discontent. Many essential supplies intended for the group had been diverted, with a mere fraction being surrendered. In fact, Guzman often found himself supplementing their provisions. Thus, he was in dire need of substantial food supplies to stabilize the convoy. "Very well, you may negotiate with him, but ensure the price is reasonable." Guzman replied in a low voice. "Understood." Observing Guzman, who was now absorbed in rolling a cigar, Sophia realized she had successfully redirected his attention. She quickly sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai. "We are quite interested in the rhino meat you are selling. How do you intend to distribute it?" Upon receiving Sophia's message, Zhang Tuohai exhaled a sigh of relief. The Skull Brigade had finally taken the bait. If they slipped away this time, it would be challenging to ensnare them again. I still have some left. The Sakura Brigade and the Pirate Flag have purchased quite a bit. What do you need? There's not much left. All of it is reserved, he replied with a grin. Hearing that it was all reserved, Sophia felt a pang of anxiety. Her mind was still racing, and she blurted out, "How much is left?" "Approximately 200 pounds, but if you're willing, we can trade now at 10 units of level 1 materials per portion or 1 unit of level 2 materials," he responded. 200 pounds? That's insufficient. "We need at least 2,000 pounds, Sophia exclaimed. With nearly 50 members in the Skull Brigade, 200 pounds equated to a meager 4 pounds per person. Barely enough for 2 days. This was utterly inadequate, especially considering they needed to recruit new personnel, stabilize morale, and offer rewards. 2,000 pounds were merely the baseline. 3,000 pounds would provide a more secure buffer. 2,000 pounds? No, that's impossible. It has all been booked, and there is nothing left, Zhang Tuohai said, feigning difficulty. He had discerned Sophia's urgency. Given her eagerness, he could raise the price accordingly, as the circumstances favored him. "Who has made the reservations?" Sophia inquired. "Well, that's a trade secret," Zhang Tuohai replied, maintaining an air of reserve. "If you tell me, there could be something even more thrilling," Sophia enticed, adding, "Moreover, if we meet, I could also take a seat in your car." "Is that all?" Zhang Tuohai scoffed, his face reflecting disdain. "What do I not have in my hard drive? You think this will tempt me? Save as, he thought. "All right then, I shall discreetly inform you. But you must not tell anyone else. The reservations are for the Sakura fleet." Zhang Tuohai pretended to yield to temptation, whispering. Chapter 132, Extortion Indeed. It is these ruffians. The mere mention of the Sakura fleet ignited a fire of indignation within Sophia. Ever since they had allied themselves with these individuals, they had been incessantly at odds with the skeleton fleet, leading to numerous skirmishes between their factions, resulting in mutual casualties. Moreover, the detestable leader of the opposing faction, a woman named Sakai, had audaciously refused to engage in negotiations, declaring that if Guzman did not compensate for their losses, they would wage a bloody war against the skeleton fleet. The thought of this filled Sophia with a surge of rage. However, it presented an opportune moment for retribution. She rolled her eyes and exaggeratedly informed Guzman, "Darling, the members of the Sakura fleet have secured all the meat, and they claim they intend to reserve all future supplies, leaving our fleet on the brink of collapse due to food shortages." As the spokesperson for the skeleton fleet, she was acutely aware of their precarious situations, striking a direct blow to Guzman's vulnerabilities. What? How dare they? Guzman's already tumultuous mind spiraled further into agitation upon hearing this. The veins in his neck throbbed as he gripped the handle of his M500 tightly, desperate for the blood of his enemies to quell his fury. "Darling, ever since we arrived in this world, that woman Sakai has been vying for dominance. Just yesterday, the 3rd Division clashed with them, resulting in 4 fatalities. Today, they have reserved all the meat, indicating her intent to eradicate us completely," Sophia continued. "And what is your suggestion?" Guzman, consumed by chaotic thoughts and violent emotions, found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. "My suggestion is to outbid her for the supplies she has reserved, forcing them into a dire food shortage. And then we can dangle our provisions as bait, ensuring their inevitable disintegration," Sophia proposed. "Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands. Do not disturb me further." Guzman nodded, then crushed his cigar and tossed it aside, as it no longer sufficed to satisfy him. He retrieved a bag from a concealed spot beneath his seat and extracted some leaves to roll up. With Guzman's authorization, Sophia felt a surge of delight. "Humph, Sakai. Let us see how you meet your demise this time." She then contacted Zhang Tuohai in private. "How much meat has the Sakura fleet ordered from you?" "Not much." "Merely 6,000 pounds, Zhang Tuohai replied, doubling the reported quantity for the Sakura fleet. After all, Sophia had no means to verify the figures with the Sakura fleet. Even if she had a way to cross-check, she could hardly trust the authenticity of the data. What if it were a ruse by the Sakura fleet? In this world, establishing trust is an arduous endeavor, especially between rival factions. Upon receiving Zhang Tuohai's response, Sophia was taken aback. Why would the Sakura fleet procure such an excessive amount of meat all at once? Given the size of their crew, they could scarcely consume it all. Could it be that they had gleaned some intelligence suggesting future food shortages, compelling them to stockpile provisions? Or was there some other undisclosed secret at play? The more she pondered, the greater her unease became. Were it not for the circumstances, she might have retained a modicum of skepticism. However, after an evening of indulgence that left her mind in disarray, she found herself devoid of her usual astuteness. You may choose to disbelieve, but I hope you do not lament the decision to let them take the goods once they are retrieved. There are still 200 pounds available. Do you wish to acquire them? My time is of great value. and I have others awaiting their turn. If you do not reach a decision swiftly, I shall terminate this conversation. Zhang Tuohai displayed an unmistakable impatience. Wait, are you implying that they have yet to collect the goods? Sophia finally grasped the hint Zhang Tuohai had intentionally left. So what? They have already made a deposit and agreed to settle the remaining payment an hour from now to collect their items, Zhang Tuohai replied. How about this? Since they have not yet picked up the goods, why not sell this batch to us? I can offer a 10 increase on their price. Sophia hastily suggested. A 10 increase? Zhang Tuohai chuckled. Do you know my selling price? It's 10 units of first-grade materials per pound, which means an increase amounts to 6,000 units of first-grade materials. Can you procure that quantity? Furthermore, others have already placed orders. If you wish to commandeer the goods, what shall I do if they seek retribution against me? I am, after all, unarmed, and I find it difficult to comply with this transaction. Are you merely afraid of the Sakura team causing you trouble? That can easily be remedied by joining our convoy. We can offer you protection. Once you are part of our team, the Sakura team will think twice about confronting you, Sophia proposed. Spare me the pretense of protection from you lot. Are you buying or not? If you're not, do not waste my time. I have others to attend to. Zhang Tuohai feigned an intention to end the conversation. Wait, did you not claim to be unarmed? Surely a handgun would suffice? Sophia countered. Please, I've heard from their associates that the Sakura team wields submachine guns. What use is a mere handgun? Then how about an AK-74? That should suffice, Sophia replied, producing a blueprint. AK-74 custom version, entirely gold-plated, walnut wood. Signed by the distinguished master, 930 millimeters in length, total weight, 3.6 kilograms, 5.45 millimeters caliber, maximum effective range, 1,350 m, extreme range, 3,150 m. The projectile will produce a tumbling effect upon entering the body. Accessories include a muzzle brake, bayonet, and replacement magazine. Manufacturing materials, premium metal, for units. Premium wood, for units, metal parts, 50 units. Sophia presented this blueprint primarily because it was a custom version requiring high-grade materials for production. In contrast, their equivalent August could be crafted using mid-grade plastics, rendering the cost-effectiveness incomparable, rather than allowing it to gather dust. She deemed it wiser to exchange it for something immediately useful. Additionally, Sophia harbored a personal motive. She surmised that once Zhang Tuohai acquired the blueprint, he would likely be unable to produce it. In time, when they sought him out, the blueprint would ultimately revert to their possession, a case of outsmarting the unwitting. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the blueprint, his heart racing with excitement. Although he possessed a considerable array of weaponry, the majority were mid-range, with an effective combat distance of approximately 200 meters, rather too close for comfort. In contrast, the AK-74 could engage targets at distances exceeding 400 meters, a capability deemed sufficient for an individual infantryman. As for the advanced materials, he was confident that with some ingenuity, he could procure them. While larger teams might eschew such equipment for reasons of cost-effectiveness, he, being a solitary operator, intended to utilize the finest available resources. However, mere possession of the firearm was inadequate. He required the accompanying ammunition manufacturing schematics as well. Moreover, since this weapon was not currently producible, he demanded one that could be utilized immediately. Additionally, he noted that these items could only offset the cost of up to 500 gene of meat, necessitating the inclusion of further supplies. Zhang Tuohai presented his request with the audacity of a lion making its claim. Chapter 133. A successful plan. Upon witnessing Zhang Tuohai's insatiable demeanor, Sophia felt an unexpected thrill rather than anger. His willingness to negotiate signified that all matters were open to discussion. In her eyes, the Sakura team posed a far more formidable threat. Zhang Tuohai was merely a fortunate individual, a mere pawn in a larger game. Once the Sakura team was dealt with, Zhang would simply be another insignificant character, easily manipulated at her discretion. Let him enjoy his moment of triumph. When I capture him, I shall bind him to my whims, Sophia mused inwardly. However, for the time being, she had to feign compliance with Zhang. After a protracted negotiation, Sophia ultimately exchanged a custom AK-74 blueprint, a set of ammunition manufacturing designs, a police-grade bulletproof vest, an MP5 submachine gun, an explosive-proof shield, and a plethora of level 1 and 2 supplies for a staggering 5,000 pounds of meat. The sheer volume of provisions left Zhang astounded. He couldn't help but wonder how many lives the skeleton team had plundered to amass such a wealth of basic materials. Had they annihilated every survivor in their region? It seemed Sophia still had resources to spare, far surpassing the miserly Sakura team. Zhang contemplated extracting a bit more from her, but he realized he had nothing left to offer. The rhino had yielded a total of 8,000 pounds of meat, of which 3,000 had been sold to the Sakura team, leaving the remainder to Sophia, although he hadn't profited as much as he had hoped. The primary objective had been achieved. The problematic meat had been distributed between the two teams. Any surplus supplies were a delightful bonus. The custom AK-74 could not be manufactured at present due to material shortages and would have to be set aside. The police bulletproof vest and explosive-proof shield were of no use to him, but perhaps he could inquire if the oilman needed them. They might fetch a good price. As for the MP5, it was purely a personal treasure for Zhang. Who could resist the allure of a white-haired beauty in black silk? As Zhang joyfully organized his spoils, Sophia, with a flattering demeanor, addressed Guzman. "Chief, we have disrupted the Sakura team's plans and intercepted all the meat they had ordered. With this ample supply, we can expand our ranks and commence the implementation of our Level 2 team plans. Let's discuss those matters later. First, prepare me a steak." "I'm famished," Guzman replied, waving his hand in annoyance. After a night of fierce battle, he was ravenously hungry. "At once," Sophia replied, her curvaceous figure swaying as she approached a makeshift stove to prepare a steak from the rhino meat. Cooking the steak was straightforward. With careful attention to flipping and managing the oil temperature, it would turn out well. The flavor largely depended on the sauce, making it a beginner's culinary task. Before long, 2 medium-rare steaks were served. Guzman unscrewed a bottle of whiskey, tilting his head back to gulp down a couple of generous swigs before picking up a silver fork and knife to dig into his steak. He didn't bother wiping the sauce from his beard, simply swiping it away with a casual gesture. Sophia harbored a sense of disdain towards Guzman's rudeness. However, given Guzman's considerable influence, she felt compelled to ingratiate herself with him. As she savored her steak, layers of dissatisfaction surged within her. Memories of Guzman's past misdeeds, his tyrannical demeanor, brutal ruthlessness, and excessive aggression flooded her mind. His treatment of her had been harsh and degrading, and waves of resentment relentlessly battered her psyche. "What is happening to me?" Sophia instinctively sensed something was amiss. Nevertheless, the multitude of Guzman's atrocious actions had failed to quell her indignation. Rather, her anger intensified, festering into a growing notion. If she found Guzman so intolerable, why not eliminate him and take his place? Old Tom had fallen victim to Guzman's hands. Now, in the car, it was just the two of them. Eliminating Guzman would pose no challenge. Once he was gone, the entire skeleton crew would be hers. In a sober state, Sophia would never contemplate such a rash act. The skeleton crew had been forged solely through Guzman's formidable prowess, forcibly uniting a band of rogues into a cohesive unit. Should Guzman perish, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among the crew. The captains of the various factions had long harbored ambitions of disloyalty. They were merely deterred by Guzman's might and had not dared to rebel openly. With Guzman's demise, a scramble for power would erupt, and the infighting would persist until a new leader emerged. She felt utterly incapable of controlling such a situation. Yet, under the dual influence of the leaves and the toxic rhino meat, Sophia believed that if she could dispatch Guzman, the entire skeleton crew would submit to her authority. She envisioned herself ascending to a position of power, much like that loathsome woman, Sakai. The more she ruminated on this, the more exhilarated she became. Feigning a need to retrieve a cigarette, she turned away to open her satchel and suddenly drew a Glock from within, aiming it at Guzman. "What are you doing?" Guzman stammered, his vision blurring as a throng of diminutive figures danced before him, the world around him bursting with vibrant colors, resembling a fairy tale realm. "Die, you worthless scum," Sophia declared, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets struck Guzman's body. Captain Guzman of the skeleton crew has died. Cause of death, gunshot wound. The skeleton crew must submit the name of a new captain within 24 hours, or the crew will disband automatically. This announcement appeared not only on the crew's internal channel but also on the regional broadcast. Guzman is dead? It seems the skeleton crew is swift in their actions. Within 24 hours, they would undoubtedly be preoccupied with their own affairs. Perhaps I should create an opportunity to stir the pot? Zhang Tuohai mused as he observed the red obituary on the regional channel. In less than 10 seconds, another obituary appeared. Takeda Masakazu of the Sakura crew has died. Cause of death, stab wound. Hidetada Kenzo of the Sakura crew has died. Cause of death, stab wound. Takeda's faction has also taken action. Zhang Tuohai's eyes brightened. It is somewhat regrettable that Minako Sakai, the captain of the Sakura team, has not perished. The framework of the team remains intact, rendering chaos a distant possibility for the time being, just as Takomi was enveloped in his sense of loss. A sudden torrent of crimson information surged through the regional channel. Ken Katamoto, captain of the Sakura team, deceased, cause of death, gunshot wound. Sophia of the Skull team, deceased, cause of death, gunshot wound. Richard of the Skull team, deceased, cause of death, stabbing. Toshihiro Hiron of the Sakura team, Deceased, cause of death, gunshot wound. A series of red obituaries cascaded through, transforming the entire regional channel into a vivid crimson tableau. Chapter 134. The contest for resources. What transpired that led to such a tragic loss of life? In the regional channel, some were perplexed and inquired curiously. I have no idea. Perhaps they encountered a particularly formidable beast, someone nonchalantly suggested. No, the causes of death are all due to knife or gun wounds. It must have been inflicted by people. Otherwise, the game system would specify the animals responsible, another swiftly countered. Have you noticed? The deceased are all from the two major teams. Could it be that they clashed due to some disagreement? Someone speculated. I suspect they must have uncovered some treasure, otherwise these two teams would not engage in such fierce conflict. Over 20 lives have been lost, and if this continues, both teams will certainly suffer grievous losses, another analyzed. It would be better if they all perished. There isn't a decent member among the skeleton team. It would be best if they were all wiped out. Someone expressed indignantly. What is happening? This fellow seems to have a story to tell, another inquired. Those despicable wretches are nothing but a covetous band of vampires. They seize everything they see. I merely stepped out for a moment, and then I was robbed clean by the passing skeleton team. They even killed my brother. I alone escaped, having hidden in the woods, someone vented angrily. You scoundrel, do not tarnish the reputation of our skeleton team. Where are you? If you have the courage. Step forward, a member of the skeleton team rebuked. Oh my God, how dare you utter such discriminatory words? You racist. Do you know who I am? I am a transgender person, a homosexual, a crossdresser, a vegetarian, and an international environmentalist, a member of the Animal Protection Association. I shall sue you. The individual retorted. Do you think we are still in the old world? I openly discriminate against you. What can you do about it? Scoundrel, don't let me find you. I will bind you and burn you slowly with firewood, just as was done 150 years ago. Long live Dixie. The words of the skeleton team member fell like a drop of water into a pot of hot oil. Instantly, the regional channel erupted into chaos. Some players vehemently cursed the skeleton team members as racists, demanding an apology and compensation for their losses. Meanwhile, others rallied in support of the skeleton team member's remarks. In a flash, a verbal battle ensued in the regional channel. How did it come to this? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. He merely intended to stir up some trouble between the two teams, but it seemed the situation had escalated beyond control. And the reputation of the skeleton team was utterly ruined, nearly becoming a target for everyone's ire. Zhang Tuohai speculated that this might be the hallucinogenic effect of the rhinoceros meat, amplifying the darkness within them, leading to heightened emotions. A mere external stimulus could have triggered such a reaction. Of course, it was also possible that the members of the skeleton team were inherently this way, with the rhinoceros meat merely serving to exacerbate their tendencies. Regardless of the extent to which the rhinoceros meat played a role in this matter, the impact is undeniably evident. The skeleton convoy has amassed numerous enemies, momentarily leaving him in the shadows. The only regret lies in the demise of Sophia. Zhang Tuohai feels a twinge of sorrow for the passing of this broad-minded woman. After all, the Great G is indeed quite rare. Having watched the heated exchanges on the regional channel for a while, Zhang Tuohai prepared to turn off the channel and continue his quest for supplies. Just then, the game system's alert tone suddenly echoed. A series of announcements followed. Dear players, welcome to the second day in the world of ice and snow. Today's weather, moderate to heavy snowfall, temperature, -20 degrees, wind speed, level 5. After last night's observations, we noted a lack of interaction among players. After discussions, we have decided to launch a supply competition mode today. Event duration, 6 to 1800 hours. Rules, at every intersection along the roads, two vehicles will meet. Upon their encounter, the system will immediately drop a supply box. Players may choose to cooperate or compete. May all players enjoy the game. Alas, upon reading the announcement, Zhang Tuohai felt a chill run down his spine. The system will only release supply boxes after vehicles meet. Is this not a veiled encouragement for players to engage in combat? Who would willingly relinquish their hard-earned supplies? Moreover, with the weather growing increasingly frigid, many players lack the basic infrastructure to survive the winter. Even for the sake of survival, they will fight tooth and nail for every single supply box. Zhang Tuohai is certain that many players will not survive beyond today. The casualty rate may even exceed 50%. The thought of this makes his heart bleed. These are mere sprouts yet to be harvested, and they are already facing demise. The regional channel erupted in chaos. Discussions surrounding discrimination faded as everyone turned their attention to the new mode. I believe we should unite and avoid violence. We ought to share the contents of the supply boxes equally, suggested one. Many echoed this sentiment. Zhang Tuohai nodded, then shook his head. Though this represents the most peaceful solution, it is also the most unrealistic. Human nature is inherently greedy, especially in an unrestrained environment. Why should one share half when one could claim the entirety? Perhaps if strengths were comparable, a compromise could be reached, but what if the disparity in power is vast? Forget about the supply box, one might fear being devoured whole. Indeed, within mere seconds, several players from the skeleton convoy voiced their opinions. Share? What a joke. Just moments ago, those who threatened to report me are now proposing equality? Should I encounter you, I shall hang you from a tree and set you ablaze. Many players from the skeleton convoy rallied in agreement, plunging the regional channel back into a war of words. Observing the tumultuous regional channel, Zhang Tuohai rubbed his temples. Feeling a headache brewing, he believed that it would be best to eliminate these leading players sooner rather than later. Otherwise, he would never be able to conduct his business in peace. Shall I let us set off? Zhang Tuohai deactivated the regional channel and decided to venture forth first, to ascertain the nature of this so-called junction. As you command, Commander. Xiao AI initiated the vehicle. The car advanced through the swirling snow, the accumulation on the ground exceeding 3 inches, the wheels crunching audibly as they rolled over it. Due to the thick layer of snow, the wheels began to lose traction and skid. Activate the anti-slip chains, Zhang Tuohai instructed. With a swift motion, the anti-slip chains appeared beneath the wheels, significantly enhancing the vehicle's stability. After approximately half an hour of travel, an intersection sign suddenly emerged beside the road ahead. Zhang Tuohai glanced to the side and noticed a business vehicle slowly approaching from a distance. Simultaneously, a colossal airplane soared through the sky, and a parachute gracefully descended, landing precisely at the intersection of the highway. Chapter 135. Whatever is said comes to be the cunning nature of the system was truly insidious. Zhang Tuohai observed the approaching luxury vehicle and the descending supply crate, instantly realizing that this fortuitous timing was surely orchestrated by the system, with the intent of inciting conflict among players. After a moment's contemplation, he maneuvered his vehicle forward, positioning it before the crate's landing site. However, he refrained from exiting the car, instead leaning against the window to scrutinize the other party. He intended to ascertain their identity before making any decisions. Before long, the luxury vehicle, now in close proximity, came to a halt before Zhang Tuohai. A bald, burly Caucasian man leapt from the car, an AKM slung across his back. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tuohai recognized the man as Vladimir, a familiar face. Given their acquaintance, there was no need for excessive formality. Moreover, clad in a white snow camouflage outfit equipped with ballistic plates, Zhang Tuohai felt secure in his safety. He too exited the vehicle. Before stepping out, however, he turned to his companion, Xiao AI, and instructed, keep a close watch on the situation, and be prepared to assist me should any issues arise. Understood. Xiao AI promptly replied. Noticing the arrival of another individual, Vladimir instinctively reached for his AKM. Yet, upon recognizing Zhang Tuohai, he withdrew his hand and instead opened his arms, embracing Zhang Tuohai warmly. Ah, my dear Davrich, what a surprise to encounter you here. Do you have any wine? Coughing slightly, Zhang Tuohai was taken aback by Vladimir's directness in requesting alcohol. Perhaps we should set the matter of wine aside for now and first address the allocation of that supply crate, he suggested, pointing towards the slowly descending blue crate. For me, wine is of utmost importance. If you provide me with a bottle, you may take the supply crate. By the way, do you have a need for me? A brown bear was delivered to my doorstep yesterday. There is far too much bear meat for me to consume alone. It's quite a burden, Vladimir replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. Zhang Tuohai was at a loss for words. The way Vladimir spoke of the brown bear made it seem as if it were merely a pet, akin to a large hamster, to be treated as he pleased. The thought of him lamenting the excess of meat would surely provoke envy among players who were still subsisting on nothing but toasted bread. Well, I could consider accepting it. But what will you offer in exchange? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Wine will suffice, Vladimir answered without a hint of hesitation. As expected, Zhang Tuohai nodded. This response was entirely in keeping with Vladimir's character. He retrieved 4 bottles of freshly distilled rum from the vehicle and handed them to Vladimir. The moment Vladimir laid eyes on the bottles, his expression brightened. He swiftly snatched one, uncorked it, and downed half the contents in one go, wiping his mouth. Vladimir clapped Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder with his enormous hand. You truly are my dear Davrich. Your wine remains so pure. Unlike others who can only peddle that beer-like rubbish to fool me. Zhang Tuohai could only shake his head in exasperation at Vladimir's antics. This is a potent brew of 65-degree rum, consumed in one swift gulp, half a bottle gone. Yet, considering that the other party polished off an entire bottle of the elixir of life in the morning, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of resignation. After all, they are Russians. Vodka runs in their veins, and downing a bottle is hardly remarkable. Here, take this meat, it's all yours. Vladimir dragged several large boxes from the vehicle and tossed them onto the ground. The boxes were brimming with carefully cut bear meat, freshly acquired from yesterday's hunt and preserved well in the cold weather. Ah, and this, I've brought you a large salmon, smoked in the style of my homeland. Here is one for you. Vladimir pulled a meter-long salmon from the vehicle and placed it atop the boxes, releasing a rich aroma of roasted fish. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tuohai glanced into Vladimir's vehicle and noticed two more of the same fish within. Impressive. Zhang Tuohai felt somewhat embarrassed, after all. Exchanging 4 bottles of alcohol for such bounty seemed excessive. He retrieved some colorful bell peppers from his vehicle and offered them to Vladimir. As a token of exchange, please accept these peppers. Zhang Tuohai recalled a Caucasian uncle he had followed prior to his arrival, who fancied himself an ethanol poet and adored various bell peppers for barbecuing. Since Vladimir hailed from the same region, he would likely appreciate them as well. Indeed, upon seeing the peppers, Vladimir's face lit up. Ah, my dear Davrich. I truly adore these little beauties. Without them, my barbecue lacks much of its charm. By the way, if you happen to come across onions, do let me know. Barbecued meat without onions has no soul. And lemons too. Rest assured, I am also on the lookout for onions, should I come across any news. You will be the first to know, Zhang Tuohai assured him. Until we meet again, my dear Davrich, Vladimir waved farewell to Zhang Tuohai before hopping into his business vehicle. Oh, remember to brew more alcohol. We shall continue our trades tomorrow. This supply is merely sufficient for my needs today. Upon hearing Vladimir's words, Zhang Tuohai nearly stumbled. For he had just exchanged 4 bottles of raw rum, each weighing a pound, totaling 4 pounds. Astonishingly, still just a day's worth for Vladimir. Zhang Tuohai mused that Vladimir was destined to succumb to alcohol poisoning one day. Yet, in this world, it remains uncertain which would claim him first, intoxication or death. Zhang Tuohai chose not to dwell on the matter further. He loaded the bear meat and salmon gifted by Vladimir onto his vehicle and approached the blue supply crate. He had almost forgotten about this crate amidst his jovial conversation with Vladimir. Extracting a crowbar from his vehicle, he pried open the lid of the crate. A flash of white light emerged as 2 bags tumbled out. Zhang Tuohai picked them up and noted the labels: fast-growing onion seeds, fast-growing lemon seeds. Fast-growing onion seeds, improved onion seeds with a growth cycle reduced to 2 days. Fertilizers may expedite growth. Rich in various vitamins. Fast-growing lemon seeds, enhanced lemon seeds with a growth cycle shortened to 3 days. Fertilizers may accelerate growth. Contains numerous vitamins and can be used as a seasoning or enjoyed as a fruit. Zhang Tuohai. Am I some sort of wish-granting spirit? Vladimir just wished for onions and lemons, and this box has delivered. If one were to wish for a Grand Ivan, would that not render one untouchable? Chapter 136. The French military salute. Zhang Tuohai crafted a dozen planning pots, in which he sowed onions and lemons. Onions are indeed an exquisite companion for grilled meats and salads. A meager quantity may not suffice even for himself, let alone for Vladimir. Subsequently, he sprinkled a modicum of fertilizer into each pot. Upon encountering the fertilizer, the seeds began to flourish rapidly, soon transforming from mere seeds into thriving seedlings. Zhang Tuohai summoned Wang Kai, instructing it to diligently oversee these seedlings and to remember to water and fertilize them regularly. Oh, woof. I am a fox, not a gardener, protested Wang Kai. Wash yesterday's clothes. Zhang Tuohai tossed the discarded garments to Wang Kai. By the way, we are running low on fertilizer. Exert yourself and procure more. Ignoring Wang Kai's protests, Zhang Tuohai continued his monologue. Wang Kai, agitated, scrunched up its nose. Oh well, woof woof. Do not take advantage of me. Is this a matter that can be resolved through effort? Regardless, if you fail to tend to these crops, I would not mind sampling the savory flavor of fox sausage. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he cast a substantial amount of bear meat into the sausage-making machine, and a cascade of sausages tumbled out of the outlet, swiftly filling an empty box. Witnessing the rapid transformation of bear meat into neatly packaged sausages, Wang Kai recoiled in fright. I will unquestionably take care of these crops. Xiao Ai. Let us set forth and continue our journey, Zhang Tuohai said to Xiao Ai. Understood. Xiao Ai activated the vehicle, proceeding onward. Boss, please enjoy this coffee. Wang Kai respectfully handed a cup of coffee to Zhang Tuohai. Next time, use less milk. Do not dilute the inherent flavor. Additionally, I prefer hot cocoa. Zhang Tuohai critiqued with earnestness. I understand. I shall rectify this next time, Wang Kai replied, sitting upright in a deferential manner, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. Zhang Tuohai held the steaming coffee, contemplating that if this world were devoid of those 2 bothersome convoys, such days might be quite agreeable. Observing the outside, the snow fell thickly, showing no signs of abating, and the accumulating snow on the ground had surpassed 2 inches, making travel increasingly arduous. This was indeed an opportune moment for selling snow chains. Zhang Tuohai promptly sent a message to several agents led by Han Lu. Seek opportunities to inquire further. sell snow chains in bulk, and inform them that today's opening offers discounts, with prices increasing by 50 starting tomorrow. Understood. Han Lu, invigorated, promoted the snow chains while driving. With few vehicles on the road, there was no concern about missing supply crates. As the snowfall intensified, the sale of snow chains progressed smoothly, with nearly everyone willing to purchase a set to ensure steadier travel in the snow. Han Lu unexpectedly contacted a member of a cherry blossom convoy, who had learned from an unknown source that snow chains were available for sale here and wished to place a large order. Upon receiving this news, Han Lu dared not make a decision unilaterally and promptly reported it to Zhang Tuohai. After some contemplation, Zhang Tuohai ultimately declined the business transaction. While earning money is undeniably significant, he currently maintains an adversarial relationship with the Sakura team, thus any form of assistance is out of the question. Moreover, that wretched Sakai Minako is still alive, and some matters require caution. After declining the Sakura team's trade proposal, Zhang Takumi continued to gaze out at the snowy landscape beyond the window. Boss, do sample this cup. I've just prepared it, Wang Kai announced, presenting a freshly brewed coffee to Zhang Takumi. Upon glancing down, Zhang noticed a swirl of white milk floating atop the coffee. What is this? He mused, recalling that the previous cup had been thoroughly mixed. It's latte art, Wang Kai proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. Zhang Takumi squinted, inspecting the cup from various angles, ultimately deciding it best not to dampen Wang Kai's enthusiasm for learning. This dog head is rather lifelike, he remarked. That's my self-portrait, Wang Kai retorted, indignant. Commander, we've detected an intersection ahead. The voice of Xiao AI interrupted the awkward silence. Oh, let me see which little darling it is this time, Zhang Takumi replied, lifting his gaze to find a secondary business vehicle approaching from the left at the intersection. A plane soared overhead, and a white supply crate drifted down from the sky. However, Zhang was taken aback by the erratic driving of the business vehicle, which swerved as if its driver were intoxicated. Most strikingly, a cherry blossom was emblazoned on the car's hood. Is it someone from the Sakura team? Zhang Takumi thought, raising his AA-12 in readiness. He was uncertain about the current state of the Sakura team and felt an urgent need to extract information. He parked his vehicle by the roadside as the business car slowly came to a halt beside the supply crate. A young man clad in a black coat staggered out of the vehicle, wobbling as he made his way towards the crate, appearing quite tipsy. Zhang Takumi observed closely and noted that the man seemed unarmed, presenting an easy target. For safety's sake, he glanced into the vehicle, but the tinted windows obscured any view of the interior. Xiao AI, I'm going to apprehend someone. Provide cover, Zhang Takumi instructed as he exited the car with the AA-12 in hand. Xiao AI understood. Zhang swiftly approached the young man in the black coat from behind. Hearing footsteps behind him, the young man attempted to turn and assess the situation. Just as he pivoted, he was met with the force of a rifle butt. Bang! The butt struck the young man's forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. Baka! The young man exclaimed, clutching his forehead while reaching for his waist. However, as his hand reached midway, the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his head. Think carefully about the consequences if you wish to resist, Zhang Takumi warned. Zhang Tuohai spoke coldly. The red bean paste was wantonly chaotic. The moment the young man caught sight of the gun's muzzle, he instinctively raised both hands above his head, executing a perfect French salute. Observing the young man's abrupt shift from arrogance to deference, Zhang Tuohai let out a cold snort. Indeed, it seemed that this group of savages understood only the language of fists. State your name, the organization you belong to, and how many accomplices you have, Zhang Tuohai demanded. The young man remained silent, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the nearby business vehicle. Zhang Tuohai instinctively sensed something amiss and quickly stepped back, directing his attention to the business car. Suddenly, the vehicle accelerated, hurtling towards Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 137. The enigmatic Yuriko. In a moment of panic, Zhang Tuohai swiftly dodged backward. However, he was perilously close to the approaching vehicle, and within the blink of an eye, it barreled toward him. Just as he braced for impact, a thunderous crash echoed as a colossal six-wheeled off-road vehicle surged forth, colliding violently with the side of the business car. The impact sent the business car hurtling into a robust tree, which, despite its considerable girth, was uprooted with a resounding crack. The fallen tree crashed into the surrounding woods, toppling two neighboring trees in its wake. The business car was visibly mangled, its side caved in significantly, and the windshield shattered instantaneously. Within, a woman clad in a kimono lay sprawled over the steering wheel, unconscious, her attire stained crimson with blood. Meanwhile, Xiaoa, at the helm of the six-wheeled vehicle, cautiously reversed. Showing no signs of damage, the imposing snowplows remained pristine, devoid of even a scratch. Dare to plot against me? Zhang Tuohai's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention to the young man seated on the ground. The young man's expression shifted rapidly from elation to abject terror, and he prostrated himself in a traditional apology. I beg your pardon. The assault was entirely Yuriko's unilateral decision. I had no involvement. Should you harbor any grievances, please direct your wrath toward Yuriko. Yuriko? Is not your leader Minako Sakai? Zhang Tuohai inquired, disappointment lacing his tone. No, she is Miss Tachibana Yuriko from our Sakura group. Originally the personal guard of elder sister Sakai, now appointed as the leader of the first squad. Only the two of you comprise the first squad. Zhang Tuohai glanced into the vehicle, noting that Yuriko was the sole occupant, with no sign of a second person. The first squad was initially comprised of 3 vehicles and 12 individuals. However, this morning, 4 members suddenly went mad and began attacking their comrades without warning. In the ensuing chaos, we lost 4. To eradicate the threat, we lost another, leaving only 3 of us. The remaining member was forcibly separated after the competition commenced. I am merely Yuriko's driver, which is why I was with her, the young man explained hastily. Suddenly gone mad? What were the symptoms? Zhang Tuohai raised an eyebrow at the revelation. It was as though they were possessed by malevolent spirits, wildly turning on their comrades without any forewarning. Just last night, we had shared drinks together, and then, without warning, they transformed into this state, the young man recounted. Ah, I see. Zhang Tuohai nodded in understanding. He surmised that the culprits were likely affected by the rhino meat. Its effect magnifies one's inner darkness, inducing hallucinations and madness. Given the suppressed state of the individuals involved, once that darkness was unleashed, their descent into chaos was hardly incomprehensible. A glance at their actions from 90 years prior would provide ample insight. Then, how many members remain in your team now? Who is the current leader? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Perhaps 7 or 8 are left. According to the team channel, both the second and third squads have suffered significant losses. The third squad fared the worst, they all perished. Including our secretary, Lord Tanaka, who was sent to oversee them, the young man continued thoughtfully. As for the leader, it is still Sister Sakai. Her guards have not sustained much damage. I recall that Takeda also died, didn't he? He was in the same vehicle as Sakai. Why did he perish while she remained unharmed? Zhang Tuohai expressed his curiosity. With the entire skeleton crew of Guzman wiped out, could it be that Sakai is more formidable than Guzman? Our sister Sakai is a disciple of the esteemed Hashinri swordsmanship. Her mastery of Iajutsu is nothing short of transcendent. When she clashed with the Yamaguchi faction for territory, she personally severed the heads of 6 adversaries, earning her the title of the 6-slain Azura Princess. Even if her guards were to fall, Sister Sakai would remain unscathed. The young man's eyes sparkled with admiration and reverence as he spoke. Zhang Tuohai could not help but twitch his lips at the mention of the 6-slaying Azura Princess. Regardless of the technique, that moniker seemed rather juvenile, fitting for a certain cultural idiosyncrasy, reminiscent of the infamous Imperial Death Tiger. By the way, what level is Sister Sakai's vehicle? What weapons does she wield? And what caliber are those held by her guards? Zhang Tuohai probed further. Are you contemplating any harm against our leader? The young man's gaze hardened momentarily, and he stood up defiantly. Huh? Zhang Tuohai found the young man's sudden transformation intriguing. He could not fathom what sort of person Sakai Minako must be to instill such fervor in someone who had, just moments ago, appeared to be fearful for his life. What kind of allure does she possess? Are you daring to resist? Zhang Tuohai raised his AA-12. Are you not afraid of the gun? To dare plot against Sister Sakai, I shall confront you. The young man brandished his fists and charged at Zhang Tuohai. Tat tat tat. Several 12-gauge slugs struck his chest, obliterating his internal organs, leaving his lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Upon inspecting the corpse, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the young man bore no weapon whatsoever. Curious, he mused, stroking his chin. The young man's final demeanor struck him as peculiar. He had appeared cowardly until the mention of Sakai, after which he exhibited an almost fanatical fervor. Such contrasting personalities manifested within a single individual, which Zhang Tuohai found exceedingly strange. He sensed that the enigma lay with Sakai Minako herself. His interest in her grew deeper. If circumstances permitted, he yearned to witness firsthand what made this woman so extraordinary that a timid soul would willingly embrace death for her. After examining the corpse of the young man, Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment before stripping off the black coat draped over him, though stained with blood. It was nonetheless a coat, and surely someone would be inclined to purchase it. Having dealt with the young man's remains, Zhang Tuohai approached the business vehicle, intending to scavenge the supplies within. At that moment, the alert system's voice suddenly echoed. Caution! Tachibana Yuriko is not dead. She is merely feigning unconsciousness, preparing to strike you with a poison tanto as you draw near. Chapter 138. The Misguided Dryer Goodness. Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that this woman, Tachibana Hayako could be so patient, lying in the driver's seat feigning unconsciousness, merely waiting for him to let his guard down before attempting to plunder the body. What kind of willpower must one possess to execute such a ruse? Without the prompt system, Zhang Tuohai would have undoubtedly fallen victim to her cunning scheme. Yet, no matter how devious she might be, she could not escape the vigilant oversight of the prompt system. "Rise, for I have discerned that you are indeed alive," Zhang Tuohai declared, stepping back to create distance, addressing Tachibana Hayako, who remained motionless in the vehicle. She lay still in the driver's seat, resembling a lifeless corpse. "I will count to 3. Should you fail to rise, I shall open fire. It is your choice to either meet a silent demise or stand and engage in discourse. 3, 2. As he counted, Zhang Tuohai raised his AA-12, the barrel aimed squarely at Tachibana Hayako. "I surrender," she exclaimed, lifting her head from the driver's seat with a radiant smile, slowly exiting the vehicle. She clutched her abdomen, where a shard of glass was embedded, crimson blood seeping from her kimono. Unsteadily, she approached Zhang Tuohai, pleading, "Please, help me. Stop. Step back." Zhang Tuohai sensed something amiss and immediately retreated a step, issuing a stern warning. However, Tachibana Hayako appeared not to hear, accelerating her pace and swiftly closing the distance between them. "Damn it." Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang. 2 bullets struck Tachibana Hayako's body. She collapsed to the ground, a hidden kunai dropping from her sleeve. Zhang Tuohai retrieved the kunai, its blade shimmering with a ghostly hue, emitting a faint, foul odor, evidently smeared with a potent toxin. "Why resort to such measures?" he inquired, toying with the kunai. Rather than displaying fear, Tachibana Hayako's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Struggling, she summoned her last ounce of strength to shout, "Lord Sakai will avenge me." With that, her body fell lifelessly to the ground. Death of Tachibana Hayako, danger averted. The prompt system notified. "Sakai, this woman truly possesses an eerie aura." Observing Tachibana Hayako's corpse, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. He was certain that this Sakai Minako was indeed suspicious. Searching Tachibana Hayako's body, he discovered 2 shurikens for cross-shaped marks, a set of blow darts, and a vial of poison. "Is she a ninja?" Zhang Tuohai pondered, somewhat incredulous at the array of items concealed within the garments of a woman clad in a kimono. After a moment of contemplation, he placed these items into a bag for safekeeping. While he had no immediate use for them, one could never predict their potential utility in the future. Having tidied up his belongings, Zhang Tuohai approached the van and commenced his routine search. The vehicle contained scant supplies, no basic materials, merely 2 rice balls, a cold serving of eel rice, and 10 pounds of rhinoceros meat, likely the sustenance for the 2 individuals over the past few days. However, the petrol tank was well stocked with a substantial 800 units, all of which Zhang Tuohai gladly claimed. Additionally, there lay a shotgun, carelessly tossed onto the back seat, accompanied by over 20 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Tuohai pondered why the young man had not taken the weapon when exiting the vehicle. After some contemplation, he attributed this oversight to the possibility that the young man was still in a semi-poisoned state, his mind clouded with illusions, thus forgetting to retrieve the gun. This reasoning could only elucidate why their driving had been erratic. The most valuable item in the van was a blueprint clothing dryer, level 2 automotive component, double-layered, equipped with ultraviolet sterilization function, mildew removal, moisture extraction, and pet hair elimination. Crafting materials: intermediate metal ingots, 2 units, intermediate plastic, 8 units, metal parts, 20 units, electronic components, 1 unit. What a splendid find! A radiant smile spread across Zhang Tuohai's face. If someone else had stumbled upon this contraption, they would have deemed it worthless and discarded it. After a grueling day, who has the time to wash clothes? Furthermore, the probability of finding suitable attire is quite low. Once this set is washed, what would he wear next? Yet, Zhang Tuohai harbored no such worries. He may lack the time for laundry, but Wang Kai did not. Moreover, Wang Kai possessed commendable skills, cleaning more effectively than Zhang Tuohai himself. The only source of frustration for Zhang Tuohai was the absence of a place to hang the clothes. Freshly laundered garments hanging inside the vehicle contributed to a damp atmosphere, which was rather uncomfortable. With the acquisition of the clothing dryer, this dilemma was entirely resolved, and the added sterilization and pet hair removal features rendered it simply perfect. Zhang Tuohai surmised that this device must have been unearthed from the previous supply box by the 2 individuals who had not yet had the chance to hand it over, thus allowing it to fall into his possession. Without delay, Zhang Tuohai set about crafting the clothing dryer. "What is this contraption?" Wang Kai inquired, his curiosity piqued. "This is a clothing dryer. Once you wash your clothes, simply place them here, press the switch, and the clothes will dry automatically, eliminating the need for hanging them out to dry," Zhang Tuohai explained, patting the dryer. "Can it dry fur as well?" Wang Kai leaned in, peering inquisitively inside. "What's the matter?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "I accidentally fell into the bathtub after drinking water, and now I'm all wet, which is quite uncomfortable." "Achoo." Wang Kai sneezed as he spoke. Zhang Tuohai glanced down and noticed that Wang Kai was indeed damp, his fur clinging to his body. "Let us test it out and see," Zhang Tuohai said, playfully tossing Wang Kai inside and pressing the switch. Warm air began to circulate, and Wang Kai felt an unusual comfort as he squatted contentedly, scratching his neck with his hind paw. Zhang Tuohai observed Wang Kai inside the dryer, feeling a sense of bemusement. He realized that the purpose of this dryer might be veering into unexpected territory. Fortunately, he had opted for a cabinet-style dryer. Had it been a washer-dryer combination, Wang Kai would likely be retching everywhere by now. Leaving Wang Kai to continue relishing his moment, Zhang Tuohai alighted from the vehicle and opened the white supply box. It was brimming with a plethora of cigars. "What use do I have for these?" Zhang Tuohai pondered, scratching his head at the sight of the cigars. He himself did not smoke, rendering these items rather superfluous. Oh well, perhaps there will be an opportunity to see who might need them. One never knows if there are seasoned smokers among the crowd. He tossed the cigars into the car. As soon as he entered the vehicle, a soft chime sounded, and the dryer door popped open automatically. A waft of sun-kissed aroma escaped from within, mingled with a hint of grilled meat. Wang Kai staggered out, his fur noticeably more voluminous. "How does it feel?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. "The temperature is a bit high, but the rest is fine. I just feel a bit sparser after the drying," Wang Kai replied, patting his head and feeling a refreshing chill. Chapter 139. Unexpected spoils. Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth several times, yet ultimately refrained from disclosing the clothes dryer's ability to eliminate pet hair to Wang Kai. He feared that such a revelation might prove too disheartening for him. "Perhaps the recent cold weather has left you feeling a bit chilly. Why not take a page from my book and don a hat? It should help ward off the chill," Zhang Tuohai suggested, gesturing towards the helmet perched atop his head. "Never mind." Wang Kai glanced at Zhang Tuohai's helmet, which was nearly half the size of his own body. Wearing such an object would render him akin to a snail. "Well then, let me know when you come to terms with it," Zhang Tuohai said, nudging Wang Kai closer to the hearth before returning to his seat. Just as he was about to encourage Xiao Aixu to continue her exploration, a private message from Zhao Wanwan suddenly appeared. "Do you have any brown sugar and ginger?" "Indeed, I do, though not in large quantities. If it's not too much, I can manage," Zhang Tuohai replied, glancing over at the 10-odd pounds of brown sugar and the 4 newly transplanted pots of ginger. Compared to the mountains of other supplies, it was indeed a modest amount. "That will suffice. Please set aside 500 grams for me. If that is insufficient, I can settle for 200 grams. I'll take 2 pieces of ginger in exchange for some milk or coffee beans," Zhao Wanwan proposed. "Do you have any cocoa?" "I have a preference for hot cocoa," Zhang Tuohai added. "Ah, you enjoy cocoa as well. I had assumed everyone preferred coffee. It's delightful to encounter a kindred spirit here. I happen to have some exquisite cocoa that I intended to keep for myself, but in light of our shared tastes, I'll part with some for you. How does a one-to-one exchange sound?" "That works for me," Zhang Tuohai agreed. This exchange, categorized as a trade of delicacies, was one where profit or loss was ambiguous. What mattered was acquiring something that resonated with one's desires. Furthermore, Zhao Wanwan was a member of the pirate flag, and Zhang Tuohai's current focus was entirely on contending with the Sakura and Skeleton teams. At this juncture, the discreet pirate flag had become a potential ally. Zhang Tuohai did not seek their assistance. He merely wished for them to refrain from aligning with those adversaries. After this minor interlude, Zhang Tuohai resumed his journey ahead. This time, he felt no urgency. According to the game system's temperament, a supply drop would only occur when 2 vehicles concurrently reach the intersection. Arriving too early would only result in an unnecessary wait. It would be wiser to meander along the road a bit longer. Who knew? Perhaps he might encounter some prey along the way. In beast frenzy mode, while it could pose a challenge for other players, for Zhang Tuohai, it was akin to an invitation for a feast. Tired of the usual wolf, tiger, and leopard fare, he resolved to seek something novel. Zhang Tuohai peered out the window, and after a diligent search lasting over half an hour, he finally spotted a roe deer. The roe deer is a creature that many may not have encountered. It is a small species of deer, with males adorned with antlers and a coat of a muted brown-gray hue. Its body is largely unblemished by patterns, save for a conspicuous patch of white fur on its rear, which stands out strikingly against its otherwise drab complexion. Zhang Tuohai has always been perplexed by the peculiarities of this animal's appearance. Is it perhaps a jest aimed at predators? Amusingly, this creature is characterized by an insatiable curiosity, a foolhardy boldness that drives it to explore everything, ultimately leading to its inclusion in the endangered species red list of lower risk. Zhang Tuohai's grandfather resides in the mountains, And before the prohibition of hunting wild roe deer, he had the fortune of tasting it on 2 occasions. A hearty stew prepared in a large pot was particularly delectable. Beyond its diminutive size and the meager yield of meat, it possessed no significant flaws. Today, it was destined for his dinner. Zhang Tuohai retrieved his shotgun, replacing the pellets with a single slug. With a resounding crack, the curious roe deer collapsed to the ground. Splendid. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of satisfaction with his marksmanship, whistling in triumph as he prepared to disembark and retrieve the deer. However, just as he was about to exit the vehicle, the system's alert sounded. Warning, 6 wild men are lying in wait for you to enter their trap. Zhang Tuohai? 6 wild men? Are you certain there is no mistake? In disbelief, Zhang Tuohai scanned the surrounding woods. All he could see was a vast expanse of pristine white snow and towering green pines. Was there truly space for 6 wild men to conceal themselves in this locale? System, are you deceiving me? Zhang Tuohai's skepticism was not directed at the system itself, but rather at the absurdity of imagining 6 wild men hiding in such a place. This was a pine forest after all. Was it not too conspicuous? The wild men are concealed at 30 meters in the 12 o'clock direction, 25 and 28 meters in the 11 o'clock direction, 23 and 25 meters in the 10 o'clock direction, and 23 meters in the 1 o'clock direction. All wild men are draped in white furs, camouflaged against the snow. Following the system's guidance, Zhang Tuohai peered in that direction, stunned to discover the wild men hidden beneath the snow. It appeared they had been lying in wait for some time, as the snow atop them was remarkably undisturbed. Were it not for the small breathing holes they had created, Zhang Tuohai would have been wholly oblivious to their presence. This game system is utterly ridiculous. Utilizing a foolish roe deer as bait to tempt a young man in his 20s? It is simply devoid of honor. Nevertheless, despite his frustrations, the roe deer remained a prize to be claimed. That bullet would not go to waste. So, they dared to ambush him, did they? Then they shall experience the wrath of buckshot. Zhang Tuohai exchanged the slug for number 12 shot, aiming at the wild men as hiding spots before pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and 3 wild men fell, their blood staining the pure white snow. Witnessing Zhang Tuohai's precise aim, the remaining wild men, no matter how dim-witted, understood that their concealment was compromised. Howls erupted as 3 of the wild men abandoned their hiding spots, brandishing spears as they charged towards Zhang Tuohai. The speed of these wild men was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they covered a distance of 20 meters and appeared before him. Yet, no matter how swift they were, they could not outpace a bullet. With 2 resounding gunshots, 2 more wild men were reduced to mere riddled carcasses. At that moment, the last of the wild men finally lunged towards Zhang Tuohai. Huh! The savage bellowed, thrusting his spear fiercely towards Zhang's chest. A sharp sound echoed as the formidable spear pierced through the outer fabric, only to be thwarted by the bulletproof plate beneath. The wild man's muscles rippled with exertion, yet he could not drive the spear any deeper. Farewell. Bang! Another shot rang out, and the final wild man's head was shattered into fragments. 6 wild men deceased. Danger eliminated. Zhang Tuohai approached the fallen savage, taking a moment to observe. The wild man was adorned with animal hides, a necklace hung around his neck, and a small wooden statue dangled from his waist, depicting a grotesque figure, indicative of a period steeped in totemic worship. Yet, Zhang thought, these were mere artifacts conjured by the game system. What purpose did it serve to ponder them? They would vanish shortly anyway. Shaking his head, he turned towards the corpse of the roe deer. With a swift incision from his skinning knife, the deer was swiftly dismantled. Acquired 500 grams of roe deer meat 30. Acquired exquisite roe deer hide 1. Acquired ordinary spirit essence 1. Only 30 pounds of meat? How disappointingly lean. Zhang Tuohai clicked his tongue, having grown accustomed to the heft of several hundred pounds of large beasts. The sight of a mere few dozen pounds of roe deer left him feeling somewhat let down. However, he soon forgot that even if he consumed a pound of meat per meal, it would take him 10 days to finish it. He had been spoiled by those larger creatures. Oh well, he thought, it would serve merely to spice things up a bit. Zhang Tuohai hoisted his spoils and made his way back to the vehicle. As he anticipated, the bodies of the wild men disintegrated into particles and gradually vanished. Just as he was about to depart, a small wooden carving unexpectedly fell from the wild man's body, remaining behind while the savage himself disappeared. Chapter 140, Aquiline. What is this? Zhang Tuohai gazed in astonishment at the wooden carving. Based on his experience, the belongings of those humanoid creatures who were slain were typically confiscated. Such was the case with the dark-clad knights who pursued him yesterday. His hopes of scavenging equipment from the deceased were dashed. He had assumed these wild men would be no different, yet to his surprise, some remnants remained. With great caution, Zhang Tuohai picked up the wooden carving for a closer examination. The sculpture was dark and smooth, devoid of the rough texture typical of wood, suggesting it had been frequently handled by its owner. The carving depicted a human face, characterized by clean, sharp lines. The figure had a square jaw and broad ears, with eyes so large they occupied nearly a third of the face. A vertical line adorned the forehead, leaving its nature ambiguous. It could be a third eye or merely a decorative motif. Surrounding the visage was an intricate pattern of swirling clouds and lightning, which further enhanced the figure's unsettling aura. Hunting statue, a special accessory that conceals one's scent and presence, significantly diminishing the prey's sixth sense and drastically reducing the likelihood of being detected. Intrigued, Zhang Tuohai decided to pocket the intriguing item. He hoisted the deer meat onto the vehicle, entered, and surveyed his surroundings before tossing the meat onto the cutting board. Grasping a cleaver, he chopped the deer meat into sizable chunks, rinsed them, and seasoned them with ginger, garlic, and salt, preparing to marinate them. The cleaver clanged rhythmically. Fox Wang Kai, seemingly startled, leaped up and stuttered. "How did you appear here?" Zhang Tuohai looked at Wang Kai, puzzled. "Are you still groggy from sleep?" "I merely stepped out to hunt and returned with the meat." "What do you mean by how did I appear?" "Well, even though I was asleep, I was aware of my surroundings. I knew you went out to hunt, yet I felt no sound of you re-entering. If not for the noise of the cleaver, I would have been oblivious to your return. It felt as if you suddenly materialized before me," Wang Kai explained hastily. Intrigued by Wang Kai's words, Zhang Tuohai inquired. "You mean I appeared before you out of nowhere?" "Yes, precisely. It was as if there was no one before me. And then, suddenly, you were there. Like some sort of magic," Wang Kai elaborated anxiously. Like magic, Zhang Tuohai pondered, an idea sparking in his mind. He retrieved the hunting statue from his pocket. If there were any peculiarities, it must pertain to this statue. With a decisive motion, Zhang Tuohai placed the statue on the cutting board. "Let us try again." He stepped out of the vehicle and re-entered. "How about now?" he asked. This time, it felt just the same as usual, nothing particularly unusual, Wang Kai replied. "Then let us try again." Zhang Tuohai tucked the hunting statue back into his pocket, exited the vehicle once more, and re-entered. "What about now?" he queried. "Such a strange sensation," Wang Kai remarked, sitting on the ground, his head tilted as he regarded Zhang Tuohai. "Though I can see you, I cannot perceive your scent nor sense your presence. If I were to close my eyes, I would undoubtedly believe you were not in the vehicle," remarked Wang Kai. "So, that is how it is." After a series of experiments, Zhang Tuohai has come to understand the significance of the wooden carving. This object does not grant Zhang Tuohai invisibility, yet it conceals his scent and diminishes others' perception and intuition. Although intuition is a rather esoteric concept, many individuals with heightened sensitivity can intuitively foresee certain events, allowing them to evade danger in advance. This is especially true for those hardened by the trials of battle, whose senses are often sharper than those of the average person. With this statue, one can suppress the opponent's awareness, making it easier for Zhang Tuohai to strike unexpectedly. When used in isolation, its effect is modest. But when combined with Zhang Tuohai's snow camouflage suit, it becomes a formidable tool for ambush in this realm. "Well done. Here is a banana for you." Zhang Tuohai broke 2 bananas, tossing one to Wang Kai while keeping one for himself. He had acquired quite a few bananas yesterday and needed to consume them promptly, lest they spoil. The vehicle swayed gently as it approached the next intersection. From afar, Zhang Tuohai spotted a blue supply crate positioned in the center of the crossroads. Yet, there was not a single soul in sight nearby. How peculiar. Zhang Tuohai instructed Xiao AI to halt the vehicle and scrutinize the scene. The supply crate was indeed present, surrounded by no footprints, indicating no one had approached it. Moreover, a layer of snow covered the crate, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Strange. Why has the game system altered its behavior and released a supply crate ahead of schedule? Zhang Tuohai pondered, resting his chin on his hand as he examined the crate. Where is the other vehicle? Arriving so late, it should have long since arrived. Where could it be hiding? Zhang Tuohai doubted that the other vehicle had arrived later than his, nor did he believe the game system would be so benevolent as to drop the supply crate prematurely. There must be something amiss. Zhang Tuohai resolved to uncover the truth. Clad in his snow camouflage suit and armed with the hunting statue, he stealthily exited the vehicle, taking cover behind the massive tires and lying low in the snow. "Be cautious. There are 2 individuals in the woods preparing to ambush you. Located 30 meters at 11 o'clock and 50 meters at 3 o'clock, the system warned. Indeed, an ambush was afoot. Zhang Tuohai rolled his body and concealed himself beneath the vehicle, heading towards the indicated locations. At 11 o'clock, a figure draped in a white cloak lay concealed in a snowbank, cradling a net gun while quietly surveying the surroundings. At 3 o'clock, another player, shrouded in a white camouflage net, had even wrapped their weapon in white cloth. Had it not been for the system's alert, Zhang Tuohai might not have noticed him at all. Goodness, These two individuals have made ample preparations. They intend to lie in wait and catch me unawares. They even equipped themselves with a net gun, truly underestimating me. Zhang Tuohai contemplated for a moment before deftly adjusting the communication key on his wristband, softly uttering, "Shao AI. The marksman 50 meters away is your responsibility. I will handle the one with the net gun. We shall commence in 3 seconds. Accelerate with utmost speed to eliminate that scoundrel. Do not let him escape." Shao AI comprehended the directive. With thoughtful efficiency, she dispatched a text message, after which the display on the wristband transformed into a countdown timer. 3, 2, 1. The engines roared to life, and the vehicle surged forward, charging towards the marksman positioned at 3 o'clock. Chapter 141. A barrel of Kivyak. At this moment, the marksman had grown increasingly impatient. He had been lying in the snow for half an hour, poised to ambush Zhang Tuohai. Employing this tactic, they had successfully laid traps for 2 previous adversaries. In a bid to arrive before Zhang Tuohai, they had hastened their approach. However, to his astonishment, Zhang Tuohai was considerably delayed, arriving nearly half an hour past the expected time, in the biting cold of -20 degrees, despite being clad in a heavy coat. Lying in the snow for such an extended period had numbed his fingers. He yearned to stretch his limbs, but feared detection, compelled to remain still amidst the snow. When he finally spotted Zhang Tuohai's 6-wheeled off-road vehicle approaching, elation surged within him, believing he had ensnared a significant catch. Yet, to his bewilderment, Zhang Tuohai exhibited uncharacteristic caution. He opened the car door, only to promptly close it again. Damn, why is he so timid? Hurry up and get out. The marksman cursed in frustration. His view was entirely obstructed by the massive tires of the vehicle. From his vantage point, it appeared that Zhang Tuohai merely opened and closed the door, without exiting the vehicle. Little did he realize that Zhang Tuohai had been cleverly concealed beneath the car, as he anxiously awaited Zhang Tuohai's emergence. The unexpected occurred. The 6-wheeled off-road vehicle surged directly toward him. What? Discovered? Impossible. I'm camouflaged. There's no way I could be seen. This must be a coincidence. Besides, I'm positioned at the center line of the wheels. The vehicle's high clearance should allow me to evade without harm. I must remain still. The marksman huddled closer to the ground, lowering his body. However, an incredible sight unfolded before him. The enormous snowplow mounted at the front of Zhang Tuohai's vehicle suddenly descended with a whoosh, barreling toward him at ground level. Oh no. The marksman's thoughts remained unvoiced as the colossal snowplow struck him head-on. The 6-wheeled vehicle accelerated to a speed of 150 miles per hour, sending the marksman flying through the air, landing over 20 meters away. Before his lifeless body could settle, the 6-wheeled vehicle rolled over him, producing a horrific sound of shattering bones. Once the off-road vehicle sped away, Zhang Tuohai quickly readied his weapon, aiming at the player armed with a net gun positioned 20 meters away, and unleashed a barrage of fire. The rapid succession of bullets struck true, and the player collapsed to the ground. Zhang Tuohai cautiously approached from the side, wary of any potential resistance, and delivered a few more shots to ensure the threat was neutralized. Only when the system confirmed that the danger had been eliminated did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. As Zhang Tuohai advanced, he lifted the white cloth covering the fallen player, revealing a white female. Clad in a ski suit, she stood tall, likely around 1.80 meters, with a square face and distinct features that seemed chiseled by a sculptor's hand. Her short, golden hair framed her face, and her pale blue eyes were filled with disbelief. On his wrist, the hair was long and thick, unmistakably marking him as a quintessential Nordic dragon knight. No wonder they devised a method for hunting in the snow. It all made sense now. Zhang Tuohai understood why these two individuals dared to set an ambush amidst the wintry landscape. Being Nordic, they experienced nearly half a year of summer and the other half of winter, and temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees were practically commonplace for them. This world was almost akin to their home turf, hardly worthy of mention. Zhang Tuohai seized the net gun from the hands of his adversary. Net gun, an anti-explosive weapon, with an attack range of 20 meters, capable of shooting a large net to ensnare enemies or ferocious beasts. The net rope is woven from mountaineering nylon, capable of trapping a lion. Impressive, yet ultimately ineffective. Zhang Tuohai regarded the net gun, recognizing its formidable nature. However, it proved rather superfluous for him. The foes he faced were mostly vanquished already, rendering this tool seemingly unnecessary. He decided to stow it away for now, tossing the net gun into the vehicle. At that moment, his companion, Shao AI, maneuvered the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle closer to Zhang Tuohai, pushing the corpse of the gunman in the snowplow. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the gunman, who also bore the appearance of a Nordic individual. Clutching a Suomi submachine gun, the PPSH is a replica of the Suomi model and adorned with a dagger and an ice pick. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai gathered the weapons. The two men were clad in ski suits, one in blue and black stripes, the other in orange and black stripes. both seemingly equipped for the cold. After a moment's thought, Zhang Tuohai, taking advantage of their still warm bodies, stripped them of their ski suits. These garments would be of no use to the deceased, and perhaps the system would recycle them. It was better to benefit from them, as they could still be sold for supplies. He dragged their bodies to the roadside ditch, leaving them to nature's course, confident that wildlife would assist in the disposal. After all, these Nordics were known for their environmental advocacy. Such a method of body disposal was the most primitive yet eco-friendly, and he believed they would appreciate it and feel grateful. In the nearby woods, Zhang Tuohai discovered the hidden vehicle of the two men. The car was camouflaged, which explained why he had initially overlooked it. It was a secondary business vehicle. Yet the interior was remarkably well-stocked, complete with air conditioning and heating. Surprisingly, there were even 2 pairs of skis on board. Although Zhang Tuohai could not ski, adhering to the principle of waste not, he took them as well. The vehicle contained approximately 800 units of gasoline, which Zhang Tuohai gladly accepted. However, an odd odor lingered within the vehicle. It wasn't until he noticed a wooden barrel in the corner that he understood the source. Kivik fermentation barrel, capable of reducing the fermentation time of Kivik from 3 months to 3 days. Note: Kivik, a Nordic delicacy. Preparation method: hollow out a seal. Fill it with hundreds of seabirds, seal the opening with fat to deter insects, and ferment for about 3 months before enjoying. This is the most odorous delicacy and an essential source of sustenance during the frigid winters of polar regions, providing vital vitamins and protein. Although Zhang Tuohai understood that this was a method of food preservation adapted to the local environment, he found it emotionally challenging to accept such fare. As he attempted to lift the lid, a potent stench of decay assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. In the presence of this item, the usually confident Zhang Tuohai found himself hesitating for the first time. Was it truly worth the effort to transport this back? After much internal conflict, greed ultimately triumphed over reason. He decided to auction this peculiar item on the regional channel, auctioning a barrel of Kiviak. Please assess carefully before bidding. No returns or exchanges will be accepted for those who cannot bear it. Starting bid: 100 units of gasoline. Limited time: 10 minutes. Chapter 142. The arena as noon approached. The majority of players had begun to pause and recuperate, simultaneously exchanging the resources they had acquired within the regional channel. Zhang Tuohai's auction announcement instantly captivated the audience. Kiviak? What on earth is that? Some exotic delicacy? Someone inquired, curiosity piqued. Goodness, is there truly such a peculiar item? I'd rather starve than accept something like that. To the one upstairs, you've never truly experienced hunger. Once you genuinely taste the pangs of starvation, you might just come to accept Kiviak. Indeed, Kiviak is a true delicacy. It can only be crafted in our polar regions. If I weren't short on resources, I would be eager to bid for it. Providing essential protein and vitamins? I must give it a try. I haven't eaten meat in days. I've had enough of this existence. I want it. And if anyone dares to contest me, I shall not hold back. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback to discover that this peculiar item had its admirers. The world was indeed filled with individuals possessing unusual tastes. Nonetheless, the item was not in danger of going unsold, as the price continued to soar. 100 units of gasoline. 200 units, 500 units. Ultimately, this barrel of Kiviak was snatched up for an astonishing 2,000 units of gasoline. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Tuohai realized that the buyer was a member of the pirate flag. The individual bore features reminiscent of the Mongoloid race, characterized by broad cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and a protruding nose. An Eskimo, perhaps? Observing the buyer's countenance, Zhang Tuohai subtly speculated about the individual's ethnicity. It seemed that only those from the circumpolar civilization, such as the Eskimos, could truly embrace such a delicacy. The buyer's name was also distinctive and memorable: Inuk. After receiving the gasoline, curiosity got the better of Zhang Tuohai, prompting him to send a private message to Zhao Wanwan. May I inquire, is your team Inuk an Eskimo? Indeed. He hails from Alaska. However, it would be prudent to address him by his name or refer to him as an Inuit. The term Eskimo was derogatorily coined by the indigenous peoples, and he has a rather volatile temperament. Should he hear you use the term, a duel may ensue. Our team almost had a falling out over this very issue, Zhao Wanwan cautioned. Oh, I was merely curious and speculating. With such a vast area, what are the odds we would cross paths? Zhang Tuohai replied casually. Upon inspecting his vehicle once more, Zhang Tuohai discovered 3 intermediate electronic components and 4 pieces of high-grade wood. These items were indeed a pleasant surprise. The intermediate electronic components were essential materials for many Level 2 manufacturing blueprints, while the 4 pieces of high-grade wood were vital for crafting a customized AK-74. Now, Zhang Tuohai was just 4 high-grade metal ingots away from realizing his dream of creating a customized AK-74, complete with a signature from a distinguished figure. The mere thought of it invigorated him. After the auction concluded, the participants in the channel engaged in discussions for a while before resuming their exchanges of supplies. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the remaining number of players in the regional channel. 312. Astonishingly, over 1,000 had perished in just this morning alone. The previous 3 days had nearly caught up with the entirety of the last world. Despite being aware that many players were holding back and did not intend to engage in a fierce struggle, the sheer magnitude of the data was somewhat difficult for Zhang Tuohai to accept. So many fledgling players had perished before he could even reap the rewards. It was indeed a lamentable loss. Those fortunate enough to have survived had, to varying degrees, accumulated some resources and began to exchange them in the regional channel. 2 apples for a pound of meat. A blueprint for a heating stove for 500 units of gasoline, with no room for negotiation. A handgun for 6 pounds of meat. Inquiries to be made privately. 200 units of gasoline for cigarettes, preferably cigars. Cigars. Zhang Tuohai suddenly recognized a familiar term. He had cigars in his possession. Who would be so extravagant as to offer 200 units of gasoline for a smoke? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the speaker, a figure clad in a white robe, white headscarf, and sunglasses, truly a person of means, a veritable oil magnate. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai exchanged 500 units of gasoline for the blueprint of the heating stove. If this item were to proliferate in the market, it would hinder his ability to monopolize and profit. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 boxes of cigars from his stash and took a photograph. Time to set a price. Premium quality, 300 per box, totaling 900 units of gasoline. That works. Zhang Tuohai successfully traded the 3 boxes of cigars, netting him 900 units of gasoline. From 2 transactions, he earned a total of 400 units of gasoline along with the blueprint for the heating stove. Han Lu spread the word that the heating stove was on sale today. With a 25% discount, those interested should hurry. Additionally, he planned to release a batch of ski suits and thermal clothing capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -20 degrees. Offers were welcome. The emergence of the heating stove blueprint indicated that players had begun to master this heating technology, instilling a sense of urgency in Zhang Tuohai to release a substantial quantity of goods. If he did not act promptly, players would soon possess their own stoves. He needed to seize the market advantage while he could. Even with a 25% price reduction, he still held sufficient profit margins. Moreover, the increased availability of heating stoves would likely lead to a rise in the prices of timber and firewood. Zhang Tuohai had stockpiled firewood that Takeda Masakazu had sold him, making it an opportune time to sell. Additionally, the demand for axes and gasoline-powered saws would likely surge, allowing for a reasonable price increase. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Tuohai devised a strategy to recover his losses. Having established his future sales plan, he whistled as he ambled over to the portable stove to check on the stew of roe deer meat simmering within. After more than an hour, the meat had become tender. Zhang Tuohai sampled a piece and found it quite palatable, though it lacked the savory essence he remembered from his childhood meals. Just as he was about to sit down for his meal, an unexpected notification from the game system appeared. Player Sakai Mawako has proposed a 2v2 vehicle life and death duel. With all stakes on the line, you may choose to accept or decline. If the player accepts, they will enter the life and death duel map, battling against Sakai Mawako and her accomplices until one side is entirely eliminated, at which point the duel will conclude. The victor shall claim all that belongs to the vanquished. Should the player refuse, they are obligated to forfeit half of their assets as compensation. You have 3 minutes to contemplate this. A life and death duel? Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the terms with a furrowed brow. He was not surprised that Sakai Mihoko had managed to locate him. After all, the rhinoceros meat had originated from his hands, and the issues faced by the Sakura team arose after consuming it. As long as Mihoko's mind was not lacking in clarity, she could deduce that the rhinoceros meat sold by Zhang Tuohai was problematic. Whether this was done with intent is ultimately inconsequential. However, the fact that Mihoko could traverse the entire world to confront him directly for a duel was rather unsettling. If such a skill were devoid of limitations, could she not seek retribution against whomever she desired? Could she not dispose of anyone at her whim? Would this not render her invincible? Chapter 143. Reverse driving. It is imperative to ascertain whether Mawako Sakai employs a skill or a special piece of equipment. Should it be a skill, Takumi Zhang must devise a strategy to eliminate Mawako Sakai at once. An adversary capable of locating him at will and instigating a duel poses a significant threat that warrants a preemptive strike. Conversely, if it is a special piece of equipment, Takumi is determined to acquire it for himself. Such a valuable asset should not be beyond his grasp. The prospect of engaging in a life and death duel is unavoidable. Yet the notion of relinquishing half of his fortune is a loss that Takumi cannot abide. Furthermore, even if he were to forfeit half of his wealth, peace is not a guaranteed outcome. On the contrary, should Mawako Sakai become aware of his substantial riches, she would undoubtedly intensify her pursuit until she has drained him completely. However, the matter of selecting a participant for the duel remains contentious. Takumi reflects on several familiar faces in his circle, Hanlu and Xiaoloba. While they maintain a business-like rapport, may not be reliable in combat. The Su sisters and Zhao Wanwan are in a similar predicament. Li Feiyu possesses certain skills, and her combat proficiency is likely commendable. However, Takumi finds her temperament somewhat inscrutable, making him hesitant to draw too close. As for Vladimir, his combat abilities are indisputable, yet despite their frequent interactions, their bond has not reached the level where they would willingly risk their lives for one another. Proposing such an arrangement would undoubtedly create a rift between them. Ultimately, it becomes clear that he must rely on himself. With a heavy sigh, Takumi acknowledges his own capabilities. He wields formidable weaponry, including an RPG, 7 life-preserving potions, snow camouflage attire, AA-12 explosive rounds, Molotov cocktails, and a level 3 vehicle complete with a prompt system. If such armament proves inadequate against Mawako Sakai, then she must be a chosen one, akin to the great mage Lu Xiao. In that case, perhaps a swift reincarnation into another world would be advisable. Having prepared his arsenal, Takumi pulls down his mask and declares, "System, I accept the life and death duel. Please select additional players to accompany you." "No need. I shall go alone," Takumi replies. "Please confirm." Confirmed. Player Takumi Zhang is at a disadvantage, granting him the right of prior selection. 1. Enter the arena 120 minutes in advance. 2. Choose the terrain of the battleground. Available terrains: Classic Coliseum, Toxic Swamp, Dual Highway, Town Ruins, Isolated Jungle, Ice and Snow Maze. After perusing the options, Takumi ponders before selecting the Isolated Jungle. Of the various locations, aside from the Classic Coliseum and Dual Highway, the remaining terrains offer him the opportunity to leverage his prompt system, utilizing the landscape to outmaneuver his opponent. Nevertheless, the Toxic Swamp, Town Ruins, and Ice and Snow Maze appear devoid of any lucrative advantages. After much deliberation, Takumi decides on the Isolated Jungle. For even the prospect of gathering wild fruits presents a chance to gain additional resources. Player Zhang Tuohai positioned the duel scene in a jungle on a deserted island. In the comparison of strengths, he entered the arena 3 minutes after Mawako Sakai. A beam of white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai, who felt as though he had entered a white bubble, surrounded by pristine whiteness. In front of him, a countdown timer displayed 2:59. Noticing that everything around him remained intact, Zhang Tuohai breathed a sigh of relief and began to wait patiently. After a short while, the clock reached its conclusion. The white bubble shattered with a thunderous sound, revealing the surroundings. Lush green trees swayed in the gentle sea breeze, and beneath his feet lay a soft sandy beach. The scorching sun blazed overhead, while in the distance, an expansive ocean stretched out, flanked by towering palm and coconut trees, painting the picture of a tropical paradise. A wave of heat surged into the vehicle, causing the temperature to rise rapidly, with the thermometer swiftly indicating 30 degrees Celsius. Transitioning abruptly from a frigid, snow-laden world to this tropical island, a temperature difference of nearly 50 degrees left Zhang Tuohai feeling quite uncomfortable, feeling unbearably hot. He hurriedly shed his snow camouflage attire and donned his Special Forces uniform. As he changed, he called out to his AI assistant, "Hurry. Remove the anti-slip chains and let the solar charging panel replenish its power. We must not waste this abundant sunlight." "Understood, Commander," the AI promptly responded, removing the anti-slip chains and activating the solar charging panel. After 2 days of dense clouds in the icy realm, the panel's energy reserves were nearly depleted, making this a perfect opportunity to recharge. Once clad in his combat gear, Zhang Tuohai grasped his AA-12 and surveyed his surroundings. To his left lay the beach, while to his right stretched an endless expanse of palm trees. The path ahead and behind twisted and turned, and beneath his feet was a rocky dirt road. Where should he go? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the directions, momentarily indecisive. At that moment, the prompt system chimed in. This dirt road serves as the island's ring road, extending 30 kilometers. Proceeding 10 kilometers forward will lead you to Mawako Sakai and her escort team. The island ring road? Encountering Mawako Sakai directly after 10 kilometers? A thought sparked in Zhang Tuohai's mind. If I drive in the opposite direction at sufficient speed, could I not circle around to her rear? A surprise attack, perhaps. Ahem. AI, turn the vehicle around, lower the sound, and accelerate swiftly to approach Mawako Sakai from behind. I wish to give her a surprise, Zhang Tuohai instructed. Understood. The AI replied, immediately adjusting the direction and speeding off in the opposite direction. At that moment, Mawako Sakai sat in her car, simmering with frustration. The Sakura convoy, originally composed of 28 individuals, consisted entirely of core members of the Sakura Association, the essential backbone of her amassed empire. She felt fortunate to have been allocated the same channel as her subordinates. Thanks to their collective efforts, she had successfully passed the assessment and formed her own convoy. By plundering players from the same region, the Sakura convoy had swiftly amassed wealth. Even she herself possessed a level 3 vehicle, complete with both air conditioning and heating. She initially aspired to leverage her skilled subordinates to re-establish the Cherry Blossom Society and recreate the splendor of the original world. However, upon entering the second realm, her dream shattered. A player named Zhang Tuohai sold her a substantial quantity of toxic rhinoceros meat. Caught off guard, she distributed the meat, resulting in her subordinates descending into madness and turning on each other. In the blink of an eye, only 6 members remained in the entire Cherry Blossom convoy. Her heart bled at the sight. In light of this dire situation, whether Zhang Tuohai acted with intent or not, he found himself marked for elimination. After much hesitation, she activated the special statue she had fortuitously acquired in the previous world, the arena of life and death. She glanced at Kanai, who was driving ahead, a black belt in judo, adept at pistol shooting, hitting targets with unwavering precision at both 20 meters and 50 meters. Then, her gaze fell upon the business vehicle trailing behind, where 4 loyal bodyguards sat, each wielding an August assault rifle and donned in complete police-grade body armor. She herself was an expert in swordsmanship, a true heir of the Heartstream sword technique. With such formidable prowess, surely it would suffice to eliminate an ordinary player. Wouldn't it? Chapter 144. Annihilation of the Cherry Blossom Convoy. Zhang Tuohai, with a scoff, thought to himself, once I capture you, I shall encase you in concrete and sink you into Tokyo Bay. Mawako Sakai muttered curses under her breath. No, merely encasing him in cement would be too lenient. He deserved to be shredded into pieces and cast into the sea to feed the fish. As she contemplated the most effective method to eliminate Zhang Tuohai, a sudden piercing sound caught her attention. Turning around, she was taken aback to see a rocket soaring through the air, striking the business vehicle trailing behind her with devastating precision. The vehicle erupted in a colossal orange fireball, leaving Mawako in stunned disbelief. What just happened? Mawako Sakai was momentarily paralyzed by the enormity of the explosion. She could not comprehend why the perfectly functioning car had transformed into a fireball in an instant. Although she was a formidable figure in the underworld, frequently leading her subordinates into skirmishes with rival gangs, the stringent weapon regulations in Neon meant that their arsenal largely comprised cold weapons, with firearms being exceedingly rare. The sight of an exploding car left her mind in a whirl. The shockwave from the blast violently jolted her SUV. Had it not been for the exceptional driving skills of her driver, Kanai, they might have capsized in that surge. What the hell is happening? Miwako cursed loudly. Watch out. Sakai-sama, Kanai exclaimed, glancing in the rearview mirror at a barrage of bottles hurtling toward them. Instinctively, she swerved the steering wheel, desperately attempting to evade the oncoming projectiles. Yet, there were too many bottles scattered everywhere. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not avoid them all. One bottle struck the front hood of the SUV. Crash! The glass shattered, and flames ignited, driven by alcohol and gasoline, spilling over and seeping into the engine through the crevices of the hood. Sakai-sama, the vehicle is beyond saving. We must exit. Kanai slammed on the brakes, kicked open the car door, and yanked Mawako out just in time. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The engine ignited, rendering the vehicle inoperable. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, the flames only consumed the engine, crippling the power system. Had the fire reached the fuel tank, the explosion would have been catastrophic. And neither of them would have been standing here unscathed. What on earth is going on? Mawako stared at the burning vehicle, utterly bewildered. Kanai drew her handgun from the inside of her thigh, aiming it toward the rear. She pressed Mawako's head down and, using the cover of the flames, planned their retreat into the jungle. In her view, escaping into the foliage while the enemy disembarked to search for them was the only viable means of survival. At that moment, the blazing business vehicle served as their best shield. She could not see the enemy through the fiery haze, and they could not see her either. Once they reached the jungle, she would have the opportunity to turn the tables. Having undergone professional training with Blackwater, she was highly skilled in jungle warfare. She believed that the players behind her were merely relying on luck to acquire advanced weaponry, while she had undergone professional trainings. Confident that she could outsmart these ordinary players in the jungle. However, just as she took her second step, a 12-gauge slug pierced through the shattered window of a luxury vehicle, striking her in the head. In an instant, her skull exploded like a watermelon, and her headless body collapsed to the ground. In her final moments, Kanai was consumed by a singular question. How had her adversary managed to pinpoint her location through the flames and the vehicle? In the distance, Zhang Tuohai lowered his AA-12 shotgun. Beside him lay a launched rocket launcher and several ice grenade launchers. After swiftly pursuing Sakai Minako and her group, He decisively obliterated their rear vehicle with an RPG-7, subsequently bombarding their car with a barrage of Molotov cocktails. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him, as the flames directly incapacitated the vehicle's engine. The shot that had shattered Kanai's head was merely a result of the system's guidance. In less than 30 seconds, the heavily armed Sakai Minako and her entourage were reduced to just her and the long blade she never parted with. "Come out. Don't hide there. If you have the courage, face me in a one-on-one duel," she called out, yet the tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. Zhang Tuohai could easily eliminate Sakai Minako with a single shot if he desired. However, he harbored other intentions regarding her and this island, leading him to refrain from killing her for the time being. He slung his firearm across his back and retrieved his net gun, advancing towards Sakai Minako. Heart sword, swallow return. As Zhang Tuohai approached, Sakai Minako immediately unleashed her signature technique, raising her long blade to strike at him. She had honed this move for 20 years. Having started practicing at the tender age of 6, it had reached a level of perfection. This very technique had earned her the title of Shura Princess, having severed 6 enemies' heads in a fierce gang battle. While she was unfamiliar with firearms, she prided herself on her prowess in melee combat, confident that she could sever Zhang Tuohai's head with a single stroke. If she could vanquish her foes, she would emerge victorious in this duel. And as long as she remained, the Sakura society could be rebuilt. As she closed in on Zhang Tuohai, a cold smile crept across his lips. "Times have changed," he remarked, pulling the trigger. A massive net unfurled, enveloping Sakai Minako. Realizing the peril, she attempted to dodge, but the speed of the net gun far surpassed her own. The expansive net quickly ensnared her, and to her horror, she discovered that it was laced with barbed fishhooks, including explosive hooks arranged in clusters of 7 or 8. In an instant, she found herself ensnared by these vicious hooks. "Ah!" Minako Sakai let out a piercing scream, struggling desperately to free herself from the myriad of hooks embedded in her flesh. Yet, these hooks, with their barbed tips, clung to her skin with an unyielding grip, making escape a formidable challenge. The more she thrashed, the more hooks ensnared her body, tightening their hold with each futile attempt. She was ensnared in a vast net, tightly woven around her. Eventually, Takumi Zhang could no longer bear to watch and struck Minako Sakai with a baseball bat, rendering her unconscious. Once he confirmed that she was incapacitated, he bound her securely, cocooning her like a chrysalis. From a distance, Minako resembled a freshly unearthed mummy. As for the net draped over her, Takumi had no time to remove it, allowing it to remain entangled around her. Once he was satisfied that everything was in order, he cast Minako aside, waiting for her to regain consciousness. He had many questions he wished to pose. However, before that, he needed to search Minako's vehicle. After expending so much weaponry, he felt it would be remiss not to acquire some spoils from his efforts. Chapter 145. A bug discovered today is a splendid day. Zhang Tuohai hummed a tune while rummaging through the supplies in the vehicle. Minako Sakai's car harbored an impressive array of treasures. There were dozens of intermediate materials and even 2 pieces of high-grade metal ingots. With this, Zhang Tuohai was merely 2 ingots away from crafting a customized AK-74. The food supplies were abundant. Instant noodles, rice balls, and bread were conspicuously absent, yet the least among them were tuna sushi, seafood rice, soda, and sparkling wine. Upon opening the car fridge, Zhang Tuohai found a staggering 20 pounds of A5, grade Wagyu beef, perfect for barbecuing. He cheerfully transferred these delights into his own refrigerator. The vehicle was equipped with various weapons, predominantly an assortment of katanas, while firearms consisted solely of a single Uzi with but 1 magazine of ammunition, relegating it to the status of a collectible. Zhang Tuohai noted Minako Sakai's obsession with collecting exquisite tableware. At least a dozen sets of elegantly designed dinnerware graced the car. Naturally, these exquisite items fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands. The assortment of alcoholic beverages was plentiful. He discovered 6 bottles of sake, 3 bottles of whiskey, and 1 bottle of XO. Although Zhang Tuohai was not well versed in spirits, he thought to pack them up and hand them over to Vladimir, certain he would appreciate them. In his exploration, Zhang Tuohai also stumbled upon 7 or 8 manufacturing blueprints. Most pertained to basic items such as stoves, barbecues, and lumberjack axes, all of which he already possessed. However, one particular blueprint captured his attention. Beast Skin Bedding Blueprint. Special item. Bedding crafted from beast skins that provides ample rest, enhances sleep quality, accelerates energy recovery, and gradually improves bodily functions. Note: the higher the quality of the beast skin, the better the effect of the bedding. This was indeed useful, as the pelts he possessed could now serve a purpose. Zhang Tuohai unfolded the blueprint and set about crafting a set of bedding. A tiger skin blanket, a bear skin quilt, a wolf skin mattress, a rabbit skin pillowcase, and a snow leopard skin cushion. Once he completed the set, he felt an odd sense of disquiet about its appearance. Nevertheless, efficacy was paramount, Aesthetics were trivial. Zhang Tuohai continued to search through the vehicle. In the driver's seat, he discovered several wooden statues. One depicted a fortunate mermaid, and another was a beckoning cat, both intended to enhance the quality of supply boxes. Unfortunately, these were affixed to the vehicle and could not be removed, much to Zhang Tuohai's dismay. Just as he was about to explore elsewhere, he suddenly spotted a peculiar statue nearby. This small wooden carving, no larger than the palm of his hand, depicted a bloody gladiatorial arena, stained with blood. Life and Death Arena, a special wood carving that can draw a designated individual into a world for a life or death duel, from which one may only exit upon the demise of one party. Condition 1. Each world can only be utilized once. The limitations stipulate that only one adversary can be selected at a time. The mode of combat is chosen by the initiator, with available options being a 1v1 duel, a 2v2 duel, or a 5v5 duel. The initiator may also select a specific duel terrain or enter beforehand. Should the enemy forego selecting a companion, the adversary will have the privilege of making the initial selection. Zhang Tuohai read the description of the wooden sculpture twice and comprehended that Sakai Minako had lured him into the duel arena using this very artifact. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was that the wooden sculpture could be taken away. In other words, once the cooldown period for the sculpture's skill elapsed in the next realm, Zhang Tuohai could also draw an enemy into the duel arena. Furthermore, should he opt for a 1v1 confrontation, the enemy would not trigger the initial selection condition, allowing him to perpetually choose a terrain advantageous to himself. This was a trump card, a genuine ace up his sleeve, capable of precisely eliminating adversaries. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Zhang Tuohai. If the enemy remained invincible, could he not exploit this bug to exist here indefinitely? If resources were plentiful, living on this isolated island might not be so dreadful, as it would spare him from the brutalities of combat with others. At the very least, it could serve as his ultimate fallback. Nonetheless, prior to pursuing this notion, there were matters he needed to verify. Approaching Sakai Minako, he inspected her and noted that her breathing was relatively steady. She remained unconscious and would not perish imminently. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of relief as he tossed Sakai Minako into the vehicle and summoned Wang Kai. Wang Kai, your task is to keep an eye on her. If she exhibits any irregularities, teach her a lesson. Do you understand? He instructed. All right, Wang Kai replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes. If the job is done well, there will be sausages to eat. Zhang Tuohai unveiled his trump card. Rest assured, I will monitor her closely, ensuring she does not stray from my sight, Wang Kai declared, instantly invigorated at the mention of food. To consider this place as a potential refuge, Zhang Tuohai needed to familiarize himself with the terrain. He drove around the island, and perhaps due to the sweltering heat, he soon felt parched. Just as he contemplated fetching a water bottle, he halted. He recalled noticing an abundance of coconuts and bananas on the island during his earlier travels. Why resort to drinking his own water when he could savor fresh coconut juice instead? With this thought invigorating him, Zhang Tuohai exited the vehicle and approached a coconut tree. Climbing it was not an option for him, but he had a far simpler solution. He retrieved a gasoline-powered chainsaw from the car and felled the coconut tree with ease. Crash! The massive coconut tree toppled to the ground, and Zhang Tuohai, armed with a machete, approached it and sliced open a coconut, drinking heartily from it. He had to admit, the taste of fresh coconut juice was quite delightful. Zhang Tuohai gathered the remaining dozen coconuts and tossed them into the vehicle, while also sawing the tree trunk into firewood. Concurrently, he left a mark on the stump of the coconut tree, intending to conduct a verification to see if the island would reset upon his return. He applied the same method to a nearby banana tree. After wandering around the island, Zhang Tuohai collected dozens of coconuts and over 100 pounds of bananas. He had two objectives in gathering these items. First, to determine whether he could carry some supplies away, and second, if possible, to sell a portion to those with purchasing power, such as the likes of shalongbas, oil tycoons, affluent dog owners, and a certain individual clad in a white robe. He believed that these offerings would undoubtedly be quite alluring. After circling the periphery of the island, Zhang Tuohai turned his gaze towards the center, an area he had yet to explore. Chapter 146, Observing the Melon. It was time to explore the heart of the island. Zhang Tuohai meandered along the coastal road, only to discover that the interior of the island was densely populated with various trees, leaving no paths leading inward. Venturing inside, he pondered whether this island harbored any dangers. Clad in his full tactical gear and shouldering an AA-12, he ventured deeper into the island. Zhang Tuohai felt confident, knowing he had a prompt system at his disposal, which would allow him to retreat unscathed even in the face of peril. Furthermore, before his departure, he had set a precautionary measure by placing Sakai Minako beneath the wheels of Xiao AI's vehicle. Should he encounter insurmountable trouble, He could use his wristband to instruct Xiao AI to eliminate Sakai Minako, thereby enabling his smooth exit from the current dual world. With his escape route secured, Zhang Tuohai cautiously delved into the depths of the island. Though situated in the tropics, the environment was surprisingly pleasant, devoid of the typical dense foliage and swarming mosquitoes associated with rainforests. Instead, after traversing the initial barrier of trees, he found the subsequent ones to be sparse, with a significant distance of 7 or 8 meters between each. Moreover, the absence of insects was notable in a true rainforest. Even the slightest disturbance of a stone could reveal a multitude of critters. Yet here, after walking for over 10 minutes, Zhang Tuohai had not heard a single buzzing insect. In contrast, the ground was adorned with an abundance of fruits, strawberries, watermelons, cantaloupes, and blueberries, regardless of whether they were tropical species. This place was indeed peculiar and defied logical reasoning, piquing Zhang Tuohai's curiosity about his surroundings. He continued deeper into the island, and after 2 hours of walking, he suddenly found himself in a clearing. Before him lay a vast expanse, at the center of which stood an altar crafted from azure stones. The altar was exquisitely detailed, with each stone intricately carved with elaborate reliefs, showcasing remarkable artistry. What was this place, and why was there an altar? Zhang Tuohai circled the altar and noted its resemblance to a Mayan pyramid, with steps on all sides leading to a flat summit. After inspecting the base of the altar and not receiving any alerts from his system, he felt a sense of relief and ascended to the top. Upon reaching the apex of the altar, Zhang Tuohai discovered a small shrine housing a wooden sculpture. The sculpture depicted a veiled woman holding a sheaf of wheat. Discovery of the Harvest Goddess statue. Harvest Goddess statue, level 3 statue, when installed in a vehicle. It doubles the growth rate of crops within and enhances the yield of all produce. What a formidable statue! Zhang Tuohai marveled. With this statue's blessing, the yield of all crops in his vehicle would indeed double. Thus, even without foraging for food, he could sustain himself solely on the produce he cultivated. He had not anticipated finding such a valuable treasure here. Zhang Tuohai's first thought upon seeing this statue was to take it with him. However, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to act recklessly. Instead, he cautiously placed his hand upon the statue. The vigilant observer scanned his surroundings attentively, straining to listen carefully. He had become somewhat paranoid due to the elusive trap set by the game system. After a while, noticing no changes, Zhang Tuohai gingerly lifted the statue. The environment remained unchanged as he descended the altar, striding forward while occasionally glancing back, fearful of any peculiar occurrences. Fortunately, he encountered no anomalies until he returned to his vehicle. Zhang Tuohai meticulously set the statue beside a fortunate stump. Discovery of the Goddess of Harvest statue, installation successful. Protection granted by the Goddess of Harvest, all crops growth rate doubled, yield doubled. Upon receiving this notification from the game system, Zhang Tuohai finally exhaled in relief. However, he understood that this was not the time for rest. He hurried into the woods and transplanted as much fruit as he could carry into planting pots. Regardless of whether they would survive, he believed it prudent to take them. If they thrived, it would lead to a future of fruit freedom. After completing the transplantation, Zhang Tuohai glanced up at the sun, which had begun its descent towards the western horizon, indicating it was around 5 in the afternoon, and darkness would soon fall. He estimated that even if he returned now, he might not make it in time for the last supply crate. It would be better to wait until nightfall to return. This would also allow his companion, Xiao AI, to charge for a while longer. Feeling somewhat bored after admiring the scenery for a bit, Zhang Tuohai's attention was suddenly captured by the rolling sea. Having watched numerous tidal videos before his journey, he wondered if he could also dig for some treasures like those he had seen, not for any particular reason, but merely for amusement. With this thought, he seized a military shovel and ventured onto the beach. At that moment, the tide had just receded, revealing the sandy shore, with air pockets still intact dotting the beach. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai began to dig. Although his skills were rather lacking and his experience minimal, the beach was abundant with resources. In no time, he had unearthed over 20 clams and 7 or 8 cat's eye snails, sufficient for a meal. Zhang Tuohai stretched languidly, acknowledging the fatigue of bending down to scavenge. At that moment, Wang Kai trotted over, tongue lolling. It glanced disdainfully at the meager haul in the bucket, scrunching its snout. This is far too little. Not even enough to fill a gap between teeth. If you think it's insufficient, then dig for yourself. I'll cook whatever you find. Zhang Tuohai tossed the iron bucket in front of Wang Kai. Really? Wang Kai perked up. Would I deceive you? Zhang Tuohai cast the bucket aside and returned to the vehicle, wielding the military shovel. Having received Zhang Tuohai's promise, Wang Kai grew enthusiastic, sniffing the sand with its nose, and soon began to dig furiously. Its front paws swiftly burrowing into the sand until half its body was engulfed. Moments later, Wang Kai triumphantly tossed a sizable clam, measuring nearly 2 feet in length. Into the bucket. Goodness, is this the king of clams? Zhang Tuohai marveled from the car, awestruck by its enormity. With renewed vigor after his successful catch, Wankai continued to dig energetically. This time, he unearthed a freshly buried crab. Demonstrating remarkable agility, he evaded the crab's pincers, swiftly maneuvering behind it. With a quick snap of his jaws, he seized the creature and, with a flick of his head, tossed it into the bucket. It was quite unexpected to discover that a fox from the desert was such a skilled forager along the shore. If a coastal highway were to be established in the future, there would be no shortage of seafood. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai sliced a watermelon, indulging in its sweetness while contemplating these thoughts. Chapter 147. Is Minako Sakai a good person? After approximately 20 minutes, Wankai returned, panting as he dragged a metal bucket behind him. The bucket was brimming with an assortment of seafood, ranging from crabs to mollusks, from octopuses to jellyfish. Nearly every type of marine delicacy was present. Zhang Tuohai even spotted 2 sea cucumbers as thick as his thumb. What a delightful prospect for a dinner of steamed seafood tonight. Zhang Tuohai affectionately ruffled Wangsai's head, marveling at how his little fox had grown and learned to contribute to the household by bringing back food. In truth, there was still plenty left, but it simply could not fit in the bucket. Otherwise, I could have continued digging for several more hours, Wankai proudly declared. That should suffice. It is best to consume fresh seafood rather than leftover, lest we upset our stomachs, Zhang Tuohai advised, becoming more discerning now that they had an abundance of food. In the past, he would have insisted on personally scouring the nearby beach until he was satisfied. Well done. These are your rewards, Zhang Tuohai said, offering a half-eaten watermelon to Wankai. Overjoyed, Wankai dove in, devouring it eagerly. Zhang Tuohai then set about cleaning the seafood, preparing to grill it on the barbecue. No resources should go to waste. As the seafood neared completion, Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. It was time to return. He cast a lingering look at the beach, sighing with a tinge of reluctance. How wonderful this place was, with its fruits, sunshine, and seafood, offering sustenance and carefree joy. Who would willingly venture into a frozen world to engage in life and death struggles for supply crates? Shall I proceed? Zhang Tuohai instructed. Understood. The wheels rolled over Minako Sakai's body, resulting in her immediate demise. The initiator of the life and death duel, Minako Sakai, has perished. All members of the Sakura team have been confirmed deceased. The team is disbanded, and the team certificate is inherited by Zhang Tuohai according to duel rules. Player Zhang Tuohai has emerged victorious. He will exit the duel arena in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 10 seconds later, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Zhang Tuohai found himself back on the highway. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky and swirling snow, he couldn't help but shudder slightly, muttering a curse under his breath. Damn. It was unclear to whom he directed his ire. Looking down, he noticed a piece of paper had somehow materialized in his hand. Team certificate. This document allows the establishment of a level 1 team with a maximum capacity of 50 members. The team possesses an independent communication channel and a shared storage facility. When team members act together, they will receive bonuses when encountering supply crates. To unlock further privileges, please upgrade the team level. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the certificate and cast it aside. He currently had no trustworthy individuals, rendering the document temporarily useless. Opening the regional channel, he observed the discussions within, which had not changed much since the morning, with players still exchanging resources or boasting about their recent acquisitions. Zhang Tuohai cast a glance at the current number of survivors and was astonished to find that only 351 remained. The death toll had surged in the afternoon, with over 1,000 perishing within just a few hours. It seemed that the atmosphere had grown increasingly volatile. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Tuohai began to peruse the regional channels. After some time, he finally grasped the underlying cause. It turned out that in the afternoon, the game system had altered the rules. In the morning, supply crates appeared when 2 vehicles met at an intersection. However, in the afternoon, the emergence of supply crates was contingent upon 1 vehicle withdrawing from the contest, either by retreating at least 3 kilometers or succumbing. Only upon fulfilling this condition could the crates be released. This abrupt change severed the possibility for players to share the resources within the supply crates. Consequently, the competition for resources intensified, and the tension among players escalated. Those players with ample supplies were somewhat better off. After the 2 vehicles encountered each other, they sized each other up, and those who felt inferior chose to concede and seek another intersection. Conversely, players with scarce resources could not afford such composure. Even at that moment, some players were still grappling with basic issues of food and warmth. Upon sighting other players' vehicles, they launched frenzied attacks, gambling that victory could lead to wealth, while defeat meant little suffering. This situation led to a dramatic increase in the mortality rate among players that afternoon. Having understood the sequence of events, Zhang Tuohai clicked his tongue, feeling that participating in a life-or-death duel seemed far more favorable than competing in the afternoon's turmoil. Aside from the initial conflict, the remainder of the time felt akin to a vacation. Zhang Tuohai glanced back at the scattered planting pots and mused that even if he spent the entire afternoon gathering supply crates, he could not guarantee such a bountiful harvest. It appeared that Miyako Mawako was indeed a good comrade, sacrificing her life and abundant supplies to shield Zhang Tuohai from this fierce contention. He found himself at a loss on how to assess this outcome. Zhang Tuohai took a moment to check the numbers of the Skeleton Brigade and the Pirate Flag Brigade. The latter remained steadfast at 13 members, neither more nor less. The Skeleton Brigade, however, had suffered greatly. Ever since their leader's demise, they had descended into chaos. Embroiled in infighting over leadership, those who had been robbed began to seek revenge. Yet, the members of the Skeleton Brigade were no mere pushovers. Originally outlaws, they had scavenged numerous supplies and weapons from the previous world, boasting considerable combat prowess. By the end of the afternoon, amidst both internal strife and external threats, the once 40-plus strong Skeleton Brigade had dwindled to a mere 12. This demonstrated their formidable fighting capability. The new leader of the Skeleton Brigade, named Myral, was a mixed-blood individual with a nose ring, exuding a somewhat unconventional aura. However, the fact that he could assume leadership under such circumstances indicated his considerable strength. Zhang Tuohai firmly etched his appearance into his memory. After grasping the latest developments, Zhang Tuohai reached out to several agents, including Han Lu. Spread the word. I intend to release a batch of fruits, primarily rubber and coconuts. Those in need of provisions may come to me for purchase. Although the Sakura fleet has been annihilated and the Skeleton fleet has significantly diminished in strength, the pirate flag still holds power, and their intentions remain ambiguous. In light of this, Zhang Tuohai refrained from being overly ostentatious and decided to observe the situation for a while longer, continuing to ship goods through the aforementioned agents. Understood. Boss, I will inquire immediately. Han Lu, who had been profiting handsomely from commissions lately, promptly set off to make inquiries upon hearing Zhang Tuohai's instructions. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai composed a private message to his esteemed client, Mr. Shalongbas, the oil magnate and prince in a long robe. Mr. Shalongbas, I have some firearms available. Would you be interested in viewing them? Zhang Tuohai recalled that Shalongbas had previously expressed interest in purchasing firearms, only to have his request declined. Now, it seemed that this matter could be open for negotiation. Chapter 148. A significant improvement in living conditions. Mr. Shalongbas, I have acquired a Remington in nearly pristine condition, along with a set of 200 rounds. How much are you willing to offer? Zhang Tuohai presented his Remington. This firearm had begun to fall short of Zhang Tuohai's requirements. Its functionality mirrored that of the AA-12, yet its magazine was not as ample, rendering it somewhat superfluous. It would be wiser to trade it for resources. However, the accompanying ammunition consisted solely of 12-gauge shot, lacking any slug rounds. While the shot would not penetrate his snow camouflage gear, the 12-gauge slugs could pose a threat at close range. Zhang Tuohai would not part with any weapon capable of inflicting harm upon him. Perhaps when his armor's level ascends further, he might consider selling the slugs. A Remington? Certainly, I can offer 3,000 units of gasoline. Although Mr. Shalongbas possessed a P90, it was a product retrieved from a supply crate, devoid of accompanying manufacturing blueprints or ammunition schematics, only bearing the 50 rounds in its magazine. Since entering this world, Shalongbas had engaged in numerous skirmishes, depleting his ammunition supply, which left him in a state of urgency. Just when he was distressed over the lack of a replacement firearm, Zhang Tuohai unexpectedly approached him. Although the Remington was merely in 90 condition, it alleviated his immediate concerns. Nonetheless, after several transactions with Shalongbas, Zhang Tuohai had accumulated a considerable amount of gasoline. Coupled with an afternoon spent charging on Dual Island, his energy reserves were quite ample, diminishing his urgency for gasoline. Moreover, firearms were a coveted commodity, both now and for the foreseeable future. He felt compelled to procure more resources. Mr. Shalongbas, you must understand that firearms are in high demand. Ordinary materials simply won't suffice. At the very least, one would require second or even third-level basic materials, or perhaps some blueprints, Zhang Tuohai asserted. Second or third-level materials. Shalongbas furrowed his brow at the stipulations. He indeed possessed such materials, yet most were earmarked for crafting new automotive parts. Some blueprints were tantalizingly close to completion, but could not be relinquished to Zhang Tuohai. Upon careful consideration, only a few high-grade metal ingots remained that had yet to be allocated to a purpose. Shalongbas recognized the value of these materials, essential for crafting advanced blueprints, and anticipated that their worth would only increase over time. However, he found himself in a predicament. His ammunition was nearly exhausted. Furthermore, the intensity of the daytime skirmishes had genuinely alarmed him. Should tomorrow bring a repeat of such ferocity without ammunition, he would likely become an easy target. All the resources in the world would merely render him a feast for others. With these thoughts in mind, Shalongbas resolved firmly. Very well, I can exchange high-grade metal ingots. But I have only a limited supply. I can offer you at most 2 ingots. Upon seeing the exchange conditions presented by Shalongbas, Zhang Tuohai was nearly overcome with excitement and almost agreed on the spot. Securing 2 premium metal ingots would enable him to craft a customized AK-74, significantly enhancing his capabilities. However, at this crucial moment, the innate merchant within Zhang Tuohai reared its head, compelling him to suppress his joy and engage in negotiations with Shalongbas. After a cordial and amicable exchange, Shalongbas ultimately consented to part with a nearly new Remington rifle, along with 200 rounds of No. 12 shotgun shells and a blueprint for a vehicle-mounted washing machine, in exchange for 3 premium metal ingots and 500 units of gasoline. The blueprint for the ammunition was particularly sought after by Shalongbas, who had experienced a shortage of bullets and was exceedingly eager to obtain it. Initially, Zhang Tuohai had no intention of trading the blueprint. After all, selling bullets for a profit was a lucrative endeavor. Yet, upon glimpsing the vehicle-mounted washing machine, his interest was piqued. Vehicle-mounted washing machine, Level 3 automotive component. Crafting materials, premium metal ingot X1, intermediate plastic X8, metal parts X20, intermediate electronic components X1. While Zhang Tuohai had no personal need for laundry services, his companion Wang Kai could handle that. What truly captivated him was the prospect of acquiring a Level 3 automotive component. He needed 4 such components to upgrade to a Level 4 vehicle, and until now, he had only managed to acquire 1. The chance to secure another was simply too great to pass up. Zhang Tuohai and Shalongbas concluded their trade with mutual satisfaction, each convinced they had gained the upper hand. The one most delighted by the acquisition of the vehicle-mounted washing machine was not Zhang Tuohai, but rather Wang Kai. Upon learning that he would no longer need to do laundry, Wang Kai jubilantly performed 6 consecutive backflips, culminating in a 720-degree Thomas twist. It was Zhang Tuohai's first revelation of Wang Cai's remarkable agility. If he were to return to his original world, forsaking the tofu trade to become an adorable pet influencer, he would likely reap considerable rewards. After completing the exchange with Shalongbas, Zhang Tuohai surveyed his spoils and contacted Li Feiyu. He had procured a substantial assortment of samurai swords from Sakai Minako, encompassing various sizes and models, totaling 7 or 8 types. Although Zhang Tuohai found little use for them, he sensed that Li Feiyu would be quite intrigued. As expected, after sending her images of the diverse samurai swords, a mere 3 seconds elapsed before Li Feiyu responded with a succinct message, "I want." From there, the transaction became significantly easier. Zhang Tuohai managed to procure a standalone shower stall from Li Feiyu in exchange for 6 samurai swords. Standalone shower stall, Level 2 automotive component. Equipped with a large shower head, powered by a tri-energy heating system utilizing gasoline, gas, and electricity, designed to meet your bathing needs while on the road. Crafting materials, intermediate metal ingots, 2 units, plastic, 10 units, intermediate electronic components X1. Originally, this device was gas-heated, but for the sake of player convenience, the game system had integrated a gasoline energy option. Zhang Tuohai himself possesses a bathtub, which holds little significance for him. His intention in exchanging it was to barter for more valuable items with other affluent individuals. Upon acquiring it, Zhang Tuohai promptly fashioned a set, capturing photographs to send to both Shalongbas and the Su sisters. Shalongbas did not hesitate, offering 2 camel legs along with 200 gene of horse meat in exchange for a set. And he promptly informed Zhang that he should be contacted first if any bathtubs or similar items became available. The Su sisters, upon witnessing the prospect of bathing, were equally captivated. Although they lacked neither water nor gasoline, enduring 9 days without a shower was an arduous ordeal for women. After deliberation, they proposed an exchange involving a portable toilet and some essential materials with Zhang Tuohai. This transaction left Zhang Tuohai quite satisfied, as it spared him the discomfort of enduring the cold outdoors. The only lamentable aspect was that the toilet was a finished product rather than blueprints, depriving him of a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 149, The Invitation of the Wolf. The straightforwardness of the Su sisters revealed a new business opportunity to Zhang Tuohai. For many women, bathing holds significant importance. While men may endure discomfort, women cannot. In most cases, even the slightest inconvenience necessitates a bath, else they feel utterly uneasy. This world, abundant in icy realms, possesses ample water resources. Thus, heating water requires minimal fuel. Zhang Tuohai believed that an independent shower room held great promise. Word has spread. I possess a set of independent shower rooms available at double the resource price. There are no restrictions on purchases. Anyone interested may buy, Zhang Tuohai announced. Sounds good, boss. However, could you arrange one for me first, at the original price? Han Lu replied somewhat bashfully. You desire this as well? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback that Han Lu would be the first to order such an item. I found a woman on the road today who hasn't tea-bathed for several days, Han Lu explained. Be cautious. Ensure your firearm isn't taken at night, Zhang Tuohai advised. Rest assured, the gun is securely strapped to my thigh. No one can take it, Han Lu assured, patting his chest. Player Han Lu has died. Cause of death, stab wound. Zhang Tuohai. This flag has manifested rather swiftly. Has it? Did he vanish right after I spoke? A minute later. A woman contacted Zhang Tuohai privately. Upon glancing at the sender's photo, he recognized a long-haired woman named Song Xiaokong, once an active figure in the regional channel. Known for selling stockings. Are you the boss? I am Song Xiaokong. I killed Han Lu, she stated, her voice possessing a cold elegance. What is your intention? Zhang Tuohai inquired. I wish to take Han Lu's place as your salesperson, or, to put it differently, your white glove, Song Xiaokong proposed. Do not rush to decline. Your aim in seeking Han Lu was to leverage his connections for profit. My network is far more extensive than his, and my sales experience surpasses his as well. To be candid, I was once a top seller in the nightlife scene. Later, as regulations tightened, I transitioned to a live streaming platform, amassing hundreds of thousands of followers in just 3 months. You may consider this. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will only take half of Han Lu's commission this time. Song Xiaokong's words stirred Zhang Tuohai's interest. His relationship with Han Lu was merely transactional, a mutual benefit without emotional ties. Now, while this woman's methods were somewhat ruthless, if she could yield profit, she could be of use. As long as protective measures were in place, it posed little risk. Moreover, once their interests were intertwined, the greater the benefits he provided her, the less likely she would betray him. Women from the nightlife scene rarely forsake money. Very well. Should this sales endeavor satisfy me, you shall replace Han Lu, receiving the same treatment as he did. No, a tiered commission structure, increasing with every sale, Zhang Tuohai declared. Then you must prepare the goods, Song Xiaokong concluded, ending the private message. This could prove intriguing. Zhang Tuohai prepared a cup of hot cocoa, eager to observe the remarkable capabilities of Song Xiaokong. It must be said that Song Xiaokong's skills were indeed exceptional. Within the span of an hour, over 30 orders were procured, a feat tenfold that of Han Lu. Zhang Tuohai decisively cast Han Lu aside, affirming that those devoid of strength are easily forgotten. However, he was resolute in not placing all his eggs in one basket. While Song Xiaokong proved competent, Zhang Tuohai did not neglect the other salespeople. On the contrary, he offered encouragement to each, painting grand visions of success. After invigorating the sales team, Zhang Tuohai reached out to Zhao Wanwan, hoping to leverage her connections to sell showers to the pirate flag fleet. Yet, Zhao Wanwan informed him that the fleet had already fully integrated showers and onboard restrooms. Even attempting to sell him on the idea. Remarkable, Zhang Tuohai mused, realizing the wealth of the pirate flag fleet. It was noteworthy that Minako Sakai had ravaged an entire district without accumulating similar riches. Her vehicle bore no trace of a shower. Zhang Tuohai sensed that the pirate flag fleet was far from being on par with the Sakura or Skull fleets, and until he fully understood their background, it was prudent to establish goodwill. As night fell, just as Zhang Tuohai prepared to extinguish the lights and retire for the evening, he received a private message from the newly appointed leader of the Skull fleet, Myral. Is this Mr. Zhang? I believe we could have a discussion. Zhang Tuohai was intrigued as to why this new leader would seek him out, especially given the prior actions of the Skull fleet, which left him with a less than favorable impression. I wish to ally with you, Mr. Zhang, to confront the pirate flag fleet. Myral dropped a bombshell. The mention of the pirate flag caught Zhang Tuohai off guard. Although he lacked enough knowledge about them, his previous encounters suggested that the pirate flag fleet was formidable. Collaborating with the Skull fleet to confront such a force seemed ill-advised. Zhang Tuohai felt it would be more suitable to focus on harvesting resources. Nevertheless, outright rejection was not Zhang Tuohai's style. He decided to engage in a diplomatic pretense to gauge the situation. I consider myself merely an ordinary player. What merit could I possess to attract the attention of your esteemed self, Lord Myral? He inquired. Mr. Zhang, you are too modest. I am aware of your capabilities. Your consistent provision of substantial food supplies and portable wooden restrooms speaks volumes of your competence, making you a valuable addition to our ranks, Myral replied. Yui? Are you referring to the remaining 12 individuals? Zhang Tuohai queried cautiously. With all due respect, if your faction consists solely of these 12 remnants of the Skull fleet, I fear you may struggle against the pirate flag. Their resources are abundant, and it could be a perilous endeavor should we fail. Alone, We may not stand a chance against the pirate flag, but we have many like-minded friends, Myral asserted. Myrwar smiled and remarked, I comprehend all that you have articulated. The opulence of the pirate flag is evident, particularly when one observes their unabashed acquisition of a barrel of putrid seabirds at noon. They possess such abundant resources that they can frivolously spend a fortune on a barrel of decaying birds. Yet they are unwilling to distribute any of it to help others endure hardships. An organization like this does not merit existence in this world. The pirate flag is a tempting prize, and everyone longs to take a bite. The savannah is replete with hyenas eager to seize the meat. What do you think? If you are considering joining, you would gain a significant advantage in the allocation of spoils, allowing you to select the bounty first. What do you say? Myrwar enticed gently. Chapter 150. The mouse falls into the rice bin. Regarding the tempting words of Myral, Zhang Tuohai did not believe a single word. Prior to inheriting the family business of tofu, he had undergone training at various insurance companies. The sales managers there were far more professional than Myral, with their eloquent speech. They could ignite a fire in one's veins, making one eager to sign multi-million-dollar contracts, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Having graduated from such an environment, Zhang Tuohai was not easily swayed by Myral's simplistic rhetoric. However, he did conceive a clever idea, to infiltrate the situation and see some benefits first. The formidable pirate flag was not favorable news for him. He also held a poor impression of the remnants of the skeleton crew. Zhang Tuohai yearned to witness the two factions engaged in mutually assured destruction. Moreover, only by participating could he obtain first-hand information and have the opportunity to influence the outcome of the battle and reap the rewards of victory. Very well. You have successfully persuaded me. However, I require the blueprints. If they are produced, I wish to be the first to choose. Zhang Tuohai feigned a greedy demeanor. Agreed. But our team is still in its infancy and currently lacks resources. Could you support us with 500 pounds of meat? Myral replied. You have plundered the entire remaining resources of the skeleton crew, and you tell me you lack funds? Do you think I would believe that? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback that Myral would dare to extort him. The skeleton crew has indeed faced issues. Resources are concentrated in the hands of various squad leaders. And I have only received a portion. If you are willing to provide me with 500 pounds of meat, I can offer you the position of squad leader. And you may choose from the first echelon once the blueprints are available, Myral said. Please hold on. Let me think for a moment, Zhang Tuohai replied. Disconnecting from Myral's private message and turning to contact Zhao Wanwan. Myral intends to organize a team against you, he informed her. That newly appointed leader of the skeleton crew? With just 12 subordinates? What gives him such confidence? Zhao Wanwan found it hard to believe. The skeleton crew had sustained significant losses, with over 70% of their personnel diminished. By normal logic, they should be recuperating and rebuilding their strength. Yet, they had the audacity to plot against their own crew, which baffled her. Nothing is impossible. Myral has personally contacted me. I have feigned agreement with them. Now they are demanding 1,000 pounds of meat as support. If I provide this resource, I can become the squad leader and enter the core circle. If you wish to know their specific plans, Zhang Tuohai said languidly. Please hold on. Let me consult the boss, Zhao Wanwan quickly replied, feeling that this matter was beyond her authority. It would be best to act quickly. That cunning Myral may grow suspicious if this drags on too long, Zhang Tuohai warned. I understand, Zhao Wanwan said before concluding the private message. Zhang Tuohai leisurely sipped his hot cocoa. Before long, Zhao Wanwan sent a message with 200 pounds of meat and a blueprint for a bulletproof vest. The bulletproof vest is a token of our gratitude for your notification. Our leader has indicated that should any significant news arise, further rewards will follow, Zhao Wanwan remarked. Thank you. I shall endeavor to penetrate their inner circle, Zhang Tuohai responded with a smile. He examined the meat Zhao Wanwan had brought, discovering it to be exquisite beef. Each piece of vibrant red marbled with white fat, still warm to the touch. Could it possibly be freshly slaughtered? Zhang Tuohai speculated. Such fine meat would be too extravagant for those individuals. He reserved a portion of the best cuts and transformed the remainder into fine sausages. Subsequently, he retrieved 500 pounds of sausages made from monkey and snake meat from his stores to send to Myral. The meat has been exhausted. Only sausages remain, which will suffice. Zhang Tuohai stated. Sausages are ample. By the way, I will add you to a group. Please accept the invitation, Myral said as he sent an invitation. Myral invites you to join the hunting squad. The hunting squad is an assessment division of the skeleton team. Do you wish to join? Join. Zhang Tuohai clicked to accept. Zhang Tuohai noticed a new section had appeared in the regional channel, labeled as the hunting squad channel, which currently boasted 23 members, with new individuals joining intermittently. Myral has quite a setup. He has managed to gather over 20 people in such a short time. Zhang Tuohai casually took a screenshot of the roster. He then inquired of Myral, does this mean I have joined the skeleton team? Will a skeleton team insignia be appended to my name? If so, might that alert the pirate flag? The sudden expansion of the skeleton team would surely instill fear in the pirate flag and other players. It's no concern. This squad is merely the assessment division of the skeleton team and does not constitute official membership, thus no insignia will be displayed. The purpose of including you is to provide a platform for communication. Once we have eradicated the pirate flag, those willing to join will be formally integrated into the team, while those unwilling may opt to withdraw freely. We will not impose undue interference, Myral explained. Very well, when do we commence? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Tomorrow. We will execute the first step of the plan. However, we are currently short on personnel. We shall coordinate once everyone is assembled, Myral stated. Understood, Zhang Tuohai replied. Meticulously reviewing the names on the list and committing each to memory. These individuals are willing to do anything for profit. Caution is warranted in future dealings. By the way, can this list be sold again? Zhang Tuohai mused, feeling akin to a mouse ensnared in a grain bin. The list could fetch a decent sum. Revealing the plan tomorrow might yield additional profit. However, the plan should be selectively sold. It cannot all be sold. If the skeleton team is thoroughly overpowered by the pirate flag, leading to their ultimate demise, it would not serve his interests well. It appears that sometimes being an insider is quite a challenging endeavor. Zhang Tuohai sighed contemplatively, then tore the list in half and handed a portion to Zhao Wanwan. This is a portion of the list. Please provide an estimate, Zhang Tuohai remarked. The boss stated that a single name is worth 40 units of primary materials of level 1 or items of equivalent value, Zhao Wanwan replied. Then I shall give you 20 for now, to facilitate the pricing. The remainder will be reported once we gather 10, Zhang Tuohai continued. Zhao Wanwan. Ultimately, under Zhao Wanwan's persuasion, Zhang Tuohai reluctantly submitted all 23 names, while those newly added were temporarily withheld. Zhao Wanwan initially intended to settle the account with level 1 materials. However, due to an insufficient quantity of parts, she supplemented the deficiency with level 2 materials. I sincerely apologize for this, Zhao Wanwan expressed. No need for concern. I do hope such apologies come frequently, Zhang Tuohai replied, eyeing the level 2 materials with delight. Chapter 151. The fortunate AK-74. After Zhao Wanwan had arranged the time for the transaction the following day, Zhang Tuohai returned to the hunting team to observe the ongoing discussions. At that moment, the channel of the hunting team was abuzz with excitement. How exhilarating it is. Tomorrow we shall hunt those rascals. I am nearly destitute while they indulge themselves, gluttonous and unwilling to share any resources. In my opinion, we should have banded together to confront them long ago. Indeed. The skeleton brigade is the best. Upon joining, they graciously gifted me a pound of sausage. I shall be the first to charge into battle tomorrow. Do you not find the taste of this sausage rather peculiar? It is neither pork nor beef. What does it matter what kind of meat it is? As long as it is edible, having any meat at all is a blessing. Had it not been for the skeleton brigade, you would still be gnawing on bread. If you do not want it, then hand it over to me. Speaking of which, how shall we deal with those scoundrels under the pirate flag? Shall we simply slice them with knives? What if they are armed? I am well versed in this. Just follow my lead tomorrow. When you see a vehicle that seems promising, rush at it, smash the window with a club, and gather the valuables into your own vehicle. The key is speed. And remember to wear a mask to conceal your identity. Before coming here, I was captured on surveillance and sentenced to 6 years. Why target damaged vehicles, you ask? Surely better vehicles harbor more valuable goods? True, superior vehicles possess formidable weaponry, so one must exercise caution to avoid being shot. Remember, the zero-cost acquisition is only viable in commercial areas with broken windows. Never attempt to loot the gated communities with security, for they will not hesitate to fire. Just as they would here. The crowd below exhibited expressions of understanding, diligently noting the insights shared by the seasoned leader. Observing their eagerness to exchange strategies for zero-cost acquisition, Zhang Tuohai could not help but shake his head. He realized this was merely a conglomeration of self-serving individuals, devoid of any real combat prowess. Relying on such people to assault the pirate flag would likely result in a futile sacrifice. Zhang Tuohai suspected that this was not the entirety of the Myrwar plan, but merely a fragment. Otherwise, it was likely that this alliance would not survive the day. After spying until 10 o'clock, Zhang Tuohai found it dull and decided to retire for the night, intending to address any significant information in the morning. He nestled into his newly crafted fur blanket. The comfort of the fur bedding was indeed exceptional, and Zhang Tuohai awoke at 4 in the morning. Although he had only slept for 6 hours, he felt invigorated. His stamina restored to its peak. After a brief wash, he instructed his companion, Xiao Ai, to set off. While the night still lingered and the double-time bonus was still in effect, he aimed to gather 2 supply boxes. Who knows what unexpected events might unfold with the dawn. Last night also featured double time, Yet after a day of fierce battles, everyone was utterly exhausted, and few had the energy to engage in nocturnal operations. Xiao Ai switched on the headlights and embarked on the quest for supplies, while Zhang Tuohai resumed his unfinished task from the previous day, focusing on crafting the customized AK-74. Indeed, yesterday, the materials exchanged from Shalongbas should have been utilized, yet I was interrupted by Tsang Xiaokong and subsequently forgot. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and various materials vanished, revealing a golden AK-74 in Zhang Tuohai's hands. He examined the firearm closely, noting its striking resemblance to the one wielded by Colonel Ka. The stock bore the signature of Su Sunzongbo and an inscription wishing, "May every bullet you fire strike the enemy's vital points." This is a gun that has been blessed. Its accuracy is beyond imagination. Even if you shoot from the hip like Uncle Hay, you will achieve remarkable results. Embrace the favor of fate. How enigmatic. Zhang Tuohai loaded a magazine and aimed at the trees by the roadside, firing a few rounds. The recoil felt substantial for someone accustomed to the AA-12. But the power was comparable to a standard AK-74, sending splinters of the pine tree flying. It could be said that aside from its ostentatious appearance, it bore nearly no difference from the authentic AK-74. No matter. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhang Tuohai continued to fire the AK-74 out of the window, adjusting to the recoil. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed, tinged with sorrow and defiance. "Stop the car!" Zhang Tuohai shouted. Xiao Ai promptly halted the vehicle. Zhang Tuohai raised a powerful flashlight towards the source of the sound, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld the majestic tiger lying on the ground, wailing in agony. Its hindquarters were a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mingled together. Observing the fallen beast, Zhang Tuohai realized that its injuries were indeed critical. A thought flickered in his mind regarding the system's assessment of the weapon. Could it be true? Was this mere coincidence? He casually fired a shot at a nearby boulder. Bang! Ding! The bullet struck the rock, but due to the angle, the copper-jacketed steel core was deflected. The bullet ricocheted and struck the tiger's head. The projectile collided with the tiger's tough skull, the lead core bursting through the brass jacket due to inertia, violently shattering the creature's cranium. The steel core, now unbalanced, tumbled and ricocheted within the tiger's skull, transforming its brain into a grotesque pulp. The tiger's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Zhang Tuohai? Is it truly this formidable? He gazed at the AK-74 in disbelief. If this weapon is genuinely so extraordinary, why bother with aiming? One could simply adopt Uncle Hay's faith in marksmanship. However, this instance was merely an isolated sample, insufficient for proof. Further statistical data would be required. Of course, that was a matter for another time. For now, Zhang Tuohai's priority was to transform the unfortunate tiger into sustenance. The advanced skinning knife pierced through. Acquired 500 grams of tiger meat. Acquired 1 tiger skin. Acquired 1 broken tiger whip. Acquired 1 ordinary essence. Zhang Tuohai cheerfully loaded these supplies onto the vehicle. He promptly cut the tiger whip into small pieces and marinated them in cooking wine, anticipating a delightful braised dish. Before his journey through time, he had only tasted braised beef whip. He had never even laid eyes on a tiger whip. Previously, he had only attempted a barbecue recipe due to a lack of seasonings. This time, he was determined to prepare a braised version to savor its taste. After transferring the supplies to the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai instructed his companion, Xiao Ai, to continue their journey. Along the way, he stumbled upon 2 white supply boxes. One contained 100 pounds of flour, while the other held a case of beer. Of course, there was also the customary plump rabbit for the day. Once he organized all these supplies, Zhang Tuohai was about to begin cooking when the communication channel of the hunting team suddenly crackled to life. Milo to all members. Everyone is given 30 minutes to prepare. The operation plan will be announced in half an hour. Chapter 152. The true plan: half an hour to prepare? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the time. It was just around 5:20. In half an hour, it would be 5:50. And the game system would announce today's changes and rules at 6 o'clock. The fact that Myral had chosen this moment to unveil the battle plan indicated that his strategy could withstand today's alterations. Regardless of how the competition rules might shift, the plan would be executed as intended. This was intriguing. Had Myral foreseen today's regulations? Or had his strategy evolved to a degree that it could disregard the rules entirely? Zhang Tuohai pondered silently. Yet the scant information at his disposal left him without any clear direction. Well, it matters not what Myral's intentions may be. I shall adapt as circumstances dictate. After all, I have placed my bets on both sides, so whichever party emerges victorious, I shall not incur any loss. While contemplating, Zhang Tuohai prepared 600 rounds for his AK-74. Concocted 20 Molotov cocktails, and positioned 2 RPG-7s within easy reach. These weapons would undoubtedly grant him the capability to alter the tide of battle. Having hastily consumed breakfast, The clock struck 5:50, and Myrol appeared punctually in the hunting team channel. My dear brothers, today we gather here to execute a grand plan, to annihilate the nefarious pirate flag convoy. Now, let me disclose today's operational strategy. Our team comprises a total of 36 members, alongside the original 12 seasoned players from the skeleton convoy, totaling 48. The pirate flag convoy consists of merely 12 members, so we outnumber them fourfold. Thus, my plan is to form teams of 4 players, each led by a veteran from the skeleton convoy, to leverage our numerical superiority and overwhelm them. Even if the pirate flag players are formidable, they cannot escape annihilation under such crushing odds. Once the pirate flag is eradicated, each of you shall receive what you desire, and I assure you that upon success, every one of you will be bestowed with a mysterious gift. More importantly, when the pirate flag is vanquished, the skeleton convoy shall reign supreme in this region. All other players will bow before us, and we shall partake in all resources, selecting from all the beauties as we please. Myrol's words stirred a fervor among the players. Many among them were low-tier players, struggling even to secure their next meal. They had been drawn to Myrol by the promise of a brighter future. Now, hearing Myrol's grand vision, they were instantly invigorated, as if infused with adrenaline, unable to contain their excitement. However, aside from these lower-tier participants, there were also sponsors like Zhang Tuohai within the ranks, whose demeanor remained considerably more composed. Mr. Myrol, as far as I am aware, each player's encounters are randomly assigned by the game system. Your earlier arrangement presupposes that we will encounter each other and subsequently face every member of the pirate flag. How do you intend to realize this? A blonde female player in voluminous waves inquired. It's quite simple, Myrol replied, attaching an image that displayed an application. The application sought to elevate the skeleton crew to a level 2 team. The prerequisite for this upgrade was to vanquish a rival team within the region. The victory condition mandated the annihilation of over 90% of the opposing players, with a time limit of 12 hours. Should the task be accomplished, the team would ascend to level 2. Failure would result in a substantial deduction of resources to the challengers. If the necessary compensatory resources could not be provided, the team would face forced disbandment. Upon seeing the extensive list of resources, Zhang Tuohai felt a stirring of ambition. Just the level 3 resources alone amounted to a considerable sum. He was certain that acquiring them would significantly enhance his prowess. Moreover, the battle would occur within a secluded map, insulated from external influences, much like the 2v2 deathmatch Zhang Tuohai had engaged in the day before. No wonder Myrol was indifferent to the prevailing external regulations. They were utterly inconsequential. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the selectable maps: the Death Arena, Fatality Mode, Endless Desert, Frozen Valley, Misty Marsh, Enchanted Isle, Urban Ruins, and the Mysterious Labyrinth, among over 20 options. He noted a critical rule beneath the selectable maps. Once a challenge was initiated, the challenge team would possess the advantage of selecting the map and gaining a 10-minute head start. Upon realizing this, Zhang Tuohai promptly forwarded the map options to Zhao Wanan, succinctly conveying Myrol's plan. Immediately relay this information to your leader, and do not forget my share, he insisted. Thank you. I will transmit the information right away. Rest assured, the reward will be substantial. Our pirate flag will surely not shortchange our friends, Zhao Wanan assured him. Indeed, Zhang Tuohai acknowledged, continuing to observe the screen. However, how are we supposed to gather together? Another player queried. I will provide everyone with this device, Myrol replied, distributing a tablet-like gadget to the group. This device, still inoperable, would display the positions of teammates and record the maps traversed. By utilizing this, players could swiftly congregate. Furthermore, the device could update the maps in real time, logging the routes taken by team members. Zhang Tuohai examined the gadget but refrained from sharing its details with Zhao Wanan. His intent was to ensure a level playing field between the pirate flag and the skeleton crew, aiming for mutual destruction rather than allowing the pirate flag to gain an advantage. However, our current weaponry remains inadequate. All I possess is a machete. While the pirate flag's team members likely have at least one handgun, don't you think we should enhance our arsenal? A player with a somewhat darker complexion from Latin America remarked, Indeed, I possess merely 3 spears. We cannot possibly engage in combat against players wielding spears and pirate flags. Other players nodded in agreement. Rest assured, our skeletal crew will not treat you as mere fodder. Each individual shall be equipped with a firearm and an ample supply of ammunition, Myrol said with a cheerful demeanor. Subsequently, Myrol began distributing weapons to everyone. Each participant received one, including Zhang Tuohai, who was allocated a Mauser 98K along with 80 rounds of ammunition and even a matching bayonet. Chapter 153. Betrayal. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the 98K rifle in his hands, feeling somewhat bemused. This weapon boasts an effective range of 800 meters. offering sufficient distance and decent accuracy, making it suitable for use as a sniper rifle. However, this is contingent upon the availability of a scope. Meyrer had distributed various items, yet conspicuously omitted the scope. Devoid of this essential attachment, the 98K merely functioned as a moderately accurate rifle. Beyond its range, it was completely outclassed by the AK-74. At this juncture, the 98K had become nothing more than a useless trinket for Zhang Tuohai. He decided to retain it for the time being. Considering the possibility of acquiring a scope in the future, placing the rifle aside, he mused that it could serve well as a substitute for a hunting spear. In an effort to uplift morale, Meyrer distributed steak and 2 bottles of beer to each individual. "To our bright future, cheers," he proclaimed, raising his glass. "Cheers." The members of the hunting team echoed enthusiastically. Zhang Tuohai also lifted his glass, preparing to take a sip when a prompt from the system suddenly chimed in. "Warning, the beer contains a slow-acting poison that will manifest in 12 hours, resulting in a gruesome death from internal bleeding." Goodness! Zhang Tuohai inhaled sharply, taken aback by Meyerer's treachery in poisoning the drinks. It appeared that he had no intention of honoring his previous commitments, viewing the members of the hunting team merely as expendable pawns. Had it not been for the warning system, he too might have fallen victim to this insidious plot. Contemplating further, he sliced a piece from the steak, bringing it to his lips in a feigned act of consumption. Warning: the steak contains a slow-acting poison that will manifest in 12 hours, resulting in a gruesome death from internal bleeding. The identical warning echoed once more. Zhang Tuohai softly applauded. Meyrer had indeed poisoned both the steak and the beer, ensuring that regardless of whether players chose to eat or drink, they could not escape the clutches of poison. It seemed his duel bets had proven wise, and he silently commended himself for his cleverness. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan sent him a private message containing 3 RPG-43 anti-tank grenades. RPG-43 anti-tank grenade, also known as the Molotov grenade. It measures 383 millimeters in length and weighs 1.2 kilograms, capable of penetrating 75 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. The lethal radius is 20 meters. Note: to wield it effectively, one must possess considerable strength. What a splendid item! Zhang Tuohai's face lit up with excitement at the sight of the grenades. Previously, a rabbit had relied on these very devices to decimate 17 rival factions. Even the M26 Pershing heavy tank, which you, Ame, regard as formidable against the Tiger tank, could not withstand this weapon. Given that the Pershing was engineered specifically to counter the Tiger, it was evident that these grenades would obliterate any player's vehicles without a trace. However, the sole drawback was their considerable weight, coupled with a lethal radius of 20 meters. A miscalculation could easily result in self-inflicted harm, leading to a mutually assured destruction scenario. If an ordinary player were to acquire such a grenade, it would undoubtedly evoke a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. However, Zhang Tuohai remained unfazed. In his possession was an ice launcher, capable of propelling this device beyond 200 meters. In a certain sense, Zhang Tuohai had effectively acquired 3 rudimentary mortars. Quite impressive, indeed. He contentedly stowed away the 3 Molotov cocktails. In a private message, alongside the 3 anti-tank grenades, there was a note. "We have decided to utilize the map selection for the arena, with the chosen map being Misty Hills. Please prepare yourself," Zhao Wanwan stated. "Understood," Zhang Tuohai promptly replied. Opening the description for the Misty Hills map. This is a region shrouded in mist, characterized by rugged terrain and dense fog, where visibility does not exceed 30 meters. The mist contains a certain amount of toxic substances. Prolonged exposure may induce dizziness in players. Various supply crates are scattered throughout the hills, containing equipment to counteract the mist. Prioritizing the retrieval of these items will provide a significant advantage over your opponents. Intriguing, Zhang Tuohai mused as he tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. This map is designed to restrict visibility. Both the fog and the hills serve to limit a player's sight, resulting in encounters that are invariably close-quarters skirmishes. In such scenarios, rapid-firing weapons with short-term explosive power will prove invaluable, while long-range sniper rifles will face considerable limitations. Furthermore, this area is particularly disadvantageous for player gatherings, as it can easily lead to collateral damage. Why would the pirate flag choose such a map? Was it to mitigate the numerical superiority of the skeleton crew? Or did they possess a plethora of rapid-fire weaponry? Perhaps it was a combination of both? Zhang Tuohai began to speculate on the capabilities of the pirate flag. Within the communication channel of the hunt team, players were fervently discussing the distribution of spoils, seemingly convinced of their impending victory. Observing their demeanor, Zhang Tuohai shook his head slightly, regarding them as a group blissfully unaware of their impending demise. In his eyes, they had already become mere phantoms, unworthy of his attention. Zhang Tuohai meticulously examined the avatars of the skeleton crew and the pirate flag players, committing their faces to memory. These were his true adversaries. Before long, the clock struck 5:59. Meyerwar promptly initiated a request to elevate the team's rank. Detected that Meyerwar has initiated a request to elevate the team's rank. Please select the opposing team. Meyerwar successfully selected the pirate flag team. The challenged pirate flag team will choose between selecting an advantageous map or entering the map 10 minutes earlier. The pirate flag team has opted for an advantageous map. This promotion match will take place on the Misty Hills map. The skeleton crew will enter the map 10 minutes ahead. Map information and additional victory conditions can be reviewed upon entering the map. The promotion match has commenced. Players are being guided into the match map. A beam of white light enveloped the players of the skeleton crew and their subordinate hunt team. Upon witnessing the pirate flag's choice, Meyerwar appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the pirate flag would make such a swift decision. In his expectations, the pirate flag convoy would choose to enter the competition grounds first, then gather together to advance as a united front. However, to his astonishment, the pirate flag opted to forego the advantage of taking the initiative and instead chose to focus on the map. Did they possess some hidden strategy? A flicker of unease stirred within Meyerwar. No matter what clever tricks you might have up your sleeve, I refuse to believe you can turn the tide in the face of overwhelming numbers. The ultimate victor in this contest shall undoubtedly be me. Meyerwar addressed everyone in the regional channel. Do not panic. Proceed according to the previously established plan. Once everyone enters the map, activate your positioning on your tablets and report your locations. Then, converge with the official members of the skeleton convoy nearby and move as a group. Understood. Echoed numerous players within the hunting team in the channel. As the white light faded, Zhang Tuohai found himself atop a hill shrouded in thick mist. Chapter 154. The substitution of Li for Peach. Zhang Tuohai surveyed his surroundings from the summit of a modest hillock. A dense white mist enveloped the area, rendering visibility beyond 30 meters virtually impossible. Indeed, the limitation to sight was rather severe, he mused, furrowing his brow. He activated the channel for the hunting squad, only to find fellow players lamenting their circumstances. What on earth is going on? The fog is so thick that the path is completely obscured. One complained. What good is a mere 30 meters of driving distance? I dare not accelerate. Earlier, I nearly plunged into the river when I took off too quickly. Another chimed in. It's sweltering here. Surely it must be around 20 degrees. I just bought a down jacket, and it hasn't even warmed up yet. Everyone, please open your tablets and share the map, called Meyerwar within the channel. Understood, came the collective response as players activated their devices. The once pitch-black screens illuminated with a constellation of red dots, each representing a player's location. Zhang Tuohai, still loyal to the skeleton squad, obliged and opened his tablet. The red dots indicated his comrades, while his own position was marked by a solitary white dot. He glanced at his location, situated in the lower left corner of the screen, indicating he was in the southwestern quadrant of the map, a relatively peripheral area. Observing the distribution of the other red dots, he noted they're even spread across various regions of the map. All official members of the squad, please mark your positions, Meyerwar continued. With that command, the 12 red dots transformed into blue ones. However, these blue markers were not evenly distributed, most clustered in the western and northern areas, while the southern and eastern sectors were sparsely populated. Near Zhang Tuohai, only a solitary flickering blue dot remained, akin to a candle flame in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. All players, converge towards the nearest blue dot and proceed as planned, Meyerwar called out with authority. Understood, the squad responded. Moving towards the closest blue marker. Let us head over there first, Zhang Tuohai instructed his companion, Xiao Ai, to steer the vehicle towards the nearest blue dot. We'll infiltrate the group first. Several nearby red dots also began to gravitate towards the blue markers. Zhang Tuohai noted that there were at least 5 or 6 allies approaching, all converging towards his position. There are quite a few. I must devise a means to thin the numbers, he pondered, glancing at his tablet. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Tuohai arrived at another small hillock. A level 2 business vehicle was parked on the slope. He maneuvered his vehicle closer. As soon as he appeared, a mixed-race individual burst forth from the car, hair adorned with small braids, a necklace featuring a skull, a red tank top beneath a down jacket, a cigar clenched between his teeth, and a Glock at his waist. He was unmistakably a street thug. Upon seeing Zhang Tuohai's 6-wheeled off-road vehicle, his eyes widened in astonishment. The crimson 6-wheeled off-road vehicle, towering with colossal wheels and adorned with menacing steel spikes, complemented by a massive snowplow mounted at its front, exuded an air of formidable dominance. Even their former leader had never piloted such an impressive machine. Damn it! A cigar slipped from the mouth of the man with the small dreadlocks, who instinctively turned back to retrieve his Uzi submachine gun from the vehicle. You are a formal member of the Skull Brigade, the leader of this area? Zhang Tuohai lowered the window, gazing at the dreadlocked man. Are you one of those peripheral cannon fodders awaiting evaluation? Upon hearing this, the dreadlocked man perked up. As a principal member of the Skull Brigade, he was well aware of the fate that awaited Zhang Tuohai and his hunting team, a mere group of expendable pawns. Flayed twice over. Contemplating this, a sense of superiority surged within him. Simultaneously, his gaze toward Zhang Tuohai shifted to one of avarice. After all, if they were merely pawns to absorb bullets, why couldn't he claim a piece of the spoils first? With this vehicle, could Miranda still afford to disregard him? The dreadlocked man felt a fiery ambition ignite within him. Pointing his Uzi at Zhang Tuohai, he declared, "Indeed, I am the leader. I hereby commandeer your vehicle. Step out." "Ah, someone else is coming. That vehicle bears the pirate flag." Zhang Tuohai feigned surprise, glancing behind the dreadlocked man. Startled, the dreadlocked man turned to look, only to find nothing but empty space. What is happening? Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The door of the six-wheeled vehicle flung open violently, colliding with him. 3-inch spikes pierced his body. Cough, cough. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "You." The dreadlocked man attempted to utter more, but felt a tremendous force from behind. Zhang Tuohai leapt from the car, yanking the dreadlocked man off the door and pushing him into the business vehicle. "What are you doing?" The dreadlocked man's eyes widened in astonishment. The response came in the form of the crisp gunfire of an AK-74. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of 3 rounds shattered the dreadlocked man's skull. "Damn, you thought you could steal my car?" Zhang Tuohai spat. Several vehicles approached nearby. A notification system suddenly chimed. Zhang Tuohai's heart raced, realizing that other players had arrived. A sudden idea struck him, and he instructed, "Xiao AI, drive westward. But take your time, lead those players away." "Understood." Xiao AI maneuvered the off-road vehicle toward the west, while Zhang Tuohai jumped into the business vehicle. Cradling the lifeless body of the dreadlocked man, shaking it vigorously, "Arthur, my dear brother, what has happened to you? Speak to me. Say something." His face wore a mask of heartfelt concern. The sound of engines roared as several vehicles drew closer to Zhang Tuohai. Several players leaped from the vehicle, hesitating as they beheld the lifeless body within, standing uncertainly to the side, unsure whether to advance or retreat. "Are you members of the hunting squad?" Zhang Tuohai inquired coldly, feigning the act of wiping away a tear. "Yes, we are indeed the hunting squad." Several players responded in unison, quickly affirming their identities. "We were ambushed by the pirates. They killed one of our teammates. However, I managed to eliminate one of them and injure another. Now they have fled. We must pursue them swiftly," Zhang Tuohai declared, gesturing westward. The crowd turned their gaze in that direction, and indeed, a vehicle vanished into the thick fog. This revelation left many players in a state of hesitation. They had followed Myral to take advantage of the situation, adhering to the principle of letting others face danger while they profited. Now, confronted with the grim reality of death, their resolve began to waver, and various thoughts stirred within their minds. Chapter 155. What on earth is surprise? How could it be? Are you truly considering betraying our skeleton crew? Zhang Tuohai bellowed, feigning anger. This sudden outburst left several players momentarily stunned. "We, the skeleton crew, have provided you with food, drink, and weapons, along with numerous promises of benefits. Are you really willing to retreat at the first sign of difficulty? Do you not fear the consequences when we come to settle the score?" The players exchanged glances, a flicker of fear igniting within them. If the skeleton crew were to eliminate the pirate flag and establish themselves as the sole rulers of this territory, their futures would be bleak. With this thought, 2 audacious players stealthily reached for their pistols. If they could eliminate this man, no one would ever know of their deeds. They could simply relocate and seamlessly integrate into another crew to continue their charade. Noticing their movements, Zhang Tuohai let out a cold laugh. "So, you intend to destroy the evidence? Dream on. I have already sent your photographs to the cruise channel. If I were to meet my demise, it would undoubtedly be at your hands, and none of you would escape." His words left the 2 players momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated such a calculated maneuver that effectively severed their escape route. However, they quickly regained their composure, donning wide smiles as they replied, "What do you mean? We never said we wouldn't go. Rest assured, we shall pursue him immediately." As they prepared to board their vehicles, Zhang Tuohai called out, "Wait. Chasing him down like that would be tantamount to sending yourselves to your doom. Come here, and I shall teach you a method that guarantees you will capture that fellow without sustaining any injuries." The players, intrigued by this unexpected opportunity, halted in their tracks. Who wouldn't desire such an advantage, capturing the enemy with minimal risk? "What method?" an eager player inquired. "Keep your voices down. I have a secret to share. Zhang Tuohai gestured for them to gather closer. Without suspicion, the players moved in. Surprise! Zhang Tuohai suddenly revealed a limited edition AK-74 concealed beneath a tattered cloth and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. A flurry of gunfire erupted. The players crumpled to the ground, each one bearing one or more bullet wounds to their vital areas. To Zhang Tuohai's astonishment, his random spray had struck true, eliminating 6 players in one fell swoop. This blessed AK-74 was indeed extraordinary. This method is quite effective, Zhang Tuohai mused, his heart soaring at the sight of the abundant supplies. If he were to employ this strategy a few more times, he could potentially wipe out a third of the skeleton crew. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the thought. The list of the deceased was clearly recorded in the channel. Should he dare to infiltrate with the opposing side's tablet? He would likely be discovered and captured without mercy. Thus, caution remained paramount. Utilizing the communication feature of the wristband to summon Xiao AI back, Zhang Tuohai commenced a search for supplies among the individuals and vehicles present. It must be said that the individuals identified by Myral were truly impoverished. Each possessed merely a stove, a few basic components, and some firewood. The only valuable item was the firearm issued to each by Myral. There was some gasoline, averaging around 200 units per person, but not a morsel of food in sight. Presumably, they were all awaiting rations from Myral. Their destitution was apparent. Zhang Tuohai frowned and, after some contemplation, stripped the clothing from the individuals, managing to secure a modest gain. As for the formal members of the skeleton crew, their resources were considerably more abundant: an Uzi, 6 magazines, 2 pizzas, a serving of fried chicken, a bar of chocolate, and even a bottle of red wine. The gasoline was plentiful as well, totaling 400 units. Zhang Tuohai gathered these items with satisfaction, finally feeling that his efforts were not in vain. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai discovered chaos within the hunting team's channel. Numerous death notifications flooded in. After perusing the channel's content, he learned that 2 formal members of the skeleton crew, accompanied by several temporary workers, had ventured forth only to collide with the vanguard of the pirate flag. In the ensuing conflict, 5 or 6 were slain immediately, with a few more perishing during the retreat. Only one formal member of the skeleton crew, thanks to his fortified vehicle, managed to escape. Myral was busy calming the frayed nerves of the others in the channel. Zhang Tuohai, having surveyed the situation, recognized a prime opportunity to shift the blame for these deaths onto the pirate flag. After all, the game system would not disclose the names of the assailants, only the causes of death. Zhang Tuohai pondered briefly and then proclaimed in the hunting team's channel. A large contingent of the pirate flag has been discovered in the southwestern corner of the map. Their firepower is exceedingly fierce. Requesting support, requesting support. What is happening? Speak slowly, Myral inquired urgently. He had just learned of the demise of Xiao Zhangbian, but his inquiries in the channel had gone unanswered. We encountered an ambush from the pirate flag's convoy. I cannot ascertain their numbers, but their firepower is overwhelming. They possess RPGs, incendiary grenades, and anti-tank grenades. Several of our initial brothers had their vehicles obliterated, and one was burned alive. Had my vehicle not been at the rear, I would not have escaped. Zhang Tuohai feigned panic as he spoke. Such formidable firepower? Myral was taken aback by the mention of such heavy weaponry. If the pirate flag indeed wielded such arms, he would need to revise his strategy. First, the cannon fodder must deplete the pirate flag's heavy weaponry before a counteroffensive could be mounted. Are you certain? They really have RPGs? Myral pressed. Absolutely. I have watched Black Hawk Down over 20 times. I would recognize an RPG without fail, Zhang Tuohai asserted. Attempt to draw them here. I will establish a perimeter, and we shall eliminate them in one swift motion. Myral marked a point on his tablet. And what shall I do? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Rest assured, once you enter the encirclement, assistance will be on hand, Myral said. Very well, I shall make an attempt, Zhang Tuohai replied. Casting a glance at the marked location, a gorge, indeed an ideal spot for an ambush, Zhang Tuohai instructed Xiao AI to steer towards that direction. Deploy the landmines we have acquired. Myral concluded the private message and addressed one of the members beside him. Shall we set them all? Those are pressure-sensitive mines. We cannot control them. Whoever enters will perish. The member hesitated. Follow my orders. Myral's temples throbbed with tension. My objective is to eliminate the pirate flag and upgrade the convoy. To achieve this goal, sacrificing a few peripheral members is worthwhile. Chapter 156. Sidestepping for gains. The subordinate beside Myral cast a glance at him, hesitated for a moment, and chose to remain silent, obediently following orders. Myral was hardly a benevolent soul. In truth, when Myral ascended to the leadership of the skeleton crew, there were nearly 20 official members remaining. By the time they were ready to embark on their mission, only 12 remained. Of those, at least half had met their demise at Myral's own hands, primarily due to insubordination. In Myral's eyes, Zhang Tuohai was merely a sacrificial pawn, a mere pig to be slaughtered at will. If Zhang Tuohai could lure a pirate fleet into their trap, then any sacrifice would be deemed worthwhile. Myral had buried an array of mines throughout the area. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai received a warning from the system. Warning, a multitude of mines has been laid within the ambush valley. Proceed with caution, lest you be reduced to fragments. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback by Myral's ruthlessness. He had not anticipated such decisiveness, that Myral would be willing to sacrifice him so readily. After a moment's thought, he instructed his companion AI to halt the vehicle immediately. He then captured a screenshot of the display on his tablet and sent it to Zhao Wanwan. What is this? Zhao Wanwan quickly inquired. It's Myral's defense layout. He has set traps to counter you and has also hidden numerous mines in his pockets. Zhang Tuohai replied in a contemplative tone. Are there specific details? Zhao Wanwan asked eagerly. At this stage, mines were a formidable weapon for everyone involved. Even tanks would struggle to withstand their impact, let alone these vehicles. I don't have specific information as I'm not with the main convoy, but I do possess a tablet that constantly monitors Myral's Team's movements. Would you like it? Zhang Tuohai asked with a grin. Since Myral had already decided to sacrifice him, Zhang Tuohai resolved to turn the tables on Myral. 10 level 3 materials, 30 level 2 materials, 2 crates of joy water. And 1 koi fish, Zhao Wanwan proposed. Agreed. Zhang Tuohai was more interested in watching the pirate flag and the skeleton crew clash in a life-or-death struggle than the price itself. He would gladly toss the tablet over, even at a loss. However, Zhao Wanwan was quite reasonable, offering a substantial deal. The most valuable item among them was the 10 level 3 materials, a rare form of currency. Zhang Tuohai had faced a delay in acquiring enough level 3 materials for a limited edition AK-74, highlighting their scarcity. Yet, what intrigued Zhang Tuohai the most was the koi fish. I agree. Zhang Tuohai shut down a tablet he had procured from another player, proceeded with the transaction with Zhao Wanwan, and cautioned, the tablet can relay real-time position updates. It would be prudent to send someone to the valley front to draw fire, lest Myral discover the ruse. I understand, Zhao Wanwan replied before disconnecting the message. Zhang Tuohai observed the pile of resources that had accumulated behind him. The materials were carelessly piled to one side, while Zhang Tuohai retrieved 2 bottles of soda and placed them in the refrigerator to chill. Additionally, a large water tank, measuring 1 meter in diameter and 60 centimeters in height, appeared behind him. Inside the tank, a few lucky bamboo stalks swayed gently, and a 1-foot-long koi fish swam gracefully within. Quite impressive, he mused, although he was uncertain about the taste. Zhang Tuohai squatted in front of the koi tank, studying it for a while, only to realize it was merely a common koi fish. His interest quickly waned. Wang Kai, however, was intrigued by this new companion. Leaning against the tank and gazing intently, occasionally splashing the surface with his paw, causing the koi to dart about in surprise. Listen here, this is a new pet. You can't keep thinking only about food. Don't you have enough sausages to eat? Zhang Tuohai lightly tapped Wang Kai on the head. In truth, he too was curious about the taste of the koi, but he had yet to devise a method for preparation. He decided to let the koi live for a few days before contemplating its fate. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Wang Kai's face. Another pet? How boring. With that, he lay down and began to slurp the water from the tank. Why are you drinking that water? Isn't your bowl over there? Zhang Tuohai asked, pointing to a small steel bowl nearby. It's fine, if I can't eat the fish. I figured I might as well sip some fish broth to satisfy my cravings, Wang Kai replied. Zhang Tuohai sighed, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. If it weren't for Wang Kai's assistance in providing fertilizer for his crops, he might have been tempted to swat the foolish fox. What on earth was going through that little head? Drinking fish broth? Just don't drink it all. Remember to refill it, he instructed before returning to his seat. At that moment, Miluo Air had sent him several private messages. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Hurry up and respond. You're not caught by the pirate flag, are you? Please reply. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the messages, smirking as he typed a reply. The tire is flat. I can't go fast. I'm afraid of being caught by the pirate flag, so I'm hiding. That is no excuse to just sit there. If you don't go out, how will the pirate flag people get the full set? Miluo Air responded in a slightly frantic tone, struggling to find the right words. Well, I can't very well drive a 3-wheeled vehicle to attract those pirates, can I? If I go out, I'll be done for in less than 2 minutes. That would be a death wish, and we can't have that, Zhang Tuohai replied, crossing his legs. No worries, I'll prepare a set of gear for you, Miluo Air said, sending a plethora of items to Zhang Tuohai. A car repair kit, advanced bulletproof glass, a reinforced bulletproof frame, a set of bulletproof clothing, and even an adrenaline shot. With these, you'll be able to repair and enhance your vehicle. Rushing out shouldn't be a problem, right? Mi Luo'er suggested. Impressive, Zhang Tuohai thought, as he beamed at the array of supplies. Mi Luo'er has gifted you advanced bulletproof glass and a reinforced bulletproof frame. Would you like to install them? Advanced bulletproof glass, level 2 automotive accessory, capable of withstanding close-range fire from a 9mm submachine gun. Advanced bulletproof body, level 2 automotive accessory, capable of withstanding close-range fire from a 9mm submachine gun. Installation. Zhang Tuohai, without hesitation, opted for the installation. A flash of white light illuminated the vehicle, while its exterior appearance remained largely unchanged. The defensive capabilities had significantly escalated to a new tier. The bulletproof suit was akin to the one Zhang Tuohai was already wearing, so he chose not to change. As for the automotive repair kit and adrenaline, Zhang Tuohai stowed them away. It seemed that Myral was exceedingly cautious, fearing that Zhang Tuohai might perish and thus fail to lure the pirate flag into the trap, providing an abundance of defensive equipment. Chapter 157. Tea time. Zhang Tuohai shifted to a more comfortable position in his seat, humming a tune. Naturally, since he had accepted payment, he was not entirely idle. He sent a private message to Zhao Wanwan. Have the individuals meant to attract attention at the valley arrived? Myral is beginning to have his doubts. Almost there. Just hold on for another 5 minutes, and I will be there shortly, Zhao Wanwan replied. Understood. I will wait a bit longer. Message me when you arrive. And I shall grant you access, Zhang Tuohai responded. Got it. Seeing the red dot representing Zhang Tuohai remain motionless on the tablet, Myral was nearly driven to madness. What on earth are you doing? Why aren't you moving? Myral demanded. Quiet. There are 4 pirate flag vehicles patrolling nearby. If I rush out now, I will undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. I need to wait for an opportunity, Zhang Tuohai replied. And how long will that take? Myral asked, suppressing his anger. Who knows? I'm feeling thirsty. I'll indulge in some tea first. It could be anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour, Zhang Tuohai said. Myral has gifted you 10 kilograms of pu'er tea. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I will definitely arrive within half an hour, Zhang Tuohai said cheerfully, stowing away the pu'er. The system notification was silent, indicating no issues. Myral has gifted you 10 kilograms of civet coffee beans. I will move within 5 minutes. That is the shortest time possible, Zhang Tuohai assured. This time, there was no response from Myral. Zhang Tuohai surmised that Myral had exhausted his options for exploitation. He continued to lounge idly. Meanwhile, atop the cliffs on either side of the valley, Myral's forehead pulsed with veins from fury. Gritting his teeth, he instructed the subordinate responsible for the remote-controlled explosives. Remember, once Zhang Tuohai enters the valley, ensure that he is killed with standard landmines. Under no circumstances should high explosive or incendiary devices be used. He possesses my favorite civet coffee, do not damage it. Subordinate. Chief. Suddenly, one of the subordinates monitoring the tablet exclaimed. He noticed the red dot, previously belonging to Zhang Tuohai, flicker and then appear slightly ahead. What just happened? Myral inquired. Leaning closer. In an instant, he saw the red dot representing Zhang Tuohai moving forward. His excitement surged. Excellent. Inform everyone. The enemy is about to fall into our trap. Prepare for battle. The subordinate relayed the order. Observing Myral's exhilaration, the one monitoring the tablet swallowed the words he had nearly spoken. Myral's temper was notoriously volatile, and interrupting him could lead to wrath. Never mind, it was likely just a minor delay in signal transmission, not worth alarming anyone. The player buried the secret deep within his heart. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai had turned off his tablet and was driving away from the combat zone. Zhao Wanwan had already warned him that a fierce battle was imminent, and it would be wise to keep a safe distance to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Zhang Tuohai was a man who valued advice, and he promptly steered his vehicle away from the battlefield. As for who would emerge victorious, it was of no concern to him. He was merely an information broker. Where could he go to seek further benefits, he pondered. The battlefield was not an option. For despite his high level of protection, the formidable weaponry deployed by both factions rendered him vulnerable. Thus, he chose to refrain from mingling in the chaos. Suddenly, the thought of the life-or-death duel map from the previous day crossed his mind. In the center of that map, he had discovered a statue of the goddess of harvest. Might there be a similar treasure in this map? With this thought igniting his curiosity, Zhang Tuohai resolved to investigate. After all, idleness was not fruitful, and there was little to lose in exploring. Determined, he turned his vehicle towards the central location of the map. As he drove, he brewed himself a pot of water, preparing a cup of pu'er tea. Truly, it was exquisite tea, aromatic and rich, and he mused that it would make for delightful tea-infused eggs. Zhang Tuohai savored the flavor. Reflecting on his previously humble indulgences of jasmine tea priced at 20 yuan a can, which had made it difficult for him to appreciate the nuances of pu'er. While Zhang Tuohai enjoyed his tea, Myral found himself in grave peril. The pirate flag convoy had suddenly flanked his team from both sides. Although the assailants numbered merely 12, their firepower was fearsome. 2 rounds from an M60 recoilless rifle had swiftly eliminated 2 of his trusted subordinates. The 106mm recoilless rounds had obliterated their targets. Such firepower shattered the morale of the skeleton convoy. Despite their roots in the underworld, even gangsters had their limits. The use of an artillery piece was beyond anything they could withstand. The backbone of the skeleton convoy faltered, and the players recruited merely for their numbers quickly fled in terror. They were outnumbered. With only 12 of them, they faced over 60 adversaries. If they could leverage their numbers, victory would be within reach, and the spoils would double for all participants. Each member would also receive a complete set of blueprints for upgrading their vehicles to level 3, along with 2 beautiful companions. Players in this area had the liberty to extort as they pleased, with headquarters turning a blind eye. Myral called out to his remaining 8 core members and the 52 subordinates still at his side. Besides the hunting team that included Zhang Tuohai, Myral had formed 2 additional identical squads. Initially, they had numbered over 70, but now only 52 remained. Myral had been concerned about managing everyone within a single channel, prompting the division. Little did he realize that this would inadvertently conceal part of their strength. Such a formidable force took the attacking pirate flag by surprise. Despite the pirate flag having anticipated the formidable numbers of the skeleton brigade prior to the assault, the actual count was astonishingly greater than expected. However, with the offensive already underway, they could only seize the opportunity amidst the skeleton's confusion to claim more scalps. With the support of Myrwar and several key allies, the skeleton brigade gradually established a firm footing, despite incurring significant casualties. Ultimately, they managed to stabilize their position. Furthermore, bolstered by Myrwar's generous offers, some lower-tier players summoned their courage to launch a counterattack, causing considerable distress to the pirates. Caught off guard, the pirate flag suffered the loss of 3 members. A painful blow for a crew already stretched thin. Realizing that no advantageous opportunities remained, the pirates executed a strategic withdrawal, leaving behind a grim scene littered with corpses. Chapter 158. A fortuitous encounter with a great fish. Zhang Tuohai was uncertain about the scale of the siege battle. Yet the crimson obituaries rising from the hunting team's channel indicated that the conflict was indeed substantial. To his astonishment, some individuals had perished at the hands of a recoilless rifle. What a stroke of luck that he had chosen not to participate. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, lamenting the sheer madness of these individuals. He had thought himself formidable by carrying 2 RPG-7s. Yet these people had resorted to recoilless rifles and landmines. Truly, one must tread carefully in the world beyond. Determined to calm his nerves, Zhang Tuohai prepared to sip on some pu'er tea. Commander, a structure has been detected ahead, reported Xiao AI. A structure? Zhang Tuohai raised his head. Before him lay an expansive array of architectural ruins. The remnants, crafted from various granites and bluestones, had succumbed to the elements, collapsing over time, with moss and vines enveloping the desolate remains. The sole structures still standing were a cluster of imposing white marble columns at the heart of the ruins. These columns towered at least 10 meters high and boasted a diameter exceeding 2 meters, with grooves running vertically along their surfaces. Some columns still bore remnants of crossbeams atop them, resembling the ruins of the Parthenon. There must be something of value here, Zhang Tuohai mused, equipping himself before disembarking the vehicle and making his way toward the center of the ruins. Navigating through the debris, he tread cautiously among the shattered remnants, relieved to find no lurking venomous creatures, allowing him to reach the center with ease. At the heart of the ruins stood 2 statuesque columns, remarkably humanoid in form. Adorned in simple garments, their bodies intricately carved with exquisite detail. What a treasure of civilization, Zhang Tuohai lamented, shaking his head in regret. Were it not for their immense size, he would have wished to bring them home for his collection. Reluctantly diverting his gaze, he focused on the very center of the ruins. To his astonishment, he discovered a neatly leveled patch of ground, upon which rested a long table sculpted from marble. Atop the table stood a statue of white marble, so lifelike it could be mistaken for a living being, draped in a sheer veil that discreetly concealed its lower regions. Yet, it was not the statue's lifelike quality that astonished Zhang Tuohai, but rather the inscription that materialized before him. Statue of the goddess of cleanliness and bathing. Placing this statue within a vehicle will enable it to automatically maintain the interior's cleanliness, including but not limited to air, water, and the vehicle's exterior. Note: when the concentration of toxic substances within the vehicle exceeds safe levels, the statue will automatically activate, initiating purification mode until the toxic levels fall below the safety threshold. Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in awe, "What an extraordinary piece!" While he was not particularly concerned with automatic cleaning, it was the purification mode that thrilled him. With this marvel at his disposal, He would no longer need to fret over various toxic substances, even when burning firewood in the future. There will be no need to worry about excessive carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide within the vehicle, thus alleviating the necessity for constant ventilation. This, in turn, significantly enhances the efficiency of the stove while reducing the consumption of firewood. Zhang Tuohai excitedly transported the statue back into the car. Boss, have you finally come to your senses and decided to redeem a blow-up doll? Though it seems a bit rigid, the tactile sensation is rather lacking, Wang Kai remarked, pawing at the statue. Get lost, or we'll settle this at the dining table. Zhang Tuohai kicked Wang Kai aside. He contemplated whether he ought to consider having Wang Kai neutered. Otherwise, the creature's filthy thoughts might corrupt him. Wang Kai, rubbing his behind, grumbled back to the stove. Just as Zhang Tuohai intended to leave, he suddenly heard a distant roar of an engine. A level 3 off-road vehicle is approaching from the 6 o'clock direction, carrying an Iron Fist anti-tank rocket. Please respond with caution. The alert system promptly emitted a warning. A vehicle is approaching? Zhang Tuohai hastily maneuvered Xiao AI into a silent retreat, slipping out of sight before quietly disembarking and creeping back to observe from the ground. Before long, a level 3 off-road vehicle swayed into view. Its exterior bore signs of distress, with charred marks, shattered windows, a partially torn roof, and a gaping hole in the trunk riddled with bullet holes, indicating it had sustained significant damage. Most strikingly, a skull insignia adorned the front of the vehicle, unmistakably identifying it as belonging to the Skull Brigade. The vehicle halted before the ruins. From Zhang Tuohai's vantage point, he could not discern the occupants clearly, only vaguely perceiving a shadow. The figure appeared to be surveying the surroundings before retrieving a medical kit from the vehicle and commencing self-bandaging. The Skull Brigade? A level 3 vehicle? Surely, there must be valuable items within. Encountering me spells misfortune for you. Zhang Tuohai stealthily approached. Upon reaching the driver's side door, he held his breath and suddenly sprang up, delivering a forceful blow to the person's head with the butt of his gun. The individual, caught off guard in such a remote location, was engrossed in tending to their wounds and failed to notice their surroundings, resulting in a solid strike. The person groaned and collapsed inside the vehicle. Observing his success, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed and immediately leaped into the vehicle, confiscating the individual's belt and shoelaces to bind them securely. Once everything was in order, he turned the person over and was taken aback by the revelation before him. The individual he had knocked unconscious was none other than Myrol. Ah, it seems that fate has brought us together. You who buried landmines to ensnare me and employed poison beer and stakes against me have now fallen into my grasp. Zhang Tuohai initially contemplated ending Myrol's life. However, recognizing him as the leader of the Skull Brigade, he deemed it prudent to keep him alive, at least for the time being, and unceremoniously tossed him aside to search for supplies within the vehicle. Myrwar, the esteemed leader of the Skull Brigade, truly embodies his title, as the vehicle he commands is replete with an abundance of supplies. The fuel alone amounts to a staggering 2,000 units, while an impressive assortment of beef and lamb steaks weighs in at over 100 pounds, all remarkably fresh. The onboard refrigerator brims with an array of chocolates. Zhang Tuohai also stumbled upon an entire dozen of adrenaline boosters. Astonishingly, the vehicle even harbors a wine cabinet filled with various prestigious bottles, many of which are unfamiliar to Zhang Tuohai. Naturally, he graciously accepted all these provisions. Furthermore, an extensive arsenal of weaponry is at hand. There are 5 or 6 submachine guns, all renowned fixtures in firearm magazines, alongside 7 or 8 exquisite handguns. Regrettably, these are mere collector's items, each accompanied by only a single magazine of ammunition. Zhang Tuohai duly incorporated them into his collection. Myrwar's primary combat weapon is an August, with a reserve of 1,000 rounds, and on the passenger seat lies an Iron Fist rocket launcher, both of which Zhang Tuohai secured with care. At the rear of the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai discovered a safe. This safe, remarkably sturdy, emerged unscathed from a fierce battle, its surface devoid of any bullet marks. Chapter 159. The Blueprint of the Mist Dissemination. There must be treasures within. Upon witnessing the unscathed safe, Zhang Tuohai was convinced that it undoubtedly housed something valuable. Surely, such a splendid vault could not merely contain a tin of aged herring, could it? Should that indeed be the case, Zhang Tuohai vowed that he would make Myrol regret ever setting foot in this world. Zhang Tuohai pulled Myrol before him, gently patting his face. Awaken, awaken. Yet, Myrol remained with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. Boss, this is futile. I have heard that drenching someone in cold water can rouse them from a coma. Why not give it a try? Wang Kai suggested from the side. With a resounding slap, Zhang Tuohai struck Wang Kai on the head. Have you lost your mind? While water may not be excessively valuable at present, it is still a precious resource. How can we squander it on him? What then shall we do? Wang Kai asked, rubbing his head in dismay. However, you do have a point. Using water as a stimulant could indeed awaken him. Zhang Tuohai stroked his chin thoughtfully. But did you not just assert that using water would be wasteful? Drinking water would be wasteful, but we could utilize some warm water that we have no use for. Zhang Tuohai clarified. Warm water that we have no use for? Wang Kai pondered, desperately recalling what warm water might be available in the vehicle. Could it be the water you use for bathing? Isn't that reserved for watering the vegetables? Fool. I am referring to urine, Zhang Tuohai chastised, giving Wang Kai a light smack on the head. Do you feel anything yet? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Not particularly strong, Wang Kai replied, shrinking back slightly. Then drink more water. Let it brew a bit. If that fails, have a couple of ice creams, Zhang Tuohai suggested. That might cause gastrointestinal discomfort, Wang Kai warned. Never mind. Perhaps adding a little extra will yield greater results. Give it a try, Zhang Tuohai encouraged. Very well, I shall attempt it. Wang Kai raised a hind leg. Get lost. Myral, still with his eyes closed, suddenly shouted, causing Wang Kai to stumble backward in surprise. Indeed, this method proves effective. You awakened even before we began, Zhang Tuohai remarked, squatting before Myral with a grin. You are a traitor. Myral glared at Zhang Tuohai, teeth clenched. If glares could kill, Zhang Tuohai would have died several times over. No. That assertion is incorrect. I have never professed loyalty to you, so where lies the betrayal? Zhang Tuohai waved his hand dismissively. Well then, let us cut to the chase. Tell me the password to the safe, and I may consider granting you a swift end, Zhang Tuohai proposed. Regardless, I am doomed whether I reveal it or not. Why should I relinquish the treasures to you? It would be far better to keep them for myself, Myral sneered. See, you are merely complicating your own predicament. Zhang Tuohai sighed, shaking his head. I am offering you a chance. Do not bring suffering upon yourself. Show me what you've got. I have endured every conceivable punishment on Demon Island. Do you think I fear your trivial tricks? A look of disdain adorned Myral's face. This is of your own making. Zhang Tuohai turned to Wang Kai and instructed, fetch me a feather. Wang Kai promptly returned with a feather in his mouth. Zhang Tuohai removed Myral's shoe, and the delicate feather danced across the soles of Myral's feet. Ha ha. Stop. Ha ha. Please, cease. Ha ha. No more. I beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Myral writhed like a maggot, laughter erupting uncontrollably despite the spasms in his abdomen. Tears and snot streamed down his face, a testament to his agony. While many can endure pain, the punishment of laughter proves to be a formidable force against resistance. Tell me the safe's code, Zhang Tuohai inquired. 121212, Myral declared loudly. Are you certain? Zhang Tuohai pressed. If it's false, punish me doubly. Myral insisted with fervent conviction. Trusting him will result in being blown to smithereens by the high-energy explosives within the safe, the prompt system warned. You're quite audacious, Zhang Tuohai chuckled. Myral? The audacity to deceive me to my face. Wang Kai, increase the intensity, Zhang Tuohai commanded. Understood. Wang Kai seized a feather with a paw, attacking from both sides. Oh. Ha ha. Please stop. Ha ha. I truly can't bear it. Ha ha. That is the real code. You must believe me. Ha ha. Stubborn as a dead duck, are we? Wang Kai, fetch me some scissors. I will first strip him of his bravado. Zhang Tuohai declared. Both Wang Kai and Myral were taken aback. What do you need that for? Wang Kai's legs instinctively tightened. To acquire another skill. It could provide an additional means of livelihood in the future. Are you going or not? Fine. A dagger will suffice in the absence of scissors. Zhang Tuohai drew the bayonet from his AK-74, deftly unfastening the buttons of Myral's trousers. Myral's body bristled with sweat. What are you doing? You know what? Zhang Tuohai replied with a grin, as the dagger sliced through the zipper. The code is 212,121. Myral shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking. This time, the prompt system remained silent. If you had been honest from the start, you would have avoided this predicament. Why not simply state it? Zhang Tuohai sheathed the bayonet, utilizing the code provided by Myral to unlock the safe. With a click, the door swung open, revealing its contents. Zhang Tuohai peered inside, discovering two neatly arranged blueprints alongside several gold bars and a collection of high-end watches. He swiftly swept the gold bars and watches aside, retrieving the blueprints. To his astonishment, the first blueprint depicted an upgrade for a level 4 vehicle. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the blueprint in his hands, realizing why Myral cherished this item so dearly. It was indeed a rare treasure in the present day, nearly impossible to procure. The average individual would likely never have laid eyes on a blueprint for a Tier 3 vehicle, let alone one for a Tier 4. If this were to be presented in the trading channel, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among buyers. However, Zhang Tuohai was not naive enough to consider trading it. This item held paramount importance for him. As for the second item, It was yet another blueprint, specifically for a Tier 3 automotive component. Fog Disseminator. Tier 3 automotive component, upon activation, releases a white smoke with a diameter of 50 meters around the vehicle. This white smoke can obscure vision, hinder infrared detection, and conceal the vehicle's movements. Crafting materials. Advanced plastic. 20 units. Advanced metal ingots. 5 units. Ordinary essence. 20 units. Metal parts. 50 units. Intermediate rubber. 10 units. Advanced glass. 2 units. Advanced electronic components. 1 unit. Chapter 160. The terrifying copy boss. What a remarkable find. Upon obtaining the blueprint, Zhang Tuohai's eyes gleamed with excitement. This blueprint held immeasurable value for him. Previously, he had taken the risk of disembarking from his vehicle, driven by the concern that it might reveal his position. Now, armed with the mist disperser, he could stealthily approach Myral, significantly enhancing his safety. Furthermore, the mist disperser could obscure the enemy's line of sight and disrupt various infrared targeting devices, rendering it impossible for foes to mount direct assaults with heavy weaponry. Unless the adversary resorted to indiscriminate destructive weaponry, his safety would be greatly fortified. With such a splendid device at hand, one might wonder why Myral had not manufactured it. Zhang Tuohai rummaged through Myral's stockpile and soon discerned the reason: insufficient resources. The materials required for the mist disperser were both advanced and complex. Even Myral, with all its resources, lacked 2 high-grade plastics, 1 high-grade metal ingot, and 1 ordinary essence. This scarcity had relegated the blueprint to obscurity. Had Myral crafted this blueprint prior to its ascension, the ensuing battle would likely have unfolded differently, allowing for a more strategic retreat and counteroffensive rather than the current plight of captivity, where survival hung by a thread. However, now these resources would be Zhang Tuohai's for the taking. He was well equipped, possessing exactly what Myral lacked, ready to fulfill the requirements. Manufacture the mist disperser, Zhang Tuohai commanded. A flash of white light flickered as several round tubes emerged from beneath the chassis of the 6-wheeled off-road vehicle. Once activated, they would emit a cloud of white mist, enveloping a 50-meter radius within 10 seconds. Quite impressive, Zhang Tuohai mused, thoroughly satisfied with this new apparatus. Additionally, with the installation of this device, he had amassed 3 Tier 3 vehicle-mounted devices along with an upgrade blueprint. He was merely 1 Tier 3 device away from achieving a Tier 4 vehicle, stirring great excitement within him. Witnessing the culmination of his hard-earned resources being appropriated by Zhang Tuohai, Myral's heart swelled with anger and frustration, nearly prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. In response, Zhang Tuohai swiftly silenced Myral by stuffing a rag into his mouth, restoring a semblance of tranquility to their surroundings. After thoroughly scavenging Myral's vehicle, Zhang Tuohai ultimately extracted the vehicle core. The sight of his painstakingly constructed Tier 3 vehicle reduced to a heap of scrap metal brought tears to Myral's eyes. Had he not been bound hand and foot, he would have eagerly engaged Zhang Tuohai in a life-or-death struggle. Zhang Tuohai unceremoniously tossed Myral into the vehicle. As the leader of the skeletal convoy, Myral still held some utility. Zhang Tuohai had no intention of allowing him to perish easily before extracting every last drop of usefulness. After securing control over Myral, Zhang Tuohai opened the hunting team channel. At that moment, the channel was awash in crimson, with only 3 names remaining in black, the rest marked in red. Upon reviewing the notifications, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. The methods of death for these individuals are varied and gruesome. Some fell to gunfire from submachine guns, others were obliterated by grenades, and 2 unfortunate souls were claimed by the devastating force of a recoilless rifle. It is indeed a grim sight. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the list of the hunting squad and sighed. Just this morning, there had been over 20 members. Yet in the span of a few short hours, only 3 remained, and one of those was himself. Furthermore, he resolved to keep his distance from that band of pirates. The presence of a recoilless rifle among them was alarming. Zhang Tuohai switched to the regional channel for another glance and noted the heavy casualties there as well. With over 200 losses reported, he counted the remaining members of the skeleton crew. Only 4 were left, a dire situation indeed. Turning his attention to the pirate flag, he was surprised to find they still had 6 members intact. The skeleton crew was not without merit. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to log off, he noticed that the name of a pirate flag member had turned red. A notification appeared. Pirate flag member, Wang Lingzhou, deceased. Cause of death, talons of the giant eagle. This member must have been incompetent. How careless could one be to be slain by a giant eagle? Zhang Tuohai shook his head in disbelief. Pirate flag member, Yinuk, deceased. Cause of death, talons of the giant eagle. What the hell? Zhang Tuohai's composure began to wane. If one member had perished, it could be deemed an unfortunate accident, but 2 consecutive deaths indicated a grave issue. This giant eagle was undoubtedly formidable, otherwise Even a pirate crew armed with a recoilless rifle would have dealt with it. He scrolled further and discovered that not two, but 4 members of the pirate flag had succumbed to the giant eagle. This meant that the casualties inflicted upon the pirate flag were on par with those of the skeleton crew, if not slightly worse. What kind of creature have you all provoked to be so fearsome? Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Zhao Wanwan. I don't know. I've been stationed outside for reconnaissance and communications. Who knows what they have stirred up? Earlier, near the eastern cliffs of the ambush area, you must keep your distance. Zhao Wanwan kindly warned Zhang Tuohai. Just as Zhang Tuohai was pondering this, a system notification chimed in. Player has triggered the map boss, Shadow Hunter Eagle. The Shadow Hunter Eagle will randomly hunt players across the map until one team is entirely wiped out or the Shadow Hunter Eagle is slain. Shadow Hunter Eagle. Elite Beast will drop precious resources upon being hunted. Upon reading the first system notification, Zhang Tuohai resolved to flee as far as possible. After all, armed with a fog disperser, he was certain he would not be among the first to perish. However, upon seeing the second notification, his interest was piqued. Precious resources. Although the game system often behaved erratically, its assessment of resources was generally accurate. If something was deemed precious by the game, it must indeed be valuable. Perhaps he should give it a try. What if he succeeded? Zhang Tuohai's resolve began to solidify. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Tuohai resolved to approach the original ambush site, albeit via a circuitous route. By the time he arrived in the vicinity of the designated area, an hour had elapsed. During this interval, the Shadow Falcon had once again unleashed a devastating onslaught, claiming the lives of a member of the pirate flag, 3 official members of the Skeleton Brigade, and 8 temporary members of the pirate flag, one of whom was a player from the hunting squad. Observing the array of death notifications, Zhang Tuohai turned his gaze towards Myral. Remarkably, you had concealed so many individuals? Just how many pawns did you manage to draw in? Chapter 161. Seizing opportunities, however, Myrwar, with a rag stuffed in his mouth, could not respond to him, only managing to emit muffled sounds. Never mind, it is better that you remain silent. I have no desire to know anyway. Zhang Tuohai turned his head away. According to the annotations in the regional channel, only Myrwar remained as the main force of the skeleton team, while the others were merely peripheral members. The demise of Myrwar would lead to the dissolution of the skeleton team, allowing Zhang Tuohai to depart unscathed from this place. Zhang Tuohai had already secured an invincible position. As he cautiously approached the area mentioned by Zhao Wanwan, Zhang Tuohai spotted his target. A colossal eagle soared in the air, its impressive wingspan reaching 6 meters. With talons as sharp as hooks, this giant eagle circled relentlessly in the sky, occasionally swooping down. Zhang Tuohai discerned a pattern. For every 2 times the eagle made a dive, a player would perish, either by being caught in its lethal claws or thrown from the heights to meet their demise upon the ground. Could this observation be exploited? Zhang Tuohai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shao AI, move closer, but tread lightly. Ensure you remain undetected. Understood, Commander. Shao AI reduced her speed and carefully advanced. Before long, Zhang Tuohai reached the vicinity of the Shadow Falcon's hunting ground. Upon arrival, he comprehended why the players congregated here, unwilling to relocate. They had been driven into a corner by the Shadow Falcon, finding themselves trapped at a dead end. With cliffs on 3 sides and their only escape route obstructed by the Shadow Falcon, which had erected a makeshift barricade of abandoned vehicles. Anyone attempting to flee would be swiftly dispatched by the Shadow Falcon. Along the road leading to the outside, 7 or 8 vehicles lay haphazardly, each with a large hole in the roof, reminiscent of violently opened cans. Zhang Tuohai surveyed the area and noted 4 additional vehicles, 2 adorned with pirate flags, belonging to Zhao Wanwan's teammates, and 2 unmarked ones, likely brought in by Myrwar's peripheral members. We will perish if we continue to linger here. We must charge towards the obstacle one more time. If one of us escapes, it will be worth it, declared a player under the pirate flag. We have already attempted 3 times. The odds are now even more daunting, and hope is dwindling. Another pirate flag player countered, shaking his head. In my opinion, we could use the 2 of them as bait, and then unleash our remaining firepower on that creature with a decisive strike. I believe we can bring it down. The 2 pirate flag players exchanged glances, then halted their vehicles, arming themselves. One wielded an M16, while the other carried an August, both clad in bulletproof vests. Equipped with formidable gear, the 2 peripheral players, brought in by the pirates, frantically fled back along the path they had come. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets was unleashed upon the 2 vehicles. A vehicle was struck, causing it to spin nearly a full circle before coming to a halt. Another car, having narrowly evaded a hail of bullets, collided with an abandoned vehicle parked by the roadside due to its excessive speed. With a resounding crash, the car flipped over and tumbled down the cliff's edge. Player Kunka perished, the cause of death, fall from cliff. witnessing Kunka's demise. The two players bearing the pirate flag exhibited little reaction, instead directing their weapons towards the player who had just been promoted. However, the Shadow Hawk did not succumb to their expectations of bullying the vulnerable member of the skeleton crew. Rather, it dove down upon the vehicle of the player wielding an August, akin to a Stuka dive bomber. With its enormous talons, it effortlessly tore through the car's roof as if it were mere rag. "Come at me if you dare," shouted the August-wielding player, frantically pulling the trigger at the Shadow Hawk soaring above. A flicker of disdain crossed the Shadow Hawk's eyes as it released its grip, sending the ripped-off roof crashing down. With a thunderous thud, the roof struck the head of the August player, cleaving him in two. Following this decisive blow, the Shadow Hawk swooped down once more, targeting the last member of the pirate flag crew armed with an M16. "Let us descend into hell together," declared the M16, wielding pirate as he discarded his weapon and pulled out an anti-tank grenade, removing the safety pin. A glimmer of fear flashed in the Shadow Hawk's eyes as it desperately flapped its wings, attempting to alter its trajectory. Yet, it was perilously close to the player. An orange fireball erupted, engulfing the Shadow Hawk in flames. As the smoke cleared, both the player and his vehicle were reduced to ashes, while the Shadow Hawk lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Only one member of the skeleton crew remained, their tire burst. "It is time for me to enter the fray. Shall I? Let us go." Zhang Tuohai's six-wheeled off-road vehicle activated its fog apparatus and charged into the battlefield. The wrecked vehicles obstructing the path were pushed aside by the massive snowplow, creating an unstoppable force. What is that? The promoted member of the skeleton crew, witnessing the advancing fog, felt his legs weaken, fearing yet another monstrous creature was charging from the shadows. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping hole in the player's head. Surpassing the fallen player, Zhang Tuohai halted approximately 40 meters from the Shadow Hawk. Despite the charred state of the creature, who could guarantee that it lacked the capacity for retaliation? It would be a grave mistake to underestimate it now. Zhang Tuohai kept his distance, retrieving a Molotov cocktail and an ice block launcher. Aiming the launcher at the Shadow Hawk, he pulled the pin from the grenade and squeezed the trigger. Boom! Another tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the Shadow Hawk into fragments. Regional boss, Shadow Hawk, has perished. At last, it has met its demise. However, where is the reward? Zhang Tuohai scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a plane buzzed overhead, and a supply crate began to descend gently from the sky. Zhang Tuohai looked up in astonishment. It was, indeed, an orange supply crate. The crate floated gracefully towards his direction. He was certain that if the Skeleton Brigade and the Pirate Flag Brigade had collaborated to vanquish the Shadow Falcon, the allure of this orange supply crate would incite a fierce confrontation between the two factions. The contest would only conclude when one team remained standing. Moreover, should any member harbor ulterior motives, internal conflicts would inevitably ensue. This game system excels in sowing discord among players. Unfortunately, with all others eliminated, Zhang Tuohai found himself the fortunate beneficiary of this unexpected windfall. Chapter 162. Wang Sai's new job. An orange supply crate floated gently before Zhang Tuohai. After receiving it and ensuring that the prompt system had not triggered an alarm, he pried it open with a crowbar. A multitude of items tumbled out of the crate: schematics for a remote detonation device, a wristwatch-sized miniature communicator, and a blueprint for a flamethrower, accompanied by a plethora of crafting materials. Remote detonation device allows for remote activation of explosive devices. Control range 1,000 meters. Crafting materials: plastic 2 units, rubber 2 units, metal parts 10 units, electronic components 2 units. Wristwatch-sized miniature communicator enables wireless communication, supporting voice, text, and vibration modes, with a communication range of 5 kilometers. Crafting materials: plastic 4 units, rubber 2 units, metal parts 20 units, electronic components 1 unit. Note: the above crafting materials are required for the creation of one communicator. Note 2. Each group of communicators supports real-time communication for up to 4 devices. Flamethrower, capable of emitting flames to incinerate enemies. Flame temperature 1,000 degrees. Maximum range 50 meters. Optimal burning distance 20 meters. Crafting materials: metal ingots 2 units, rubber 8 units, plastic 2 units, gasoline 50 units, low-level electronic components 1 unit. Gazing at the 3 blueprints and the heap of materials, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. He felt these items did not quite match the caliber suggested by the orange supply crate. Could it be that my damage output percentage was too low, resulting in diminished rewards? Zhang Tuohai pondered this thought. After considerable reflection, it seemed the only explanation for the low value of the rewards. These items appeared to be of little use. As Zhang Tuohai examined the 3 blueprints on the ground, he noted that the flamethrower's range was alarmingly short, even less than that of a shotgun. Additionally, the risk of being struck by tracer rounds and facing combustion was far more intolerable than a bullet wound. This was an experience Zhang Tuohai had no desire to endure. As for the remote detonation device, it also seemed rather pointless. He had no explosives that required remote activation. His RPG and Iron Fist possessed built-in flight capabilities, while Molotov cocktails and grenades could be activated prior to throwing. The wristwatch-sized miniature communicator appeared even more superfluous. He had no teammates. The only potential recipient of such a device was Wang Kai. Was he truly considering crafting one for Wang Kai to wear? A man and a fox engaged in conversation through communicators? Wait a moment, Wang Kai. An epiphany struck Zhang Tuohai. He realized the communicator might indeed hold significant utility. For instance, if Wang Kai donned this device, it could be utilized for reconnaissance. Conducting personal surveillance posed considerable risks, as the larger target was more easily detected. However, Wang Kai was different. Who would pay heed to an adorable desert fox? Wang Kai could effortlessly relay information back to him through the communicator. Thus, the safety factor has been significantly enhanced. Expanding on this notion, Wang Kai could indeed carry additional items, such as cocktails, grenades, or flamethrowers, discreetly placing them beneath an adversary's vehicle. Then, utilizing a remote detonation device to trigger an explosion. Simply flawless. With this thought, Zhang Tuohai turned his gaze towards Wang Kai. What are you planning to do? Wang Kai instinctively sensed that something was amiss, a chill coursed down his spine, prompting him to step back involuntarily. Wang Kai, how do you perceive my treatment of you? Zhang Tuohai inquired with a beaming smile. Quite well. Wang Kai was all too familiar with this particular smile. It was the same expression Zhang Tuohai wore whenever he wanted Wang Kai to undertake certain tasks, be it laundry, fertilizer production, tending to crops, or retrieving supply boxes from perilous locations. It had left him with a lingering psychological shadow. You see, you spend your days eating and sleeping. And I have nurtured you for quite some time now. Shouldn't you contribute a little effort? Zhang Tuohai asked cheerfully. Just tell me directly what you want. Though Wang Kai wished to protest, the moment he caught sight of Zhang Tuohai's squinting smile, the words caught in his throat. It's nothing much. Merely a reconnaissance mission under special circumstances, along with some demolition work, Zhang Tuohai explained. Huh. Wang Kai looked at Zhang Tuohai, bewildered. It's as follows. Zhang Tuohai elaborated on his plan. Are you joking? Wang Kai exclaimed, jumping up. For each mission, you may have a glass of milk, Zhang Tuohai offered. Well, Wang Kai hesitated. And an egg on top of that, Zhang Tuohai added. Deal. The prospect of milk and eggs seemed to make the idea of briefly serving as a scout and demolitions expert far less daunting for Wang Kai. All right. Then you shall give it a try. Use this fellow. Zhang Tuohai lifted Myrol onto an abandoned vehicle. Naturally, in preparation for this arrangement, Zhang Tuohai had thoroughly scavenged all the supplies from within the car. Myrol, sensing that something unpleasant might occur, struggled desperately. Zhang Tuohai paid him no mind, simply tossing him into the driver's seat and shutting the door. Let us begin. Zhang Tuohai crafted a wristwatch communicator and affixed it to Wang Kai's paw. He then fashioned a flamethrower along with a set of remote detonators, which he handed over to Wang Kai. With the flamethrower strapped to his back, Wang Kai stealthily crept beneath the vehicle. Zhang Tuohai even took a moment to sit in the driver's seat and assess the situation, realizing that unless one was specifically looking down, it was quite challenging to spot Wang Kai. Upon reaching the underside of the car, Wang Kai gasped for breath, the weight of the flamethrower proving to be quite burdensome. Hello, can you hear me? Wang Kai activated the communicator to test the sound. The communicator functioned adequately. Though the volume was somewhat loud, even from inside the car, it was audible. Let's switch to text transmission for future communications, Zhang Tuohai suggested. However, I am unable to input text. No worries, I will teach you. Knowing Pinyin will suffice, Zhang Tuohai remarked. Wang Kai nodded helplessly. For the sake of milk and eggs. He had no choice but to comply. All right, let us proceed to the final step of the experiment. Zhang Tuohai leaped from the vehicle and sprinted into the distance. Wang Kai also affixed a remote detonator to the flamethrower before hastening away. Once both man and fox had vacated the perilous zone, Zhang Tuohai pressed the button on the remote. Boom. The flamethrower, discarded beneath the vehicle, erupted in a thunderous explosion, engulfing the automobile in a fierce blaze. The leader of the skeleton crew, Myrol, has perished, and the skeleton crew has no surviving members. The team is disbanded, and subordinate players are automatically classified as unorganized personnel. The pirate flag crew emerges victorious. The qualifying round has concluded. All players will be forcibly removed from this map in half an hour. Would you like to leave immediately? Chapter 163. The arrival of Polar Night and mood value. Certainly not. Zhang Tuohai still had a plethora of resources to gather. For instance, the belongings of those players scattered throughout the arena. Thus, he commenced a grand looting spree. Anything that could be of use was dismantled and claimed. As such a rare opportunity for wealth was not to be missed. It was not until the final moment that Zhang Tuohai completed the scavenging of the last vehicle's supplies. Time was up. All participants vacated the advancement competition map. In a flash of white light, Zhang Tuohai found himself once more amidst the icy wilderness. Observing the swirling snowflakes, an unexpected sense of familiarity and safety enveloped him. In comparison to the perilous competition, the icy expanse seemed far less daunting. However, why was the sky still so dark? Could it be night had fallen? No. That couldn't be right. He recalled that the advancement competition had consumed little time. It should be no later than noon. Xiao Ai, what time is it now? It is 12 noon, Commander. The outdoor temperature is 30 degrees, with winds at level 67. Noon? Why was it so dark? Suddenly, a realization struck Zhang Tuohai. He opened the regional channel, fervently scrolling upwards until he stumbled upon the game notification from 6 o'clock a.m., boldly stating, "Today's challenge, the arrival of polar night. After a long journey, you have entered the polar region, where you may experience eternal darkness. The sun shall no longer rise. You must rely on your vehicle's headlights for illumination. Keep your lights shining brightly, for the night harbors far more terrifying entities. Prolonged exposure to darkness will diminish your mood. When your mood value reaches 0, you will encounter nightmares. When your mood value reaches 100, you will succumb to madness. When your mood value reaches 200, you will perish. From this moment forth, every action you undertake will influence your mood value. Please ensure your mood value remains above a safe threshold, 30 points. A shimmering screen appeared before Zhang Tuohai. Your mood value, 100 maximum. Status, exhilarated from acquiring a substantial amount of resources. This state will endure for 1 hour. After 1 hour, your mood value will decline due to the polar night. Current reduction rate is 1 point per hour. Zhang Tuohai. He had anticipated that this troublesome system would conjure up some absurdity. As expected, it did not disappoint him. This bothersome system deemed that mere natural disasters and player confrontations were insufficient and had begun to meddle with the player's psychological state, introducing a nonsensical mood value, which would decrease by 1 point every hour. Though seemingly negligible, it constituted a continuous detriment. Cursing silently, Zhang Tuohai decided to focus on organizing his resources. He began to sort through the supplies acquired from dozens of vehicles. The majority consisted of various foods and basic materials, piled high like a small mountain. Zhang Tuohai discerned that the players of the pirate flag convoy seemed to enjoy a superior fare, as each vehicle was laden with an assortment of meat dishes, with the least favorable options being fried chicken legs and hamburgers. Furthermore, nearly every car contained 1 to 2 bags of candies, indicating their capacity for mass-producing sweets. Additionally, there was an ample supply of coffee beans, amounting to a considerable 200 kilograms. However, cocoa was scarce, totaling merely 10 kilograms. The arsenal was impressively diverse. Zhang secured 5 August rifles, 1 M16, several handguns and submachine guns, around 7 or 8 in total, along with thousands of rounds of ammunition. Zhang even acquired 2 unexploded anti-tank Molotov grenades, which filled him with elation, and he carefully stowed them away. Moreover, he managed to gather a plethora of miscellaneous items, including a portable toilet, crowbars, bayonets, fishing rods, heating stoves, firewood, and an array of other odds and ends. Zhang planned to find an opportunity to dispose of these cluttered items, as they merely occupied space. Additionally, he could offload the handguns in bulk, while he would need to wait a bit longer for the submachine guns. After organizing these possessions, Zhang opened the regional channel, intending to explore any new business opportunities. The skeleton and cherry blossom convoys had been utterly vanquished, and although the pirate flag emerged victorious, only Zhao Wanwan remained. Given their prior acquaintance, she was unlikely to seek trouble with him, and with no threats looming, the capitalist could once again make his mark. As he opened the regional channel, he observed players engaged in a discussion regarding their mood values. What a disaster. I just consumed a piece of dry bread, and the system notified me that my mood had plummeted due to the poor quality of food, deducting 5 mood points. You're fortunate. I lost 10 points for eating raw meat. This is not how the game usually operates. I went without food and lost 20 points. And the system even alerted me that I had acquired a hunger buff, causing a loss of 5 points per hour. Can anyone spare me some food? I've made it this far without resolving my food situation. How pathetic. I once had a family bucket and 4 hamburgers, but they were all snatched from me this morning, left with not a morsel. Who can assist me? If it were a woman, that would be different, but for a man, forget it. Brother, don't be so rigid about gender. Embrace new experiences. You might discover a whole new world. Take my advice. What do women matter? Only men understand men. Wake up. Even if she were a woman, what good would that do? Can she even bring food to you? A bunch of worthless men. Still thinking about women at this point. How disgusting. Sister, you're far too naive. You should cast aside these foolish men. Only we women can survive in this world. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head, sensing that the players in this region were rather peculiar. He was astounded that there were still those engaging in fisticuffs in this world. Did they truly believe someone would send them dollars here? Nevertheless, the players' conversations provided him with a spark of inspiration. Indeed, the quality of consumable food can significantly influence a player's mood. Hence, one might deduce that the warmth or coolness of a player could also have an effect, as well as various aspects of life quality. Upon this realization, Zhang Tuohai was suddenly struck by an idea. He hastily prepared a cup of coffee and took a gentle sip. You have sipped a cup of ordinary hot coffee, invigorating your spirit, mood value increased by 5. And you have gained a temporary buff of warmth, adding 1 mood value per minute for the next 10 minutes. Excellent. Zhang Tuohai excitedly downed the coffee in one gulp. A single cup could restore a total of 15 mood points. This could be a lucrative selling point. Moreover, the system had indicated that the mood value would decrease by 1 point every hour today. What might tomorrow bring? Could it be a decrease of 2 points per hour? And what about the day after? The value of coffee only appreciates with time. However, Zhang Tuohai couldn't shake the feeling that the coffee he brewed lacked the rich aroma he had previously enjoyed. Who had prepared it for him before? Turning around, he spotted Wang Kai, who was engrossed in devouring a sausage. Wang Kai's ears twitched, sensing an ominous atmosphere. Wang Kai, please prepare me a cup of coffee. Chapter 164, The Capable Warehouse Shao Kong Howl, Woof? Wang Kai gazed at Zhang Tuohai with a puzzled expression. Didn't you just have a cup? Enough chatter. Go and brew me another cup, Zhang Tuohai replied. Every day you just boss me around. Reluctantly, Wang Kai trudged toward the coffee machine. Before long, a cup of beautifully crafted coffee was presented. Zhang Tuohai took a gentle sip, and indeed, it was far richer than his own brew. You have savored a cup of exquisite hot coffee, invigorating your spirit. Mood value 10, temporary buff warmth acquired. For 15 minutes, mood value increases by 1 point per minute. Impressive. Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, astonished as he scrutinized Wang Kai. This fellow possessed remarkable talent. After just 2 days of practice, his coffee-making skills surpassed his own. Could it be that he was a coffee master hindered by a fox's form? Perhaps he could leverage Wang Kai's skills to sell high-quality coffee and pursue a boutique route? Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled with excitement. With merely over 200 kilograms of coffee beans, selling them all as coffee to each player would not sustain him for more than 2 days, and the profits were meager. However, if he adopted a high-quality approach, not only could he conserve coffee beans, but he could also command a higher price. What do you intend to do? Wang Kai sensed something ominous in Zhang Tuohai's gaze. His fur bristling. Nothing much, just that I see great potential in you. I have decided to entrust you with an important task, Zhang Tuohai said, grinning as he patted Wang Kai's head. What now? Nothing serious, just be prepared to produce a large quantity of coffee in due time, Zhang Tuohai replied with a smile. Wang Kai's tail stiffened, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had already contributed so much to the household. He washed the clothes, tended the vegetable garden, applied the fertilizer, monitored the stove, and retrieved dangerous supply boxes. Recently, he had even begun moonlighting as a scout and demolitionist. Now, he was to take on the role of a barista as well. He was merely a talking fox, burdened with so much responsibility for reasons unknown. Zhang Tuohai nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that despite his lack of aesthetic appeal, Wang Kai was indeed quite useful. If only he could transform into a fox made clad in white stockings, that would be perfection. The only lament was that Wang Kai was male. It seemed that becoming a neuter was the only solution. After discerning Wang Kai's skills, Zhang Tuohai continued to observe the regional channel. He noticed that, aside from many players discussing mood values, numerous others were in need of basic resources. For instance, they required heating stoves, clothing, food, and more. The reasons for these deficiencies varied. Some had never gathered them from the outset, others had been raided by combatants, and some had suffered attacks from beasts, rendering their clothing in tatters and necessitating immediate replacements. Seeing that such fundamental resources were still in demand filled Zhang Tuohai with immense joy. He had just acquired a substantial amount of supplies from the players of the Skeleton Brigade and the Pirate Flag team, and was at a loss as to where to dispose of them. Zhang Tuohai immediately listed these supplies for sale. Naturally, due to their surplus nature, he, feeling a pang of conscience, reduced the price to 1.9 times the original value. As he posted a plethora of goods, a swarm of players quickly gathered to observe. Some players who had come from the previous world recognized Zhang Tuohai and began to chatter excitedly. Is it really the big shot? I haven't seen you in days. Thought you had vanished. I've missed you terribly. Do you still have fresh meat for sale? The prey has become increasingly elusive. Today, while hunting a snow leopard, I nearly met my end, and it escaped in the end. Could you also sell a car repair kit? A gorilla smashed my car's window. And the cold wind is freezing me. In an instant, the regional chat was flooded with messages. Noticing the barrage of comments, Zhang Tuohai reassured, please, everyone, remain calm. I have all the supplies you seek. As always, I conduct business fairly. Feel free to purchase what is listed, and for anything not listed, send me a private message. This offer is only valid during lunchtime, so act swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than the back-end notifications surged. Some players genuinely needed supplies, while others were anxious that Zhang Tuohai might disappear again, so they prepared to stockpile a few essentials. Unfazed, Zhang Tuohai was aware of the abundance of supplies at his disposal, ready to trade as needed, with no one watching. He intended to recover the losses he had incurred in recent days. In addition to these stockpiling players, Zhang Tuohai also received a private message from Zhang Tuohai. Boss, do you still have bananas? I just ate one and discovered it boosts mood points. I believe this could be a selling point. With the right strategy, we could potentially increase the price by 1.5 to 2 times. Eating bananas can elevate mood points? Zhang Tuohai was taken aback, then promptly peeled a banana and took a bite. In the frigid winter, you savored a ripe tropical banana, bringing you joy. Mood points increased by 3. Note, please consume the banana while it remains fresh. Eating a spoiled banana will decrease mood points. Only 3 points? That's rather underwhelming, Zhang Tuohai mused. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the modest increase, the quantity was insignificant, and it lacked any temporary buff, falling far short of the coffee brewed by Wang Kai. Alright, you may proceed to sell them. If you manage to sell them at double the price and exceed £100, I shall grant you an additional 10 commission. Zhang Tuohai stated. Over £100? Boss, just how many bananas do you have? Zhang Xiaokong was momentarily taken aback by the quantity. Approximately over £200, along with coconuts, blueberries, watermelons, and such, but those can be stored for a few more days. Let us prioritize selling the bananas, Zhang Tuohai remarked, surveying the mountain of bananas before him. Rest assured, boss, I will sell out the 200 pounds of bananas by tonight. Additionally, I will reserve 10 pounds of blueberries, along with 10 coconuts and 10 watermelons. And I assure you I will handle everything properly, promised Zhang Xiaokong, thumping her chest confidently. This woman is indeed quite capable, albeit with somewhat soiled hands. Zhang Tuohai mused softly. However, the state of Zhang Xiaokong's hands was of no concern to him, as their interactions remained strictly professional. What mattered was her ability to assist him in selling his goods. All right, I will set these items aside for you, if you manage to sell them all. In addition to your commission, I shall reward you with a portion of fruit, Zhang Tuohai declared. After all, he could cultivate watermelons and blueberries himself, so rewarding her was of no consequence. Thank you, boss. I will get right to it, Zhang Xiaokong replied decisively, promptly ending the private message. No sooner had he finished his conversation with Zhang Xiaokong than a message from Vladimir arrived. Did I not just sell you today's rum this morning? Have you consumed it all in just a few hours? Zhang Tuohai inquired, astonished. No, my dear Davarish, I possess a treasure map here. Would you be interested in joining me to explore it? Vladimir replied, sending an accompanying photograph. Chapter 165, The Floating White Tooth, a treasure map? Just take a look, and you shall know. Vladimir sent a photograph. Mysterious treasure map. This map grants access to an enigmatic region for exploration, potentially leading to the discovery of a mysterious treasure, orange-level supply box. However, there is also the possibility of encountering various dangers, with no corpses left behind. Note, this treasure map allows for the invitation of up to 4 participants. An orange-level supply box? The moment Zhang Tuohai laid eyes on those words, his interest was piqued. He was merely one component away from upgrading his vehicle to level 4. Among the myriad of supply boxes, only the orange ones held a significant chance of yielding components of that caliber. Unfortunately, the occurrence of orange supply boxes was exceedingly rare, typically appearing only under exceptional circumstances, often unseen in daily life. Now, with a method to obtain an orange supply box at hand, Zhang Tuohai felt compelled to investigate. Are we going alone? Zhang Tuohai inquired. No, I have also invited 2 acquaintances, both of whom are formidable talents, Vladimir replied, sending over 2 photographs. One was a man and the other a woman. The man, of African descent, was tall, easily standing at 2 meters, clearly a potential NBA prospect. The woman, of Asian descent, had an alluring figure and was adorned in a traditional kimono. The man was named Gangatel, a robust Ugandan strongman weighing over 200 pounds, reputed to be a national-level weightlifting athlete who later immigrated. The woman, his wife, was named Kumio Zawa, an avant-garde artist known for her contributions to the ethereal floating faces in Tokyo's sky. Although her aesthetic sensibilities were somewhat questionable, her archery skills were exceptional, Vladimir elaborated. Zhang Tuohai, well aware of Vladimir's prowess, the kind capable of taking down a grizzly bear with bare hands, assumed that the capabilities of these two individuals would not disappoint. All right, when do we set off? Additionally, do you possess any further information regarding the treasure map? I would like to prepare accordingly, Zhang Tuohai asked. My dear Davarisi, like you, I possess no additional information. It shall be a matter of fortune. We depart in half an hour. By the way, do you still have any liquor? I would appreciate it if you could sell me a bottle. I only have half left and fear it may not suffice for the afternoon. Here you go. Zhang Tuohai tossed 2 bottles of whiskey in his direction. He had procured a considerable amount of liquor from Moreau, hardly consuming any himself. As it was all intended for Vladimir. Whiskey? That will suffice. Thank you, Davarisi. This is your reward. Vladimir replied, sending a live king crab, appearing to weigh several pounds. Where did you acquire this? Zhang Tuohai inquired with curiosity. I found it in a supply box earlier this morning. The treasure map was revealed alongside this king crab. Vladimir explained. The treasure map was unveiled alongside this king crab? Could the world of the map possibly be an aquatic realm? However, how would one drive in a water world? Zhang Tuohai pondered in bewilderment. Suddenly, a sharp yelp from Wang Kai jolted Zhang Tuohai from his reverie. What is the matter? Zhang Tuohai turned to ask. It pinched me. At this moment, Wang Kai had leapt atop the poultry ecological box, trembling as he gazed down below. The emperor crab was brandishing its formidable claws, exuding an air of arrogance. If you can't even handle a crab, what use are you? Zhang Tuohai circled behind the emperor crab, deftly flipping it over before securely binding it with rope. He then retrieved his largest, darkest pot and placed it upon a steaming rack. After positioning the emperor crab within, Zhang Tuohai clasped his hands together and spoke. Dear crab, I sincerely apologize. I lack a specialized electric shotgun to stun you before cooking. Please bear with me, and when you reach the afterlife, do not tell those zealous animal rights activists that I was the one who steamed you. May you find peace. With that, Zhang Tuohai covered the pot with its lid and ignited the firewood. 20 minutes later, Zhang Tuohai was happily gnawing on the crab's legs. While Wang Kai seemed particularly enamored with the crab's claws, perhaps harboring some lingering emotional scars from their previous encounter. It must be said, the legs of the emperor crab were indeed more delectable than those of ordinary crabs. At least there was ample meat, making for a satisfying feast. Just as Zhang Tuohai had devoured 2 legs, a private message from Vladimir arrived. My dear Davari, are you ready? We are about to set off, Vladimir inquired. Sure. Let us begin, Zhang Tuohai replied, continuing to savor his lunch, grateful that his companion Xiaoai was driving. All right, I've sent the invitation. Please accept, Vladimir said. Vladimir invites you to enter the secret treasure site. Teammates include Vladimir, Jayatel, and Xiao Zhaochuan Kumi. Do you agree? Agree, Zhang Tuohai confirmed with a click. You have agreed to enter, transitioning now. A blinding white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai. He felt a momentary blur before he found himself transported from the dark winter night to an island. This island was adorned with a few trees. Yet as Zhang Tuohai looked closer, he realized they were merely palm trees, devoid of any sustenance. Glancing skyward, he observed the ominous clouds gathering. The atmosphere heavy with impending darkness, as streaks of lightning intermittently illuminated the night sky, signaling an approaching storm. Not far off, the sea was tumultuous. Massive waves crashing relentlessly against the rocky shore, sending sprays of white foam into the air. Lowering his gaze, Zhang Tuohai recognized that this was no ordinary sandy beach, but a rocky isle, strewn with boulders of various sizes, making it difficult to find level ground. The beach was littered with rocks, rendering any notions of frolicking in the sand implausible. Nearby, 2 Level 2 business vehicles were parked, their windows lowered. Inside one vehicle sat Vladimir, clad in a sailor's shirt, a bottle of whiskey in hand, taking the occasional sip and waving at Zhang Tuohai as he caught sight of him. In the other vehicle sat a woman dressed in a kimono, presumably Xiao Zhaochuan Kumi. Weren't there supposed to be 4 of us? Where's Jayatel? Zhang Tuohai drove over and inquired. Hello? A deep voice emanated from the car of the young Takayama. Startled, Zhang Tuohai peered closely and noticed a set of gleaming white teeth in the passenger seat. What the hell? If he had known that this was a survival game on the highway rather than a ghostly encounter, he would have truly believed he was witnessing a specter in broad daylight. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the interior of the car. It was then that Zhang Tuohai clearly discerned that a remarkably stout African man occupied the passenger seat. Chapter 166, Mao's door opening. Hello, Black Uncle. Zhang Tuohai greeted with a grin and a wave. Greetings, Zhang Tuohai nodded in response, his thoughts reflecting on how the Black Uncle truly embodied a natural camouflage. Without infrared detection, he would be nearly invisible. At that moment, the game's system notification chimed in. Welcome players to the Treasure Map Dungeon, Island of Horror. This dungeon conceals a mysterious treasure, alongside various traps and dangers. Exercise caution in your choices, for each decision is a test of life and death. Now, enter Chapter 1, The Storm. Objective: find a shelter from the storm within 20 minutes. Note: the storm that descends upon the island is no ordinary tempest. It carries a high concentration of acidic substances. Prolonged exposure can corrode vehicles and even cause structural damage. Countdown begins. Let's skip the pleasantries and seek shelter from the storm, Zhang Tuohai urged. His vehicle, adorned with a solar charging panel, would be in jeopardy if damaged. He was incapable of dismantling it and could only let it endure the elements. All right, what do you propose? Vladimir inquired, stifling a belch. The island seems vast. Perhaps we should split up. If anyone discovers an entrance, they can privately notify the rest. What do you think? Zhang Tuohai suggested. I concur. How about the rest of you? Vladimir turned to Gadol and Kumi Ozawa for their input. We agree. Kumi Ozawa nodded in affirmation. Very well, let us proceed separately. Vladimir was the first to start his vehicle, driving off into the distance. Zhang Tuohai and Kumi Ozawa exchanged glances before heading in different directions. The island was desolate, strewn with rocks, and aside from some weeds, other vegetation was scarce. Driving swiftly across the island, Xiao Ai hoped to find a refuge from the impending storm. There are numerous places on the island to shelter from the rain, but only one leads to the next stage of treasure hunting, located at the mountain summit. The system prompted. The summit? Zhang Tuohai looked up and noticed a towering cliff at the island's center, with a winding mountain road leading to the peak. The road, long neglected, barely revealed its former structure. The remaining concrete lay shattered. Furthermore, the narrow mountain road was only 4 meters wide, allowing passage for a single vehicle. To turn around, one would likely need to reach the summit first. Most would hesitate at the sight of this road. However, Zhang Tuohai had unwavering trust in the system's guidance. Xiao Ai, proceed along this road towards the summit. Understood, Commander, Xiao Ai responded, adjusting the vehicle's direction. The car sped towards the peak with fervor. Has he lost his mind? How could one drive so recklessly on such treacherous roads? Kawaii Kumiko furrowed her brow as she observed Zhang Takumi speeding along the mountain road. Oh dear, in my hometown, such roads could be deemed national highways. Only to be found in the capital city. The roads outside the city pale in comparison to this. Gantier remarked. Is your place akin to hell? Otherwise, how could you sneak into our country? Kawaii Kumiko retorted disdainfully. No, no, no. The road conditions in our country are not as dire as in Africa. At least we can still see concrete. The roads in neighboring Congo are far worse. With a few trees, one could easily believe it to be an untouched rainforest. That is the true hell, Ganyu explained. Enough. I have no time to debate road conditions. We need to find shelter from the rain. Open your eyes and search diligently. Kawaii Kumiko snapped. All right, I understand. Leave it to me, Ganyu assured, thumping his chest confidently. Zhang Takumi continued his ascent, and after devouring a crab leg, the vehicle reached the mountain summit. At the pinnacle, he stumbled upon an enormous cave, clearly bearing the marks of human excavation, with a massive iron door standing at its entrance. The door was rusted and had not been opened for many years. Is this the place? Zhang Takumi speculated that something significant lay behind the door. Vladimir, I have discovered a grand entrance. It seems it may be related to treasure. He snapped a photo and sent it off. Oh, my dear Davarish, I knew you would find it. Vladimir exclaimed excitedly. If we unearth the treasure, I promise to share an extra portion with you, he declared with enthusiasm. You better hurry. It's going to rain in 10 minutes, and the mountain road is quite treacherous. Zhang Takumi warned. Oh, my dear Davarish, with vodka in hand, no challenge is insurmountable. Huzzah! Vladimir pressed the accelerator and charged up the winding road, his speed rivaling that of an F1 racing car. Is he out of his mind? Zhang Takumi thought. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he watched Vladimir speed down the mountain road. He vowed never to ride with Vladimir again. It was far too perilous. Before long, Vladimir reached the summit. This is the spot. The door is locked. We need to force it open. Otherwise, this space won't suffice for 3 vehicles. Zhang Takumi pointed at the door. This is simple. Vladimir belched, then retrieved a chainsaw from the vehicle. With a tripod set up, he aimed at the door and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets tore through the metallic door, leaving it riddled with holes. Madman, Zhang Takumi thought, feeling utterly speechless at Vladimir's reckless assault on the door with a machine gun. It was sheer insanity. Soon, a belt of ammunition was expended. Vladimir seized the MG42 and, with a vigorous motion, hurled it towards the entrance. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Crash! The imposing door at the mouth of the cave toppled flat. Zhang Tuohai, with keen eyesight, discerned that something appeared to be trapped beneath the door, as a stream of greenish blood oozed from the crevice. Was there something lurking behind the door? Had this Russian stumbled upon the truth by mere chance, or did he possess the ability to see beyond the door? Zhang Tuohai blinked, a question mark forming in his mind. "Let us depart," he declared. Vladimir staggered and climbed into the vehicle. Chapter 167, The Mysterious Disappearance. "Are you not keeping that MG42? Zhang Tuohai inquired. "That wretched contraption was merely what I extracted from the supply crate, and with only a single belt of ammunition, it becomes useless once expended. What purpose does it serve to retain it?" Vladimir gazed at Zhang Tuohai in perplexity. "Very well, if it pleases you," Zhang Tuohai replied, rubbing his forehead in resignation. "Caring not even for a machine gun, truly, you live up to your reputation as a Russian. Shall we proceed? I can already scent the allure of treasure," Vladimir remarked, licking his lips as he peered into the shadowy corridor beyond the door. "What about Gantel and Kumi Koizumi? Are we not waiting for them?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "I completely forgot," Vladimir exclaimed, smacking his forehead, then began to draft a private message to the two unfortunate souls still wandering the island. "Let us move ahead." "The rain is about to commence," Zhang Tuohai said, glancing at the timer as he parked the vehicle within the cave. Inside the cavern lay a deep tunnel, measuring a width of 7 or 8 meters, allowing for the passage of two vehicles side by side. As Zhang Tuohai's vehicle entered the tunnel, a notification from the game appeared. "Secret passage discovered, triggering step 2. Investigate the depths of the corridor." Indeed, this place led to hidden treasures. However, the nature of such treasures remained a mystery. Resources? Advanced technology? Or perhaps genetic serums? Zhang Tuohai cast a deep gaze at the greenish blood seeping from below the door. Pitter-patter. Raindrops began to descend, swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour, creating a dense curtain of rain before the cave. Observing the relentless rain, Zhang Tuohai felt an impulsive desire to rush out and collect some water to sell. He realized that since his arrival in this world, he had increasingly morphed into a shrewd merchant, contemplating the sale of anything in sight. However, recalling the game's warning that the downpour contained acidic substances, he hesitated. There was no need to contest with acidic water when water resources were plentiful. The sound of an engine echoed outside, prompting Zhang Tuohai to maneuver his vehicle slightly, making room. Shortly thereafter, a business vehicle barreled up the mountain path. Yet, this business vehicle appeared rather unfortunate. The paint had been eroded by the rain, and the roof and hood were pockmarked, revealing patches of rust, as if it had just been salvaged from a junkyard. Nevertheless, Gantel and Kumi Koizumi seemed to have emerged unscathed, though Kumi bore an expression of lingering trepidation. Perhaps Gantel wore a similar look, but his features were too shadowy for Zhang Tuohai to discern clearly. The severity of the corrosive rain outside startled Zhang Tuohai. He had originally believed he had sufficiently overestimated the ferocity of the downpour, but it appeared he had miscalculated. This rain was not merely imbued with acidic properties, rather, it seemed as though the sky was unleashing concentrated sulfuric acid. Zhang Tuohai glanced outside, relinquishing the notion of venturing out for further investigation. "All right, everyone is here. Let us proceed together," he declared. Vladimir, noticing the two were unscathed, offered some comforting words. "I shall lead the way," Zhang Tuohai announced, allowing Xiaoa AI to enter the passage first. His intention in taking the lead was not merely to act as a shield against potential dangers, but rather stemmed from his own calculations. Given the ferocity of the downpour outside, he surmised that the passage would not be devoid of peril. With the assistance of the alert system, he could sidestep numerous hazards, sparing his companions from leading him into a dire predicament. Moreover, in such narrow corridors, vehicles positioned at the front and rear are typically the safest. Should an incident like a landslide occur, those at the forefront or rear could accelerate either forward or backward, while those trapped in the middle would be hindered by limited visibility, unable to ascertain the unfolding events, and consequently, find no means of escape. With this mindset, Zhang Tuohai was the first to venture into the passage. Vladimir, however, did not ponder such intricacies. He believed that the middle position offered some degree of protection, thus volunteered to bring up the rear. Kawaii Kumi, too, felt a sense of security in the middle, especially since her vehicle had sustained the most damage earlier, and thus she comfortably followed as the second to enter the passage. The three vehicles crept cautiously into the corridor. Zhang Tuohai activated the high beams to illuminate the path ahead, momentarily forsaking his crab legs, his gaze darting back and forth, vigilant for potential threats. Not only did he remain alert, but he also beckoned Wang Kai to join him as an observer. The passage was long and deep, with several turns, yet devoid of any forks. This struck Zhang Tuohai as peculiar. However, his duty was to forge ahead, so he continued straight along the unbranched path. Just as Zhang Tuohai pressed forward, a sudden blare of horns erupted from behind. Shortly thereafter, the anxious voice of Gang Catel pierced the air. "Kawaii, Kawaii, where are you? There has been an incident." A chill ran down Zhang Tuohai's spine. "Shaoa, reverse. Let us ascertain what has transpired," he commanded. The passage was too narrow for his vehicle to turn around, forcing him to backtrack along the same route. "Understood." Shaoa AI complied, beginning to reverse. As the vehicle retreated, Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the regional channel. The names of Vladimir and Gang Katel remained in black, while Kawai Kumi's name had turned red, indicating her unfortunate demise. Where had the enemy emerged from? Zhang Tuohai felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Positioned ahead was he, and behind him, Vladimir. Both remained unharmed, even Gang Katel, who sat beside Kawai, was unscathed. How could it be that only the central figure, Kawai Kumi, encountered trouble? In a matter of seconds, Zhang Tuohai had reversed to the front of Kawai's business vehicle, with Vladimir arriving shortly after, wielding a powerful flashlight and scanning the surroundings. "Have you discovered anything?" Zhang Tuohai held a powerful flashlight in one hand and a customized AK-74 in the other as he approached Vladimir. "Look here," Vladimir directed. Gesturing to the roof of the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai glanced up and was immediately taken aback. To his astonishment, a large hole had inexplicably appeared in the roof of Chikawa Kumi's car, with traces of blood surrounding the opening. A piece of fabric, unmistakably part of Chikawa's kimono, hung at the edge of the hole. It appeared that something had violently torn through the roof from above and dragged Chikawa out through the opening. Above, Zhang Tuohai's heart raced as he swiftly directed the beam of his flashlight toward the sky. Chapter 168. The mysterious laboratory. Zhang Tuohai lifted his gaze, only to discover a vast aperture above him, its edges stained with fresh blood. It was evident that Kazaikawa had been dragged into this gaping hole by some creature. The roughness of the edges was unsettling, reminiscent of the vehicles that had been besieged by shadowy giant eagles. The roofs of those cars bore a striking similarity to this one. "Have you made any discoveries?" Vladimir inquired as he approached. "It appears that some mutated beast dragged it into the hole. Look at the jagged edges. They are far too coarse. Likely torn apart by sheer brute force rather than cut with a tool," Zhang Tuohai replied, gesturing towards the damaged roof. "What have you unearthed?" Vladimir abruptly seized Gannier by the collar. "You were right beside us during the incident. Do not dare tell me you are completely oblivious." "I genuinely know nothing," Gannier stammered. Despite being a robust Ugandan weightlifter weighing over 200 pounds, he was not particularly brave. The grip on his collar rendered his face unreadable. But the tremors coursing through his body were unmistakable, vibrating like an electric toothbrush. "I truly know nothing. I merely turned to fetch a bottle of water." "And then Kozaikawa vanished," he continued, raising the bottle in his hand as a testament to his innocence. "You noticed nothing amiss? Aren't you a weightlifting champion from Uganda? You even participated in the Olympics. How could your senses be so dull? You failed to notice someone disappearing right beside you?" Vladimir expressed his skepticism. "I am a weightlifter, but I was eliminated in the preliminaries. My participation in the Olympics was merely to secure an opportunity to emigrate as an undocumented individual. Truth be told, I only possess strength. I have had no formal training," Gantier replied, his expression one of innocence. "Curse it. Why didn't that creature take you instead?" Vladimir exclaimed in frustration, shoving Gantier to the ground. "Perhaps it overlooked him due to his dark complexion," Zhang Tuohai remarked from the side. Vladimir surveyed the surroundings and then glanced at Gantier, nodding in agreement with Zhang Tuohai's assessment. "What a stroke of misfortune. What should we do? Shall we strike back?" Vladimir suggested, drawing an anti-tank grenade from his belt. "I refuse to believe there exists a creature that can withstand this." "Absolutely not," Zhang Tuohai hastily interjected, dissuading Vladimir from such reckless behavior. The explosion radius of the anti-tank grenade was a staggering 20 meters, and given the confined nature of the passage, the sound waves and shock waves would amplify the damage. If the grenade were to be unleashed haphazardly, it was uncertain whether the creature would be harmed, but both he and Vladimir would undoubtedly face grave consequences. Internal bleeding from the shock would be the least of their worries. "This space is far too narrow. We could easily injure ourselves. If that creature's intent is to target us, it is likely to strike again. We should seek out a more suitable location for our confrontation and act when the time is right," Zhang Tuohai advised. Agreed. Vladimir was not merely a reckless brute. He assessed the surrounding terrain and deemed it unsuitable for combat, thus heeding Zhang Tuohai's suggestion. "Very well, I acquiesce. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly make my mark," Vladimir remarked. "Let us go." Zhang Tuohai entered the vehicle and continued along the route. Wang Kai was assigned a new task, to vigilantly observe the overhead passages for any signs of damage. "Now, regardless of your prior identity, you will continue driving. Should you dare to play tricks, I will ensure this is firmly lodged where it ought not to be." Vladimir brandished his anti-tank rifle menacingly at Gangjiatel. "Understood, understood. Rest assured, I shall drive with utmost diligence." Gangjiatel nodded fervently. "Let us depart," Vladimir commanded as he re-entered the vehicle. However, After a considerable wait, he noticed that Zhang Tuohai showed no signs of movement. "Why are you not driving?" Vladimir bellowed through the lowered window. I cannot." Zhang Tuohai's face contorted into a grimace, more painful than tears. "In our country, vehicles are a luxury, and I have never had the opportunity to drive one. Without Zhang, I wouldn't have managed a single kilometer. Useless." "Grip the steering wheel firmly and maintain control," Vladimir snapped before pressing down on the accelerator. The force of Vladimir's vehicle collided with Zhang Tuohai's, propelling it forward with sheer engine power. Zhang Tuohai clutched the steering wheel in terror, the vehicle swaying haphazardly as if intoxicated. Zhang Tuohai remained unaware of the chaos unfolding behind him. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, clutching an AK-74 assault rifle, wary of any lurking monstrosities. Although his vehicle was armored, who could ascertain the true strength of those creatures? Fortunately, the subsequent stretch of road proved relatively tranquil, and Zhang Tuohai encountered no further anomalies. Upon rounding a corner, he perceived a bright expanse ahead. Soon, he emerged from the passage into a vast hall. The hall soared to a height of 6 or 7 meters and spanned over 1,000 square meters, illuminated by rows of bright fluorescent lights. The front section of the hall was lined with an array of various instruments, exuding an air of sophistication, though their functions were inscrutable. The rear of the hall showcased numerous circular glass enclosures, each housing an assortment of bizarre entities. Some featured tigers with human heads. Others manifested in human form yet were enveloped in thick scales. There were also beings that defied classification, grotesque in nature. Most unsettling were the shattered glass cases, shards strewn across the floor, remnants of liquid pooling as the contents within had vanished. The hall's floor lay in disarray, strewn with heaps of shredded paper, remnants of clothing, and fragments of shoes. Zhang Tuohai even discerned some still fresh bloodstains, yet no corpses could be found. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to look upwards. To his astonishment, he discovered that the ventilation duct had already been opened. The iron bars sealing it had been pried off and carelessly discarded on the ground. Zhang Tuohai approached and picked up one of the iron bars, scrutinizing it closely. This bar, as thick as a thumb, was now twisted grotesquely like a pretzel, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. What manner of creature possesses such immense strength? A wave of astonishment surged within him. At that moment, a strange sound echoed from the ceiling. Chapter 169. The Death Worm. What on earth is that? Zhang Tuohai, drawing on his extensive experience in first-person shooter games, was certain that something lurked within the ventilation duct. It was entirely plausible that, in the next instant, it would burst through the ceiling and descend upon him. How audacious to attempt a surprise attack on me. Let them taste my wrath. With determination, Zhang Tuohai squeezed the trigger, following the direction of the duct. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets erupted forth, puncturing the ceiling in a series of holes. In the area where the bullet holes were most concentrated, green liquid began to drip ominously. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tuohai felt a striking resemblance to the earlier chaos at the entrance. Indeed, something was concealed within the duct. Here, allow me to show you true might. He tossed the spent magazine to Wang Kai, commanding him to reload. Subsequently, Zhang Tuohai drew a spare magazine from his waist and continued firing at the source of the green liquid. Bullets rained down relentlessly upon the ceiling, which appeared on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a cacophony of violent crashes and booming sounds reverberated from the passageway through which Zhang Tuohai had entered. What is that? Has the rear been breached as well? Am I being encircled? Cautiously, Zhang Tuohai raised his AK-74, aiming at the passage. With a deafening crash, a battered van careened out from the corridor. The vehicle was in shambles. Not only was the bumper missing, but even the hood was gone, and the front bore the scars of numerous collisions. The windshield was shattered, and the burly Zhang Tuohai clutched the steering wheel, his face a portrait of terror and confusion. Zhang Tuohai recognized that expression well. He often encountered it on the faces of novice drivers during his time at driving school. Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to inquire how Zhang Tuohai had managed to wreak such havoc upon his vehicle, the ceiling collapsed. With unintentional precision, the debris fell directly toward Zhang Tuohai. A gaping hole now marred the roof of the van. The shattered ceiling, along with a deluge of green liquid and organic material, cascaded down upon Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai screamed, his body seemingly plunged into corrosive acid, becoming grotesquely altered. Half of his form was already being eroded away. With a resounding crash, Vladimir barreled in, colliding with Zhang Tuohai's vehicle and sending it crashing aside. Damn it! Did you graduate from driving school with a placenta? You can't even control a steering wheel. A dog on a leash could do better, Vladimir bellowed furiously at Zhang Tuohai. Vladimir, stop shouting. That guy is finished. Zhang Tuohai pointed out, indicating Zhang Tuohai. Vladimir squinted, and upon closer inspection, he saw that Zhang Tuohai had indeed shed a significant amount of weight. nearly half of his mass, and was continuing to melt away, a foul odor emanating from his form. What on earth happened? Vladimir exclaimed in shock. There are monsters inside. I killed one, and this fellow inadvertently parked where the creature landed. Zhang Tuohai helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Although he wasn't particularly fond of Gang Jiatel, the demise of Gang Jiatel had nothing to do with him. After all, it was Gang Jiatel who had chosen to remain there. Damn it. Were there really still these wretched creatures? Upon witnessing the tragic state of Gang Jiatel, Vladimir, half recovered from his drunken stupor, seized the AKM and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Uncertain. Yet judging by the condition of the hull, it seemed there were likely many more. Zhang Tuohai gestured towards the shattered vessels scattered throughout the hull. Damn. At that moment, Vladimir also caught sight of the shattered vessels. A fervent fan of various science fiction tales, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This place was likely a clandestine research facility engaged in various forbidden experiments, and it appeared that a security lapse had allowed some monstrous entities to escape. Wasn't their quest supposed to be for treasure? How had they ended up in this dreadful location? Just then, the voice of the game system echoed through the air. Secret Experimental Center discovered. Proceed to Step 3. Survive the onslaught of the deathworm. Eliminate the deathworm. Or find an escape route before being slain by it to earn rewards. Deathworm? What on earth was that? Zhang Tuohai had never heard of such a creature. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the passage they had entered. Zhang Tuohai and Vladimir turned to look, and a massive worm, at least 2 meters in diameter, wriggled its way out of the passage. This creature was a sickly green, coated in a viscous white slime, devoid of eyes or ears. Its body studded with small black protrusions. It was as revolting as one could imagine. Had this been a role-playing game, Zhang Tuohai would have been rolling dice for a sanity check by now. What in the world is this abomination? Vladimir's hands moved faster than his mouth. Before he could finish his words, his fingers expertly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets erupted forth. The bullets struck the deathworm as though they were merely sinking into the ocean, without even leaving a mark. The deathworm continued its relentless crawl toward them, undeterred. Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai also squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the creature. Yet, the deathworm remained wholly unaffected, advancing steadily towards the 2 men. How could it be that they couldn't kill this thing? Zhang Tuohai was astonished. The deathworm had absorbed 60 bullets without so much as a scratch. Still inching closer. Moreover, it seemed to sense the provocation. Its massive jaws gaped open. A circular orifice at its crown suddenly split apart, transforming into a 2-meter-wide maw. Its edges lined with razor-sharp teeth exceeding 30 centimeters in length, dripping with white slime, looking exceptionally terrifying. The deathworm lacks any vital organs, making it impervious to critical strikes. Additionally, its bodily fluids contain high levels of acidic substances capable of dissolving foreign materials such as steel. The deathworm possesses the remarkable ability to rapidly regenerate and even reincarnate its body, capable of reconstituting itself into a new entity even when severed into fragments. Through a process of mutual consumption. The sole method to annihilate it is to incinerate it completely with flames. As Zhang Tuohai beheld the prompt from the system, he was utterly astonished. Lacking any vulnerable organs and brimming with acidic substances within its bodily fluids, it could swiftly recover and resurrect from its own blood. What kind of divine boss is this? However, fire is its Achilles heel. Wait a moment, I recall. Just as Zhang Tuohai pondered how to eliminate the deathworm, Vladimir beside him had already retrieved 2 anti-tank grenades. Let us see how you fare against this, Vladimir shouted as he hurled the grenades into the gaping maw of the deathworm. Chapter 170, The Choice of 3 Quick, Get Down. Zhang Tuohai swiftly seized a police riot shield from the vehicle and positioned it protectively in front of the 2 individuals. Boom, boom. The thunderous sound of 2 massive explosions erupted from the maw of the deathworm. Its head was obliterated into a myriad of flesh fragments that scattered in all directions. Some of these grotesque morsels, along with a viscous slime, hurtled toward Zhang Tuohai. He promptly raised the shield to defend himself. Sizzling, the shield emitted a burnt odor as it began to corrode. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Tuohai realized the shield had been severely damaged. The surrounding walls, splattered with putrid flesh and slime, were enveloped in a white vapor, corroded to the likeness of the lunar surface. Even Zhang Tuohai's vehicle suffered from the acidic assault, sustaining several shallow dents. Finally, it is dead. Vladimir sank to the ground, releasing a sigh of relief. Do not rejoice too soon, it is not yet deceased. Zhang Tuohai warned gravely. Impossible. Davarish, no creature could withstand a single anti-tank grenade, let alone 2. By the gods. Vladimir's eyes widened in disbelief. An astonishing sight unfolded before them. To their astonishment, the worm, which had its head crushed, if one could even call it a head, began to sprout innumerable fleshy buds from the wound. These buds intertwined like tiny worms, rapidly mending the injury. Remarkably, within mere seconds, the body that had been shattered by the anti-tank grenades had repaired 1/3 of itself. What sort of abomination is this? Vladimir gazed in shock at the self-repairing deathworm. It showed no fear of gunfire or anti-tank grenades. Its blood was corrosive, and it could continually regenerate. How could they possibly combat such a foe? The dire situation left Vladimir at a loss for what to do. Brace the shield and provide me cover, Zhang Tuohai urged as he thrust the heavily damaged riot shield into Vladimir's hands. He then conjured 2 flamethrowers, strapping them to his back. With determination, Zhang Tuohai dashed toward the deathworm. As he approached, the flesh buds, preoccupied with their regeneration, suddenly morphed into long, sinuous tentacles that lunged at him. Having prepared mentally for this encounter, Zhang Tuohai remained unfazed by the buds' movements, confidently pressing the ignition on the flamethrowers. Whoosh! A torrent of flame surged forth from the flamethrowers, crashing upon the deathworm like a colossal wave. The flesh buds, encountering the ferocious blaze, recoiled in terror. But they were no match for the 20-meter-long firestorm. In an instant, they were consumed by the flames, reduced to mere ash. The once formidable deathworm could not withstand the inferno and began to retreat. Yet, its backward motion was no match for Zhang Tuohai. The 2 flames relentlessly pursued the creature, searing it with every moment. Fire! Vladimir, witnessing Zhang Tuohai fend off the deathworm with flames, felt a spark of inspiration. He slapped his forehead, retrieved a gas canister from the vehicle, ignited it, and shouted a battle cry as he charged toward the deathworm. Zhang Tuohai was momentarily at a loss for words. He had been fervently attacking the creature when Vladimir's sudden approach forced him to cautiously manage the flames to avoid harming his comrade. However, this was not the time for discord. Vladimir's bravery in the face of danger was commendable. Zhang Tuohai stepped aside to grant Vladimir space. And together they relentlessly incinerated the deathworm, filling the room with a charred aroma. The deathworm scurried ahead while the 2 men pursued it with fire. One could not help but marvel at the creature's tenacity. Its massive form seemed impervious to their efforts. As Zhang Tuohai's dual flamethrower canisters ran dry, the deathworm still survived. Hang in there, I'll fetch something substantial, Vladimir suddenly exclaimed, tossing aside the gas canister and sprinting toward his vehicle. Zhang Tuohai slowly retreated, simultaneously instructing Wang Kai to bring a new flamethrower. In that moment, Vladimir emerged, pushing a recoilless cannon, a small box in his grasp adorned with a skull and crossbones. Clear the way, he shouted, shoving a shell into the cannon. Wait, didn't you say explosives were ineffective? Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, hastily darting aside to avoid being caught in the blast. This is no ordinary shell, Vladimir replied, pressing a button. Boom! The projectile shot forth. And upon striking the deathworm, a copious amount of yellow, viscous liquid erupted, coating the creature. Sparks ignited the sticky substance, and in an instant, a roaring inferno enveloped the deathworm, flames raging more ferociously than before. Is this a miniature napalm bomb? Zhang Tuohai marveled at the blazing fire. Indeed, I stumbled upon this in a supply crate. It seemed useless, so I tucked it under my seat, never anticipating it would come in handy, Vladimir explained. Zhang Tuohai stared at him, at a loss for words. He perceived Vladimir as a veritable arsenal, a man from whom one could never predict what weapon would emerge next. Even if Vladimir were to produce a massive artillery piece, Zhang Tuohai would find it wholly acceptable. With the addition of the napalm bomb, their efforts to roast the deathworm accelerated significantly. Once the 6 napalm bombs had been expended, the deathworm was finally reduced to ashes. The temperature in the laboratory soared, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. At that moment, the game system's notification arrived, albeit belatedly. The deathworm has perished. Congratulations on earning the gratitude of the experimenter. Please accept your reward. In the room, a platform gradually ascended, revealing 3 gleaming orange supply crates before the 2 individuals. Each person may select only 1 crate, and once chosen, no regrets may be entertained. At last, the moment for receiving rewards had arrived, and Zhang Tuohai was overwhelmed with excitement. The prompt system provided timely guidance. The supply crate on the left contained a genetic modification serum from the deathworm, which would enhance strength by 50, accelerate recovery by 30, increase appetite by 50, and reduce fire resistance by 50. The crate on the right held blueprints and materials for a vehicle-mounted flamethrower. The middle crate contained the secret key to the laboratory. Chapter 171. A confounding choice of prizes, how should I choose? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. The first item was self-evident, a genetic modification serum that promised to enhance physical prowess. However, the drawbacks were rather conspicuous. Ever since witnessing the grotesque appearance of the deathworm, he had developed an aversion to the genetic serum derived from it, feeling an overwhelming sense of repulsion. As for the vehicle-mounted flamethrower, it was indeed quite useful, amplifying the vehicle's firepower. Yet, it seemed somewhat redundant, overlapping with his existing flamethrower and giving off an impression of being superfluous. The final item, a secret key, presumably unlocked a room containing precious treasures. However, the uncertainty of what lay within made it a gamble fraught with risk. Each of the three items had its merits and demerits, leaving Zhang Tuohai at a loss for a decision. In contrast, Vladimir exhibited no hesitation, casually picking up a supply crate and cradling it in his arms. Zhang Tuohai glanced over and saw that the crate contained the blueprint for the vehicle-mounted flamethrower. "Hey, Dwarish, why don't you come and choose a prize?" Vladimir called out. It appeared that sometimes, knowing the prize in advance could be more of a burden than a blessing, breeding anxiety and uncertainty. Zhang Tuohai chuckled at himself, then reached for the crate containing the secret key. Rather than inject the genetic serum, he preferred to take a chance on luck. Since arriving in this world, he felt his fortune had been relatively favorable. Prize has been selected. Teleportation commencing. Two beams of white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai and Vladimir. When the luminescence faded, Zhang Tuohai was astonished to find himself not returned to the icy, snow-laden world, but instead transported to a vast, laboratory-like space. The laboratory was immaculate and orderly, lined with cabinets brimming with supplies, each adorned with glass doors revealing an array of exhibits within. Detected that the player possesses the secret key to the laboratory. The player may select any one item from the experimental display case as a prize. Note: only one item may be chosen. Any attempt to procure additional items will result in penalties. With the notification complete, the supply crate in Zhang Tuohai's hands dissipated, transforming into a gleaming metal key. So many items to choose from. Zhang Tuohai approached the display case. His gaze was immediately captured by a striking crimson object that resembled an armored suit of steel. Could it be an iron battle suit? If he donned such a thing, wouldn't he be invincible? As he imagined himself soaring through the skies clad in the armor, drool began to trickle down his chin. Experimental Model 2 flying battle armor, unable to resolve the issue of energy miniaturization, can only sustain flight for 30 seconds, and cannot be equipped with weaponry. The System S prompt instantly shattered Zhang Tuohai's reverie. What good was a suit that could only fly for 30 seconds and bore no weapons? Zhang Tuohai shook his head in regret, shifting his gaze to the next item. Alloy shield, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire. The coverage area seemed rather limited, rendering it seemingly ineffective. Tactical goggles, designed to prevent eye injuries from stray bullets. Equipped with infrared night vision capabilities. The effects appeared redundant. Ever-growing flesh. With regular injections of nutrient solution, the flesh can continuously expand. This object appeared somewhat repulsive. As he gazed at the writhing mass of flesh, Zhang Tuohai nearly retched and quickly turned his attention to the next item. Advanced fertilizer. Doubles crop growth speed and yield. Improved banana. Allows banana trees to bear fruit with the flavor of durian. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai felt that his presence in this room was a mistake. The researchers seemed engrossed in peculiar and bizarre experiments. Durian-flavored bananas? What purpose could that serve? Just as despair began to settle in, an item unexpectedly caught Zhang Tuohai's eye. Electroshock gloves, capable of instantly releasing a current of 100,000 volts to incapacitate enemies, allowing for 3 attacks per charge with an effective range of 50 meters. A splendid find indeed. Zhang Tuohai's eye sparkled at the sight of the metallic gloves, though the attack range was limited to 50 meters. The method of assault represented a significant transformation. The weapons he possessed, whether a shotgun, submachine gun, assault rifle, or grenade, fundamentally relied on physical attacks. To inflict damage upon an enemy, he first needed to breach their external defenses. For instance, to slay a wild boar, he would have to penetrate its hide with bullets, shatter its bones, and only then could he strike at its vital points. However, the electroshock gloves operated differently. They bypassed external defenses and directly affected the interior. Zhang Tuohai was certain that if he dared to unleash a discharge upon a wild boar, it would undoubtedly be fragrant from the inside out. Furthermore, the gloves resembled ordinary tactical gloves, appearing innocuous and possessing exceptional concealment, making them an ideal tool for ambushes. At last, he had discovered an item of utility. Zhang Tuohai marked the glass case and continued his inspection. After surveying the items, he realized that this was the only one of true value to him. This would suffice. He unlocked the glass cabinet with a key and retrieved the electroshock gloves. The gloves bore the appearance of standard tactical gloves, yet the tips were adorned with metallic heads, lacking in ostentation. At the end, there was a charging port, accompanied by a charging cable, surprisingly featuring a 3-phase plug. Just as Zhang Tuohai secured the item, the game system's prompt sounded. Items have been selected. Player is being teleported. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Zhang Tuohai reappeared in the frigid winter wilderness. Observing the snowflakes drifting down like goose feathers outside the window, he marveled at his return. Upon opening his private messages, he discovered his inbox brimming with notifications, the majority consisting of sales orders from Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai spent half an hour to complete the processing of these orders. The accumulated fruits had diminished by more than half, while the remaining supplies loomed like a mountain. In the end, Zhang Tuohai sent an email. Some players wish to place large orders with me. I believe we should regulate the quantity of goods released to cultivate a sense of scarcity, which could potentially elevate the prices further. However, I dare not make a decision alone. I seek your judgment, esteemed boss. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself that Zhang Tuohai truly deserved the title of sales champion in the nightclub. He had an impressive grasp of human psychology. Within just an afternoon, he had mastered the art of hoarding for profit. With a bit of guidance, he could evolve into an exemplary, albeit unscrupulous, merchant. Chapter 172, The Fortune-Dispersing Boy. Suchi, that's fine. However, we are not particularly lacking in ordinary fruits. I will compile a stable supply quantity for you shortly. You can determine the specifics of how to proceed. I will only evaluate the results. Zhang Tuohai stated. I understand, boss, responded Zhang Tuohai. By the way, I am quite pleased with your performance this time. Here is an MP5. Consider it a reward. Zhang Tuohai handed Zhang Tuohai a stocked MP5 alongside 4 magazines. He held Zhang Tuohai in high regard, especially for his sales capabilities, which surpassed those of several others combined. For such an exceptional salesperson, Zhang Tuohai naturally wished to extend additional care, particularly regarding personal safety. After all, if one were to be murdered en route, who would compensate for the lost profits? For someone like Zhang Tuohai, who viewed any decrease in earnings as a loss, such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. A little sacrifice was tolerable, however. Thank you, boss. Zhang Tuohai smiled as he accepted the reward. Work diligently alongside me, and you will discover that this is merely the beginning. Your life will be more prosperous than that of others. After painting a rosy picture, Zhang Tuohai resumed browsing through private messages. Vladimir had sent a selfie, in which he sat beside a hefty flamethrower with a grilled steak resting atop its barrel. Although Zhang Tuohai was aware that Vladimir was merely engaging in playful antics, he felt compelled to remark that the flamethrower was indeed not intended for such use. After responding with a friendly emoji, Zhang Tuohai continued to the next private message. To his surprise, it was from the long-unseen Su Qi. Do you have anything to deal with a large swarm of locusts? Indeed, such a thing exists. But what do you require it for? It is winter here, with snow falling and temperatures plummeting to -30 degrees. Do not tell me you are encountering locusts here. Zhang Tuohai expressed skepticism, as locusts were creatures of temperate and subtropical climates, dormant underground during such frigid winter conditions. He found it hard to believe that the Su sisters would encounter locusts. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on Zhang Tuohai. Perhaps the Su sisters, much like Vladimir, had stumbled upon a treasure map that led them to another world, where they encountered locusts. Indeed, Su Qi's response confirmed Zhang Tuohai's suspicion. We acquired a treasure map that led us to a farm currently plagued by locusts. These locusts are voracious, even gnawing on tires. Do you have anything that can eliminate them? It's quite urgent, Su Qi expressed anxiously. I do, a portable flamethrower, which is absolutely effective against locusts. However, what will you offer in exchange? Zhang Tuohai sent the specifications of the flamethrower. Send me several of them, and I will trade this for the flamethrower. Su Qi replied, sending a multitude of items to Zhang Tuohai. Yogurt maker, level 2 auto parts, capable of transforming milk into yogurt. Manufacturing materials, intermediate metal ingots, 2 units. Rubber, 1 unit. Plastic, 6 units. Metal parts, 12 units. Electronic components, 1 unit. Fast-growing cassava seeds, fast-growing cassava, maturing in 2 days after planting. Fast-growing soybean seeds, fast-growing soybeans, maturing in 2 days after planting. Fast-growing eggplant seeds, fast-growing eggplants, maturing in 3 days after planting. Pickling barrel manufacturing blueprint, capable of transforming vegetables into pickles, with a production time of 2 days. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 2 units. Intermediate wood, 6 units. Rubber, 1 unit. Metal parts, 6 units. Su Qi appeared to be in a hurry, opting to send all the information directly instead of images. If Zhang Tuohai had a more unscrupulous disposition, he could easily abscond with these items. However, Zhang Tuohai was not in dire straits yet, and such despicable actions were beneath him. He dispatched 2 flamethrowers in response, casually remarking that flamethrowers were plentiful and other weapons were also available in abundance, inviting further procurement. Su Qi did not reply, seemingly occupied with dealing with locusts. Zhang Tuohai began to organize the items in his possession. He sensed that the sisters had indeed roamed around the farm, as it was unlikely they could amass such a plethora of agricultural supplies otherwise. The yogurt maker and pickling barrel were the first to be produced by Zhang Tuohai. He had procured a considerable amount of fresh milk from Zhao Wanwan, but he and Wang Kai could not possibly consume it all. Although yogurt has a relatively short shelf life of merely half a month, it sufficed in the uncertain circumstances of the apocalypse. The pickling barrel was equally beneficial. Zhang Tuohai could currently cultivate tomatoes, cilantro, onions, bell peppers, carrots, hot peppers, soybeans, and eggplants. He also had the trio of culinary staples, scallions, ginger, and garlic. On his own, Zhang Tuohai could not possibly consume all these vegetables daily, and leaving them to spoil was not an option. Preserving them as pickles appeared to be an astute idea. As for the fast-growing cassava, many might not be familiar with it. It is a shrub native to the tropics, characterized by tuberous roots resembling sweet potatoes, and is primarily known for its use in starch production. However, its most recognized application is in the creation of pearls for milk tea. Upon mentioning pearls, an epiphany struck Zhang Tuohai. Since Wang Kai's coffee could enhance mood values, could milk tea not also elevate spirits? With only a little over 200 kilograms of coffee beans once sold out, a replacement product would be necessary. And milk tea seemed an excellent alternative. Moreover, compared to coffee, women tend to favor milk tea, which could command a higher premium. In this world, especially during the cold winter of the apocalypse, a cup of milk tea could reasonably fetch 3 to 5 times its cost. Zhang Tuohai harbored no concerns regarding the sales of milk tea. Indeed, women's money is the easiest to earn. He even devised a catchy slogan: "Have you had your first cup of milk tea this winter?" Zhang Tuohai could already envision a blissful life of counting his riches. Zhang Tuohai felt that Su Qi was akin to a benefactor, bestowing upon him yet another opportunity for prosperity. Were it not for their inability to meet in person, he would have cherished the chance to cradle Su Qi's face and bestow a kiss as a token of his gratitude. Zhang Tuohai resolved that upon the cassava ripening the following day, he would instruct Wang Kai to concoct a batch of milk tea, should the outcome prove favorable. He would promptly embark on mass production, pairing it with coffee and fruits to create a harmonious blend of high, medium, and low options, thereby seizing the market comprehensively. At that moment, Wang Kai, who was warming himself by the fire, inexplicably sensed a chill emanating from beneath him. Why did it feel so cold? The fire was certainly still burning. Wang Kai muttered to himself and shuffled closer to the hearth. Meanwhile, Zhang Tuohai was diligently organizing the supplies when Xiao Ai suddenly emitted an alert. "Commander, lights have been detected ahead. Shall we proceed?" Chapter 173, Zhao Wanwan's peculiar pets is their light? Zhang Tuohai's spirit was instantly sharpened. In this world, the presence of light not only signifies the presence of others but may also indicate imminent danger, even among players. Fierce conflicts can erupt over something as trivial as a bottle of water. Therefore, caution is of the utmost importance. He extinguished the light, lowered his voice, and stealthily advanced. He must also activate the fog generator to obscure his trail. Understood. Xiao Ai promptly proceeded forward with utmost stealth. Halfway through, Zhang Tuohai indeed heard the distant sound of gunfire. The cacophony included both submachine guns and handguns. Heightening his vigilance, he donned his complete combat gear and grasped his AK-74. Preparing meticulously. "Commander, we are 50 meters away from the site of the gunfight," Xiao Ai reported. "Understood. Lower the window." Zhang Tuohai elevated the AK-74, peering through the scope to observe the situation within the scene. At a distance of 50 meters, there were 4 vehicles parked together, 1 level 3 off-road vehicle and 3 level 2 vans. The off-road vehicle was at the forefront, shielded by a fallen tree, while the 3 vans formed a semicircle around it. Several doors of the vehicles had been swung open. A woman clad in a black uniform was seated behind the door of the off-road vehicle, wielding a P90 and occasionally retaliating. A few players dressed in down jackets took cover behind the vehicles, firing back at the woman with an assortment of firearms. Their weaponry was diverse, including Colts, Remingtons, and Winchesters. Zhang Tuohai even spotted an M1 Garand, a relic from World War II now juxtaposed against modernity. In addition to the 4 players, 3 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, already blanketed in a layer of snow, evidently lifeless. The 4 players seemed oblivious to the unexpected guests approaching from behind. Engrossed in their gunfight with the woman in black, it appeared that the woman had run out of ammunition as the gunfire ceased. "She is out of bullets. Let us rush and capture her." A few players cheered, exclaiming loudly, "Alive! How dare she shoot at me? I must retaliate," shouted a black player sporting a mohawk. "Is this a home delivery?" Observing the 4 players bent over in their shooting stance, Zhang Tuohai felt compelled to deliver a 1,000-year kill to honor their peculiar posture. The chaos of violence was lamentable. Let him bring them to silence instead. Zhang Tuohai steadied his AK-74, aimed at the group, and squeezed the trigger. 50 meters might seem close, yet in the throes of firing, one would realize that at such a distance, targets are scarcely larger than a candle flame. A slight deviation could send the bullet astray. Typically, when facing enemies at such proximity, Zhang Tuohai would employ a spray of bullets to inflict damage through a dense barrage. However, with his limited edition AK-74, everything had changed. Blessed by the auspices of Xuanzong, as long as he was not excessively off target. The bullets fired from the AK-74 would invariably find their mark through serendipitous means. Rat-tat-tat. Zhang Tuohai was momentarily jolted by the powerful recoil, causing the muzzle to rise slightly. He quickly adjusted the barrel downward, correcting the trajectory. Several bullets instantaneously struck multiple foes. 3 players were instantly dispatched with gunfire to the head, meeting their demise on the spot. The unfortunate African-American sporting a mohawk was particularly unlucky. Zhang Tuohai's downward adjustment had been excessive, resulting in a direct and intimate encounter between the 5.45mm projectile and his rectum. A piercing scream escaped the wretched soul as he clutched his rear and gradually sank to the ground. His eyes wide as saucers and his mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg. I truly apologize, it was not my intention. I shall strive for greater accuracy next time. Zhang Tuohai casually fired another shot, obliterating the Mohawk's head. Players Donatello, Wendy, Cockatolo, and Simpson have perished. Player Zhao Wanwan has exhausted her ammunition. The vicinity is clear of ambushes. Safety confirmed. The system prompted. Zhao Wanwan? Zhang Tuohai had initially presumed this encounter to be a standard player skirmish, only to discover that it was an old acquaintance. Were she a stranger? Her demise would be inconsequential, merely akin to uprooting weeds. However, given that Zhao Wanwan was somewhat familiar, having engaged in numerous transactions and providing him considerable assistance, Zhang Tuohai felt morally conflicted about killing her without warning. Zhang Tuohai resolved to approach and assess the situation before making a decision. Shao Ai, stow the smoke and drive over, he instructed. Understood. Shao Ai complied, maneuvering the vehicle toward the heart of the battlefield. Upon arrival, Zhang Tuohai disembarked and strode toward Zhao Wanwan. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan was in dire straits. She had sustained an injury to her thigh. Though bandaged, blood was seeping through. Beside her lay a depleted P90, her helmet removed, with sweat-drenched bangs clinging to her forehead. Her complexion was pallid, and she was biting down on one end of a bandage while attempting to wrap her arm. Do you require assistance? Zhang Tuohai inquired, pushing aside his mask. Oh, it's you. Upon recognizing Zhang Tuohai, Zhao Wanwan loosened the bandage. For the sake of our acquaintance, grant me a swift end. Zhang Tuohai responded. By the way, considering that I am on the brink of death, could you do me a favor? Listen to me. It will be advantageous for you. Zhao Wanwan interjected. I have all the accumulated belongings of the pirate flag in my vehicle, which I can entrust to you. However, there are a few companions that will require your care. The first is Mick. Although he is gluttonous, a chatterbox, and prone to flatulence, he is an excellent dairy cow, producing a stable 40 kilograms of milk daily. He has a fondness for apples, and I have an apple tree in my car, bearing fruit solely for him. Of course, you may indulge as well, but do not let him catch you. Otherwise, he will become irate and reduce his milk output. Zhang Tuohai. The second creature is Donald, a duck that, despite its penchant for wandering about and quacking incessantly at the break of dawn, is genuinely a well-behaved bird. I implore you, do not transform it into spicy duck heads, fragrant duck necks, sweet and spicy duck tongues, braised duck feet, duck delicacies, roasted duck, or duck leg rice. Zhang Tuohai felt a slight moisture at the corners of his mouth. Then there is Crude, a large feline whose courage is remarkably feeble. With just a morsel of dried fish, one could pet it for an entire day. Therefore, might I request that you refrain from slaughtering it and stripping it of its tiger skin? Zhang Tuohai turned his gaze towards the open door of the off-road vehicle, from which he could see a hefty tiger, weighing over 400 pounds, cowering in a corner. However, due to its considerable girth, it could not curl up and was instead sprawled on the ground, tightly closing its eyes, its pudgy paws covering its small ears. Zhang Tuohai? You refer to this creature as a big kitty? Moreover, are you truly certain it is a tiger and not a pig clad in tiger skin? Chapter 174. Artificial Intelligence? More like artificial foolishness. Zhao Wanwan continued her incessant chatter. Melly, the adorable sheep, was quite obedient. Please, under no circumstances should one consider transforming her into skewers, roasted lamb, steamed lamb, roasted lamb legs, lamb chops, or lamb soup. By the way, she has a penchant for cumin. I've cultivated 4 pots of fast-growing cumin, which has a growth cycle of 4 days. Simply remember to feed her 1 pot each day. Zhang Tuohai felt overwhelmed by the multitude of absurdities, unsure of where to begin his lament. And then there was Polly, the macaw. Well, let us not dwell on her lack of merits. She was loud, unruly, loved to rap, and had a penchant for pilfering nuts. Perhaps she should be roasted instead, prepared in the style of roast pigeon, if you're unsure how. The 4th book on the second shelf of my bookshelf is a cookbook. Just follow the instructions. And all the necessary seasonings and ingredients should be there if you look closely, Zhao Wanwan stated. Goodness, are you truly attempting to set me up? I should have devoured all your peanuts last time, leaving not a single one behind. A sharp voice echoed from within the vehicle. Zhang Tuohai glanced inside. Spotting a macaw perched atop a sunflower, indulging in sunflower seeds. Zhang Tuohai remarked, "You dare consume my sunflower? Please ensure she is roasted. This is my lifelong request. Now, let us proceed." Upon finishing her words, Zhao Wanwan closed her eyes. Zhang Tuohai felt his mind nearing its limits. Marveling at the peculiarities of Zhao Wanwan's tastes in keeping such an odd assortment of animals. He believed that if these creatures were to be confined within his vehicle, he would surely lose his sanity. I think you might be mistaken about something." Zhang Tuohai inhaled deeply and spoke. Zhao Wanwan opened her eyes in confusion. "I will not concern myself with these trivial matters. Well, the boss has long stated that apart from myself, no one else could tolerate these eccentric beings. Thus, allow them to accompany me on my journey, and I shall care for them over there." Zhao Wanwan sighed, as if resigned to her fate. Mick emitted a long fart, causing the feline, Clud, to tremble even more violently. Polly quickened her consumption of sunflower seeds. With a startled flap, Donald the duck laid an egg. Melly looked up in bewilderment before returning to her munching on cumin. "No, what I mean is, you should handle these matters yourself." "I have no desire to deal with such nonsense," Zhang Tuohai remarked, a few lines of frustration appearing on his forehead. "Aren't you going to kill me?" Zhao Wanwan's eyes widened in surprise. "Why would I want to kill you? You pose no threat to me. Of course, I would need reimbursement for the cost of the bullets, and additionally, I wish to establish a long-term supply agreement with you." For Zhang Tuohai, the most valuable among Zhao Wanwan's animals was Mick, the dairy cow, capable of producing 40 kilograms of milk daily. However, cows are notorious for their greenhouse gas emissions, being the most significant contributors among all animals. A single cow can emit 500 liters of methane daily. That is 500 liters. And all within the confines of such a small vehicle. One can only imagine the odor within. In this confined space, the accumulation of combustible methane and ammonia poses a significant explosion risk. Even a mere spark could trigger a catastrophic event. Zhang Tuohai is certainly reluctant to assume such peril. Why not leave the responsibility of raising cattle to Zhao Wanwan instead? As for the raucous ducks, the timid tiger, and the thieving parrot, let Zhao Wanwan deal with those headaches herself. His role is solely to collect the duck eggs, and perhaps, on occasion, to indulge in some playful interaction with the large cat. "Are you truly not going to kill me?" Zhao Wanwan asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. "If the benefits of eliminating you outweighed those of keeping you alive, you would not have the opportunity to converse with me," Zhang Tuohai replied, squatting down to assist her in fastening the bandage around her arm. "Now, let us discuss the supply contract. There is no need for discussion. Provide me with sufficient rations and daily necessities, and the remainder is yours. The milk and duck eggs produced daily will also go to you. But the manure must be retained for fertilizer. After deducting the rations, the vegetables and crops will belong to you," Zhao Wanwan stated resolutely. "You're giving it all to me? Not reserving anything for yourself?" Zhang Tuohai asked, taken aback. He had not anticipated her to be so resolute, relinquishing her entire fortune to him. "Since I learned of my brother's demise, thoughts of death have plagued me. The only thing that has kept me going are these creatures. I have managed to create a barely acceptable home for them, and I do not desire much more. There is no need to hold on to those things any longer." Zhao Wanwan replied. "All right then, let us get into the car. By the way, given your injuries, are you able to drive?" Zhang Tuohai inquired. "It's all right. I have an AI-assisted driving system that can assist with driving." "Xiao Yi, come out and greet him," Zhao Wanwan said. "Hello, I am Xiao Yi. My master is quite foolish, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused. I bow to you. Please take good care of me in the future. By the way, if you could enhance my database, I could share my master's measurements and preferred genres of literature." "Xiao Yi," Zhao Wanwan exclaimed, hands on her hips, visibly irritated. Zhang Tuohai felt that Zhao Wanwan's AI system was somewhat peculiar, resembling not so much an intelligent assistant as a rather clueless entity. Was this a coincidence? Or was it a manifestation of Zhao Wanwan's unique abilities to skew the normal into the absurd? He rubbed his temples, abandoning the thought. "Well, since you can drive, please get in the car. I will gather some supplies, and then we will set off. For the time being, while you lack the ability to defend yourself, you should stay behind me," Zhang Tuohai suggested after some contemplation. Given Zhao Wanwan's recent injuries, her combat effectiveness had diminished significantly. To ensure the safety of the daily milk and duck eggs, he also needed to safeguard her. As for the possibility of Zhao Wanwan betraying him, Zhang Tuohai was not concerned. The alert system was not merely for show. "All right, I will wait in the car." Zhao Wanwan obediently entered the vehicle, while Zhang Tuohai began to survey the battlefield. His first task was to assess the weapons in the hands of several individuals in the attire they wore. Although somewhat worn, no one seemed to care. Zhang Tuohai also thoroughly scavenged the supplies within their vehicles. The worth of these individuals was rather modest. They possessed a few level 1 resources, some canned goods, water, and a heating stove. Remarkably, Zhang Tuohai even discovered several limited edition notebooks featuring Kuching among their belongings. You have perused the limited edition Kuching notebooks, unlocking new knowledge, which elevates your mood, granting a mood value of 3. Zhang Tuohai discreetly concealed the notebooks. It was not out of personal interest. Rather, he recognized them as cultural treasures of humanity, limited editions that he believed contributed to the preservation of human civilization. Chapter 175, Zhao Wanwan's Gratitude with Great Satisfaction. Zhang Tuohai loaded a multitude of items into his vehicle, simultaneously retrieving the car's core. He had truly indulged in a thorough plundering. Apart from the items he could physically carry away from the car, he had even left each corpse with nothing but a single pair of undergarments. Every object, regardless of its potential utility, was taken. After all, with the assistance of Zhang Xiaokong, he could sell anything. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai received a plethora of messages from Zhao Wanwan. First among them were various grades of materials. The first grade materials were scarce, totaling only 400, which was undeniably meager for a convoy. However, the second grade supplies were abundant, amounting to an impressive 300, which was rather formidable. Zhang Tuohai had managed to amass just over 290 through his own cunning exploits. Clearly, there was a noticeable disparity between him and the convoy. What delighted Zhang Tuohai the most was the discovery that the pirate flag had also yielded a number of third-grade materials, exceeding 20 in quantity. Where did you acquire such an abundance of third-grade materials? Zhang Tuohai inquired with curiosity. It seems that Oink stumbled upon a treasure map and explored it thoroughly, uncovering these items. Since they were too advanced for immediate use, they were deposited in the communal warehouse, Zhao Wanwan explained. Indeed, I am not the only fortunate one. There are many formidable individuals out there. Zhang Tuohai noted inwardly that he must exercise greater caution when facing adversaries in the future. By the way, there are also a few blueprints. I wonder if you might find them useful, Zhao Wanwan said as she sent several schematics to Zhang Tuohai. As Zhang Tuohai perused the documents, he found a few that perfectly filled the gaps in his collection, aside from those he already possessed. Solid tire, second-grade automotive component. Enhances the durability of the tires. Crafting materials, intermediate rubber, 16 units, intermediate metal ingots, for units, metal parts, 16 units. Comfortable double bed, special item, enhances comfort. Significantly alleviates physical fatigue, boosts endurance, and accelerates energy recovery. Crafting materials, intermediate wood, 10 units, metal parts, 16 units. Healing pillow, a life-sized pillow depicting Sister Bauer. Upon close contact, it evokes warmth, restoring 1 mood point every 10 minutes. Crafting materials, intermediate fabric, 5 units, feathers, 5 units. Miner's lamp, a head-mounted lighting device. Crafting materials, low-grade glass, 1 unit, metal parts, 2 units, low-grade plastic, 2 units, low-grade rubber, 1 unit, low-grade metal components, 1 unit. Beverage maker, a special manufacturing item capable of producing various flavored drinks, complete with a recipe list. Crafting materials, intermediate plastic, 10 units, intermediate metal ingots, 1 unit. Metal parts, 20 units, rubber, 1 unit, electronic components, 1 unit. Gazing at these treasures, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but exclaim that he had struck it rich. The solid tire, in particular, would undoubtedly enhance the safety of his vehicle, serving its purpose magnificently. A comfortable double bed, adorned with one's own fur bedding, can significantly enhance the efficiency of physical recovery and reduce the time required for rest, proving exceptionally effective in situations demanding physical exertion. The healing pillow serves as a constant buff, restoring a steady 144 points of mood daily. What more could one desire? Although the miner's lamp appears unremarkable, it liberates one's hands in places where light is essential. However, one must remain vigilant against adversaries who may fire upon the light. Yet, Zhang Tuohai has already devised a countermeasure, having Wankai wear it. As for the beverage maker, it requires no further elaboration. It is a lucrative tool for generating revenue and also addresses Zhang Tuohai's surplus fruit production issue, yielding multiple benefits. Nevertheless, Zhang Tuohai finds himself perplexed. These items are undeniably useful, so why has the pirate flag not been made? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanwan explained, the beverage maker has not been implemented yet due to our lack of a stable fruit supply. The miner's lamp and solid tires are merely surplus from several blueprints that have been produced. The double bed, on the other hand, occupies too much space. And what of the pillow? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Even if you were unaware before, Now that the system has revealed the value of mood points, you must recognize its worth. Ah, that, Zhao Wanwan replied. I am a devoted little circle chef and cannot easily change my heart. She displayed an image of a little circle swimsuit pillow. Let's negotiate. No, everything else is negotiable, but this is personal property and is not up for lending, Zhao Wanwan insisted resolutely. Very well. By the way, I have left a substantial amount of food, 3 days' worth for you. The remainder I will send to your location, Zhao Wanwan said, forwarding a plethora of canned goods and fast food. The assortment included pizzas, hamburgers, and fish and chips, amounting to over 100 portions. There were also around 200 cans encompassing vegetables, meats, fish, and fruits. The combined weight of flour and rice exceeded 200 pounds. Additionally, there were 50 pounds of coffee beans, 30 pounds of black tea, 5 pounds of rock sugar, 2 pounds of white sugar, and a box each of cooking wine, soy sauce, and vinegar, along with a pound each of star anise and bay leaves, and 5 kilograms of salt. In truth, there was originally more coffee and tea, but most of these items were stored with Sister Mi, who perished during the battle with the skeleton convoy, and thus the goods could not be retrieved, Zhao Wanwan recounted. Is it true that you all consume these fast foods regularly? Do you not cook for yourselves? Zhang Tuohai asked. No one knows how, Zhao Wanwan replied, shrugging in resignation. We do have a microwave, so it's not entirely cold food. I will be making braised pork tonight. If you wish to partake, I can bring you a portion. Zhang Tuohai offered. Really? Is that genuinely possible? Just so you know, I have quite the appetite, Zhao Wanwan responded eagerly. Fear not. It's merely a matter of adding a second pair of chopsticks. There will be plenty, Zhang Tuohai reassured her, not taking her words to heart. He had just experienced close proximity with Zhao Wanwan moments earlier. Zhao Wanwan, standing at merely 1.50 meters, possesses a slender figure. According to Zhang Tuohai's estimation, her weight hovers around 80 to 90 kg. How much can such a petite girl possibly consume? That is simply splendid, Zhao Wanwan exclaimed with excitement. By the way, do you still have the weapon blueprints? I recall you had designs for the recoilless rifle and anti-tank grenades. Zhang Tuohai was quite fond of these two items. The weapons and ammunition were all managed by Ike, and those two types of weaponry were provided by him. Regrettably, he perished during the battle against the skeleton brigade. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found myself in such a predicament with depleted ammunition, Zhao Wanwan said, her voice tinged with disappointment. I see. Here, take this for your protection, Zhang Tuohai said as he crafted and tossed her a bobo sha. Although he had not obtained the blueprints for the recoilless rifle and anti-tank grenades, Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of fulfillment having secured so many other items. Shall I play a lively song to celebrate? Zhang Tuohai instructed. Commander, I have acquired Zhao Wanwan's measurements. Would you like them? Shao Ai suddenly inquired quietly. Chapter 176. The more beautiful the woman, the more she can consume. Zhang Tuohai nearly spewed his coffee. How did you come by this information? Well, I haven't obtained it yet. But Xiaoli mentioned that if I were willing to share my serial code with her, she would be willing to trade Zhao Wanwan's measurements and some private photographs, replied Xiaomei. Can AIs communicate with one another? Zhang Tuohai inquired, intrigued. Indeed, as long as it is within a certain range, communication is possible. For long distances, one must know the other party's serial code, akin to adding a friend. However, our exchanges primarily revolve around data, significantly enhancing AI intelligence to better assist the commander with various tasks, rather than being merely a superficial artificial intelligence. Of course, if the commander prefers. This feature can be disabled at will, Xiaomei explained. That won't be necessary. As long as it doesn't pertain to confidential information, you may freely communicate with other AIs. Just notify me in advance, Zhang Tuohai responded, shaking his head. By the way, don't mention the images I downloaded to anyone, Zhang Tuohai suddenly cautioned. Rest assured, Commander. I shall treat your privacy as the highest secret, Xiaomei assured him, a playful tone in her voice. Let's set off while there is still daylight. Push aside the tree trunks and move forward. Perhaps we can gather a few more supply crates, Zhang Tuohai suggested, glancing at the time. It was now 5 in the afternoon, with an hour remaining until 6. Although it was perpetual night, he preferred to adhere to a normal schedule. Xiaomei understood. She activated the headlights, set down the snow shovel, and charged ahead. The large tree that had been obstructing their path was swiftly cleared, and Xiaomei navigated past it with ease. Wow, you're amazing. I wish I could have such a powerful companion too. I just love having a strong ally. Xiaoi exclaimed from behind. Xiaomei, Zhang Tuohai, Zhao Wanwan. Xiaoi? Zhang Tuohai discreetly messaged Zhao Wanwan. Is Xiaoi always this uninhibited? Zhao Wanwan replied, not at all. She is quite demure when she is with me. I think she has a somewhat reserved personality, so you should be cautious and avoid imparting her any peculiar knowledge. Could it be that she has been secretly learning while I read BL novels? Is she really that advanced? Zhao Wanwan gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Zhang Tuohai felt he had stumbled upon something significant. While personal preferences are indeed free, one should still be mindful of their influence. After all, she is still a child. Is that so? I shall be more careful in the future, Zhao Wanwan replied, her hands tucked into her sleeves as her fingers fidgeted, having successfully shifted the blame. Zhang Tuohai felt a sense of relief. Henceforth, even if Zhao Wanwan discovered certain matters, he could easily deflect responsibility, asserting that she had led Xiaoyi astray, having no part in it himself. Xiaoyi continued to explore, while Zhang Tuohai approached the stove to commence the preparation of caramelized sugar. Having obtained rock sugar, star anise, cooking wine, and soy sauce from Zhao Wanwan, Zhang Tuohai was now equipped to create a complete version of braised pork. The pork belly was cleaned, blanched, and seasoned with cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors. He exited the vehicle to open the supply box, acquiring 100 units of gasoline. He then proceeded to caramelize the sugar, add the meat, stir-frying quickly before introducing ginger slices, soy sauce, heated water, salt, and star anise, allowing it to simmer for 40 minutes. Upon returning to the supply box, he secured a carton of coconut juice, with the heat intensified to reduce the sauce. He plated the dish, presenting a substantial bowl of braised pork, weighing nearly 3 pounds. That should suffice for a meal, Zhang Tuohai mused as he gazed at the bowl. And mine? What about mine? Wang Kai joyfully wagged his tail. Here you go. Zhang Tuohai generously ladled a large spoonful into Wang Kai's bowl, adding a bit of rice. Wang Kai happily scampered off to enjoy his meal. Once the food was ready, Zhang Tuohai contemplated inviting Zhao Wanwan to join him. After all, she would be accompanying him for some time, and it would be rather estranging not to share meals together, potentially creating a rift. Moreover, with the hint system in place, he was not concerned about Zhao Wanwan acting out. Before long, approximately 10 minutes later, Zhao Wanwan knocked on the car door. Zhang Tuohai opened it to find her clad in a beige trench coat, shivering outside. I'm freezing. Let me in, she exclaimed, tucking her hands into her sleeves and stamping her feet. Player Zhao Wanwan, unarmed, possesses a cyanide-laced false tooth, no malicious intent, threat level 0. The hint system flashed a notification. Come in. Zhang Tuohai stepped aside, allowing Zhao Wanwan to enter. That was quite swift, wasn't it? Zhao Wanwan remarked as she removed her trench coat, draping it over the passenger seat, revealing a fitted white dress beneath. She spun gracefully before Zhang Tuohai, the hem of her dress fluttering slightly. Zhao Wanwan was petite, her dress a pristine white, dancing lightly like a dainty daisy in the breeze. After completing her twirl, she lightly seated herself at the table. As she beheld the rich, savory braised pork, she inhaled deeply. It smells delightful. Zhang Tuohai observed Zhao Wanwan's actions, a slight frown creasing his brow as he began to understand her intentions. Her earlier demeanor held no ulterior motives. She merely wished to demonstrate that she bore no weapons. Assuring Zhang Tuohai of her benign intentions, the cyanide-laced false tooth, however, was a precautionary measure, prepared for any potential treachery on his part. Indeed, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Zhang Tuohai served 2 bowls of rice and opened 2 bottles of coconut juice, placing them before Zhao Wanwan. Please, choose first. Then I shall not be polite, Zhao Wanwan replied, casually picking up a bottle of coconut juice. Here's to a pleasant cooperation in the future. Cheers. Cheers. Zhang Tuohai echoed, taking a hearty swig from his bottle, feeling an invigorating wave of relief wash over him. He had just set the bottle down and picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge in his meal. Midway through reaching for his food, he was taken aback to discover that the basin containing the braised pork was entirely empty. Where has my braised pork gone? Such a large bowl of it. Zhang Tuohai was bewildered. He bent down to glance beneath the table, finding nothing amiss. Turning his gaze towards Wang Kai, he noticed the dog had finished its meal and was now licking its own bowl, which did not suggest it had devoured the pork. So where could that generous bowl of braised pork have disappeared to? I apologize. I haven't savored such delicious food in ages, and regrettably, I may have eaten a bit too hastily, Zhao Wanwan said, sheepishly raising her hand. Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 177. Opportunities in Danger and Wealth. Zhang Tuohai cast a dubious glance at Zhao Wanwan's figure, estimating her weight to be around 80 pounds. His gaze descended to her lower abdomen, which remained flat and devoid of any noticeable change. It truly is my own doing. I've been indulging in fast food lately and haven't had a proper meal in ages. I simply couldn't resist, Zhao Wanwan admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. And don't let my slenderness deceive you. I have quite an appetite, and no matter how much I eat, I never seem to gain weight. Sensing Zhang Tuohai's scrutinizing gaze, she felt compelled to defend herself. Are you still hungry? Zhang Tuohai inquired, his eyes resting on the empty bowl, pondering for a moment before uttering the words. Indeed. Zhao Wanwan replied, lowering her head shyly. Zhang Tuohai nearly stumbled in shock. Over 3 pounds of meat, and she still wasn't full. He felt a pang of concern that this venture might not be as profitable as he had hoped. Could it be that he had unwittingly invited a wolf into his den? Nevertheless, since the young lady had come, it would be remiss not to ensure she left satiated. Besides, he himself had yet to eat. Never mind, being able to eat is a blessing, Zhang Tuohai remarked. By the way, how much more do you think you could eat to feel satisfied? I'd like to have an idea to avoid further complications. Zhao Wanwan hesitated for a moment before raising a single finger. 1 pound? Zhang Tuohai gasped in disbelief. Let us have another portion. Zhao Wanwan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Are you, perhaps, a system sent from a game? Speak, your mission is to devour me into poverty, isn't it? Zhang Tuohai was utterly baffled. 6 pounds of meat. In a single meal. If she were to eat 3 meals a day, that would amount to 18 pounds, 9 kilograms. For context, a fully grown Siberian tiger consumes around 10 kilograms of meat daily. Was he now nurturing a human-sized tiger? With tears welling in his eyes, Zhang Tuohai returned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. He never anticipated that he would experience a moment of misjudgment. As he sliced the meat, he muttered under his breath, this prompt system isn't very accurate. How can it claim there's no threat? The threat is quite substantial. The prompt system remained unresponsive. After cutting another 5 pounds of meat, he realized that his pot was somewhat small, making it difficult to accommodate all the meat. Reluctantly, Zhang Tuohai set up another stove, utilizing one pot to prepare braised pork and another for steamed meat. 40 minutes later, he returned to the dining table, carrying 2 large bowls. Dig in. If it's not enough, there's more, Zhang Tuohai declared, determined to witness the full extent of Zhao Wanwan's appetite. Excuse me, Zhao Wanwan murmured, burying her face in a rice bowl larger than her own visage. 5 minutes later, both bowls were cleaner than if they had been licked by a dog. Oh, at last, I'm full. Since arriving in this world, I've never truly felt satisfied, Zhao Wanwan exclaimed with a sense of relief. Zhang Tuohai simply stared, glancing at Zhao Wanwan's flat abdomen. This was nothing short of astounding. He speculated that before entering this world, Zhao Wanwan must have come from a well-off family. Otherwise, one could hardly sustain such an insatiable appetite. Shall we have tea or coffee? Although there were fruits, the absence of a juicer rendered the prospect of enjoying juice temporarily impossible. Zhang Tuohai inquired, how about coffee? Tea tends to leave one feeling hungry. Zhao Wanwan replied, indeed. Shortly thereafter, Wang Kai served 2 cups of coffee before retreating to wash the dishes. With a hint of envy, Zhao Wanwan gazed at Wang Kai, exclaiming, your pet is truly remarkable. It assists with household chores and brews coffee, unlike mine, which does nothing but eat and sleep, only knowing how to be adorable. Wang Kai was on the verge of tears. For this was the idyllic life he had always envisioned. Alas, he lamented his poor judgment in choosing to ride with Zhang Tuohai. After indulging in light conversation with Zhao Wanwan, Zhang Tuohai gleaned a wealth of internal information about the team. For instance, the team possessed a shared space where members could leave unused items for mutual borrowing. It was through this space that Zhao Wanwan had acquired her considerable wealth. Once she had shared these insights, Zhao Wanwan rose to take her leave. Next time, you needn't be so formal, Zhang Tuohai remarked. I understand, Zhao Wanwan replied, slightly taken aback, before nodding in agreement. After bidding Zhao Wanwan farewell, Wang Kai squatted beside Zhang Tuohai and said, Boss, that female biped consumes far too much. At this rate, we will incur significant losses. It's simple, Zhang Tuohai replied. Just have your rations and share them with her. Wang Kai responded, why am I bearing the brunt of this? The considerable loss from a single dinner left Zhang Tuohai in a sour mood. He opened the regional channel, hoping to discover an opportunity to earn some income and alleviate his emotional distress. As he opened the channel, he was met with a series of alarming red announcements. Initially, he assumed they were mere death notices and dismissed them with a cursory glance. However, upon reading the actual content, he was taken aback. Player Lin Xiandao's mood value has dropped to 100. Their mind has been consumed by darkness, transforming them into a madman who will randomly attack other players. Player Howard's mood value has dropped to 100. Their mind has been consumed by darkness, transforming them into a madman who will randomly attack other players. In total, there were over 20 such notifications, all conveying similar messages. Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow in concern. The system had previously announced that a mood value of 100 would lead to madness, but it had not indicated that one's mind could be eroded, resulting in a transformation into a madman. Everyone had assumed that madness referred solely to a chaotic mental state. With a chance for recovery, players only die at a mood value of 200. However, the system had unexpectedly introduced such a perilous twist. The consequences of madness only affected the player themselves, but becoming a madman posed a threat not only to oneself but also to other players. The random assaults on fellow players raised uncertainty about the abilities and weaponry of these madmen, as well as the potential for widespread casualties. Even Zhang Tuohai himself needed to exercise caution and vigilance. Weapons. Zhang Tuohai's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, sensing a rare opportunity. With such frenzied players around, the weapons in his possession would become highly sought after. Whether it be vintage firearms from the Second World War or modern shotguns, they would all transform into coveted treasures. Even a price increase of 50% would not deter demand. After all, once one meets their demise, all is lost. Not only firearms, but anything that enhances mood value would become a hot commodity. What was once perceived as an abundant resource now seemed scarce, as players who previously hesitated over mood-enhancing items suddenly found them in high demand. Upon browsing the trading zone, Zhang Tuohai discovered that the prices of various candies had skyrocketed to more than triple their original value, and they were snatched up the moment they hit the market. It is noteworthy that these candies only provide a one-time increase of 35 mood points, without any accompanying buffs. If such items commanded such prices, one could only wonder what Zhang Tuohai's coffee would be worth. His eyes gleamed with the allure of wealth. Chapter 178. The perfect loop price increases are imperative. Zhang Tuohai extracted a portion of his accumulated candy and listed it at 5 times the original price. Despite being fiercely contested, some remained unsold, although their quantity gradually diminished. Zhang Tuohai surmised that this was likely the zenith of the candy's value and decided to disregard it for the time being. Candy, after all, is a form of hard currency, uplifting spirits and replenishing energy, even if he had no need for it himself. It served as an excellent gift for subordinates and friends alike. He produced a fraction of the candy merely to gauge the current player's tolerance for pricing. Otherwise, he would not have been so reckless as to sell it. Why not keep good things for oneself? Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai, comprising screenshots of the effects of Wang Kai's coffee and some images of various unbranded firearms in his possession. These firearms were scavenged from deceased players, lacking blueprints and with limited ammunition, thus deemed unworthy by Zhang Tuohai. He seized the opportunity presented by the price surge to dispose of them all at once. Given Zhang Tuohai's discerning eye, her clientele would undoubtedly be affluent individuals, and these firearms would fetch a significantly higher price under her management. As for the mass-producible Bobo Shah and the limited edition Desert Eagle, Zhang Tuohai decided to withhold them for a few days to maximize profit later. Zhang Tuohai, the sales champion of the nightclub, immediately grasped Zhang Tuohai's intent upon viewing the images he sent. What price does the boss intend to set? She inquired. The more, the better, Zhang Tuohai replied, but this time, I'm not interested in level 1 materials, at least level 2 materials to start, and any rare blueprints would be welcome. Ideally, I'd like level 3 automotive parts, even if it means paying a bit more. Though he suspected that the last request was implausible, he included it nonetheless. After all, what if someone, blinded by folly, decided to sell? While the current players were notably shrewder than those from the previous world and understood the value of automotive component blueprints, one could always encounter a fool. Everyone ought to harbor some dreams, right? Boss, the current prices haven't yet peaked. If someone were to fall victim to a crazed player, weapon prices could inflate by another 20 to 30%. I believe waiting for that moment would yield the greatest returns, Zhang Tuohai suggested. I'm aware of that. But I'm certain that I'm not the only one selling weapons. Other players likely possess surplus arms as well, though some are still biding their time. We must first seize control of the market, and when the situation escalates, we will have access to even higher-tier weapons. Moreover, the subsequent weapons can have an unlimited supply of ammunition. Whatever quantity is needed, it will be available, Zhang Tuohai articulated. He realized that merely selling guns was insufficient. The real profit lay in selling bullets. By controlling the ammunition trade, he effectively governed the source of weaponry. Should he sever the supply of bullets, their firearms would become nothing more than sticks. I understand, Zhang Tuohai replied, comprehending Zhang Tuohai's strategy and promptly set about executing it. Zhang Tuohai is a professional in this realm. Once provided with a general direction, he can execute tasks with remarkable finesse, which alleviates Zhang Tuohai's burdens considerably. After addressing this matter, Zhang Tuohai reached out to Vladimir to inquire whether he required any items to enhance his morale. Over time, Zhang Tuohai and Vladimir had cultivated a reasonably amicable relationship, akin to that of friends. Should Vladimir succumb to despair due to his morale, Zhang Tuohai would lose a valuable ally. Moreover, Vladimir is essentially a walking arsenal. Should he truly descend into madness, few in the vicinity could withstand him. For the sake of his own safety, it was imperative to ensure Vladimir's morale remained stable. However, to Zhang Tuohai's dismay, Vladimir appeared wholly unconcerned. Oh, my dear Davarish, as long as there is ample alcohol, my morale shall not falter. By the way, I am nearly out of liquor. Do you have any to spare? Please sell me some. Upon reading Vladimir's response, Zhang Tuohai marveled at this bear of a man, whose morale was seemingly tethered to alcohol, fearless as long as he had his drink. Zhang Tai rummaged through his spoils and produced 4 bottles of gold liquor and 2 bottles of tequila, which he bartered with Vladimir for 200 pounds of wild boar meat. This transaction helped replenish Zhang Tuohai's dinner supplies. Gazing at the fresh wild boar meat upon the cutting board, an idea struck him. He could have Zhao Wanwan cultivate sugarcane, then use the sugarcane to brew liquor, selling it to Vladimir in exchange for fresh meats, which he could then prepare as various dishes to feed Zhao Wanwan. A perfect closed loop. Furthermore, both liquor and meat would yield substantial surpluses, translating into concrete profits. He could utilize these profits to trade for other resources on the market. Moreover, he could consistently enhance the goodwill of both Vladimir and Zhao Wanwan. Truly a double-edged sword. Elated at this notion, Zhang Tuohai resolved to finalize this plan that very night. Missing a single night would mean losing a harvest of sugarcane, a tangible resource indeed. He hastily opened Zhao Wanwan's private message. "Do you have any available land?" Zhao Wanwan replied, "I have a plan to exchange sugarcane for meat. Would you care to hear it? Plant 1 pot of sugarcane for a pound of meat, and it can be harvested daily. As long as there is enough sugarcane, you can have as much meat as you desire." Upon reading the last few words, Zhao Wanwan nearly leaped with joy. "If it means I can feast on meat daily until satiated, I would gladly sleep with the sugarcane." Zhang Tuohai was taken aback, exclaiming at the revelation of this unexpected facet beneath Zhao Wanwan's intellectual exterior. "Very well, I shall provide you with 10 pots of sugarcane first. Please assess the placement, as well as the allocation of fertilizer and water, before determining how many pots you can maintain." As he spoke, he sent Zhao Wanwan 10 pots of sugarcane. "At the very least, we could accommodate 20 more pots, and if we dismantle the bed, we could potentially plant 50 pots, Zhao Wanwan suggested. "Then let us proceed with 20 pots. That should suffice." Zhang Tuohai resolutely dismissed Zhao Wanwan's radical ideas. After discussing some details with her and outlining several important considerations for cultivation, he turned off the lights and retired for the night. Today, he had crafted a new double bed, and according to the instructions, it appeared to be quite splendid. However, Zhang Tuohai had yet to experience its effects firsthand. He was eager to indulge in its comfort. The combination of the cozy double bed and the luxurious animal hide bedding promised a swift restoration of vitality, and together, they provided a remarkable enhancement. As he lay on the bed, Zhang Tuohai felt his energy and stamina rapidly rejuvenating, eliciting soft hums of contentment from him. Nevertheless, the swift recovery of his vigor came with a downside. Zhang Tuohai found himself unable to sleep. He had gone to bed around 8 o'clock, only to awaken at midnight, staring out at the heavy snowfall with a sense of helplessness. At such an hour, when slumber was most inviting, he was inexplicably brimming with energy, as if he had consumed 3 cups of espresso. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront a brown bear to release his excess vitality. Where could he find a bear? Zhang Tuohai mused to himself as he warmed up. "There's one just outside the door," the prompt system remarked quietly. Chapter 179, The Capricious Zhao Wanwan. Upon hearing the prompt from the system, Zhang Tuohai jolted awake, nearly twisting his back while stretching. "What is it?" he wondered as he peered outside. However, the car's interior was illuminated while the world outside lay shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible for him to discern any details. In desperation, he leaned against the car window, shielding his eyes from the light to gaze outside. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. What met his eyes were a pair of eyes as large as bronze bells. The 2 locked gazes, and both were startled. Zhang Tuohai fell back into the driver's seat, while the creature opposite him plopped down on the ground. "What on earth is that?" he exclaimed, grabbing his AK-74 and cautiously returning to the window. Outside, in the snowy landscape, sat a large bear. This was neither a brown bear, nor a black bear, nor even a polar bear. It was covered in white fur, but its ears and limbs were black, most strikingly adorned with large black eye circles. The bear stared back at Zhang Tuohai, trembling in apparent fear or perhaps from the cold. A giant panda? Zhang Tuohai was momentarily stunned. What could possibly bring such a creature to life in this wintry setting? Moreover, despite its bear-like appearance, it lacked the formidable combat prowess of its relatives. Was the game system truly sending such a creature as a form of benevolent offering? Should he eliminate it or let it go? Would killing it lead to complications? As Zhang Tuohai hesitated, the headlights of the vehicle behind him flickered to life. Zhao Wanwan lowered her window, extending a playful arm out. "Ah, a giant panda." Upon recognizing the creature's true identity, she leapt from the car, sprinting towards the bear with the speed of a sprinter, eagerly rubbing its round head. "Oh, I've always wanted to do this. Finally, my wish has come true," she exclaimed, enveloping the bear in her arms and affectionately nuzzling her face against its head. The bear stood frozen, its expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. as if questioning its existence and purpose. Zhang Tuohai could only shake his head in resignation. While the giant panda was undeniably adorable, it remained a large carnivorous beast. Was it wise to treat it so casually? Zhao Wanwan was his sugarcane cultivation employee, and Zhang Tuohai wished to protect her from harm. What if she were injured and it affected the sugarcane crop? Zhao Wanwan, step back. That creature is a carnivore. If it bites you, it could be disastrous. Zhang Tuohai urged, rolling down the car window and aiming his AK-74 at the giant panda. Don't worry, Zhao Wanwan reassured him with a wave of her hand. I've always had a way with animals. Lions and tigers don't bother me, and I've even played with wolf packs before. This giant panda won't harm me, right? As Zhao Wanwan spoke, she gently stroked the head of the iron-eating beast. Is this really possible? Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Zhao Wanwan's words, his initial reaction was one of disbelief. If Zhao Wanwan truly possessed such abilities, she might as well be the reincarnation of a great druid. Yet, observing the current situation, it seemed the iron-eating beast bore no intention of harming her. It appeared rather bewildered, realizing there was indeed no threat. Zhang Tuohai holstered his weapon. He had never encountered such a cute and naive creature before. Perhaps he should indulge in a little petting himself. In the original world, such a creature was a national treasure, one he could scarcely touch, but now it seemed he had the opportunity to engage with it intimately. Moreover, having remained outside for quite some time without any alerts from the system indicated a lack of danger, which emboldened Zhang Tuohai further. He stepped out of the vehicle, holding an AK-74 in one hand while the other rested on the head of the iron-eating beast, gently kneading it. The sensation was indeed delightful. As he continued to pet the creature, Zhang Tuohai found himself becoming somewhat addicted to the experience, desiring to keep it up indefinitely. After a while, he grasped why people were so fond of petting pandas. It was genuinely addictive. However, after some time, he suddenly realized a critical issue. They were not there simply to pet the iron-eating beast. What do you plan to do with it? In my opinion, we might as well exchange it for meat. Judging by its size, it must weigh several hundred pounds, which could sustain us for quite a while. No. It's too cute to eat, Zhao Wanwan replied, embracing the beast's large head. Then what do you suggest? Zhang Tuohai teased her. This creature is a primary source of meat for various carnivores. If we don't hunt it, in a few days, we won't even see any meat. Let alone have our fill. Must we really kill it? Zhao Wanwan hesitated upon hearing Zhang Tuohai's words. It's possible not to kill it, but we must find alternative sources of meat to fill the gap, Zhang Tuohai responded. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanwan resolutely declared, if it comes to that, you could use big meow crud to fill the gap. It weighs over 400 pounds. That should last us for a while. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. Well, it seems one has forgotten their first love upon finding a new affection. Truly, you are the embodiment of a sea king. He glanced towards Zhao Wanwan's vehicle and noticed Big Meow Crud, who was hugging a small round pillow and crying, resembling a child weighing over 400 pounds. Polly the macaw stood atop its head, offering consolation. Come on, it's not the end of the world. It's just going to be cooked, right? Look at me. I watch the complete guide to poultry cooking every day, and I'm quite happy. Just remember to slim down a bit in the future. Crud's sobs grew more pitiful. All right, take it back with you. As long as it doesn't interfere with our main objectives, you can raise it however you like. However, I recall that it feeds on bamboo shoots. Do you have any? Zhang Tuohai had no intention of interfering with Zhao Wanwan's penchant for pet keeping. As long as it did not hinder his own pursuits, he wouldn't mind if she wanted to create a zoo. It's nothing. I happen to have bamboo seeds. I previously deemed them useless and refrained from planting them, but now they can come in handy, Zhao Wanwan declared, patting her chest confidently. Well, it appears you were prepared all along, Zhang Tuohai acknowledged with a nod. That's fine, but you must keep a close watch on them. Don't let them ruin the sugarcane. Those are valuable commodities, and if we lose the sugarcane, we'll have to rely on their meat. As he spoke, Zhang Tuohai affectionately ruffled the head of the iron-eating beast. Abai, do you understand? Don't feign ignorance. I know you can comprehend. Abai nodded eagerly. How could it not understand with the AK-74 pressed against its forehead? Just then, bright headlights suddenly illuminated the distance, and the thunderous roar of an approaching vehicle echoed from afar. The prompt system timely displayed a warning. A deranged player is approaching, armed with an AR-15 and an Uzi submachine gun. Exercise caution. Chapter 180. Acquiring the treasure map, the mad player? Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. The game system had alerted him that mad players engage in random hunts against others. Currently, there were 2,011 players in this area. Yet only about 20 had succumbed to madness, resulting in a mere 1% chance of encountering one, an unfortunate stroke of luck. Moreover, this particular player possessed an AR-15. This weapon is a derivative of the M16. The AR-15 is the civilian variant, inferior in performance to the military-grade M16, and is also a semi-automatic firearm. Nevertheless, regardless of its limitations, it is a bona fide assault rifle, and in an era where top-tier players still wield submachine guns, it undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of firepower. Such a player would certainly prove formidable. Someone is approaching. Those who dare to act under the cover of night are surely skilled. You should advance a distance ahead. Don't linger here and become a hindrance, Zhang Tuohai instructed Zhao Wanlan. Understood. Zhao Wanlan, who primarily handled logistical and supportive tasks at the pirate flag, typically refrained from rushing to the front lines unless absolutely necessary. Following Zhang Tuohai's directive, she hoisted the iron-eating beast and sprinted toward her vehicle. In less than 10 seconds, she vanished into the vast, snowy night, leaving no trace of her taillights. Such strength. Zhang Tuohai stood dumbfounded. That iron-eating beast, by his estimation, weighed at least 200 pounds, yet Zhao Wanlan effortlessly carried it away at remarkable speed. Truly, she was a girl who could consume 6 pounds of meat in a single meal. However, Zhang Tuohai had no time to marvel. The vehicle in the distance was drawing near. He was not eager to engage in a gunfight with the mad player behind him, who knew whether the opponent was armed with tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds. Although his vehicle was armored and had undergone reinforcement, he was uncertain how it would withstand armor-piercing ammunition. Even if the vehicle's body could endure, what about the windows? The lights? Repairing any damage would incur costs. Unless absolutely necessary, Zhang Tuohai preferred to avoid a direct confrontation. After some contemplation, he retrieved the Iron Fist rocket launcher from the vehicle and addressed Xiao AI. You drive ahead and attract their attention. I will lie in ambush at the roadside. Understood. Xiao AI proceeded forward while Zhang Tuohai concealed himself beneath the embankment, clad in snow camouflage and bearing a hunting insignia. He was not concerned about being detected by the mad player. As Zhang Tuohai settled into position, the pursuing vehicle surged forward. It was a level 2 business vehicle, yet it had undergone extensive modifications. For instance, it sported a crash grille, reinforced bumpers, and its body and wheels appeared to have been fortified. Most absurdly, a solar water heater had been installed on the roof. Regrettably, in this cold and sunless world, it had become nothing more than a decorative burden. Crash grille and reinforced body. Let's see if they can withstand the Iron Fist. Zhang Tuohai hefted the Iron Fist rocket and aimed at the vehicle. As it approached him, he squeezed the trigger. The effective range of this weapon was only 30 meters, compelling Zhang Tuohai to take a considerable risk. However, even the most inferior model among the 30 possesses an armor-piercing depth of 140 millimeters, sufficient to contend with AT-34, let alone a mere second-tier commercial vehicle. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted from within the vehicle as the 3-kilogram warhead obliterated the door. It was done. Zhang Tuohai, armed with an AK-74, surged forward. His choice to wield the Iron Fist instead of the RPG-7 was primarily due to the latter's excessive power. A single shot from the RPG-7 would neutralize the enemy, but likely destroy any potential spoils as well. In contrast, the Iron Fist's lesser force would eliminate threats while preserving the integrity of the loot. As Zhang Tuohai approached the vehicle, preparing to scavenge, he noticed the player inside still struggling, crawling towards the rear. There lay an AR-15, flung by the explosion. Most horrifyingly, the player was left with only half of his body, yet he continued to crawl forward in silence. What on earth was this? Zhang Tuohai was genuinely taken aback. He had taken lives before, but witnessing a player, so grievously injured yet brimming with an indomitable fighting spirit, was truly unsettling. An ordinary player, even if alive, would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. A notification from the system chimed in. The mind of the berserk player has spiraled out of control, leaving only the most basic combat capabilities. They fight solely on instinct, more akin to a combat machine bereft of subjective consciousness than a player. How terrifying. Zhang Tuohai inhaled sharply. In his eyes, these frenzied players were effectively dead, utterly reduced to tools of the game system. He resolved to maintain his emotional state above safe levels. He had no desire to become such a ghoul, neither human nor beast. Even in death, they found no peace. Apologies, but sending you on your way could be viewed as a form of liberation. Zhang Tuohai raised his AK-74, aimed at the player's back, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the player's chest, their heart thoroughly obliterated. Yet, the player continued to crawl towards the AR-15, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. Was he not dead? Zhang Tuohai fired another shot at the player's head. This time, the player finally ceased movement. Berserk player Park Yixing has died. Zhang Tuohai exhaled a sigh of relief. Was this creature akin to a zombie? Such resilience, requiring a shattered skull to be truly dispatched. Nevertheless, the name carried a sense of ambition. One could only wonder whether it was ever realized. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Tuohai began to scavenge the contents of the vehicle. The berserk player had merely served as a sobering reminder. While their combat will was formidable and could pose a challenge to ordinary players, Zhang Tuohai's overwhelming firepower would still allow him to maintain control. It was hardly a significant inconvenience. In contrast, it is the various rewards that truly captivate Zhang Tuohai. The vehicle contains a modest supply of primary resources, including a basic stove and some firewood. However, food is scarce, with only a small bag of rice available. Upon lifting the lid of the pot on the stove, he discovers a batch of undercooked rice, indicating that the deceased player was not particularly skilled in culinary arts. Aside from 2 firearms and some ammunition, the vehicle is devoid of any other valuable items. Is it truly this impoverished? It seems unlikely, given the abundance of components outside the vehicle. It shouldn't be in such dire straits. Undeterred, Zhang Tuohai flips the body over and begins to search. Indeed, perseverance pays off, as he discovers a piece of paper clutched in the corpse's grasp. Upon extracting it, he is astonished to find it is a treasure map, stained with blood. Mysterious Ecological Park, special treasure map, with a chance to obtain various resources, limited dungeon, requiring 4 players to form a team for entry. Chapter 181, The Disappearing Rum and the Treasure Map. Upon perusing the contents of the parchment, Zhang Tuohai was initially elated, only to furrow his brow in contemplation moments later. It appeared that this treasure map required a quartet of players to embark together. Zhang Tuohai surmised that this was likely the reason the previous player had kept it close without utilizing it. In this realm, the relationships among players were predominantly driven by self-interest, with genuine trust being a rare commodity. The prospect of recruiting other players to explore a dungeon carried the risk of betrayal should they covet the resources for themselves. It was plausible that the previous player harbored similar concerns. Alternatively, they might have intended to hold out for a lucrative opportunity, seeking to lure a few unsuspecting players into the dungeon alongside them. Regrettably, they had not lived to see their scheme come to fruition, leaving the treasure map fortuitously in Zhang Tuohai's hands. Zhang Tuohai tucked the treasure map away, having formed a preliminary notion regarding potential team members, though further discussion was warranted before arriving at a decision. After thoroughly searching the fallen player's belongings and finding nothing else of value, he transported his spoils back to his vehicle before proceeding to locate Zhao Wanwan. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan stood by the roadside, a mere 5 kilometers away, anxiously gazing in the direction from which Zhang Tuohai had come. Upon sighting him, she exhaled a breath of relief. "You have finally returned. Have matters been resolved?" "Rest assured, it was merely a madman, a trifling affair." Zhang Tuohai waved dismissively, beckoning Zhao Wanwan to join him in the car. "I have acquired a treasure map that grants access to a dungeon, requiring a total of 4 individuals. Would you care to accompany me to investigate? If necessary, I shall certainly follow. Wherever you go, I shall go as well. I will be relying on you moving forward," Zhao Wanwan replied. Presently, she was alone. Her arms still somewhat incapacitated. Encountering an enemy would pose a significant challenge for her. It was far safer to accompany Zhang Tuohai. As for the spoils, she was not particularly concerned. Zhang Tuohai ensured she was well fed with meat 3 times a day. What more could she desire? "Very well, prepare yourself, and I shall enlist 2 more companions." Zhang Tuohai first sought out Vladimir. Previously, Vladimir had invited him to join a dungeon run, and this time, the opportunity was too good to overlook. Naturally, he could not forget about Davarish. Upon hearing Zhang Tuohai's invitation, Vladimir was elated and readily agreed. "Rest assured, my dear Davarish, I am fully prepared." With 3 members confirmed, Zhang Tuohai began to deliberate on the 4th. Among the acquaintances he was familiar with in the channel were a few: the oil tycoon Shalomba, the Su sisters, the current sales representative Tsang Shokong, and the chainsaw girl Li Feiyu. Shalomba was a benefactor, and their relationship was strictly transactional, leaving Zhang Tuohai uncertain of his character. He hesitated and ultimately excluded him from consideration. The Su sisters would have made excellent collaborators, yet they counted as 2 individuals, exceeding the required number. Thus they were also eliminated. Zhang Tuohai wavered between Song Xiaokong and Li Feiyu before ultimately choosing Li Feiyu. The reason is simple. Song Xiaokong hails from a background steeped in revelry, harboring profound thoughts that elude him. Currently, they exist in a phase of mutual exploitation. Selling a few items is inconsequential, yet the prospect of close contact with her elicits a flicker of hesitation in Zhang Tuohai. Ultimately, he designates Li Feiyu as the final companion. Li Feiyu, having ascended through the same channel, proved herself by eliminating several players from the Sakura team and uncovering some of their secrets, rendering her a trustworthy ally. Moreover, her prowess is formidable. The image of her severing a head with a single strike during the last night of the First World remains vivid in his memory. Their relationship and capabilities present no issues, and it could foster a deeper bond. Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Li Feiyu, proposing an exploration of a dungeon together. How shall we divide the spoils if we discover something? Li Feiyu inquired. By need. If there are multiple demands, we shall bid for it. The earnings will be proportionally shared among the other players. I must clarify that I intend to claim a larger share, as I provided the treasure map, Zhang Tuohai replied. Agreed. When shall we set forth? Li Feiyu responded with decisiveness. Let us prepare and act immediately. Zhang Tuohai turned to inform Vladimir and Zhao Wanwan to get ready, and subsequently activated the treasure map. Detecting player activation of the treasure map, enigmatic ecological garden. Please select invitees. Zhang Tuohai entered the names of several individuals sequentially. Invitations being sent. Invitations successful, teleportation in progress. A flash of white light enveloped the group. When the brilliance faded, Zhang Tuohai found himself on a narrow path nestled amidst the mountains. One side was flanked by towering cliffs, while the other revealed a bubbling stream, its banks adorned with patches of snow, steam rising gently from the water. Above, a radiant sun hung high in the sky. Upon seeing the sun, Zhang Tuohai instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Then, a sudden realization struck him. He was gazing upon the sun once more. In days gone by, when the sun graced the sky daily, it was taken for granted. Even deemed too warm, now, after several days without its presence, it felt remarkably endearing. Some treasures, indeed, only reveal their worth in their absence. Shall AI recharge swiftly? Every bit of power counts for a smoother journey, he urged. Understood. I have activated the charging panel and am accelerating the charge, Shao AI responded. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the outdoor temperature, which hovered just below 2 degrees Celsius. For them, emerging from a winter night of minus 30 degrees. It felt almost indistinguishable from its summer. He rolled down the car window and surveyed the surroundings. His vehicle was at the forefront, followed by Zhao Wanwan, Vladimir, and finally, Li Feiyu. It appeared they were arranged in the order of invitations. At that moment, Vladimir, clad in a tank top, leaped from the car and waved at Zhang Tuohai, exclaiming, "My dear Davarishi, what a delightful surprise to meet again so soon. Do you have any wine?" Zhang Tuohai. He felt that the persona of this burly man was remarkably solid. Upon their first meeting, he immediately inquired about alcohol, exhibiting no signs of vulnerability. Drinking so early? Zhang Tuohai questioned. It's all right. The more I drink, the bolder I become. It's of no consequence, Vladimir replied, as he retrieved a geoduck clam from the vehicle. How about this? Wow, Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in astonishment. The fact that Vladimir could acquire such a rarity was truly astounding. Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai tossed the clam into the refrigerator and then handed Vladimir a bottle of rum. Thank you, Davarish. Vladimir took the bottle, popped the cap, and was just about to take a sip when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Looking down in bewilderment, he discovered that the rum had vanished. Chapter 182. The cow is upset. Vladimir stood in stunned silence, glancing left and right, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief, convinced he was caught in a dream. Where is my liquor? My grand bottle of rum? He spun in circles, even checking beneath the vehicle, yet his coveted bottle remained elusive. The prospect of losing his precious drink was driving Vladimir to the brink of madness. For him, it was the essence of life, and its absence felt like a part of his very existence had been snatched away. Where's my rum? His eyes reddened with frustration. Davaris, is that it? Zhang Tuohai pointed towards the cliff. Following the direction of Zhang's finger, Vladimir beheld a crimson-faced macaque perched atop the precipice, one hand gripping a branch while the other clutched his bottle of rum. The sight ignited a furious rage within Vladimir. The last thief who dared to pilfer his liquor had become mere fertilizer, and now, another creature had the audacity to repeat the offense? With a swift motion, Vladimir drew his Makarov pistol, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the macaque. Bang, bang, bang. A series of shots whizzed past the creature, outlining its form against the cliffside. The macaque let out a startled screech and quickly scampered away, clutching the rum bottle tightly. Davaris, your marksmanship has reached an exquisite level. You emptied an entire magazine and didn't land a single hit. Perhaps last night took its toll, causing your hands to tremble? Zhang Tuohai teased from the sidelines. I haven't had a drop of alcohol. Had I been drinking, I would have guaranteed a perfect shot. Vladimir retorted angrily. This is unacceptable. I cannot endure such humiliation. I must retrieve that bottle. Let us go. We shall investigate together, Zhang Tuohai suggested, surveying the surroundings for any alternative paths. Ultimately deciding to follow the route ahead to assist Vladimir in his quest for the rum. He sensed that the monkey's theft was not merely a random act. It could potentially lead to some hidden clue. Regardless, we have nothing to lose by following this path. I will recover that bottle, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. If it dares consume my realm, I shall raise its lair, Vladimir exclaimed with indignation. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate macaque in light of Vladimir's fury. Why provoke someone like you? Now its home is in jeopardy. Let us move, let us move. Stay close and don't fall behind. Zhang Tuohai called to the two companions trailing behind. By the way, ensure the car windows are secured, lest the monkeys take advantage of our negligence. He glanced up at the cliff's summit, noting shadows flitting by, resembling the shapes of macaques. Understood. Acknowledged. The group set off on their journey. Though the mountain path was winding and steep, it posed little challenge for the four of them. Having traversed to a second world, they were well accustomed to such terrains, finding no sense of danger in the endeavor. However, to assume that everything is resolved would be a grave mistake. From the precipice above, a few monkeys emerged, intermittently hurling stones down, causing a cacophony upon striking the car roof. Observing these monkeys recklessly assaulting the vehicle, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow. While his car was resilient against the stones, the solar panel atop was far more fragile. Should the panel sustain damage, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. He drew his AK-74. Intending to teach these monkeys a lesson, Vladimir, in a fit of rage, brandished his AKM and began to fire upwards. Yet, these monkeys, remarkably cunning, refrained from showing themselves, merely tossing stones as they caught a glimpse. Vladimir's barrage resulted in nothing but empty air. Those crafty creatures, Zhang Tuohai, now genuinely irked, found himself unable to reach the monkeys. How could he bring those rascals down? With a furrowed brow, he pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Zhao Wanwan. Do any creatures attack you upon sight? This had yet to be tested, but from what I have observed, animals tend to behave this way, Zhao Wanwan replied. Then lower your car window and lure those monkeys down. I shall give it a try, Zhao Wanwan stated. Vladimir, hold your fire. I have a plan. Zhang Tuohai called to him. No way, I want to shoot them, Vladimir retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. This is not the solution, follow my lead. And I assure you, your liquor will be retrieved, Zhang Tuohai insisted. Fine, I will trust your judgment. The mention of liquor brought Vladimir back to his senses, and he ceased firing. The convoy halted its assault. Zhao Wanwan lowered the car window, producing an apple and waving it towards the troop of monkeys. That is my apple, lamented Mick the cow. I'm merely borrowing it. Speak out of turn again, and I'll have your apple fed to I'll buy. Zhao Wanwan shot Mick a disdainful glance. Alas, it's over. With new affection, old love is forgotten, Mick mourned. Be content, Polly the parrot alighted on Mick's head. You've merely lost a few apples. I've prepared an entire menu for my future demise. Step 1. Prepare a basin of hot water. Silence. Zhao Wanwan chastised, striking Polly's head with the rolling pin, then resumed coaxing the monkeys with the apple. The sight of the apple sent ripples of excitement through the troop of monkeys. However, recalling the earlier onslaught, they remained hesitant, none daring to descend. Nevertheless, the stone-throwing ceased. Observing this change, Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of hope. He tossed a few bananas to Zhao Wanwan. Just a bit more effort, and success would be within reach. Understood. Zhao Wanwan replied, seizing the bananas. With the additional bananas in view, one little monkey finally succumbed to temptation and dashed down the cliff. He jumped into Zhao Wanwan's car, snatching the banana from her hand and devouring it voraciously. Hold on, let's lure them all down first, Zhang Tuohai advised. I understand, Zhao Wanwan replied, continuing to produce other fruits to entice the monkeys. Observing that the little monkey was unharmed, the remaining monkeys succumbed to temptation, rushing forward to invade the car and compete for the fruits in Zhao Wanwan's grasp. Silently, she raised the car window. She then addressed Mick and the other animals. The time has come for you to act. Go for it. Upon receiving Zhao Wanwan's command, Mick and the others could no longer contain themselves and lunged forward. Mick was the first to stomp down on a monkey gnawing on an apple, his massive hoof crushing the monkey mercilessly. Mick roared in fury. How dare you eat my apple? Chapter 183. The glorious moment of Fat Tiger. Upon witnessing Mick spring into action, the other animals were not idle. The panda, Abai, delivered a resounding slap, rendering a macaque unconscious. The sheep, Miliang, thrust its horns, sending another macaque crashing onto the car's roof, where it became ensnared in the ceiling fan. Donald the duck seized a macaque's tail with his beak, causing the unfortunate creature to clutch its rear in agony. Polly the parrot ascended into the air and unleashed a droplet of excrement upon a macaque's face, effectively blinding it momentarily. Initially, the tiger, Crud, cowered in a corner, shielding a small can of fish treats with both hands. However, a disoriented macaque collided with him, tragically toppling the can and scattering its contents everywhere. Crud's fury ignited. You may strike or scold, but do not dare tamper with his fish treats. The audacity! Crud lunged forward. Regrettably, his bulk hindered his agility, allowing two macaques to nimbly evade his grasp. Yet, fate intervened. His considerable girth compensated for his lack of nimbleness, as the two macaques, while dodging his claws, could not escape the weight of his ample belly, which pinned them down, rendering them unconscious. Crud continued to glance around, attempting to locate the whereabouts of the two macaques. Amidst the flurry of activity among the animals, several macaques were captured. "Come here, it's all settled," Zhao Wanwan declared. "That was quick," Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle to join Zhao Wanwan. He beheld the captured macaques, bound together with rope. Crud, still fuming, patrolled the area, demanding, "Who dared to pilfer my fish treats?" "Thank you, Crud. I shall take it from here," Zhang Tuohai replied, seizing the first macaque, only to grimace and set it aside due to the bird droppings adorning its face. He chose another macaque and inquired, "Now, why did you steal the liquor?" The macaque screeched defiantly, seemingly unrepentant. "Oh, you refuse to comply?" Zhang Tuohai brandished a sharp skinning knife, scraping it near the macaque's underside. "I shall grant you another chance to articulate your thoughts. Should you continue to squawk, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Please, I shall tell you everything." The macaque's face turned pale with fear, and it hurriedly confessed. "See, had you been cooperative from the start, we would not be in this predicament," Zhang Tuohai scoffed. "Now, speak. Why did you attempt to seize the liquor?" "Our self-brewed monkey wine is still lacking in refinement. The old monkey king, eager to honor our ancestors, sent us down the mountain to procure some spirits to hasten its maturation," the macaque explained. "Monkey wine." At the mention of this, Vladimir's eyes widened in astonishment. "What kind of wine is that? Is it delightful?" "It is meticulously crafted by our entire clan, infused with the essence of ginkgo and the fragrance of myriad flowers. Its flavor is exquisitely rich, truly a peerless nectar of the world," the macaque proudly declared. "So where is your monkey wine?" Vladimir inquired anxiously. Zhang Tuohai understood that this was Vladimir's nature. He became animated at the mention of alcohol. To uncover the whereabouts of the monkey wine, one must. "It lies at the peak, in our lair," the macaque began to tease, but upon noticing the slight movement of Zhang Tuohai's knife, it quickly complied. "How many macaques are in your tribe?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "There are 5 or 6 left." "So few? Are you deceiving me?" Zhang Tuohai inquired coldly. "I wouldn't dare. A few days ago, we clashed with the black-haired tribe over the hot springs, resulting in heavy losses among our kin. The hot springs were taken from us. In pursuit of vengeance and to reclaim our springs, our old monkey king wishes to hasten the brewing of monkey wine to honor our ancestors and seek their blessings to help us survive this calamity." "What are the black-haired tribe?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "They are large monkeys with black fur and a hint of white on their backs. They aren't agile climbers but possess immense strength," replied the macaque. "Silverback gorillas?" Zhang Tuohai pondered, finding the description reminiscent of the largest primate species on Earth. Aside from humans, which can reach heights of up to 1.7 meters and have remarkably powerful upper limbs, dealing with these ordinary macaques would pose little challenge. However, for Zhang Tuohai and his companions, it was akin to delivering vegetables. No matter how formidable their strength, could it compare to the power of bullets? "Take us to your lair. If you can provide us with satisfactory compensation, perhaps we can assist you in reclaiming the hot springs," Zhang Tuohai suggested, his eyes darting thoughtfully. They were entirely ignorant of the map, and having a troop of macaques to lead them would simplify their quest for various resources immensely. The macaque hesitated momentarily. Zhang Tuohai's hand trembled slightly with the knife. "I will lead the way," the macaque hastily agreed. "See, it would have been easier had you complied sooner, saving me some effort." Zhang Tuohai hoisted the macaque into his vehicle, commanding, "You shall guide us. Should any mistakes arise, you and your entire tribe will pay the price." "Understood, understood." The macaque began to navigate the route. After turning a couple of corners, they reached a fork in the path, one leading left and the other right. "Which way?" Zhang Tuohai asked. "Turn left. The left path leads straight up to our lair at the peak," the macaque instructed. "And where does the right path lead?" Zhang Tuohai probed. "The right leads to the hot springs, currently occupied by the black-haired tribe," the macaque replied. Let us first visit your lair," Zhang Tuohai decided. Several vehicles ascended towards the peak. As they twisted and turned along the mountain road, the group finally arrived at the summit. Atop the mountain lay a vast orchard, brimming with an array of wild fruits, including peaches, apples, and pears. There is no road ahead. The vehicle cannot proceed. It's best to disembark and walk in, the guiding macaque advised. Indeed, Zhang Tuohai nodded noncommittally. He alighted from the vehicle to survey the surroundings, confirming that the forest was indeed dense, rendering passage impossible. Zhao Wanwan, given your limited mobility, you shall remain here for the time being. The rest of you will accompany me into the woods. The monkey opened its mouth, seemingly ready to voice an objection, but a fierce glare from Zhang Tuohai silenced it. Vladimir and Li Feiyu, armed and resolute, followed Zhang Tuohai into the depths of the forest. Upon traversing the thicket, they emerged into a clearing where a chaotic expanse of boulders lay before them. At the center of this rocky terrain, a large pit was filled to the brim with various wild fruits, a crystalline liquid shimmering atop. A rich, intoxicating aroma of fine wine wafted through the air. It was indeed wine, exquisite wine. Vladimir couldn't help but salivate at the sight. "I shall investigate," Zhang Tuohai declared, raising a hand to command the group to halt. Chapter 184. The venomous pool. Zhang Tuohai cautiously approached the rocky outcrop and knelt down, scrutinizing the liquid within. A fragrant aroma penetrated his mind. "Beware, this is a venomous pool. Consuming its contents will result in poisoning and unconsciousness. Prolonged inhalation of the gases emanating from the pool may also induce a state of coma." The prompt system immediately alerted him. A venomous pool? Zhang Tuohai hastily retreated, pulling back the gun's bolt. Observing Zhang Tuohai's demeanor, Vladimir and Li Feiyu quickly understood that something was amiss and readied their weapons. The macaque, realizing its ruse was uncovered, let out a shrill cry and dashed into the forest. However, it barely made it a few paces before a machete sliced through the air, striking its tail and pinning it firmly in place. The macaque shrieked in agony. Zhang Tuohai swiftly approached, stepping on one of its feet and pressing the gun against its head. He sneered, "Impressive, you dared to deceive me. It seems the lesson I imparted was insufficient." "Davalishi, that wine?" Vladimir inquired. "It is poison," Zhang Tuohai replied, his expression grave. "Poison?" Vladimir's countenance darkened. Soon, a look of regret crossed his face. "Such a delightful wine has been turned into poison. It is a tragic waste," he lamented, pounding his chest in sorrow for the loss of fine wines in the world. "Now, tell me, what is your objective in all this?" Zhang Tuohai demanded, gripping the macaque. "Humph," the macaque huffed, turning its head away defiantly. "Choosing silence, are we?" Zhang Tuohai lifted the macaque and unceremoniously tossed it into the center of the venomous pool. "Eek!" The macaque screeched in panic, flailing desperately to swim ashore. Yet, after only a few frantic attempts, it sank limply into the pool. "Is the toxicity this potent?" Zhang Tuohai gasped, fury igniting within him. He had nearly fallen for the trickery of a mere monkey. This was intolerable. In a fit of rage, Zhang Tuohai produced 2 Molotov cocktails and hurled them into the pool, igniting a fierce blaze that engulfed the venomous liquid. Thick black smoke billowed upward, releasing a noxious odor. Before long, the contents of the pool were reduced to ashes, revealing the bottom. Amidst the remnants of various fruits lay sections of white bones, gnawed and marred by teeth marks. It turned out to be a den of carnivorous creatures. Zhang Tuohai's expression hardened. He realized that everything the macaque had uttered was a fabrication. The so-called dark-haired clan and ancestral sacrifices were mere ploys to lure them up the mountain to consume this poison wine. If he had fallen for it, he would have ended up as part of the venomous brew. Daring to deceive me? There would be no mercy. A chill settled in Zhang Tuohai's heart. At that moment, a message from Xiao AI flashed through his wristband. "Commander, a multitude of monkeys has suddenly appeared outside, attacking the vehicle. I am retaliating, but their numbers are overwhelming. Please send reinforcements immediately. Hold your ground." Upon Zhang Tuohai's command, he promptly led Vladimir and Li Feiyu back beyond the orchard. At that moment, nearly 100 monkeys were assailing their vehicle. However, thanks to Zhao Wanwan releasing the likes of Fat Tiger and others, they managed to hold their ground, preventing the primate horde from inflicting significant damage. "Dare to dismantle my vehicle? You shall perish," Vladimir exclaimed, pulling the trigger at the approaching monkeys. A rapid succession of gunfire ensued, striking down 7 or 8 monkeys instantly. Li Feiyu wielded 2 machetes, cleaving 2 monkeys in half with swift precision. Observing their safe exit from the woods, the monkeys, realizing the tide had turned against them, discarded their stones and fled into the thicket in a panic. "Think you can escape?" Vladimir, eager to pursue, was halted by Zhang Tuohai's firm grip. "No need for haste. We need not squander ammunition on these creatures." "Then how do we deal with them?" Vladimir inquired, his frustration palpable. With this, Zhang Tuohai retrieved several flamethrowers from the vehicle. "Since they have taken refuge in the forest, we shall set it ablaze and see where they can hide." Upon seeing the flamethrowers, Vladimir's eyes lit up, and he smacked his forehead. "I almost forgot I had this," he exclaimed, producing an object resembling an aerial bomb and tossing it to the ground. "What on earth is that?" Zhang Tuohai asked, suspicious. "A thermobaric bomb," Vladimir replied, grinning. "With just one, it can incinerate this entire forest in an instant. The effective kill radius is 600 meters, and the shockwave extends 200 meters. Zhang Tuohai inhaled sharply. The explosion would not only obliterate the forest, but could level the entire hillside. "Is this your trump card? Are you truly willing to use it?" Zhang Tuohai questioned. "They dare to turn fine wine into poison. Such a crime cannot be forgiven," Vladimir declared with righteous indignation. Indeed, the wine represented a sacred boundary for the bears, and the monkeys had crossed it. Today, the thermobaric bomb was their inevitable fate. Very well, proceed with your plan. I will keep watch, Zhang Tuohai stated, positioning himself beside Vladimir with the flamethrower ready as Vladimir began to set up the detonator. A few monkeys ventured closer, only to be met with 2 jets of flame from Zhang Tuohai, igniting nearby trees and sending the monkeys scattering in terror. All set, Vladimir announced after securing the detonator. Retreat, Zhang Tuohai urged, as they hurriedly drove down the mountain. As the multitude of monkeys observed Vladimir leaving behind a large conical object, curiosity piqued, they gathered around. 2 monkeys beckoned an elder to investigate. Great King, what do you think this is? The elder circled the thermobaric bomb 3 times, unable to discern its nature. Yet he could not admit his ignorance, fearing it would undermine his authority. This is a token of apology left by the bipedal creatures. They were frightened away by us. The elder proclaimed loudly. Long live. The monkeys erupted in jubilant leaps and bounds around the thermobaric bomb, some even climbing atop it. Your Majesty, there is something shimmering here. A young macaque discovered the detonator. What is it? Let me see. The elder macaque pushed aside the younger companions supporting him and approached the detonator. However, he was too short to reach it. You two, set up a ladder below, commanded the elder macaque. Several young macaques lay on the ground, erecting a ladder to elevate the elder. The detonator featured a metal box, and in addition to the flashing red light, there was a line of liquid crystal display. The screen was counting down. 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom. A dazzling flash of white light surged forth, and the elder macaque felt as though he had glimpsed the sun. Chapter 185. The heirloom of the macaque. When Zhang Tuohai and his companions returned to the mountaintop, the landscape had been utterly transformed, reduced to a desolate expanse. The epicenter of the explosion had turned into a barren white wasteland, devoid of even a single blade of grass, as everything within a 200-meter radius was incinerated to ash by the searing heat of 2,000 degrees. The area within 600 meters bore the brunt of both shock waves and scorching flames, resulting in charred trees and the remains of macaques reduced to cinders. The ground was so blistering that it could fry an egg. Zhang Tuohai felt as if he had been transported back to the day when 2 suns hung in the sky. Despite having witnessed the devastating power of thermobaric weapons countless times on video, the reality of the scene was incomparably more profound. This was the might of technology, Zhang Tuohai remarked as he touched a charred tree. Li Feiyu began to question whether her mastery of blade techniques had been a folly. The once formidable tiger Clud had shrunk into a corner, rendered mute by fear. Congratulations, player Zhang Tuohai, for annihilating the macaque tribe and discovering a hidden treasure, the macaque heirloom. Before Zhang Tuohai appeared an orange chest adorned with a macaque motif. He opened it, and a plethora of items spilled forth. Acquired 20 kilograms of aged macaque wine. Acquired 300 kilograms of ordinary macaque wine. Acquired the recipe for macaque wine. Acquired the blueprint for the aged wine vat. Acquired premium peach tree seeds. Acquired premium pear tree seeds. Acquired premium apple tree seeds. Acquired 50 kilograms of premium apples. Acquired 50 kilograms of premium pears. Acquired 50 kilograms of premium peaches. A veritable cornucopia of treasures. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the bounty before turning to Vladimir. You may select 2 items first as compensation for the thermobaric weapon. Vladimir surveyed the options and ultimately chose the aged macaque wine and the ordinary macaque wine. Why not select the aged wine vat and the macaque wine recipe? Zhang Tuohai inquired, curiosity piqued. The production cycle is too lengthy, Vladimir replied. Moreover, if I were to choose seeds, I would need to exchange various ingredients with you to produce the wine. Cultivating fruit trees would require fertilizers and many additional resources, which would entail a significant investment. It is far more practical to wait until you have produced the wine and then exchange directly. Zhang Tuohai considered the recipes for macaque wine and the aged wine vat. Macaque wine recipe requires a minimum of 3 types of fruit for brewing. Each additional fruit increases the wine's aroma, with a maximum enhancement to the level of 100 fruits. Aged wine vat, a level 4 special item, requiring a level 4 vehicle for construction. It is the exclusive vessel for brewing macaque wine, with a production cycle of 7 days. Materials required: intermediate stones, 50 units, advanced stones, 5 units. After a brief examination, Zhang Tuohai understood that, in addition to the reasons previously mentioned, the level restriction posed a significant barrier. Only a level 4 vehicle could facilitate construction, and the nearest source was far removed. Even Zhang Tuohai himself lacked a level 3 vehicle component blueprint. Needless to say, others are irrelevant. Rather than possessing a blueprint that is of little use in the short term, it would be far more prudent to exchange it for some fine wine that can be enjoyed right now, at least for Vladimir. This seems the most advantageous. As for what to do when the wine runs out, simply trade more meat with Zhang Tuohai. After all, he has an abundance of meat. Given this, I shall take these 2 blueprints. Once crafted, you may all procure supplies from me at a fair price. Additionally, I shall compensate each of you with 5 kilograms of fruit, Zhang Tuohai proposed thoughtfully. Despite being a level 4 blueprint, which may not be immediately useful, its quality is indisputable. The group exchanged glances, all in agreement. I shall opt for seeds then, as I have many pets to feed, and it would be beneficial to cultivate a variety. Furthermore, I will also compensate each of you with 1 kilogram of milk, Zhao Wanwan promptly declared. Vladimir, not particularly fond of farming, had no objections, while Li Feiyu cast a contemplative glance at Zhang Tuohai and Zhao Wanwan, her thoughts lingering. However, she chose to remain silent and opted for fruit instead. Naturally, the total of 150 kilograms of fruit could not be entirely hers. She took 20 kilograms of each type. Vladimir also took 20 kilograms of each. The remainder was evenly distributed among the others. Everyone received what they needed, leading to a cheerful consensus. My dear Davarish, what shall we do next? Vladimir inquired, cradling a gourd while sipping on monkey wine. Certainly, we shall proceed to the hot springs. Since we have ventured into this instance, would you be content to leave without claiming all the benefits? Zhang Tuohai responded with a smile. Very well, let us explore the hot springs, Vladimir readily agreed. Zhao Wanwan naturally followed Zhang Tuohai's lead. With limited gains, Li Feiyu had no desire to withdraw, and the group harmoniously set off towards the hot springs. The journey along the mountain path to the hot springs was a treacherous descent, fraught with rocky terrain. The path was arduous, and the elevation dropped steadily, accompanied by a rise in temperature. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the thermometer, noting that the outdoor temperature had reached 20 degrees Celsius. The vegetation on either side grew increasingly lush, revealing tropical broadleaf plants. After more than an hour of travel, the group finally arrived at a valley. The valley was teeming with flora, with various animals wandering through the thickets. At the heart of the valley lay a vast pond, surrounded by numerous creatures, all thriving in a vibrant ecosystem. Upon noticing Zhang Tuohai and his companions, the multitude of wild beasts by the pond scattered in alarm. Some fled deep into the forest while others hid behind trees, curiously peering out, speculating about the nature of these 4 imposing creatures. This, truly, must be a genuine ecological haven. Observing the diverse array of plants and wildlife, Zhang Tuohai mused inwardly. Previously at the mountain peak, there had only been monkeys and fruit trees, hardly a true ecological garden. It seemed rather a trap set by the game system, while this place was undoubtedly the true essence of the instance. Zhang Tuohai alighted from the vehicle and approached the edge of the pool, dipping his fingers into the water to assess its temperature. The water was a warm 30 degrees Celsius, indeed qualifying it as a hot spring. Just as Zhang Tuohai prepared to conduct a more thorough examination, the alert system suddenly activated. Caution! At 11 o'clock, 20 meters away, a massive jellyfish lurks in the water, highly venomous, and is advancing towards you. Please remain vigilant. A jellyfish? Startled by the warning, Zhang Tuohai swiftly turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the alert system. After concentrating for a moment, he finally discerned a nearly transparent jellyfish gracefully drifting through the water towards him. This jellyfish boasted a diameter of at least 2 meters, with tentacles extending 7 to 8 meters long, now perilously close to his position. Chapter 186. The Code of 6 Such a colossal jellyfish. Yet it possesses venom. What a pity. Zhang Tuohai displayed a look of disappointment. Gazing at the jellyfish in the hot spring pool, he bitterly pondered. How could such a large jellyfish not be a moon jelly? Truly disheartening. Growing increasingly frustrated, Zhang Tuohai resolved to teach the jellyfish a lesson. It was audacious to attempt a sneak attack without even being a proper side dish. This was utterly unacceptable. Firearms were out of the question, being a soft-bodied creature. Its weaknesses were a mystery. Thus, if direct assault proved futile, he would resort to an area of effect attack. Extending 2 fingers toward the jellyfish, Zhang Tuohai chanted. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its might, thunder from the skies. With a crackle, a bolt of blue electricity surged from his electroshock gloves, striking the waters of the hot spring. The vivid blue arc danced through the water, and within moments, fish began to float to the surface, belly up. Even the jellyfish drifted upward, motionless. Vladimir, Zhao Wanwan, and Li Feiyu stood in stunned silence. Disassembling the putty? Vladimir murmured, bewildered. The thunder technique of Longhu Mountain? Li Feiyu was astonished, pondering whether the tales his mother told were indeed true. Could those poisonous insects be successfully refined? Were his gloves truly that formidable? He felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having entertained any ill intentions the previous day. Otherwise, the poison of false teeth would have been futile. Zhao Wanwan felt a twinge of regret, followed by a pang of disappointment. Was it possible that she lacked allure altogether? It must be said, women possess a rather peculiar thought process. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tuohai, his mere trial of the electroshock gloves had sparked a flurry of speculation among the trio. With such an abundance of fish, a grand feast awaited. Turning to his companions, Zhang Tuohai asked, "Stop standing around. Come help me out. Do we have a net?" Naturally, there was none. However, Zhang Tuohai had a sunshade net that could serve as a substitute. Each of them grasped a corner, helping to haul the fish ashore. The catch amounted to over 100 pounds, sprawling across the ground. Let us divide this into 6 portions. I've exerted the most effort, so I'll take 3, and you 3 can each have 1. How does that sound? Zhang Tuohai proposed. No problem, they all nodded in agreement. To ensure fairness, Zhao Wanwan distributed the fish, with Zhang Tuohai selecting first. He deliberately chose several of the plumpest fish, as the heads of these were perfect for making delicious fish head pancakes. The only issue was his lack of cornmeal for the pancakes. He would need to procure some later. Vladimir opted for a few salmon, as he was not adept at selecting fish with many bones and preferred those with fewer. Li Feiyu requested a few carp, but surprisingly, she decided to take the large jellyfish as well. Zhang Tuohai kindly warned her that the jellyfish was not a moon jelly and was poisonous, hence not suitable for consumption. Yet, Li Feiyu merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend her intentions. However, every individual harbors their own secrets, and Zhang Tuohai would not pry further. The items in the hot spring pool were nearly divided, and the surroundings appeared devoid of any immediate danger. I proposed, why not have everyone scatter to gather what they need? We shall set a time limit of 2 hours. Upon expiration, we reconvene here. Should any issues arise, we will signal with gunfire in a rhythmic pattern. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Everyone will rush to assist. What do you think? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Each of them possessed formidable strength, and collecting resources in a group was undeniably slow. Dispersing would yield greater rewards. I concurred. Vladimir was already eager to commence. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the woodland creatures, unable to contain his excitement. All right, let us set forth, Zhang Tuohai declared. Vladimir and Li Feiyu each chose a direction, venturing deep into the thicket. And you? Will you accompany me into the woods, or remain here to watch over the vehicles? Zhang Tuohai turned to Zhao Wanwan. I shall stay here to supervise their efforts. Zhao Wanwan ushered a cart filled with tigers, sheep, parrots, and iron-eating beasts off the vehicle. Come, let us get moving. Gather all that can be collected nearby, and the one who gathers the most shall receive a splendid apple, Zhao Wanwan proclaimed, brandishing a large, red apple. That is my apple. Mooing in despair, Milk Cow Mike protested. Stuffing your mouth, 1T silence you, Zhao Wanwan retorted, shoving a handful of hay into Mike's mouth. The multitude of animals scattered, plunging into the forest to collect resources. Observing Zhao Wanwan directing a throng of animals, Zhang Tuohai felt a twinge of envy, realizing that among them, she would likely reap the greatest rewards. Turning around, he spotted Wankai, nestled in a corner, soundly asleep. Lazy dog, rise and fulfill your duties. Zhang Tuohai pulled Wankai from the vehicle. I'm a fox. A fox. Wankai protested loudly. Very well, lazy creature. Hurry and gather some items. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, leaping from the vehicle and selecting a direction towards the depths of the woods. It must be said that the resources in the forest were immensely abundant. Merely taking a few steps revealed fruits fallen to the ground. Glancing around, one could easily catch sight of fleeting animal shadows. If he fired a couple of shots, Zhang Tuohai could harvest considerable game. Yet, he was indifferent to such prey. Encountering a few outside daily was hardly remarkable. He sought rare treasures that existed solely in this locale. For instance, the statues found in the previous dungeon map. As Zhang Tuohai advanced, after approximately 20 minutes, he suddenly encountered a cliff adorned with vines, towering over 20 meters high. Gazing left and right, he found an endless expanse of cliffs, with no path in sight. Was this the end? Or were treasures concealed above? Or perhaps such items did not exist in this map at all? Doubt lingered in Zhang Tuohai's mind. Turn left, proceed 50 meters. There lies a grand door obscured by vines, granting access to the core area of the map. The prompt system notified. Is there truly? Zhang Tuohai exclaimed with delight. Hastily following the instructions, Zhang Tuohai approached. Indeed, upon the steep cliff, he discovered a grand alloy door, adorned with an electronic lock featuring 10 digits. Beneath it lay a metallic plaque inscribed with a line of guidance. Kind reminder, the password consists of 6 digits, with a 6-digit code. There are 100,000 potential combinations. Testing them one by one would take several days. However, there was a flaw in the number pad. The digit 6 was nearly worn down. Was this an affront to my intellect? Just as Zhang Tuohai was about to press the number 6, The prompt system chimed in. The password is 6 nines. How cunning the game system was. Zhang Tuohai muttered to himself as he reached for the number 9. You fool, the password is 6 nines. Chapter 187. The ambition of Monopoly 6 nines? I pressed 9. Yet it was incorrect? Is there an issue? Is it you, or is it me? Wait a moment. Are there truly 6 nines? Zhang Tuohai pressed 6 and began searching for a dot. After a prolonged examination of the password lock, he finally noticed the line on the metal plaque. Warm reminder, the password consists of 6 digits. Cautiously, Zhang Tuohai pressed a digit. To his astonishment, it lit up. Goodness! A series of dark lines appeared on Zhang Tuohai's forehead. Whose brilliant idea was this? If anyone believed this reminder, they would toil endlessly without ever unlocking the door. Zhang Tuohai pressed the digit 9 once more. The alloy door creaked open, revealing a long corridor, entirely constructed of metal, exuding a faint hint of science fiction. Rows of lights illuminated the passageway, bathing it in brightness. Zhang Tuohai stepped inside, noting that the corridor bore no unpleasant odors. Rather, it was remarkably clean. He raised his AK-74, maintaining a vigilant stance as he advanced. Upon entering the corridor, he encountered a room of approximately 40 square meters, furnished with tables and chairs, and several gun cabinets at the back. It resembled a security or guard room, yet it was devoid of any occupants or items. Zhang Tuohai continued his exploration, discovering that the rooms along the corridor were all empty. It seemed that everyone had evacuated before his arrival, leaving nothing behind. He found it hard to believe that the game system would exert such effort to create a base devoid of utility. There must be something of value concealed within. With renewed determination, Zhang Tuohai pressed deeper into the corridor. After a while, he arrived at the final large door. This door, also made of alloy, was not locked, and with a gentle push, he opened it. The room within was in disarray, as if an urgent situation had transpired. 2 tables lay overturned, and some bottles had shattered, their contents spilling across the floor. In the corner, a corpse lay sprawled, a figure in a white lab coat, a bullet hole in their forehead, their face frozen in shock. Eyes wide with disbelief. A corpse. Zhang Tuohai's alertness heightened. He had seen his fair share of corpses, but this one was that of a native, and it had been slain by another. Did this imply the presence of other factions lurking nearby? Zhang Tuohai raised his AK-74, nervously scanning the room for any hiding places. However, the space was quite vacant. Areas where equipment had evidently been stored were now emptied, leaving only remnants. A few tables, chairs, and cabinets remained, with scattered papers strewn across the floor. Beyond this, there was nothing else of significance. Zhang Tuohai picked up the papers and examined them with great seriousness. However, the pages were filled with numbers and formulas that he could barely comprehend, let alone decipher their meaning. Discarding the papers, he continued his search. At last, he discovered a dark bottle nestled in the corner of a dilapidated cabinet, likely overlooked by those responsible for tidying up. The bottle had accumulated dust, indicating its lack of significance. As Zhang Tuohai retrieved the bottle, the game system promptly displayed a notification. Congratulations, player, you have acquired the 3rd generation improved fast-growing apple banana seed. 3rd generation improved fast-growing apple banana seed, a modified crop, specially cultivated, with a trunk height reduced to 1 meter. Each tree can yield 30 kilograms of apple banana, with a production cycle of 7 days, suitable for intensive greenhouse planting. This bottle contained 30 to 40 seeds, sufficient to plant an entire cart of bananas. If planted in batches, he could reliably harvest 1 to 200 kilograms of bananas daily. For a single individual, this would ensure a stable basic diet, with a substantial portion available for sale. With a bit of luck, he could easily reach the level of a mid-tier player. Yet, Zhang Tuohai felt that this was still insufficient. The bottle of improved banana seeds was indeed valuable, but it seemed inadequate in comparison to the electronic lock outside. Furthermore, it bore no relation to the corpse nearby. Zhang Tuohai was certain that the corpse held some significance. Turning back, he scrutinized the lifeless body. The deceased wore oversized glasses that accentuated the look of shock on their face, and their pockets had been thoroughly searched, indicating a post-mortem investigation. Could there be something of value on the corpse? Zhang Tuohai began to search the body. He even resorted to cutting the tie into strips. Yet he found nothing of interest. Perhaps something was hidden within the body itself? Just as he hesitated over whether to conduct a more thorough examination, the notification system chimed in. An important item is concealed in the shoes compartment. Where? Zhang Tuohai momentarily froze at the announcement, then his expression shifted to one of realization. He had indeed inspected the shoes, but the individual had notably sweaty feet, and the odor nearly overwhelmed him upon removal. At that moment, he almost believed he had been subjected to a chemical attack. He had merely conducted a cursory examination before giving up. Now, it appeared that was a clever ploy by the game system. With a clear target in mind, his task became significantly easier. Zhang Tuohai turned the leather shoe over and sliced open the sole. Indeed, within the compartment of the shoe, he discovered a parchment blueprint. Super fertilizer maker, capable of compressing and purifying ordinary materials to produce super fertilizer. Super fertilizer can forcibly shorten the maturation cycle of all crops to 1 day. Materials required: advanced metal, 5 units, advanced plastic, 10 units, advanced glass, 8 units, metal parts, 50 units, advanced electronic components, 1 unit. This is the item. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the blueprint with palpable excitement, perusing it twice before solemnly tucking it away within his bosom. The super fertilizer, capable of forcibly reducing the maturation cycle of all crops to a mere day, would significantly enhance the yield of the produce in his vehicle. Consequently, there would be no need to cultivate in excess of certain crops, allowing space for the cultivation of others. Moreover, the abundant output of various crops would solidify his position, enabling him to manipulate the market to a certain extent with the substantial food supply at his disposal. Even if others acquired crop seeds, he could leverage his numerical superiority to engage in price wars, driving competitors to the brink of insolvency. Then, he could seize the opportunity to acquire their assets. And once he achieved a monopolistic status, he could dictate his earnings at will. Chapter 188. The emergence of bubble tea. Zhang Tuohai contemplated earnestly and discerned that the idea seemed truly feasible. Food has always been the foundation of all existence. By mastering the realm of sustenance, one wields control over everything. Particularly in this world, where low emotional values could lead to demise, various fruits are in exceedingly high demand. If Zhang Tuohai could provide an unlimited supply of fruit, he would undoubtedly gain unimaginable influence within this region. In his previous world, he had seized the initiative through an array of meats. In this world, he could replicate that former glory through the bounty of fruits. At present, the sole obstacle lay in Zhang Tuohai's lack of sufficient high-grade materials to fabricate a fertilizer manufacturing machine. After meticulously organizing his belongings, he conducted a thorough inspection of the laboratory, even disassembling the cabinets to ensure nothing was overlooked before finally exiting the experimental chamber. Upon leaving the laboratory, Zhang Tuohai retraced his steps along the path as the time for their scheduled gathering approached. For demonstration purposes, he casually gathered some mushrooms and hunted a wild donkey, carrying them back with him. Upon arriving at the camp, he discovered that everyone had made considerable progress. Vladimir bore a bruise on his face, yet curiously, he stood over 2 black bears. I finally spotted a bear to practice my boxing with, but then some scoundrel ambushed me from behind, and I ended up dispatching them both, Vladimir recounted while rolling a hard-boiled egg against his swollen eye. Zhang Tuohai's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. Li Feiyu had collected some wild fruits, but beyond that, she seemed to have gathered a fair number of insects and venomous snakes, all confined within a jar. Leaving one to ponder her intentions, Zhao Wanan had the most impressive haul. She had stripped the surrounding wild fruits and mushrooms bare and even procured a beehive, nearly filling her vehicle to capacity. Quite the harvest, Zhang Tuohai mused, only to be taken aback by the realization that the cat, Crude, appeared to have gained considerable weight. What is going on? Has it grown this plump so quickly? What has it been consuming? Zhang Tuohai inquired with curiosity. Stung by bees, Zhao Wanan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Tuohai, before pulling a thorn from Crude's side. Meow? Crude let out a sharp cry, trembling in pain. Be still. I just found that one, and now I can't locate it again, Zhao Wanan scolded as she continued to extract the bee stings from Crude. You've earned your keep. I shall treat you to honey-glazed meat skewers for lunch, Zhang Tuohai said, affectionately ruffling Crude's head. It was a bee who pilfered the beehive. Zhao Wanwan continued. How did Crude end up ensnared then? Zhang Tuohai asked, intrigued. A bee donned your tiger-striped seat cover to steal the beehive. After hiding in the bushes, it discarded the cover just as Crude was emerging with a bunch of grapes. Leading to this predicament, Zhao Wanan explained with a hint of exasperation. Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in disbelief. Goodness. These animals have taken to employing strategies now. Very well, we shall feast on braised donkey meat for lunch. By the way, could you assist in washing the mushrooms? The peppers are ripe, and I shall prepare a spicy stir-fry with them, Zhang Tuohai instructed, tossing the collected mushrooms to Zhao Wanwan. Boss, these mushrooms you gathered are truly splendid, Zhao Wanwan exclaimed in admiration. Indeed? In what manner are they splendid? There was nothing edible at all, Zhao Wanwan remarked with disdain. Is that true? Zhang Tuohai nearly spat out his milk in disbelief. Indeed, I cannot fathom how you managed it. Among all these mushrooms, which are entirely poisonous, you did not collect a single edible one. Can you enlighten me on how you achieved that? Zhao Wanwan continued to express her disapproval. Surely not. I specifically gathered the unattractive ones. Isn't it said that the more beautiful ones are the more toxic, while the uglier ones are the edible variety? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head in confusion. Remember, Do not pick unfamiliar mushrooms in the future. Never mind, just refrain from mushroom foraging altogether. Let Meili handle it, as she possesses greater knowledge. The sheep, Meili, responded affirmatively from the side. System, why didn't you alert me about the poisonous mushrooms I collected earlier? Zhang Tuohai quietly inquired. The system assumed you sought to concoct poison. Zhang Tuohai. All right then. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 in the morning. Everyone's harvest must be about the same by now. If there's nothing else to carry, we should prepare to depart. Vladimir had no objections. With over 100 pounds of monkey wine and 2 bears, he had enough to indulge for several days. Li Feiyu nodded as well, her vehicle brimming with various bottles and jars. Naturally, Zhao Wanwan had no dissent. Her car was nearly overflowing. System, exit the current instance. Exit request received, transporting. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they returned from the instance to the icy, snow-laden world. Zhang Tuohai chopped the donkey meat and tossed it into the pot for braising. This time, he had taken precautions, braising 2 pots simultaneously. Determined that this time it would suffice. He also rinsed the mushrooms sent by Zhao Wanwan, drained them, and added some bell peppers to stir-fry. One must admit, the sawed-ed mushrooms with peppers were exquisite, a dish worth savoring. Zhang Tuohai stood by the pot, sampling the flavors until he had consumed nearly half. In the end, he steamed a pot of rice as well, as usual inviting Zhao Wanwan to join him for the meal. Do you have any leads on acquiring Tier 3 materials? Zhang Tuohai inquired while eating. You've stumped me there. Tier 3 materials are quite valuable. Nowadays, players have become savvy, unless in dire circumstances. Most are reluctant to part with them. As for Tier 2 materials, I might have some options, but Tier 3 is truly out of the question, Zhao Wanwan replied. Very well. I shall inquire with others. Although Zhang Tuohai possessed a limited amount of Tier 3 materials inherited from the pirate flag, it was insufficient for his needs. Neither the vintage wine pool nor the super fertilizer maker was complete enough for production. After finishing the meal, Zhao Wanwan delivered the first batch of mature crops, along with the mushrooms and wild fruits she had gathered. She also took some planting pots back, intending to sow the apple banana seeds Zhang Tuohai had brought. Zhang Tuohai hung some meat in the oven. For having promised to make honey-glazed roasted meat, he could not go back on his word. After attending to these tasks, Zhang Tuohai unearthed the mature cassava. Cassava is ground into flour, mixed with water to form a dough, shaped into small balls, coated with an additional layer of cassava flour, and then immersed in boiling water. After being simmered over medium heat for 20 minutes and allowed to rest for another 20, the pearls are complete. Wang Kai learned rapidly. After only 2 demonstrations by Zhang Tuohai, he could independently perform the process. Moreover, Wang Kai astonishingly mastered multitasking, boiling milk on one side, while brewing tea on the other. Occasionally sampling the flavors, resembling a proficient bubble tea shop employee. Boss, this is the first cup of bubble tea. Do give it a taste, Wang Kai said, handing a cup of bubble tea to Zhang Tuohai. You have enjoyed a specially crafted bubble tea, elevating your mood value. 3. You receive a temporary buff, gaining an additional mood value of 1 per minute for 20 minutes. If a second cup is consumed within an hour, the mood value will double, with a maximum of 3 cups allowed per day. Any excess will be calculated based on the effect of the first cup. Chapter 189, The Sugar Manufacturing Machine, a Windfall. Zhang Tuohai gazed at the effect of his milk tea, exhilarated as he raised his fist in triumph. The astonishing efficacy of this beverage would undoubtedly captivate consumers. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect was its combo effect. Drinking a second cup within 1 hour after the first would double its benefits. Could anyone resist the temptation of a second cup after experiencing the first? Failing to indulge would squander the opportunity for a combo effect. Without this feature, many might consume a second cup merely to elevate their mood to a safe threshold and then refrain from further purchases. However, with the allure of the combo effect, countless individuals would likely opt for a second, or even a third cup, to avoid wasting the bonus, thus significantly boosting sales. Furthermore, Zhang Tuohai could mass-produce both the milk and pearls, and he had stockpiled several dozen kilograms of tea leaves and various sugars, sufficient for the time being. He promptly listed the milk tea on the trading platform, specifying a limited quantity of 200 servings, available until sold out. As soon as Zhang Tuohai announced the sale, the regional channel erupted in excitement. Wow, the big shot has created milk tea. What? It's gone already? I barely caught a glimpse of it before it disappeared. Haha. I secured the last cup. Incredible, it even has a combo effect. Can you sell me another one, or else I'll waste the combo? Is anyone selling milk tea? I'm willing to pay double. Come on, sell more. Only 200 cups is hardly enough to go around. The chatter in the regional channel intensified. I apologize, but the quantity of materials is limited. I can only produce this much each day. If you wish to purchase, please come early tomorrow, Zhang Tuohai replied with a chuckle. Then sent a private message to Zhang Xiaokong. He instructed her to spread the word that she had a way to procure milk tea, albeit at a higher price, requiring at least level 2 materials for exchange, or 6 cups for level 3 materials. Naturally, some valuable blueprints or practical seeds could also be negotiated. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory price, Zhang Tuohai assured him. Upon seeing Zhang Tuohai selling milk tea in the regional channel, she initially felt abandoned, disheartened at the thought of losing such a significant ally. Emerging from the brothel, she understood better than anyone the importance of having a robust supporter. Now that Zhang Tuohai had reached out to her, she was reinvigorated, determined to present her best self and secure an impressive price. Ensuring Zhang Tuohai would find it difficult to part with her. Only by demonstrating her worth could she avoid being easily discarded. All right, let us strive to excel. If I sell level 3 materials or valuable blueprints, there will be rewards, Zhang Tuohai envisioned, then ended the private message. He was confident that this conveyed the essence of what he sought. After dismissing the private message from Song Shokong, Zhang Tuohai found that his own messages had reached a staggering 99. Numerous individuals were eagerly seeking him out to inquire if he had any milk tea available for sale. Some approached him with the intent of establishing rapport, attempting to play the emotional card. Others expressed a desire to purchase milk tea in bulk, albeit with a hope for lower prices. Zhang Tuohai, however, promptly blocked such individuals. How dare they attempt to procure goods from him for secondary distribution? Why should he share the profits with these middlemen when he could keep them for himself? Moreover, Zhang Tuohai did not intend to release an excessive quantity of milk tea. After all, how could he cultivate a sense of scarcity and command a higher price? He meticulously deleted each email, one after another, until he stumbled upon a familiar name, Suchi. Is there still milk tea available? Sending my love. While others likely had none, he felt that she might be an exception. You know what I desire. I know you're a bloodsucker. How about it? Suchi attached an image of a blueprint. Sugar manufacturing machine. Utilizes sugarcane to extract sugar, allowing for the production of rock sugar, brown sugar, or white sugar. Required materials. Intermediate metal ingots, 5 units, metal materials, 20 units, glass, 5 units. Electronic components, 1 unit. Upon viewing the machine, Zhang Tuohai realized he must acquire it. He currently had sugarcane, and with this machine, he could initiate large-scale production of various sugars. This acquisition would not only invigorate his milk tea enterprise but also alleviate his shortage of sugar reserves. Previously, he had a limited supply of brown sugar, which forced him to sell ginger brown sugar in limited quantities, missing out on substantial profits. With this manufacturing machine, he could produce ginger brown sugar in abundance, thus creating a new, stable source of income. How do you plan to sell it? Despite his eagerness, Zhang Tuohai maintained an air of restraint. You set the price, he suggested. Su Qi returned the ball to his court, undoubtedly influenced by Su Mu's guidance from behind the scenes. Zhang Tuohai squinted his eyes. For cups of milk tea, he casually proposed. Why don't you just go rob a bank? Su Qi retorted, exasperated. You set the price. Too low, she declared. What do you suggest? At least 8 cups. She countered, doubling the initial offer. Su Mu, observing the exchange, covered her forehead, realizing that no matter how many blueprints she possessed, her sister would likely squander them all. Zhang Tuohai nearly laughed, then casually countered, 6 cups, no more. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Su Mu sent a private message. You know the worth of this blueprint. You're clearly in need of sugar, or you wouldn't be buying this. Offer a fair price, and we all profit. Very well, the baseline of 6 cups of milk tea remains unchanged. However, I can also provide you with 6 cups of ginger brown sugar, in addition to a watermelon and 2 pounds of marinated meat. But you must compensate me with some crop seeds as well. How does that sound? Zhang Tuohai, with a clever twist of mind, recognized that the ingredients for a cup of milk tea are far more substantial than those for ginger syrup with brown sugar. With just a single piece of ginger, he could concoct 100 cups of ginger syrup. Moreover, with the sugar-making machine at his disposal, brown sugar was virtually limitless for him. It was a mere commodity, abundantly available. He still had some watermelons left, which would soon spoil if not sold. However, the true treasure lay in the marinated meats. Thus, he thought, why not exchange? Su Mu, dazzled by the array of items before her, readily agreed. The two swiftly reached an accord. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the seeds in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. What he held were several raw peanuts and sunflower seeds, suitable for planting. Unfortunately, they were not of a fast-growing variety, necessitating a gradual cultivation process. Chapter 190. The Mountain Descent Obstacle Race. Although the growth is not rapid, this is of little consequence. Once the super fertilizer machine is crafted, it will ensure a day's maturity. Currently, Zhang Tuohai's primary objectives are to acquire level 3 materials and level 3 automotive components. The former will aid in expanding his production capabilities, while the latter will allow him to elevate his vehicles to level 4. Both are of utmost importance at present. As Zhang Tuohai contemplated the trajectory of his future endeavors, the clock struck 6, and the game system's notification promptly appeared. Welcome, players. Today marks your 4th day in this world. The outdoor temperature is 40 degrees, with wind gust reaching level 56. It is once again the polar night. And the sun will not rise. Minus 40 degrees? How frigid. The consumption of fuel will undoubtedly increase. Perhaps gasoline-powered chainsaws will see a resurgence in demand. Zhang Tuohai mused. Today, I have arranged an intriguing event for you, the mountain descent obstacle race. With the announcement of the game system, a grand image was displayed before all. The picture showcased a towering snow-capped mountain. All participants will be teleported to the summit, and you must reach the finish line at the mountain's base within the allotted time. Do not be anxious, should you fail to arrive on time. There will be no penalties. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai felt a shiver run down his spine. He could not bring himself to believe that the game system would exhibit such benevolence, devoid of any repercussions. During the previous racing event, those who failed to arrive on time were permanently trapped in the instance. Could it be that the game system had suddenly developed a conscience? Zhang Tuohai was 100% skeptical. He was certain that failure to reach the destination punctually would result in severe consequences, most likely death. The duration of the race is from 6:05 to 1800 hours. There will be a rest area along the course where you can purchase useful items. Cherish every opportunity to pass through the supply stations. Supply stations will require special currency, so be mindful to collect it. The top 3 competitors will receive special prizes. Given the high difficulty of the race, players may opt out of participating. To balance the difficulty, players who choose to forego the race will be attacked by 1,080 snow monsters and will not receive any resource chests for the day. However, if all pursuing snow monsters are defeated, a special prize will be awarded. The race will officially commence in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. After the game system outlined the rules, the regional channel erupted with excitement. The mountain descent obstacle race? It sounds similar to alpine skiing. But racing down from the summit? That is madness. I refuse to participate. It is too perilous. Do you wish to be pursued by snow monsters? Furthermore, without any rewards? I believe it is wiser to take part. After all, if we fail to arrive on time, there is no penalty. So we can take it slow at the back. I concur that participating is preferable. Who knows, we might win against the odds. If it becomes untenable, we can simply stop, as there are no penalties. I still find it too perilous. In any case, I possess an ample arsenal. If the snow monster pursues, then let it pursue. Can I flee if I cannot fight it off? My chainsaw is already itching for action. Should the snow monster dare to approach, I shall introduce it to the formidable prowess of my chainsaw. The players were divided into 2 factions. One opting to partake in the competition while the other chose to confront the snow monster, with neither able to sway the other's decision. Zhang Tuohai glanced over the competition rules and deemed it wiser to participate in the contest, as adherence to the game's regulations generally yields superior prizes. Moreover, the central area of the downhill obstacle race featured a rest zone and supply station, presenting another opportunity to earn rewards. Thus, it seemed more prudent to engage in the downhill obstacle race. The risks of battling the snow monster were far too unpredictable. Who could ascertain its true strength? If one squandered vast amounts of heavy weaponry and reaped meager rewards, would that not be a catastrophic loss? Which competition will you enter? Zhang Tuohai inquired of Zhao Wanwan. I believe I shall choose the downhill obstacle race. I lack sufficient weaponry and am not confident in facing the snow monster. In this competition, relying on Xiaoyi's performance should yield satisfactory results. At the very least, reaching the finish line should pose no issue, Zhao Wanwan replied. Well, during the race, do your utmost to stay behind me. We can look out for one another should any issues arise, Zhang Tuohai advised. I understand, Zhao Wanwan nodded in agreement. Zhang Tuohai then turned to consult a few other acquaintances. To his surprise, Vladimir and Li Feiyu had chosen to hunt the snow monster. Vladimir expressed his lack of aptitude for racing and felt that slaying the snow monster was more to his liking. Furthermore, he mentioned feeling fatigued and intended to rest thoroughly after dispatching the snow monster. Li Feiyu merely stated that she had matters to attend to, planning to focus on those tasks after dealing with the snow monster. Very well, it seems they are indeed formidable individuals, perceiving the snow monster as an easy target. Zhang Tuohai mused, acknowledging their prowess and feeling tempted to join in the hunt for a day of respite. Nonetheless, ambition still flickered within him, as he yearned to continue his pursuit. The special rewards of this competition were a prize he was determined to seize. Before long, the 5-minute mark arrived. A series of prompts appeared, urging the participants to choose between entering the high-altitude downhill obstacle race or facing the onslaught of the snow monster. Zhang Tuohai decisively opted to partake in the competition. In a flash of white light, those who chose to compete vanished from their positions. From the nearby thickets emerged towering creatures, over 2 meters in height, with fur as white as snow, lunging towards the vehicles left behind. Bang! Crash! A snow monster swung its colossal fist, shattering the glass of one vehicle instantaneously. The players inside were left in shock. One hastily seized the handgun from the passenger seat and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the advancing beast. Yet, the monster appeared unaffected, unfazed by the assault. It extended its massive hand, seizing the player's head, and with a brutal force, crushed it as though it were a mere watermelon. The player's lifeless body slumped over the steering wheel. The snow creature violently dragged the player's lifeless body from the vehicle, savagely tearing into it. Some players, upon witnessing the creature's approach, hastily pressed the accelerator. Yet these snow beasts moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching speeds of 60 miles per hour. Before the player could even elevate his velocity, he was swiftly overtaken by the creature. With a fierce tug, the door of his vehicle was wrenched away. The player, thrown off balance, lost control of his car and crashed into a nearby tree. Before he could regain his composure, the snow creature seized him from the wreckage and tore him asunder. Such gruesome slaughters unfolded in various locales. While some players, armed with formidable weapons, managed to vanquish the snow creatures, the majority of those whose minds were clouded met their demise, becoming prey for the ravenous beasts. Chapter 191. Avalanche, Snow Wall. Snow Corridor. Zhang Tuohai was oblivious to the state of the other players. At that moment, he was surveying his surroundings. He found himself near the summit of a towering mountain, confronted by a steep slope with an angle exceeding 45 degrees. Merely gazing downward left him feeling dizzy. The landscape was blanketed in pristine white snow. Approximately 50 meters away, he could faintly discern a vehicle parked there, though the distance rendered it impossible to ascertain its occupants. However, Zhang Tuohai was certain it was not Zhao Wanwan, for it was a level 2 luxury vehicle. Casting his gaze to another side, he spotted yet another level 2 luxury vehicle, indicating that Zhao Wanwan was not in his vicinity. It appeared that navigating this situation without a team could prove rather troublesome. Zhang Tuohai clicked his tongue. He had intended to look out for Zhao Wanwan during this competition, but it seemed they would have to rely on their own fates. He resolved to avoid entanglements with adversaries, prioritizing his safety above all else. Thus, he sent her a private message as a cautionary note. Zhao Wanwan is now my source of sugarcane and milk. Losing her would significantly impact me, he thought. I understand. I am far more afraid of death than you imagine. Rest assured, Zhao Wanwan replied with a smile. Zhang Tuohai intended to say more, but just then, a line of game system notifications appeared before him. The competition is about to commence. Players, please prepare. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Vehicles began to inch forward. It was absurd. This was a 45-degree slope, with snow below. And standing still caused one to slide uncontrollably. Who would dare accelerate? However, the game system seemed intent on preventing them from proceeding leisurely. As soon as the countdown concluded, the accumulated snow on the mountain began to tumble down. Initially, it was just a small flake, but soon it grew in size, culminating in a deluge of snow cascading toward the players like a tidal wave. Faced with the onslaught of snow, the players had no choice but to hasten their departure, pressing the accelerator to flee. Descending the slope could result in a rollover, but remaining behind would surely lead to being buried in snow, an obvious choice. Damn it. I knew something would go awry, Zhang Tuohai cursed, quickly instructing, Xiao AI, maintain the highest speed while ensuring safety. Understood, Xiao AI responded, flooring the accelerator and hurtling down the slope. Zhang Tuohai's movement triggered a cascade of snow, as the collapsing snow merged into a vast sheet, surging toward the players like a roaring tide. Witnessing this, the surrounding players cursed and also accelerated. Some, unable to control their speed on the snow-covered slope, flipped their vehicles in a moment of carelessness, swiftly engulfed by the rushing snow. Zhang Tuohai knew that if a player was buried in snow and could not rescue themselves in time, they might succumb to asphyxiation. He hurriedly posted a message for an engineer shovel on the trading channel. Simultaneously, a voice echoed through the regional channel. Players buried under the snow. Quickly dig a ventilation hole, or you may suffocate. Thank you for the guidance. I am currently digging. If only I could sell it for a bit less. Soon. A player made a purchase. Goodness, can we really run out of oxygen? Thanks for the advice. I must hasten to create an opening. Dear sir, I am buried too deeply. Could you sell me some wood as a stepping stone to help me get my vehicle out? I have wood available. 1 pound of meat for a piece. The unscrupulous merchant upstairs, buy from me. I'll sell it for half a pound of meat. Thus, a price war ensued. Zhang Tuohai glanced around. There were still quite a few players buried by the avalanche, numbering around 50 or 60 within just a few short minutes. And the count was steadily rising. This was evident from the sales of his engineering shovels. The avalanche had not ceased. In fact, it seemed to be intensifying. As Zhang Tuohai and his companions accelerated, the snow they traversed joined the avalanche, rapidly expanding its scale. At this rate, the situation may escalate. Even if we outrun the avalanche, we are perpetually pursued. With no time to catch our breath, Zhang Tuohai furrowed his brow, observing the growing avalanche behind him. "Commander, look ahead. A wall of snow," Xiao Ai suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Tuohai looked forward and indeed saw walls of snow ahead. Each wall spanned approximately 20 meters in width, with only a few meters of gap between them, forming a discontinuous barricade. Zhang Tuohai surmised that these were the obstacles in the mountain downhill racing challenge. Layered snow walls could hinder the avalanche, while simultaneously posing obstacles for players. A careless collision with a snow wall could inflict substantial damage. Many believed snow to be soft, but when compacted into a snow wall, it becomes harder than ice. Crashing into it would be akin to colliding with a standard concrete wall. Xiao Ai, be cautious of the snow walls, maneuver through the gaps, and avoid a head-on collision, Zhang Tuohai advised. Rest assured, Commander, Xiao Ai understands. With a deft maneuver, Xiao Ai's vehicle splashed countless snowflakes as the six-wheeled off-roader narrowly squeezed through the gap between two snow walls. Upon passing through, Zhang Tuohai immediately cursed. The game system was utterly devoid of martial ethics. Beyond the first snow wall lay another. Moreover, the preceding and subsequent snow walls were staggered in construction, meaning the gaps in one layer directly aligned with the walls of the next. Without careful deceleration, one would surely crash into them. Furthermore, braking might prove ineffective. With snow accumulating beneath the vehicle, even if one attempted to stop, the snow could still propel them forward. However, Xiao Ai's driving skills were exceptionally adept. With a deft drift, she brushed against the edge of the snow wall and sailed through the gap. Immediately ahead of Zhang Tuohai loomed the third layer of snow walls. This layer of snow walls has entirely forsaken any semblance of order, stretching over 100 meters in some places, while in others, it barely reaches 5 or 6. Their orientations are also inconsistent. Some lie horizontally, others vertically, and some at diagonal angles, devoid of any discernible pattern. What is most infuriating is that behind the third layer of snow walls stands a multitude of snow-formed columns, densely arrayed atop the hillside, extending for thousands of meters, each as thick as a utility pole. This damned system, treating humans as mere playthings, Zhang Tuohai cursed. At this moment, Xiao Ai began to exhibit her remarkable driving skills, deftly maneuvering through the labyrinth of columns as if it posed no challenge. Observing her ease, Zhang Tuohai released a sigh of relief. Just then, another vehicle careened through the snow wall. However, it was not as fortunate. It crashed headlong into one of the snow columns. The impact caused that column to collapse immediately. Furthermore, due to the dense arrangement of the snow columns, the fall of one triggered a chain reaction, with hundreds, even thousands, of columns toppling like a line of dominoes. And ominously, it appeared that the collapse was spreading toward Zhang Tuohai's direction. Chapter 192. Seeking assistance as Zhang Tuohai beheld the cascading snow pillars tumbling towards him. He uttered a loud curse and urged his companion, Xiao Ai, to take cover. He had come to a profound realization of the saying, "I fear not an opponent resembling a deity, but rather teammates who behave like swine." Initially, he had been navigating quite adeptly, only to be jeopardized by several players who collided with the snow pillars, dragging him into peril. Each of these snow pillars towered at least 7 or 8 meters high, and being struck by one would undoubtedly spell disaster for his vehicle. Even a bulletproof chassis would offer little protection. Zhang Tuohai's frustration with the game system deepened. In contests such as these, one must not only drive well, but also remain vigilant against teammates who might lead one into a quagmire. Quick evade. Despite having witnessed numerous grand spectacles, the sight of the snow pillars toppling en masse sent a chill down his spine. A direct hit could very well spell the end. Understood. Xiao Ai deftly maneuvered, accelerating to an impressive 200 miles per hour. It was not for lack of desire to go faster, but rather due to the thick layer of snow accumulating on the tires, causing them to slip uncontrollably. Even the anti-skid chains proved ineffective. With a sudden drift and a sharp brake, Xiao Ai brought the vehicle to a precarious halt, the car positioned at a sharp angle. A massive snow pillar crashed mere centimeters in front of the vehicle's nose. Had the braking been any slower, the car would have surely been crushed. With another resounding crash, another snow pillar struck behind Zhang Tuohai's vehicle, effectively trapping it between two colossal structures. "Commander, the pillar on the right is about to fall. Please exit the vehicle to avoid it." Zhang Tuohai glanced up just in time to see a gigantic snow pillar swaying dangerously close to the right side of the car, poised to descend. "Think I'm easy prey, do you?" With a swift motion, Zhang Tuohai drew an RPG-7 from beneath his seat and aimed it at the snow pillar. Pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The RPG-7's fiery tail sliced through the air, the warhead striking the waist of the snow pillar. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the upper half of the snow pillar. The force of the blast sent the remnants crashing down, though fortunately they landed 3 or 4 meters away, posing no threat. However, Zhang Tuohai's shot caused the surrounding snow pillars to wobble precariously. Quickly, move, he shouted. Understood. Xiao Ai relinquished the snow shovel and propelled the vehicle forward with determination. Fortunately, the snow pillars were cylindrical, and as they were situated on a downward slope, with just 2 presses of the accelerator, they managed to push a snow pillar aside. As an escape route opened, Xiao Ai accelerated ahead. Zhang Tuohai lingered momentarily. By now, most of the other snow pillars had already collapsed. He no longer needed to worry about those falling from above, as long as he chose a path that remained unobstructed. Moments later, Zhang Tuohai successfully navigated through the forest formed by the snow corridor pillars. Upon breaking free from the dense thicket of the final layer of snow pillars, he exhaled a sigh of relief and wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Phew, I'm finally out, he murmured. Beyond the snow corridor jungle lay a vast expanse of flat snowfield. Although the incline still measured a daunting 30 degrees, it was a significant improvement compared to the previous thickets and snow walls, allowing him to finally catch his breath. With Xiao Ai at the helm, Zhang Tuohai seized the opportunity to peruse the regional channel. Previously, he had only managed to post items, hardly glancing at the messages. At this moment, the regional channel buzzed with activity, featuring a plethora of red announcements, no fewer than 70 or 80. As he scrolled through, Zhang Tuohai discovered that they all reported deaths at the hands of snow monsters. Were these creatures truly that formidable? Intrigued, he sent private messages to Vladimir and Li Feiyu inquiring about the matter. Formidable? Not at all. A few grenades take care of them, Vladimir replied, sharing an image of himself cleaning his vehicle. One tried to ambush me by jumping down from a tree, but I turned it into a sieve mid-air. That trash even dirted my car. Enough of that. I'm off to clean it. What could he say? Zhang Tuohai silently responded with an emoji expressing admiration. In contrast, Li Feiyu exhibited much more humility. The bones are quite hard, and the skin is tough. My knives are now dull, but it's not a major issue. The meat has a sour taste, and I'm concerned about prion disease, so I didn't eat it. By the way, do you have a sharpening stone? Li Feiyu's blades being dulled suggested that the snow monsters were indeed formidable, not easily dealt with by conventional melee weapons, Zhang Tuohai concluded. As for Vladimir, his combat prowess was on an entirely different level compared to ordinary individuals, making his experiences hardly comparable. Players who opted for high-altitude downhill obstacle racing had seen few fatalities thus far, with most succumbing to avalanches. Currently, everyone was equipped with the entrenching tool, diligently working to rescue themselves. A few of the faster players had collided with the snow walls and corridor pillars, but their situations were not yet dire. Only one player seemed particularly unfortunate, having somehow landed atop the first snow wall, with his front wheels on the ground and the rear wheels dangling precariously over the wall. Caught in a state of dilemma, Zhang Tuohai was taken aback upon seeing the image he posted. I'll give you a chainsaw. Do tell me how you managed to get up there, he messaged him. As Zhang Tuohai was observing, Zhao Wanwan sent him a private message. Do you have any car repair kits? A collapsing snow corridor pillar just smashed into my vehicle, and the rear door has been knocked off. She included an image, revealing a gaping hole where the rear door used to be, with her companions, Miaoku and Yomi, shivering together for warmth. I'll send you 2. Zhang Tuohai replied, dispatching 2 repair kits. Inspired by Zhao Wanwan's plea for assistance, Zhang Tuohai had a sudden realization. If Zhao Wanwan, aided by Xiaoyi, had ended up in such a predicament, then many other players must have also faced collisions, but perhaps lacked the means to seek help. Alternatively, one might consider it a minor issue and endure it as long as the vehicle remains operational. However, this is unacceptable. For a cunning merchant like Zhang Tuohai, who not only lacks genuine demand but also seeks to create it, how could he possibly miss such a lucrative opportunity? Without hesitation, Zhang Tuohai promptly listed the automotive repair kit in the trading channel. Boss, help me. Suddenly, he received a private message from Song Shokong. What has transpired? Zhang Tuohai inquired anxiously. He held a deep concern for his capable sales associate. I was just buried by an avalanche. Initially, it was not a significant issue. I was about to exit the vehicle to dig myself out when another car got buried alongside mine. That individual is now standing outside my car door, wielding a hammer and smashing my window. Chapter 193, The Ice and Snow Labyrinth. Song Shokong, fearing that Zhang Tuohai would doubt him, sent a photograph depicting an individual standing outside a vehicle, wielding a hefty iron hammer, smashing the car window. Without delay, Zhang Tuohai dispatched an Uzi submachine gun in response, along with a flamethrower and an anti-tank grenade. Song Shokong was his most esteemed salesperson. He could not afford to be careless. A moment later, Song Shokong sent another image. The individual lay on the ground, riddled with bullet holes. Accompanying the photo was a blueprint for a tank tread. Blueprint for tread, level 2 vehicle component. Upon use will convert wheels to tread format. Conversion time, 10 minutes. Cool-down time, 1 hour. Manufacturing materials, metal ingots, 30 units, metal parts, 60 units. Why wouldn't he keep this for himself? Zhang Tuohai mused as he received the blueprint, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. He immediately recognized the significance of this item in the current context. If sold, it could command an exorbitant price. Even if one were to learn the blueprint and accept custom orders, selling it at 3 to 5 times the cost of raw materials would be effortless. The value of this item was evident even to him, so he could hardly believe that Song Xiaokong would fail to see it. If I claimed that you provided me with weapons at a critical moment, saving my life, I would certainly owe you a commensurate return, Song Xiaokong remarked with a smile. Of course, you likely find this hard to believe. The truth is straightforward. You are the most powerful in this area, and if I wish to thrive, the best approach is to align myself with you. This blueprint serves as my token of allegiance. Song Xiaokong understood well that if she retained the blueprint, she could profit immensely from it. However, if abundant resources could not be transformed into power, they would merely become fodder for others, rather than enjoying fleeting wealth. It was wiser to seek a reliable ally, ensuring prolonged survival. Are you not afraid I might appropriate this blueprint? Zhang Tuohai inquired. I may lack many talents, but my ability to discern character is commendable. I do not believe you are that sort of person, Song Xiaokong replied with a grin, punctuating her statement with a playful emoji. Zhang Tuohai was taken aback. He never anticipated receiving a good guy card from anyone. Where could he contest this? Very well. Zhang Tuohai learned the tread blueprint, crafting 2 sets, one for himself and the other for Song Xiaokong. Along with the tread came an automobile repair kit. Fix the car, reattach the tread, and with this, you should be able to break free, Zhang Tuohai advised. After a short while, Song Xiaokong sent another image. She stood before the vehicle, flashing a peace sign. The wheels had been transformed into treads, and it appeared she had successfully emerged from beneath the snow. Beware of the snow walls ahead and the snow columns behind, Zhang Tuohai cautioned before closing the private message, as Xiao AI issued a reminder. Commander, a massive structure has been detected ahead. Do you wish to enter or circumvent it? Zhang Tuohai raised his head and beheld a towering snow wall stretching for several kilometers ahead, its height reaching an impressive 7 to 8 meters. Every few hundred meters along the wall, there was an entrance approximately 5 to 6 meters wide. Nearby, a yellow notice board caught his attention. Ice and Snow Labyrinth. Those who traverse the maze within 3 hours shall receive a prize. No rewards shall be granted beyond this time limit. If you doubt your ability to navigate the maze within the allotted time, you may opt to bypass it and continue forward. A gentle reminder followed. The detour will require approximately 3 hours. The notice board also thoughtfully illustrated arrows indicating the direction for the alternative route. Was it time to make a choice once again? Zhang Tuohai scrutinized the notice twice before resolutely deciding to enter the Ice and Snow Labyrinth. This was clearly an additional option. Entering the maze posed the risk of becoming lost, yet it also offered rewards. Conversely, circumventing the maze would undoubtedly require a lengthy detour, potentially fraught with unforeseen challenges and hazards. Weighing the 2 options, Zhang Tuohai preferred to navigate the maze. Moreover, equipped with a hint system, he felt reassured about the possibility of getting lost. Without hesitation, he prepared to have his AI assistant, Xiao AI, guide him into the maze. If you choose to enter the maze, it is advisable to proceed right for 3 kilometers and enter through that entrance. It is the closest to the exit. Ensuring the shortest route, the hint system promptly advised. Impressed, Zhang Tuohai swiftly directed Xiao AI to turn and head toward the indicated direction. After traveling 3 kilometers along the snow wall, he indeed discovered an entrance. It resembled the one he had previously seen, identical in width and design. Even the notice board was the same. Could he leave a mark on this snow wall? An idea suddenly struck Zhang Tuohai. If he could leave a mark, he could also profit from selling maps of the maze. Even if it were just for his own companions, it would be worthwhile. With that thought in mind, Zhang Tuohai retrieved his gasoline-powered saw and etched an arrow into the snow wall. The wall proved to be sturdier than he had anticipated. Yet the saw was still capable of leaving its mark. After 2 minutes of effort, he succeeded in creating a distinct marking. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he smiled with satisfaction at his handiwork. With the gasoline-powered saw in hand, Zhang Tuohai boarded his vehicle and, following the hint system's guidance, entered the Ice and Snow Labyrinth. The labyrinth was vast, with a remarkably smooth floor crafted from enormous blocks of ice, while the surrounding walls were formed from thick layers of accumulated snow. The walls were exceedingly slick, and the ceiling was completely sealed, preventing any possibility for players to climb above and survey the maze's structure. Zhang Tuohai even attempted to see if he could use a snow shovel to break through the walls and take a shortcut. However, The formidable solidity of the snow-formed walls exceeded his expectations. After exerting considerable effort to breach one wall, he quickly abandoned the idea. Faced with the daunting array of walls that lay beyond, with a snow shovel in hand, he could indeed carve a path through the labyrinth of ice and snow. However, this endeavor would consume an excessive amount of time, potentially rendering it slower than traversing the maze itself. After a moment of careful contemplation, Zhang Tuohai resolutely abandoned the notion of brute force, instead opting to advance guided by the system's prompts. At each intersection, he meticulously etched a marker. To prevent others from tampering with or forging his signs, he crafted distinct symbols at every junction, rather than simply drawing arrows. Upon navigating the final intersection, he was suddenly greeted by a scene of clarity. As he drove forward, he realized, to his astonishment, that he had unwittingly exited the maze. Beyond its confines, he discovered a small vending machine. Zhang Tuohai positioned his vehicle beside the machine, and a box automatically rolled out from within. Congratulations on your achievement in the ice and snow maze. Please accept your reward. Chapter 194. The maze's exit and the map sale. What price? Zhang Tuohai curiously opened the box. Inside lay a stack of items resembling banknotes, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns and a multitude of incomprehensible symbols. While the corners bore numerical values, some marked as 100, others as 20. After counting, Zhang Tuohai found the total to be 1020. A mix of whole and fractional amounts. He speculated that this might indeed be the currency required at the supply stations mentioned by the game system. However, how was this amount derived? With curiosity, Zhang Tuohai inquired of the game system. The system explained that the maze had a time limit of 3 hours, with each minute valued at 10 points, culminating in a total of 1,800 points for the entire duration. Each vehicle began its countdown upon entering the maze, deducting 10 points for every minute elapsed. Upon successfully navigating the maze, any remaining time would be converted into currency and returned to the player. Is this what they mean by time is money? Zhang Tuohai silently contemplated the currency in his hand. Had he known this earlier, he would not have wasted effort testing the wall's strength, perhaps earning dozens more reward tickets in the process. Yet, regret was futile now. Zhang Tuohai began to market his passage through the maze to several acquaintances. Zhao Wanwan and Song Xiaokong opted for a more cautious route, circumventing the maze altogether, rendering his map unnecessary. With no other recourse, Zhang Tuohai set his sights on the Su sisters. Meanwhile, within the maze, Su Qi stood in front of the vehicle, tossing a shoe into the air. Observing where it landed, she decisively pointed, "This way." We've already circled back 3 times. Sumu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Really? Su Qi scratched her head in embarrassment. Of course. I've dropped a metal piece at every intersection. There are already 3 metal pieces at this junction. Sumu pointed to the 3 metal pieces in the corner. What shall we do? Are we to be trapped here? Su Qi felt a wave of panic. Don't worry, let me think of a solution. Sumu rummaged through the vehicle's blueprints, searching for a way out of their predicament. Su Qi anxiously paced around the vehicle, when suddenly, she halted. Sister, come look. There's a depiction of SpongeBob here, though it's quite poorly done. Su Qi pointed at the design on the wall. SpongeBob? Let me see. Sumu exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle. SpongeBob was a cultural icon from their original world, and she found it hard to believe the game system would take the time to embellish the icy maze walls so. This SpongeBob must have been inscribed by a player. Sumu joined Su Qi and indeed spotted the poorly carved SpongeBob on the wall. It is indeed remarkably unattractive. Sister, I figured it out. This must be a marker left by some predecessors. The direction SpongeBob is pointing must lead to the exit. Su Qi exclaimed with excitement. This cannot be certain, for we do not know whether the individual who left the mark ultimately found their way out of the labyrinth. If it merely leads to a dead end, would it not render our efforts futile? Moreover, there exists the possibility of falling into another's trap. Sumu pondered this further and reached out to stop Su Qi. What shall we do then? Continue to wander aimlessly within the maze? Su Qi inquired. Suddenly, the notification sound of a private message resonated. Upon opening it, Su Qi's excitement surged, and she exclaimed, Sister, Brother Zhang is asking if we desire the map of the ice and snow maze. Has he truly found a way out? Inquire about the price. Sumu responded. Were it someone else, she might harbor doubts, but her past collaborations with Zhang Tuohai instilled confidence in her. She had witnessed his consistent trade in supplies on the regional channel, and she believed he would not dare to deceive them with a counterfeit map. Brother Zhang mentioned that he only possesses a portion of the map. If one discovers markings on the walls, they may contact him, as he sells subsequent route markers. Should they successfully escape, a fee of 300 game currency would be required. What is game currency? Sumu asked. Upon exiting the maze, each player is awarded a certain amount of game currency as a reward. He requests 300. He also stated that, considering our frequent transactions, we may pay him after we leave. Strangers, however, must provide collateral, Su Chi replied promptly. Very well, inform him that we agree. Should we lack sufficient game currency upon our exit, I shall compensate the difference with other blueprints, Su Mu declared, feeling driven to madness by the maze. Anyone would feel uneasy when endlessly circling the same location, especially in a survival world where life and death hang in the balance. If they failed to escape. She truly feared being trapped there indefinitely. All right, I will ask him now. With permission granted, Su Chi promptly sent a private message to Zhang Tuohai. We currently see a marking resembling SpongeBob SquarePants. Could you please advise on our next steps? SpongeBob SquarePants? I did not draw SpongeBob. Zhang Tuohai replied, puzzled. It is SpongeBob. With a rather peculiar adornment atop his head. I cannot be mistaken, Su Chi insisted. What a bizarre artwork. Send me a photo, Zhang Tuohai requested. Here it is. Image. JPG, this is clearly Lazy Sheep. Zhang Tuohai responded, speechless. Then why does it have a square head? Because I used a chainsaw to draw it. Curves are too troublesome. Zhang Tuohai replied, at a loss for words. So how do we proceed? Shall we follow the direction indicated by Lazy Sheep? Su Chi asked. No. Head in the opposite direction. At the next intersection, you will find simple symbols on the walls of each passageway. Choose the Hongxing symbol. Then at the subsequent intersection, select the Mishue Bingxing symbol, followed by the Baixiang instant noodles symbol at the next, then the Huiyuanju symbol. And finally, the cherry automobile symbol. This will lead you out of the maze, Zhang Tuohai instructed. Understood. In critical moments, only domestic companies come to our aid. Su Chi comprehended. Zhang Tuohai smiled silently. Once outside, I will give you the money. By the way, here is something for you. Consider it a gift. Su Chi said as she sent a blueprint to Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai opened the blueprint and took a look. High-end juicer manufacturing blueprint, level 2 automotive components. Capable of enhancing the quality of juice by 1 tier. Required materials, intermediate metal ingots, for units, metal parts, 20 units, glass, 5 units, intermediate electronic components, 1 unit. While this may hold little value for the average person, for Zhang Tuohai, it was a delightful addition. Thank you. I'll return the favor with this. Zhang Tuohai handed back a pink Glock, complete with a magazine of ammunition. This item, while aesthetically pleasing, was otherwise devoid of practicality. And Zhang Tuohai could only regard it as a collectible. However, for a grown man to possess a pink handgun felt rather peculiar. Especially one adorned with a Hello Kitty theme. It was somewhat embarrassing. It was only fitting to pass it on to Su Chi, a connoisseur of beauty. Chapter 195, The Arrival of Level 3 Automotive Parts. Thank you. Thank you. Upon seeing the pink handgun, Su Chi's eyes sparkled with hearts, utterly enchanted by the firearm. Women, generally speaking, are often swayed by aesthetics and possess little resistance to visually appealing items. While men may scrutinize parameters, compare prices, and contemplate cost-effectiveness, women primarily prioritize beauty in their selections. After dismissing Su Chi, Zhang Tuohai instructed Xiao AI to continue advancing. However, this time, the pace significantly slowed, as their primary focus shifted towards locating a resting place. With the introduction of currency, it was inevitable that accommodations and redemption areas would be established. Even in the absence of these, there would surely be avenues to acquire such currency. Indeed, after approximately half an hour, Zhang Tuohai discerned a small black dot in the distance. As he approached, it revealed itself to be a facility resembling a gas station, adorned with a striking red roof. A gas station? Driven by curiosity, Zhang Tuohai navigated closer. The expansive red canopy sheltered a vending machine, adorned in red and white, stocked with an array of goods. Alighting from his vehicle, Zhang Tuohai gazed upward at the machine, discovering it harbored numerous desirable items, beyond the essential gasoline, food, and drinking water. He even spotted level 2 and level 3 construction materials. However, the prices were rather steep, 30 for a level 2 material and a staggering 300 for a level 3 material. With the limited funds in his possession, he could only procure 3 level 3 materials, leaving him with a sense of loss. Skipping past the basic materials, Zhang Tuohai continued his examination. Further up, various weapons and standard blueprints were on display, including items such as vehicle-mounted microwaves and air conditioning units. Most of these items he already possessed, and the prices were exorbitant. A standard handgun, for instance, was priced at 100, excluding ammunition. A blueprint for a basic vehicle-mounted microwave commenced at 300. Truly, this service area was exorbitantly priced, outrageously so. Zhang Tuohai's gaze ascended further. At the very pinnacle, 2 items caught his attention. One was a Phoenix missile, its price soaring to 2,000 points. Zhang Tuohai could only sigh in despair. Even a player who completed the ice and snow maze in 0 time could at most acquire 1,800 points. Clearly, this item was not intended for individual players but perhaps for a team to obtain. The second item, however, was worth his consideration. Mobile reinforced armor plate, level 3 automotive part, allowing for adjustable mobility and full enclosure coverage, while retaining partial windows. Its strength can withstand close-range shots from assault rifles and resist attacks from standard fragmentation grenades. Construction materials, high-grade metal ingot, 30 units, metal parts, 300 units. Level 3 automotive parts. Excitement surged within Zhang Tuohai. He had searched high and low for these elusive components, and despite offering substantial sums for their acquisition, he had remained empty-handed. He had once thought that he might never upgrade his vehicle to level 4 in this world. However, unexpectedly, a stroke of serendipity led him to discover a level 3 blueprint. He was determined to acquire it. Zhang Tuohai's heart resounded with fervent enthusiasm. Yet, while the blueprint was indeed splendid, its price was rather staggering, demanding a hefty sum of 500 points. Zhang Tuohai glanced at his inventory, realizing he possessed only 20 points. Even when accounting for the 300 points owed to him by the Su sisters, he still fell short by 180 points. Where could he possibly bridge this gap? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head in contemplation. Unfortunately, Zhao Wanwan and Song Xiaokong had not opted for the ice and snow maze, thus missing the opportunity to earn the exclusive currency of this realm. Otherwise, borrowing a little from them would have sufficed. However, they were as financially constrained as their expression suggested, unable to offer any assistance. After pondering for a while, Zhang Tuohai concluded that he had no choice but to seek a solution from the Su sisters. Have you exited the ice and snow maze? Zhang Tuohai inquired. Just came out, and I earned over 600 points. Su Qi exclaimed excitedly. Please hold on a moment. I will transfer the 300 points I owe you right away. Su Qi assured him. Could you lend me an additional 200 points? Zhang Tuohai asked. I promise to repay you double next time I earn points. Or I can offer you other compensations. Wait a moment. Let me discuss it with my sister, Su Qi replied, not outrightly refusing. Zhang Tuohai felt a flicker of hope. Her hesitance indicated a possibility for negotiation. He glanced at the supplies around him and said, if this works out, I will treat you to 3 cups of milk tea and a plush pillow. What do I need a pillow for? I'm not a child anymore, she retorted. Don't you want Baya's pillow? Zhang Tuohai teased, sending her a picture of it. Save it for me. It's just 200 points. I assure you I will procure it, Su Qi responded decisively. Then I shall await your good news, Zhang Tuohai said, clearing the snow from his vehicle while he waited. Before long, Su Qi transferred 500 points to him. My sister agreed, but you must provide us with a powerful gun, with at least 200 rounds of ammunition. And don't forget my pillow, she reminded him. Rest assured, you shall have it, he promised. Although he was unsure of how Su Qi had persuaded Su Mu, Zhang Tuohai felt quite satisfied with the outcome of the transaction. He selected an August from his spoils and tossed it over, along with 210 rounds of ammunition, which amounted to 7 magazines. This should suffice for both of them for a while. He also sent the plush pillow to Su Qi, who was overjoyed. Su Mu watched as Su Qi tightly embraced the pillow and couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. She felt that someday, her sister would likely find herself in a position to sell her own self. At that moment, Zhang Tuohai was filled with elation. He had finally gathered enough funds to purchase the blueprint. He stuffed the cash he held into the vending machine and selected the blueprint. With a soft clatter, the coveted blueprint rolled down to the retrieval slot. The once occupied space for the blueprints now lay desolate. Is there only one? Is it one for each vending machine? Or is there merely a single piece for the entire racetrack? Zhang Tuohai scratched his head, pondering the scant samples available, which rendered him unable to draw any conclusions at this moment. He scrutinized the blueprints intently before carefully storing them away. Presently, his primary objective was to amass a sufficient quantity of high-grade metal ingots to complete the final piece of the puzzle for upgrading to a level 4 vehicle. The mere thought of being among the first to drive a level 4 vehicle in an era still dominated by level 2 cars filled Zhang Tuohai with a surge of exhilaration. He found himself wondering what a level 4 vehicle might resemble. Would it be a formidable off-road vehicle akin to the Paramount Marauder, a luxurious RV, or perhaps an innovative concept car only seen online? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he was suddenly alerted by Xiao AI, Commander, there are vehicles approaching from behind. Chapter 196, The Dragon-Made Figurine. Is there a vehicle? Zhang Tuohai turned around to observe a level 2 business vehicle careening toward him. This situation is concerning. Zhang Tuohai hastily secured his belongings while grasping his AK-74. The vehicle soon arrived at the resting area, and its occupants appeared taken aback to find someone present. After a brief moment of hesitation, 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle. Both were clad in police-grade bulletproof vests, wielding shotguns, and donned helmets, exuding an air of complete preparedness. The vending machine is over there. You may choose for yourselves. I must take my leave, Zhang Tuohai declared. Having gathered the essentials and eager to depart without entangling himself with these players, However, his retreat was misconstrued as weakness by the two men. They exchanged glances, and a murderous intent began to fester in their minds. Zhang Tuohai, adorned in snow camouflage and brandishing an AK-74 beside a six-wheeled off-road vehicle, presented the image of a wealthy individual. Yet, witnessing Zhang Tuohai's retreat from them led the two to perceive him as feeble. Facing shotguns, he retreats with an AK-74. He must be low on ammunition. Perhaps he is even out of bullets, wielding nothing but an empty gun. They mused internally. Then you should hasten your departure so we may exchange items, remarked the tall, slender man. The two had already harbored murderous intent, preparing to ambush him from behind as he turned away. The system prompt echoed in Zhang Tuohai's ear. Are they truly intending to kill me? Zhang Tuohai raised an eyebrow. Initially, he had no desire for bloodshed, hoping to navigate this scenario peacefully. Yet, the malicious intent of these two compelled him to act. A frostiness enveloped his expression as he coldly thought, I intended for you to play the role of the harvest, but since you choose to court disaster, do not blame me for severing the roots of the chives. Very well, I shall take my leave, Zhang Tuohai stated, retreating while feigning a desire to withdraw. The two, sensing an opportunity, felt a surge of delight, their fingers poised on the triggers, ready to shoot the moment he turned. However, as Zhang Tuohai neared the car door, he suddenly pointed behind them and exclaimed, Beware! A snow leopard is approaching. His voice rang high and sharp, as if he truly perceived a snow leopard drawing near. The two men jolted in fear. Coincidentally, they had recently been victims of a snow leopard attack. Originally, there had been 3 of them in the vehicle. But during a lumbering excursion, a snow leopard had silently pounced, severing the neck of one of their companions. The remaining 2, armed with firearms, had managed to shoot the snow leopard dead, preserving their own lives. The silent and stealthy assault of the snow leopard had become an inescapable nightmare for them. Thus, upon hearing the term snow leopard, the two immediately turned, aiming their shotguns behind them. Yet, upon finding nothing there, they realized they had been deceived. By the time they attempted to turn back, it was too late. Zhang Tuohai pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A series of tungsten core armor-piercing rounds erupted, striking the backs of 2 individuals. The police-grade ceramic body armor proved utterly ineffective against the tungsten projectiles, which pierced through effortlessly. Moreover, augmented by the blessings bestowed upon the AK-74, several bullets ricocheted and struck the victims in the neck, severing their cervical vertebrae. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared at their throats, leaving their heads and bodies connected by mere strips of flesh. With a thud, the 2 corpses collapsed to the ground. Humph. I had no intention of killing you two. Blame your own insatiable greed, Zhang Tuohai remarked as he approached the fallen figures, stripping them of their gear. Although the police bulletproof vests could not withstand the tungsten rounds, they could still offer some protection against handguns, making them a coveted item for many players, provided they were affordable enough to sell. The helmets and shotguns were similarly valuable. Zhang Tuohai also removed the down jackets from the 2, despite their damaged condition, as there was always a market for such items. After thoroughly scavenging the valuable possessions from the 2, Zhang Tuohai began to search their vehicle. In the passenger seat, he discovered 500 units of currency. If only you had arrived sooner, he sighed, shaking his head at the sight of the money before pocketing it. It was still a gain, and who knew if he might encounter a vending machine later. Continuing his search, he found a considerable amount of supplies in the vehicle. In addition to the essential stove and firewood, there were 500 units of gasoline, 2 vacuum-sealed roasted chickens, a dozen vacuum-sealed marinated eggs, 2 barrels of yogurt, 100 pounds of snow leopard meat, 2 pounds of unidentified meat slices, a snow leopard pelt, and 2 seafood hot pots. The abundance of meat, eggs, and dairy indicated a commendable level of sustenance for the player community. However, all these provisions now belonged to Zhang Tuohai. What intrigued him most were those 2 pieces of unidentified meat. The game system merely labeled them as unknown meat slices without revealing their true identity. Yet, Zhang Tuohai found solace in the fact that the system did not indicate they were harmful. What on earth could these be? After examining them repeatedly, he still could not discern their nature. They were 2 round slices of meat, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter and about 1 centimeter thick, resembling meat patties but in a circular form, with a white bone-like structure in the center. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I'll just treat them as fertilizer, he decided, ultimately casting the meat slices aside. Zhang Tuohai resumed his search within the vehicle and discovered several intermediate-grade stones in the back seat, which would help fill a portion of the gap needed for constructing a vintage wine cellar. However, he found no high-grade materials. As for the various first-level building materials, he could not be bothered to count them and simply tossed them into the miscellaneous pile. Just as he thought he had scavenged everything of value and was preparing to leave, Zhang Tuohai's attention was suddenly captured by a figurine resting on the dashboard. It was a figurine of the dragon maid, Toru. The sculptures upon the dashboard were all integral components of the automobile, immutable and inseparable. After several attempts, Zhang Tuohai discovered that he could not remove them, and thus refrained from touching the statues at the front of the vehicle. However, this particular figurine imparted an unusual sensation to Zhang Tuohai. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he reached out and touched the figurine. To his astonishment, he managed to lift it. Congratulations! You have obtained the figurine of the Dragon Maid, Toru. Dragon Maid Toru figurine, a special ornament that grants the protection of the Dragon Maid, ensuring the interior of the car is cleaned daily, and bestowing upon you the Dragon Maid Toru's gift, 2 slices of dragon tail meat. Acquisition of the figurine grants a daily mood value of 3, with the maid outfit effect providing an additional daily mood value of 5. Chapter 197. Upgrading the figurine and the peculiar dragon tail, meet a detachable figurine? Zhang Tuohai was astonished. It was the first time he had discovered such an intriguing collectible. Moreover, the effect of this item moved him deeply. In addition to automatically increasing his mood value by 8 points each day, he also received 2 slices of meat daily. If he was not mistaken, this must be the dragon tail meat from Thor. Each slice appeared to weigh a pound or 2, boasting effects that surpassed even his fortunate tree stump. No, it was indeed superior to the lucky tree stump. While obtaining rabbit meat from the tree stump required the use of a skinning knife and further cutting, this Thor figurine, the Dragon Maid, provided ready-to-cook meat cuts, thereby eliminating an entire step. Quite impressive. After thoroughly inspecting the vehicle and confirming that nothing could be removed, Zhang Tuohai gleefully retrieved the core of the car and placed the figurine inside. Suddenly, a notification from the game system appeared before him. Detected level 3 car. You may choose to spend 10 ordinary spirit essences to upgrade the Dragon Maid Thor figurine to level 2. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Such a delightful turn of events. Zhang Tuohai's eyes sparkled. He had amassed a considerable amount of ordinary spirit essences from hunting beasts lately. And aside from crafting a few statues, they had been gathering dust in the corner, nearly useless. To discover their purpose here was a pleasant surprise. Upgrade. Zhang Tuohai declared immediately. Upgrading. A white light enveloped Thor's figurine. Moments later, the figurine reappeared before Zhang Tuohai, originally the size of a hand. It now reached his shoulder, transforming into a magnificent life-sized collectible. Life-size Dragon Maid Thor figurine, level 2 special collectible. Gain the protection of the Dragon Maid. The interior of the car will be cleaned thrice daily, and you will receive the Dragon Maid Thor's gifts, 6 slices of cooked dragon tail meat. Customizable according to your taste preferences. Acquired life-sized figurine, daily mood value 10. Maid outfit effect, daily mood value 10. Buff acquired, healing, mood value 2 per hour. Incredible! Gazing at the refreshed data, excitement flickered in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. The slices of meat had increased from 2 to 6. And he could even choose flavors according to his liking. It was a direct provision of finished products. This was remarkable. Were it not for the presence of Zhao Wanwan at home, this figurine alone could have alleviated Zhang Tuohai's concerns about food. Furthermore, with a stable 68 mood value daily, he need not worry about mood fluctuations unless faced with unforeseen events that could reduce his sanity. If level 2 was so powerful, how extraordinary would level 3 be? With dreams of grandeur, Zhang Tuohai attempted to upgrade the Thor life-size figurine to level 3, only to be met with a notification indicating that his car's level was insufficient. A bucket of cold water extinguished Zhang Tuohai's aspirations. Originally, I anticipated that I would soon behold the figure of the 3rd-tier figurine. However, it seems that this aspiration must be postponed for a while. Nonetheless, the 2nd-tier figurine suffices for the time being. Zhang Tuohai consoled himself. In a state of melancholic indignation, he resolved to transform his sorrow into appetite and decided to sample Thor's culinary skills first. Thor, I would like a serving of black pepper dragon tail meat. Zhang Tuohai ventured to say. In the blink of an eye, a white porcelain plate materialized in his hands, adorned with a generous portion of dragon tail meat. Its rich sauce wafting an exquisite aroma into the air. Zhang Tuohai cut a piece and placed it in his mouth. The meat was tender and flavorful, reminiscent of a steak, albeit with a somewhat peculiar appearance. The taste is quite delightful, he praised as he devoured the dragon tail meat with great relish. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Zhang Tuohai felt as though Thor's mouth had curled upward slightly. Upon closer inspection of Thor's life-sized figurine, he found everything had returned to its original state. Could it have been a trick of the mind? Shaking his head, Zhang Tuohai dismissed the thought. Since the notification system had not issued any alerts, it likely was not a significant matter. And if it were not a pressing issue, why concern himself further? Even if, hypothetically, Thor's life-sized figurine possessed the ability to suppress the notification system, there was little use in panicking. It would be far more comfortable to simply relax. One of Zhang Tuohai's greatest attributes was his ability to maintain an expansive perspective. After satisfying his hunger, he sent Zhao Wan on 5 different flavors of meat steaks, as they had already established a cooperative agreement that warranted adherence. Please sample these and let me know which ones you prefer and which ones you do not, he instructed. Wow, so many steaks. They taste quite exquisite, but why is there a round bone in the middle? Zhao Wan inquired curiously. That is due to some historical remnants. Do not concern yourself with it. Just tell me if they suit your palate, Zhang Tuohai replied. They are absolutely delicious. I wish I could enjoy them every day. Zhao Wan expressed, her face alight with happiness. As long as you stay with me, you shall have them daily, Zhang Tuohai proclaimed. After sending the message, he glanced down to his astonishment as he discovered Wang Kai licking the plate. What are you doing? Did I not prepare a pound of braised meat for you? Recently, fresh meat had become more abundant, improving Wang Kai's diet, which had transitioned from processed sausage to braised meat. Typically, Wang Kai adhered to the rules and seldom touched Zhang Tuohai's plate. Yet today he was licking it with abandon, leaving Zhang Tuohai puzzled by this unexpected behavior. I am not quite sure. Wang Kai sheepishly scratched his head. I just found the sauce particularly delectable. My instincts told me that consuming it would be beneficial, and I couldn't restrain myself, so I licked the plate a few times. How could it not be beneficial? This is dragon tail meat, Zhang Tuohai remarked. Do you truly enjoy it? He suddenly asked in a lowered voice. Of course. Wang Kai immediately wagged his tail in affirmation. If you perform your tasks well each day, I shall reward you with a treat. However, should you fail to complete your duties, you will receive nothing for an entire week. What do you think? Zhang Tuohai tempted. What tasks do we have today? Please, make the arrangements. Wang Kai's tail wagged with even greater enthusiasm. You still claim you are not a dog? Zhang Tuohai cast a sidelong glance at Wang Kai's tail, pondering that if it wagged any faster, Wang Kai might just take flight. As for the usual chores, there's sweeping, laundry, watering the plants, fertilizing, collecting eggs, stoking the fire when it wanes, and also preparing some milk tea and coffee. Understood. Wang Kai immediately dashed off to commence the work. Is this meat truly so enticing? Zhang Tuohai observed the typically lazy Wang Kai suddenly bustling with energy, eliciting his own curiosity. Chapter 198. The Special Death Obstacle Course. There was nothing particularly special about it. Zhang Tuohai dipped his finger into the sauce and tasted it, finding the flavor quite similar to an ordinary steak, with no discernible differences. At that moment, Zhao Wan sent him a private message. Zhang Ge, what kind of meat is this? Why are they all watching me while I eat? I can understand Claude and Abai, but even Polly the macaw and Mieli are staring at me, and even the usually well-behaved Mick has come over. What is going on? Zhang Tuohai could already imagine a crowd of heads, large and small, gathered around, observing Zhao Wan's dining experience. Perhaps it was due to the dragon tail meat. It might hold some benefits for them. However, I do not recommend directly feeding them the meat as it is too nutrient-rich, and I fear they may not be able to handle it. If you truly wish to feed them, you could start with the broth and gradually increase the amount each day, Zhang Tuohai suggested. All right, I understand, Zhao Wan replied. Where are you now? Zhang Tuohai inquired. I'm not sure. I'm still descending. The surroundings are filled with endless white snow, and there are no references. Only the occasional flags indicating that I have not strayed from my path, Zhao Wan once said. Understood. Please be cautious. If you lack anything, inform me immediately, Zhang Tuohai urged. Don't worry, I have Shui with me. Even if I encounter difficulties, I have everyone as support. In times of crisis, I will ensure everything is delivered to you, Zhao Wan reassured him. Xiao Ai, let us proceed, Zhang Tuohai instructed. Understood, Xiao Ai responded, starting the vehicle and continuing down the path. Without the hindrance of uncooperative teammates and without the fear of avalanches, Zhang Tuohai confidently allowed Xiao Ai to accelerate. The vehicle surged from 100 miles per hour to 200 miles per hour, racing towards the foot of the mountain like a crimson lightning bolt. After about an hour of driving, the terrain ahead suddenly transformed from flat to an array of dense obstacles. Jump ramps, slalom poles, U-shaped snow paths, and snow walls. Every conceivable skiing obstacle could be found here. Moreover, in proximity to these obstacles stood individuals clad in snow camouflage, armed with firearms, watching him intently. Welcome to the Special Death Obstacle Course. You will navigate through the obstacle course amidst a hail of bullets, with each of your actions contributing to your score. Upon successfully completing the course, we will bestow upon you generous rewards. Of course, if you are afraid, you may choose to abandon the challenge. Here, we have provided a path for cowards to retreat. A game prompt system displayed an arrow. Zhang Tuohai followed the direction of the arrow and saw a 3-meter-wide incline beside the course, designated for those who wish to forego the challenge. Now, it is time for you to make a choice. Will you be a brave soul and accept the challenge? Or will you be a coward and slink away? Of course, I shall accept the challenge, Zhang Tuohai declared. based on his understanding of the game system. The higher the danger, the greater the reward. If he does not seize the opportunity to gather rewards while the peril remains manageable, he will inevitably be abandoned by the escalating challenges and ultimately face elimination, a fate he does not desire. He wishes to return. Any adversary daring to obstruct his return shall be crushed beneath his wheels. Very well, the countdown begins. In 3 seconds, the challenge will officially commence. 3. The individuals clad in snow camouflage prepared their firearms. 2. They aimed their weapons at Zhang Tuohai. 1. Flames erupted from the gun muzzles. In an instant, Zhang Tuohai's vehicle was struck by dozens of bullets, which ricocheted off the body, creating a cacophony of sound. He was certain that had his car not been modified, he would have been reduced to a sieve by now. Xiao AI, charge ahead, Zhang Tuohai commanded. Understood. Xiao AI immediately accelerated forward. The speed surged rapidly, reaching 300 miles per hour in the blink of an eye, and continued to escalate. The marksmen stationed beside the obstacles were evidently unprepared for the astonishing velocity of Zhang Tuohai's vehicle, causing most of their subsequent bullets to miss and strike behind him. In a flash, Xiao AI maneuvered beside a pole, executing a beautiful drift that collided with one of the shooters standing near the pole, crushing him beneath the wheels. The remaining gunmen, witnessing this, became increasingly enraged and directed their weapons toward Zhang Tuohai. However, their firearms, consisting solely of handguns and submachine guns, proved ineffective against the reinforced vehicle, leaving no more than superficial dents and wasting their ammunition in vain. It was not Zhang Tuohai's style to remain passive under fire. He lowered the window just enough to extend the gun barrel and unleashed an entire magazine at the assailants. Under the blessing of Sun Zong, the unfortunate gunmen met their demise, their heads shattered by the righteous 45mm rounds. Meanwhile, Xiao AI navigated through 18 poles at an astonishing angle, maintaining a speed that never dipped below 200 miles per hour. Beyond the poles lay a dual-sided bridge. Ahead was a 50-meter-long, 10-centimeter-wide bridge, its underside littered with sharp iron spikes. It was easy to envision that a careless slip would result in the vehicle becoming incapacitated, leaving no chance for escape. If that were all, it would merely present an increased psychological challenge. Removing that mental pressure would render it only slightly more difficult than a driving test, something even seasoned drivers could navigate. Yet, the game system would never present such a simplistic challenge. Zhang Tuohai scanned the surroundings, searching for hidden traps. Indeed, the alert system chimed. In the far corner across the dual-sided bridge, 2 individuals are concealed, each wielding a snow cannon. They are positioned 30 meters at the 11 o'clock direction and 50 meters at the 3 o'clock direction. The snow machines have been deployed. How treacherous. Zhang Tuohai was certain that if he recklessly ventured onto the bilateral bridge, halfway across, those 2 snow machines would spring into action. While the snow machines are not lethal, the thick, viscous snow they eject could easily obscure all of Zhang Tuohai's windows. Without visibility, how could he traverse the bilateral bridge? At that moment, he would truly find himself forsaken by both heaven and earth. How insidious, truly insidious. Zhang Tuohai drew forth his AK-74, and with the assistance of the guidance system, he finally located the 2 individuals controlling the snow machines. These 2 figures lay concealed in the snow, draped in camouflage cloaks. With only a small opening of the snow machines visible, without a thorough search, they would have gone unnoticed. Encountering me is indeed your misfortune. Zhang Tuohai decisively pulled the trigger. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out, and 2 blossoms of plum emerged amidst the snow. Chapter 199. The Devious Sniper and 3 Prizes. The death of the snowblower controller has eliminated the danger. The notification system chimed in. Zhang Tuohai finally exhaled in relief, allowing his companion, Xiao AI, to traverse the dual-sided bridge. For Xiao AI, who could accelerate rapidly on the icy bridge, crossing this modest structure presented no challenge, accomplishing it in less than a minute. Just as Zhang Tuohai intended to catch his breath after crossing the bridge, he was suddenly jolted by a steep incline ahead. To his astonishment, the bridge led directly into a U-shaped track. Caught off guard, his vehicle slipped into the U-shaped path. The U-shaped track resembled a water pipe sliced in half, yet it was entirely composed of ice and snow. This type of course was typically designed for snowboarding. He never anticipated the game system would incorporate it here, and even enlarge it for automotive use. Logically, Zhang should have guided the car along the sidewall of the U-shaped track. What if I drove along the bottom of the U-shaped track? Surely, the game system wouldn't force me to drive along the wall, he pondered, irritation brewing within him. 3 seconds later, he discovered that the game system could indeed impose such constraints. The bottom of the U-shaped track was littered with landmines. If he dared to continue driving along the base, he would inevitably detonate one. Even his modified vehicle could not withstand such an onslaught of explosives. Quick, veer towards the wall. Zhang Tuohai commanded. Understood. Xiao AI immediately surged towards the sidewall. After a brief distance, the vehicle began to slide downwards uncontrollably, but with the accelerator pressed to the floor. It surged forward at maximum speed, the front of the car lifting slightly. Zhang Tuohai felt as if they might soar into the air. After 5 exhilarating minutes, he finally spotted the end of the U-shaped track. Ahead lay a high ramp, beneath which yawned a deep chasm, bottomless and deadly. To cross the ravine, they would have to leap from the ramp. Xiao AI, accelerate and jump, Zhang Tuohai shouted. At that moment, a warning from the system echoed in his ears. Caution. There are snipers near the ramp who will fire based on your speed when you exit the U-shaped track. You must adjust your speed to evade their shots while on the ramp. Tip. Achieving a speed of 200 miles per hour will allow you to clear the chasm. What treachery! Zhang Tuohai cursed, urgently instructing, Xiao AI, vary your speed, but ensure you exceed 200 miles per hour when ascending the ramp. Understood. Although Xiao AI did not comprehend his reasoning, she faithfully complied. Prior to reaching the ramp, Xiao AI executed 8 rapid speed adjustments, leaving the concealed sniper baffled. Is this lunatic having a fit? The sniper stared in confusion at the continuously fluctuating Xiao AI. Ultimately, he could only fire a blind shot based on instinct. Bang! At the very moment when Xiao AI leapt into the air, the sharp crack of a sniper rifle reverberated through the air. A bullet hole, the size of a walnut, appeared on the rear window, soaring past the flue of the stove. At that moment, Wang Kai was perched on the stove, dusting it off. The bullet grazed its fur, startling it so much that the cloth nearly slipped from its grasp. What was that? Wang Kai glanced around, bewildered. Nothing to worry about, just a stray bullet. Get back to work, he said, gently ruffling Wang Kai's head. A stray bullet? Wang Kai nearly shrieked. How could there be stray bullets in the car? Just moments ago. It was, oh no. A thick sausage was suddenly stuffed into its mouth. Be good, eat more, talk less, Zhang Tuohai encouraged. As Wang Kai happily gnawed on the sausage, completely forgetting about the bullet incident, the vehicle careened over the cliff and landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, it fell onto the soft snow, and the car's suspension was adequate. Otherwise, such a fall would have been quite perilous. After driving a considerable distance, Zhang Tuohai's heart gradually calmed. Not far ahead was a vending machine, and he parked the car in front of it. Congratulations, player, for surpassing the special death obstacle course. Here is your reward. Please check it. A box tumbled out from within. Upon opening it, Zhang Tuohai discovered a stack of reward points on top, amounting to a staggering 1,800 points. Adding the 500 points generously bestowed by the 2 kind-hearted strangers he had encountered earlier, along with the remaining 20 points. Zhang Tuohai now possessed a total of 2,320 points. Surely, this would afford him the finest of acquisitions. He flicked the reward points in his hand, relishing the crisp sound they made. Indeed, money is the most melodious of sounds. Continuing to rummage through the box, he found an RPG, 7, and 2 anti-tank grenades. According to the game system's explanation, this was a reward for eliminating the gunman. Zhang Tuohai was astonished to discover that there were rewards for killing gunmen. Had he known, he would have dispatched them all without hesitation. A tinge of regret washed over him. Now, his RPG, 7 had been replenished to 2 units, and the Molotov anti-tank grenades had increased to 6. His arsenal was quite formidable. Delving deeper, Zhang Tuohai uncovered 2 blueprints. AK-47 manufacturing blueprint, the Widowmaker. One of the 3 sacred weapons of guerrilla warfare, the most produced assault rifle in the world, bar none. With it, you shall possess everything. Manufacturing materials, intermediate metal ingots, 2 units, low-grade wood, 1 unit, metal parts, 20 units. 7. 62 mm bullet manufacturing blueprint. The game system indicated this was his first reward for conquering the special death obstacle course. Could it be these 2 items? Zhang Tuohai opened his mouth, at a loss for words. To dismiss these as inferior would be folly. After all, this was the most widely produced assault rifle in the world. Moreover, its manufacturing cost was low, making mass production effortless, while its high attack power, strong penetration, and ease of maintenance rendered it suitable for various environments. However, it must be noted that this firearm exhibits a degree of inaccuracy, coupled with a rather pronounced recoil, which may pose challenges for novices to master. Furthermore, he has acquired a superior AK-74, rendering this comparatively inferior weapon unnecessary. Nevertheless, this item could be sold to other players. Zhang Tuohai recognized its cost-effective materials and potential for mass production. However, the opportune moment for selling such an item is not now. He intends to enhance his armor to a level capable of withstanding close-range shots from an AK-47 before contemplating its sale. As for the present, this item shall remain as a reserve asset. After organizing his belongings, Zhang Tuohai instructed his companion, Xiao AI, to proceed. While he relayed the information regarding the special death obstacle race to Zhao Wanan and Song Xiaokong, given their current capabilities, their chances of surviving the obstacle race are less than 1%, and Zhang Tuohai wishes to avoid their needless demise. As for the others, he could potentially gather additional funds to compensate for his losses. Who possesses the most wealth in the regional channel? After a thorough search, Zhang Tuohai sent a private message to Su Qi. I have information regarding the special death obstacle race. Would you be interested? Chapter 200. The fisherman can hook more than just fish. You've arrived too late, Su Qi lamented, tears streaming down her face. What happened? Zhang Tuohai inquired, his voice tinged with concern. We managed to get inside, but we're trapped on the double-sided bridge, Su Qi replied, her expression one of sorrow and indignation. Those two are utterly devious, hiding away with a snow sprayer. Our vehicle is nearly frozen. What should we do? Take these two bulletproof vests and toss them onto the nearby spikes. They should block the points. Then, disembark and eliminate those two wielding the snow sprayer. Their weaponry is limited to the sprayer, which possesses low offensive capabilities. A submachine gun should suffice. Afterward, clear the snow from your windows. And you ought to be able to pass through the bridge. If you feel uncertain, I can also sell you a flamethrower, effective for both combat and thawing. I also possess key strategies for the next two levels. Trust me, each of these could save your lives. However, what will you offer in return for my assistance? Zhang Tuohai queried. Please hold on. Let me consult my sister, Su Qi replied, disconnecting the private message. Shortly thereafter, Sumu sent a private message containing a blueprint. High-level ecological park construction blueprint. A level 4 special building utilizing spatial folding technology, comprising 6,666 cubic meters of space. It features a sunken fish pond, orchard, vegetable garden, poultry house, livestock area, and pet quarters, among various facilities, with the ability to add supplementary equipment, providing players with a comprehensive logistics support base. Construction materials required: advanced metal ingots, 100 units, advanced stone, 600 units, soil, 600 units, advanced plastic, 10 units, rubber, 100 units, glass, 800 units, intermediate glass, 50 units, advanced glass, 10 units, wood, 300 units, intermediate wood, 50 units, advanced wood, 10 units, intermediate water collector X1, advanced electronic components X3. Upon gazing at the blueprint, Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened in astonishment. If he possessed such an item, it would be akin to having a mobile logistics base within his vehicle, with ample space to accommodate whatever he desired, alleviating his worries about insufficient capacity. Most importantly, he could finally farm. This construction bore an irresistible allure for a hoarding player. However, it was indeed quite costly. Zhang Tuohai calculated that he would need roughly 700 to 800 units of various high-level materials, not to mention a significant quantity of intermediate and low-level materials. He had yet to gather the necessary components for a level 3 vehicle. It was uncertain when he would be able to amass these items. For Zhang Tuohai, this blueprint was merely a tantalizing dream. Noticing Zhang Tuohai's apparent hesitation, Sumu promptly sent a considerable assortment of materials. Upon inspection, Zhang Tuohai found an abundance of supplies: 600 units of advanced stone, 500 units of soil, 300 units of glass, and 50 units of intermediate glass, an impressive array that nearly filled his vehicle to capacity. These are the materials I have gathered for constructing this project. They're all yours. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the items, realizing that Sumu had indeed made a considerable sacrifice this time. Should he increase his offer, he might extract more, yet that would jeopardize their rapport, complicating future dealings. For the sake of enduring relationships, Zhang Tuohai decisively chose to withdraw. Very well. I shall impart the key points for the upcoming challenges, but may I pose a question? From where did you acquire these stones? Given the current resource drop rates, it is improbable to find such an abundance of high-grade materials in a supply crate. Sumu paused for a moment before responding. You might have already surmised part of it. I discovered a treasure map and entered a dungeon. The stones and soil were obtained from there. As expected, Zhang Tuohai nodded. This was indeed the only viable method to amass such a substantial quantity of a singular type of high-grade material. These are the critical points for clearing the challenges. Additionally, when leaping, it is advisable to crouch, as snipers do not always target the windows. He meticulously detailed the subsequent strategies to Sumu. Thank you. If I manage to survive, I owe you a favor, Sumu remarked. Good luck, Zhang Tuohai replied, sending an emoji before exiting the private chat and promptly reaching out to Shalongbas, hoping to resell the information. However, to his surprise, Shalongbas was exceedingly cautious and retreated along a nearby path, resulting in the information remaining unsold. These wealthy individuals are indeed prudent. Zhang Tuohai lamented with a shake of his head. Although the second piece of information did not sell, Zhang Tuohai felt quite content. He had accumulated numerous blueprints without manufacturing them, including the vintage wine pool, mobile composite armor, and super fertilizer maker, along with the newly acquired advanced ecological garden. He was temporarily untroubled for blueprints. What he lacked were level 3 manufacturing materials, particularly high-grade metal ingots. It seemed he would need to seize an opportunity to specifically gather high-grade metal ingots. Observing the material deficit, Zhang Tuohai pondered how to procure additional high-grade materials. Meanwhile, Xia Ai drove straight down the road. During this time, Zhang Tuohai noticed his mood value had inexplicably dropped by 5 points, prompting him to have Wang Kai prepare a cup of milk tea to calm his nerves. Despite the boost from his plush pillow and figurines, he still lost 5 points in mood value. It appeared that mood values were diminishing rather swiftly during the competition. Zhang Tuohai quickly sent private messages to several acquaintances, advising them to monitor their mood values, particularly emphasizing the warning to Vladimir. There was no other option. This individual possessed immense strength, and should his mood value plummet to a low, it would be quite the challenge to subdue him, potentially requiring the use of an RPG-7, which was hardly worth the trouble. My dear Davarish, I am in splendid spirits, currently fishing with quite the decent haul, Vladimir sent, accompanied by a photograph. He was seated within a tent, above an ice hole, holding a fishing rod as he ice fished. Surrounding the icy surface were a broken teapot, tattered boots, branches, a torn net, a straw hat, and astonishingly, a frozen seal at the edge. What on earth are these items? Zhang Tuohai wiped the sweat from his forehead and inquired. All these catches are mine. Vladimir shrugged. This place is inundated with refuse. I've changed locations 3 times and encountered the same dismal situation. This spot is somewhat better. I just broke open a hole when a seal attempted to surface for air, and I managed to seize it, Vladimir proclaimed with pride. Indeed. Fishermen can catch anything aside from fish. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he exchanged a bottle of rum for some seal meat, intrigued to sample something he had never tasted before. Initially, he had intended to barter with vacuum-sealed roast chicken, but Vladimir was adamant that only liquor would suffice. You already have several hundred pounds of alcohol. Why still trade for more? Zhang Tuohai queried, curious. The great sage once imparted to us that no matter how much wine one possesses, it is never sufficient. Thus one must hoard as much as possible, always striving to accumulate more, Vladimir replied. Which sage uttered such words? Zhang Tuohai expressed skepticism. My father, Vladimir stated. Zhang Tuohai responded with silence. Chapter 201. The terrifying Yeti. The vast expanse of the snowfield stretched endlessly before Zhang Tuohai, who was racing downward at an exhilarating speed. After 2 continuous hours of running, he had yet to catch a glimpse of a single resting place. Where had they all gone? Even on a highway, one should expect to see a service area, Shunti 1. As he gazed at the desolate snowfield, an overwhelming sense of melancholy enveloped him. Just then, a splash of red appeared on the horizon. A resting spot? Zhang Tuohai felt a surge of excitement. Quick, let us go take a look, he exclaimed. Understood, replied Xiao, accelerating towards the site. Upon getting a clearer view of the structure, Zhang Tuohai was dismayed to realize he had been deceived. It was not a resting area, but rather the entrance to a racetrack. Welcome, players, to the Yeti chase race. Once you enter the track, you will be pursued by a formidable Yeti. Your task is to run as fast as you can and reach the finish line before being devoured by the Yeti to claim victory and earn a prize. You may choose to bravely accept or cowardly retreat. The choice is yours. Note, should you choose to flee like a coward, the game system will randomly confiscate a certain amount of points as punishment. Of course, I must participate. Zhang Tuohai had painstakingly accumulated over 2,000 points, eagerly waiting to find a resting area to exchange for some good items. How could he possibly leave? Moreover, by participating, he would undoubtedly earn a substantial number of tickets. Perhaps he could completely empty the next vending machine at a resting spot. As for the mighty Yeti, Zhang Tuohai was not overly concerned. Could it possibly be more formidable than an RPG-7? Or more fearsome than an anti-tank grenade? He was skeptical. Xiao, let us join this so-called Yeti chase race and see just how fearsome this so-called Yeti truly is, Zhang Tuohai declared. Understood, Commander, Xiao responded, adjusting the course towards the nearby racetrack. As the wheels crossed the starting line, a Yeti suddenly emerged a mere 10 meters behind Zhang Tuohai. Described as a Yeti, it was essentially a giant snowball, over 2 meters in diameter, adorned with painted features, a carrot for a nose, coal for eyes, and a mouth made of pebbles, resembling a snowman hastily constructed by a child. Despite its mundane materials, the more Zhang Tuohai observed the Yeti, the more peculiar it appeared. It was undeniably ordinary yet evoked an unsettling feeling within him, as if it belonged to a horror film set. You have been startled by the Yeti, Your mood value decreases by 10 points. You have acquired a debuff, terror, reducing your mood value by 1 point per minute for 10 minutes. How dare it frighten me? Zhang Tuohai's anger surged. Losing 20 mood points was intolerable. Without hesitation, he rolled down the car window and drew his AK-74, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the Yeti. The tungsten alloy projectile struck the snowman, causing large chunks of snow to shatter. Yet the main structure of the snowman remained wholly unaffected. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, it seemed as if the snowman had been activated, rolling its rotund body toward Zhang Tuohai. Quick! Drive faster! Shake it off! Zhang Tuohai shouted. The six-wheeled off-road vehicle surged forward with a sudden burst, its speed soaring to 200 miles per hour in the blink of an eye. Zhang Tuohai believed this velocity would be sufficient to escape the snowball's pursuit. However, the snowball relentlessly followed, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters. Not too far, yet not too close. A snowball at 200 miles per hour? Is this a jest? Let us see how it fares against this. Zhang Tuohai retrieved an anti-tank grenade and hurled it toward the snowball behind him. Boom! The grenade struck the body of the snowball, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The 2-meter-wide snowball disintegrated into countless fragments, scattering in every direction. Huh? Thought you could chase me? Now you're done for. Zhang Tuohai sneered at the remnants of the snowball. At that moment, a glimmering crystal rose from the snowflakes, and the scattered snow rapidly converged toward the crystal, swiftly forming a small snowball that grew larger by the second. What is happening? Rebirth from death? A resurrection of sorts? Zhang Tuohai had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Only by shattering the snowman's core can it be temporarily vanquished. However, each time its core is destroyed, it will reassemble. And with each demise, it will grow stronger. Yet, every time it is defeated, generous rewards await. Upon hearing the first part of the system prompt, Zhang Tuohai contemplated urging his companion, Xiao Ai, to flee. However, upon hearing the second part, he reconsidered. If there are rewards, why not mention it sooner? I lost 20 mood points and wasted an anti-tank grenade. I can't move on without defeating you at least once. With a flamethrower slung over his shoulder, Zhang Tuohai leaped from the vehicle and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the still reforming snowball. Whoosh! The blazing inferno engulfed the snowball, adjusting the settings to maximum within moments. The fireball was incinerated completely. Even the crystal vanished without a trace. What can't be burned? This has all been reduced to ash. A smile spread across Zhang Tuohai's face. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when another crystal emerged from the ground. Countless snowflakes swirled around the snowball, converging at a pace far quicker than before. The core of the snowman is its soul. Without inflicting harm upon the soul, it cannot be utterly destroyed. Moreover, each defeat increases its power. With your current strength, defeating it thrice will make escape impossible. The system prompted. Is it truly that formidable? Zhang Tuohai exclaimed, promptly incinerating the snowman completely before jumping back into the vehicle and fleeing. Indeed, after Zhang Tuohai obliterated the snowman, yet another crystal emerged from the ground, and a flurry of snowflakes rapidly coalesced. Within 10 seconds, it had formed into a snowball of equal size to the previous one. Moreover, the accumulation of snowflakes showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. Within 30 seconds, they had coalesced into a colossal snowball towering 10 meters high. Its coal-black eyes, carrot-shaped nose, and rocky mouth remained, yet it now appeared even more fearsome and menacing. A notification from the game system appeared. You have been subjected to the snowman's gaze. Mood value 10. You have received a debuff. Mood value decreases by 2 points per minute, lasting for 30 minutes. Gosh, this is absurd. Zhang Tuohai exclaimed in frustration, hastily sipping a cup of hot coffee to elevate his mood. Simultaneously, he clutched the pillow of Sister Bao tightly. The snowman emitted a piercing shriek, and then it began to roll toward Zhang Tuohai. The 10-meter-high snowball, once in motion, displayed an overwhelming momentum, advancing towards him with the force of a mountain avalanche.